On the way to a blind date, I picked up a little cute girl. To my surprise, she excitedly hugged me and called me daddy. I was a bit confused, thinking the child had mistaken me for someone else, but the system said that she really was my daughter. Upon closer inspection, the girl did resemble me to some extent, but when did I have such a big daughter? The little girl's adorable baby voice instantly melted my heart. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in my mind, please fulfill your daughter Bebe's wish to receive a beginner's reward. I instinctively picked up the little girl, and she immediately joyfully hugged my neck, her big eyes filled with happiness. Daddy hugged me. Bebe is so happy. As she spoke, she gave me a kiss on the cheek, leaving me completely stunned. Is this what it feels like to be a dad? Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a perfect body. Charm value increased by 5 points. I felt a rush of warmth in my body, followed by an unprecedented sense of ease. All the little excess fat on my body disappeared, replaced by defined muscles, and my face gained a touch of ruggedness and charm. The system was indeed real, which meant that this little girl was truly my daughter. Looking at the little cute girl tightly clinging to me, a hint of tenderness appeared in my eyes. Bebe, where is your mother? Before Bebe could answer, 4 men in black came down from upstairs and surrounded me. Who are you? How dare you kidnap the young lady? Let her go. I was shocked. It seemed my daughter's identity was not simple. Don't bully my daddy, Bebe shouted loudly. Frowning, the 4 men in black gasped in surprise, and their gazes towards me became respectful. We didn't expect you to be the son-in-law. We apologize for our offense just now. Please wait a moment while we report to the master. After saying that, one bodyguard hurriedly ran upstairs, while the other 3 continued to surround me, afraid that I would escape. Soon, I was respectfully led upstairs by the bodyguards. The old man sat at the main seat, glanced at Bebe, then looked at me, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Perhaps it was because I had gained 5 points in charm. The old man found me quite pleasing at first glance. Why does this young man look so familiar? Suddenly, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he recognized me. May I ask how this young friend is called? I am Wang Yi, a junior, I responded calmly, while secretly observing the old man. I had never seen this old man in my memory. Who is Bebe's mother? My great-granddaughter really likes you. I wonder if you could play with her for a while. A warm smile appeared on the old man's face as he patted my shoulder. That's not a problem. I also really like Bebe. She is very cute. My gaze towards Bebe was filled with tenderness. I really wanted to ask the old man who Bebe's mother was, but if I asked directly, it would feel a bit abrupt. Dad, let's go see the fish. There are very beautiful little goldfish there. Bebe was immediately happy and pulled me outside when she heard I would play with her. Watching our receding figures, the old man stroked his beard, and his eyes squinted. He had indeed seen me before, but it was in his granddaughter's phone, and his granddaughter had said that I was Bebe's biological father. However, relying solely on a blurry photo to find someone nationwide is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I didn't expect to see the real person here. Check who this Wang Yi is. I want all his detailed information within an hour. And also compare the DNA of these 2 hairs. I want to know the results as soon as possible. It turns out that when he patted me on the shoulder earlier, he had already taken my hair. I still felt a bit confused. Bebe is my own daughter. That should be certain. But I really have no impression of who Bebe's mother is. Bebe, do you know what your mother's name is? I asked cautiously. Bebe tilted her head and thought for a moment. Mom is just called Mom. I twitched my mouth. What I mean is, do you know your mother's full name? I don't know, but great-grandpa calls her Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao? I frowned. It seems there isn't a girl named Xiaoyao around me, so it looks like I have to wait for Bebe's mother to appear. On the other side, in front of the old man, there were already 2 stacks of documents laid out. One stack contained all my personal information, and the other was the DNA test report. He first opened the DNA report, and a look of shock and joy flashed in his eyes. He glanced at me, who was playing with Bebe, and said, I didn't expect you to really be Bebe's biological father. Then, he opened the second document, and after reading it, a satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. Although there is still a big gap compared to those young talents in Tokyo, among ordinary people, you can be considered outstanding. The most important point is that I have his aesthetic. This kid Wang Yi is as handsome as I was back in the day. Having someone like him as my granddaughter's husband is not too bad, right? Since he is Bebe's biological father, he must take on the responsibilities of being a father. Wang Yi, what are you doing here today? The old man asked kindly as he looked at me. I awkwardly scratched my head and said, to be honest, I was forced by my family to come for a blind date today. The old man sighed. My granddaughter is clearly a very gentle and lovely girl, but because of a past incident, we have arranged many blind dates for her, all of which have failed. I was shocked. The other party was also arranged for a blind date. If she succeeded, wouldn't my child have to call someone else dad? Absolutely not. So, does that mean your granddaughter is still single? I cautiously probed. The old man casually nodded. and I breathed a sigh of relief. Elder, what do you think of me? The old man pretended to be surprised, then looked me up and down. I felt a bit flustered. Did that look mean he wasn't impressed with me? I used to work abroad and just returned to the country not long ago, although I haven't developed a career here yet. The old man interrupted me, saying, young man, I don't have any objections to you. My granddaughter is now raising a 3-year-old daughter, which is something many people cannot accept. I really like Bebe, and I can completely accept this. Besides, Bebe likes me very much too. Isn't that great? The old man slowly nodded. I have a second concern, which is that my granddaughter's job is very busy, and she cannot take care of the family. If you two really can be together in the future, you will need to make sacrifices, even becoming a full-time housewife to take care of Bebe. This is too unfair for you. I quickly shook my head. I don't think it's a problem. In a family, someone always has to contribute more. If her job really cannot take care of the family, I am willing to take on the responsibility of caring for Bebe. A glimmer of light flashed in the old man's eyes. If you can accept these two aspects, then that would be really great. However, I still need to ask my granddaughter's opinion on this matter. If she agrees, I will arrange for you to meet. I breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder how the old man addresses Bebe's mother? My surname is Yun. You can call me Grandpa Yun. As for my granddaughter, let's wait until you meet to discuss it yourself. I can't interfere. I nodded, feeling a bit excited. Finally, I had the chance to meet Bebe's mother. At that moment, my mom called, Wang Yi, are you out of your mind? You actually said you have a child. Well then, bring the child back to me later. If you can't bring the child back, don't come back at all. I felt a bit embarrassed. It must have been the blind date who reported me. Is that Grandma's voice? Bebe wants to talk to Grandma. Grandma, can you hear Bebe's voice? Bebe's cute voice reached my mom's ears, completely stunning her. You little rascal, what's going on? Is this girl the daughter you mentioned? I'll explain this to you when I get home. The situation is a bit special right now. Daddy, can Bebe talk to Grandma? Bebe tugged at my hand and acted cute, so I had no choice but to hand the phone to Bebe. Mom, Bebe wants to talk to you. Bebe smiled and held the phone. Hello, Grandma, it's Bebe. I miss you so much. Looking at Bebe chatting happily with Mom, I felt relieved, but I still needed to explain Bebe's situation to Mom later. After a moment, Bebe handed the phone back to me. Dad, Grandma invited me to her house to play. Can I go see Grandma? I wanted to take Bebe home to let Dad and Mom see her, but the elders still didn't know that I was Bebe's biological father. Would he really agree to it? It seems Bebe really likes you. If it's convenient, let Bebe come to your house to play. I was pleasantly surprised. Really? Is that okay? Of course, Bebe likes you so much. I have some things to do here, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of Bebe. I was excited and quickly nodded in agreement. After exchanging contact information, I carried Bebe out of the Haicheng Grand Hotel. When Bebe and I walked into the house, Dad and Mom were both stunned. This is Bebe. She's so cute. The affection in Mom's eyes was already uncontrollable. Hello, Grandma and Grandpa. I'm Bebe. Bebe greeted Mom and Dad without any shyness, like a little sprite, instantly touching Mom's soft heart. Originally, Mom was ready to give me a good scolding, but now it seemed that it could wait until Bebe left. I breathed a sigh of relief. At least I brought Bebe back. Mom, is there anything to eat at home? There's no food for you. It's not for me. It's for Bebe. She's hungry. I couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Is Bebe hungry? What does Bebe want to eat? Grandma will make it for you, okay? Bebe laughed happily. As long as it's made by Grandma, I'll eat it all up. Then how about I make Bebe a steamed egg? I guarantee you'll like it. Saying this, Mom took Bebe and walked into the house. Dad grabbed me. What's going on with you? How did you bring someone else's child back? Wang Chu explained. This matter is a bit complicated. After Yaya leaves, I will explain it clearly to you. What do you mean it will be explained to us? Old Wang was a bit disgruntled. Wang Chu took a deep breath. This child is but I'm not sure who her mother is now. What? The old king was shocked. He and his partner had thought that Wang Chu's comment about having a child was nothing more than an excuse to reject a blind date. With their understanding of Wang Chu, it is impossible for Wang Chu to do something that is unmarried and pregnant. But now, not only does he have a child, but he's not sure who the mother is. When did Wang Chu have such a crummy personal life? The family style of the old Wang family is completely corrupted. This matter is a bit complicated. I said I'll give you two a satisfactory explanation when it's over. As soon as Wang Chu took a look at his old man, he knew what was on his mind. Well, if you don't give us a reasonable explanation later, watch out for my belt. Yaya had a great time at Wang Chu's house. Not only did I get to eat delicious egg custard, but I also played solitaire with my grandmother and watched cartoons that Mama wouldn't let me watch. If it wasn't getting late, Yaya wouldn't have wanted to leave. Yaya, you need to go home now. Thai grandma is waiting for you outside. Wang Chu picked up Ye and whispered. A reluctant expression appeared on Ye's face. Then will Puppy come with me? Wang Chu gave a dry laugh. POA can't leave right now. But POA assures Ye that as long as Ye comes to look for POA will definitely be here waiting for you. How about that? Really? Then I'll come back for Puppy tomorrow. Okay? Good. Then I'll wait for Ye. Let's hook up. Cheaters are puppies. I would never lie to Ye. At this moment, Elder Yun's car was already waiting at the street corner. Wang Chu quickly carried Ye out. Grandpa Yun, I'm giving Ye back to you. Although Wang Chu said that, he didn't want to hand over Ye at all. Yun Lao smiled gently. Yeah, get in the car. We're going home. But Hyatt can't let go of Puppy. Ye's big eyes instantly filled with tears. I had a hard time finding poop. Wang Chu wiped away the tears on Ye's face with a heartache. Yeah, you didn't promise POA that you would come to find POA tomorrow. We also pulled the hook it. You go back to sleep well tonight. Tomorrow POA take you to the amusement park, okay? And I'm going to play Rice Krispie Kreme. Okay, I promise. And I'm going to the beach to play in the sand. No problem. And I want to play super bumper cars. Yes, I still want to ride roller coasters. Of course not. That one's too dangerous. After agreeing to many conditions for Ye finally let go of the hand holding Wang Chu's neck and gave Wang Chu a kiss on his face. Puppy, I'm leaving. Oh, I'll still come see you tomorrow. The car gradually went away. Wang Chu stood in place until the car turned the corner and disappeared from his view. Wang Chu then turned back in frustration. Yeah, did you have a good time at Puppy's house tonight? In the car, Elder Yun asked softly. It's fun. Grandma makes delicious eggnog, and she has a big cat, so it's fun. Looking at Ye's exuberant appearance, a hint of relief also appeared in Elder Yun's eyes. It seems that children can't grow up healthy without their fathers after all. Some of the disoriented Wang Chu returned home, keenly aware that the atmosphere at home is not quite right. What are you guys doing? Looking at his mom picking up the rolling pin again, and his old dad carrying a belt, Wang Chu felt a burst of scalp numbness. What for? Your father just told me everything. Don't you want to explain? Mom took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth. You is really your child? It's my eldest granddaughter? Wang Chu nodded. Unsurprisingly, she is your granddaughter. Ye is 3 years old. Which means, you 4 years ago, that time you just graduated from college. You did that to a girl and you're so irresponsible as to walk away? How can you live up to what I've taught you? Say, who is Ye's mother? Looking at his angry mom, Wang Chu said weakly, if I say I don't know, will you guys think I am lying? With a silent snap, Pops flung his leather whip through the air with a crisp snap. Wang Chu winced and immediately said, Ye's mother is called Xiao Yao. A very pretty and cute girl. Xiao Yao? How come I've never heard you talk about this girl before? You can't be lying to me, right? Mom's brows furrowed. Wang Chu was on the verge of crying. He also couldn't remember when he had contacted the girl Xiao Yao. I don't care what you think right now. The blood and bones of the old Wang family must return to the old Wang family. Old Mom said righteously. I don't care what method you use. I want Ye to recognize her ancestor. I want Xiao Yao to be my old Wang family's daughter-in-law. You know? Wang Chu took a deep breath and said seriously. I will. Chapter 5. I feel like I'm getting stronger. Xing Yao, are you still busy now? Grandpa, I just wrapped up. What's the matter? Could it be that Ye is disobedient? You is very obedient. I have something I want to tell you. I have recently found a nice young man. Grandpa, I told you, I'm on top of my love life, so you guys should just stay out of it. This one is different. Ye loves him too. When are you coming back to meet? Then wait until I get back. Putting down the phone, a stony expression appeared on a stunningly beautiful face. I don't know which one of my suitors was the one who had talked Grandpa into it and gained Ye's favor. It was simply too deep in his heart. Humph. No matter who you are, trying to use such despicable means to get close to me, I will never agree to it. The old king's house. It might be that you was too cute and made the old mom's mood very pleasant, which saved Wang Chu from this pain of skin and flesh. Returning to his room, Wang Chu recalled Ye's milky cute appearance, soft voice, and milky body fragrance. Wang Chu's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. This is my Wang Chu's child. I've already missed the first 3 years of her life, so I definitely won't miss the rest of her growth. Xiao Yao, are you really called Xiao Yao? Who are you really? Wang Chu sighed slightly. 4 years ago, he just broke up with his ex-girlfriend. A long time have not come out from the state of lost love. It is simply impossible to have intimate contact with other girls. Could it be that something happened by coincidence when I went to the bar with my best friend to get drunk? Wang Chu's brain is very messy. The memories of 4 years ago are not so clear anymore, and he really doesn't know. Ye in the end is his child with whom. Forget it, don't think about that. Didn't Grandpa Yun say he would talk to Ye's mother about me? Once I see her, I think it will all make sense. Wang Chu exhaled. It's better to check the system first. Ever since the strongest milkman system had bound Wang Chu, he hadn't had the time to take a closer look at the system. There was nothing in the system mall right now, which made Wang Chu a bit puzzled. There's nothing in here. What's the use of my empty 100 or so pleasure values? Ding! The host has one free chance to draw a prize every day. The items after the lucky draw will be automatically entered into the mall and can be purchased with pleasure value in the future. The host can spend 10 points of pleasure value for a lucky draw. Wang Chu's eyes revealed a look of realization. So it was like this, no wonder there was nothing in the mall. Conduct the lottery, Wang Chu said decisively. It's a free draw once a day, so it's a no-brainer. Ding! The lucky draw is in progress. Congratulations, you've won a power pill. Power pill can permanently increase the strength of the eater, and the effect can be stacked. A look of shock appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. The opening raffle is giving away a huge amount of power? Use immediately. While the dolly pill disappeared, Wang Chu felt a hot stream surging into his body, and it was as if every muscle in his body was trembling with joy. I feel stronger, Wang Chu muttered as he suddenly touched the top of his head with some alarm. Luckily, the hair is still there. The only other item available in the mall at the moment. Power pill can permanently increase the user's strength. Effects can be stacked. Priced at 20 pleasure value. That's expensive. Wang Chu skimmed his lips, then turned his hand and exchanged 5 power pills. After the last power pill was swallowed, a system tone appeared in Wang Chu's mind. Your power has reached its peak and can no longer be raised. I'm peaking here already? Wang Chu was satisfied with the changes now, then yawned and laid down. So looking forward to seeing Hyatt tomorrow. Early the next morning, when Wang Chu woke up, he felt a tightness in his chest, as if something was pressing on his chest. Is it the big orange that mom keeps drilling into her room again? Opening his eyes, Wang Chu froze, for what he saw was a face beaming with the smile of an angel. Poopy, you're awake, Yaya wrote on Wang Chu's chest, and a happy smile appeared on her face when she saw that Wang Chu had woken up. Wang Chu rubbed his eyes in some surprise and said in a tone of disbelief, Yaya, when did you come? Poopy is so shy. Yaya has been here for half an hour and Poopy is still sleeping. You giggled, as if the sight of poop filled her with joy. Wang Chu carefully got up and picked up Yaya. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It's only 6:30. Does it mean you came at 6 o'clock? This is coming too soon, isn't it? By the way, Yaya, who sent you here? Wang Chu asked. It was Grandma Tai who sent me here, and then he left. Yaya rubbed her little tummy. Baba, I'm hungry. Then let's go out to eat. Wang Chu walked out with Yaya in his arms. Outside, Mom had the meal ready. Yaya, come and eat. You brat, don't go wash up yet. This is a mess. What does it look like? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. This differentiation was really excessive. By the time he had finished washing up, the family was already sitting down and ready to eat. Just as Wang Chu fed Yaya her meal, her mom asked in a low voice, Wang Chu, is the old man who sent Yaya over today Yaya's mom's grandfather? Wang Chu nodded. Mom's face showed a hint of sadness. The person's condition should be good, right? Wang Chu thought for a moment. To be able to carry a few bodyguards with him, his identity was naturally not simple. So he nodded again. Then the probability of you marrying Yu's mom home, isn't that low? Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. Mom, don't worry about this. I will definitely do what I promised you. And, Yaya is my child. I will never let go now that I know. Looking at Wang Chu's decisive look, the mom put her heart down. The old Wang family was just an ordinary well-off family. If the other party was really a rich family, did Wang Chu really have the certainty to break the mirror with other girls? But it's useless to think about it now. Who made his son do the wrong thing in the first place? Anyway, the old mom had one point of view, which was that no matter what, she had to bring Yaya back, and no matter what, she had to obtain the girl's forgiveness and take her back to the old Wang family. After eating, Yaya looked at Wang Chu blearily. POA, are we going to the amusement park today? Yes, yay, it's really great. A smile appeared on Yaya's face. Poop, let's go. Chapter 6, Car Accident. Wang Chu drove that vintage car of his old man's and set off towards the biggest amusement park in Haichang. Along the way, Yaya was so excited she couldn't sit still in the back seat. Poopy, isn't the playground full of fun and delicious places? Wang Chu said with a smile as he drove. Yes, didn't I promise Yaya yesterday? I'm going to take you for a good time today. Yay, Poopy is awesome. Yaya's eyes were smiling into a curved moon. Wang Chu's heart moved. Yaya, did Mama take you to the playground before? Yaya shook her head. Mama's work is very busy. She always says she's going to take me to the amusement park, but she never does. Feeling that Yaya's mood was a bit low, Wang Chu couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Why are you talking about this? Yaya, if we go to the amusement park later, what will we play first? Wang Chu decided to divert Yaya's attention. I want to play the bumper cars and the carousel first. Sure enough, After changing the topic, Yeye's interest came up quite a bit. When Wang Chu's car drove to an intersection, a sports car surged out from the side and crossed in front of Wang Chu's car. Wang Chu was startled and stepped on the brakes in a hurry. The expletive reached his mouth and hardened. In front of his daughter, he couldn't swear. It would lower his impression in her mind. It was fortunate that he had driven more slowly just now, or else the sports car would have definitely crashed into his car. He is nothing, but you in the car. This in case something happens. How can he explain to Yu's mother? What's the big deal about driving a sports car? What's the point of running a red light? Are you in a hurry to get reincarnated? Wang Chu's heart spat out. Then a loud boom came. This car that ran the red light just seemed to lose control for a moment and slammed right into the small car waiting for the green light across the street. The two cars instantly caused a chain reaction that led to a collision of 5 or 6 cars directly behind them. Instantly, the entire intersection was blocked, and the front end of that sports car was deformed, and the whole car flipped over. A very tragic scene. Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It's not a matter of concern. Wang Chu was about to drive past the side when Yeye's voice came from behind him. Poopy, there's a car accident there. Is Poopy going to save the day? Ding! The mission's superhero in Yeye's heart is released. Save everyone in the car accident and become the superhero in Yeye's heart. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Becoming a superhero in Yeye's heart? What the hell is this mission? Saving lives at the scene of a car accident is a dangerous thing to do. You know? Yeah. Do you want Poopa to save the day? Wang Chu turned his head and asked. Yeye said seriously. Yes. Mama said that Poopa is a superhero and has been protecting the world before. That's why he can't go home. Wang Chu looked at Yu's eyes full of hope, and he instantly surged with infinite courage. If he was by himself, he could turn a blind eye and leave it to the traffic police. But now, he must come forward, because he can't back down in front of his daughter, because he's a superhero in her heart. Then I'm going to pull over first, then I'm going to save the day, and Yeye is going to wait quietly in the car for Poopy to come back. Okay? Yeye happily clapped her hands. Yes, yeah, will be very good. Wang Chu didn't nag much. Parked the car in the public parking space on the side of the road, and then got out of the car and ran towards the scene of the crash. The scene of the crash was packed at the moment, and the drivers involved in the crash got out of their cars and waited for the traffic police accident response. Except for the 2 cars that crashed the hardest, the sports car in question had flipped the entire car over, with the driver's side crushed underneath, and the door of that hit minivan was deformed. The driver was unconscious. The door could not be opened from the outside. There are also some enthusiastic men want to go forward to save people, but the deformed door is not at all they can pull. Tried several times can only shake their heads and back off. After all, it's still dangerous to have gasoline running all over the scene of a car accident. Although car accidents don't usually cause explosions, most people are still afraid to get too close because of various movie and TV show sequences. There's no way to open the car door here. We'll just have to wait for the traffic police. Traffic police came also useless. This situation also need fire treatment. Right, this car door are deformed. Ordinary people simply cannot open. Then what should we do? I just saw that the driver seemed to be unconscious, and there was a lot of blood on his face. If we don't save him in time, his life will be in danger. Hearing those words, Wang Chu's heart sank. It seemed that the situation inside was terrible. Make way, make way. Wang Chu squeezed into the crowd, then ran towards the 2 cars. Come back here, lad. It's dangerous, someone shouted behind him, but Wang Chu didn't pay any attention to the voice as he first came over to the side of the sedan that was hit. Sure enough, the driver inside was unconscious, his head covered in blood. Hey, wake up, wake up. Wang Chu tapped on the car door, but the other party still showed no signs of waking up. Looks like it can only be opened violently from the outside, because he had taken the power pill. Wang Chu now knew that he had a lot of power, but he wasn't sure where his limits were. So he wasn't quite sure if he could save these people or not. Do your best. Wang Chu took a deep breath and punched the side door glass. The glass of the car door, which was originally very hard, was instantly blasted into crumbs. With that, Wang Chu yanked on the car door with both hands, put one foot on the body, and pulled on the car door with all his strength. Watching Wang Chu's movements, many people shook their heads. The car door has been badly deformed. It is impossible to pull open. If the window to transport people out of the car is a few possibilities. If it was so easy to pull open the car door, it wouldn't be so easy for so many people to return home in defeat. This is not a joke. If he can pull the car door open with brute force like this, then he's not human, he's Superman. The lad's courage is commendable, his spirit is commendable, but alas, he's doing all the work for nothing. But right at this time, only a bang was heard, and Wang Chu unexpectedly yanked down the deformed car door hard. Instantly, there was a silence around them, and the eyes of the crowd looked at Wang Chu with shock and incomprehension. How is this possible? Is this humanly possible? Did this man grow up on hormones? Is there anyone to lend a hand? Save the people first. Wang Chu turned his head and shouted. Because the car door wouldn't open before, many people paused in the rescue. But now that the car door was open, some more enthusiastic citizens rushed up to help Wang Chu save people. Pulling open the car door, this injured person can be successfully saved out. Next, Wang Chu will go to save the driver. Although the culprit of all this was this hit-and-run driver, but human life was at stake, and Wang Chu couldn't help but save it. Chapter 7, Whisking Away When It's Done. The sports car in question was completely overturned and the driver's side was crushed underneath, making this rescue somehow twice as difficult as the one before. Wang Chu looked at it. He didn't quite understand what it would take to be able to get the person out, but he knew that if he could turn the car over himself, it shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, it doesn't look like the door received a particularly large deformation and should still be able to be opened. After circling around the sports car, Wang Chu walked to one side, sank his chi into his dantian, and with his hands finding the vehicle's stress point, he began to prepare to lift the car. Asterisk. Look guys, what is that inhuman being doing? Is this going to lift the car upright? My god, is this Superman? This young man doesn't look that strong. Why is he so strong? This one car weighs more than a ton anyhow. How can it be turned over by human power alone? Although everyone wasn't quite convinced that Wang Chu could do it, many people secretly took out their cell phones. Drink! Wang Chu took a deep breath and exerted his arms. Instantly he felt all the muscles in his body trembling and firing. Gradually, the body of the sports car was actually really lifted by Wang Chu, and as Wang Chu slowly and gently placed the car on the ground, the driver's door opened. A young woman with long hair stumbled out. Though she was said to have blood on her head, there was nothing life-threatening about it. It's true that a luxury car is a luxury car, and this is really safe. Zhao Ruo felt as if she had walked through a ghost gate. She had wanted to go home quickly, but she didn't realize that the car's braking system had failed. That's why such a serious accident happened. When the car rolled over on the ground and she was trapped inside it, she thought for a moment that she was going to die in the car. But what she didn't expect was that someone would turn the car over, and she escaped with her life. She was about to look for her savior when she couldn't find Wang Chu. By this time, the police, the ambulance came, and even the reporters arrived. Everyone move out of the way. Don't block traffic. Doctors prepare to resuscitate the wounded. Soon, the police pulled up a cordon, and the ambulance took all the injured people to the hospital. Just as the reporters were looking for who saved these people, the crowd realized that Wang Chu had disappeared without a trace. I've done my duty, and I've hidden my achievements and fame. What kind of broad-mindedness and character is this? Reporter, interview me. I witnessed all this. That man is just superhuman. First he pulled the warped door open. Then he lifted the already overturned sports car upright. The pretty reporter couldn't help the corner of her mouth twitching. I want real reporting from the field, not your artistry. What one hand pulls the car door? Two hands lift the sports car. How can this be done by normal people? What's that look on your face? You don't believe my words. Why don't you ask someone else? If I have a single lie, I won't be able to find a girlfriend in my life. By the way, I still have the video of him saving people in my cell phone. After watching the video, the reporter's face showed a look of shock and excitement at the same time. Big news. This is eye-popping big news. A car accident is supposed to be a negative story. But if the report features a lone hero, a person who rescues the stranded driver with strength and courage beyond the norm, it definitely draws a crowd. What's more, Haicheng is now in the process of selecting a civilized city, and the appearance of this heroic figure will not only reduce the negative impact of the car accident, but may even become an iconic figure to promote Haicheng. Yeah, just write that. And Wang Chu left quietly after saving people. Not that he is indifferent to fame and fortune, but fame and fortune are in the dirt. It's really, he doesn't want to delay his time with Yeye because of this kind of boring thing. Besides, originally, he saved the people because of Yeye and the system's mission only. Back in the car, Yeye's eyes were glowing as she looked at Wang Chu. Poop, you're really awesome. You're really a superhero. Wang Chu's heart was very comfortable as he bent his arm. That's right, I will always be Yeye's superhero. Only, in the past, I protected the whole world, and in the future, I will protect Yeye. Yeye shook her head. Poop, you're wrong. You still have to protect Mama. Wang Chu froze for a moment, then kissed Yeye. Yes, from now on, I will only protect Yeye and Mama, okay? Because of the delay in rescuing people, when Wang Chu brought Yeye to the largest amusement park in Haicheng, the amusement park already had quite a few people. After buying the ticket, Wang Chu held Yeye and walked into the amusement park. Once inside, the amusement park has a small children's stage next to it, on which actors are dressing up in fairy tale costumes and are putting on a show. A look of excitement appeared on Yeye's face. Baba, I want to see this. I want to see this. Wang Chu glanced around and realized that the surrounding area was also full of parents accompanying their children over to watch. Only they were positioned at the back of the crowd, and the line of sight was not good at all. He couldn't even see clearly himself, let alone yeah. Wang Chu glanced at yeah. Do you want to feel the feeling of lifting high and riding a big horse? Think. Yeah said in a rush. Wang Chu had his hands on Yu's armpits and directly placed Yu on his neck. Ya's eyes rounded, and her vision opened up in front of her. However, without the embrace of her pupa, she was still a little nervous as she hugged Wang Chu's head. Wang Chu smiled and said, Yeah, don't worry, pupa will protect you. Yui's eyes lit up as she realized she could see better sitting on Poopy's neck, and the adults who were previously very tall for them were now shorter than they were. This was the first time she had ever felt this sensation, and it was very new. Poopy, you're awesome. A little chubby guy next to him looked at Yeah with some envy, then pulled his dad's hand. Daddy, I want to be like this little sister. I want to ride a big horse too. The little chubby's dad, who had a skinny body, took a look at the little chubby and could only give a helpless bitter smile. Poopy, look, the princess is so beautiful. Poopy, do you think the princess can defeat the black magic bad guys? Poopy, the princess is going to be in danger. Go and protect her. Although Wang Chu didn't know what fairy tale Yeah was talking about. However, Wang Chu enjoyed the communication with Yeah, and this kind of spiritual fulfillment made Wang Chu's heart very calm and warm. Chapter 8, Haters? Not surprisingly, the princess and her friends defeat the black magic bad guys with justice and love, and it all ends happily. After watching the stage play, some of the mouth of Yu is still talking about princesses, black magic and so on, so this fairy tale for children's attraction is still quite high. In the time that followed, Wang Chu brought Yu to first play bumper cars and then the carousel, and all along the way, Yu's laughter was all over the place, but after playing on the carousel, Ya's expression was a little less than favorable. What's wrong? Yeah, are you not feeling well? Wang Chu got a little nervous and asked in a hurry. Yeah whispered, Poopy, I want to go to the bathroom. Going to the bathroom? Wang Chu suddenly realized that from the time he left the house until now, it had been more than 2 hours, and Yeah was a small child, so she naturally couldn't hold her urine. A blunder. A real blunder. Wang Chu hurriedly said. Then, will Poopy take you to the restroom? But when he came to the restroom, Wang Chu was in trouble. Partly because there are so many tourists that the restrooms are already overcrowded. On the other hand, he couldn't let Yeah go to the women's restroom alone. Could he? What if you get bumped or meet a trafficker? Yeah, why don't you go to the men's room with Daddy? Wang Chu asked carefully. There were fewer people in the men's restroom, and Wang Chu could still take care of Yeah, but Yeah was resistant. Poop, Mama told me that you is a girl and can't go to the men's restroom. Yeah said seriously. Wang Chu had some headaches. He had never encountered such a situation before. What should I do with it? Wait online. It's quite urgent. Poopy, I can't hold it in. Yeah stomped her feet, her large eyes filled with anxiety and a hint of moisture. Wang Chu's entire body was confused. Where did he know what to do? He couldn't possibly go to the ladies' room. Could he? Wouldn't he be taken for a pervert? If you go to the men's restroom, Yu is again very refusal, and he also felt that Ya's mother had educated her right. And he didn't want Yeah to question her mother's education. System, Jianghu Rescue, do you have any solutions? Wang Chu's heart gave a cry, but alas, the system made no sound whatsoever. However, Wang Chu did find that after the previous mission was completed, he not only received 50 points of pleasure value, but also had a system reward. Open the system reward. Ding, mission accomplished. Congratulations on getting a pair of cute little red hats with rabbit ears. Little Red Riding Hood with rabbit ears keeps the temperature around the wearer at a comfortable range and effectively protects against harmful radiation. Great stuff, but it doesn't add up. Wang Chu looked at Yeah with some anxiety in his heart. Poopy, Yeah is going to be unable to hold it in. Listening to Ya's words, Wang Chu gritted his teeth. For the sake of his daughter, he had only one way to go. He glanced at the crowd lined up in the women's restroom, then leaned forward and finally found a young woman with her daughter. Wang Chu took off his jacket and hurriedly walked forward wearing only a sweatshirt. Hello, I have a favor I'd like to ask you. The young woman turned her head to see Wang Chu. The relatively tight sweatshirt clearly outlined Wang Chu's perfect body. This man has a great body. The young woman's heart gave a dark cry, but on the surface, she feigned composure and said, You called me? What's the matter? Wang Chu hurriedly said, I brought my daughter out to play alone, and she was a little anxious to urinate, but it was inconvenient to go to the men's restroom. So, the young woman glanced at Yeah by Wang Chu's side and didn't hesitate much, but said cheerfully, I understand what you mean. Leave the child to me. I'll take her to the restroom. Wang Chu sighed in relief. Thank you so much indeed. You're welcome. The young woman glanced at the outline of Wang Chu's pecs again and blushed slightly. It was finally resolved, and a hint of sweat appeared on Wang Chu's face. Wang Chu never thought that he would have a day to sell his color, but for Ye's sake, paying even more, Wang Chu felt it was worth it. Waiting until the young woman brought Ye into the women's restroom, Wang Chu was relieved and put on his clothes. Just as he was waiting in front of the restroom door, a hesitant voice came from behind him. Wang Chu? Wang Chu turned his head and a hint of bloom appeared on his originally smiling face. It's really not a grievance. How did you meet these guys? There were a total of 5 people standing in front of him, 3 men and 2 women. The one of them who recognized Wang Chu was none other than one of the girls, Lin Xiaoyun. She was also the very same girlfriend that Wang Chu had talked about before in college. The man standing beside Lin Xiaoyun was the rich second generation who had pried Wang Chu's corner, Yang Wei. At that time, Lin Xiaoyun was the class flower of Wang Chu's class, and Wang Chu had gone through a lot of trouble to chase Lin Xiaoyun into his hands. Originally Wang Chu thought that their relationship could go from campus to society, from youth to maturity, and all the way to the marriage hall, but in his senior year of college, Wang Chu's best friend whispered to Wang Chu that he once saw Lin Xiaoyun go with a rich second-generation kid from the school at an upscale restaurant. Originally Wang Chu didn't believe it, but by chance, he was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Xiaoyun and Yang Wei walking out of a shortcut hotel early one morning with a smile on their faces, and the two of them had a rather intimate expression. He realized at that time, what the steadfastness of the feelings, are not able to withstand the rich second generation of a brand name bag. How is sitting on the back of a so-called bicycle and laughing any more comfortable than sitting in a BMW and laughing? Until now, Wang Chu still remembered what she had said when he broke up with Lin Xiaoyun. Wang Chu, what Yang Wei can give me is what you can never give. I thank you. You have always respected me and did not move me. So, Yang Wei is still very happy with me for the first time. Exhaling, Wang Chu's eyes quickly regained their composure. After all, he had long since lost his feelings for Lin Xiaoyun by now, and he now had a daughter of his own. Is there something wrong? Wang Chu asked calmly. Lin Xiaoyun looked Wang Chu up and down, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Although abandoning Wang Chu, a poor boy, and successfully hooking up with the rich second-generation Yang Wei was the most satisfying stroke of her life. But how could she not expect that after 4 years, Wang Chu had changed a lot compared to back then, both in terms of his body and temperament. It's becoming so manly. I heard that you were so devastated because of me that you left the country after graduation. Lin Xiaoyun glanced at Wang Chu and said with a sigh of emotion, my heart is actually quite guilty, but looking at you now, you look good. You should be doing quite well, so I'm relieved. Wang Chu scoffed. A stumble for her? There was indeed a long period of sadness at the time, but as for why she left the country, I'm afraid no one knows better than this rich second-generation boyfriend beside her. Do you think it makes sense for you to tell me this now? Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Or is this the only way to show off your Choo-Choo's White Lotus persona? Chapter 9, Apologizing. Who gave you the nerve to talk to my fiancé like that? Seeing his fiancé humiliated, Yang Wei immediately couldn't help himself. Wang Chu, what do you think you are? In front of me, you're not even a fart. Yeah, then I'm different. You're nothing in my eyes at best. Wang Chu shrugged. Yang Wei froze for a moment, then became furious. Wang Chu, haven't you had enough of the lessons you learned 4 years ago? Let me tell you, with just one word from me, the entire high city, there will be no place for you. What's the matter? Got a desire to use those practices from 4 years ago against me? Wang Chu snorted. You really think that Hai Chang is run by your young family? Funny, Wang Chu, you've gone too far. Lin Xiaoyun bit her lip, her eyes revealing a look of disappointment. I originally thought that after I left you, you would be able to rise to the occasion, but now it seems that you are still the same as always. Unchanged. I'm glad that I haven't changed, Wang Chu said calmly. Unlike some people, who walk around and forget their beginnings. Yang Wei stepped forward and grabbed Wang Chu's collar. I'm telling you, you'd better show some respect to my fiancé, or else I'll let you know what it means to be in danger in the world. Understand? Wang Chu looked at the ferocious Yang Wei and let out a sigh of emotion. Yang Wei, I actually still admire you. This sudden words let Yang Wei a little dumbfounded. This is what? Recognize the error. Want to kiss the ass? I originally thought that you to Lin Xiaoyun is also just playing around, but I didn't expect you guys to have reached the point of engagement. It's not easy. Nowadays, there are too few rich second-generation people who are as dedicated as you are. I think my previous opinion of you was a bit biased. Yang Wei was a bit confused. For a moment he couldn't figure out whether Wang Chu's words were a compliment to himself or a scolding. Brother Vi, this kid is scolding you and your sister-in-law. A man next to him couldn't stand to watch and cautiously reminded. Yang Wei was a bit annoyed. This guy Wang Chu, he simply didn't put himself in his eyes. Poopy, let go of my poopy. At this time, after Ye came out from the restroom, she saw Yang Wei grabbing Wang Chu's collar and ran up to push Yang Wei. Where are the brats from? Get out of the way. Yang Wei's eyes glared as he roared. Yeah was startled. A hint of fear showed in her big eyes, but she still gritted her teeth and stepped forward. I won't allow you to bully my poop. Your father? Wang Chu? Yang Wei glanced at Yu and then Wang Chu. Wang Chu, this is your little wild seed. Yang Wei didn't finish his words before he was slapped by Wang Chu. You dare to hit me? A look of disbelief appeared in Yang Wei's eyes. Do you know who I am? Wang Chu grabbed Yang Wei's hand that was tugging at him, his face grim. After hearing Ye's voice, Wang Chu originally did not want to entangle with these guys. After all, his time was precious to accompany Ye. But how could Wang Chu not expect that Yang Wei would dare to call Ye a wild seed in front of him? No one dared to bully his Wang Chu's daughter in front of him. Hiss, pain. Yang Wei was still ready to let out some harsh words, but he instantly felt as if his wrists were being clamped by an iron vice, and the immense force was almost crushing his wrists. Apologize to my daughter. Immediately, right now. Wang Chu stared into Yang Wei's eyes and said in a cold voice. Janeway gritted her teeth. Trying to get an apology for your wild seed? Do your dream. Before he finished his words, the strength in Wang Chu's hands increased. Yang Wei wailed in pain, his entire arm barely able to move. Let go of Vishal. Let go of me, Vigo. The other two men's eyes lit up after seeing Yang Wei being slapped by Wang Chu. Wouldn't this be a good time to get closer to Vishal? So they charged decisively. Looking at the two people who rushed over, the corner of Wang Chu's mouth revealed a cold smile, and then he flew out 2 feet. These 2 kicks were precise in the small of their backs, directly sending them flying. With 2 thuds, the 2 men fell to the ground, hurting as if their organs were shifting. Apologize. If you don't, I'll crush your hand, Wang Chu said once more. Wang Chu, that's enough. Do you know what you're doing? Lin Xiaoyun stepped forward and said, can you not make me completely disappointed in you? Wang Chu glanced at Lin Xiaoyun, his eyes showing mockery. Lin Xiaoyun, when I like you, you said whatever you wanted. When I don't like you anymore, what do you think you are? And I have a daughter now. You don't really think you have that much charisma to keep me in your thoughts, do you? Lin Xiaoyun's face went white and she looked at Wang Chu with some disbelief. Back then, Wang Chu, who was a super warm man in front of her, when had he ever spoken to himself in such a tone? Even when they broke up, Wang Chu didn't have the bad attitude he had now. Is all this just because Yang Wei insulted that little girl? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. I'll see if it's your bones that are hard or your mouth that's hard, Wang Chu said to Yang Wei once again. The kind of pain that went to his bones made Yang Wei just couldn't hold back. I was wrong. I apologize. Can't I apologize? Yang Wei's face twisted as he struggled to squeeze out a smile. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have scolded you just now. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Wang Chu released his hand. Get lost. Yang Wei's wrist was left with a deep pinch mark, and his entire arm felt sore and numb, so he couldn't lift it at all. Wang Chu, okay, you wait for me. With me, Yang Wei, in Haicheng for 1 day, I'm going to make it impossible for you to mix. Getting free. Yang Wei felt full of grievances. As the second generation of rich people in Haicheng, when was he ever subjected to such grievances? But there was nothing he could do about it now. Who made them no match for Wang Chu? Let's go. Yang Wei looked deeply at Wang Chu, then said in a cold voice. Lin Xiaoyun and her group followed behind Yang Wei. Only before she left, Lin Xiaoyun looked deeply at Wang Chu, and her eyes seemed to carry a different kind of emotion. Yeah, don't be afraid. There's POA here. Wang Chu picked up Ye and said gently. Ye hugged Wang Chu's neck and nodded heavily. POA. Ye is not afraid. The bad guys were fought off by POA. POA is the best. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this matter hadn't caused any shadows in Ye's heart, so it was best. Wang Chu turned his head to look and spotted the young woman standing in the distance. Thank you for what happened just now, Wang Chu said with great gratitude. Without this young woman's help, Wang Chu really didn't know what to do. A strange light appeared in the young woman's eyes. You're welcome. The scene of Wang Chu's domineering protection of Ye just now made the young woman's heart unable to resist a ripple rising. This man is really handsome. Chapter 10. Yeah, did you thank Auntie? Wang Chu asked. The young woman immediately said, Ye has already thanked me. She's really a very polite and cute girl. Wang Chu somewhat dotingly touched Ye's little head. Then his hand flipped and a red rabbit ear hat appeared in his hand. Here's the hat I just bought you. Do you like it? Ye's eyes were round. This red bunny hat was too nice. Especially the little rabbit pattern on little red riding hoods completely captured Ye's heart. Poop. I want to wear this little red hat, Ye said happily. Wang Chu put the little red hat on Ye. A cool air instantly surrounded you, driving away all the dry heat, which made you feel very new and happy. Poopy, look at me. Am I pretty? Ye looked at Wang Chu with anticipation. Wang Chu pinched Ye's little nose. Ye is the prettiest. At this time, A look of envy appeared in the eyes of the little girl of about 5 years old that the young woman was leading in her hands. She really wants one of these hats too. It looks really pretty. Wang Chu sensed this, and then took out the other little red hat. This hat will be my thank you gift. How can this be? The young woman hastily refused and said, I'm just helping out with a lift of the hand. I purposely bought this for my 2 children. It's also a little bit of my heart, so don't push back. Wang Chu smiled and said, if it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. The young woman hesitated for a moment, saw the longing in her own daughter's eyes, and didn't push too hard. You came out alone with the child. Where is the child's mother? The young woman asked tentatively. Wang Chu casually replied, her mom's work is quite busy and she doesn't have much time to spend with her child, so I had to spend more time with her. The young woman's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. So, he is not the same as himself. He still has a wife. With regret, the parties soon parted. Yeah. Next, what else do you want to play? Papa will play with you all day today, okay? Good. Yaya blazed a kiss on Wang Chu's face. Yaya loves Papa the most. At this moment, in a small farmhouse on the outskirts of Haichang, the small yard is filled with all kinds of vegetables, and there are even a few moonflowers in full bloom in the corner. A crippled old man lay on a wicker chair in front of the door, the bushel fan in his hand shaking slowly one by one. His eyes were fixed on the large mountain in front of him, and there seemed to be a story in his eyes. At this time, a black sedan silently appeared in front of the small courtyard. Elder Yun walked down from the sedan, his eyes showing a hint of excitement when he saw the old man lying on the rattan chair. Yang Dewa too. The old man who had originally half squinted his eyes instantly widened as he looked up and saw Elder Yun. Looking at Yun Lao's pale face, the old man's expression hesitated for a moment and hesitantly asked, are you wonton noodles? Elder Yun laughed out loud, and as he laughed, his tears flowed down his face. Yes, it's me. I'm Wonton Noodle. The old man excitedly stood up from the rattan chair and limped towards Elder Yun. Elder Yun also hurriedly stepped forward. A heavy embrace, and the two men clung to each other now. Wonton Noodle, I didn't think I'd get a chance to see you again in my life. Big Wooby, me too. I've been looking for you for so many years, and I've finally found you. Yang Dewotu was called Yang Limin, and Dewotu was the nickname Yun Lao gave him back then. Because back then, Yang Limin said that the biggest wish in his life was to have enough Dewotu. As for the Wonton Noodle, Yang Limin named it for Yun Lao, because back then, when Yun Lao was young, his favorite food was wonton noodle. They were comrades in arms who participated in the revolution back then. It's been over 60 years. The two spirited young men back then have now become gray-haired old men. Big Wooby, you've been right here all these years? Yun Lao's eyes were a little moist. Why don't you go look for us? Yang Lao laughed. Back in the sniper battle, my leg was blown off. The whole person fainted in the grass. It was the people here who saved me out. I laid on the old folks' dirt bed for half a year, and only then was I able to barely get off the ground and move. At that time, I knew that I would never be able to go to war again in my life. Yang Lao sighed. So I decided to guard this place where our comrades sacrificed their lives, to nag them when I'm not doing anything, and to save them from loneliness. Yun Lao's complexion also lowered. Yes, the blockade battle back then was really too intense. I still have 3 warheads in my body. At first, our company had hundreds of men, but at the end of the battle there were less than 20 left. The evacuation was so lousy that we didn't even have time to collect the bodies of our comrades. Yang Lao smiled. Come, I'll take you to a good place. Half an hour later, the two old men helped each other up the hill. The bodyguards at the back were all tense, lest something happened to these two old men. Eventually, they came to a cemetery. After I recovered from my injuries back then, I only found 50 corpses, and the others were indistinguishable. Yang Lao's voice was low. Elder Yun looked at the cemetery of the small dirtbag in front of him, with a stone monument erected at the very front. 165th Regiment Daredevil Company blocked the pursuing enemy in Haichang, fought for 8 hours and 32 minutes, held back the enemy's main force of more than 10,000 people, killed more than 1,000 of the enemy, sacrificed 93 people, and succeeded in covering the large troop and townspeople's transfer, and successfully accomplished the mission. Daredevil Company soldier Yang Limin standing. Below that were the names of all the fighters in the Daredevil Company. Zheng Taizhu, Chan Straw, Zhou Fazai, Wang Damon. Looking at the names on the monument, which had all become a bit blurry, Elder Yun's eyes instantly reddened, and large teardrops fell from his wrinkled face. Slowly, he raised his hand in a standard military salute. Elder Yang also raised his hand. The bodyguards behind him saluted solemnly. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Hills, and there is no need to return from the Horsehide. Old comrades, I, Yun Jiangwo, have come to visit you. I'm late. Sorry, Elder Yun said with a trembling voice. After returning to the small courtyard, Elder Yun said to Elder Yang, Dewa too, I came here this time because I have an idea. Without realizing it, it was getting late. Wang Chu left the amusement park with the reluctant Yu. Pupa, where are you going to take me tomorrow? Yaya had an expectant look on her face. Let's go to the beach. How about it? Wang Chu smiled and said, I promised Yaya to go to the beach yesterday. Yay, great. Poopy's awesome. Poopy, can you tell stories? Wang Chu was a bit embarrassed. This, storytelling is not Poop's specialty. Chapter 11, Visiting the Class. Downstairs after returning home, Elder Yun's people were already waiting. When Wang Chu handed Yu over to them, Wang Chu's heart was filled with reluctance. It was the first time he was so happy after returning to China. Yaya was just like a little angel that filled Wang Chu's heart with tenderness. Pupa, aren't you coming home today? Mama isn't home and I want Pupa to sleep with me. Before leaving, Yaya tearfully pulled Wang Chu's hand. Other kids get to listen to Poop telling stories at night. And Yaya wants that too. Wang Chu's heart hurts, although he also wants to go over. But, now it's really not possible. At least he'd have to meet with Yaya's mother and get things off his chest. Yeah, when Mama goes home, Papa will go home, okay? In the future, Paopa will take Yaya out to play every day, and tell Yaya a good story every night, okay? Then we'll pull the hook, and you'll go home when Mama goes home. Yaya stuck out her little thumb. After pulling the hook, a smile appeared on Yaya's face this time. Poopy, I'm home. You have to remember to take me to the beach tomorrow. Yaya waved her hand towards Wang Chu before getting into the bodyguard's car. Watching the car carrying Yaya go away, the smile on Wang Chu's face faded away. In its place was a look of frustration. Wang Chu was about to turn his head to go home when he noticed a city bookstore in the distance. He hesitated and walked in. Hello, do you have any fairy tale books here? Wrap it up. That's it for today's shooting. Everyone can disperse and rest. As the director's words fell, everyone on the set breathed a sigh of relief. It was a full day of filming and it was really exhausting. Yun Qingyao sat on the chair, rubbing her wrists and knees. Today's shoot was a heavy one, and it had been a day of hanging, and she felt as if her whole body was falling apart. Qingyao, are you alright? Do you want to take a rest tomorrow? At this time, the director came over and asked with a worried face. Yun Qingyao smiled. It's fine, I'm an artist now, an actor, so I should do my job as an actor. This bitterness is nothing. A hint of emotion appeared in the director's eyes. You're the most unassuming popular artist I've ever seen. Director, you're too kind. You go ahead and work on something else. I'll just take a break. Yun Qingyao smiled. At this time, Yun Qingyao's manager, Sister Chen, walked over, her face somewhat less than pleasant. Qingyao, that guy is here again. Yun Qingyao's brows furrowed. Lin Zifeng? He's really a shadowy soul. Lin Zifeng was a super rich second generation from Imperial Capital and Yun Qingyao's craziest suitor. He didn't know where he got the news that Yun Qingyao was filming here, but he had been living around for some time and came running over every now and then. Because he was a super rich kid, the crew didn't dare offend him much. This made Yun Qingyao very helpless. What has he gotten up to today? Yun Qingyao asked. Sister Chen said, he bought a whole bunch of things and is treating all the people in the crew to dinner, saying that he is visiting. Yun Qingyao gasped. What kind of person is he to me? And he's still visiting? If this gets out, maybe this is the effect he wants. Sister Chen also had a bit of a headache. You keep rejecting his advances, so he naturally has to come up with some other tactics. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath. It seems that my previous refusal wasn't ruthless enough. Sister Chen, come with me. And right now, outside the theater, a young man with sunglasses is yelling, everyone feel free to eat. I've also prepared a small gift for everyone. As long as you all cooperate well with our Qingyao on set, I, Lin Zifeng, will definitely not treat you all badly. With that, he pulled the tarp off the cart behind him. The crowd couldn't help but pass out an audible gasp, because on the cart, piled high with the latest model of rice cell phone. This latest model of rice cell phone, the market price is about 5,000 yuan each, and this cart of cell phones, at least there are hundreds of them. That is to say, these cell phones are worth at least 500,000. Big deal. This is definitely a big deal. What about these small gifts? Let's say I thank everyone for Qingyao. Lin Zifeng said in a loud voice. Envy appeared in the eyes of many people. This kind of large sum of money to visit the class is really rare. Usually with some drinks and fruits. Who would be willing to take out $500,000 of things to visit the class? Young Lin is so generous. Thank you, Young Lin. AI. Sister Qingyao is so lucky. If I had someone like Young Lin to like, I would have said yes a long time ago. I don't think there are many women who can resist such an offense from Lin Xiao. Gentle and rich. It's rumored that Lin Xiao's family has at least tens of billions. The moment Yun Qingyao appeared, everyone shifted their gazes to Yun Qingyao's body. Everyone thought that Yun Qingyao would be shocked by Lin Zifeng's grand gesture, and would even fall in love with her. But no one expected that Yun Qingyao's face was so bad that it could even be said to be ugly. Xing Yao, I came to see you. But Lin Zifeng didn't notice some of this. Instead he came forward like he was inviting credit. I know you've been working hard on the movie, so I ordered a meal for two at the Yunwei Grand Hotel. Let's go eat together. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath. Lin Zifeng, how many times do you want me to say it to you? Don't you ever do such self-serving things in the future, okay? I'm not doing this for your sake. Make a good relationship with the cast and crew and they'll be able to take care of you too. Lin Zifeng gave a dry laugh. Yun Qingyao shook her head. There's no need. I'll take care of my own affairs. Sister Chen, transfer $1 million to Lin Xiao. These things, it's considered my treat for everyone. Sister Chen nodded. Okay, I'll go. Now, Lin Zifeng hurriedly interrupted Chen Jia. Xing Yao, I really like you, and I really want to do something for you. Am I the one who was short of that $1 million? You're not slapping my face. Yun Qingyao said firmly. I also tell you very clearly, I don't want to talk about my feelings with anyone right now. And I also don't want to spread any rumors in the crew or outside because of this matter. If you don't accept it then please don't show up in front of me in the future either. Sister Chen, call the money immediately. After saying these words, Yun Qingyao turned around and left. Sister Chen gave Lin Xiao a look of love. The atmosphere of the scene became very grave for a moment. The crowd originally thought that it was a large courtship scene, but now, Yun Qingyao seems to really not be electrified to Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao's cell phone rang. Young Lin, the roses are ready. Prepare your mom. Throw it all away. Lin Xiao was in a bad mood. Chapter 12, 10 consecutive draws. Xing Yao, wasn't your attitude just now too cold? Sister Chen caught up with Yun Qingyao and asked cautiously. Yun Qingyao stopped in her tracks. If I don't do that, Lin Zifeng will definitely continue to pester me. This is in case it gets out. But which popular female artist doesn't have a scandal? Isn't there a saying that a celebrity without a scandal? That doesn't count as a celebrity. Others are others. I'm me. Yun Qingyao shook her head. I'm a bit tired. You can send me to my hotel first. Half an hour later, in the hotel, Yun Qingyao had already finished washing up and was lying on the bed in a comfortable robe. After studying tomorrow's scenes and lines, it was getting late. At this time, her cell phone rang. Seeing the name on top of the cell phone, Yun Qingyao's face revealed a rare trace of gentleness and smile. Answering the phone, inside was Yu Yu's criminally cute face. Mama. After seeing Yun Qingyao, Yu Yu's eyes instantly smiled into a curved moon. Mama, when are you coming home? Yun Qingyao changed to a comfortable position and said with a smile, what's wrong? Do you miss Mama so soon? Yaya blinked. Well, right, Yaya misses Mama. But didn't Mama say that this time Mama is going to stay outside for about a month now? It's only been less than a week now. Yun Qingyao's tone also carried a hint of apology. As much as she wanted to take care of accompanying Yu Yu all the time, she also had her own dreams, so it's also just a constant choice to hesitate between the two. It's a good thing that Yaya is very understanding and doesn't like to cry like other small children. Otherwise, Yun Qingyao really doesn't know what to do. A hint of disappointment appeared on Yaya's face. It's going to be more than half a month. Doesn't that mean Poop won't be able to come home and sleep with him for more than half a month? Seeing that Yaya's mood was a little less than favorable, Yun Qingyao quickly changed the topic. What did Yaya do today? Is there anything happy to tell Mama about? Speaking of which, an excited smile instantly appeared on Yaya's face. Mama, let me tell you, I went to the playground with Puppa today, and there were so many people at the playground, and Puppy put me up by the neck and I got so tall. Puppy even led me to play bumper cars, but Puppy doesn't know how to play and I keep getting hit. He. Poop took me out for fish for lunch. It was delicious. With every word that Yaya said, Yun Qingyao's face became a little more gloomy. How could she not have thought that Grandpa would let that guy take Yaya out alone? This is simply outrageous. Even she didn't have the chance to take Yu Yu to the playground yet. This Yu Yu's first time was actually snatched away by a man? And what worries Yun Qingyao even more is that it has only been a day. Yu Yu has already recognized that man so much, if they are exposed for another half a month. This consequence, Yun Qingyao did not dare to imagine. What a scheming man, to think of a curved strategy to save the country, wanting to take care of my daughter first, and then, I will never let you get away with it. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath, and when she was done talking to Yu Yu, she dialed the director's number. Director, there's something I want to trouble you about. I have something I need to take a leave of absence for 3 days. I promise I'll come back to be able to catch up with the progress of the, well. Thank you, director. After hanging up the phone, Yun Qingyao took a deep breath before starting to pack her clothes. Soon, Sister Chen arrived. Qingyao, what are you doing? What happened that you're leaving the theater group? I have a bit of personal business to take care of. I'll be back in 3 days. Sister Chen, I'm counting on you here. Saying that, Yun Qingyao had already lifted the box up and was about to head out. You wait a moment. What if the paparazzi find out if you go out like that now? Sister Chen said without a trace of humor. Don't worry, wait for me to make arrangements. At this moment, the Wang family, Wang Chu had locked himself in the hut and was concentrating on the fairy tale book he had bought. He then turned on the recording, stood in front of the mirror, and took a deep breath. Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit who lived carefree on the prairie. 5 minutes later, the fairy tale was told to the mirror. Wang Chu couldn't wait to open the recording, but a very unfamiliar voice came out from it. And, is mega hard to listen to. Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Was this his own voice? Using this voice to tell you a story, how could you like to listen to it? Do I really have no talent for storytelling? Wang Chu had deep doubts about himself, but soon he pulled himself together. For Yeye's sake, he, the baby daddy, must go forward. Isn't it just storytelling? Isn't it just a hard voice? If you practice on your own, you will definitely improve and succeed. Wang Chu took a deep breath and continued practicing, and outside the door, Mom and Pop were listening with their ears open. Wifey, what do you think our son is muttering in there? Could he be irritated by something? Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you see your son come home with a bunch of books in his arms? I guess he was reading them. What are you reading? And muttering? He didn't have this problem with reading books before. Pops was puzzled. Fairy tale books. This brat, he's quite hooked. Pops was happy. Mom grunted. What's the use of getting attached? When will he bring Xiao Yao home? That's when he'll be considered successful. Okay, come on, let's go to bed. Let him mutter alone. Pops yawned, then dragged Mom away. And while Wang Chu had practiced for a whole hour and his voice felt like it was smoking, the effect of his storytelling had not improved in the slightest. Plain, no emotion, no ups and downs, no way to be engaging at all. This is too difficult. Wang Chu lay down on the bed with a pained look on his face. He thought how hard it could be to tell a child a story, but he didn't expect. System, is there a way I can improve my storytelling ability? Unfortunately, the system did not respond. What a system of mod feelings. However, Wang Chu suddenly remembered. Today's lottery seems to have not been drawn yet. Instantly Wang Chu got excited and got up from the bed in a flash. System, I want today's lottery. Ding, in the middle of a lottery. Congratulations, you've won the super fighting technique. A wave of unfamiliar knowledge surged into Wang Chu's mind. Wang Chu blinked. Super fighting technique, so powerful. But, he doesn't need it now. Glancing at his pleasure value, he still had 150 points left. One draw consumes 10 points of pleasure value. I want to do 10 straight draws, Wang Chu said in a deep voice. Chapter 13, Heavenly Music. 10 consecutive draws were only 100 pleasure values, and as long as you could draw the skills you needed, it would all be worth it. Anyway, the pleasure value can still be regained from you use body well. Ding, the system is in the middle of a lottery. Wang Chu's heart was a little excited. 10 consecutive draws. Aren't rare skills or items guaranteed to be won in all kinds of games, as long as they're drawn in 10 consecutive draws? This time, Wang Chu's heart was still quite excited about the 10 consecutive draws. A moment later, the system finally gave Wang Chu the answer. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a bottle of magical mountain spring water. Ding, congratulations, you've won a children's swimsuit. Ding, congratulations, you've received a systematic thank you. Thanks for patronizing me. Ding, congratulations, you've received a systematic thank you. Thanks for patronizing me. Wang Chu's face was getting worse and worse, and had already uttered 7 thank you favors in a row. This system was developed by Spelling CC, right? What's with all the thanks for the patronage? Isn't this a trap? Ding, congratulations, you've gained the skill Heavenly Music. The last message made Wang Chu freeze. Celestial voice? Finally a reliable skill has been opened. Miraculous mountain spring water, has magical powers, can slightly improve physical condition, selling for 5 points of pleasure value per bottle. Children's swimwear, protects against seawater, prevents drowning, and has a locator function. Price per set, 30 pleasure points. Celestial voice, it can make your voice more pleasant and magnetic. Wang Chu felt a refreshing coolness in his throat, and it seemed as if he was as comfortable as if he had been drinking agar jelly. Ahem, once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit. This time, Wang Chu spoke again, and this time, he even shocked himself. His own voice felt clearer and softer in tone, and it was as if he had a more accurate grasp of the emotions of the story. If Wang Chu's voice could score 60 points before, it could totally score 99 points now. It's worth it. It's really worth it. An excited look appeared on Wang Chu's face. I'm sure I'll be able to tell Yaya a good story tomorrow myself. The thought of Yaya listening to her story and having a happy smile on her face made Wang Chu's heart feel as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Dingsheng Flower Garden. In the most luxurious villa complex in Haicheng, Yun Qingyao walked into the villa in a dusty manner. Xiao Yao, why are you back? Didn't you say you'd be busy for a month? A hint of surprise appeared on Elder Yun's face when he saw that Yun Qingyao had returned. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes. If she didn't come back, her precious daughter would become someone else's. Grandpa, it just so happens that you haven't slept either. I have something I want to ask you. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath. You gave you to the boy's side that you told me about yesterday today? A hint of a smile appeared on Yun Lao's face. Yes, is it true that Yaya told you about it? Today Yu is so happy. I've never seen her so happy before. Grandpa, Yun Qingyao aggravated her voice. Aren't you afraid that that person won't be good for you? It won't be. Don't worry, and I've secretly sent people to follow them. What they've done this day, I know it very well in my heart. Elder Yun waved his hand and said, oh yeah, since you're back, then tomorrow I'll arrange for you guys to meet. You'll definitely be surprised. Yun Qingyao frowned. She didn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup the other party had poured into her grandfather, that he was able to rest assured of handing over Yu into his hands. Originally, Yun Qingyao did not take this matter of Wang Chu to heart, but it was different now. She felt deeply threatened by Wang Chu's presence. Grandpa, I don't know who that guy you're talking about is, and I don't want to know who he is. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath. And I won't let Yaya meet him anymore. You don't even know who the other party is, and you're dismissing them so easily? Yun Lao said with a slight smile. Isn't it good to give each other a chance? There's no need. But then, Yaya would be very sad. Little children, crying for 2 days will be fine. Yun Qingyao gritted her teeth and said, a long pain is better than a short pain. Then don't you want to know why Yu likes him so much? Hearing these words, Yun Qingyao froze for a moment. Yun Lao patted Yun Qingyao's shoulder. I know you are a very opinionated child. But, sometimes, you have to go deeper. You know the truth of the matter. How about tomorrow? You guys meet, and if you don't think it's appropriate, then I don't care about you anymore. How about it? Yun Qingyao frowned slightly, then said, good, but, don't need you to arrange it. I'll personally arrange it tomorrow. Meanwhile, the local nightly news in Sea City. Hello viewers, this is Haichang News. Today, there was a serial car accident on the People's Road. The accident was caused by a luxury sports car with faulty brakes. Fortunately, the sports car was not fast and the accident did not cause any casualties. With the help of the surrounding people, all the drivers of the accident were safely rescued. In the crowd of rescuers, a man who did a good deed without leaving his name saved 2 drivers by himself. And here's footage of the scene provided by an enthusiastic crowd. Television then showed images of a man pulling open warped car doors and turning a toppled car right side up with one man's strength. If anyone has contact information for the man who saved his life, please call the station at. The news was over. But everyone who saw it was shocked. Fake it. How can anyone be that strong? That's right. It's too obvious that this is a fake. This Haichang News is also the local official media. Even this kind of news is published. It's simply outrageous. The little brother in the video doesn't have a great figure. He can't have such great strength. If he really has such great strength, why doesn't he go to the Hercules competition? Under the official microblog of Haichang News, countless viewers expressed their dissatisfaction with the news, because everyone thinks that it's fake. It's unlikely that anyone could pull open a warped door with one hand, or that anyone with 2 hands would be able to lift a vehicle that flipped onto its side. That's not human, that's Superman. And at the moment, in the hospital, that's absolutely true, because I wasn't unconscious at that time, I saw it clearly. In the hospital bed, the young woman with a bandage on her head said to the middle-aged man beside her, Dad, you have to help me. The middle-aged man nodded. Daughter, just don't worry, I will definitely find that boy. I, Zhao Guangyao, am not someone who knows how to repay a favor. He saved my daughter. I'll repay him no matter what I say. The woman on the bed nodded, and then a hint of anger appeared in her eyes as well. About the matter of my car's brakes failing. Did someone do something? Chapter 14. Zhao Guangyao shook his head. I also thought at first that someone had done something against the Zhao family, but I investigated. This is a simple brake failure. The woman froze, a little incredulous. Dad, you mean I spent millions on a sports car with failing brakes? From what I've seen so far, it does. Zhao Guangyao was also speechless. What was all this about? The woman gritted her teeth. Meta, I, Zhao Ruo, have made a connection with you. This night, Wang Chu slept soundly, and he had a long dream. In his dream, he had a supersized children's playground full of fairy tale characters, princesses, white rabbits, and big-faced talking cats. He and Yaya were having fun in the children's playground, filled with Yaya's laughter everywhere. However, in his dream, there was another woman with a beautiful figure, but unfortunately, Wang Chu had never been able to see her true face. But Wang Chu would always have a very cozy feeling whenever he saw that blurry figure. Jingle bells. The alarm clock went off. Wang Chu opened his sleepy eyes. It was already 6 o'clock. But, how come Yaya didn't come over today? Wang Chu frowned. Could it be that he was too tired from playing yesterday and slept in today? After getting up and washing up, and walking out of the bedroom, Wang Chu saw a hearty breakfast on the dining table. Seafood and shrimp congee, steamed chicken rolls, steamed egg custard. My goodness, what a day today. Why so much delicious food? Wang Chu sat down on the dining table, so he was ready to eat a piece of chicken roll first, but the chopsticks were knocked off by Mom. What's your hurry? Yeah, hasn't even come yet. You're the only one who's greedy. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. So, these things, they are for Yeah? Of course, I'm preparing this for my eldest granddaughter. You're merely following my eldest granddaughter's lead, Mom said with a straight face. Pops also heatedly smiled at the side. Your mom muttered all day yesterday that she didn't make something delicious for Yeah in the morning, so she got up early in the morning and tossed it. Wang Chu looked at the table full of food and said with some depression, it's not likely that Yeah has already finished eating. No, you call now and ask when Yeah is coming over. Mom still insisted. Wang Chu was somewhat speechless. When he was a child, he was still the big baby in the family, but now, his position is getting lower and lower. Since Mom knew that you was her child, her own status in the family decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. It's just a little taller than Pops now, not even close to the big orange in the family. Wang Chu sighed, forcing himself to pull out his cell phone due to his mom's power. But before he could call, the doorbell rang. Is it Yeah? Wang Chu's eyes lit up before he rushed over and opened the door. But standing outside the door was a young woman with a mask. Although she was wearing a mask and couldn't see her true face, Wang Chu was still stunned by her. The figure was tall and slender. The skin exposed to the outside exuded a white and delicate luster, especially a long head of hair, which added to the woman's charm. Who's this guy? What's he up to this early in the morning? Is it hard to believe that? Is making a sales pitch? Excuse me, who are you looking for? Wang Chu asked. The woman's eyes froze slightly as she stared straight at Wang Chu. This look made Wang Chu a little less comfortable. Poopy, I'm coming. At this time, from behind the woman, a little head emerged, with that little red hat on it, looking adorable. Yeah, come in. Wang Chu hurriedly squatted down and picked up Yeah. Yeah, did you think about poop last night? Wang Chu asked. Yeah said earnestly, of course I want to. Does Poopy miss Yeah? That's for sure. So can Poopy go to bed with Yui tonight and read Yui a story? Wang Chu's face showed a trace of embarrassment. That story I can tell you today. Let's not talk about this first. Grandma made you a delicious meal. Let's eat together. Mom also saw Yeah. Her face smiled into a flower. Yeah, come, sit next to Grandma. Then, the old mom saw the woman standing behind Wang Chu and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. What a classy girl. Is this Yaya's mom? Wang Chu, this is, behind you. Wang Chu turned his head to look at the woman wearing a mask, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Sorry I didn't get a chance to say hello earlier. The woman spoke. I'm Yaya's tutor. My name is Ching. Hi, it's tutor? A doubt flashed through Wang Chu's eyes, but he still said politely, please come in. Want to eat something together? The woman shook her head. Yeah and I have already eaten, so we won't eat. I've eaten. A look of disappointment crossed Mom's face. Wouldn't everything you've carefully prepared be for nothing then? Yeah saw the loss on her grandmother's face and blinked. Grandma, did you make all of these? It feels so delicious. Can I have some more? Just a little? Only then did a smile appear on Mom's face. Then I'll give Yeah a little bit of it, and if you can't eat it, give it to Grandma, okay? Yes, Yeah said crisply. Wang Chu was relieved. If Yeah really doesn't eat a bite, Mom's heart must be very lost. MS. Ching, you don't need to wear a mask at home, right? Wang Chu couldn't help but say as he looked at the woman still wearing the mask. The woman shook her head. I've had a bit of a cold lately, so I'd rather wear a mask so I don't infect you guys. Wang Chu shrugged. Whatever, it's not me who's having a hard time anyway. Since Yeah had already eaten, she was full after eating a little bit. The remaining rice in her bowl was naturally placed in front of Wang Chu, and was eaten by him. Poopy, let's go to the beach. I want to play in the sand. Wang Chu smiled. Okay, when Papa cleans up, he'll take you to play right away, okay? At this time, Miss Ching, who was sitting on the side, also spoke up. I'll also follow you guys today. Wang Chu froze for a moment. She was going to? This is a little bit not good, right? After all, they are father and daughter on a trip, and this is taking such a beautiful woman out with them. Yesterday Yeah talked about you guys going out, and with me here, you won't be embarrassed and awkward because Yeah went to the restroom. Wang Chu dawned on him. So that's how it is. No wonder Elder Yun wanted Miss Ching to follow him over today. I can't believe I didn't even think of that myself. I'm really not a qualified pooper. Chapter 15 The Beach. The sun shines brightly. There are no clouds. The breeze is fresh. And the long sky is colorful. What a great day to visit the beach. Before 9 o'clock, Wang Chu had brought Ching and Yeah to the first seawater bathing beach. Haicheng is called Haicheng because it is a city standing by the sea. And what attracts tourists from all over the country the most is that Haicheng has the best seawater beach baths in the whole of Kyushu. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on the other, the water in the bay is clear and small. The beach is flat and the slope is slow. The sand is fine and soft, and it can accommodate tens of thousands of people swimming in the shallow sea. And there are many different styles of architectural complexes, green lanes, and love cafes, making it not only a popular place for couples, but also the first choice for families to come out and play. Especially now, when the weather is warming up. The young girls who are not willing to be lonely have switched their slender white thighs and can't wait to rush to the embrace of the sea. This is a man's paradise if you can block out the Amazons from your sight. Squatting outside the locker room, Wang Chu looked at the beautiful women who were wearing less than one another and muttered, "Oh, so Mr. Wang likes this, but yes, a beauty with long legs is indeed pleasing to the eyes." Wang Chu turned his head and glanced at Qingqing. "Aren't you going to change into your swimsuit?" Qingqing shook her head. "No, I still have a cold lately. I don't want to go into the sea." "The cold is because you lack exercise. All the more reason to exercise more," Wang Chu said with a smile. Although he couldn't see the girl Qingqing's face, Wang Chu was certain that Qingqing must be a great beauty. Such a big beautiful woman came to the beach, but also wrapped herself tightly. "Really, some say ah." Qingqing smiled and didn't answer Wang Chu's words. "You're out. Where's Ye?" Wang Chu stretched his neck to look back. "I've already helped Ye put on her bathing suit, and she's standing in front of the mirror stinking." Qingqing glanced at Wang Chu's exposed muscles, which were angular and seemed to carry a different kind of charm, and her eyes moved slightly. It had to be said that Wang Chu's perfect body completely exuded his charm at this time. A moment ago, there were already quite a few girls who had placed the rest of their eyes on Wang Chu's body. "Poop, poop." At this time, Ye's clear voice came from behind her. Turning her head, Ye flung herself into Wang Chu's arms like a milky pigeon. "Poopy, do you think Ye is pretty?" A warm smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. "My family Ye is the prettiest. Let's go play in the sand and water." Wearing a children's swimsuit drawn from the system, Ye was like a little elf at the moment. With her milky white skin and little red hat on her head, she looked as if she had stepped out of a painting. Along the way, all the people who saw Ye, whether they were men or women, old people or adults, had a hint of envy on their faces. What kind of perfect person could give birth to such a daughter? Even the charm of Wang Chu's perfect body was covered. After buying a beach shovel and other children's toys, Wang Chu squatted on the beach with Ye and started to show off their skills. "Poopy, I'm going to build a big castle." "Well then, I'll build a high fence to protect Ye's castle, okay?" "Yes." In this way, a big one and a small one, 2 figures happily dug up on the beach. A hint of tenderness appeared in the eyes of Qingqing behind her. "What a harmonious picture this one is." A small smile tugged at the corners of her mouth before she found a seat under the beach umbrella. While Wang Chu played with Ye, he completely left Qingqing behind. Finally, with Wang Chu's assistance, Ye's big castle was finally ready. Although it looked rough on the surface, both of them were happy. After all, it was the first work of father and daughter. At this time, a girl passing by Wang Chu's side suddenly slipped and leaned towards Wang Chu's body. Wang Chu did not expect such a turn of events at all, and he pounced forward to protect Ye at the first opportunity. With a bang, the girl sat on her but on the father-daughter piece, completely destroying the ugly-looking castle. With a huff, Qingqing, who saw the scene, immediately stood up. She was relieved when she realized that Ye was fine, but her brow had furrowed. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. My feet slipped just now." The girl climbed up with an apologetic face and said in a hurry. Wang Chu took a look at it. In his 20s, with a bit of baby clothes on his face and a cute flavor. But the most attractive thing is the peak of her chest. I don't know if it was padded with something, but when he bowed and apologized just now, Wang Chu felt his eyes swaying. "It's fine, just be more careful when you walk," Wang Chu said somewhat helplessly. "Here is originally a public place. The other party has apologized. One cannot let the other party to commit suicide to thank." "Poopy, my castle is broken." Ye looked at the castle that was like lasagna, her small mouth once again, her eyes with a hint of tears. Wang Chu was heartbroken. Yeah, then Papa will help you build again, okay?" The girl's face also carries a trace of apology. "I'm sorry, oh, little sister. Why don't I help you build it together, okay? Sister's handiwork is good." With that, the girl was about to crouch down to help Ye build the castle together. Wang Chu's brows frowned slightly, and just as he was considering how to reject the girl, a shadow walked over. Yeah, my sister apologized to you. What should you say?" Qingqing had walked over and looked at Ye. Ye sniffled. "It's okay, I'll build a better castle with Puppy later." Qingqing nodded, then said to the girl, "This pretty girl, I believe that you are also careless, and would never intentionally lean over. Would you?" The girl looked up at Qingqing and felt that the other party carried a very powerful and domineering aura. This kind of aura pressed her a bit timidly. Of course it was. How could I have done it on purpose? The girl said awkwardly. Ching nodded. I think so. So this is just an accident, and you don't have to apologize too much. If I'm not mistaken, that's your friend over there, right? You don't want to keep your friends waiting. The girl's face brushed red, and she stood up in a bit of a panic. Then I'll leave first. Sorry. The way he turned away was quite a bit of a mess. Wang Chu blinked. He didn't even realize that in a short moment, the two women had already exchanged a wave. He just felt that something wasn't quite right with the atmosphere. Ching squatted down. Yeah, come on. Let's build a big castle together, okay? Chapter 16 Ching, Yun Qi Niao? Wrong. How is it? Isn't that boy handsome? When the woman returned to her female companions, those of hers rushed to ask. Rong patted her somewhat criminal chest and said with palpitating heart, scared the hell out of me. You guys just now were not able to feel the eyes of that girl wearing a mask. It was as if she wanted to eat me alive. Seriously? She's not the wife of that handsome guy, is she? Very likely. I told you. If I had such a handsome husband and such a cute daughter, I wouldn't worry about him taking it out alone. Wang Chu naturally didn't know what was on the minds of these little girls, and he was still a bit strange right now. Why is Miss Ching suddenly joining the castle building project? However, since she wanted to help, Wang Chu naturally wouldn't refuse. Soon, with the combined efforts of the three, a larger sand castle was built. Ye's little pink and white face was also covered in fine sand. Poop, I want to take a picture with MS. Ma, Ching. Wang Chu patted his beach pants. Yeah. Poopa didn't bring his cell phone. Ching laughed and pulled out her cell phone from her bag. It's better if I take a picture of the two of you. Yeah. Yaya hugged Wang Chu's neck and gestured a V shape towards the cell phone camera. Wang Chu made a similar gesture after Yaya. Ching held up the camera and took 2 steps back. 3, 2, 1. Ah! Ching was violently pushed by the man behind her, and her entire body lunged towards the front. Right at this time, Wang Chu rushed up with an arrow step and directly hugged Ching who was about to fall. What are you doing? Although it was warm and soft in his arms, Wang Chu still felt very angry. If he hadn't held Ching in time, she would have fallen headfirst into the sand. What's going on? Who told your horse to get in the way of us walking? 3 red and green dyed delinquent youths instantly surrounded them. In your way? This is a public area. Do you think this is in your home? Wang Chu said in a deep voice. Apologize. Otherwise, this matter is not over. It's not over? We're so scared. The youth on the left exaggerated. What? If we don't apologize, are you still going to beat us up in a group? I'm so scared. The youth in the center squinted his eyes and looked up and down at Wang Chu, snorted and said, I say brother, you guys are not alright, you less hear nothing to find trouble. Wang Chu took a deep breath. Then you guys are not going to apologize? Apologize? See, you're not so young, can you not be so naive? Do you think you are still in school now? But, your horse let us touch it, I can consider apologizing. With a bang, Wang Chu kicked out violently, directly sending the youth who had spoken flying. The youth fell to the ground, squealing in pain, and a layer of cold sweat oozed from his head. You dare to make a move against our brothers? The middle-aged youth froze for a moment, then said with great fury, looks like you don't intend to go back alive today? Do you know what you and Teddy have in common? Wang Chu said calmly. The youth froze and subconsciously said, what? All the strength of a body is all in the mouth. Never lost an argument. Never won a fight. Boss, he's scolding us. The youth next to him whispered. Wang Chu let out a light laugh and turned his head to Ching. You take Yaya and walk farther away. I'll deal with these punks first. Ching nodded, then pulled Yaya back a few steps. Say, are you guys going to fight one-on-one or in a group? Wang Chu said as he wiggled his wrist. Having just drawn out the super fighting technique yesterday, today there were punks coming to his door looking for trouble. Wang Chu's heart was still excited. Together, the gangster boss said in a deep voice. He also saw that the other party was not a good fighter, and one person might not really be his opponent. Facing the 2 punks who rushed over, a hint of disdain appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. It was true that they were punks, fighting just by a force, without any rules and regulations at all. Broken. Wang Chu shook his head. With 2 thuds, Wang Chu simply kicked them twice, sending them flying once again, wailing on the ground just like their companions anymore. It really is one that can play without. Wang Chu was a bit sorry that the other party had all collapsed before he even exerted any force. The fight over here quickly attracted a lot of attention, and many people around had already gathered around. However, while the crowd marveled at Wang Chu's formidable strength, they also had a hint of doubt towards him. Why does this guy look so familiar? Yeah, I feel like I've seen him lately too. Is he a star? I don't think so, but he was really handsome just now. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, he's the hero who saved the lives at that car accident scene yesterday. Scene of a car accident? A hero who saves lives? Those two words instantly brought clarity to the memories of many. From the fact that Wang Chu had just kicked 3 punks away with 3 kicks, his strength was really not small. Could yesterday's video be true? But commotion around them quickly caught Cyan's attention. A flicker of alarm appeared in her eyes. Did that mean she was recognized? It couldn't be. I'd already done my makeup and I'd been wearing a mask. There was no reason why I'd recognize myself. If she really recognized herself, her face showed a trace of worry. At this time, the security guards of the sea bathing beach came on the news. Was there a fight? Where are the people? Where are they? Wang Chu's face changed as he rushed over, picking up Ye before pulling Qingqing's hand. Let's go! When the security guards rushed over, they only saw 3 punks on the ground wailing in pain. And Wang Chu, who started it all, had already disappeared. Will you let go now? After they ran to a secluded corner, Qingqing said calmly, sorry. Wang Chu gave a dry laugh and let go of Qingqing's soft little hand. I ran too fast just now, but this Qingqing girl's hand is still really soft. Why did we run just now? Cyan asked in disbelief. Wang Chu blinked. The security guards from the seawater bath are here. Then why are we running? It was supposed to be the other side looking for a fight. Wang Chu said without a trace of anger. Yes, it was the other party who was looking for a fight, but I was the one who made the first move. If I didn't run, I might have to be taken to the station for tea. Oh, Qingqing nodded, then said, just now. Thank you. Wang Chu waved his hand. Nothing, you're Ye's tutor. You followed me out. I can't just stand by and watch you get bullied. At this time, Wang Chu's face changed as a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes, because at this moment, the system's voice emerged in his mind. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 1 point of pleasure value from Yun Changyao. Chapter 17, Recognized. Not much pleasure value is gained, but it exposes a fact. This girl with a mask, her real name is Yun Changyao. But, how is this name so familiar? Wang Chu always felt that this name had some déjà vu, but he couldn't recall it for a while. It might be the name of the heroine of some novel. Wang Chu shook his head and didn't bother to continue thinking about it. What are you looking at me for? Yun Qingyao keenly sensed the flash of doubt in Wang Chu's eyes and feigned composure as she asked. Wang Chu smiled. I'm just a little curious. You keep wearing a mask. Don't you feel stuffy? Yun Qingyao blinked her big eyes at Wang Chu and did not say anything. Wang Chu was a little hairy by her look, waved his hand and said, forget it, if you don't mind being bored. I don't care. It's just a pity that I haven't had a chance to take a picture of the big castle that I made with Ye to keep it as a souvenir. Ye tilted her head and looked at Wang Chu. POA. You were really too good just now. You beat away the bad guys who bullied the teacher with a few blows. Ye was so excited that she almost blurted out again. She glanced at Yun Qingya with some caution and found that Mama did not have any strange appearance, which made her smile again with her eyebrows open. But what Ye didn't understand was why Mama specifically told herself not to let Poop know her identity. That's of course. Poopa is the Superman who guards Ye. Wang Chu smiled and said, yeah, what are we going to play later? I want to play in the water park. Ye's eyes lit up. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Okay, later on, Poopy will take you to play. Are you coming along? Wang Chu turned his head and asked. The water family park required a ticket, so if Yun Qingyao didn't go, Wang Chu wouldn't have to buy her ticket. I didn't bring my swimsuit, so I won't go. I'll meet you guys outside at the milk tea store. Yun Qingyao shook her head. Wang Chu didn't insist, he was only asking in passing anyway, although, he was also kind of looking forward to Yun Qingyao's appearance in a swimsuit. There were many items in the water park, and it was impossible for Wang Chu to bring Yu to play all of them, and after playing a few of them, Yu was a little tired, so they found a place to rest up. Yeah, Poopa asked you a few questions, answer me honestly, okay? Yeah nodded. Yes, what does Ms. Green usually teach you, and when did she become your teacher? At this moment, Yun Changyao was hiding in a milk tea store cozily drinking milk tea. My body was falling apart after hanging from a wigwam all day yesterday, so I just took the opportunity to rest for 2 days. But I didn't realize that the person Grandpa was talking about was actually Wang Chu. A hint of a smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face, and her eyes were filled with a look of remembrance. At this time, she suddenly realized that there were reporters coming this way in the distance, and a wary look appeared on her face. There's a reporter? Does it mean that her identity has been exposed? If it was really exposed, then I'm afraid Ye's identity couldn't be hidden. Yun Qingyao's brows furrowed deeply, but what surprised her a little, is that the reporter's goal? It seems that it is not themselves. What do you want to eat after we go out later? I want spicy chicken nuggets and I want crispy prawns. Okay, Poopy take you to eat. Wang Chu had just walked out of the water park with Ye when he heard a cry of alarm coming from him. Out, he's finally out. A group of people then swarmed the room. Wang Chu was startled. Could it be that these people were the accomplices of those 3 punks? But on closer inspection, Those carrying long guns were actually journalists. Hello, are you the hero who saved the lives at the scene of yesterday's crash? A pretty-looking female reporter held up a microphone and almost shoved it into Wang Chu's mouth. Scene of a car accident? A hero who saves lives? Wang Chu's brows furrowed. I'm sorry, you've recognized the wrong person. His main mission today was to accompany you to play. He was not willing to delay the precious time between himself and you because of other things. The reporter froze and denied it? He was the hero who saved people at the scene of the crash. Why deny it? However, they had found Wang Chu with great difficulty, so naturally they would not let him go so easily. This gentleman, you are clearly the hero of yesterday's rescue. Why are you denying it? Haicheng is now vigorously publicizing this saving deed of yours that is not afraid of danger. Can you spare some time for an interview with us? Are you able to say what you were thinking at the time? And was there no fear in your heart at the time? Wang Chu was somewhat speechless. This reporter was really difficult to deal with, throwing out so many questions at once, and by the looks of it, they definitely wouldn't stop if they didn't admit it. But Wang Chu glanced at Ye. He really didn't want to waste time because of this kind of thing. Okay, I admit it. I did save someone from a car accident yesterday. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said, but as you can see now, I have to accompany my daughter on a tour and really don't have the time to conduct an interview. Why don't we make an extra appointment? The female reporter quickly said, we won't take up too much of your time. Wang Chu's face went cold. I'm sorry, I really don't have the time. Either we make another appointment or else I won't accept the interview today. Seeing Wang Chu's resolute attitude, the female reporter could only give up. After agreeing on a time for the interview, they then withdrew. Arriving at the milk tea store, Wang Chu saw Yun Qingyao sitting in the window seat. A complex look appeared in his eyes. Miss Qingqing, it's almost noon now. Why don't we go eat first? Yun Qingyao nodded and was about to say something when the door of the milk tea store was suddenly opened and about nearly 20 people surged in, surrounding Wang Chu's trio. Irrelevant people, get the hell out of here. Our brother Fat has something to take care of. One of the little yellow hairs yelled, drinking to the milk tea drinkers around him. One by one, the young couples around them scrambled away with panicked looks on their faces. The door to the milk tea store was shut and the curtains and roll-up door were drawn. The atmosphere became extremely grave for a moment. Kid, you're crazy, actually daring to make a move on my people. A man around 30 years old appeared in front of Wang Chu, a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a grim look in his eyes. Boss, it was this brat who beat us up. The three punks who had been beaten up by Wang Chu before pointed at Wang Chu and said angrily. Chapter 18, one song at a time. Wang Chu's heart cursed. These three guys are still shady? You can't beat me, but you're still calling for help? Do you have any professional ethics? However, the place here is so narrow, and he has to protect you and Yun Qingyao, which is very unfavorable to himself. Although it was said that Wang Chu had obtained the super fighting technique and had been boosted by the power pill, his strength was far from being comparable to these punks in front of him, but it was hard for him to defeat four hands with two fists. Not to mention, he had to protect Ye and Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu's mind was in trouble. Kid, why aren't you arrogant now? The punk who was beaten up had a face of arrogance and complacency at this time. You dare to touch me again now and try? The little punk's fingers were constantly pointing at Wang Chu's chest, and his saliva was about to spray onto Wang Chu's face. Wang Chu frowned. Then what are you going to do? If it was just an apology, it wasn't like he couldn't take it. What's wrong with a man who can bend and bend and bend? Who can pull down a face for his daughter's sake? What to do? Fat said with a light laugh. You hit my man. You swept my face. People live for a breath. You swept my face. I have to get it back. I'm giving you two choices now. First, you immediately kneel down now and drill through my crotch and this matter will be over. Second, whichever leg you kicked my man with, I will remove your leg. Wang Chu's face was a bit ugly. Kneeling down, drilling across? He wasn't Han Xin. He definitely wouldn't accept this crotch down humiliation. What's more, it was still in front of his daughter, and as a father, he naturally couldn't let him leave a bad impression in her mind. As for removing a leg, that's even more impossible. So it's not like, can't talk about it, and obviously, the other party has no intention of reasoning with himself. In that case, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. Other than these two paths, is there no other way? I can give the three little brothers some compensation. Who the cares about your ing money? Compensation? The little yellow hair said coldly. If you really want to say compensation, either you compensate your daughter-in-law to our brothers. This body should taste very good. With a bang, before he could finish his words, Wang Chu had already kicked out. However, what was different this time from the last time was that this time, Wang Chu had used 80% of his strength, whereas last time he had only used 40%. This was because Wang Chu was really a little worried that if he used 10% of his strength, he would most likely kick him to death. But even so, that little yellow hair was sent flying by this kick, directly smashing into the group of people behind him. and Wang Chu's kick completely stunned everyone at the scene. Is this guy a simpleton? There were nearly 20 punks on the scene. Where did he get the courage to step out? Oh no, out of the way? Does he really think he's Terminator Schwarzenegger? Fat just froze for a moment. His ears came to the wailing sound of his little brother's pain. His face showed a trace of annoyance. Give me on. Remove his arms and legs to the old man. I want him to know what the word death is written. But just as he was speaking, Wang Chu had already briskly moved up and attacked the crowd with both fists like a rainstorm. Moreover, all parts of Wang Chu's body, elbows, knees, close leaning, super fighting technique coupled with super vigorous strength, Wang Chu hardened himself to block the attack of 20 people from the other side by one person. Mama, I'm scared. Seeing Wang Chu fighting, a trace of panic appeared in Ye's eyes. Yun Qingyao stretched out her hand, tightly protecting Yu, and said softly, Yu don't be afraid. POA is a Superman, and will definitely be able to protect Yu. As she said that, she glanced at Wang Chu, who was blocking her and Ye, and a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes. Whether it was 4 years ago, or now, you stood in your own way when it was most dangerous. Could this be fate? Although there were nearly 20 people on the other side, Yun Qingyao didn't have any fear in her heart because what was in front of her was a big mountain that could protect her. 3 minutes seems like a short amount of time for one song, but for Wang Chu, it was something that made him truly realize his strength. He had thought that he was facing 20 people, and he was sure to be at a disadvantage, but after the fight, he realized how the other side was so weak. There were many people, but none of them were a match for himself, and with the addition of the super fighting technique, their offense was broken in their own eyes, not giving them any pressure or threat at all. 3 minutes later, there were already punks lying on the floor, and the wailing spread throughout the milk tea store. Fat finally panicked. Is this human? How is it possible for one person to defeat 20 people so gently? No, we have to run. We have to stay in the Green Mountains. But when he turned his head to make a run for it, he realized in despair that the door to the milk tea store was closed. What was meant to prevent Wang Chu from escaping in the first place had now become a stumbling block on his way to escape. Run for what, fatty? Wang Chu's calm voice came from behind him. Didn't you come to me for face? What? Don't want it? Fat turned around with an embarrassed look on his face. No more. No more. What's wrong? Am I the kind of person who doesn't give face? An unpleasant look appeared on Wang Chu's face. Come over here. I'll give you face. Fat's heart glowed with bitterness as he glanced at his little brother who was rolling on the ground, a hint of hesitation on his face. Wang Chu, don't think you're powerful just because you can fight. Let me tell you, in this society, being able to plan won't do anything, Fat said in a cold voice. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. You recognize me? Fat froze for a moment and denied it. I don't know. I'm here to avenge my little brother's death. I have never said my name, but you just called out my name. So, the so-called revenge was carefully planned by you? Your little brother is also deliberately looking for a fight? Wang Chu took a deep breath and stepped forward. Say, whose orders did you take to come over and pick a fight? I didn't. Fat panicked a little. Snap. Wang Chu threw a heavy slap on his face, and a slap mark instantly appeared on the left side of his face. If I don't tell you, I won't use so little force next time, Wang Chu said in a deep voice. Who the hell is it? Fat felt his face burning with pain, but he still said stubbornly. No was instructing me. I was. Snap. This time, Wang Chu's strength was even greater. Fat let out a wow as a mouthful of blood spurted out, interspersed with a few blood-stained teeth. And this time, Fat's cell phone rang. Chapter 19, Behind the Scenes. Fat's mind was stunned that a call had come at this hour, but before he could react, Wang Chu had already touched his cell phone over. Young Master Yang? I think I should know who's tripping behind this. Wang Chu sneered, then picked up the phone. Chen Fa. Are you done yet? Isn't it just cleaning up a Wang Chu? Why has it taken so long to get it done? On the phone, Janeway's grumpy voice came through. Wang Chu looked at Chen Fa with a smirk. Chen Fa was so scared that cold sweat ran down his face, but in his heart, he cursed angrily at Yang Wei. At that time, Yang Wei only said that he was going to clean up a small Yakuza who did not open his eyes, but he did not say that this Yakuza was a Yakuza who had opened his eyes. And dumb? Why don't you say anything? Don't tell me you can't even clean up a little Yakuza. Yang Wei's voice continued. I don't care what method you use. I'm going to make it impossible for Wang Chu to mix thoroughly in Hai Chang. Do you understand? Wang Chu sighed and said into his cell phone. I say, Yang Wei, how can I say that I'm also your senior? Isn't it a bit unorthodox for you to do this? You, Wang Chu? How did you get Chen Fa's cell phone? Where is Chen Fa? There was a hint of shock in Janeway's voice. Wang Chu glanced at Chen Fa and heatedly smiled. You mean Brother Fa? I've had friendly exchanges with Brother Fa, and now we're already good brothers who don't fight. Do you think that brother FA will still be able to listen to you and deal with me? What a joke. On the other end of the phone, a hint of shock appeared in Yang Wei's eyes. Wang Chu had a friendly exchange with Chen Fa? Lying to hell. But Yang Wei was quickly shaken after his initial surprise. Wang Chu, make it ing clear to me. Whose senior are you? Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Didn't you say that women are a university? We both graduated from a university. So of course I'm your senior. You seek death. Although he said that he was the one who had pried Wang Chu's girlfriend and was still the original, Wang Chu's current attitude, on the contrary, made Yang Wei feel that he was the one who picked up the broken shoes. He was naturally very shaken. Alright, you need to stop barking incompetently and wildly here. Wang Chu let out a light laugh and said, do you think that Sea City is your young family's Sea City? Do you think that I, Wang Chu, am still the Wang Chu from 4 years ago? Aren't you going to drive me out of Haichang? I'll wait and see. After Yang Wei angrily hung up, Wang Chu threw the collar to Chen Fa. Let's go. This isn't quite the place for us to continue, because Chen Fa had brought people to cause trouble. Wang Chu no longer had the pleasure of continuing to bring Ye around. Half an hour later, in a private room in a restaurant, Wang Chu was carefully peeling shrimp for Ye, who quickly became sleepy after eating her fill, then lay down on the sofa next to her and fell asleep. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief that the little one had fallen asleep, and now it was time to talk to Yun Qingyao about something serious. There's only the three of us in this private room, so you don't have to keep wearing a mask, do you? Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao. Are you not eating at all? I've been on a diet lately and I don't want to eat. Wang Chu sighed. I really don't know why you keep wearing a mask. Could it be that you have some kind of scar on your face? Don't worry, I, Wang Chu, am not that kind of shallow man, not to mention that you are still Yu Yu's mother. A hint of surprise appeared in Yun Qingyao's eyes. How did you know? Wang Chu said disdainfully. Do you think Ye can hide it from me? She's only a 3-year-old little girl. I casually asked her and she told me. Yeah, who was huffing and puffing on the side, had no idea that her favorite poop had betrayed her so easily. Yun Qingyao glanced at Ye with some helplessness before unclipping her mask. Originally Wang Chu thought that Yun Qingyao must have some kind of handicap in her looks, so she would have been wearing a mask, but she did not expect. When Yun Qingyao took off her mask, the entire private room seemed to be illuminated. Flawless, earthly perfection. It was as if no adjective could describe her beauty at this moment, as if angels had descended on earth. So beautiful, really beautiful, Wang Chu murmured. A hint of a smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Wang Chu, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Wang Chu blinked. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I'm really sorry. Have we met before? When did we meet? Although Yun Qingyao was really as beautiful as heaven, but Wang Chu still decided to ask the doubts in his heart. Yu Yu is her own daughter, but Yun Qingyao's own mind is really no impression. With Yun Qingyao's appearance, it was absolutely impossible for him to not have an impression if he had seen it before. Yun Qingyao smiled, then pulled out a piece of paper from her small carry-on bag. Look at this first. Wang Chu suspiciously took the piece of paper and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. It turned out to be a paternity test. It clearly expresses that he and Ye are biologically fathered. But, Yun Qingyao, or when did you do this? That's a little scary. But this paternity test was a relief to Wang Chu. He was still worried about how he would have to explain himself if Yun Qingyao didn't admit that he was Yu Yu's father. That concern now seems to be gone. I think there must be some doubts in your mind. I heard from Grandpa that Ye has been clinging to someone lately, but I didn't think that person was you. Yun Qingyao gently looked at Wang Chu's eyes. Wang Chu, do you still remember? 4 years ago, on a night in the Oriental movie city, you saved a girl who fell into the water? Yun Qingyao's words were like a bolt of lightning that split open the doubts Wang Chu had been having. 4 years ago, Television City East. At that time, Wang Chu had just witnessed the cruelty of reality. The once beloved girlfriend into the arms of Yang Wei. He was heartbroken and chose to break up. But breaking up doesn't mean the heart doesn't hurt. At the suggestion of his good friend, Wang Chu chose to go out and travel for a break. And Oriental Movie City, the last stop on his tour. Just as he was strolling along the bridge over the moat with the evening breeze blowing, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Someone's fallen into the water." Under the moonlight, Wang Chu saw a figure struggling in the center of the river, and he didn't have time to hesitate and jumped straight down. The river water in winter is cold and biting. Wang Chu wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers to save the person who fell into the water, but by that time, the woman was so frozen that her lips were white and she couldn't speak. Wang Chu had no choice but to first bring her to the hotel he had checked into, but when Wang Chu woke up from his bed early the next morning, he realized that the girl had disappeared. Could it be that girl is Yun Qingyao? But at that time, Yun Qingyao was like a fallen chicken, and the difference from now is too big. Chapter 20, I'll support you. When that girl was you? Wang Chu was a bit in disbelief. Yun Qingyao blinked her eyes somewhat playfully. Yes, are you surprised? This is more than a surprise. This is a thunderbolt. But he hadn't done anything to Yun Qingyao at that time. It's not like he was that kind of denizen. Could it be that himself is wild at night? Otherwise, how did Ye come to be? Thinking of this, a look of self-blame appeared on Wang Chu's face. I'm sorry. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Yun Qingyao froze for a moment, then narrowed her eyes. Why are you saying sorry to me? Wang Chu took a deep breath. Because after all, I did things to hurt you. All these years, you must have had a hard time and hated me, right? Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu's eyes filled with self-blame and seemed to understand something. This Wang Chu seems to have misunderstood. At first, Yun Qingyao had sneaked off to Oriental Movie City without her family's knowledge with the dream of becoming a big star. She had thought that by relying on her own strength, she would be able to write a memorable history of adversity. After all, that's how it's written in novels and movies. But reality has dealt Yun Qingyao a heavy blow. Not only did she not realize her dream, but she was introduced to an unscrupulous drinking game by an unscrupulous director. Even drugged her drink. Luckily she realized it in time and dashed off. And while dodging her opponent's pursuit, she couldn't help falling into the water. And it was at this time that Wang Chu saved her. Finally the other night, in the middle of the night, the medicine kicked in. And Wang Chu slept like a dead pig because he had some low fever and took cold medicine. So the entire process was initiated by Yun Qingyao. And Wang Chu didn't even know about it. But it was good that Wang Chu misunderstood now. Really asking Yun Qingyao to explain the situation at that time would also be a shameful thing for Yun Qingyao. Speaking of hate, I haven't hated you so much. After all, if it wasn't for you, I would have frozen to death in the river. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu. I actually want to ask you, what are you going to do now that you know the identity of you? Wang Chu took a deep breath. Since I know that Ye is my daughter, then I will definitely take on the responsibility of being a father. Saying that, Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao. If you're willing, I'll also take on the responsibility of taking care of you and your daughter. Just a responsibility? Yun Qingyao stroked her long hair, and this moment of flirtatiousness caused Wang Chu to lose some of his concentration. Gulp! Wang Chu swallowed his saliva. Yun Qingyao's unintentional action. This was too provocative. That, if I say I'm in love with you now, will you think I'm a womanizer? Wang Chu hesitated for a moment to ask an answer. Yun Qingyao blinked. What's wrong? I've grown like this. It's not that unusual for you to fall in love with me, right? This opening is Versailles. Still, Yun Qingyao had a clear perception of her own beauty. Okay, I'll admit, the moment you took off your mask, my heart stopped for that moment. Wang Chu spread his hands and confessed. After all, it's her daughter's mother, and the two of them had skin to skin 4 years ago. Plus now Yun Qingyao had transformed like a beautiful white swan. It would be abnormal for Wang Chu's heart to say that it didn't have any ripples. Only after hearing Wang Chu's reply did the corners of Yun Qingyao's mouth reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. Well then, let's talk about business now. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath. Ye is getting bigger and bigger, and on her path of growth, she can't afford to lack the company of a father. So, I want you to be a full-time baby daddy. A full-time baby daddy? Wang Chu blinked. By full-time daddy you mean, because of my work, sometimes I only come home once every few months, and my care and companionship for Ye is severely lacking, so I hope you can sacrifice your career and focus on your family. That way, I'll be able to devote myself to my work without any distractions. Wang Chu was as thoughtful. A hint of apprehension appeared in Yun Qingyao's eyes as she knew that such a request would be a rather difficult decision for any man with a quest. After all, asking a man to sacrifice his career and pursuits to become a full-time baby daddy is not only personal, but even subject to the stares of family relatives and the outside world. Could Wang Chu really agree to this proposal of his? Then can I ask what kind of work you are currently engaged in? Wang Chu asked after a moment of hesitation. What kind of job is that? You don't come home for months when you're busy? Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu with some shock. You don't know what I am doing now, right? Should I know? Wang Chu froze for a moment, then associated it with her previous appearance at the Oriental Movie City. Are you still in the entertainment industry now? Wang Chu couldn't help but frown. Yun Qingyao nodded indifferently. Wang Chu took a deep breath and advised. It's said that this showbiz is a big dike, and people's hearts are complicated. What if something happens to a girl like you? Looking at Wang Chu's sincere look, Yun Qingyao's face revealed a hint of a smile. But, if I don't work, how can I afford to support Ye? Are you supporting me? I'll raise you, Wang Chu said without hesitation. Yun Qingyao was dumbfounded for a moment, then smiled brightly. Fine, wait for me to think about it. If I really can't mix anymore, you have to remember your words today. At this time, Yun Qingyao's cell phone rang. She looked at it and said to Wang Chu, "It's my agent's number." With that, he picked up the phone in front of Wang Chu. Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao's side face and sighed in his heart. How could he not have thought that Ye's mother was actually the girl he saved 4 years ago? Ha, something's wrong. Wang Chu suddenly thought of a problem. When Yun Lao went out, he had several bodyguards with him, which meant that the Yun family should not be an ordinary family. If so, Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu touched his cell phone and typed the words Yun Qingyao into the search box before clicking search. Instantly, the news about Yun Qingyao on the internet instantly appeared in front of him. Yun Qingyao, the artist of Cloud on Star Entertainment Company, debuted for 3 years, released 3 albums, starred in 4 TV dramas, 2 big movies, film and song triple amphibious development, is the first person of the new generation. Recently the ancient costume heroine drama Point of Generals was launched and the heroine Yun Qingyao was highly praised by the director. Yun Qingyao's Weibo followers exceeded 50 million, making her the #1 artist under the age of 30. Looking at these messages, Wang Chu was shocked. This is a little difficult to raise her. Chapter 21, License? Because of what happened 4 years ago, Wang Chu's heart had always thought that Yun Qingyao was a marginal figure in the entertainment industry yet, but what he did not expect is that the Yun Qingyao now is already a popular little flower girl in the entertainment industry, and the future is promising. This was quite a big gap from what Wang Chu had expected in his mind. With her current fame, she can make tens of millions of dollars a year anyways, right? How can I support her? What am I going to raise her with? A bitter smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Finished checking up on me? At some point, Yun Qingyao finished her call and looked at Wang Chu with a teasing expression. Wang Chu was a little snappy. Well, after checking out, I didn't expect you to be so hot now. Yes, oh, so what? It's not an easy thing if you want to support me. Yun Qingyao stretched her waist, revealing her marvelous figure. Because of my family, I'm doing quite well in the entertainment industry right now, so for the time being, I don't have any plans to leave the entertainment industry. But then again, I don't want to make Yaya suffer from attention and focus that she shouldn't have to because of my dreams and work. After all, she needs a healthy and happy childhood. That's why I hope that you can sacrifice yourself to be by Yu's side. Of course, all the expenses in the family will be taken care of by me. And after Yaya goes to school, you can still do something you like to do. What do you think? Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu very seriously with a hint of pleading in her voice. Although this condition may be a little excessive for Wang Chu, but now she is really unable to realize the dual method of dream and family. Wang Chu picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Then he raised his head and looked at Yun Qingyao's flawless face. Good. A hint of surprise appeared in Yun Qingyao's eyes. Don't you have any demands or conditions? Wang Chu shook his head. For me to be able to meet you again, to be able to meet my daughter, this is already the greatest gift from God. As for being a full-time baby daddy, it's also a very happy thing, isn't it? Yun Qingyao's heart sighed in relief. Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao and said, then what are you going to do about the relationship between us? Yun Qingyao blinked. What do you think? I would like to take on the responsibility of taking care of you and protecting you if possible. But, if you think otherwise, I respect your thoughts and decisions. A fool. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes in a flavorful manner, causing Wang Chu's heart to jump violently. But since you're letting me decide, you'll agree unconditionally to any decision I make? Wang Chu nodded, his voice carrying determination. That's right, that would be good. As Yaya's father, you have to live with us. I have a villa in Dingshang Flower Garden, so, you have to move over and live with us. And, you said you would be responsible for me. It just so happens that I am also single now. In that case, then we can be together. But, before we are officially together, you have to pass my test. Oh, Wang Chu's eyes rounded. Yun Qingyao would really consider being with herself? Although they had a misadventure 4 years ago, the current Yun Qingyao was the goddess of millions of people, and her family was very distinguished. Wang Chu had thought that Yun Qingyao would not consider himself, but he did not expect. Looking at Yun Qingyao's delicate face, his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. No problem. Wang Chu's voice was somewhat incoherent. Yun Qingyao stroked her hair, a hint of laughter in her eyes. If all of this is acceptable to you, then when are we going to get a license? Well, what? Getting a license? Wang Chu subconsciously nodded. Then as if he had heard something unbelievable. Get a license? Yun Qingyao nodded. Yeah, getting a license, what's wrong with that? Or, you just want to play with my feelings and don't want to be seriously responsible? No, of course not. Wang Chu's brain was confused when he heard the word license. I just think, isn't that a little too soon? Have you really thought about it? Being able to get a license to marry a beautiful big star like Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu was naturally happy to the point of explosion. But, this happiness came too suddenly, and Wang Chu felt somewhat dreamy. Quick, do you think you don't have the confidence to be a good father? Or you don't have the confidence to be a good husband? Yun Qingyao rested her chin and looked at Wang Chu. Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao's clear eyes, and suddenly an impulse and courage surged from his heart. Good, since you're giving me this opportunity, I'll definitely prove to you that I, Wang Chu, will not only be a good husband, but also a good father. Wang Chu's voice threw out. That's good. Yun Qingyao's eyes smiled into a curved moon. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 50 points of Yun Qingyao's pleasure value. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. This time he harvested 50 points of pleasure value, which shows that Yun Qingyao is now in a rather good mood. It also means that Yun Qingyao has a good feeling about herself? Wang Chu, who did not know the truth, had always thought that he had taken the initiative to hurt Yun Qingyao in the first place, but he could not have imagined that it was Yun Qingyao who had taken the initiative back then. Moreover, Yun Qingyao did not intend to tell Wang Chu the truth of the matter. If the result is good, what does the process and the cause matter? But Wang Chu thought of a problem. That license thing, I still need to tell my family. After all, this is a big thing. Wang Chu was a little hesitant. That's natural. I also need to pay a formal visit to my uncle and aunt. Yun Qingyao smiled and said, do you think I'm such an unintelligent girl? Wang Chu smiled somewhat sarcastically. No way. However, hearing Yun Qingyao's words, Wang Chu's heart completely relaxed. When Ye woke up from her nap, Yun Qingyao brought Wang Chu and Ye to Century Mall. As the son of your aunt and uncle, you should know the size of the clothes your aunt and uncle wear, right? Wang Chu was a bit surprised. Are you preparing to buy clothes for my mom and dad? Of course, it's my first official visit to the door. I can't be empty-handed. Yun Qingyao blankly glanced at Wang Chu. After buying the clothes, I'll buy another set of cosmetics for auntie, and 2 more bottles of good wine for uncle. Are you trying to impress your future in-laws? After this period of time, Wang Chu had also recovered from his shock and resumed his previous style of speaking now. Yes, of course I have to please them. After all, I'll have to rely on their son to support me in the future. Yun Qingyao said with a teasing laugh. Compared to the somewhat formal Wang Chu before, Yun Qingyao preferred the current spontaneous Wang Chu. Chapter 22. Century Mall is one of the largest shopping plazas in Haicheng, and there are all kinds of high-end brands here, which used to be a place that Wang Chu saw and stayed away from. After all, this was not a place where a working family like Wang Chu could spend money. Looking at the minimum 5-figure price tag of the specialty store, Wang Chu's heart was a little staggered. These don't look that good. Why are they so expensive? However, Wang Chu had followed Yun Qingyao's side, and had finally truly seen what it meant to spend money like water. As long as it was something she looked at, she directly swiped her card without even looking at the price, which was simply timely and trenchant. Soon, Yun Qingyao had bought nearly 10 pieces of clothing. In the fragrant brand store, Yun Qingyao looked at a belt with more exquisite workmanship, but after Wang Chu saw the price of 38,000, his entire body was dumbfounded. $38,000 for such a simple belt? This is a money grab. That, Qingyao, I think it's okay. We've already bought quite a lot of things, and you've spent quite a lot of money. Is that enough? Wang Chu whispered. Yun Qingyao turned her head to look at Wang Chu. But the clothes I bought for uncle are just short of a belt. How can I buy all one set? But this is too expensive. Wang Chu frowned and said, it's really not cost effective. This time the clerk came up. This gentleman, this is our Xiang Company's classic style belt, which is made from the toughest cowhide of the plateau yak, using a special process, exquisite workmanship, and better able to show off the temperament. The clerk's face wore a warm smile. Of course, this price is indeed hard to accept for some people. After all, our customers are only targeting the high-end crowd. Wang Chu touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. This clerk's words were soft and thorny, clearly a hint of mockery towards Wang Chu. After all, Wang Chu's clothes in this outfit added up to only 4 figures, while the Tiffany watch on Yun Qingyao's wrist sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Working here, these clerks have long since developed a fiery eye. They could tell at a glance who was really rich and who was a swollen face. From the moment Yun Qingyao and Wang Chu came in holding you, they could tell that the one in charge was this young woman with sunglasses. And that man is obviously the bagged white boy. But now this little white boy is trying to mess up his business? Taking someone's money is like killing their parents. The commission for selling a single order can be quite a lot. So the clerk couldn't help but go up and say this. But after hearing those words, Yun Qingyao's face became a bit ugly. High-end crowd? Who is this insinuation about? You sell foreign clothes and think you're a man of the world? Yun Qingyao lowered her belt and said to the clerk, where's your store manager? The clerk was respectful to Yun Qingyao. Miss, anything you need, I can serve you. With a snap, Yun Qingyao slapped the clerk's face hard. The slap, crisp and loud, left a clear slap mark on the clerk's white face. The scene was silent. Wang Chu was stunned. This Yun Qingyao even hit someone? Is she standing up for me? A hint of warmth and emotion appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. The clerk covered her face with a hint of aggravation. Miss, what are you doing? The store manager came out of it in a panic as well. This customer. I'm the store manager here. What's going on here? The store manager asked busily. What did our clerk do to upset you? Yun Qingyao tilted her proud chin. Your sales clerk is really polite. She even scolded me? The clerk said accusingly. Store manager, I didn't. Yun Qingyao said coldly. Then what you mean, is that I have wronged you? I'm sorry, miss, I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of our store. I apologize for creating a bad shopping environment for you, the store manager said in a hurry. Yun Qingyao coldly glanced at the store manager. If apologizing works, then what do you need the police for? Before Yun Qingyao finished speaking, Wang Chu hurriedly pulled Yun Qingyao back. We accept your apologies. Let's go. Yun Qingyao still wanted to say something, but she couldn't argue with Wang Chu's strength and was directly yanked out by Wang Chu. Wang Chu, what are you doing? Yun Qingyao said somewhat angrily. I haven't properly cleaned up that sales clerk yet. A warm smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. I know that you are trying to help me out of this for my sake. You wish. I'm merely looking at her with displeasure. Yun Qingyao said with a stiff upper lip. Wang Chu smiled. Whether it was him or not he knew in his own heart. Qingyao, don't forget, you're a big star. Even though you're wearing sunglasses, if you really make a scene, once your identity is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wang Chu sighed and persuaded. Yun Qingyao's face changed. Just now she was only focused on avenging Wang Chu. She didn't even think about this. But, although what Wang Chu said made sense, Yun Qingyao said that she would never recognize her mistake. Humph, you're a big man dawdling. Let's go. I still have to buy cosmetics for my aunt. Saying that, Yun Qingyao smoothly slipped a card into Wang Chu's hand. Wang Chu froze for a moment. Next, you check out. The password is 082709. After a pause, Yun Qingyao said, it's Yeya's birthday. 0827, August 27th, it's Yeya's birthday. A soft color flashed in Wang Chu's eyes. Wang Chu didn't push back and took the bank card, because he knew that Yun Qingyao was worried about the situation just now happening again. That's why she handed over the bank card to himself. Duty is heavy. Wang Chu's heart secretly made a decision to treat Yun Qingyao well and lovingly. If at the beginning, the liking for Yun Qingyao was a kind of love for beautiful women, it was due to the impact of hormones brought about by the visual impact. Now, Wang Chu felt more and more that underneath Yun Qingyao's beautiful appearance was an even more beautiful, softer heart. In the next few moments, they smoothly bought a set of high-grade cosmetics and 2 bottles of 20-year cellar mutai. Wang Chu's rough calculation. These gifts, there were hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's too expensive. Wang Chu sighed and didn't say anything else because he knew that it was useless to say anything. We can only take good care of the 2 of them in the future. Yun Qingyao pulled Yu, while Wang Chu which was carrying these gifts in a big bag. They had just walked to the hall on the first floor when they saw a group of people swarming in from the outside, and in the center of the crowd, there was a bright and shiny woman. Seeing this woman, Yun Qingyao's face instantly became a bit ugly. What bad luck to have met her in this place. Chapter 23, Meeting the Parents. What's wrong? Wang Chu asked as he sensed Yun Qingyao's abnormality. It's nothing, I just saw a disgusting person. Yun Qingyao glanced at the polished woman in the center of the crowd, a hint of disgust in her voice. Wang Chu frowned slightly. What's going on here? She's a star too. Not with you? You are the one who really doesn't know anything about the entertainment industry. Yun Qingyao gave Wang Chu a somewhat helpless look. Wang Chu's face revealed a trace of shame. I was abroad before and just returned to China not long ago, so I don't have much interest in showbiz matters. So, this woman is called Chen Shuiling, an artist under Starlight Entertainment, and I'm a mortal enemy, Yun Qingyao said in a cold voice. Back when I first started out, she was already quite a senior artist, and as a result, in a program, she openly suppressed me on the show. I didn't have any roots within the entertainment industry at that time, and for that episode, my scenes were cut out, and the only 2 scenes were still there to set her off. A hint of hatred appeared in Yun Qingyao's eyes. It was obvious that she had never been able to forget what happened back then. Wang Chu took a deep breath. Then what is this Chen Shuling doing here? Who knows? It might be here for an event. Yun Qingyao pulled her hat and said, let's go. I don't want to see this person. Wang Chu followed Yun Qingyao's side for 2 steps, then stood still. No, I can't just leave. What do you want? Do you still want to violently beat someone up? Yun Qingyao said somewhat helplessly. If she wasn't a woman, I would have really wanted to violently beat her up. Wang Chu said seriously. I can't swallow this breath. Yun Qingyao stared straight into Wang Chu's eyes, then snorted and laughed. She took hold of Wang Chu's arm and said softly, alright, things have already passed. The account between us. There will be plenty of time to calculate it later. Today I still have to visit my uncle and aunt. Let's not waste our precious time on this kind of people. Let's go. Saying that, she pulled Wang Chu out of Century Mall with a tug, and Chen Shuling saw Yun Qingyao's back in the crowd, and her brows furrowed. Why is this back so familiar? Could it be Yun Qingyao? But it's impossible. Yun Qingyao should now be in the theater shooting and Yun Xingyao can't be so intimate snuggled in a man's side. It seems like Yun Xingyao has put too much pressure on me. I actually thought of her. Chen Shuling exhaled. Chen Shuling's matter was nothing at all in Yun Xingyao's eyes. After all, right now Yun Xingyao's curiosity was more than a step higher than Chen Shuling's. At least, Century Mall couldn't invite a curiosity like Yun Xingyao to do an event. When they returned to Wang Chu's home with their big bags of stuff, Wang Chu's mom and dad were stunned. Are you guys going on a robbery? Although they didn't know how much these things cost, but looking at the 2 bottles of Mao Tai and a set of high-class cosmetics, they knew that these things were of extraordinary value. Wang Chu, tell me clearly. Mom went forward and pulled Wang Chu's arm, asking in a low voice, who is this Qingqing girl, and why did she take so many things? Yun Xingyao took off her sunglasses and hat, and a stunningly flawless face was revealed to the eyes of the 2 old men. Mom and dad directly looked dumbfounded. This girl is really beautiful. The big stars on TV is just so it. Wang Chu let out a bitter smile and said, Mom and Dad, let me give you a formal introduction. This is, Yu Yu's mother, Yun Qingyao. Yaya is my child with Qingyao. Qingyao, this is my mom and dad. You've met them this morning. Uncle, Auntie, how are you? Yun Qingyao smiled faintly, a warm and genial smile on her face. Yaya's mother? Isn't that the girl whose son was irresponsible afterward? People come to your door? Mom got nervous all of a sudden. Auntie, because of some misunderstandings, Wang Chu and I were separated for a while, and now we're together again. So as a junior, I purposely came over today to pay a visit to my aunt and uncle, and I also hope that my aunt and uncle will agree that we can continue to be together, and raise Yaya together. Yun Xingyao's voice was soft, and her face wore a look of sincerity. She was also able to see through this morning's events that Wang Chu's parents really liked Yaya, so she couldn't find a reason for Wang Chu's parents to refuse. Wang Chu's old mom snapped and hit Wang Chu's head heavily. Wang Chu's entire body was confused. Yun Xingyao is talking to you. Why are you hitting me? You don't agree? You bastard. You lost such a nice girl. I can't wait to beat you to death. Mom angrily glared at Wang Chu, then turned her head and quickly changed her face. Her face was gentle as she took Yun Xingyao's hand. Daughter, you have suffered all these years. It's all our fault. We taught our son poorly, and taught such a bastard boy. Yun Xingyao quickly said, Auntie, what are you talking about? Wang Chu is actually a very good boy, and I really like him too. Mom was touched and patted Yun Xingyao's hand. Good boy, good boy. In the future, if this brat Wang Chu dares to bully you, just tell me, and his father and I will clean him up properly. Yun Xingyao's eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Okay, Auntie, with you saying this, I'm equivalent to holding an imperial sword in my hand. Wang Chu would never dare to bully me. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth on the side twitched. He knew that his old mom would definitely like Yun Xingyao a lot. Grandma, you don't care about Yaya. Looking at Grandma keep pulling Mom's hand to talk. Yaya got a little jealous, pulling Grandma's clothes at one side, tilting her head and saying, you don't like Yaya anymore? Mom hurriedly hugged you. How can it be? You are my favorite. Granddaughter how could I not like you? Yaya's originally taut little face then revealed a smile. Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This little princess of his own family was actually a jealous It is said that the daughter is like her father, but he is not a jealous character Could it be that she inherited Yun Xingyao's character? Is Yun Xingyao also a jealous person? Thinking of this, Wang Chu couldn't help but glance at Yun Xingyao. He realized that Yun Xingyao was also looking at him and made a playful face at him. I can't. It's so cute it's foul. How can you be so cute when you're obviously a mom? Auntie, there's something else I want to say to you and uncle. Yun Xingyao glanced at Wang Chu. Do you want to say it or do I want to say it? Wang Chu gave a dry cough. It's better for me to say it. Chapter 24, Confessions. Although this matter was said by Yun Xingyao, and Mom and Dad would agree with both hands, Wang Chu was still a little worried. This is, after all, the equivalent of recruiting yourself as a door-to-door son-in-law. Even if the mom and dad how enlightened, Wang Chu was also worried that because of this matter will give them heart-caused stigma. If it was up to them to speak, even if they were unhappy, they would only take it out on themselves, not Yun Xingyao. That, Mom and Dad, because Qingyao's work is very busy. Sometimes she can't take care of Yaya, so I want to move to her place. That way, I'll be able to take better care of Yaya. And, these few years have been hard on Qingyao, and I, as a father, haven't done anything for Yaya, so I want to make it up to them as much as I can. Hearing Wang Chu's words, old mother knew what Wang Chu meant, and she glanced at old Wang. The old king, who had been silent, nodded. It should be. Counting your kid still has a conscience. But, are you planning to let Qingyao support you? Of course not. Yun Xingyao spoke up at this time. She said sincerely, Uncle, If Wang Chu can take care of Yaya, then I'll be able to devote myself to my work without any distractions. This is the greatest encouragement and support for me, Wang Chu said with some dissatisfaction. Dad, do you take me as a soft-eating gigolo? Old Wang glared at Wang Chu, then said, alright, as long as you guys are able to discuss it. Anyway, Wang Chu, this little brat, has netted us angry at home. The corners of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. His own father was undoubtedly there. Mom turned her head and walked into the room directly after hearing Dad's words. Wang Chu's heart is a little touched. His own mother still loves himself, and when he heard his dad say so, he couldn't bear to come out. But not long after, Mom came out and threw a small bag in front of Wang Chu. Here's your change of clothes. Don't forget to take them when you leave. Wang Chu had a head of black line and moved some. Too early. Are you guys that impatient to kick me out? Wang Chu said without any good humor. Yun Chengyao, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere. Daughter, the more I look at you, the more I really think you're pretty, and it's also very familiar. Old Mom sat down again and held Yun Qingyao's hand, a hint of contemplation on her face. Have we met somewhere before? It was a feeling that Mom had at the beginning, only at that time she was just shocked. The more he looked at it now, the more familiar he felt Yun Qingyao was. Finally she couldn't help but ask. Yun Qingyao was also very clear that since she had walked in front of Wang Chu's mom and dad, it meant that she would have no reservations about them. After all, want to be together more permanently in the future. Some things cannot be hidden. Auntie, actually, I am an entertainer, Yun Qingyao slowly said. Entertainer? Mom froze for a moment, then said with some elusiveness, by entertainers, are you talking about showbiz artists? Yun Qingyao nodded. Auntie is right. I am an entertainer in the entertainment industry. Mom's face showed a hint of concern. She did not expect Yun Qingyao was actually the entertainment circle. All said that the entertainment circle is more chaotic. This, Wang Chu is the old Wang family's own son. Mom a hesitation. He knew the idea of Mom's heart. Mom, Qingyao is now the new generation of the entertainment industry's popular young flower. Because of her family's deeper background, she's also been having a smooth ride since entering the entertainment park. Wang Chu hurriedly said, right now, there's no artist under the age of 30 who's more popular than Qingyao. I didn't realize that our daughter-in-law is still a big star. After Yun Qingyao left with Wang Chu, an unbelievable look appeared on his dad's face, but Mom's face wasn't so happy. If possible, she would have preferred her daughter-in-law to be just an ordinary person, because as a star, there must be a lot of paparazzi, in which case, not only could her son not be with her openly and honestly, he would have to hide even Yaya's existence. Hey, let's take one step at a time. Who let it all be done by this bastard Wang Chu? I didn't realize my aunt and uncle were so open-minded. After walking out, Yun Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had unloaded some heavy burden. Even when she had first met the gold producer, she hadn't been this nervous and excited. Wang Chu condescendingly carried his backpack inside. That's a must. How can they not be happy when they have such a lovely big granddaughter straight away? This happiness, they naturally agreed to everything. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Yun Qingyao blankly glanced at Wang Chu. Wang Chu quickly hemmed and hawed. How can that be? It's too late for me to be happy. Yun Qingyao gave Wang Chu a blank look. Virtuous, let's go. Let's go home, so you can meet our new home. Wang Chu nodded, and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Dingsheng Flower Garden is the most luxurious villa area in the whole Haichang. Before Wang Chu had only seen some pictures on the internet. For Wang Chu, there and the outside world are two very different worlds. We'll take a taxi there? Wang Chu asked curiously. Yun Qingyao shook her head. Taxis can't get into Dingsheng Flower Garden. I've already asked the driver to come and pick me up. As soon as the words fell, a black Mercedes slowly stopped in front of them. Get in the car, Yun Qingyao said. Wang Chu knew that Yun Qingyao's status was extraordinary, so he wasn't overly surprised and got into the car as well. After getting into the car, Yun Qingyao said to the driver, go home. Yes, ma'am. The driver nodded and drove off. Wang Chu held Yeye and sat beside Yun Qingyao. That orchid-like musk fragrance from Yun Qingyao's body instantly pounced into Wang Chu's nostrils. Moreover, in this narrow space, Wang Chu was able to clearly feel the kind of warmth coming from Yun Qingyao's body, which caused a trace of dryness in Wang Chu's heart. Wang Chu had previously thought that even if he wasn't a gentleman who sat on his hands, he wasn't a hypocrite who saw color. But now, he was strongly skeptical of his own perceptions, because he now has an urge to take Yun Qingyao into his arms. To hell with it. I've been abroad for 4 years, and I'm able to sit still in the face of those exotic oceanic horses. How come I lost my heart when I met Yun Qingyao? Wang Chu's heart somewhat despised himself. The atmosphere in the car all of a sudden became a little ambiguous. Two people sandwiched between a little one, but no one opened their mouths to speak. POA, are you going to be able to tell me a story today? At this time, Ye looked up at Wang Chu and innocently asked. Wang Chu nodded. Yes, whatever story Ye wants to hear, Papa will tell you, okay? Wang Chu's voice was gentle, just like a soft sunlight. Yun Qingyao also couldn't help but glance at Wang Chu and realized that his eyes were filled with tenderness. He should be able to be a very good father. Chapter 25. After coaxing Ye, Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao with some coyness in his eyes. Do you have something to say to me? Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. Just ask if you have something to say. You shouldn't be the type to squirm, right? Wang Chu touched his nose. Well then, since you have said so, then I will also ask directly. Is what you said in front of my parents true? What's true? Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. I said a lot of things in front of my uncle and aunt. Which one are you talking about? That's what you said. You really like me too. As the words fell, Yun Qingyao's face turned red. Ahem. This I said? Yun Qingyao blankly glanced at Wang Chu. You heard wrong. I didn't. Wang Chu insisted. I heard you clearly. Yun Qingyao still had a stiff upper lip. I don't remember what I said. At this time, Ye raised her head. Mama, this sentence, you said oh. Wang Chu was overjoyed. It's really my personal little cotton coat I didn't expect to give myself such a big assist at this time. Go. What do you kids know? You must have misheard too. Yun Qingyao insisted. Ye didn't. Ye I can hear you clearly. Ye said proudly. Yun Qingyao glanced at Ye and said calmly. Really? I remember there's still a piece of nutty milk chocolate at home. Ye's eyes went straight and she couldn't help but gulp. Tell me again. Did you hear it wrong? Yun Qingyao had a warm smile on her face. You hesitated, weighing the situation in her mind, and in the end the anticipation of chocolate overcame justice and morality. Mama, I might have misheard you. Ye blinked. So can I eat chocolate when I get home? That depends on what you do next. Yun Qingyao said smugly. Wang Chu was furious. This is even in front of his face, blatantly turning his own little cotton If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? But looking at Yun Qingyao's smug look was really something else. Under Wang Chu's warm gaze, Yun Qingyao's eyes flickered. Master, turn on the air conditioning, don't you think it's hot in the car? Yun Qingyao fanned her small hands while saying in a disgruntled manner. A bitter smile appeared on the driver's face. The temperature inside the car was always kept at the optimal temperature. How could he feel hot? It was clear that he himself had suffered the plague of the pool of fish. However, he was shocked that the young lady, who had never shown any color to men, was flirting with a man. I don't know how much of an earthquake this thing would cause if it got out. Mama, I don't feel hot. Ahem. Chocolate. Hyatt shut up instantly. Haichang, surrounded by mountains on three sides and the sea on the other, and Dingxing Flower Garden is on the side of the mountainside near the sea in Haicheng. It is right in the center of the most beautiful environment of Haicheng. Why to say that Dingxing Garden is the top villa area in Haicheng? Not only because the villas here are more luxurious, but also because this place inches of gold. The general rich, even live in the qualification is not. The car quickly drove into Dingxing Flower Garden. Is this the Dingxing Flower Garden? Wang Chu looked around curiously. Luxury cars can be seen everywhere here. It's worthy of being the top villa area in Haicheng. The car stopped in front of a villa. Miss, Auntie, we're here. Listening to the driver's words, Wang Chu froze. Auntie, is he talking about me? He glanced at Yun Qingyao, but realized that Yun Qingyao's expression was calm. Evidently, she acquiesced to the chauffeur's name, and even said that the chauffeur had said so with her permission? Otherwise, how could a chauffeur call himself auntie so abruptly? Having figured this out, Wang Chu's heart was very excited. It seemed that although Yun Qingyao had a stiff upper lip, she still recognized herself in her heart. As soon as he got off the bus, Wang Chu was dumbfounded. This villa of Yun Qingyao's was clearly more than a circle larger than others, because in the courtyard inside the villa's gate, there was even a small playground, obviously prepared for Ye. On the other side is the Suzhou garden-style small gardens, carved fences, rockery surrounded by flowing water. Hard in the reinforced concrete city opened up a sight of pure land on earth. What are you looking at? Yun Qingyao couldn't help but ask as she noticed that Wang Chu's eyes had been darting above the garden. Wang Chu smiled. I just saw that piece of land is very flat. If you plant vegetables, it will surely be a bumper crop. Yun Qingyao was shocked. You want to grow vegetables in Dingsheng Flower Garden? This idea of yours is pretty bold, but it's quite interesting. Then cheer up, and don't forget to give me a taste of the vegetables you planted when they grow. This Dingsheng Flower Garden's land, will the vegetables you grow taste special? Regarding this sudden thought of Wang Chu's, Yun Qingyao surprisingly felt that it was also very interesting after a short period of shock. At this time, the door of the villa opened and 2 rows of butler maids in servant uniforms came out. Welcome, Auntie. Wang Chu was startled. These were the people who worked at the villa? That's too many. There's like 20 of them, right? However, Wang Chu's heart was also somewhat touched as he knew that these people must have received orders and arrangements from Yun Qingyao. This man is so handsome and has a great body. I always thought that miss didn't like men, but I didn't expect that she would bring her aunt straight home. What does this auntie do that she can be worthy of miss? Although no one said anything, their eyes showed such doubt. In their hearts, Yun Qingyao was almost a perfect existence. Regarding the identity of Ye Ye's father, although the crowd didn't dare to comment on it, they all had their own guesses in their hearts. What kind of family? What kind of entrepreneurial elite? What kind of rich man's son? But this youth in front of him, although he was very handsome, judging from the clothes he was wearing, he shouldn't be the rich type. Does it mean that is the son of a disreputable family? The minds of the crowd are now filled with such conjectures. His name is Wang Chu. He is Ye Ye's father, my Yun Qingyao's husband. From today onwards, that means your auntie. Even when I'm not in Haichang, he will always live in the villa. Yun Qingyao swept a circle and said, you guys have to respect him as much as you respect me. If I find out that someone is disrespectful to Wang Chu, then I won't be blamed for being impolite. Yes, ma'am. Listening to Yun Qingyao's words, Wang Chu had a feeling. It's like you've eaten a big bowl of soft food without realizing it. Is this what it feels like to be a pack rat? It's pretty good. Chapter 26, Rich People. Following behind Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu walked into the villa. The villa is based on the classical Oriental architectural style, fused with Western art, which makes the whole villa look very elegant. Miss, the meal is ready. When is dinner? A middle-aged woman around 40 years old walked over. Auntie Wang, I've already eaten outside. Yun Qingyao turned her head to Wang Chu and said, Wang Chu, this is Aunt Wang who has been taking care of me since I was a child and is now the housekeeper here. Wang Chu hurriedly said to Auntie Wang, hello Auntie Wang, good day, Auntie. Auntie Wang looked Wang Chu up and down, a pleased look in her eyes. Auntie really is a talented person. At this time, Ye Ye pulled Yun Qingyao's sleeve somewhat pitifully. Mama, what about the things you promised me? What did I promise you? Yun Qingyao said as she pretended to be confused. Chocolate. Ye Ye had an expectant look on her face. Yun Qingyao coughed dryly. You've just eaten at grandma's house. What's the point of eating chocolates? Besides, kids will grow cavities if they eat too much chocolate. Ye Ye's little mouth flattened. But Mama promised me. I'm just saying it depends. I'm not saying I have to give it to you. Oh, Yun Qingyao said with a wink. Ye Ye is getting a little down. Auntie Wang, you take Wang Chu around first so he can get to know the place. I'll take Ye Ye to take a bath first. Yun Qingyao said. Yes, ma'am. Auntie, this way please. This is the gym, and this side is Mrs. study and piano room, where Miss usually works. This is an underground wine cellar, and every bottle of wine here is worth a fortune. Over here is the swimming pool, where the water is filtered and sterilized to the point of being potable every day. And here, the banquet hall. But the young lady doesn't have many friends, and even fewer that can be invited over. So this place is usually rarely used except to receive the elders. Auntie please come this way. This is. Following Auntie Wan's rough stroll, Wang Chu went from being shocked at the beginning to being numb at the end. Is this the life of the rich? Sure enough, the pleasures of the rich are beyond the imagination of the destitute like me. That Auntie Wang, can I ask a question? Wang Chu weakly asked. How much does this villa cost? Auntie Wang smiled and said, Auntie, when Miss bought this villa it only cost less than $400 million, but the remodeling and renovation behind it cost more than $500 million, and altogether, it adds up to nearly $1 billion. $1 billion? Wang Chu's head was a bit confused when he heard this figure. With the current annual per capita income of 80,000 in Haichang, 1 billion is equivalent to one person working for 500 years. That's more than twice as long as the next 5,000 years in Kyushu. Extravagant. Simply too extravagant. Oh yeah. And that's not counting the luxury cars in the garage and that helicopter on the roof. Auntie Wang added. Wang Chu was a bit dizzy. Aunt Wang, Qingyao still has a helicopter? Yes, because of the nature of Mrs. work, she often has to fly to different parts of the country, and if she took a commercial flight, she would waste a lot of time. So Miss purposely bought a helicopter. Auntie Wang said. Wang Chu took a lot of effort to swallow that word. It's really a rich and powerful Benjamin. Is this entertainment industry so lucrative now? Wang Chu felt a bit incredulous. Yun Qingyao entered the entertainment circle is only 3 years, even if behind the support of the family, but after all, the burst of time is only just 2 years. We'll be able to buy this billion-dollar villa, and there are countless luxury cars and a helicopter? No wonder so many people cut their teeth on the entertainment industry. Besides Miss being a popular star now, she also has a lot of investments, and it's all started from nothing for Miss yet. So all these years, Miss has really worked hard. Aunt Wang gave a sigh of emotion and said, it's a good thing that Miss has found her aunt. In that case, Miss will have someone to take care of her in the future, and she won't have to work so hard. Wang Chu was silent, with some feelings in his heart. Yun Xingyao alone had to take care of Yeye as well as fight in the entertainment industry to realize her own dreams. It was really not something that an ordinary woman could carry. Now that I, Wang Chu, am here, I will definitely protect Yun Xingyao and won't let her fight alone anymore. It took more than half an hour for Wang Chu to visit the entire villa. After the visit, Wang Chu's mind had only one thought about the villa, and that was low-key luxury. There are a lot of places that, if Auntie Wang hadn't told her, she wouldn't have even imagined spending that much money. For example, the building materials of the whole house are all high-grade materials that have reached the national special level, the purpose of which is to minimize the impurities in the air, so that Yeye can grow up healthily and happily. Such details, and there were many more, were enough to show that Yun Xingyao had given all her love to Yu. At this time, a small figure darted down the stairs. Baba, come and blow dry Yeye's hair, will you? Wang Chu was startled as he rushed up to pick up Yeye. Yeah, slow down, what if you fall? There was a hint of nervousness in Wang Chu's voice. He. Yeye didn't care. Instead she let out a silvery laughter as she shook her wet hair. Baba, come up here and blow dry my hair. Good. Wang Chu lovingly touched Yeye's hair. Let's go. Papa will blow dry your hair. In the bedroom, Yun Xingyao had also taken a bath, and when Wang Chu pushed the door in, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a tied bathrobe. The skin is snowy and crystal clear, long hair draped over her shoulders, red lips and white teeth. The posture is enchanting and the temperament is tantalizing. If the Yun Xingyao in the daytime was like an unearthly fairy, the Yun Xingyao after getting out of the bath was even more enchanting and soulful, like a lotus flower out of the water. Looking at Yeye who was tired of Wang Chu, Yun Xingyao said with some tastiness, in the past, you used to let Mama blow dry your hair. Now that you have a poop, you don't want Mama? Yeye giggled and ignored Mama, instead burying her head in Wang Chu's chest. Wang Chu secretly relieved in his heart. Yun Xingyao did not have any unusual emotions about himself walking in. Does it mean that it is possible to hold a beauty and sleep tonight? Although Wang Chu did not have such extravagant hopes before he came, but now that he realized that there was such a glimmer of possibility, Wang Chu's heart was still excited. Wait for me to finish blow drying Yeye's hair first, then I'll blow dry for you, Wang Chu said as he glanced at Yun Xingyao. Yun Xingyao smiled, her eyes curved. Yes, I'll wait for you. Chapter 27, starting from nothing? Picking up the hairdryer. Wang Chu first used his hand to test the temperature on the blowing mouth of the hairdryer and found that it wasn't very hot, and only then did he rest assured that he blew up Yeye's hair. It was only that Wang Chu's movements were rather clumsy, and there were times when he appeared to be a bit frazzled, but Yeye didn't care about that. With her heart set on the fact that Puppy was able to blow dry her hair, there was an emotion called showing off festering in her heart. Unfortunately, there was only Puppy here, so she couldn't find anyone to show off even if she wanted to. After hesitating for a moment, Yeye looked towards Yun Xingyao. Look, my poop is blow drying my hair. Looking at Yeye's proud little appearance, Yun Xingyao had a face full of questions. So what? Yun Xingyao felt a little amused. Yeye said seriously, your husband is blow drying my hair. Are you jealous? Yun Xingyao? Your husband blew out my hair first. Are you envious? Yun Xingyao's face was already a little unsightly. Are you mad that I'm going to have to cuddle with Puppy and sleep without you today? Looking at the increasingly dejected Yeye, Yun Xingyao felt that the flood of power in her body was already somewhat suppressed. Wang Chu's face revealed a crying and laughing expression. This Yeye's little mouth blah 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 is quite able to say okay, your hair is done. Go out and play. Wang Chu felt that Yun Xingyao's anger value was almost full, so he hurriedly patted Yeye's little head and said. Yeye spat out her tongue towards Yun Xingyao before running outside. Come back. Yun Xingyao droned in a low voice. Yeye's little face stiffened, as if Mama was going to be angry. What's this freshly washed hair looking like a mess? Yun Xingyao brought over a headband, then squatted behind Yu and tied her messy hair into a small ponytail. Alright, now go out and play, Yun Xingyao said with a smile. I thought you were angry. Your face was a bit ugly just now. When Yeye left, Wang Chu shrugged and said, how old am I to be angry with a 3-year-old? Yun Xingyao sat down in front of the dresser. Actually, I know that Yu is taking revenge on me. Wang Chu blinked. Revenge? Revenge for not giving her chocolate? Of course. Yun Xingyao nodded. Wang Chu felt a bit incredulous as he blew Yun Xingyao's hair while saying, this can't be right? Yeye is so cute and understanding. How could she have such a small mind? I've had her for 3 years, and don't look at her as a cherub-like cutie on the outside, but there's a naughty little devil living inside. Yun Xingyao let out a light laugh and said, this point follows me. A strong sense of revenge. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched, and his hand couldn't help but shake a little. Are you vindictive? Of course. Yun Xingyao nodded and said, my kindness is limited. I can only treat those who are good to me. Those who are not good to me, I naturally have to retaliate. It's not like I'm a saint. So what? Yun Xingyao paused for a moment. You have to be nice to me in the future, or else I'll feel scared myself when I retaliate. Wang Chu quickly expressed his loyalty. Of course I'll be good to you. Don't worry about that. Yun Xingyao smiled and didn't say anything. Although she didn't know Wang Chu that well yet, Yun Xingyao trusted her own eyes and judgment. Wang Chu will definitely become a qualified baby daddy and a qualified husband. Xingyao, I actually have something I want to tell you. Speak up. What is it? It's about you not letting you eat chocolate just now. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said, I know that you have your own set of methods for educating Yaya, but I still think that it's best not to break faith with a child when you've promised them something. Otherwise, they'll lose trust in us, right? Yun Xingyao said, moving with a light laugh. I know about Zhang Zi killing pigs. Yo, Wang Chu was a little puzzled. Then why are you? Because I have an agreement with Yaya, that is, not to eat after dinner, especially sweets like chocolate. Obviously, Yaya even went against her will and said something against her will in order to eat chocolate. Do you think I'm still going to reward her like this? Faced with Yun Xingyao's rhetorical question, Wang Chu was dumbfounded. Yes, what is one to do at this time? Yun Xingyao laughed. Although Wang Chu has a very gentle heart, and will certainly become a good father in the future, but now, he does not know how to educate children. Love and companionship are very important to raise a great child, but so are the ways and means. Obviously, Wang Chu at this time still lacks certain skills and methods. However, Yun Xingyao believed that Wang Chu would definitely become a good father. I see. You can't use the method of bribing to educate a child. Wang Chu took a deep breath. If we really give Yaya chocolates this time, then she'll feel that it's the right thing to do, and it won't be good for her future growth. Yun Xingyao glanced at Wang Chu with some surprise, smiled and said, Yo, I didn't expect you to comprehend quite fast. Wang Chu said with a straight face, I've been a study committee member since I was a kid and a language class representative. All these things are just small potatoes to me. Yun Xingyao covered her mouth and laughed her ass off. Wang Chu's face twitched as Yun Xingyao moved in such a way that he was actually able to see a hint of snowy whiteness on his chest that was hidden from view from above. With a gurgle, Wang Chu's throat moved. Ha, why aren't you moving? Feeling the movement in Wang Chu's hand stop, Yun Xingyao raised her head in some confusion. It was only at this time that she realized Wang Chu's straight stare. Bah, horny bastard. Yun Xingyao instantly realized that she seemed to have gone naked. She subconsciously wrapped her yukata tightly, her cheeks flushed, and she cursed in her heart. But what she didn't realize was that by wrapping up like this, she had instead made her already dimpled figure stand out even more. This adds a different kind of charm. Cough cough. Wang Chu felt that his mouth was a bit dry. He quickly changed the topic. Just now, Auntie Wang took me around the villa. I really didn't expect this villa to be so big, right? Mentioning the villa, a hint of pride appeared on Yun Xingyao's face. I've spent a lot of effort for this villa. Wang Chu nodded slightly. He was also able to tell that Yun Xingyao had indeed spent a lot of effort. I heard from Auntie Wang that it was hard for you to start from nothing in the first place. From nothing? No. Yun Xingyao blinked and said, the money for this villa was given to me by my big brother. The money for the decoration was given to me by my second brother. And the helicopter was given to me by my third brother. Wang Chu sucked in a breath of cool air. He actually had 3 great uncles? Xingyao, please make sure to introduce the 3 great uncles to me. Not for any other reason, just to pull in the feelings between relatives. Chapter 28, Shepherd's Cloud Pharmaceuticals. Yeah, well then, they've been wanting to meet their irresponsible brother-in-law for a long time anyway. Yun Xingyao said with a smile on her brow. My big brother has long told my second and third brother that when the time comes they don't have to keep their hands off. As long as they don't kill them, he will have a way to save you. Wang Chu winced and let out a dry laugh. Big Uncle Buddy really knows how to joke. My third brother likes to joke around, but my elder brother has a serious nature and never plays any jokes on us. Yun Xingyao glanced at Wang Chu with a smirk. Wang Chu gave a dry smile. I think there is a misunderstanding here. Why don't we disappear first? You first help me appease my great uncle Buddy. Look at your demeanor. Yun Xingyao blanked Wang Chu. Otherwise, Yun Xingyao knew that Wang Chu was merely joking with himself. After all, she had seen Wang Chu's strength with her own eyes. Apart from her second brother, her elder and third brothers together were not Wang Chu's opponents. Right, Xingyao, why haven't I seen Grandpa Yun? Is he not in High City anymore? Wang Chu asked. Wang Chu had thought that he would be able to meet Elder Yun at the villa, but just now he realized that Elder Yun was not here. My grandfather. He's gone to look for his old friend. He probably won't be back for the next 2 days. Yun Xingyao said. So that's what it's all about. Wang Chu's heart gave a dark cry, then asked, I still don't know what your family does. Although Wang Chu knew that Yun Xingyao's family lineage was definitely not ordinary, he hadn't really learned the specifics from Yun Xingyao's mouth. Yun Xingyao stroked her hair and said softly, our Yun family is actually nothing much. I don't know if you've heard of Yun Pharmaceutical? Of course I've heard that. Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao with an unbelieving gaze. What do you mean? It's not possible that this Yun Pharmaceuticals is the property of the Yun family, right? If this is true, it's unbelievable. Yun Pharmaceuticals, the largest pharmaceutical group in Kyushu, and Willow Pharmaceuticals are known as the two locomotives of the pharmaceutical industry. I heard that 5 years ago the market capitalization of Yun Pharmaceuticals exceeded $100 billion, and it has many familiar medicines under its belt. White Cloud Spray, 6 Flowers Oral Liquid, etc. All of which are national medicines now. If Yun Pharmaceuticals is really the Cloud family's industry, then Yun Qingyao that can be a veritable white rich beauty. That's right. Finally, Wang Chu received this certainty from Yun Qingyao's mouth. Wang Chu's face froze. He had thought that the Yun family should be quite rich, but he hadn't thought that it was this rich. This carelessness of his own actually embraced such a thick thigh. No one would believe it if they said they weren't soft eaters. It's a nice soft meal. Though, my oldest brother founded the largest private hospital in Imperial Capital. My second brother joined the army a long time ago and is now serving in a special unit. And my third brother, who has a more flamboyant personality and just wants to enjoy life, founded Stars on the Clouds. Stars on the Clouds? Why is that name so familiar? Wang Chu thought for a moment. Aren't you the one who debuted at Stars on the Clouds? You mean? Yun Qingyao nodded. Didn't that happen 4 years ago? Afterward my third brother asked me if I still wanted to be a big star. And I said yes. And then he set up Yunshang Xingchen in order to realize his sister's dream. Yun Qingyao's third brother had directly set up an entertainment agency? This operation directly stunned Wang Chu. This is the real rich and capricious. It was no wonder that within a short period of 3 years, Yun Qingyao had exploded like a rocket. It turns out that there are such powerful resources behind it. My elder brother has a more strict character and rarely jokes. My second brother gets together a lot and is a grumpy person. My third brother is a few years older than me. I have the best relationship with my third brother, but all 3 of them love me oh so much. Yun Qingyao winked at Wang Chu. So, if you bully me in the future, my 3 brothers won't spare you. Don't worry, I'll love you more than my great uncle Buddy. Wang Chu immediately said, it's true that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the children of mice can make holes. This Yun family is a family of 3 masters. Oh no, together with Yun Qingyao, it is a family of 4 masters. Don't tell me that if you have a lot of resources, you can be hot. How many people in the entertainment industry can't be popular even if they are hard to hold? If you want to wear the crown, you must first bear the weight. Right, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Yun Qingyao said, let's go and get the formalities done. Getting a license? Wang Chu's heart steeply beat very fast. Although he had slowly accepted this matter now, his heart still felt unusually excited at the thought that such a beautiful Yun Qingyao would become his wife. So what does that mean? We'll be able to sleep together today? I don't know how. But Wang Chu didn't ask such a question without thinking. With a brush, Yun Qingyao's face instantly turned red. She stood up in a bit of a panic. My hair's dry. I'm going to go see what Yeye's doing. She's probably gone to steal some chocolate and eat it. With that, she stood up and wrapped her yukata tightly around her and went out. Since there were no male servants in the villa, Yun Qingyao didn't have to worry about getting naked. And Wang Chu, who was left alone in the room, hated to slap himself. Let's get you talking. People are saying that they'll get a license tomorrow. So if they're brazen enough today, there's no chance that they'll actually get a hug. But now, to make things clear, Yun Qingyao is naturally shy. Okay? Ugh, am I out of my mind? Wang Chu sat down on the chair with a bitter smile on his face. This time, there was a ding-dong sound from the cell phone on the dresser. Yun Qingyao didn't have time to take her cell phone with her because she left in such a hurry. Wang Chu adheres to the principle of a righteous man, is absolutely not going to move Yun Qingyao's cell phone privately. But it's not a crime to look, is it? Wang Chu's brows furrowed after he took a glance. Yao, I heard that you're not in the crew anymore. Did something happen? If it's because you're mad at me for confessing to you the other day, I apologize to you. I just love you so much. But I promise I'll never do anything like that again without your permission. Okay? Are you still angry now? As long as you're not angry, I'll do anything you want me to do. Message after message. Wang Chu's brows furrowed. This person nicknamed I am the peak of the mountain sent out several messages in a row. This seems to be Yun Qingyao's suitor, and it was the kind that Yun Qingyao was too lazy to talk to? From his body, Wang Chu smelled the strong flavor of dog licking. Hey, no wonder. Who made my daughter-in-law look so pretty? Wang Chu's heart thought prettily. Probably never returned the message. And a few moments later, the phone rang. Yao, I'm really sorry. I didn't think enough that day. After Wang Chu picked up the phone, a young man's voice came from inside. Wang Chu dryly coughed. She just took a shower and went out. Why don't you call later? Who are you? The voice on the phone instantly became tense and somber. Me? Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, after tomorrow, she should call me her husband. With a pop, Wang Chu heard the sound of something falling to the ground from inside, and then hung up the phone. How rude! Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. Chapter 29, Admitting Defeat. In the presidential suite at the Holiday Inn, Lin Zifeng slammed his cell phone down hard on the ground. Then he smashed the red wine in his hand hard on the ground without relieving himself. There were only two words swirling around in his head right now. She just got out of the shower. After tomorrow, she should call me her husband. These two words were like the whisper of a demon, driving Lin Zifeng crazy. Who are you? Who the hell are you? How did you know that Yun Qingyao finished her bath? Why did she call you her husband after tomorrow? Could it be that? A terrifying conjecture appeared in Lin Zifeng's mind. Yun Qingyao suddenly took a leave of absence from the crew. Could it be to attend the blind date the Yun family had prepared for her? But even if it's a blind date, it's not possible to just live together, right? Looking at the time now, it's 9 o'clock at night. Lin Zifeng's heart felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running wild. His mind had even conjured up the image of Yun Qingyao languishing in another man's arms. No, it can't be. Yun Qingyao was not that kind of woman. Lin Zifeng took a deep breath as he picked up a glass of water, trying to calm down, but the next second he slammed the cup on the floor again. How could he be calm now? No, I'm going to find Yun Qingyao. I want to see what kind of man is able to snatch Yun Qingyao from my hands. Yeah, it's getting late. It's time for bed. Outside, Yun Qingyao looked at the time and said to the still excited Yu. Ye's face showed an expression of intent. Ma, I still want to play, but we agreed before that we had to be in bed by 9:30 every day. Yun Qingyao said seriously, does Ye want to be a child who doesn't keep his promises? Ye's mouth puckered up. If it had been before, she would have climbed into bed, but today the poopers are all at home, which stirs up Ye's stay-up-late soul, and she doesn't want to go to bed at all right now, because she was afraid that when she woke up, the poop or the mama would not be there. Then, I want Puppy to read me a bedtime story. Hearing this request from Ye, Wang Chu naturally agreed with his mouth full. Ever since obtaining the skill Heavenly Melody, Wang Chu had been somewhat impatient to tell Ye a story. Oh yeah, a call just came in on your cell phone and I accidentally answered it. After picking up Ye, Wang Chu turned his head to Yun Qingyao. Who's calling? Yun Qingyao's face didn't have any ripples. Well, a guy whose nickname is Mountain to the Top I'm the Peak. Oh, it's him, don't worry about it, just a smug guy. Yun Qingyao said to Wang Chu, after you put Ye to sleep, let's discuss tomorrow's matter. Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao, who was somewhat feigning composure, with an I understand meaning on his face. This is clearly a euphemism for telling yourself that you want to sleep together. Happiness came so suddenly that Wang Chu was somewhat in disbelief. However, it was imperative that Ye be put to sleep first before she could do so. In Ye's small bedroom, Ye was lying on the bed, blinking her big eyes at Wang Chu. Wang Chu cleared his throat. Yeah, what do you want to hear? I want to hear the story of the enchanted castle. Wang Chu's heart was certain, because the Magic Castle storybook, he had already bought it yesterday and had read it twice. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom of magic. Wang Chu began to tell the story of the Magic Castle in a subdued manner. Because of the addition of the heavenly voice, Wang Chu told the story of the Magic Castle with ups and downs, and Ye was constantly exclaiming and laughing along with the story. When Wang Chu saw that Ye was so devoted, his heart was also very accomplished. But then a question arises. That is, Ye was so mesmerized by what she was hearing that she didn't have any sleep at all. What can be done about this? How could he return to Yun Qingyao's room if you couldn't sleep? Wang Chu sipped his water. Yeah, this is all Papa has to say today. Okay, I'll tell you the rest tomorrow? I want to listen. Ye lay on Wang Chu's lap, her big eyes with a thirsty look. Wang Chu was a bit helpless, but it's almost 10 o'clock now. You should go to bed. Oh, Ye's mood dropped a bit, but she quickly raised her head. Then I want Puppy to sleep with me today. No, said Wang Chu. I'm more like sleeping with your mom. But perhaps Wang Chu's tone was a bit sharp, and Ye's big eyes instantly filled with tears. Puppy, do you hate Ye? These words made Wang Chu incomparably blame himself. He gently wiped away the tears in Ye's eyes and said with a hint of self-reproach. No, my favorite is Ye. I'll accompany Ye to sleep tonight, okay? Hearing Wang Chu say that, Ye's face immediately turned from light rain to sunshine. But, Wang Chu looked at Ye and said seriously, I'm going to talk to Mama first, okay? I'll be back later. Turning his head, Wang Chu was surprised to see that Yun Qingyao was already standing at the door. Originally, Yun Qingyao thought that Wang Chu would be able to come back soon, but she didn't expect to wait for a long time without coming over. Yun Qingyao couldn't help herself and walked out, only to find Wang Chu earnestly telling you a story. This scene made Yun Qingyao feel very cozy. Wasn't that what she'd been hoping for? And she stood in the doorway for a few moments, and surprisingly, she was also attracted by Wang Chu's subdued voice. Xingyao, why don't I accompany Ye to sleep today? Wang Chu saw Yun Xingyao and said with some hesitation. Yun Xingyao snorted coldly, who cares about you like that? Alright, you'll sleep with you today. Yay! Ye excitedly jumped on Wang Chu's back in a flash. Today, Papa is able to sleep with me. 10 minutes later, Wang Chu was patting Ye's back in the darkness, singing a lullaby in his mouth. Yeah, are you asleep? Wang Chu asked in a small voice. There isn't one. Papa. Ye's clear voice came, and in the night, her bright eyes were as brilliant as the stars. Wang Chu was somewhat in tears. This 3-year-old little girl, how could she be so energetic? Let's make a game then, shall we? Hyatt nodded excitedly. We're going to do a game of 1, 2, 3, woodchucks. When I'm done counting 1, 2, 3, we're going to close our eyes. We can't open them. We can't talk. And we have to lie down on the bed. If someone talks or opens his eyes, then he loses. If Puppy loses, Puppy will grant Ye a request. But if Ye loses, Ye will have to promise Papa a request. Okay? Good. Ye said with confidence. I won't admit defeat. Okay then. 1, 2, 3, go. Ye closed her eyes at the first opportunity, her tiny body lying motionless on the bed. Wang Chu, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Ye. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, there was the sound of even breathing coming from Ye. Good night, my baby. Chapter 30, Going to Kindergarten. Although it was said that Wang Chu had lost the opportunity to have a kiss with Yin Chengyao, but being able to stay by his daughter's side, looking at her sleeping appearance, and feeling his daughter's attachment to him, Wang Chu's heart was still very warm and touched. The next morning, Wang Chu woke up early, but Ye was still sleeping. He came out of the room gently, lest he make a sound that would wake Ye. When he came out, he realized that Yun Qingyao had already gotten up a long time ago and was walking in from outside. You woke up so early? Wang Chu was a bit surprised. I always get up this early to exercise. As you know, we as entertainers have to stay in shape. Either we keep our mouths shut or spread our legs. I'm a person who doesn't like to abuse myself verbally, so I can only exercise more. After the exercise, Yun Xingyao's face carried a trace of healthy redness, and her marvelous figure was hidden in the white sportswear, instead adding a point of sunny girl spirituality. After we finish breakfast later, we'll send Ye to kindergarten and then go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to do some errands. Then I have to rush back to the theater group in the afternoon. Yun Xingyao said to Wang Chu, I won't be able to come back for almost a month in the future, so you have to take care of Ye more. Wang Chu froze for a moment. Send Ye to kindergarten? I thought Ye didn't go to kindergarten. How can you not go to kindergarten? Yun Xingyao said with amusement. It's just that 2 days ago, because you had a bit of a cold, she took 2 days off from her teacher, and now that she has gotten better, she naturally wants to go to kindergarten. So that's how it is. When Ye woke up and learned that she had to go to kindergarten today, her little face instantly piled up with unhappiness. She still wants to continue playing with her poopers. Why does she have to go to kindergarten? Mama, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Ye looked at Yun Qingyao blearily. I think I'm still a bit uncomfortable. Why don't I stay home for another day? No way. Yun Qingyao said decisively. You've been playing at home for days. You should go to school. When Ye saw how unkind Mama was, she immediately set her sights on Wang Chu. Poopy, I'm not going to kindergarten, okay? Wang Chu was a bit teary-eyed. Isn't it true that every child doesn't like to go to kindergarten? Yeah. Why don't you like going to kindergarten? Wang Chu squatted down and asked Ye in a very soft voice. Because, I'm afraid that when I get home at night, Poopy is gone. Hyatt's voice lowered. Wang Chu's heart ached. It seemed that Yun Qingyao had a precedent of suddenly leaving when she received a notice before. Otherwise, Ye wouldn't have said such a thing, and upon hearing these words, a look of shame and self-condemnation appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. But as an entertainer, there are some things that are out of her control. In her mind, her children are important, but she also has her own dreams and pursuits. It's hard to have it both ways. Yeah. Poop, promise you, I am never going to leave Ye again, okay? Wang Chu gently patted Ye's little head and said, think about it, Ye hasn't been to school for so many days. The kindergarten kids must all miss Ye. Then Ye can play with the kids during the day and play with Papa at night. Isn't it a happy thing to be doing? Being said so by Wang Chu, Ye's eyes also revealed a luster. And, Ye is going to share with Puppy what happened to you in kindergarten, okay? Good. Then Puppy has to pull the hook with Ye and can't go away. Oh. Saying that, Ye stretched out her white and tender fingers. Wang Chu pulled the hook with Ye, and only then did Ye's little face really light up. Yun Xingyao breathed a sigh of relief. She realized that Wang Chu was really a guy who was very talented at being a baby daddy. She herself had read a lot of parenting books in order to take care of Yu in the first place, but she was also a first-time mom after all, and many times there was no way for her to really talk to Yu in a calm and peaceful manner. After breakfast, Yun Qingyao said to Wang Chu, "Can you drive?" Wang Chu nodded. "Well then, why don't you drive today? And we'll send Ye together. I have quite a few cars in my garage. Whichever one you fancy, feel free to drive." When they arrived at the garage, Wang Chu looked at a garage of luxury cars, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Bentley, Porsche, Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari, McLaren. At a glance, dozens of luxury cars, as if it were a luxury car show. "These are all your cars?" Wang Chu's eyes went straight. Yun Qingyao nodded. "Some of them were given to me by my third brother, and some of them were given to me by endorsers. Anyway, I haven't bought one. I'm not very interested in cars." "Nima, can we still be good friends?" Wang Chu arrived in front of a high-grade Land Rover SUV, which was probably the most low-profile car inside. "Let's just drive this one. There's more room in it and you guys should be more comfortable in it." Auntie Wang, who was next to him, found the Land Rover's car keys from her backpack and handed them to Wang Chu. Wang Chu inadvertently saw that, inside the car keys alone, it was full of a bag. Is this the understated luxury of the rich? Wang Chu sighed. The thing he hated the most when he was small was rich people, but he didn't expect that he would end up living as what he hated the most. Even though it was earned through a soft meal, it was also thanks to the fact that he had gotten a shot in the arm in the first place. Millions of Land Rover driving is not the same feeling. Driving feel absolutely first class, as Dove chocolate is silky smooth. "Xing Yao, I haven't asked where you use kindergarten is." Soon Yun Xingyao's voice came from the back row. "Victory Road, Windmill International Bilingual Kindergarten. Windmill International Bilingual Kindergarten. This kindergarten, Wang Chu has heard of. I heard that just a month's garden fee is more than 50,000 yuan. Is definitely not the average family's children can go." However, thinking about Yun Xingyao and the Yun family behind her, Wang Chu was relieved. $50,000 was as good as rain to Yun Xingyao. In less than half an hour, Wang Chu had brought them to Victory Road. "Wang Chu, you send Ye to kindergarten. I'll just wait for you in the car." Yun Xingyao sighed and said, "As you know, I'm not very good at going to kindergarten at this time." Wang Chu nodded. Big star. Well, if the outside world knew that Ye was the daughter of Deming Xian Xingyao, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake in focus. There will definitely be a lot of paparazzi surrounding Ye every day to photograph Ye's every move and then put it on the internet to magnify it infinitely. Wang Chu was naturally unwilling to put his daughter under such pressure. "Okay, don't worry, I'll be back as soon as I get Ye inside." Wang Chu picked up Ye. "Let's go. Today Papa will send you inside." Chapter 31, Jealousy. "Good morning, Mr. Yu." "Good morning. Good morning, Xianxian. Today Xianxian's braid is so pretty. Did mommy braid it for you?" At the entrance of the big windmill kindergarten, a tall woman with a ponytail and wearing a kindergarten uniform was greeting the children entering the school with a smile. Teacher Xiaoyu, after Ye, who was in Wang Chu's arms, saw the woman. She shouted excitedly while waving her hand. The woman turned around, causing Wang Chu to be somewhat slightly surprised. Early 20s age, red lips and teeth, radiant, filled with the flavor of youth and sunshine. "It's Ye. I heard you have some cold. Are you better now?" Ye nodded. "I'm all better, Mr. Xiaoyu. This is my poop." Teacher Xiaoyu glanced at Wang Chu and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, because Yu had always been delivered by a middle-aged woman called Aunt Wang. This was the first time she had met Yu's father. "Hello, Yu's father. My name is Yu Meichi. I'm Ye's main class teacher." A hint of a smile appeared on Yu Huanshuang's face. "Nice to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Yu." Wang Chu also hurriedly said. "Ye has to thank you for taking care of her in kindergarten. Ye is a very understanding and obedient child, and we all love her." Teacher Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Yeah, come on in. Your good friend Tong Tong asked me yesterday when you were coming back." Ye's eyes lit up. "Poop, I'll go in first then." After saying that, she got off Wang Chu's body and ran towards the inside of the kindergarten. "Slow down," Wang Chu shouted somewhat nervously behind him, but Ye just turned around and waved her hand. Bye poop." A disappointed look appeared on Wang Chu's face. "Ye dad, please wait a moment." Just as Wang Chu was about to leave, Teacher Xiaoyu called out to Wang Chu. "Is there something wrong?" Wang Chu asked curiously. "It's like this. I have something I want to say to you," Yu Meichi said. Ye is usually very understanding, but there is one thing I want to reflect to you. Before Ye got into a fight with a little boy, resulting in her mood has not been very good. "Did you win the argument?" Wang Chu subconsciously asked. Yu Meichi froze. Isn't Ye's dad's brain circuit a little bit not normal? Is this the time to be concerned about winning an argument? Ahem. Wang Chu dryly coughed. and he also realized that it seemed like he had just said the wrong thing. Don't know what the reason is? It's because the two of them got into a fight over a toy, but the boy said something outrageous and Yaya had a moment of depression. What words? Wang Chu's brows furrowed. How dare a kid bully my daughter? You're looking for a fight, aren't you? I'm not really sure about the specifics, but I hope you'll join our teachers in making more time for your child. Yumechi said earnestly. I know you must be very busy with your usual work, but even if you are busy, you can't neglect the company and care for your children. Don't look at them as very small now, but it's a crucial time for them to get to know the world. So, Wang Chu looked at this Yumechi who had a serious face. He couldn't help but nod his head. Okay, I know. Thanks for the reminder, MS. Xiao Yu. Then let's add a WeChat, and then I'll pull you into the parent group. That way, if there are any activities in the class, or if there's anything going on with Yaya, I'll be able to contact you at the first time. Is that okay? Wang Chu nodded. Of course. You had a nice chat with that female teacher. Returning to the car, Wang Chu found that Yun Qingyao didn't know when she sat in the co-pilot's seat, and her mouth was still snickering. That's Yaya's main class teacher. Mr. Xiao Yu, quite nice and responsible, Wang Chu said with a smile. The people are pretty too, aren't they? Yun Qingyao continued. Well, when Wang Chu said those words, he instantly felt a murderous aura coming from Yun Qingyao's body. He couldn't help but shiver before glancing at Yun Qingyao. But Yun Qingyao was wearing sunglasses, so Wang Chu couldn't see Yun Qingyao's eyes at all. Sure, she's a far cry from my daughter-in-law, Wang Chu hurriedly said with a shy remedy. Humph. Yun Qingyao snorted coldly. Go home first. Don't you go straight to the civil office? I want to go home first now, can't I? Yun Qingyao said without a trace of anger. Also, I have a sore throat right now. I don't want to talk. Wang Chu's heart screamed. What a sore throat. It's obvious that she's jealous because she saw herself talking too much with that Miss Xiao Yu. This all rushes the nose with the smell of vinegar. Wang Chu would be too slow if he couldn't feel it again. However, Wang Chu's heart did not care about anything. Yun Qingyao ate his own vinegar, which is not just to show that Yun Qingyao on their own is still quite concerned about it. That's a good thing. Soon, it was back to Dingsheng Flower Garden. As they stepped out of the car, a man suddenly appeared in front of Yun Qingyao. Yo, what was that phone call yesterday about? Who the hell is that man? Yun Qingyao was startled and couldn't help but take a step backwards. When Wang Chu saw someone harassing his daughter-in-law, he immediately stepped forward and kicked out, directly sending the man several meters away. Are you okay? Wang Chu protected Yun Qingyao behind him and asked somewhat nervously. A warm current flowed through Yun Qingyao's heart as she gently shook her head. As long as Wang Chu was there, she felt as if nothing in this world could harm her. The feeling was reassuring. I'm fine, Yun Qingyao said softly. Only then did Wang Chu drop his heart, and he looked angrily at the guy who had struggled to get up from the ground. Are you sick? What are you doing rushing over all of a sudden? Wang Chu said without a trace of anger. Who are you? Why are you here? This was Yun Qingyao's villa. Who was this strange man? Lin Zifeng felt his internal organs were on fire. He hadn't slept a night yesterday. Wang Chu's voice kept echoing in his mind. He really couldn't help it. He had finally found Yun Qingyao's villa in Haichang through various methods. That's why he rushed over early in the morning. But what he didn't expect was that just after this meeting, before he could finish asking his own question, he was kicked out by Yun Qingyao's bodyguard. If this were to get out, where would he lose face as a great young man of imperial capital? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I think you don't want to live? Lin Zifeng pointed at Wang Chu and cursed. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised, provoking himself in front of his own home. Was this guy out of his mind? And do you know who I am? What do I care who you are? Aren't you just a stinking bodyguard? Do you believe that with one word from me, Yao can fire you? Looking at the confident Lin Zifeng, Wang Chu was a little surprised. This guy, where does he get his confidence? Chapter 32, Bodyguard? Lin Zifeng, what are you doing over here? Yun Qingyao simply ignored Lin Zifeng's threat to Wang Chu and said with a displeased face. Lin Zifeng pointed at Wang Chu and said viciously, Yao, this bodyguard of yours is simply too much. I want you to fire him immediately. I, Lin Zifeng, have grown up so much. No one has ever dared to treat me like this. Yun Qingyao's face went cold. Lin Zifeng, are you teaching me things? In Lin Zifeng's opinion, wasn't it just a dismissal of a bodyguard? Could it be that Yun Qingyao could get upset with himself over a stinking bodyguard? But what Lin Zifeng didn't expect was that Yun Qingyao disliked herself for a bodyguard. Yo, that's not what I meant. Yun Qingyao interrupted Lin Zifeng before he could finish his sentence. Lin Zifeng, please respect yourself. Our relationship isn't that good yet, and the word Yao isn't something you can say. Lin Zifeng felt suffocated. What he didn't understand was why Yun Qingyao's attitude today was even worse towards him than before. Is that why she had a blind date yesterday? Until now, Lin Zifeng still thought that Yun Qingyao must have accepted her family's blind date yesterday. Well, but Qingyao, my true heart for you, heaven and earth can be judged. I will definitely treat you well, as long as you're willing. I'll let our family's old man propose marriage to Grandpa Yun right now. Wang Chu blinked on the side. Although it was said that the fact that his daughter-in-law was being pursued by others showed that his daughter-in-law was popular and Wang Chu felt proud. But isn't this prying in your face slightly disrespectful? I say brother, don't bother for nothing. Now she's already married to a woman. Wang Chu stepped forward and patted Lin Zifeng's shoulder, saying with a hint of sympathetic tone. Lin Zifeng was furious. Is there a place for you to talk here? Aren't you just a stinking bodyguard? Get lost. Me? Stinky bodyguard? Wang Chu blinked, then sized himself up. He was dressed very spiritually. How to look at it is not like a bodyguard. What kind of eyes are these? Is there such a handsome bodyguard? Lin Zifeng, what the hell are you doing here? Yun Qingyao took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chu, her eyebrows raised coldly, her voice carrying a chill. If you're here to be unreasonable, please leave immediately now. And, please wipe your eyes. This is not my bodyguard. If it's not a bodyguard, then what is it? Lin Zifeng glanced at Wang Chu, but Yun Qingyao's next words made Lin Zifeng completely collapse. This is my future husband. Wang Chu. What? Lin Zifeng looked at Yun Qingyao incredulously. How can this be possible? You must be joking, right? Lin Zifeng couldn't accept this reality. He had investigated. Yun Qingyao had never had intimate contact with any member of the opposite sex. How could a fiancé suddenly appear? Could it be that in just one day she was already betrothed to this man? How is this possible? You deliberately lied to me because of what happened to me last time, right? Lin Zifeng clenched his fists, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Yun Qingyao had a bit of a headache. She naturally knew about Lin Zifeng's pursuit of her, but she really didn't have any good feelings towards Lin Zifeng. And as a member of the same top stream class in the Beijing circle, Yun Qingyao couldn't know Lin Zifeng's character any better. If he couldn't let Lin Zifeng down completely, he would definitely pester him. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath and said indifferently, You think I'm lying to you? You think I would do such a boring thing because of you? As the words fell, Yun Qingyao grabbed Wang Chu's collar and pulled downward. Wang Chu subconsciously lowered his head. A stunning face appeared in front of him, and then he felt a softness and sweetness on his lips. Yun Qingyao actually took the initiative to kiss herself, and that too on the lips? At this moment, Wang Chu felt that the entire world had turned pink, and an indescribable sensation instantly flooded the whole body. Tingling, sweet, happiness comes so fast, it's like a tornado. Just when Wang Chu's brain was dizzy, Yun Qingyao's lips parted and she turned her head to look at the stupefied Lin Zifeng. I wonder if that still proves my word. Lin Zifeng felt as if he had dozens of knives stuck in his heart. He pursued Yun Qingyao for 2 years. The entire capital circle of great young men know, but he did not even hold Yun Qingyao's hand. And now, Yun Qingyao actually kissed a dirtbag San in front of him? How could he take this? Yun Qingyao, Lin Zifeng roared, taking a step forward. Do you think it's fun to tease me? Wang Chu's eyes tightened and he hurriedly walked forward as well, once again protecting Yun Qingyao behind himself. Good. You guys wait for me. Yun Qingyao. What Lin Zifeng, want to get? I'll definitely get it. And you, dare to steal a woman from me, Lin Zifeng. We won't stop until we die. Lin Zifeng knew that he wasn't Wang Chu's opponent and could only leave this harsh statement. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth revealed a hint of mockery as he said in a cold voice, Then I'm also warning you, you shouldn't harass my wife in the future. If I know that you continue to harass her, I don't care who you are, I won't let you off the hook. Fine. Lin Zifeng stared at Wang Chu dead in the face. If you have the ability to leave your name, don't act like a shrunken head turtle. Wang Chu said indifferently, memorize my name and get the hell out of here. Don't force my hand. Okay, I'll remember you. Wang Chu, I'll see you again. Lin Zifeng covered his waist and limped away, and Yun Qingyao had been gently looking at Wang Chu from behind. Only after Lin Zifeng left did she let out a light laugh. Wang Chu, do you know who Lin Zifeng is? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. I don't care who he is. Anyway, trying to bully my daughter-in-law just won't do. But, I'm not your daughter-in-law yet. Yun Qingyao's face reddened, but she quickly said seriously, but Lin Zifeng is a narrow-minded person. This time we made him lose face, and you even beat him up. He won't be able to let it go. No matter what happens, I'm here. Wang Chu said seriously. Yun Qingyao nodded. Lin Zifeng is the first son of the Lin family, and the Lin family's main business is in the field of automobile manufacturing, and the most famous red sun in the country is their automobile brand. So if Lin Zifeng really wants to deal with you, he'll probably use a lot of resources. Yun Qingyao said seriously. So, when you notice something, you must tell me, because we are husband and wife. 1. And we have to face all kinds of difficulties and challenges in the future together. you know? Wang Chu's heart warmed. He knew that Yun Xinyao was worried about herself and that was why she said that. Good. Wang Chu said mildly, I won't try to be strong. But, I have a small request. What? That. I haven't savored it just now. Why don't we continue? Chapter 33, Husband? Regarding Wang Chu's shameless request, Yun Xinyao naturally did not agree to him. Just now, it was only to make Lin Zifeng die. Yun Xinyao was that proactive. Watching Yun Xinyao return to the villa with a red face, Wang Chu smashed his mouth. It seems that if he wants Yun Xinyao to be convinced both physically and mentally, it will take some time before he can do so. It's okay, a good meal can't be rushed. It's already stewing in the pot anyway. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed and walked into the villa humming a little song. Just after entering the villa, Yun Xinyao said to Wang Chu at the bedroom door, Come in, I have something for you. After walking into the bedroom, Wang Chu realized that Yun Xingyao's hands were actually a whole set of clothes. From white shirts to suits, ties to shoes. Wang Chu was a bit dumbfounded. When did Yun Xingyao prepare it? When I bought clothes for uncle yesterday. I bought a set for you by the way. Yun Xingyao pretended to be unconcerned and said, I'm going to take wedding photos today. So, you hurry up and change into it. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Really is his good daughter-in-law. Without saying a word, he began to undress. Yikes, why did you just undress straight away? Yun Xingyao was startled, then immediately turned around. You quickly go to the changing room to change. Wang Chu said unconcernedly. Go to what locker room? I'm not that pretentious. Besides, the windows are translucent and opaque. It doesn't matter. Yun Xinyao was a bit furious. Is this something that has no relationship? This is really too shy. But she secretly looked closely at Wang Chu's robust figure from the small mirror on the dresser. Streamlined body, toned muscles full of power, but not the kind of unsightly bulge. Perfect body proportions. This is simply the ultimate dream of all women for the future half-ah. Yun Xinyao couldn't help but gulp, but soon she realized that the whole thing felt very hot. Yun Xinyao, you're shameless. How can you peek at a man's body like that? It's okay, Wang Chu is not someone else. He's your future husband. After you get the license, you'll be a legal couple. So it's not a big deal to look at him now. In Yun Xinyao's mind, the two little people were arguing frantically. The noise caused Yun Xinyao to be a bit distracted. I'll take one more look and I'll stop. Yun Xingyao's heart said secretly. That look was 5 minutes. She didn't turn her head until Wang Chu was fully dressed. So handsome. A hint of surprise appeared in Yun Xingyao's eyes. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. And Wang Chu, who had changed into a high-grade suit, had his temperament improved immediately. Surprisingly, it gave Yun Xingyao a feeling of a deer in the headlights in her heart. Well, not bad. Yun Xingyao feigned composure. Wang Chu looked at himself. Right? I feel the same way. If I go to the entertainment industry, wouldn't I still be hanging on to a bunch of fresh meat? Virtue. Yun Xinyao blankly glanced at Wang Chu before heading towards the changing room. Wait for me outside. I'm going to change my clothes as well. Wang Chu blinked. Since she wanted to change it, why didn't she just go and change it directly just now? Did she have to wait for herself to finish changing before she went? I think I can go in and palm you off. No need. I know in my own heart. With a bang, Yun Xinyao shut the door to the locker room. Wang Chu shrugged his shoulders. He was about to become a husband and wife. What was the point of being shy? I don't just let it go. But girls are understandably thin-skinned. Anyway, there's been a major conflict in the relationship today, so there's no rush. Half an hour later, Wang Chu was a little drowsy, and only then did the door to the locker room open. Yun Xinyao walked out, and Wang Chu's eyes went straight for a moment. Yun Xinyao didn't dress up in much of a flamboyant manner, only putting on a simple white shirt with a light CUI flower skirt outside. But it was obvious that she had put on delicate light makeup and also did her hair a bit. The whole person appeared to be both pure and moving, as well as flirtatious and sentimental. Let's go. Time is almost up. Don't freeze. Yun Xinyao walked to Wang Chu's side. Looking at the expression on Wang Chu's face, her small face lifted up with a small hint of pride. Nerd. Originally, Wang Chu thought that he would cause a stir when he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license with a popular star. But what he didn't expect was that the whole process went very smoothly. And the whole process was even accompanied by specialized personnel, which made Wang Chu very shocked. They're also doing this to prevent riots and other situations. Yun Xinyao also noticed the surprise in Wang Chu's eyes and said in a low voice, and since my career is on the rise right now, even though I don't have to care much about the company's rules, it's better to have less trouble if I can. Wang Chu nodded. I understand. Then, what if we are accidentally photographed later? Then you'll say that I'm your bodyguard. Admitted if you photographed it. Yun Xinyao glanced at Wang Chu. What bodyguard? Yun Xinyao is not the kind of person who dares to do not dare to recognize. And besides, if you say it like that, it's not fair to you. Wang Chu lovingly touched Yun Xingyao's head and said in a low voice, I'm willing to be your bodyguard for the rest of my life. Yun Xingyao's body trembled before she slightly leaned into Wang Chu's arms. A special event was made and soon the marriage license for both of them appeared in their hands. Wang Chu looked at the marriage license with a big red seal in his hand. Looking at the two smiling people on it, there was a feeling in his heart that was both sweet and magical. You're getting married yourself? You've got yourself a name and a name? One less single dog in the world since then? Hubby, I came back on leave this time, so I have to hurry back to the theater, even though I just got a license. But, I'm really sorry. A hint of shame appeared on Yun Xingyao's face. It just doesn't make sense that you have to run to the theater from the Civil Affairs Bureau. But Wang Chu was stunned, because he heard those two words husband from Yun Xingyao's mouth. What did you just say? Wang Chu asked as he swallowed his saliva. I said, I'm back on leave this time, so I have to hurry back to the theater. Not this one, the one before it, Wang Chu said seriously. Yun Xingyao's face suddenly turned red. Husband, Yun Xingyao whispered. Instantly, Wang Chu was smooth from head to toe. It's okay, wife, Wang Chu said excitedly. You go busy with your work and pursue your dreams. I have everything at home. Honey, you're so sweet. A smile appeared on Yun Xingyao's face before she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Wang Chu on the cheek before turning around and getting into the car. Hey, why are you doing a sneak attack again? If you're capable of doing it in a dignified manner. Chapter 34, The Lost Wang Chu. Yun Xingyao left, and Wang Chu's heart was slightly lost. However, before Yun Xingyao left, she promised that when she finished her work and came back, she could give Wang Chu a chance to sneak attack her, which made Wang Chu feel very excited. In just a few minutes, Wang Chu's mind had already come up with more than 10 ways to sneak attack Yun Xingyao. No. Excessive YYY is not desirable. Wang Chu took a deep breath and suppressed all sorts of juvenile images in his mind. However, speaking of which, Wang Chu was quite thankful to Lin Zifeng. If it wasn't for him, Yun Xingyao wouldn't necessarily have taken the initiative to kiss herself. As for Lin Zifeng's super-rich second-generation status, although Wang Chu had some pressure in his heart, he didn't regret punching Lin Zifeng, daring to pry in front of his own face. This is simply too much to put himself in his own eyes. What else more? As a man, if you don't stand out to protect your woman at this time, what kind of man is it? However, if the other party really wants to deal with himself, should he really rely on his daughter-in-law's family background? Wang Chu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It wasn't that he had a macho righteousness, but he felt that the gap between himself and Yun Xingyao was already huge, and if he needed Yun Xingyao to step in when he encountered something, then he was too lame. After all, he is a man with a system. Moreover, from Yun Xingyao's previous conversation, Wang Chu was also able to know that although Grandpa Yun's feelings towards himself might be good, the three great uncles were definitely not easy to deal with. If you want to truly hold a beauty, not only do you need the beauty to return to your heart, but you also need to conquer the entire Yun family before you can do so. It seems like the difficulty has risen directly to the hell level. Wang Chu's heart murmured. But the good thing is that I have a system, and I don't get scared of the hardest copy. By the way, I still have a free chance to draw today, so I can't waste it. Wang Chu's heart secretly said, System, I want a free lottery. Ding, the system is in the middle of a lottery. Congratulations, you've gained extraordinary car skills. Extraordinary car skills allows you to master all the vehicle driving skills. Even the god of the car will fall under your wheels. Instantly, a huge wave of information flooded into Wang Chu's mind, and countless information about car skills seemed to be burned into his mind. This skill is good. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. If it was really like what the system said, could he consider going to participate in cross-country rallies, Formula One championships, and if he could replace Schumacher as a new generation of gods, it would be pretty cool to think about it. What man doesn't have a dream of being a car guy in his heart? However, Wang Chu quickly shook his head. His most important task now was to accompany Ye as she grew up, and it seemed that this car god skill, too, had no use, but it's better than thanks for the patronage. Wang Chu glanced at his system interface and realized that his pleasure value had now surpassed 200, reaching as high as 270 something. Ye and Xingyao had provided themselves with quite a lot of pleasure value in the past 2 days. Shall we have another 10 in a row? Wang Chu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Pleasure values are hard to come by, so it's better to keep them for now. Who knows when they'll come in handy? What's more, one has to choose a time when one's hand is good and then draw. In case they all draw thank you for patronizing, then won't one cry blind? Auntie. At this time, Auntie Wang came over. Miss asked me to give you something. Wang Chu was a bit curious. What is it? Auntie Wang handed over a bank card, which was exactly the same bank card that Yun Xingyao had given to Wang Chu to swipe yesterday. At that time when Wang Chu walked out of the mall it was handed over to Yun Xingyao, but he didn't expect. Is this the rhythm of officially bagging your own? Miss said. This card is for Auntie to use for her usual expenses. Miss will regularly credit 1 million towards this card every month, and the overdraft limit of this card is 10 million. So in that case, Auntie's daily expenses must be enough. Daily expenses? $1 million a month? Is this what a normal person spends in a month? Besides, she wouldn't really want to use her wallet to support herself, would she? Although Wang Chu promised Yun Xinyao to be a full-time baby daddy, but this way with Yun Xinyao's money, Wang Chu is still sad about that hurdle in his heart. Auntie, I'm really so happy. At this time, Aunt Wang sighed and said, I really didn't expect Auntie to be able to make such a great sacrifice for the sake of Miss. I actually had some slight words for Auntie before, but now, I really admire Auntie. Wang Chu froze. Xinyao, what did she tell you? Miss said that Auntie has resolutely given up his career abroad for Mrs. Dream and to take care of Yayat, and returned to China to become a full-time baby daddy. This is not a choice that an ordinary man can make. Wang Chu was dumbfounded. She really said that? Of course. Auntie Wang said seriously. Auntie, Miss has actually been working very hard. She has been constantly circling between Yaya and her career. And now with Auntie, Miss will be able to pursue her dreams to her heart's content. My heart can't tell you how happy I am. Auntie, I can tell that Miss loves you very much, so I also hope that you can take good care of Miss, okay? Wang Chu sighed slightly and took the bank card. She is my wife. I will naturally love and care for her, and will not let her suffer any harm. By accident, Wang Chu became a millionaire. He was lying in his bedroom, which still retained Yun Qingyao's faint body odor on the bed, smelling the refreshing aroma and playing with the bank card in his hand. Wang Chu's face was filled with a lost look. Other people's lives are spent pursuing money and beauty. Oh no, career and love. But what about yourself? This accidentally, actually altogether, this life still have what motivation to struggle? Wang Chu sighed heavily, a melancholic look in his eyes. He really didn't want it all if he could help it. A stunningly beautiful wife, a sweet and loving daughter, a hearty and delicious soft meal. This kind of loss, without anyone to tell, Wang Chu's heart was suffocating. Jingle bells. At this time, Wang Chu's cell phone rang. Hello? Which one? Wang Chu asked lazily. Mr. Wang Chu. Hello, I'm a reporter from Haicheng TV station. We got better yesterday. Do you have time to accept our interview? The soft voice of that reporter girl came over the phone. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. Okay, I have time now. I'll go over right away. Chapter 35 Live Broadcast Revealed. Mr. Wang Chu, but we are using a live webcast this time. I don't know if you can accept it? Webcast? That's right. Our Haicheng TV station has a live online channel, and this time our leaders want to use this hot event to promote our online platform. So, Wang Chu understands. This is not to use themselves to attract traffic. It's okay. What do I need to do on my end? Thank you so much indeed. All you need to do on your end is to listen to our hosts on the spot. Auntie, are you going out? When she saw Wang Chu changing his clothes to go out, Aunt Wang came over. Well, the Haicheng TV station is going to do an exclusive interview with me, so I have to go over there. Wang Chu rubbed his nose and said. Auntie Wang's eyes revealed a look of admiration. So that's how it is. Auntie is really too good. I wonder if Auntie needs a new car. Switching cars? Auntie Wang nodded. Miss has said that anything in the house, Auntie can dispose of as she pleases. So if Auntie goes out this time, do you need a different car? Because Miss doesn't like to drive, and there are more cars in the garage, and more car keys, so these car keys have always been placed with me for safekeeping. So I'm searching for a way that if Auntie wants to change the car, I can give all the car keys to Auntie for safekeeping. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Auntie Wang, are you talking about those luxury cars within the garage? Yes, Auntie Wang said. It would be great if Auntie could keep these keys. With that, Auntie Wang placed a pack of car keys in Wang Chu's hands. Wang Chu looked at the heavy key bag in his hand, and his entire body was dumbfounded. What's the point of this life? But in the end, Wang Chu didn't drive a sports car to the TV station. After all, Wang Chu still felt that it was better to keep a low profile. In the end, Wang Chu still chose the low-key Maybach in the garage. Low-key luxury, it is their own color. And at this moment, on the internet, an official notice from the Haicheng TV station caught the attention of many people. Up close and personal interviews with car crash rescue heroes, hype or fact? Let's reveal. Because after 2 days of fermentation, the recent video of Wang Chu's rescue had already caused quite a stir in Haicheng, and had even reached the whole country through short video platforms. Many of them are questioning the accuracy of the video, and a number of so-called professionals have even come forward to say that it's simply impossible. It's impossible to do that with human power. And Haicheng TV happened to see this, which is why they decided to go live on the web. In this way, it will be able to shift the focus of the outside world from the car accident itself to the rescue hero, and it will also be able to rub off on this wave of heat and make a name for Haicheng Live. Sure enough, after this stunt was sent out, Instantly Hai Chang Live's broadcast room was flooded with hundreds of thousands of netizens, and the number was still increasing. Why is there no one there? Where's the promised reveal? Upstairs, people start at 10 o'clock. That's more than half an hour away. I don't believe it anyway. It's already been revealed that that video was edited. That's right. How can one person have so much power? Break it up, break it up. It's just claptrap. Using a car accident to hype. It's just bottomless. The backstage of the TV station saw so many active netizens with smiles on their faces, and now that the heat was on, all that was left was for the protagonist to shine. The protagonist, at the moment, is stuck in traffic on the way to the TV station. It's not even time to go to work. Why is there still so much traffic? Wang Chu's brows were tightly locked as he looked at the time on his cell phone. There were less than 20 minutes left. He is a man with a strong sense of time, which if he is late, it was hard to pass the congested road, and already another 10 minutes had passed, which meant that he had to get to the TV station within 10 minutes. At this moment, Wang Chu couldn't help but have a line of information emerge in his mind. It's still 8 kilometers from here to the TV station, and the speed limit in the city is 60 kilometers, so 10 minutes is theoretically 10 kilometers. So theoretically, it's perfectly enough time. The only factors to be discharged now are traffic jams and stoplights. Now there are 3 routes to the TV station. One of them has 7 traffic lights, another has 9 traffic lights, and there's a set of 10 traffic lights. And on the face of it, you should go with the one with 7 traffic lights, but that's a main road, and there's a full 2 minutes of waiting at a traffic light. And that 10 stoplight route, the average waiting time for each stoplight, at most, is 30 seconds, even if they all hit a red light themselves. Adding up the time, it's only 3 minutes. All things considered, the third route chosen is still the most logical route plan. In this instant, such an analysis clearly surfaced in Wang Chu's mind, which made him feel a little unbelievable himself. Could it be that this is the change that transcendent vehicle skill has brought to me? Wang Chu's heart murmured before he stepped on the gas and drove towards the third route. On the way, although there were a lot of vehicles, Wang Chu drove the Maybach in the traffic as if it was a loach, quickly traveling through the traffic, causing the surrounding car owners to curse. Is in a hurry to get reincarnated? Driving a luxury car is a big deal? You're going to have a son with no ass. Wang Chu, on the other hand, felt every one of his muscles trembling with excitement, his heart enjoying the feeling of overtaking a car. This feeling is like flying in the blue sky. Finally, a minute before 10 o'clock, Wang Chu finally felt the TV station. The TV crew was originally anxious, but the moment they saw Wang Chu come in, all of them raised their eyebrows and smiled. Here comes the main character. This interview, proper. At 10 o'clock, C-City Live officially began. This time, Haiching TV paid a lot of attention to this live broadcast. Not only were all the configurations the highest, but it also sent out Mao Xiaoyun, the most popular and beautiful host in Haiching TV. From the time Mao Xiaoyun entered Haicheng TV station, she quickly became a fan in the hearts of the audience with her outstanding appearance, solid hosting skills and steady stage presence. There are even rumors that CCTV has thrown out olive branches towards Mao Xiaoyun many times, but Mao Xiaoyun has never intended to leave Haicheng TV. Oh my god, it's my goddess Mao Xiaoyun hosting this interview. It's really unexpected. Who is this host? So pretty, pink pink pink. This look is an out-of-town audience. Online confession Mao Xiaoyun. In the live room, Mao Xiaoyun's face wore a warm and genial smile. She had also seen the news and video of Wang Chu's rescue at the scene, and although there was video as proof, there was still some disbelief in her heart. That's why this interview was also initiated by Mao Xiaoyun. She was curious to know whether this one called Wang Chu was really a strange person or a hype man. Chapter 36 Interviews. The live broadcast began, and in the live broadcast room, Mao Xiaoyun was wearing a host uniform that outlined her very delicate figure. Good morning to all of you who have come to Haicheng Live. Mao Xiaoyun smiled and said, today we have invited the hero who saved the car accident scene on People's Road the day before yesterday. I think everyone is just as curious as I am about who this hero who saved the day is. And now, he has come to our Haicheng Live broadcasting room. Welcome, Wang Chu. At this time, Wang Chu appeared in front of the crowd, making his angular face appear clearly on every cell phone watching the live broadcast. Wow, this face is so handsome. That video before was very unclear. I didn't realize that the little brother who saved the day was so handsome. Love love love. I have no resistance to such a manly face. In contrast to the crazy displays of love from the female netizens, the male netizens are all sour. Shay, that's it? Still handsome? To tell you the truth, it's not even close to what I think. Wait and see. We don't know if it's a hero or a bear yet. Sit back and wait for the punch in the face. Because of Wang Chu's perfect body, plus the charisma value that he had added before, this allowed Wang Chu to capture the favor of quite a few women in the first place. When Mao Xiaoyun saw Wang Chu for the first time, a trace of a strange look also appeared in her eyes. Nowadays, The society is popular with creamy boys and fresh meat, and there are very few men who are full of masculine flavor like Wang Chu. Mr. 1. The scene of the car accident on People's Road the day before yesterday was very crisis. At that time it was you who rushed to the scene and saved the two most seriously injured casualties. The man among them is now out of life-threatening danger. At that time the doctor said it. If he was sent there 5 minutes late, he would have been dead. Wang Chu folded his arms. It's good that everyone is fine. So, what kind of thoughts did you go to the rescue with then? You know, it was very dangerous at that time. In the face of Mao Xiaoyun's questions, Wang Chu naturally wouldn't say that he went because of his daughter's wishes. It doesn't fit his image of shining justice. Cough. Wang Chu cleared his throat and said, my thoughts at that time were very simple, and even said that I didn't have that much in mind. The situation at that time was very urgent, and I just wanted to quickly save the people. As for the other, I didn't think so much. So do you consider the dangers, like a car suddenly exploding or anything else? Mao Xiaoyun pursued. Wang Chu shook his head, but it is true that I did not think about it. But now think about it, it is also quite fearful. But in general, it is easy to deflagration under the high-speed impact of the car. But deflagration is not an explosion, and the scene did not produce sparks, so it is still relatively safe. Mao Xiaoyun smiled and said, this couldn't be something you found out afterward, could it? Wang Chu touched his nose. That is indeed the case. After all, I am also just an ordinary person. I will also feel fearful. Mao Xiaoyun's interview went well, and the discussion in the broadcast room was very intense. In fact, about the car accident seemed to save people's lives. We are most concerned about whether the video is fake or not. As for the other content, net friends are actually not very interested. But Wang Chu has managed to attract the interest of most of the female netizens, and has also managed to provoke the male netizens into jealousy. So, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was still quite intense. This made the leaders of the Haicheng TV station smile with joy. As long as they stabilized the current popularity, when it was revealed, it would definitely explode. Even Hightown Live will take a leap forward and become one of the more famous online official media in the country. After all, although it is now said that the internet is developed, but the online popularity of the official media is really not much. At the end of the interview, Mao Xiaoyun said, I think NetFriends must have a lot of questions for you right now. So let's randomly draw out some questions now and let Mr. Wang answer them for everyone. Okay? Wang Chu nodded. The first question was asked by a net friend called Orange Milk Tea. She asked, Wang Chu, what kind of girls do you like? A hint of helplessness appeared on Mao Xiaoyun's face. Wang Chu was also a little embarrassed. Is this question I need to answer? Since it's a matter of concern for net friends, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, right? Mao Xiaoyun glanced at Wang Chu and said with a smile, actually, I'm curious to know too. Wang Chu touched his nose. The girl I like is just like Yun Qingyao. This answer from Wang Chu instantly made the live broadcast room joyful. What? Yun Qingyao? Brother, you have a big enough appetite. What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. And Yun Qingyao? People know who you are. Courageous. But it does seem rather self-indulgent. Why is upstairs so sour? What's wrong with liking Yun Qingyao? I don't believe you guys don't like Yun Qingyao. Like Yun Qingyao +1. Guard our best Qingyao. Wang Chu naturally did not know that his words had directly amused the netizens in the live broadcast room. The first one is the one that has the best of both worlds, and the second is the one that has the best of both worlds. Wang Chu didn't know about the pop-ups on the live broadcast. The reason why he mentioned Yun Qingyao was purely because Yun Qingyao was now his rightful daughter-in-law. Moreover, Wang Chu was also worried that Yun Qingyao was also watching his live broadcast. So, like the daughter-in-law's confession, this matter has nothing to do with anyone else but the daughter-in-law. In that case, even if Yun Qingyao accidentally saw the replay in the future, she would still be able to feel Wang Chu's love for her. Wouldn't she? Then let's pick the second NetFriendess question next. Mao Xiaoyun coughed dryly and said, the second question is from the NetFriend with the screen name Dr. Jean, who questioned the authenticity of the video at the time, which is actually the purpose of our interview. Mr. Wang, I wonder if you can accept the challenge from our program team. Wang Chu blinked. What challenge? Scenario simulation challenge. Mao Xiaoyun laughed and said, through simulating the scenario at that time, we found out that if you want to pull open the twisted car door, you need at least 10,000 oxen of strength, which is beyond the limits of human beings. So we're going to do a test to test your strength at that time. How about it? Instantly, both the netizens' friends in the live broadcast room and the staff at the scene stared at Wang Chu. Whether he's just hype or if he's really a natural-born talent will be known soon enough. Does he really dare to accept such a test and challenge? Wang Chu smiled and said, well, in fact, I also want to know what the limit of my power really is. Mao Xiaoyun froze. You mean, you were not overplaying at that time, but there is still room? That's for sure. Chapter 37. Are you kidding me? 10,000 oxen of strength. That's like being able to carry a ton of stuff. You know, the heaviest weight in the World Hercules Championship is only 500 or 600 pounds. If Wang Chu had a ton of strength, it would be enough to get the Hercules Championship. This is absolutely false. I doubt Wang Chu has any misconceptions about the power of 10,000 oxen. I'm looking forward to when he misses. If he can have the strength of 10,000 oxen, I'll eat Sean live. Screenshots have been taken. Sit back and wait for the face punch upstairs. Screenshots have been taken. Although I don't believe in Wang Chu's strength, but what if? Screenshots have been taken. And suddenly I'm inexplicably looking forward to Wang Chu's test. Soon, the broadcast moved to a nearby specialized testing room. Mao Xiaoyun said to the screen, "This is the professional testing organization that our Haichang TV has specially found. Below we will first use the instrument to test Wang Chu's power. Just how great it is." Mao Xiaoyun then turned to Wang Chu and said, "This is the national gold medal fitness coach we invited, Coach Lu. And this test will be hosted by Coach Lu. Coach Lu, hello." Wang Chu nodded towards a tall man next to him. That Coach Lu also nodded towards Wang Chu, but his eyes were filled with disdain. He naturally knew the purpose of Hai Chang Wei TV finding himself here, but he, as an industry insider, naturally wouldn't believe that there was really someone whose strength could reach a ton. Wasn't that a joke? Seeing Wang Chu up close this time, the disappointment in his heart deepened. Wang Chu's figure was already considered good in the eyes of the general public, but in the eyes of a professional, such a figure could not support a ton of strength. Coach Lu, what should I do now? Wang Chu's face still carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. Ever since he had taken the power pill, he knew that he had a lot of power, but he had also never had a clear concept of his power. It's a good opportunity to test your power this time as well. It's very simple. All you need to do is pull this pulling ring, and then the monitor over here will be able to show you how much pulling force you have. Coach Lu said indifferently. For the average person, a pulling force that can reach 100 kilograms is already pretty good. Wang Chu looked at the heavy machine in front of him, and his right hand directly gripped the pull ring on the machine. Then I'll start trying. Mao Xiaoyun hurriedly let the camera turn to Wang Chu. Under the camera Wang Chu took a deep breath. His right arm slowly exerted force, and the pulling ring on the machine was gradually pulled out. And the pulling force of Wang Chu was also shown on it. The red numbers on the black screen were soaring. 50, 100, 200, 300. It didn't stop until 450. Mao Xiaoyun asked curiously from the side. Coach Lu, what does this 450 stand for? And at this moment, Coach Lu had begun to doubt life. Hearing Mao Xiaoyun's inquiry, he gulped and said, "This unit is kilograms. Which means that Mr. Wang Chu has a pull of 450 kilograms. Coach Lu's voice was also naturally heard by the netizens in the live broadcast room. The crowd exploded. 450 kilograms of pull? How is this possible? I just checked. An adult's pulling force is usually between 100 kilograms and 150 kilograms. This Wang Chu isn't very strong. How can he have a pulling force of 450 kilograms? I didn't realize that nowadays the upstarts are starting to fake. This is ridiculous. That's only 450 kilograms. Didn't they say it takes 1,000 kilograms of pull to pull the twisted door open? Coach Lu glanced at the data on the instrument. He was now also somewhat questioning how this was possible. Could it really be that the instrument is broken? When Wang Chu let go of his hand, he stepped forward. He took a deep breath. The muscles of his strong right arm bulged high, and he pulled with all his might. The data on the display screen flew up again, but this time, the data stopped at the value of 207. In other words, Coach Lu's right arm pull was just 207 kilograms. It wasn't even half of Wang Chu's. Coach Lu's face showed a look of having seen a ghost. There is nothing wrong with this machine. That is to say, does Wang Chu's right arm really have a pull of 450 kilograms? And this scene was literally transmitted by the camera throughout the broadcast. Seriously, this trainer with such a stocky build has a right arm pull of just over 200? If Wang Chu can really pull 450 words, then is he still a human being? It's a beast in human skin, right? My husband is awesome. Shame on you upstairs, but you're clearly my husband. How did you do that? Coach Lu looked at Wang Chu and couldn't help but ask, how were you able to reach 450 kilograms of tension? How did you get to 450 kilograms? Wang Chu frowned slightly. How was this question to be answered? He thought for a moment and said, actually, this one's pretty easy too. Everyone's people were more than staring. Everyone wanted to know how Wang Chu obtained this strength. Wang Chu gave a dry laugh and said, wouldn't it be fine for you to restrain your strength? Tighten up a little bit? What kind of a solution is that? The crowd was first stunned, and then Coach Lu said with some disbelief, you mean, you didn't use your full strength just now? The surrounding staff were stunned, and Mao Xiaoyun's cherry mouth was slightly open in shock, with a very dopey feeling. 450 kilograms isn't even the limit for this man? So what are the limits of this man? Is it the stars? Wang Chu also sensed the crowd's surprise. He said with some confusion, "Didn't I just say that I was only trying my hand? I haven't really exerted my power yet." After saying that, Wang Chu walked over to the pull ring and moved it slightly, without needing to be reminded. The cameraman hastily gave the camera to Wang Chu. Beyond Wang Chu's warm-up activities, he took a deep breath, and his right hand once again gripped the pull ring. This time, that sense of ease in Wang Chu's body disappeared and was replaced by a very heavy feeling, as if the entire air was about to condense. Coach Luol held his breath for fear that his breathing would disrupt Wang Chu's rhythm and affect his play. "Drink!" Wang Chu let out a low gulp, and then the muscles of his right arm bulged violently, raising his originally loose clothes high. And at this time, the numbers on the display screen were also rising crazily. In less than 3 seconds, the value had already broken through to 450 kilograms, and it was continuing to rise. 500 kilograms, 600 kilograms, 700 kilograms. The eyes of Coach Lu looking at Wang Chu were shocked with incredulity and even a hint of fear. This is not a human being. This is clearly a monster. Chapter 38, terrifying as it is. In the end, under Wang Chu's all-out effort, the value of the display arrived at 1,137, which meant that the pulling force of Wang Chu's single hand had exceeded more than 1 ton. If it's two-handed, it's likely to reach 2 tons. That's something even the strongest Hercules in the world couldn't have done, right? This is too scary as hell. Everyone was silent when this result came out, and everyone looked at Wang Chu with a shocked gaze. Wang Chu flung his arms and said with some curiosity, "What kind of eyes are you all looking at? Mr. Wang, I really didn't expect that your strength would be so great." Coach Lu took the initiative to speak, his face full of admiration. "I wonder if you're interested in becoming our Tian Yuan Club's special guest coach," said Coach Lu, handing over a business card. Wang Chu blinked. "Coach, I don't know how to work out. There are many people who know how to work out, but people like you who are born with godly strength are rare in the world." Coach Lu said, "You may not know our Tian Yuan Club. We are the largest high-end fitness club in the country, and most of the people we serve are entrepreneurs and celebrities." Everyone was speechless. No one thought that Coach Lu, a big name in the circle, would dig in on the spot. However, everyone could understand that it would be a bit abnormal if Coach Lu didn't show anything. "Sorry, I'm not interested in being a fitness instructor." Wang Chu politely refused. "Are you kidding? He's going to be a super dad. What's with being a fitness instructor? Mr. Wang, I think you can consider it. Becoming a fitness trainer now is also a very promising thing," Coach Lu hurriedly said. "And with your qualifications, you will definitely become a super coach in the future." Wang Chu's heart is a bit disdainful. "Very promising? Is it as promising as me eating my daughter-in-law's soft rice? Oh yeah. Many stars in the entertainment industry are members of our Tian Yuan Club. Even Yun Qingyao is a member of ours." Obviously, Coach Lu had seen the previous live broadcast. Wang Chu's eyebrows twitched. Yun Qingyao was actually one of their members? Possibly discovering that Wang Chu's expression had loosened, Coach Lu struck while the iron was hot and said, "You can come to our Tian Yuan Club as an honorary coach. We will definitely not force you to do anything, and there is also a base salary of 50,000 yuan per month. Ahem. Salary and whatnot. I've never cared much about it." Wang Chu took Coach Lu's business card and said, "Let's talk afterward," because Wang Chu suddenly thought of a problem. Even though Yun Qingyao didn't mind raising herself and making herself a full-time baby daddy, she was still a man after all. He himself could spend Yun Qingyao's money and drive Yun Qingyao's car, and he could still justify eating soft food, but he couldn't take Yun Qingyao's money to subsidize his family. Could he? If he only became the honorary coach of this Tian Yuan Club, at least he would be able to take this money and buy something for his parents in name only. Yes, that's it. It's definitely not because of Qingyao, but this scene had already been seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and naturally, they had heard Coach Lu's words, and they were all overjoyed. "My gosh, I've heard of the Tian Yuan Club, and I've heard that in order to become a member in it, the minimum dues are millions. I thought that Wang Chu was really ironclad, but I didn't expect that he would immediately compromise upon hearing Yun Qingyao's name. He wouldn't really want to pursue Yun Qingyao, would he? This is too much bull *********. One should always dream. What if it comes true? Ha ha, then I would call him the strongest fan. Hey, by the way, isn't there a guy who eats Sean on livestream? Everyone help out and etch him out. Already ate. The pop-ups were very joyful, but there were still some people who still didn't want to believe the scene they were seeing in front of them, and even thought that it was something that Haicheng TV had teamed up with Tian Yuan Club to hype up. But most people are willing to believe the official broadcast. After all, it's not easy to get a star TV station and a nationally renowned fitness club to join forces to hype up the event. And where would Haicheng TV's face go if this kind of thing was revealed to be hype? Therefore, Although most netizens were incredulous, they still accepted the setting that Wang Chu was a born god. Mr. Wang, we have one last live simulation. When Mao Xiaoyun saw that Coach Lu was already digging in on the scene without any martial arts, she hurriedly stepped forward and said, "We simulated the scene with two equally twisted and deformed car doors. One side is pulled open with machinery, and the other side is pulled open by your hand, and then compare. How about it?" Wang Chu had a bit of a headache. "Is it necessary? This is too much trouble," Mao Xiaoyun said with a slight smile. "This is also our attitude of striving for authenticity. Is that okay?" Wang Chu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Well, anyway, I'm here, so do as you please." Soon, they moved again to the outdoors, which happened to be occupied by two scrapped cars, both of whose doors were so badly twisted that they could not have been more different from those at the scene of the crash. In front of one of the scrapped vehicles was a fire truck with a chain attached to one end of the fire truck to the door of the scrapped vehicle. Once ready, the fire truck slowly started at the commanding officer's command on the scene, and with the chain taut, the scrap car door also issued a creaking sound. Finally, only to hear a bang, the scrap car door to pull open. Report, pull the door open with a force of 9,800 oxen. 9,800 oxen. That's almost a ton of force. And Wang Chu also walked to the front of the other scrapped car. As he did before, his right hand broke the door, and as the muscles on his body bulged, the door was likewise slowly pulled open. With a bang, the pulled open car door was thrown to the ground by Wang Chu. The scene instantly erupted into applause. The facts no longer need to be proven. Everyone is applauding the hero. The applause also infected a lot of netizens, and soon, the live broadcast was screened by applauding pop-ups. The interview was over, and just as Wang Chu was about to leave, Mao Xiaoyun called out to Wang Chu, "Mr. Wang, I still have something to tell you." Mao Xiaoyun chased after him. "What is it?" Wang Chu asked. "The thing is like this, now Haicheng is recently vigorously building a civilized city, so you want to list your deeds as a typical event. A few days later there will be an awarding conference. At that time it will be way to give you an award for bravery and courage. It is likely that you will also be rated as one of the outstanding representatives of the construction of civilized city in Haicheng." Wang Chu sucked in a breath of cool air. "Really? Am I going to be famous then?" Mao Xiaoyun covered her mouth and laughed. "Mr. Wang, don't you know? You've been famous for a long time." Chapter 39. In the past 2 days, all of Wang Chu's thoughts were focused on Ye and Yun Qingyao, and he simply didn't have the time or energy to pay attention to things on the internet. Naturally, he didn't know that the matter of saving people at the scene of his car accident had already fermented on the short video platform. Otherwise, Haicheng Satellite TV wouldn't have spent so much effort to find Wang Chu for an interview and to dispel rumors. After all, this matter also concerns the honor of Haicheng, and one of the parties to the car accident is also Zhao Ruo, the only daughter of Zhao Guangyao, the big brother of Haicheng. So out of sight of the populace, this matter involves a lot of people. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. It wasn't that he was enjoying the feeling of being famous, he just felt that if he behaved better, then Yun Qingyao's family might be able to accept him more easily. Although Yun Qingyao didn't say anything, Wang Chu was also able to keenly perceive that perhaps outside of Elder Yun, the rest of the Yun family didn't have very good feelings towards themselves. But this was right. After all, he had done something wrong to Yun Qingyao in the first place, causing Yun Qingyao to become pregnant out of wedlock, and also letting Yun Qingyao raise Yu alone for 3 years. Therefore, even though Wang Chu was now in a state of eating soft food, he wanted to show the Yun family that Qingyao had chosen him, and that he was absolutely capable of taking care of Qingyao and not letting her get hurt. When the interview was completely over, Wang Chu walked out from the TV station and was greeted by a girl with a small summer round hat. She was dressed in a light pink dress, outlining a concave and convex figure, straight and slender big white legs underneath wearing is a pair of exquisite black shoes, overflowing with youthfulness. Wang Chu dodged to the side and didn't look closely at the girl's looks. After all, he was now a man with a name. The first rule of self-cultivation for a baby daddy is not to look at any other girl. This is not a pretense, but just a little worried that after getting used to seeing it, when the time comes to come out with Yun Qingyao, he will not be able to help himself. But that girl unexpectedly ducked as well and stood in front of Wang Chu. Wang Chu took another step to the other side, and the girl also took a step to the other side and appeared in front of him again. Wang Chu thought for a moment, then didn't move, waiting for the other party to pass. But to his surprise, the girl did not move either and stood quietly in front of Wang Chu. Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Was this opponent prejudging his own prejudgment? He looked at the girl and raised an eyebrow as he saw the corners of her smiling mouth. She's targeting herself? Wang Chu's heart sighed. This world is also too unfriendly to boys. This hasn't even gotten out of the TV station yet. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Otherwise it's just too dangerous. Wang Chu. The girl extended her hand towards Wang Chu. Finally, I've met you. Wang Chu sighed. Want an autograph? Becoming a celebrity really isn't easy. You've only just become famous, and you've got people soliciting for autographs? Ha! The girl froze. You stopped me. Weren't you looking for my autograph? Wang Chu asked with some confusion. We don't know each other. What are you stopping me for? With a snort, the girl laughed, her large eyes curving into a crescent moon. You really don't recognize me? I'll be sad if you do. Wang Chu was startled. Beauty. Some words can't be said carelessly. We don't know each other, right? How can we not recognize each other? We are life and death friends. The girl smiled and said, It seems that you indeed have no impression of me. So let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Ruo, the girl you saved the day before yesterday. Saying that, she once again extended her hand. Wang Chu, thank you. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, he didn't notice what the girl he saved looked like, but he didn't expect to be so beautiful. You're welcome. Wang Chu held the girl's hand. Other polite words were not said, and Wang Chu also felt that he deserved the girl's special thanks. If it wasn't for herself, the badly injured man might have died, and at that point, it might have been criminal liability that the girl bore. Is your injury okay? Wang Chu asked with some curiosity. After all, at that time, that sports car had flipped twice in the air. Of course something's wrong. I've been lying in the hospital for 2 days. Zhao Ru's brow smiled as she said, Wang Chu, my father wants to meet you to show his gratitude. Come with me. Wang Chu subconsciously waved his hand and said, No need. I was just in the right place at the time, and will help out as long as I can. No, then I have to show my gratitude, so you have to come with me now. Zhao Ruo blinked and said, Otherwise, I'm going to scream molestation. Wang Chu cried a little. Alright then, where are we going? Wang Chu could also see that if he didn't agree to Zhao Ruo, he really didn't dare to guarantee what Zhao Ruo would do. Besides, he had saved Zhao Ru after all, and it was only right for the other party to show their gratitude. Let's go then. Zhao Ruo went forward and naturally took Wang Chu's arm. Wang Chu's entire body stiffened for a moment. This Zhao Ruo was also too much of an outsider, right? I'm not too used to someone holding my arm. Wang Chu withdrew his arm and said with a smile, Let's just hurry up and go. Don't keep your father waiting. A hint of loss appeared on Zhao Ruo's face. It was true that she had only wanted to find the person who had saved her to show her gratitude at first, but the moment she saw Wang Chu, she was instantly attracted to him, especially when she saw that Wang Chu had the strength of a heavenly god. It completely struck her careful heart. She even thought that Wang Chu was the hero sent from heaven to save her, stepping on the 7-colored auspicious clouds to her side when she was most desperate, so she couldn't help but want to get close to Wang Chu. Wang Chu was a bit helpless. The perfect body that this system had given himself was also too inviting for butterflies, wasn't it? If there were any misunderstandings in the future, he would really be unable to tell the truth even if he jumped into the Yellow River. A big man is still so petty, Zhao Ruo muttered in a small voice. Wang Chu naturally heard Zhao Ruo's voice as well, and with a bitter smile in his heart, he could only pretend that he couldn't hear it. As they walked to the parking lot, Wang Chu said to Zhao Ruo, Did you drive here? Zhao Ruo's eyes turned. I didn't drive. I came by taxi. You, simply take me there. Wang Chu sighed. Alright, get in the car. Seeing Wang Chu open the door of the Maybach, Zhao Ru's eyes flashed a thoughtful light. It seems that Wang Chu's family is in a good position. You go sit in the back. Wang Chu saw Zhao Ruo, who was very consciously sitting on the co-pilot, and calmly said, I already have a wife. Zhao Ruo sat somewhat sullenly in the back seat, looking at Wang Chu's angular side face. Her heart secretly swore, Wang Chu, you're my hero. I'll definitely snatch you back. Humph, your co-pilot, sooner or later, will be mine. Chapter 40, Acquaintances. Following the location provided by Zhao Ruo, Wang Chu drove the Maybach to a 5-star hotel in Haichang. When Wang Chu had just parked his car in the open parking space, a small beetle also turned onto the parking lot. Chen Yao, I heard that your blind date this time is the big account manager of Xinglong Real Estate. The income of a year is millions. Su Lulu sat on the co-pilot of the beetle and said with a hint of envy, Looking pretty is good. Unlike me, last time Aunt's son introduced me to a what the hell. Chen Yao is a woman with long flowing hair, she said with a light laugh while driving. How in the world did this one called Wang Chu offend you? How many days has it been? You've been chanting non-stop. Are you in love with him? Ha, I fell in love with him? Su Lulu was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Just his wimpy face, 26 and still an unemployed youth, working from abroad, can't get on with it and comes back, really thinks of himself as an overseas elite? Chen Yao shook her head. This bosom friend of hers was good at everything, but her heart was a little too high. By the way, I dragged you over with me this time so that you can help me deal with this blind date. Chen Yao said, I've made it clear that I'm not suitable with him at first, but he's read my profile and has been pestering the middleman, which is why I couldn't come over to meet him. Su Lulu's eyes flashed a color of envy. I say why can't you think of it? Although the other party is 10 years older than us, but they now have a car and a house, $1 million a year, a proper social elite. Can't you still forget that college cheating man? Mentioning this, a helpless color flashed in Chen Yao's eyes. I told you to help me or not, right? Okay, I'll help you, okay? I'm just giving you a heads up. You don't want to miss out on the golden son-in-law. Who made you my best BFF? Su Lulu said with a smile. Suddenly, Su Lulu's eyes swept to the side and saw a familiar figure ahead. Yo, look at that. That's the disgusting guy I was talking about. Su Lulu pulled Chen Yao's arm with some excitement. Chen Yao was caught off guard. The steering wheel in her hand was tilted, and the front end of the car hit a luxury car next to her at once. The alarm sounded and Chen Yao and Su Lulu's faces went white. Getting out of the car, Chen Yao looked at the limousine with a large chunk of paint rubbed on it and sighed slightly. Oh no, this is going to cost me a few months' salary. Su Lulu also got out of the car. She looked at the unfamiliar license plate. This car is not just a little bit of paint. As for tens of thousands of dollars, do you know how much this car is worth? Chen Yao rolled her eyes. Su Lulu shook her head. She also only recognizes the license plate of AB. As for the other, she is a car blind. Chen Yao took a deep breath. This car is called Maybach. It's a brand of luxury car. The cheapest one on the market also needs a few million. As soon as you pull this one, I'm going to be eating dirt these months. You have to feed me. Su Lulu was a little surprised that this brand, which she had never seen before, was so expensive. And in the distance, Wang Chu was walking towards the hotel with Zhao Ruo when he suddenly heard the sound of a Maybach alarm being produced behind him. He turned his head to see that a small beetle had actually crashed into the front of his car. What bad luck! It's the first day I drove this car out myself. Wang Chu's heart was somewhat speechless. Zhao Ruo, my car was hit. I'll go take care of it first. Just tell me the room number. Wang Chu turned his head and said to Zhao Ruo. Zhao Ruo blinked. Then I'll accompany you. No need. Wang Chu immediately refused. You'd better go up first. Just leave this place to me. Seeing Wang Chu's resolute attitude, Zhao Ruo could only nod. Alright then, my dad has booked a banquet on the 8th floor 808. I'll go up first. This car didn't leave any contact information either. How can I contact the owner? Chen Yao glanced around the Maybach, a hint of helplessness appearing on her face. Su Lulu, on the other hand, looked around. Yao, it seems to me that there's no surveillance around here, so why don't we just leave first? Are you kidding me? This is a 5-star hotel. How can there be no surveillance? Besides, we hit the other car. It's impossible to just walk away, right? But don't we have things to do today? Su Lulu said with a sarcastic smile. If I really can't, I'll just leave my contact information behind. Chen Yao sighed. At this time, Wang Chu's voice came. Yo, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here again. Su Lulu's brows furrowed as she looked up at Wang Chu and couldn't help but jump in her heart. After not seeing him for a few days, how come Wang Chu had become a bit different from before? Although the nose and eyes have not changed, but always feel that. The body is better, and the face is more refined, appear more manly. No matter how much it changes, it's still just a waste. Su Lulu's heart constantly admonished herself that one should never simply judge a person from their appearance. After all, it was impossible to tell if the other person was a rich man just by looking at his appearance. Are you? Chen Yao hesitated for a moment when she saw a handsome stranger walking over. May I ask if you are the owner of this car? Before waiting for Wang Chu to answer, Su Lulu said with a cold snort from the side. What? How can he afford to drive a few $1 million of luxury cars? He's that guy I told you about, who couldn't make it abroad and came back home to pretend to be an elite. Chen Yao was a bit surprised. This was the blind date Su Lulu had the other day? Handsome and spirited. Not at all as bad as Lulu said. Wang Chu's eyebrows were the same. Was this Su Lulu taking gunpowder? Why does it smell like gunpowder? Crashed the car? Wang Chu ignored Su Lulu and looked at the location of the crash. Su Lulu said with some impatience. Does this have anything to do with you? You stay where the wind is cool. You drove the car? Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu. Good car skills. People's cars are parked safely in the parking space. But even you guys hit it? Su Lulu snorted coldly. If she hadn't suddenly seen Wang Chu's words, how could she have gone to pull Chen Yao? And how could Chen Yao have hit the car? So, in the final analysis, it is still not because of Wang Chu? In short, nothing good had ever come of meeting Wang Chu. I drove it, Chen Yao said from the sidelines. But the owner of this car didn't leave his contact information. So I'm just about to post my pity way. Wang Chu's heart nodded secretly. Isn't it always said that things come in small packages? Why does Su Lulu have such good girlfriends? Whether it was from the face value or the body, or the character and temperament, Su Lulu had no way to compare with this beauty. Is it that the flowers must be matched with green leaves? Why are you asking so much? Does it have anything to do with you? Su Lulu said without any good humor. Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu, then took out the car key and pressed it. And the Maybach lit up with a double flash with a drop. I really let you down. This is indeed my car, Wang Chu said calmly. Chapter 41, he's still got a thing for me. Your car? Su Lulu's entire body was stunned. How is this possible? Isn't Wang Chu just a stinking hick? How can he drive a multi-million-dollar Maybach? The original words of mockery were squeezed in his throat, and he didn't have the courage to say them at all. Mr. Wang, is this your car? I'm really sorry that I crashed your car. I'll definitely give you every penny of how much I need to pay for the repairs. Chen Yao's eyes also flashed a surprise when she learned that Wang Chu was the owner of the Maybach. This doesn't match the dirtbag Su Lulu talked about. Wang Chu took a look at the scuff marks, but fortunately Chen Yao's car was not driving fast, so the scuff marks on the Maybach were not big. But for a luxury car like a Maybach, a little random repair can cost tens of thousands of dollars. $50,000. Let's forget about this matter. I'll take a loss. Who let me know MS? Lulu? Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Su Lulu was as if she had exploded. 50,000? Why don't you go grab it? Isn't this just a small piece of paint? How can it be so expensive? This is extortion. Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu and ignored her, instead looking at Chen Yao. What do you think? Chen Yao is not the same as Su Lulu. She still has some understanding of the car, and knows that the repair cost of a luxury car like Maybach is very expensive. Okay, I'll transfer you. Su Lulu hurriedly blocked. Yao, are you crazy? He's asking for a lion's share of the money. There's absolutely no way we can bow down to such an evil force. Chen Yao was somewhat crying and laughing, and she wasn't a little cutie either. This Su Lulu was clearly still carrying a great deal of resentment towards Wang Chu. However, Chen Yao was also wondering what exactly happened that day, and Su Lulu didn't say anything. She just kept complaining about Wang Chu. But judging from today, Wang Chu shouldn't be the kind of person who was very rude. Yao. Wang Chu glanced at Chen Yao. I still don't know your name? My name is Chen Yao, best BFF with Lulu. Chen Yao said, I'll transfer you to PayPal. Is that okay? Looking at Chen Yao's sincere appearance, Wang Chu waved his hand. Forget it, just pay attention to driving in the future. You don't have to compensate. What? Chen Yao can't believe her eyes. No need to pay? For what? Chen Yao couldn't help but ask. Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu. Even if it's me giving Su Lulu a face, after all, we've had a chance, right? After saying that, Wang Chu turned around and walked towards the hotel. Wang Chu naturally didn't refuse the compensation because of Su Lulu, but because Chen Yao's name also had the word Yao in it, and Chen Yao has been very responsible since the beginning. This is why Wang Chu decided to waive compensation. Of course, those two girls didn't know all that. Lulu, I think Wang Chu is a very good person. How on earth did he offend you? Chen Yao looked at Wang Chu's robust voice and muttered. Su Lulu, on the other hand, looked at Wang Chu's back with complicated eyes, and then said to Chen Yao, Yao, do you have any feeling that? Wang Chu is still a little bit meaningful to me. Do you think I should consider readmitting him? Chen Yao was dumbfounded as she looked at her best friend with some surprise. For my sake, he was able to not want the $50,000 compensation payment. Doesn't that mean anything? Su Lulu puffed out her chest, and he can drive a several $1,000,000 Maybach, so he must be very rich as well. Damn it, last time he even acted like a very beggar. The corner of Chen Yao's mouth twitched. As long as you're happy. Approaching the hotel, under the leadership of the waiter, Wang Chu quickly arrived at the 808 private room on the 8th floor. After pushing open the door, he found that there were only two people in the room. One was Zhao Ruo, and the other was a middle-aged man whose age was around 50. Wang Chu, this is my dad. Dad, this is Wang Chu who saved your precious daughter in the first place. Zhao Ru jumped up and ran over. Wang Chu looked at the middle-aged man and took the initiative to greet him. Uncle Zhao, hello. Zhao Guangyao looked Wang Chu up and down and said with a smile as well, Junior friend Wang Chu, thank you for lending a helping hand in saving my daughter at that time. I've always wanted to express my gratitude, and I've finally met you today. You really are a talented and honorable man. I'm flattered, Wang Chu said modestly. Come, sit. Zhao Guangyao had admiration in his eyes. After the three of them sat down, Zhao Guangyao first expressed his gratitude before saying, Wang Chu, I also watched your interview just now. I really didn't expect you to have so much strength in you. Wang Chu laughed. Nothing, just having a brute strength. You can't say that. As far as I know, your current strength has surpassed all the Hercules in the world, and the current limit of human strength. After a pause, Zhao Guangyao looked at Wang Chu with a smirk. If I'm not wrong, you're going to be very famous and busy for some time to come. Wang Chu's brows furrowed. He only wanted to take good care of you right now. He didn't even think about the issue of being famous. And once famous, yeah, was going to be affected. and at that time even her relationship with Yun Qingyao was going to be discovered. This is a bit troublesome, Wang Chu muttered. It seemed that he had to find a way to cool this matter down. I wonder what kind of business you're in now, Zhao Guangyao asked. Wang Chu came back to his senses and said, I just came back from abroad not long ago, and now I'm working as a hobo. Oh, Zhao Guangyao's eyebrows raised. Then do you have any plans for the future? Intend? Wang Chu shook his head. What does Uncle Zhao mean? Zhao Guangyao pondered for a moment and said, I think, if you are willing, you can enter our Xinglong real estate to work, but if you want to enter the entertainment industry, I can also use my contacts to help you get through the relationship. It's also considered that I'm repaying you for saving my daughter's kindness. Wang Chu hurriedly said, thanks to Uncle Zhao's promotion, but I am a salted fish. My career heart is not that heavy, and I don't want to go to any showbiz. As for the fact that I saved Zhao Ru, this thing, don't keep mentioning it, that's within the scope of my ability. Zhao Guangyao smiled. That's good. Then the words of thanks. I won't say more. Anyway, if you need Uncle's help in the future, you can just ask. Then I thank Uncle Zhao, Wang Chu said with a smile as well. Oh right, I wonder how this matter turned out. Wang Chu asked. Zhao Ruo won't have any responsibility, right? Zhao Guangyao sighed. The responsibility is naturally, but the good thing is that according to the test, there is nothing wrong with the operation of the little daughter, nor did she violate the traffic rules, and the culprit of all this is that the brake system of the sports car has malfunctioned. Wang Chu's eyes widened. What? The brakes are malfunctioning? Chapter 42. Where does the confidence come from? Speaking of this, Zhao Ruo's face also showed an angry expression. Humph. I originally thought that the Met was a big brand of luxury car, but I couldn't have imagined that it would have brake failure. Wang Chu was a bit surprised, and he was aware of the car, Meta, because in Yun Qingyao's garage, there was one such car, said to be given to Yun Qingyao by an advertiser. Does it mean Yun Qingyao endorsed Meta? For that matter, Wang Chu wasn't very clear. So what are you going to do? Sue Met? Wang Chu asked. Zhao Ru shook his head and said, prosecution? I do not do this useless metro before there are owners of rights, but after more than half a year of time, what results are not, but the rights of the owner has become a street rat. Everyone shouted. Wang Chu frowned slightly. Why did this happen? It's very simple chant. Met is not a national brand. All the data are not public, and Met has always been very condescending to our countrymen. I want to get the complete backstage data. It's simply impossible. Besides, speaking here, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Zhao Ruo's eyes. Even if I win the lawsuit, then I'll at most get some financial compensation, but I can't get this breath out of my heart. I almost died in a car accident. I don't want to let Meta off so easily. Wang Chu had a jolt in his heart. It seemed that Zhao Ruo, this little girl, had a pretty strong heart of revenge, and at this moment, Chen Yao and Su Lulu were on a blind date with the key account manager of Xinglong Real Estate. That key account manager's name is Chen, called Chen Luo, although he was now 35 or 36 years old. At that time, when he was reading the information, he took a glance at Chen Yao, who was young, beautiful, highly educated, and had a good temperament. Now that he had seen the real person, his heart was even more satisfied. Miss Chen, my name is Chen Luo. I'm the key account manager of Xinglong Real Estate. Nice to meet you. Chen Luo enthusiastically climbed into conversation with Chen Yao. What would you like to eat? Feel free to order. I've been on a diet recently, so I'll just drink a glass of lemonade, Chen Yao said with a faint smile. Next to her, Su Lulu nonchalantly picked up the menu. I'll be polite then. Let's start with a plate of wine-slotted phoenix claws, a plate of lychee beef, 2 kilograms of spicy crayfish and sesame glutinous rice cakes, and some freshly squeezed juices for drinks. Chen Luo was a bit dumbfounded. Who is this short winter melon? He really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. This is my good girlfriend, Su Lulu. Chen Yao glanced at Chen Luo. You won't be unhappy, right? No way. Chen Luo gave a dry laugh and said, Lulu's true nature. I like this kind of girl the most. Chen Yao's face revealed a look of delight. Then I'll go? Chen Luo naturally wouldn't let Chen Yao leave. He would only have lunch with Su Lulu if he was sick in the head. During the meeting, Chen Luo had been describing his conditions, the difficulties he had once encountered at work and how much effort he had used to reach his current achievements. Chen Yao felt speechless. She really wasn't interested at all, and she could only smile and agree. On the other hand, Su Lulu was as if she was possessed by the dry rice man, perfectly interpreting what it means that pigs are eaten, and short fat people are not made in a day. Soon she had a pile of crawfish shells in front of her and the rest of her plate was almost at the bottom. After chatting for some time, Chen Yao just couldn't help herself. Excuse me, I'll go to the restroom first. I'm going too. Only after Chen Yao secretly pinched Su Lulu did Su Lulu come back to her senses and said, in the restroom. Chen Yao looked at Su Lulu somewhat helplessly. I say, why are you just eating? You should at least help me cope with it. You don't know how embarrassed I am. Su Lulu did not care to say, I say you are just too endowed. You just reject it directly. This person, ugly, old, although said the annual income is good, but 36, a year can only get more than $1 million. Drive the car is only a domestic sedan. To buy a house is not in the city center, and not 150 square feet. And the loans. Cootie. To be able to look at him. Chen Yao sighed. Don't say that either. It's already not easy for him to fight his way to this point with no background. Then you are still going to help the poor. Su Lulu said in a bad mood. According to me, we should eat. We should drink. Anyway, it's him who wants to see us. We don't want to eat for nothing, but eat your heart out and take your hand. You just have too many concerns. Don't worry, just leave the rest to me. Su Lulu patted her chest and said, you wait here for my news first. I'll call you when I'm done with it. Then Su Lulu walked back with her head held high. Hey, Chen Luo, right? I can see that you like my BFF a lot, but my BFF is not a match for any ordinary person. After going back, Su Lulu directly said, to be honest, although your condition is okay, it's really far from our standards, not to mention our Chen Yao. In fact, your conditions are not even up to my standards. Chen Luo looked at Su Lulu with her mouth full of oil with some surprise. Where did she get her confidence? This is too much of a stretch. Where's Chen Yao? Where is she? Chen Luo took a deep breath and said. Su Lulu waved her hand and said, you don't care about Chen Yao first. After all, there are some things that she doesn't have the good sense to say. I as her best friend, I know very well. You're doing this for nothing. With your age, now you're not worth tens of millions of dollars, and you still have the good sense to look for a partner? Chen Luo's face was ugly. Are you sick? Tens of millions of dollars? If I really wanted to have tens of millions of dollars, why would I need to be here to push you guys around? Besides, you're such a dwarf, and you're saying that I'm not good enough for you? Do you think I'm good enough for you? What? Su Lulu was a little angry when she heard Chen Luo's words. You're not a very nice person. Why is your mouth so poisonous? Let me tell you, my suitors can be much better than you. Su Lulu said with her head held high. Ridiculous to the extreme. Chen Luo said in a cold voice. Where's Chen Yao? If she doesn't like me, she can just say so. Why would she let a clown like you come out and discuss people? Su Lulu was furious, calling whoever it was a clown. At this time, Wang Chu and Zhao Rua went downstairs and passed by the restaurant's location. Su Lulu's eyes lit up, then rubbed her feet and ran to Wang Chu's side, grabbed him and said to Chen Luo, did you see this? This is even the object of my pursuit, driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Then she turned her head to look at Wang Chu. Wang Chu, I can now give you a chance to pursue me. 43. International Hercules Competition. Wang Chu, who was chatting with Zhao Ru, was dumbfounded. What's going on here? How did I become your suitor? And you're giving me a chance to woo you? What are you thinking? I'm a man with a wife now. But before Wang Chu could open his mouth, Zhao Rua next to him could not help herself. With a snap, Zhao Rua stepped forward and pushed Su Lulu away. Who are you? What are you doing? Where did this little short fat man get his confidence from? And said that he would give Wang Chu a chance to pursue her? Doesn't this Wang Chu already have a wife? Who are you again? Su Lulu saw Zhao Ru push herself away and a displeased look appeared on her face. Chen Luo next to him has been dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded not that a scene of two women competing for a husband was staged in front of his eyes, but, this Zhao Rua, is the little princess of their Xinglong real estate. Indecent exposure. Indecent exposure. Chen Luo took advantage of the fact that their focus wasn't on him and carefully stepped back. After all, he had seen some bad images of his leader, which could be considered extinction for him. Luckily, Zhao Ru's eyes only had this little bonobo in them and didn't notice that there was a man next to him. Wang Chu, I think you should give me an explanation. Su Lulu said with a straight face. Who is this woman? Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. Does who she is have anything to do with you? Who are you? Does it have anything to do with me? We're also just blind dates who have had a one-sided relationship. Right, aren't you having a little too much drama? A blind date? Zhao Rua froze, then pointed at Su Lulu and said to Wang Chu, Brother Wang Chu, when did this happen? How could you go on a blind date with such a woman? Zhao Rua really couldn't figure it out. Wang Chu, whether it was his figure and temperament, was far away from this woman by a large margin. A blind date with her would be better than a blind date with me. Wang Chu said somewhat helplessly. It was only a few days ago. Who knows what kind of madness she's having now? The other day? Brother Wang Chu was still on a blind date? Zhao Rua's eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant light. Which means that Wang Chu's brother was still single a few days ago? How could he have a wife for a few days? I see. Having a wife must be his excuse to reject me. Zhao Rua's mind pondered. Then she gave Su Lulu a demonstrative look and suddenly hugged Wang Chu's arm. Wang Chu was startled. What was Zhao Rua doing? I don't care who you are. Right now Brother Wang Chu's girlfriend is me. So don't you ever pester Brother Wang Chu again, Zhao Rua said to Su Lulu. I know that with brother Wang Chu being so outstanding, there will definitely be some wild bees and butterflies pouncing on you, but before pouncing on you, shouldn't you also take a look in the mirror? Do you think you're qualified? Su Lulu froze, not expecting that Wang Chu had found another beautiful woman who was comparable to Chen Yao in only a few short days. Then why did he still express his good opinion of himself in the parking lot? Isn't that scum? Is he treating himself like a fish in a pond? Bah! Scum man! Su Lulu glared fiercely at Wang Chu, then turned around and left. This made Wang Chu dizzy. How did he become a scum? It had to be said that this Su Lulu's brain circuits were really too strange. I say brother Wang Chu, you would even get a blind date with such a strange woman. Zhao Rua leaned over to Wang Chu's ear and said softly, I thought you weren't close to women. Zhao Rua's warm body heat and the aroma of her body made Wang Chu a little less comfortable. He didn't move and pulled out his arm, pulling away from Zhao Rua. I'm a man with a wife. How can I be not close to women? It's just that there was some misunderstanding with Su Lulu before. Don't send me off. I'll go back first. Saying that, Wang Chu quickly walked outside. After a short while, Chen Yao stayed in the restroom long enough, but never received a call from Su Lulu. She couldn't help herself and walked out. But then he found Su Lulu with slightly red eyes, sitting at the dining table and sobbing. What's wrong? Lulu, could it be that Chen Luo guy made a move on you? Chen Yao was shocked. Looking around, he realized that Chen Luo had already disappeared. Yao, I was cheated by a man who cheated my feelings. Su Lulu wiped her tears and said, Wang Chu, he even found another woman. Chen Yao was a bit puzzled, but soon, she tried to remember. Wang Chu, isn't he the man who drove the Maybach? The man who went on a blind date with Su Lulu? How did Su Lulu get involved with him again? Chen Yao looked at Su Lulu with some speechlessness. It seems that, after seeing that Wang Chu could afford to drive a Maybach, Su Lulu's heart was somewhat active. Returning to Ding Shang Flower Garden, Wang Chu first received a call from Coach Lu saying that the formalities had been completed and that Wang Chu was now an honorary invited coach of Tian Yuan Club. What do I need to do? Wang Chu asked. Every month nothing to do for nothing to get $50,000. Wang Chu's heart is also a little bit too much. Mr. Wang, as I said before, we don't force Mr. Wang to work at all. Coach Lu said with a smile on the phone. All of Mr. Wang's work is based on Mr. Wang's volition. A hint of surprise appeared on Wang Chu's face. He thought that Coach Lu was just talking. How is that good? This is the promise I made to Mr. Wang before. Coach Lu smiled and said, but, if Mr. Wang is willing, an international Hercules competition will be held in Haicheng a week from now, and Tian Yuan Club, as one of the partners, will also recommend some players? So, Wang Chu realized, you mean for me to participate in this Hercules competition? Of course, Mr. Wang, if you don't want to, this is not a big problem. Wang Chu thought about it for a moment. Taking money from people, one couldn't really do nothing. Moreover, he was curious as to how many powerful experts would be at the International Hercules competition. Although it was said that his body had been transformed by the power pill, but there was still no bottom in Wang Chu's heart as to how much of a gap there was between him and the most powerful international Hercules. After learning that Wang Chu could participate, Coach Lu's voice was tinged with excitement. Good, as long as Mr. Wang is willing to participate, that would be really great. I'll send the information to your cell phone later and I'll pick you up in a week. No need, just tell me the address. I'll go there myself, Wang Chu said. Moreover, you shouldn't call me Mr. Wang, it's just too raw. You're older than me. I'll call you Brother Lu. Just call me Wang Chu. Coach Lu's heart was also a bit touched as he smiled and said, well then, I, Lu Kai, will recognize you as my brother. Chapter 44, My Dad Can Eat. The interview about Wang Chu was soon recommended on the popular recommendations of the major platforms. In particular, the results of Wang Chu's 2 tests had caused netizens who hadn't seen the live broadcast to cry out in amazement. If there wasn't a full video of the interview, and if it wasn't for the official media of Haicheng TV, many people wouldn't have believed that this was something that could be done by human power. This brother is so awesome. This is like a monster in human skin. Strongly request the relevant authorities to slice and study this bastard. This is simply inhuman. Oh, that's inhuman? There are much better guys in international Hercules competitions that even pull airplanes with their bare hands. Seriously? Why do I feel like there might actually be a Superman in the world? Just now the Tian Yuan Club sent out a message that Wang Chu was going to participate in the international Hercules competition to be held in Haicheng a week from now. Asterisk. Really? The international Hercules competition? Finally there are people from my Kyushu. Tears. I want to go see my husband so bad. Go hubby. Bah. Shame on you. That's my husband. The internet was buzzing with men generally marveling at Wang Chu's strength while being interested in the international Hercules competition in a week's time. After all, This time it was held in the country and there were Kyushuans in attendance. They were also curious to know how far Wang Chu's strength in this bladder was from the international Hercules. As for those female netizens, most of them were concerned about Wang Chu's face value and body. Wang Chu's perfect body, although it would be diminished by a few points through the internet, would still make a big impact on a lot of women. That's why the focus of their attention was on Wang Chu's face value. Soon, the segment of the interview about Wang Chu's view on choosing a spouse was also cut out separately, and it also made it to the hot search list. Surprisingly though, there weren't too many people saying that Wang Chu was a toad trying to eat swan meat, and that he didn't care about himself or something like that. After all, Yun Qingniao is the white moonlight in the hearts of many geeks. Who wouldn't want to take a bite of such swan meat if they had the chance? More importantly, the majority of netizens also simply do not believe that Wang Chu can chase Yun Qingniao. After all, Wang Chu was just an ordinary person, while Yun Qingniao was a high-flying popular actress. These two people could almost be said to have no interactions at all. For such a situation, it was rare for people to express great understanding, and surprisingly, there were quite a few people who encouraged Wang Chu to pursue Yun Qingniao and fulfill the wishes of the majority of fans. Soon, these hotspots and videos were seen by Yun Qingniao's agent, Sister Chen. When Yun Qingniao wrapped up on set, Sister Chen took her cell phone and said with a smile, "Qingniao, let me show you a few interesting videos." Saying that, he handed Yun Qingniao his cell phone. Yun Qingniao's eyes showed a hint of surprise when she saw that the main character in the video was actually Wang Chu. After she watched all the videos, she realized that it was an interview conducted by Haicheng Satellite TV in response to the last car accident scene to save people off. But, count on this guy to be measured. When she saw Wang Chu seriously say in front of the camera that the girl he liked was a girl like Yun Qingniao, the corners of Yun Qingniao's mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. "I finished reading. What's wrong?" Yun Qingniao looked at Sister Chan and said with a smile, "I'm so charming. I can't help it." Sister Chan rolled her eyes and said, "Is it useful for you to Versailles in front of me? But what surprises me a little is that your fans didn't attack him and instead encouraged you to be together." Yun Qingniao's heart stirred. "Oh, is that so? When did my fans become so sensible? Isn't that why you haven't had any gossip since your debut?" Sister Chen sighed. "You don't have gossip. Your fans are anxious. Look at this message. Hurry up and let Yun Qingniao get some gossip. I'm wondering if she's over the hill." "That's right, the last time I saw her rumored, it was with a female friend 2 years ago. It's so popular to tie a CP nowadays. How about we tie a CP too?" Yun Qingniao shook her head while listening. These guys, typical of their mouths. If I were to spread gossip, I'd definitely be wildly cursed by them. Sister Chen knew that Yun Qingniao was telling the truth, but she still said, "But there is some truth in what the fans are saying. Which one of the popular female celebrities doesn't have a bit of gossip nowadays?" Yun Qingniao turned her head to look at Sister Chen. "Sister Chen, something happened in the past 2 days, didn't it? You'd better tell us straight." Sister Chen let out a bitter smile. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. You went back these 2 days, the director looked for me. Let me politely say, to you for the sake of the movie, do you accept some gossip and CP hype? In the industry, when a new movie is released, there's always some kind of rumor going around about the man and woman who are the lead actors and actresses in the show. Of course, most of these scandals are not true and are just fake news that the filmmakers put out on purpose to attract attention. But a lot of men and women default to that. After all, it's the best of both worlds in terms of raising the profile of the movie on the one hand, and being able to brush up on your own presence on the other. So it's kind of the best of both worlds in terms of publicity. But Yun Qingniao was different. She never speculated or engaged in gossip, but her work ethic is impeccable, which makes many of her collaborators love and hate her. The director also knew that if he directly told Yun Qingniao about this matter, she would definitely refuse without hesitation. So he can only take advantage of Yun Qingniao's absence and ask her agent to handle this matter. Yun Qingniao's brow furrowed. "Sister Chen, my principle has always been to reject gossip and hype." "Well, I knew it," Sister Chen sighed and said. But before Lin Zifeng's visit made such a big scene, the news was all suppressed by the director. "That's why I think I'll find out." Yun Qingniao slightly frowned her eyebrows, having a bit of a headache. This showbiz is a real headache with all the right and wrongs and human grudges. However, as soon as she thought of Wang Chu and Ye, Yun Qingniao couldn't help but let a hint of softness appear on her face. Before she found Wang Chu, she never speculated about gossip, and after she found Wang Chu, she was even less likely to do so. After all, I'm a real family man now. Ding, you have gained 10 points of Yun Qingniao's pleasure value. While waiting for Ye at the entrance of the kindergarten, a prompt from the system appeared in Wang Chu's mind. He froze for a moment. What was going on? What was this pleasure value of Yun Qingniao? Subsequently, a message came up on Wang Chu's cell phone, and it was none other than Yun Qingniao's. "Good job in the interview today." A smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. It seemed that his public display of love in the live broadcast room had made Yun Qingyao see it. No wonder it generates 10 pleasure points. At this time, the kindergarten was dismissed, and one by one, the children ran out of it as frantically as a runaway wild horse. The kindergarten teacher hurriedly stopped them and let them leave the kindergarten one by one in an orderly manner. Among this group of children, Wang Chu saw his little baby Yaya at a glance, but Yaya seemed to be talking intensely to a little girl. When they got closer, Wang Chu was able to hear them. My poop is awesome. He knows kung fu. Yaya had a proud face. My poop knows kung fu too, and he's especially good at eating spicy food. Another little girl said proudly, my poop is even better. He can eat anything. Yaya defied. Humph, my dad can eat. Can your dad? That little girl pinched her waist and said. Hyatt thought for a moment, then said, you win. I can't eat poop in my poop. Chapter 45, Picky Eaters. Wang Chu heaved a sigh of relief. He was just now worried that Yaya couldn't hold her breath and said something about tigers and wolves. But it's good to know that your own little girl is very sweet. Kiki, what are you talking about? When did I ever eat? A middle-aged man in his 30s next to him said with some exasperation. The little girl who was arguing with Yaya blinked her cute big eyes. Daddy, didn't you just eat at home the day before yesterday? It's that yellowish. The surrounding parents and children all instantly pulled away from the man at a distance, and even the kindergarten teacher was wearing a strange look. Yumechi hesitated for a moment and stepped forward. Kiki dad, I think there are some things that are better not to let the child know. I don't think there is anything wrong with your fetish, but there are some things that may affect the child's perception. Kiki's dad was about to break down. I didn't eat. I ate durian that day. It was durian. Durian? The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. So it was durian. No wonder. How could anyone in this world eat? Kiki, you lose. Your dad can't eat. Or my poop is the best. Yaya held her head high and said proudly. Kiki got a little angry. My dad just can. He eats. My dad is just the best. The surrounding people are also a little crying and laughing. This praise father is not so praise Kiki lied. Otherwise, why don't you ask your father to perform and see if he can eat? Yaya said unconvincingly. Wang Chu saw Chi-Chi's father's face getting ugly and hurriedly greeted him. Yeah, Poop is here to pick you up. Seeing Poop, Yaya's eyes lit up. Poop hadn't lied to himself. He had come to pick himself up. She hurriedly ran a few steps and jumped into Wang Chu's arms like a little elf. Teacher Xiaoyu, was Yaya well behaved in kindergarten today? Looking at the approaching Yumechi, Wang Chu asked with a smile. Baba, Yaya is so good. Yaya said loudly in a hurry. Wang Chu pinched Yaya's nose. Behave or not, it's not up to you. I have to listen to what your teacher says. Yumechi nodded. Yaya's performance today was really good. It's just that, she's a bit of a picky eater. Speaking of this, Yaya buried her head in Wang Chu's shoulder. Embarrassed. Picky? Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. What's the situation? Yaya doesn't like to eat greens, and all the greens in the lunch at noon went to someone else. Yumechi said seriously. At this time, children must have balanced nutrition so that they can grow up healthily. Thank you Teacher Xiaoyu. Wang Chu nodded seriously. I'll definitely go back and educate Yaya properly. Possibly worried that Wang Chu was too harsh on Yaya, Yumechi hurriedly said. Of course, Yaya's performance today was all quite good. Yeah. What happened in kindergarten today? What happy things did you tell Papa? On the way home, Wang Chu couldn't help but ask as he looked at Yaya's somewhat sullen appearance. POA. Aren't you angry with Yaya? Yaya looked at Wang Chu with some apprehension and uneasiness in her eyes. Wang Chu froze for a moment. Why should I be angry with Yaya? But, Yaya is picky about her food today. Looks like Yaya knows it's not right to be a picky eater. 2. A smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Since Yaya knew, he had no intention of blaming Yaya on this matter. And Yu has always been very understanding. He thought that Yu was a perfect little child. He didn't think that Yu actually didn't like to eat green vegetables too. If Yaya knows it's wrong to be picky about food, then why am I still angry? Wang Chu smiled and said, I'm a little curious. Are you and Kiki good friends? She and I are not best friends. Speaking of Kiki, Yaya instantly came to life. She grabbed a toy from me to play with today and took my little red flower when we were doing a game. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. Not on good terms with Kiki? Then it's probably not a coincidence that everything that happens in front of the kindergarten at night is a coincidence. Maybe Yaya designed it on purpose? Ahem. Yeah. Tell me the truth. Did you fight with Kiki on purpose tonight? Yaya was embarrassed, then covered her face and stopped talking. Hiss. Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He had always thought that Yaya was a little angel, but he didn't expect. What an angelic appearance with an imp-like heart. Wang Chu couldn't help but think of Yun Qingyao's words yesterday. Yaya has a mischievous little devil hiding inside of her. It's true that you know your daughter like a mother. Subsequently, on the way, Yaya chattered like a little sparrow and couldn't stop talking. Wang Chu was listening while also constantly chiming in with his voice, which made you feel very happy. Baba, tonight, what are we going to eat? A look of excitement appeared on Yeye's face. Let's go eat barbecue, okay? It's not impossible to eat barbecue if you want, but I already want to prepare an elaborate meal for Yeye today. Prepare a big meal for me? An expectant look instantly appeared on Yeye's face. Baba, then what are you going to prepare for me? You'll see when it's time for dinner, Wang Chu said in a mysterious manner. When he got home, Wang Chu was surprised to find that Elder Yun had returned. Tai Mu. Yeye happily pounced over after seeing Elder Yun. Yeah, have you missed Grandpa Tai in the past 2 days? Grandpa Yun picked up Yeye in a hug and used his beard to pierce Yeye. Yeye giggled. Of course I want to. I can't even eat today because I want to think about Grandmaster Tai. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. How is it that this Yeye's little mouth is just like smeared with honey? Whose genes did this inherit? Yun Xingyao hadn't said any blush-inducing love words to herself either. But Grandpa Yun's body is still really good. Grandpa Yun. Wang Chu also walked forward and greeted Grandpa Yun. He was still thinking about how to explain what happened between himself and Yun Xingyao, but he didn't expect Elder Yun to indicate that he knew everything. Wang Chu, I already know about you and Yao Yao. Let bygones be bygones. You must treat Yao Yao well in the future, okay? Wang Chu's heart sighed in relief. I definitely will. Please don't worry, Grandpa. Elder Yun slowly nodded. I'll wait and see then. Oh yeah. After you send Yeye to school tomorrow, come with me to a place. Wang Chu asked curiously. What place? You'll find out in time. Ha, that phrase, why does it sound so familiar? Chapter 46, Food for Thought. When it was time to eat, Wang Chu had the kitchen prepare only Master Yun and the others' meals, while Yeye's meal was prepared by his own personal knife. Although it was said that Wang Chu had not learned how to cook, but during his years abroad, he was really not accustomed to eating foreign burgers with grilled chicken. So with 4 years of exercise abroad, Wang Chu also had a good hand at cooking. Yeye sat down at the table with gusto, and she was already fantasizing about what Papa was going to make for her. How about crayfish, or spicy chicken? Cassoulet and saltwater chicken would be good too. Thinking about it, Yeye's little mouth secreted saliva, and a gurgling sound came from her little stomach. Just as Yeye was getting impatient, Wang Chu pushed out the food cart, which was filled with 7 or 8 dinner plates. First course, garlic broccoli. Although the color of the garlic broccoli is beautiful, the bright green broccoli with the smell of garlic is welcoming, giving people a mouth-watering feeling. But this is a green vegetable. Little Yeye's face instantly collapsed for a minute. Second course, sautéed oatmeal. Like the garlic broccoli, the oleander was beautiful to look at, but another green vegetable that Yeye doesn't like to eat. Third course, cabbage and vinegar. Fourth course, sautéed lettuce. Fifth course, hand-torn cabbage. After the last cold cucumber was served on the table, Yeye's little face completely collapsed as she stretched her neck to look at the food cart behind Wang Chu. Poop, is that all? Why are they all green vegetables? I want to eat meat. Wang Chu touched Yeye's head and said, the two of us eat 8 dishes. Isn't that enough to eat? But these are green vegetables. What's wrong? Doesn't Yeye like to eat green vegetables? But doesn't Yeye also know that it's wrong to be picky about food? Being asked such a rhetorical question by Wang Chu, a look of embarrassment appeared on Yeye's face. Wang Chu sat down beside Yeye and said softly, these can all be carefully prepared by POA for Yeye. Doesn't Yeye like them? You hesitated and said with her eyes closed. Love it. Then why do you have your eyes closed? Ma said you can't talk with your eyes open. Wang Chu had a bit of a headache. I'll go to the restroom first, then we'll eat together, okay? But when Wang Chu left, Yeye's eyes rolled, then she dragged in the trash can, dumped all the greens in front of her eyes into the trash can, and then moved the trash can out of the way. When Wang Chu returned, he found that the bok choy in front of Yeye had disappeared, and she was still chewing on a piece of oleander in her mouth. Poopy, your cooking is so good, I can't help but eat it all, Yeye said with a straight face. Look, how clean I eat. Wang Chu looked at the clean 3 plates in front of Yeye and raised his eyebrows. She ate 3 plates of bok choy in one trip to the restroom? Are you kidding me? Yeah, did you really eat all of it? Wang Chu pursued. Yeye was a bit vain, but still nodded her head. I really did eat them all. Wang Chu sighed, then walked over to the side of the trash can, in which were clearly the 3 dishes that Yeye had poured. Wang Chu brought the trash can to Yeye and looked at Yeye with stern eyes. Yeye lowered her head. Her heart was a little scared. What should she do if Poop scolded her? But Wang Chu's scolding voice did not come. Yeye looked at Poop a little nervously, only to find that Wang Chu had dumped all the dishes from the trash can onto his plate and was taking a big bite. Yeye was a little panicked. She ran to Poopa's side. Poopa, these dishes are dirty. They can't be eaten. Don't eat them. Wang Chu ignored Yeye and still took a big bite. He knew very well that Yeye did not have the concept of cherishing food now. Her heart only had the love of food and not love of food. so he now had to set an example and tell Yaya to cherish food. Seeing that Puppy ignored herself and still ate the greens that were poured out of the garbage can, Yaya felt very anxious and remorseful. She had never had such mixed emotions at her tiny age. With a wow, she cried, "Baba, don't eat it, it's Yaya who did wrong. Yaya shouldn't have thrown this grain away. Don't eat it, okay?" Yaya's cries attracted Elder Yun, but Elder Yun did not go forward, but stood at the stairway quietly watching the scene. Wang Chu stopped. He looked at Yaya and said seriously, "Yaya, every bowl of rice and every vegetable we eat is grown by farmers who spend a lot of sweat and hard work. A porridge and a meal. When you think about how hard it is to come by, I know you don't want to eat your greens, but I'm mad at you for wasting food in the first place. And in the second place, you lied to Poop. With this behavior, Poopy is also telling you not to waste food. Understand?" Yaya nodded. "I know, Papa. I won't waste food anymore." Only then did a smile appear on Wang Chu's face. "Alright then, let's eat." Yaya wiped her eyes, then took a big bite of her greens. There was a hint of ingratiation in that tiny look, which made Wang Chu feel a little heartbroken. He also knew that cherishing food was still a bit hard to understand for Yaya right now, but Wang Chu felt that he, as Yu's father, had to make her have a sense of cherishing food in her heart. The history of the former sage countries and families, success is due to hard work and thrift and defeat by luxury. But Yaya's behavior of pleasing herself like this also made Wang Chu feel very uncomfortable. He also understands that it is because of the dislocation of his role as a father in these 3 years that has caused the insecurity in Yaya's heart. Wang Chu gently touched Yaya's head and murmured, "Yaya, I'm sorry." After dinner, Wang Chu accompanied Yu to play a lot of parent-child games. Happy Yu laughed loudly, playing games, telling stories, and tossing and turning until 9 o'clock or so. Yaya only then fell asleep. Wang Chu gave Yu a bath and then carried her to bed to sleep. When Wang Chu returned to Yun Qingyao's bedroom, he took a deep breath, and Yun Qingyao's scent still remained in the air, as if Yun Qingyao was still by his side. "I really didn't expect that Wang Chu, would get married so soon, and my wife is still a big star in the limelight." Wang Chu touched the marriage license from the drawer and saw himself and Yun Qingyao on the marriage license. If they let those diehards of theirs know, they would die of envy. Human life is always full of all kinds of surprises. Chapter 47, The Great Crisis. "I don't know what Qingyao is doing right now. Did she miss me?" Wang Chu hemmed and hawed, took out his cell phone and found Yun Qingyao's name from the list. But after hesitating for a moment, Wang Chu still dismissed the idea of taking the initiative to find Yun Qingyao. What if she's still on the set? What if there's someone else with her? What if it reveals his relationship with her? Although Yun Qingyao stated that she didn't care if their relationship was discovered, Wang Chu still felt that since he had become Yun Qingyao's husband, he should guard Yun Qingyao's dreams. Then let's leave Qingyao alone for now. It's better to think about Yaya's matter first. Wang Chu sighed slightly. He had always thought that Yu was a very understanding child who didn't need to worry. But now it seems that I simply don't have a shred of common sense in life when it comes to raising children. How far can a 3-year-old child understand? Even if he does? Through tonight's events, Wang Chu truly realized why Yun Qingyao wished that she could accompany Yaya's growth. Because wanting to establish a child's correct outlook on life and values was a continuous and meticulous process. But because of this, I, as a father, have a value to exist. Wang Chu muttered. At this moment, Yun Qingyao also happened to have finished her bath and was lying on the hotel bed, comfortably toying with her cell phone. If there were bystanders present, they would definitely see on the cell phone screen the very image of Wang Chu being interviewed. Not a bad performance. I didn't realize it was quite photogenic. Humph. This host called Mao Xiaoyun. Her eyes are glowing. She must have a crush on my husband. Wow. Wang Chu is so powerful. Worthy of being my husband. While watching the video, she remembered the image of Wang Chu also revealing his fine muscles on the beach yesterday, which made Yun Qingyao blush a little. I can't think about that. Yun Qingyao threw away the cell phone in her hand and buried herself in the quilt. But soon, she touched it out again. Humph. Stinking Wang Chu. Now that he's someone's husband, he doesn't know to send me a message at night. Are all men like this? You don't know how to cherish it when you get it? Looking at Wang Chu who hadn't sent any messages over to her, a hint of annoyance appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Do we have to wait for ourselves to get back to him? It is simply outrageous. Yun Qingyao gritted her teeth in anger. I'll give you another 3 minutes. If you don't contact me within 3 minutes, I'll ignore you too. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Soon, 3 minutes were about to pass. But Yun Qingyao's cell phone didn't move at all, and it was obvious that Wang Chu hadn't heard the voice transmission from Yun Qingyao's thousands of miles away. Suddenly, Yun Qingyao's cell phone rang and a video invitation was sent over. Humph, counting on your good sense. I'll grudgingly forgive you. But after taking the phone and seeing the person who initiated the video, Yun Qingyao's face instantly became extremely alarmed. A video of Ergo? Isn't second brother in close training? Why did he send me a video? Could it be that he knows about me and Wang Chu? Although this possibility was very low, Yun Qingyao still couldn't help but be worried. Taking a deep breath, Yun Qingyao connected the video. Ergo, it's so late. Why don't you take a break and send me a video? Have you finished training already? On the other end of the video, a burly 27 or 28-year-old man was wearing a military uniform and had a small flat haircut, revealing rows of white teeth. Yo, I've just finished training here, and I've been granted a week's vacation from above, so I'm just about to take a trip home. Yun Qingyao was relieved in her heart. That's right, second brother has been in the army. How could he possibly know about me? But I want to meet my little niece in Sea City before I go home. Yun Qingyao's second brother heatedly smiled and said, I haven't seen that little one for more than half a year. I don't know if she's forgotten about me as her second uncle. Ha! Yun Qingyao froze. Second brother, you're going to Haichang? But I'm not in Haichang. I know, you're a big star. You must be very busy. Second brother smiled and said, I'm just going to see Yaya. I know the way. Don't worry about me getting lost. A bitter smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. What she was worried about was her second brother's meeting with Wang Chua. Although the events of that year were extenuating, Yun Qingyao's three brothers were still very dissatisfied with Wang Chu in their hearts. After all, their sister, whom they regarded as a treasure, was pregnant with the other's child, and the other didn't know anything about it? This is emotionally unacceptable to them in no way. Therefore, the three older brothers cared more for Yun Qingyao, and likewise, treated Yu as if she was their own. And now if Ergo meets with Wang Chu, Yun Qingyao didn't dare to guarantee that second brother would not beat the out of Wang Chu. After somewhat absent-mindedly hanging up the video from her second brother, Yun Qingyao couldn't wait to tell Wang Chu about this news. But soon, Yun Qingyao dismissed this thought. Wang Chu, this fellow, had not given himself any news for the whole day. This was simply too much. It'd be nice to let second brother teach him a lesson. Yun Qingyao blinked her eyes. Wang Chu's strength was not bad anyway. The image of him taking down 20 punks yesterday still surfaced clearly in front of Yun Qingyao. Yeah, that's it. I'll tell you about Ergo's past if you take the initiative to message me today. But I don't care about you if you don't initiate a message. You don't know how to worry when such a beautiful daughter-in-law like me is not at home. Ha! But just after putting down the phone, a worried look surfaced on Yun Qingyao's face. Second brother is an expert in the special warfare unit. If he really gets angry and doesn't have a light hand, what if he injures Wang Chu? But second brother should have a sense of proportion. Right, not to the point of laying down a death sentence, but second brother's temper is so violent. No, I've just gotten married. I can't be a widow so soon. It's unlucky. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath and still dialed Wang Chu's cell phone. At this instant, Yun Qingyao felt that she had lost, but the sweet voice of the system came out of the cell phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Shut down? Yun Qingyao was furious. She had tangled herself for half a day, but Wang Chu had turned off his phone? Whatever. Love it. Yun Qingyao was so angry that she directly threw her cell phone aside and turned around to sleep with her head covered. As for Wang Chu at this moment, he did not realize in the slightest that his greatest crisis had quietly arrived. Chapter 48, Mars on Earth. Ha! Why is my cell phone off? When he woke up in the morning, Wang Chu realized that his cell phone had automatically turned off because of a lack of power. He didn't take it seriously and went to wash up after charging it. After washing up, Wang Chu rubbed his hands. Today's free lottery hadn't started yet. System, conduct a free lottery. Ding, the system lottery is in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the inheritance of the god of cookery. From now on, you can make delicious meals and bento for Yaya every day. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. It really is the strongest milkman system Even the skill descriptions are for Yaya But this was good. Cooking for Yaya herself. This would also make Yaya change her picky eating problem. Poops Love Bento, as of today, is officially launched. Wang Chu walked out of the bedroom with confidence. Auntie, up so early? Aunt Wang smiled and greeted Wang Chu when she saw him come out. Wang Chu was a bit surprised. Auntie Wang, you got up early too. I'm usually up at 5. I'm too old to sleep, Wang Chu hurriedly said, which is not true. If not for Qingyao letting you call you Aunt Wang, I would have wanted to call you Sister Wang. You look like you are less than 5 years older than me. Aunt Wang smiled. Auntie's mouth is really sweet. No wonder Miss likes Auntie so much. Auntie Wang, you don't need to worry about me. I'll go to the kitchen to make some breakfast for Yaya, and prepare today's bento for her on the way. Doesn't the kindergarten take care of the food? The kindergarten meal may not be to Yaya's liking, so I've decided that I'm going to prepare a love bento for Yaya every day, Wang Chu said with a smile. Aunt Wang's face revealed a pleased smile. Auntie really loves Yaya, of course, my daughter. Wang Chu's face revealed a hint of a doting expression. Walking into the kitchen, Wang Chu first opened the freshness cabinet and checked what kind of ingredients were left, and found that there were quite a few left. Then I'll make a crystal bun. Then I'll make a shrimp and tofu soup for Yaya, and some colorful beef tenderloin. After all, children need quality protein too. After Wang Chu's mind thought about the menu, he started to work on it. Because of the god of cookery inheritance, Wang Chu handled the ingredients with ease. Even the sound of chopping greens is full of rhythm and cadence, making it very healing to listen to. Soon, a crystal clear, white-colored crystal bag had been wrapped. After putting the crystal packets on the steamer, Wang Chu started to make the shrimp and tofu soup. After washing the fresh sea shrimp, very neatly pick out the threads, peel off the skin, cut the peeled shrimp into even sizes, and then season them with the sauce. He then began to cut the tofu. To make a good shrimp and tofu soup, you must choose tender tofu. And what Wang Chu is going to do is not that simple way of cutting cubes of tofu, but the way to make Vince's tofu, a square piece of tofu. Wang Chu cut 150 knives horizontally and vertically, so that the tofu is as thin as a hair, into the water as a blooming flower. This makes a smoother shrimp and tofu soup, and the fresh flavor of the shrimp juice completely wraps around each piece of tofu, which is sure to capture Yaya's heart. And colorful beef tenderloin is so much easier. First marinated beef tenderloin under the frying pan stir-fry cooked, and then fished out and drained. And then the frying pan under a variety of green and red bell peppers and other side dishes, and so on the vegetables stir-fried until broken. And then the beef tenderloin and a variety of seasonings poured into the pan. Stir-fry thoroughly. Soon, colorful beef tenderloin is ready. Various colors of colorful pepper shredded and beef tenderloin shredded mixed together. Both the beef tenderloin aroma, also mixed with the aroma of colorful peppers. More importantly, this is mixed together, even as a colorful picture scroll. It took a whole half hour for Wang Chu to make all the meals. Crystal buns with thin and juicy skin, shrimp and tofu soup with fresh flavors, and colorful beef tenderloin. Wang Chu was satisfied with his current handiwork, and then brought his carefully prepared breakfast to the table before snapping on the insulated cover. It's getting late. Time to go wake up the lazy cat. Wang Chu smiled, then walked towards Yaya's room. Yaya, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Wang Chu gently kissed Yaya's small face and whispered in Yaya's ear. Yaya opened her sleepy eyes and saw Wang Chu's face. A sweet smile appeared on her face. POA, can I sleep for a little while longer? No, it's already 6:30. We have to get up and wash up. Then we have to go to kindergarten. Yaya's little mouth pouted. Today, Baba has prepared a love bento for Yaya, which will surely be the envy of many children. If Yaya doesn't get up. Hearing this, Yaya's little eyes lit up. I'll get up, and Papa will help me wash my face. Wang Chu smiled. He knew that Yaya usually washed her face and brushed her teeth by herself. But now, it's clear that it's pampering itself. Okay, Puppy help you wash your face, okay? And at that moment, the door of the villa opened and a dusty, flat-headed man walked in with a bag on his back. I'm starving after a night on the train. What's this smell? The flat-headed man's nose sniffed, then caught a glimpse of the thermal cover on the dining room table. He couldn't wait to lift the insulated cover and discover the crystal packets underneath. Shrimp and tofu soup and colorful beef tenderloin. Ha ha, as expected of my good sister, you knew I must be tired and hungry when I arrived home. That's why you had these breakfasts prepared, right? The flat-headed man didn't have the courtesy to sit down on the chair with a big grin, and without bothering to wash his hands, he went straight to his hands and grabbed a crystal bag and stuffed it into his mouth. Ah! The flat-headed man closed his eyes in happiness. The soup was rich and fresh with the right amount of flavor, and the skin of the crystal buns was thin but tough. I've never had such a delicious crystal bun before. I don't know where my little sister found the cook. I'm really envious. I'll try this tofu soup again. Zip. Wow. This is too fresh. The colorful beef tenderloin was good too. Great fire control. At this time, Aunt Wang saw the flat-headed man and her face froze for a moment. Second young master. When did you come over? Just arrived. The flat-headed man hemmed and hawed. Auntie Wang, this cook my sister hired is quite good. Knowing that I've come over so early, he even specially prepared such delicious food. The cook? For you? Aunt Wang's face showed a trace of surprise, and then looked at the rice that had already bottomed out in front of the second young master, and she seemed to feel that some things were moving in an uncontrollable direction. It's a pity. It's just a little bit less in quantity. More would be great. The flat-headed man smacked his lips. I have this amount of rice. Yao Yao should know about it. That. Second young master. You eat first. I'm still busy over here. Auntie Wang hurriedly headed upstairs. This matter must be told to the aunt in a hurry, or else Mars is going to hit the earth. Chapter 49. Before Auntie Wang walked to Yaya's room, Wang Chu opened the door and saw Auntie Wang. A look of great joy appeared on Wang Chu's face. Auntie Wang, you've come at the right time. You can quickly help me tie Yu's hair. I really can't fiddle with it. Yaya's face was washed, but her hair made Wang Chu fret, because after sleeping, Yaya's hair was like a messy chicken nest. Wang Chu wanted to help Yaya tie her hair, but it was like a dog biting a hedgehog. There was no way to start. Auntie, I have something important to tell you. Wang Chu interrupted Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang, tying Yaya's hair is the most important thing right now. The time block is too late. You go and tie Yaya's hair first. I'll go and pack Yaya's bento. After saying that, Wang Chu stomped downstairs. Auntie Wang was dumbfounded. Why is this aunt so impatient? Can't you just listen to what I have to say? Auntie is a good man. But, I wish the second young master would be a little lighter. Who are you? Who are you? When Wang Chu went downstairs, he happened to meet up with the flat-headed man, and both of them froze for a moment and asked in unison. Wang Chu's brows furrowed. How had this fellow appeared in Yun Qingyao's villa in a dignified manner? However, seeing the military uniform on the flat-headed man, Wang Chu suddenly remembered Yun Qingyao's words. Wasn't her second brother serving in the army? Could it be that this man was Yun Qingyao's second brother? I asked you a question. Who are you and why are you in my sister's villa? A ferocious look appeared in the flat-headed man's eyes as he stepped forward and said, I asked you, are you mute? Wang Chu's brows frowned. This should be the second uncle in Yao Yao's mouth, but this attitude is really bad enough. Excuse me, are you Yao Yao's second brother? Wang Chu opened his mouth and asked. The flat-headed man's eyes narrowed. Yao Yao, what are you? I'm Yao Yao's husband. Wang Chu said calmly. I'm called Wang Chu. The flat-headed man's eyes narrowed. This Wang Chu is Yao Yao's husband? What a joke. Yo-Yo had never been pleasant to any man in all these years. Besides, who is this Wang Chu? Suddenly, as if the flat-headed man remembered something, his gaze instantly became sharp. Your relationship with Hyatt is. I'm Yaya's real father. No wonder. The flat-headed man sighed in relief. This guy was actually the boy who had a relationship with Qingyao 4 years ago? You're Wang Chu. I've thought of many scenarios, but I didn't expect to see you in this situation. Suddenly, the flat-headed man's body shifted and quickly appeared in front of Wang Chu, slamming his fist towards Wang Chu's face. The move was fast and hard, and it was calm and peaceful 1 second, not realizing that it was already thunderous the next. This second brother has quite a temper. Wang Chu sighed slightly and withdrew his body back. Second brother Yun's fist fell short, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Even in the army, there weren't many people who could dodge his punch. Although it was said that he didn't use his full strength in this move, it wasn't something that a casual person could dodge. I say brother second uncle, what are you doing? Can't we sit down and talk slowly about what's going on? Wang Chu said somewhat helplessly. Second brother Yun snorted coldly. Sit down and talk slowly. I have nothing to say to a scum like you. Look at the punch. With that, he charged again. Because Wang Chu was armed with super fighting arts, he was able to analyze the trajectory of his second uncle's attacks in a flash of lightning, so he was able to dodge his second uncle's punches every time. If it was possible that dodging once was a coincidence, then the next 3 dodges one after another could definitely not be a coincidence. This Wang Chu is actually a deeply hidden expert? A trace of gravity appeared in second brother Yun's eyes. This sudden appearance of Wang Chu caused Yun urge to feel a twinge of uneasiness. This stance was definitely not something that an ordinary person could possess. Who the hell was this Wang Chu? And why did he reappear at Qingyao's side after 4 years? What is his purpose? What exactly are you? Second brother Yun took a deep breath. What exactly is your purpose in approaching Qingyao? Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. He disliked his second uncle's questioning like this, as if he coveted some of Yun Qingyao's what? I'm with Qingyao because I like her. It's okay to lie to Qingyao with words like that. Want to lie to me? Dream on. Yun urged took a deep breath, shook his wrist and said, if you don't give an honest explanation, then I'll be impolite. You don't really think that I used my full strength just now, do you? Wang Chu's heart was also struck with a hint of fire. Although this guy was Qingyao's second brother, he couldn't just make a move without saying anything. If he was an ordinary person, if he hadn't gotten the super fighting technique, I'm afraid that he would have gotten his nose in the air just now. It seems that second brother is a person who likes to solve problems with his fists. Wang Chu said indifferently. Coincidentally, I also like to use my fists to solve problems. After all, if I use my fists, I can only make talk to me properly. Yun Urge's face sank. You scolded me? I didn't say that. I'm just saying, your behavioral patterns are a lot like. Second brother Yun laughed in exasperation. Good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak in such a tone in front of me. That's probably because the people you've met are better cultivated. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Unluckily, my cultivation is not enough to support me to calmly communicate with. Wang Chu, you have successfully angered me. Second brother Yun took a deep breath. I will let you know what the wrath from a soldier king is. Wang Chu also said indifferently. Likewise, I will let you know what it means to be angry from a milkman. The breakfast on the table. You ate it, right? I ate it. So what? That's what I prepared for Yayet. No one is qualified to eat it except Yao Yao, so if you can eat my food, I'll let you spit it out today. Second brother Yun laughed out loud. Fine. I'd like to see how you're going to make me spit it out. There was a footstep from upstairs. You guys are going to fight outside and get scared of my little you baby later? Elder Yun pointed at the door and said. You too. Now immediately get out of here and fight. And don't either of you come in until you have a winner or a loser. Chapter 50, A Punch. Outside the door, on the wide lawn, Wang Chu and second brother Yun were looking at each other. Wang Chu was obviously able to feel a very strong pressure from this second uncle's body, which was something that those punks could not give themselves at all. Ding! System random task released, thoroughly defeat Yun Chengyi, gain his approval, and defend his honor as a milkman. Rewarded with a random skill and 100 points of pleasure value, Wang Chu froze for a moment. The system had released a quest? It wanted him to defeat second uncle? It seemed that second uncle's contemptuous attitude was too much for even the system to look at. And the rewards of this system are really rich. Wang Chu was a little bit greedy. He was now adding up all his pleasure values to just 300, and this mission adds 100 at once? I'm sorry then, second uncle. For the sake of pleasure value, I have to be painfully cruel. At this moment, second uncle Yun Chengyi was in Wang Chu's eyes. That was a walking pleasure value. Yun Chengyi shivered. He found that Wang Chu's eyes looking at himself suddenly turned extremely greedy. Just like a vicious dog that saw a meat bag. Are you ready? Yun Chengyi chased away this strange feeling and said to Wang Chu in a deep voice. If you get out of the villa immediately now, I can look at Yao Yao's face and not pursue the matter. But you really have a lot of nonsense. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Do you really think you're going to win? Then believe it or not. I only need one punch if I deal with you. What? Yun Chengyi froze for a moment, seemingly not hearing Wang Chu's words. You think you're One Punch Man. You don't believe? Wang Chu said indifferently. If I can't even finish you off, how can I have the confidence to protect Cheng Yao? So, if I can't defeat you with one punch, then I'll admit defeat. How about it? Yun Chengyi was going crazy with anger. Does this guy have it all figured out or not? He's the one who's supposed to be the condescending one. How did he become Wang Chu? Instead, you've become the weaker challenger? What's with this tone of pity for the weak? What does he think he is? Of course, if you don't have the confidence to receive this punch, I would advise you to treat me in a more amiable manner, and I will also maintain due respect for you for Yao Yao's sake. Wang Chu looked at Yun Chengyi, who had an iron expression on his face, and continued to speak out sarcastically. Good. I'd like to see just how strong this punch of yours is. Yun Chengyi took a deep breath and said slowly. He was now like an enraged lion, and he felt that he had been insulted as the king of special operations soldiers, and that insult needed to be repaid by Wang Chu himself. The atmosphere instantly became more gloomy and uneasy. Both people well think like a volcano about to erupt. No one knows what will happen later. Suddenly, Wang Chu let out a low roar. His feet snapped, and his entire body quickly charged forward. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Yun Chengyi. The fist was as swift as thunder. In this punch, Wang Chu had not used his full strength, but he had used 80% of his strength. What a stiff punch! Yun Chengyi's eyes shrunk slightly. His strength was not bad, so he naturally knew the power of Wang Chu's punch. But there were two paths before him now. The first was to use his stance to dodge. He had at least an 80% chance of dodging the opponent's attack. The second is hard hitting, again using your fists to strike back at your opponent. Though the first one is a wise choice, avoiding it and attacking it unawares. But by retreating, wouldn't you be losing? As the king of special warfare soldiers, how could Yun Chengyi admit that he had lost to someone who looked diabolical? Therefore, he had to use his fists to strike back at Wang Chu no matter what. And that was exactly what Wang Chu was looking forward to. Although Wang Chu had super fighting skills, he was not sure just how strong Yun Chengyi was, but as the king of soldiers of the special forces, he thought that he would not be an easy man to deal with. Therefore, in order to win, Wang Chu could only use verbal offense to provoke the opponent's fire, and then force him to fight him hard. After all, his own body that had been augmented by the power pill had a tensile strength of over a ton alone, far beyond the current limits of humans yet. Boom! The fists of the two men clashed heavily in mid-air. Two huge forces instantly recoiled onto the two men's bodies, but Wang Chu's power was simply too strong, and only hearing a click, Yun Chengyi's arm was actually dislocated by the force of this recoil. It hurts. It hurts like a cone of pain. When he looked at Yun Chengyi half kneeling on the ground, his arms hanging limply underneath his body, and beads of bean-sized sweat emerging from his head, Wang Chu was a little flustered. He really didn't think it would have such consequences. Playing big. If Qing Yao knows he had her second brother down, the consequences are unimaginable. Ding! Congratulations to the host, defeating Yun Chengyi and gaining his recognition, receiving a system reward of 100 points of pleasure value, and obtaining a set of random skill TCM orthopedic techniques. Bone-setting techniques? A delighted look appeared on Wang Chu's face. It's still the system that's thoughtful and powerful, and this reward came at a really good time. And at this moment, Yun Qingyi was very clear that his IDE arm was dislocated. The force of the recoil just now was just too strong, directly dislocating his joints. He gritted his teeth and tried to right his arm with his left hand, but Wang Chu squatted by his side at this time. Are you here to taunt me? Yun Qingyi snorted coldly. Wang Chu smiled sarcastically. Second uncle brother, you, this is where the words I Wang Chu is such a person. I am not to see what place can help. I will be some orthopedic techniques. I see you seem to be dislocated. I can. No need. Yun Qingyi refused flatly. I'll be fine on my own. Yo, but as far as I can see, your right arm joint misalignment is quite serious. If you use your left hand to reset it, it's quite difficult, and if there's no way to reset it properly at once, it'll seriously damage the local soft tissues. Yun Qingyi's brows furrowed tightly. He naturally knew about his injuries and knew that Wang Chu was telling the truth. But he himself was originally defeated by Wang Chu, and then let Wang Chu come to heal him. He really can't accept it. Second uncle, we're both Qingyao's closest people. Why do we have to make things so awkward? How about you just let me help you? And it's also my way of apologizing for what happened just now. Seeing Wang Chu's tone soften, Yun Qingyi's expression also calmed down. You're the one who's going to help me, not me begging you to help me. Wang Chu smiled. Yes, it was my initiative to help my second uncle. Saying that, Wang Chu touched Yun Qingyi's dislocated arm with his hand. Then his hand pulled and lifted, then shook again, pulling and stretching in traction, only to hear a click. The original dislocated and misaligned arm, surprisingly, was restored in an instant. Okay, really easy? Yun Qingyi moved his arm and realized that there was no discomfort. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Chapter 51, Double Standard. Ding! You have gained plus 10 points of Yun Qingyi's pleasure value. Wang Chu blinked. This second uncle brother is good to me? Although Yun Qingyi's arm had already been cured by Wang Chu, the current atmosphere was instead somewhat awkward. Yun Qingyi was the king of the special forces, but he couldn't even take a punch from Wang Chu. If this was spread back to the army, how would he still have the face to face the team members who had been reprimanded by him before? What's more embarrassing is that he originally wanted to teach Wang Chu a lesson, but he did not expect that the clown was himself. Ahem, that's second uncle. Why don't we go back and eat something first? It's not a good idea to be so deadlocked. Who is your second uncle? Yun Qingyi was still unwilling to recognize the fact that Wang Chu was his brother-in-law. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Unless you sever your sibling relationship with Qingyao, otherwise, you'll always be my second uncle. Are you really my brother-in-law? Yun Qingyi clenched his teeth, still somewhat not quite convinced. Righteous and childish. We are legally recognized. Wang Chu blinked. Why don't I show you the marriage license? Yun Qingyi felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest. How did he concentrate on training for half a year? And when he came out, his sister was already married? The hardest thing for him was that he had missed it all. Second brother-in-law. I know you love Yo-Yo very much, and she's always told me that out of her 3 brothers, second brother loves her the most. Yun Qingyi's expression eased. That's not bad, Wang Chu said with a serious expression. Second brother, I understand your feelings very well, but Yao Yao can't be a little girl under your eyes forever, and you can't be without a father. I know that in the past, because of some things, I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a husband and a father, but now that I have this opportunity, I'll definitely treat both mother and daughter well. Second brother, don't worry, I will protect them with everything I have, even if it's my life. Listening to Wang Chu's emotional voice, Yun Qingyi could not help but sigh as well. Yeah, my sister is all grown up and even has a daughter. She couldn't be a follower of the 3 of them forever. But, suddenly, Yun Qingyi heavily hammered Wang Chu's chest. I'm telling you, if you dare to bully my sister, I will definitely not spare you. Yun Qingyi said viciously. Even if I'm not your opponent, I'll still take my gun and raid you. The corners of Wang Chu's mouth twitched, and the image of the king of soldiers returns. Sees his own sister being bullied, and with a single phone call, 100,000 generals from the state of Kyushu go to Haicheng appeared in his mind. Can't afford to mess with it. Wang Chu shivered and said with a dry laugh, how can it be? Qingyao is the most beautiful woman in my heart, the best wife, in this life. I will never lose her. That's more like it, Yun Qingyi said without any good humor. By the way, what did you grow up eating? Why are you so strong? I haven't seen someone with as much strength as you in the army. Regarding this matter, I think you can go to my humble servant's report at. Watching the 2 people who were hooking up walk into the villa, Elder Yun upstairs smiled in relief. A man has to be simple and direct. After a fight, all problems are solved. Poopy, where were you just now? Just after entering the door, Yaya jumped into Wang Chu's arms, shaking her little head. Look, does the hair Grandma Wang tied for me look good? So pretty. My Yaya is the cutest. Wang Chu picked up Yaya, pinched her little nose and said with a smile. But Yaya's face didn't have a particularly happy look as she glanced at Wang Chu. But, Yaya wants Papa to tie my hair. Wang Chu touched Yaya's hair and nodded. Okay, POA will definitely learn. Tomorrow Yaya's hair. Let POA tie it. Okay? Hyatt nodded happily. Let's eat first then, so you can try Puppy's handiwork. Although it was said that the previous portion had been ruthlessly eaten by Yun Qingyi, Wang Chu had made quite a few, and the kitchen still had quite a few crystal buns and shrimp and tofu soup. Just as Wang Chu was preparing to carry Yaya to dinner, Yun Qingyi couldn't help but cough. This father and daughter are so tired of each other. Don't they realize there are other people around? Seeing Wang Chu doting on Yaya so much, Yun Qingyi's heart was a little pleased and also a little tasteless. You know, before Yu was the most favorite to play with him, this second uncle. But now, he had been standing here for a full 5 minutes now, and Yu hadn't even glanced at himself. This made Yun Qingyi feel hurt. Second uncle. Are you second uncle? Hearing Yun Qingyi's cough, Yaya finally realized that there was actually someone standing next to Poop, and upon closer inspection, it was a bit familiar. Yun Qingyi grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's me, Yu, let second uncle hug you. But Yaya shrunk her body with a hint of dislike in her eyes. Second uncle, you're too dirty. Yaya doesn't want you to hug her. Yun Qingyi was anxious. How is second uncle dirty? Your face is all black. You must not have washed it properly. Yaya said with a straight face. Second uncle is not hygienic. Shame. Yun Qingyi cried and laughed. Face black, that is because of close training to the tanning. But apparently, in US perception, a black face equals no washing, equals no hygiene, equals dirty. Yeah. You can't talk about uncle like that. Although Wang Chu was happy to see Yun Qingyi suffer, he felt that as a father, he still had to educate Yaya. How can second uncle be dirty? Look at me. Aren't I more or less the same as your second uncle? Yaya looked very seriously at Wang Chu and then at Yun Qingyi. My poop is white, Yu said proudly. Wang Chu's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. That, yeah, although second uncle is now tanned. But, stop it. Yun Qingyi revealed a smile that was worse than tears. I can kind of see that women are naturally a double-standard creature. Yun Qingyi felt his heart ache. He himself had managed to have a week's vacation time this time, and he had prepared a gift for Yaya. But now, second uncle, don't feel bad. I'll give you my face wash later. You'll definitely be white afterward. Looking at Yun Qingyi's ugly face, Yu said comfortingly. Yun Qingyi froze for a moment, then let out a bitter smile. What was wrong with himself that he wanted to compete for favor with Yaya's own father? He was only an uncle after all. Then I'll thank Yaya, but second uncle has prepared a gift for you this time. Saying that, Yun Qingyi flipped out a box from his backpack. Opening the box, inside was an emerald green pendant with the likeness of a wolf's head. Chapter 52 Project Leaders. What is this? A hint of surprise appeared in Wang Chu's eyes when he saw this wolf head pendant. Although he does not know much about jade, but this wolf head pendant color and texture at a glance to know it? Absolutely extraordinary. This is a blessing jade pendant I found from the Changyun tribe, whose totem is the wolf. I fell in love with it the first time I saw it. Yun Qingyi's face carried a gentle smile. That's why I wanted to bring a piece to you, to bless her to grow up happily. Wang Chu's revealed a touched look. Thank you so much, second brother. This must be very expensive, right? Fortunately, it was a closed nation, and I traded 3 packages of compressed meatloaf for it. Yun Qingyi revealed a row of white teeth. He said it lightly, but what he didn't tell Wang Chu was, at first he had only 3 packages of compressed meat patties left on him. And that was his ration for a week of field training. He had to eat wild vegetables for a week to get the pendant. Thank you, second uncle. Hyatt also loves the crystal clear wolf head pendant. After Yun Qingyi put it on Yu, a happy smile appeared on his black and red face. Finished fighting? At this time, Elder Yun came downstairs and faintly looked at both Wang Chu and Yun Qingyi. The 2 people are a little embarrassed. One is a granddaughter-in-law and the other is a grandson. But they are actually fighting as soon as they meet, and they are still in front of Master Yun. Okay. Sorry I didn't see you guys before the fight, Elder Yun said without a trace of humor. Who won? Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, I didn't lose, so that means you lost? Elder Yun glanced at Yun Qingyi. What a talent, the king of special warfare, but you lost? What a disgrace. Yun Qingyi's face reddened, but fortunately, his face was also darker now, and he was able to hide the embarrassment in his heart. Let's eat first. Wang Chu, come with me after dinner. Okay, Grandpa. Wang Chu nodded. After dinner, Wang Chu was ready to send Yu to kindergarten first, but Yun Qingyi said that he wanted to send Yu to kindergarten alone. He also said something about letting Wang Chu fulfill this small wish of his. It seems that he came all the way here and gave Yu such a heartfelt gift. This request is not unacceptable. But, Wang Chu also knows very well that this second uncle clearly wants to detach himself and ask Yaya about himself alone, right? Poopy, then you must pick me up tonight. Before leaving, Yaya's reluctant look made Wang Chu's heart melt. Half an hour later, Wang Chu and Elder Yun set off in the car. Wang Chu, if I remember correctly, you majored in management in college, right? Wang Chu nodded. Yes, that's just right. I happen to have a project that needs to be handed over to you right now. Elder Yun smiled and said, this project is a cooperative project between our Muyun Pharmaceutical Group and Haicheng City. Do you have the confidence? Wang Chu's face gradually became serious as he listened to Elder Yun's words. Grandpa, I wonder what kind of program this is. It's the construction of a martyr's cemetery. A trace of nostalgia appeared on Elder Yun's face. Wang Chu was a bit strange. Why would a pharmaceutical group want to build a martyr's cemetery here in Haicheng? Could it be that there was some special battle that broke out here in Sea City earlier? But as a native of Haicheng, Wang Chu said he had never heard of it. After some conversation, Wang Chu realized, it turns out that this used to be the place where Master Yin fought back in the day. And in Haicheng, a death-defying company was almost completely wiped out, holding back tens of thousands of enemy troops and buying valuable time for the transfer of the army. And over time, this history has faded into oblivion. Wang Chu really didn't expect that Elder Yun was actually a soldier who had gone to war when he was young. Instantly, Wang Chu was in awe of Elder Yun. Grandpa, don't worry, this mission, I will definitely accomplish it. Elder Yun patted Wang Chu's shoulder and said, this project was not only a wish of mine back then, but it's also closely related to the future of Haicheng, so I can only give this task to you. Thank you, Grandpa, for your confidence. In less than half an hour, Elder Yun brought Wang Chu to the government hall. The secretary of Haicheng City was already waiting for Elder Yun. Elder Yun, finally I see you again. Your face is rosy and you don't look any worse than us. Secretary Sun is really good at talking. I'm just a bad old man. How can I compare to you young people? Master Yun let out a light laugh and said, Wang Chu, this is the Secretary General of the Haicheng City Secretariat. Secretary Sun, good day, Secretary Sun. Wang Chu looked at the middle-aged man in his 40s in front of him and nodded. This is my granddaughter-in-law, and a native of your Haicheng, Wang Chu, so it's your son-in-law. Ah, he really is a talented man. Secretary Sun took the initiative to extend his hand and shake Wang Chu's hand. Elder Yun, Mr. Chen is already waiting for you inside. And this time, many of the upper-class business celebrities in Haicheng would like to take this opportunity to get to know you and add to the Martyrs Mausoleum project. The Mr. Chen in Secretary Sun's mouth's real name was Chun Qingshan, who was none other than the city head of Haicheng City. Elder Yun said to Wang Chu, help me in. Originally, Elder Yun was as fit as a fiddle, but now he even let Wang Chu help him in. There was only one purpose he wanted to express, and that was to push Wang Chu to the front of the crowd as his representative. Secretary Sun had long ago refined a pair of fiery eyes. From Master Yun's simple few actions, he was able to tell that Master Yun held this granddaughter-in-law of Haicheng in high regard. It was very likely that this project would be handed over to this young man called Wang Chu. In his mind, he had already listed Wang Chu as an important person to observe. And at the moment, the reception conference room was packed. Famous entrepreneurs, restaurant moguls, real estate moguls, clothing moguls, because they all knew very well that this Martyrs Cemetery startup work would be a typical case for Haicheng's future publicity, and it would be of great benefit to them if they were able to get a foot in the door of this project, both in terms of policy support and corporate image. But unfortunately, this project was sponsored by the imperial capital's Muyun Pharmaceutical Group, and they would have to look at the face of the person in charge of Muyun Pharmaceutical if they wanted to get a foot in the door. This head of the Muyun Group is really big. In the crowd, a young man muttered in dissatisfaction. How long have we been here and they haven't arrived yet? Coming late is awesome? If Wang Chu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this disgruntled young man was none other than Yang Wei, who made people from imperial capital Muyun Pharmaceutical. A man beside Yang Wei let out a light laugh and said, they are a nationally or even world-famous pharmaceutical group, which is a god of wealth for Haicheng. Chapter 53, Troubleshooting. It's too suffocating here. I'll go out for a smoke to get some air, Yang Wei said and left the conference hall. On the other hand, halfway through his walk, Elder Yun waved his hand. This man is old. He has many problems. I'll go to the restroom first. Secretary Sun, go to the conference hall first. Wang Chu and I will be right there. Secretary Sun glanced at his watch and realized that the time was indeed a bit too late, and he hesitantly agreed. Alright then, I'll go to the conference hall to talk to Elder Chen first. After saying that, Secretary Sun left in a hurry. Grandpa, let me help you over. Do you really think of me as a bad old man with limited mobility? Elder Yun waved his hand. I'll just go by myself. You wait for me here. Wang Chu rubbed his nose and could only obey. Yang Wei saw Wang Chu standing there alone slipping back and forth at this time, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It's really not a grievance. In the past 2 days, he was about to find an opportunity to teach Wang Chu a good lesson, but he didn't expect to meet here. He pressed the cigarette in his hand to death, then walked over with a sardonic grin on his face. Yo, who is this? It's not Wang Chu. Is this a place where you can come? Wang Chu was a bit surprised that he was able to see this bastard even here. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me ask you? Seeing Wang Chu ignoring himself, Yang Wei was a bit angry. He still regarded himself as a character? Do I have to pay attention to you? Wang Chu sighed lightly and said, you know what? I definitely wouldn't come over at this time if I were you. Why? Yang Wei froze and asked subconsciously, because it will only make you realize, once again, that your fiancée was once my girlfriend. Wang Chu shrugged and said, don't you have a diaphragm? Ha ha, what am I sorry for? You're the one who's phased, right? You didn't even hold hands before I pried you over. Wang Chu interrupted Yang Wei. We're all adults. Do you think it's possible? What? Janeway froze. When these young people fall in love, which pair is not a dry fire? Do you really think that Lin Xiaoyun and I have been in a relationship for 3 years and it's just a spiritual relationship, right? We haven't held hands. We haven't kissed. We haven't been on. Shut up. Yang Wei reddened his eyes and gritted his teeth. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. Xiaoyun's first time was clearly mine. Wang Chu looked at Yang Wei with some pity. You wouldn't be unaware that there is a technique called restorative surgery, right? Yang Wei was dumbfounded. Could it be that everything Wang Chu said was true? He thought he was prying the other side's corner, but now it seems that he is actually picking up the other side's stinky shoes? I don't believe it. Yang Wei took a deep breath and continued. Wang Chu shrugged. Believe it or not, do you think I have a reason to lie to you now? I now have a beautiful wife, a lovely daughter, and a happy family. Would I have nothing to do to lie to you? Oh right. Wang Chu glanced at Yang Wei with a wry smile. You don't really think that Lin Xiaoyun is that kind of extremely conservative girl, do you? No? Wang Chu's last words directly shattered the fantasy in Yang Wei's mind. Yes, if Lin Xiaoyun was really extremely conservative, how could she get her hands on him so quickly? But if it's what Wang Chu said, a wave of anger and jealousy instantly burned from Yang Wei's heart. Strange shame. This is just a strange shame. No wonder Wang Chu would say that if he were himself, he would never run over. Isn't that an insult? Well, I didn't want to talk about it. After all, you're all engaged. Wang Chu said hypocritically. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Wang Chu. Yang Wei gritted his teeth and said, you did it on purpose. You must have done it on purpose. Don't be like that. It's really a coincidence. Wang Chu said seriously. But you don't have to be so angry. After all, you be careful. Your child may not be your. Yang Wei grabbed Wang Chu's collar in one go. Shut up. Do you believe me? I'll kick you out of here? Wang Chu thought for a moment and said seriously. I don't believe it. Well, you don't believe me, do you? Someone come. The security guards in the distance had rushed over quickly when they saw the altercation they had created. I suspect this guy came to City Hall to conduct illegal activities. Yang Wei pointed at Wang Chu and said, I demand that you kick him out immediately. The guards looked at each other with some uncertainty. What are you guys freezing for? I'm the investment representative inside. This is my entry pass, but he doesn't have one at all. So please keep him away from the conference hall, lest it cause any bad effects. The security guard really didn't see an entrance pass on Wang Chu's body. This gentleman, are you also a participant in the investment meeting? May I ask if you have an entrance pass? Wang Chu nodded. I am indeed an attendee, but I don't have an entry pass. You see, he doesn't have an entry pass. How can he be an attendee? Yang Wei said viciously. I suggest that you'd better send him to the public security organs and investigate to see what kind of conspiracy he has and what kind of mischief he's harboring. Those security guards instantly tensed up. Secretary Sun 3 orders. This investment meeting is very important. Must do a good job of security. So Wang Chu, the person without an entry pass, instantly had a major suspicion on him. Please come with us for an investigation. Please cooperate. A security guard stood out and said in a deep voice. Wang Chu frowned. I'm your Secretary Sun's guest. Have you really decided to do this? Please also accept the investigation. A hint of disdain appeared on that security guard's face. Also Secretary Sun's guest. Young people nowadays really dare to talk big. At this time, Elder Yun came out of the restroom. What happened? Seeing Wang Chu surrounded by security guards, a displeased look appeared on his face. Wang Chu spread his hands. It says I don't have an entry pass and won't let me in. Nonsense. Elder Yun was enraged. You have Sun Changqing come see me. Sun Changqing? Why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly the security guard's face showed a trace of doubt. Sun Evergreen. Wasn't that Secretary Sun's name? Yang Wei, who was next to him, sneered. Yo, You've even organized a group to come and cheat? What an eye-opener. This old man. It's not good for you to come out and do something like this instead of taking care of yourself at home. There was mockery in Janeway's voice. He simply didn't believe that Wang Chu would have anything to do with Secretary Sun. When prying Wang Chu's corner, Yang Wei had long investigated. Wang Chu was nothing more than a working-class son with a grandfather who still farms in the countryside. Now what kind of a tale is it that you're acting like here? Chapter 54, Misunderstandings. Secretary Sun, is Elder Yun here? In the conference hall, Chen Xingshan couldn't help but ask when he saw Secretary Sun walk in. Yun Lao is the most important person in this meeting. Ah, a person like Yun Lao. Even senior leaders will be warmly received. This time, Elder Yun was able to come to Haichang and was going to build a martyr's cemetery in the name of Muyun Pharmaceuticals, which was a great news for Haichang. From a young age, this was an opportunity for Haichang to cooperate with the Ma Gong Group. In the grand scheme of things, Haichang is being selected as a national advanced civilized city, and if it can be selected, it will be of great benefit to the future development of Haichang. And the opening of the Martyrs' Mausoleum at this time of the year is just enough to mark Haichang as a red base. This is helpful both for Haichang's local image and for the evaluation of civilized cities. Therefore, the whole city of Haichang took this matter very seriously. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I've just received Elder Yun. He's heading this way with his granddaughter-in-law. Secretary Sun smiled and said, I didn't come here specifically to tell you that the meeting will start later. Chen Xingshan nodded. That's good. How could I have not thought that Yun Lao had even fought a bloody battle with the enemy in Haichang back then? We have to value this incense and fire love. You know? Secretary Sun said seriously. Sir, I know what to do. But after a while, Yun Lao had not yet come over. Chen Xingshan and Secretary Sun glanced at each other. Why hadn't he come over yet? Was this something that had happened? At this time, a security officer walked in quickly and whispered something in Secretary Sun's ear. What? This is just outrageous. Secretary Sun was shocked and couldn't help but say, Old son, what happened? Chen Xingshan heard Secretary Sun's voice and asked. Secretary Sun gave a dry smile and said, Sir, there's something going on outside. It's about Elder Yun. I have to rush over to take care of it. Go on then. When Secretary Sun came out in a hurry, his entire body was on the verge of fainting, because 7 or 8 security guards were surrounding Elder Yun and Wang Chu, and 2 of them were pulling and tugging at Wang Chu. This scene made Secretary Sun's blood pressure a little high. These guys, what the hell do they want? Stop! Secretary Sun shouted, then rushed forward. What are you doing? Seeing that Secretary Sun had appeared, the few security guards then let go of their hands, and each of their faces looked a bit bewildered. Elder Yun, are you alright? Secretary Sun asked somewhat nervously. If Elder Yun got angry and turned away, then he would have done his job as a secretary. Yun Lao lightly glanced at Secretary Sun and calmly said, I'm fine, but I don't know if my grandson-in-law is alright. Secretary Sun secretly grumbled. This was Elder Yun putting the decision of the matter into Wang Chu's hands. Wang Chu is a young man. In case he is young and can't stand this gas, then everything is finished. Tell me, guys, what's going on? Those few security guards are also scared and dumbfounded. These 2 people actually really are the VIP guests of Secretary Sun. If the guests are not allowed to be in the house, they'll be dead, won't they? They stumbled over what happened, and Secretary Sun's face became increasingly ugly. Wang Chu, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for causing the current misunderstanding. Secretary Sun took a deep breath and said sincerely to Wang Chu. Wang Chu's heart was also very unhappy, but he also knew very well that although it was the other party's work error, it was impossible for him to catch this. After all, building a martyress mausoleum for the dead comrades is the biggest long-time dream of Yun Laozi. How could he possibly give up just because of this little bit of pettiness? Secretary Sun, it's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. Wang Chu swept a glance and realized that Yang Wei, who had started it all, had already disappeared. That's really many thanks. Let's go. We'd better get into the venue. Everyone is waiting impatiently. Secretary Sun breathed a sigh of relief. When Wang Chu passed by Secretary Sun slipped Wang Chu a business card. This is my private number. If you encounter any trouble that can't be solved in Haichang, if I can help, I will definitely help. Wang Chu's expression moved as he put the business card into his pocket, and a warm smile appeared on his face. It seems that by Yang Wei so messed up, he himself instead harvested the good feelings of Secretary Sun. This wave is not a loss. And in the meeting place, Yang Wei was scared and a little bit scared. He inwardly realized that it was bad when he saw Secretary Sun walking quickly over to him. This old man could really be Secretary Sun's honored guest. So he hurriedly slipped away before anyone noticed him. A few moments later, Secretary Sun did walk in with Wang Chu and that old man. And what shocked Yang Wei was that the old man and Wang Chu were actually sitting in the seats of the representatives of Muyun Pharmaceuticals. Yang Wei naturally knows the theme and content of this meeting. Everyone is going to rotate around the representative of Muyun Pharmaceuticals. But how could he not imagine how Wang Chu became the representative of Muyun Pharmaceuticals? This was something Janeway couldn't accept. 4 years ago, he was able to utilize the power in his hands to toy with Wang Chu. But now, Wang Chu, who is the representative of the Muyun group, is no longer something he can touch. It's a fake. It must be a fake. Yang Wei's mind was still reassuring himself. At this time, Chen Qingshan spoke. All of you are the mainstays of Haichang. Now I'll introduce you to an important guest. He's the founder of the Muyun Pharmaceutical Group, Master Yun Zhang Mo Yun. The crowd placed their gazes on Elder Yun's body, their eyes revealing a look of amazement. Cloud Old Man in the business world is a legendary existence. 50 years ago, the country was first established. A lot of waste. The people are suffering from disease. Cloud Old Man visited famous doctors, set up the Muyun Pharmaceutical. After 50 years of development, Muyun Pharmaceuticals had become the guardian of the health of the people of Kyushu. And Yun Lao is even from 10 years ago after retiring from the second line. Rarely appear in public. I did not expect. It was surprising that they were able to meet this legendary senior here today. More than 80% of the people present were bigwigs in the business world, and they were all familiar with Elder Yun's exploits, and each of them also showed the expression of a little fanboy. Wow! Under the leadership of Chen Qingshan, the venue resounded with deafening applause. It was a full 5 minutes before the applause died down. Chen Qingshan went on to say, "We Haicheng united Muyun Pharmaceuticals to implement the theme of revisiting the red history of the activities, as well as the establishment of the Martyrs' Mausoleum, remembering history, not forgetting the original intention, which allows us to better sharpen the forward." Chapter 55. Like all leaders, Chen Qingshan's boring opening made Wang Chu a little sleepy. Finally, 10 minutes later, he finished his opening remarks with a sense of purpose. The next step was for Elder Yun to speak. Elder Yun picked up the microphone and just said 2 points in a concise manner. The establishment of the Martyrs' Mausoleum is actually my personal wish, but I am also very happy to be able to receive the support of the Haicheng government, and in the future, Muyun Pharmaceuticals will consider deeper cooperation with Haicheng. The chief leader of the Magong group for the Martyrs Cemetery this time is this young man beside me. He's my granddaughter-in-law, Wang Chu. After speaking these 2 sentences, Elder Yun was as stalwart as an old pine on Yellow Mountain. The grandson-in-law of the Muyun group? How could Wang Chu become the grandson-in-law of the Muyun group? Yang Wei, who was off stage, had been completely stunned. The bumpkin has jumped to become the son-in-law of a top mansion? The fallout nearly drove Janeway crazy, and the other entrepreneurs were very shocked. There was a lot of news about the Muyun group, but very little news about the Yun family. As the Yun family had always kept a low profile in the industry, many people didn't even know who the Yun family's little princess was, let alone Wang Chu, his granddaughter-in-law. But since Elder Yun had pushed Wang Chu to the front of the stage at this time, it was clear that he had the idea of focusing on cultivating this granddaughter-in-law. If we get on good terms with Wang Chu, won't we be able to get on the big ship that is the Muyun group? But the one with the most complicated emotions among these Haicheng corporate bigwigs was probably Zhao Guangyao. As a daughter-slave, he knew very well that his daughter was attracted to Wang Chu. Moreover, after his observation, he also realized that Wang Chu was a young man who was very much in tune with his temperament. He had thought that with his daughter's appearance, Zhao family background, his daughter and Wang Chu may be able to achieve a marriage in the future. But he did not expect. Forget it, give your daughter a shot when you get back. Fortunately they don't have much contact. Your daughter shouldn't be in deep. Shouldn't be. Although it is said that the organizer of this themed event to revisit the red history is the Haicheng government. However, the actual organizer was Muyun Pharmaceuticals, and the theme of this meeting was that it was hoped that all walks of life in Haicheng would also be able to participate in this matter. You don't get a lot of opportunities like this for fame and fortune, but the only thing that makes all businesses a little apprehensive is, the big list of cooperation is pretty much up to Magong Group. After all, it doesn't matter who is involved as long as there are enough local businesses involved for Haicheng to still say. Therefore, when the meeting came to an end and there was an intermission, Wang Chu's side was instantly surrounded by a large number of local bigwigs. Mr. Wang, this is my business card. I'm the boss of Haicheng Tiantong Construction Group. I hope to make a friend of Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, I'm from Flying Cloud Technology, and we also hope to contribute to Haicheng's spiritual civilization just like Muyun Group. Mr. Wang, I'm the head of Dakar Pictures. One by one, the enthusiastic smiles made Wang Chu feel a little emotional. It is true that power brings status, and status brings clusters awe. However, he was also clear that this kind of status and power was not his own, but was brought to him by the Muyun Group and Elder Yun. So Wang Chu was not arrogant either, but rather, He was very humble as he greeted the bigwigs that came up around him one by one. Soon, Wang Chu saw Yang Wei with an ugly face in the distance. His face twitched before he said to the people around him, "Excuse me, I've met an acquaintance. I'll go over and say hello first." Passing through the crowd, Wang Chu arrived in front of Yang Wei and said with a smile, Yang, we meet again." Yang Wei glanced at Wang Chu and his lips moved without speaking, but his face became extremely ugly. "You brat, Mr. Wang is talking to you. Are you dumb?" Yang Wei's father, Yang Wenshur, slapped Yang Wei's head and said with a hint of hatred in his tone, "Mr. Wang, you know Inuyasha?" In Yang Wenshur's eyes, Wang Chu was on par with himself, although Wang Chu's age was about the same as Yang Wei. "Yes." Wang Chu glanced at Yang Wei and said with a light laugh, "Yang Wei and I met 4 years ago, and we had intimate exchanges at that time. In a way, I'm considered Yang Wei's senior." A delighted look appeared on Yang Wenshur's face. So, Wang Chu and his own son are on good terms? In the past, he had always disliked his son for only socializing with some fox friends, but he had never thought that there would be a day when he would be so reliable. "You brat, why haven't you said hello to Mr. Wang?" Seeing that his son hadn't said anything yet, young Vince slapped him again. A stifled look appeared on Yang Wei's face. He felt like it was the first time in all his life that he had been so stifled and uncomfortable, but now he felt he had a mouthful to say. He couldn't tell his father that he had met Wang Chu because he had pried him out. Could he? "Uncle Yang, forget it, Yang Wei and I haven't seen each other for a while. It's possible to be a little rusty. After all, my current status is too different from back then." Wang Chu gently smiled and said, "Oh yes, Uncle Yang, I wonder what your thoughts are on this activity of revisiting the Red history." Yang Wensi let out a bitter smile. "I am in the clothing business, although I also want to do my part for Haicheng. But," Wang Chu rubbed his chin and said, "since Uncle Yang is in the apparel business, it's all the more reason to be actively involved." Yang Wenshur frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that?" "To revisit the Red history activities, it is definitely necessary to launch a series of Red propaganda films, and the costumes and so on in the propaganda films have to be tailored. Isn't this Uncle Yang's chance?" By Wang Chu's words, Yang Wenshur's eyes lit up. Yeah, he was a little worried at first. He's not in the construction industry or the movie industry. How can he get involved? But he didn't think. "Mr. Wang, you really woke up the dreamer with a single word. Our angelic apparel has to rely on your strong support." A smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. "Uncle Yang, don't worry. I'll have to take care of our angelic costume for Yang Wei's sake." When Wang Chu had left, Yang Wenshur's face revealed an uncontrollable smile. "Yes, why didn't I think of it before? If the clothes of angel dress can be used in the promotional video for the event of revisiting the Red history, then on the one hand, it can open up the popularity of angel dress, and on the other hand, it can enhance the connotation of angel dress. What's more, in the future, it will even be able to obtain government policy support, and it will also be able to hook up with Muyun Pharmaceuticals. It's really a 1-2 punch." Yang Wei, I've always blamed you for making careless friends before, but now it seems that it's still my father who didn't see far enough. This Wang Chu, he's really a dragon and phoenix among men. Listening to his father's lavish praise of Wang Chu, Yang Wei felt like a slap in his face. One after another. Chapter 56, Don't Pretend. The meeting continued and soon the morning passed. By the second half of the meeting, Elder Yun would already be resting backstage, while Chen Xingshan also accompanied Elder Yun to leave, and the only focus on the scene became Wang Chu. Wang Chu, these exchange meetings are mainly to let some of the business people in our Haicheng get to know you first. Secretary Sun whispered in Wang Chu's ear. Although it is said that Old Man Yun took the lead in initiating this event, I still hope that many of our local businesses in Haicheng will participate. Wang Chu nodded. Secretary Sun, I understand. I know what to do. Secretary Sun smiled. This Wang Chu is Haicheng people is good. At least some things can be considered for Haicheng. This time around, our government wants to let quality companies participate in a fair and just manner through bidding. Secretary Sun said. Of course, I had hoped that Elder Yun would be the head of this vetting team, but because of his advanced age, I don't want to trouble Elder Yun with these small matters. So, Wang Chu, I hope you can assume this responsibility. How about it? A hint of surprise appeared on Wang Chu's face. This was clearly putting the power of life and death of auditing into his hands. Since Secretary Sun has placed such a heavy responsibility in my hands, I'm naturally fortunate enough to fulfill it. A smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. He's not sick in the head for such a fat job, so he surely won't turn it down. And, wouldn't it be more convenient to become the head of the audit team, to clean up Yang Wei? Good. Then later, I'll make this announcement to everyone, and at the same time send the government documents down to them. Secretary Sun nodded. At the end of the meeting, when Secretary Sun made Wang Chu the head of the audit team, the entrepreneurs of Haicheng had no objections, although Wang Chu was just a brat. Who made him Old Man Yun's granddaughter-in-law? but Janeway had a hard time with it. He didn't even dare tell his father the truth of the matter now, but it was clear that the father, under some compulsion from Wang Chu, was already looking forward to the event. If you wait until the father spends a huge amount of effort to find out the truth, Yang Wei didn't dare to imagine what he would suffer at that time. Damn Wang Chu, how did he become Elder Yun's granddaughter-in-law? How did he get his arms around the big ship that is Mu Yun Pharmaceutical? Bah, a soft rice man. Shameless, Yang Wei's heart thought sourly. After the meeting, Chen Xingshan had originally stayed behind to have a meal with Elder Yun, but he was rejected by him. Old son, why do I feel that the name Wang Chu is so familiar? After Elder Yun left with Wang Chu, Chen Xingshan frowned and asked. Secretary Sun nodded. I also sounded a bit familiar at first, and when the meeting was over, I realized that this Wang Chu was actually the same hero who saved people at the car accident seen 2 days ago. Chen Xingshan's face revealed a look of realization. No wonder I heard his name so familiar. I remember someone in the city's standing committee suggested that he be set up as an excellent model, right? This matter should be implemented as soon as possible. We're the kind of heroes who want to encourage this kind of bravery and do good deeds without leaving a name. Secretary Sun understood. At the moment, in the kindergarten of the windmill, it came to the time to start the meal. Yeah went to the cafeteria and didn't call for food, but rummaged through her lunchbox. Yeah, did you bring your own food over today? Teacher Xiaoyu walked over and asked with some curiosity. Yeah proudly held her head high. Well, these are all specially made for me by my POA. They're delicious. Teacher Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Yesterday she had told Yaya's dad about Yaya's picky eating problem. Today he had specially prepared special food for Yaya. It seems like he still cares about Yaya quite a bit. Yaya opened the lunchbox. Because the lunchbox had a good insulation effect, the crystal buns and colorful beef tenderloin inside were still warm, and an aroma instantly overflowed. Wow. Yeah, your buns are so pretty. Can I have one? A little boy next to him couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the rows of crystal clear crystal buns in Yaya's lunchbox. The crystal bag is so nice and pretty too. Yaya hurriedly protected her lunchbox with her 2 small hands, a wary look on her face. No way. Shu Zishuan, this is made especially for me by my POA, and you grabbed my toys and played with them in the morning, so I'm not going to give it to you. Yeah, we're best friends. Can you eat one for me? Seeing Chu Zishuan get defeated, a cute-looking girl looked at Yaya pitifully. Yaya looked at her lunchbox with some difficulty, and then at her best friend. Her tiny head was racing to figure out which one to choose between the gourmet food that Poopy had made for her and her best friend. In the end, she made a difficult choice. Poop gave himself 10 crystal packets, but he only has this one best friend. So, Xian, you're my best friend, that's why I'm giving you one, but only one yo. Yaya said with her index finger up. A happy smile appeared on Xian's face. Her eyes widened momentarily as she popped the crystal packet into her mouth. Yeah, your dad's little buns are really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious little buns before. Although there were a lot of vegetables in the bag, the flavors of the various vegetables were perfectly intertwined, instantly stimulating the taste buds, and the aroma filled the entire mouth. Yaya was so happy that the food that Poopy had made for herself had been praised by her best friend, which was more than a compliment. Seeing that Xian had said so, the surrounding children were all more interested in Yaya's buns. Teacher Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Children, everyone line up. Our lunch today is also very delicious and sumptuous. I want a bun. I want a bun too. I want to eat Yaya's buns. Yeah, I'll treat you as my best friend from now on. Can you give me a bun to eat? Mister, you was about to cry. Are these buns that good? You guys haven't even eaten it, so how come it's not buns? Kids, I'll have the kitchen prepare buns for you now, okay? Let's all have a good meal first, okay? With Mr. Yu's promise, the children then gradually calmed down. The hearty meals that were prepared for the children in the cafeteria don't smell good to the children at the moment, and everyone waits for the cafeteria buns. Yeah was the only one, eating a bun while eating beef tenderloin. Wow, my Poopy makes really good buns. Yeah, my Poop's cooking is good too. Hyatt's poop is the best. Teacher Xiaoyu glanced at the dejected Yu, and she was tempted to tell you a piece of advice. Don't pretend. You'll be struck by lightning for pretending. Chapter 57, I don't agree. Grandpa, where are we going? After coming out from the city government, Yun Lao said that he wanted to take Wang Chu to a good place, but he didn't expect that the car would drive directly out of the city and towards the outskirts of the city. This is Twin Stones, and it's where I fought back in the day. Yun Lao's eyes were filled with remembrance and sadness. It was here that our entire company of brothers, almost all of them, lost their lives. Wang Chu's heart trembled. Although Elder Yun's face acted breezily, his heart must have been filled with waves. I'll introduce you to one of my comrades from back in the day later. We're going to hit him up today. Not long after, Xuanshi town arrived, and the car once again stopped in front of the farmhouse from before. Old Yun, About that thing you said before. I still think it's better to forget about it, Elder Yang said as he saw Elder Yun coming over and walked out. Elder Yun waved his hand. Today I'm here to have a big meal. You greet me with good wine and good food first. Everything will wait until I'm full and drunk, Yang Lao said without any good humor. You're a big capitalist with a fortune of several $100 billion, but you're cheating me out of food and drink. Shame on you, Yun Lao immediately retorted. What do you mean by big capitalist? Everything I do can be for the sake of the life and health of the people of the country. Cut the crap. Anyway, I'm going to eat you today. Just wait, I'll go pick the vegetables first. Although Elder Yang squeezed Elder Yun with his words, he still picked up the vegetable basket and walked towards the vegetable garden in front of him. Wang Chu hurriedly walked over. Grandpa Yang, it's better for you to rest with my grandfather. Leave this place to me. Can you do it? You city folk can't handle this. Wang Chu smiled and said, Grandpa Yang, you're underestimating me. I didn't drill a lot of vegetable gardens when I was little, and I didn't do a lot of farm work, so I'll let you taste my handiwork today. How about it? Well then, I'll leave it to you. Elder Yang handed the vegetable basket to Wang Chu before turning his head back to Elder Yun. Looking at Wang Chu's nimble movements in the vegetable garden, Elder Yang glanced at Elder Yun. Aren't you going to tell me who this kid is? My grandson, Elder Yun said indifferently. Are you kidding me? Yang Lao said disdainfully. You can give birth to such a handsome and knowledgeable grandson? Yun Lao's eyes glared. What? He is my grandson. Granddaughter-in-law. Also counts as half a grandson. This granddaughter-in-law of yours is much more handsome than you were back then. Nonsense. Back in the day, in the whole company, it was I who had the best luck with women, and I received the most cloth shoes. Yun Lao had a dejected look on his face. I couldn't wear that much at that time and gave you 2 pairs back. Have you forgotten? Yang Lao's face darkened. How come I didn't know there was this part? I say, Big Wubi, you have to speak with a conscience. You can't wear it and not recognize it. Elder Yun was furious. Just as the two were bickering, Wang Chu had already silently walked into the kitchen with a basket of vegetables. Yang Lao's kitchen is very simple. The most striking thing is the big pot. Looks like we'll be making a wood-fired meal today. Any meal made with firewood is better than gas, partly because it heats the pan evenly and cooks the meal better, and partly because some of the wood flavors in the wood can have some effect on the food when you burn it. This makes for a more flavorful and better tasting meal. Because Wang Chu now possessed the god of cookery skill, cooking was not a difficult task for him at all. However, considering that the 2 old men were already old, Wang Chu chose to make a mushroom and wild vegetable porridge. In the meantime, I simply made sautéed string beans with bacon, eggplant with garlic, tofu soup and sautéed baby bok choy. The eyes of the 2 seniors went straight when the freshly scented meal was served. Little Wang, your craftsmanship is good. A hint of surprise appeared in Elder Yang's eyes. He was an old man living alone. His usual meals were just a casual bite, except for his children's return, usually where he ate so much food. I'll make a humble offering. Grandpa Yang tastes the late generation's handiwork, Wang Chu said with a smile. Elder Yang picked up his chopsticks and couldn't help but take a bite of the dish, but he was stopped by Elder Yun as well. Just eat the food. You're too buttoned up for that. Where's the wine? Quit. Nonsense. I had more last time I was here. Wasn't that something I secretly hid? My daughter keeps telling me to quit drinking. Do you know how much risk I'm taking by hiding a bottle? Elder Yun had a look of contempt. A man who doesn't drink. Is that still a man? Do-wa-tu. How come I didn't see that you were such a wimp before? No wine if you want it. One life if you want it. Take it or leave it. Yang Lao said without a trace of anger. No booze. Luckily I brought my own. Yun Lao hemmed and hawed. Wang Chu, go to the trunk that bottle of Mao Tai. I remember there's also a package of steak chicken and a package of soy sauce bones. Bring them together for me to drink. Wang Chu nodded. Soon, Wang Chu brought the Mao Tai over, and at the same time, also gave 2 portions of cooked food to the plate on the table. Smelling the meat and wine, Yang Lao's throat moved. That, old cloud, pour me a glass of wine. No way. Doesn't someone have to quit drinking? Yun Lao picked up the wine cup and said slowly, this wine tastes really fragrant. When Elder Yang saw Elder Yun like this, his heart became even more itchy. I'm not quitting. Come on, pour me a drink. At Elder Yun's hint, Wang Chu poured another cup for Elder Yang. Zip! Elder Yang's eyebrows all seemed to be dancing. Good wine, no less, Wang Chu said from the side. 2 grandfathers, don't just drink, let's eat the food. After tasting each dish, a look of surprise appeared on Yang Lao's face. These dishes are really delicious. These days, there aren't many young people who can cook so well. Yun Lao had a proud face. Although the one who praised him was Wang Chu, Yun Lao felt happier than praising him. After 3 rounds of drinking, the 2 old men were a little tipsy. Cloud Old Man took the opportunity to say, Old Yang, I see that you guarded the comrade so half of his life. It is not easy or you go with me to the imperial capital. Hear everything I have given to Wang Chu this kid. The rest of the things, we do not have to worry about it. Yang Lao was silent, and after a moment said, Lao Yun I know what you mean, but, I'm still against this matter. Elder Yun slapped the table. This is a good thing. Why are you opposing it? Why are you so high-minded? Wang Chu on the side blinked his eyes. What is this? They were fine just now, weren't they? Why are the two of them blowing up? Old Yun, what do you think we were born to die for? Wasn't it for the future of the country? For our children and grandchildren to have a good life? Now all of this has been realized. The country is getting better and better, and the people's backs are standing up. Our wish to be soldiers back then has been realized. So why do we have to build some kind of martyrs' cemetery? I don't agree anyway. Chapter 58 Persuasion. A hint of incomprehension appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. Why do we not agree to the construction of martyrs' cemeteries so that the unsung heroes who have sacrificed their lives can have a chance to live in infamy? Wang Chu couldn't figure it out. A person who can keep a tomb and erect a monument for his comrades by himself shouldn't have any bad intentions. Suddenly, Wang Chu felt someone touch him, but he didn't care. But immediately afterward, someone else touched him, this time with more force than the last. Wang Chu was confused. There are only 3 people on the scene. It cannot be Yang Lao to praise himself, right? Could it be that? Wang Chu glanced at Elder Yun and realized that Elder Yun was as motionless as an old monk sitting still. Instantly, Wang Chu understood. No wonder Elder Yun wanted to bring himself to see Elder Yang. The reason was here. Elder Yang was obviously not in favor of the act of building the martyrs' cemetery, so the task of convincing Elder Yang should fall on his own shoulders. Wang Chu is a bit speechless. There is something that cannot be directly explicitly said. Luckily, he was smart and clever. Otherwise, he really couldn't fathom Elder Yun's temper. Ahem, Grandpa Yang, there's actually something I don't quite understand. This building of the Martyrs' Mausoleum is such a good thing for the fallen Daredevil Company. Don't you want more people to remember them and honor their memory? Yang waved his hand and said, remember what? People cannot always live in the past, and besides, how many Martyrs' Mausoleums in the country are some image projects? Now that everyone is doing well, happy every day, and foreign countries don't dare to bully us, I think both I and my comrades who sacrificed their lives in the first place are satisfied. Plus, Yang Lao said with a bitter smile, back then, when Kyushu suffered such a great national disaster, which piece of yellow soil has not been sprinkled with the blood of warriors under it? There are just too many soldiers fighting like we did, sacrificing like that, all over the country. Millions of warriors have sacrificed their lives, and it doesn't make sense for us to establish a martyrs' cemetery for just the 100 or so of us. If I go down there, my company commander and instructor, they'll surely scold me. Speaking here, Yang Lao's face showed a sighing look. And, if you build a martyrs' mausoleum, you have to carry out the relocation of the graves. I don't want to continue to disturb them. Wang Chu was silent. From Yang Lao's words, Wang Chu also understood what Yang Lao meant. However, the establishment of the Martyrs' Mausoleum is now not only a major task of the Haiqing government, but also the greatest long-cherished wish of Mr. Yun in his old age. Wang Chu had to help Elder Yun accomplish whatever he said. After all, Yun Lao was now his biggest thigh, and if he wanted to truly hold the beauty and conquer his old husband, Grandpa Yun's assistance was essential. Grandpa Yang, I think we have to look at this matter in 2 ways. Wang Chu said seriously. Grandpa Yang, do you know why Grandpa Yun wanted to establish the Martyrs' Mausoleum? Do you really think he was just trying to make up for the regrets in his heart? Isn't it? Elder Yang glanced at Elder Yun. I know him best as a person. He was a tart when he was young, and even more so when he's old. He must want to build a Martyrs' Mausoleum and then die so he can go fool around with those comrades. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Grandpa Yang's perspective. It's kinda strange but looking at Grandpa Yun's slightly embarrassed look, maybe he is right? Actually, it's like this. Wang Chu hesitated and said, now more and more people have already forgotten about that period of history, and there are even people who bash our own country, blindly worship foreigners, and there are even people for the war criminals of that year to whitewash. What? There's such a thing? Elder Yang slapped his hand on the table, his originally somewhat cloudy eyes instantly glaring round. Wang Chu nodded. There is indeed a class of such people in society nowadays. Although they are not the dominant ones, they take pride in being new and innovative, constantly eroding the perception of the children nowadays. And it is precisely because of seeing such a situation that Grandpa Yun decided to set up the Martyrs' Mausoleum to revisit the activities of the Red history. Elder Yun coughed dryly. That's right, that's how it is. You, old man Yang, are really measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. How could I possibly be the kind of person you are talking about? Wang Chu took out his cell phone, looked up the relevant news, and read it to old Yang. Without finishing the reading, Yang Lao was already furious. Grandpa Yang, I think our new generation of young people should have the responsibility to revisit history and feel the sacrifices made by the martyrs back then. In that way, we will be able to cherish our present life even more. Forgetting history means betrayal. What do you say? After hearing Wang Chu's words, Elder Yang was silent for half a second before he exhaled heavily. Well, in that case, I won't object. It's your old man Yun's money that's being spent anyway. A look of relief appeared on Elder Yun's face. It seems like calling this Wang Chu guy over was useful after all. After dinner, Wang Chu proposed that he wanted to go to the mountains to see the Daredevil Company's graveyard to take a look. Yang Lao had wanted to take Wang Chu up to have a look, but he was rejected by Wang Chu. Grandpa Yang, I'll just go up alone. You and Grandpa should take a rest. Wang Chu smiled and said, there's always no wolves here, right? Don't underestimate this mountain. Decades ago, there were quite a few wolves on the mountain, but then the government sent people over to round up a few times, and that's when they disappeared. But you can't underestimate it. Wang Chu smiled. I know, I won't go too deep. Lao Yang, you let Wang Chu go alone. Think back in the old days. We carried one head on two shoulders. What deep mountains, old forests, snowy mountains and grassy meadows haven't we traveled before? Saying that, Elder Yun glanced at Wang Chu. This is Wild Mang Mountain. It's still dangerous inside the mountain. Come back after you've finished watching. Understand? Okay, Grandpa, I got it. However, at Elder Yang's insistence, Wang Chu went up the mountain with a machete. Wild Mang Mountain is the biggest mountain around Haichang. There are many dense jungles on the mountain. Before some developers want to develop Wild Mang Mountain, want to make it into a resort, but then it was recognized by the state as a wilderness preserve, which discouraged a large number of developers from wanting to invest. And in this way, Mt. Mang has become a perfect place for many donkeys to explore. Every year, there are a lot of wild explorers enter the Wild Mongshan Mountain, and many of them are even lost in the Wild Mongshan Mountain. And for the sake of these donkeys who enter privately, the city government has organized a special search and rescue organization called Hummingbird Search and Rescue Team. All of these were the news that Wang Chu had searched out with his cell phone before he went up the mountain. As for the beast, Wang Chu did not find similar news, just as Wang Chu was entering the mountain. On the other side of Wild Mang Mountain, a 5-member squad of wilderness explorers were also climbing the mountain with difficulty. Only, in their backpacks, a small, furry head burrowed. Chapter 59, There Really Are Wolves. Haruna, hurry up and tuck it in. What if it gets out? A girl said. But it'll be hard for it to keep smothering it. The girl called Haruai said softly. Otherwise, let's release it. Are you kidding me? You're not going to go back again, are you? Besides, we came across it with great difficulty. How could we let it go? A boy said with a smile. And look, how cute it is. Haruna looked at it and sighed slightly. This guy was indeed cute now. Fluffy and with big, clueless eyes. But, this is wolf cubs. Haruna didn't expect her classmate to be so bold as to take this one away knowing that it was a wolf cub. There were 5 of them, 3 males and 2 females, all students of Haicheng University. Because of his usual love of sports, and always he heard that the Wild Mang Mountain scenery is very beautiful, which took advantage of the time without classes to group out to play. In fact, of these 5 people, only the leading boy called Zhou Ji had experience in wilderness survival, so the others followed him along the way. And this little wolf cub is what he found. Haruna was a bit scared. It was said that wolves were a very ferocious creature. If the mommy wolves saw that the wolf child had been stolen, would they come after her? In response to this question from Haruai, Zhou Shi gave a perfect explanation. Don't worry, this is Wild Mang Mountain. There were no wolves decades ago, and this is the outskirts of Wild Mang Mountain, close to human settlements, and it's unlikely that large beasts exist, or else they wouldn't have been discovered by the government a long time ago. This wolf cub, maybe it's abandoned, and there can't be just one wolf cub if there really is a pack. Can there? The other 4 did not know anything about these things, and when they heard Zhou speak with conviction, they all slowly put their hearts down. Go over that little hill in front of us and follow the path all the way down and we'll be able to get down, Zhou said confidently after looking at the map of Wild Mang Mountain. Hearing Zhou say that, everyone was relieved. Although it is said that coming out on a wild goose chase brings a different kind of feeling, but after the initial novelty, everyone had long been a little tired. After all, they were just college students who hadn't been in the world for a long time. If not for Zhou as the leader, the others were afraid that they would have been lost in Wild Mang Mountain. As they laboriously climbed up the hill and over the knoll, they found a graveyard in front of them. Large and small mounds of graves appeared in front of them. Dozens of them. The 3 girls couldn't help but shriek at the sight. There was also a hint of uneasiness on both boys' faces. In the middle of nowhere, when so many graves suddenly appeared, no matter who saw them, they would feel a burst of hair and bones. It's a good thing it's daytime, high noon, and the yang is heavy. If we see it at night, I guess these 5 kids will just paralyze on the floor. It's so spooky here. Have we stumbled upon a ghost? A girl asked cautiously. Yeah, I've seen the movie. When it comes to situations like this, something bad must have happened. What should I do? I haven't had the chance to fall in love yet. Another girl also cried and said. At this time, Joshi took a deep breath. Don't be afraid, everyone. This should be a cemetery. I've heard that many people in the countryside will find a feng shui place in the nearby mountains to bury the old people after they die. I think this is the place to be. Really? The other four looked at Joshi. Joshi gulped. That should be it. But that's good news. It means we're going down the mountain soon. At this time, there was a clattering sound from the front, as if something was about to appear. Instantly, the five men held their breaths and their faces were grave. But soon, from across the room, a surprisingly young man came up, a few years older than them. The sunlight shone through the leaves, giving him a feeling of having stepped out of a fairy tale world. So handsome. Yes, oh, the old lady's heart is in the right place. The other man was a little sour at the sight of his female companions, each one of them fuming. What's the matter? Not afraid the other guy's a ghost now? What are you afraid of? Even if it's a ghost, it's a handsome ghost. Joji was somewhat speechless. Keep your voices down. It's not good if the other party hears you. This man was none other than Wang Chu, who had followed what Grandpa Yang had said and had indeed found where the cemetery was located. But just as he arrived, he heard a hint of conversation coming from the opposite side of the cemetery, which startled Wang Chu. Conversation coming from the cemetery? Who is it? Come out. Wang Chu gripped his machete tightly and gave a low shout. The sound of conversation disappeared in an instant. Soon 5 boyish young men came out from across the street. Donkey friend? These 2 words instantly popped up in Wang Chu's mind. I did not expect to really let him meet the legendary donkeys, but the age of these donkeys is also too small. At most the early 20s. Who are you people? Why did you appear here? Wang Chu said in a deep voice. Hello, this big brother. We're students from Haichine University. We're here for a visit. Joji stepped forward and said with a smile on his face. I wonder where this place is. Down there is Xuanshi town. You college students are really bold. Wang Chu glanced at them and said. Aren't you afraid of encountering any wild beasts? Joji gave a dry laugh. What beasts can there be here? And we didn't dare to go deeper into the wild Mang mountain. At this time, Haruai spoke up. This big brother, what's going on with these graves? These Wang Chu glanced at the tombstones that Yang Lao had erected for the Daredevil company next to him and said softly. These are the graves of the martyrs who sacrificed for the country back then. Tomb of the martyrs? All 5 were stunned. What was buried here was a martyr from half a century ago. The dark clouds that had originally shrouded their hearts completely dissipated at this moment. Wang Chu gently stroked the already somewhat blurred handwriting on the tombstone, and his mood suddenly became heavy. If we wait for Grandpa Yang to be 100 years old, will there be anyone left to visit these people? They just really faded into history. I'm afraid, it may be, not their long-cherished dream at the beginning of their lives, but it is only right that posterity should always do something for them. Wang Chu bowed deeply towards the grave. Infected by Wang Chu, those 5 college students also bowed after him. Suddenly, Wang Chu's ears twitched. Do you have any other companions? Joji froze. No. Then why is there a sound over there? As the words fell, several pairs of green eyes appeared from the grass. It's amazing they've met wolves. Chapter 60, Wolves. Wolf, that's a wolf. A girl with a horrified look on her face cried out. For furry wolves came out of the jungle and surrounded the 6 men with a fierce and angry gleam in their eyes. Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Didn't you read the almanac when you went out today? Grandpa Yang clearly said there were hardly any wolves around. Where did these 4 wolves come from? Everyone, don't run around. If we arouse the wolf's ferocity, we'll all be finished. Unexpectedly at this time, Joji was still able to maintain a certain level of rationality and said in a slightly trembling voice, but the other 4, including the boy, were too scared to walk. That's a wolf. That's a wolf that eats human flesh. As a child who grew up in the city, all I've seen before are wolves locked up in zoos or when their wildness has been tamed. When have I ever seen such a ferocious coyote? Joji, it's all your fault. They must be here for the wolf cubs. A girl screamed shrilly. Wolf cubs? When Wang Chu heard these 3 words, his expression twitched. You guys pulled out the wolf's den? Joji's face showed a trace of embarrassment. We met a small wild wolf on the road. It was very beautiful, so I wanted to bring it back to raise. Wang Chu was somewhat speechless. Was this wolf cub something that could just be taken away? Wolves are some of the most race-minded creatures in the world. You take the wolf cubs, it's a wonder they don't come after you. But the average person can't afford to raise a wolf. It seems that this boy, the family is not ordinary. But now is not the time to study this. Wang Chu reached out his hand. What are you waiting for? Quickly return the wolf cubs to them, or else they're going to launch an attack towards us. But at this time, one of the wolves suddenly pounced and lunged towards Haruna. because the wolf pups were in the backpack behind Haruna. Haruna was startled, and a look of horror filled her pretty face. All she could think was, "It's over. I'm going to die." The surrounding companions were also too frightened to move at all, let alone come forward to rescue them. That's a wolf. Who dares to save a man from a wolf? What if he gets involved? Just a second before the wolf pounced on Qingwen, Wang Chu rushed over with an arrow step and punched the wild wolf in the head. With a thud, Coyote was knocked to the ground. Wang Chu, on the other hand, appeared in front of Qingwen while saying to the others, "Come over here and descend from behind me. I'll break my back." It wasn't that Wang Chu was a saintly mother, but he believed in his own strength right now. What's more, he still had the machete in his hand, and there were only 4 wolves in front of him, so whether it was going in or out, he would be able to handle it with ease. The 5 students glanced at Wang Chu with some surprise. They did not expect that this handsome man who met in passing would actually fight for their chance to survive in this life and death situation. But Zhou Ji was a bit hesitant, but the boy beside him pulled him back as soon as he could. Soon, the others followed Wang Chu's words and fled in panic from behind. Seeing those people escaping, the wolves were in some commotion. They wanted to cross Wang Chu to chase those people, but their intuition told them that Wang Chu, who was blocking the way, was definitely a very difficult and dangerous opponent. Wang Chu took a deep breath and held his machete in his hand. As long as he dragged them for a while and let those 5 students escape to a safe place, he would be fine. But just at this time, behind Wang Chu came Qingwen's soft voice, "This big brother." Wang Chu snapped back, "Why haven't you left yet?" Haruna bit her lip. "I came back to give you this." Saying that, Haruna handed Wang Chu the backpack, which contained the very same wolf cub that had been carried away. And the wolf cubs apparently sensed that their parents were nearby, making grunting noises and looking anxious as well. Wang Chu took the backpack and sighed in relief. With this wolf cub, these wolves would at least not completely lose their minds. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Wang Chu was a bit surprised to see that Qingwen didn't leave. "It's dangerous here." Haruna bit her lip. "What about you?" "It's dangerous here. You won't be in danger, right?" Wang Chu smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine, I'll be fine." By this time, the coyotes couldn't help but get restless even as they realized that the pack had the scent of wolf pups in it. Ow! One of the wolves whistled up to the sky, as if it were summoning something. Wang Chu's eyes narrowed, sensing that something was not right. There was a clattering sound, and several voices came from the grass around them. Then a huge head wolf appeared in front of Wang Chu, while at the same time, more green eyes popped up around him. Wang Chu's heart sank. Is this a hornet's nest? He originally thought that there were only 4 wolves, but now it seems that the ones that appear now alone are more than 10. Wang Chu hurriedly opened his backpack and took out the little wolf cub. "I've returned your children to you. Let's leave it at that and stay out of harm's way." Wang Chu placed the wolf cub on the ground and then said in a deep voice to that head wolf. The young wolf cub limped towards the head wolf. The wolf, on the other hand, was staring at Wang Chu with a fierce face, fearing that Wang Chu would do something that would jeopardize the little wolf cubs. Finally, the cub limped to the head wolf. The head wolf's eyes softened and he lowered his head to slowly lick the fur of the cub. Wang Chu's heart was relieved. "Do you still have the strength to run?" He turned his head to look at Haruna, but noticed that Haruna's face was pale. "I can't move." Haruna's voice had a hint of a sob in it. Wang Chu sighed, suddenly seeing so many wolves. It was already not easy for this little girl not to cry out on the spot. "It's okay, I'm here." Wang Chu patted Qingwen's shoulder, then said softly, "Take my hand. I'll lead you out of here." Qingwen looked up at Wang Chu, and under the sunlight, Wang Chu was like a war god cloaked in colorful battle spirit in her heart. In this instant, Haruna felt her heart instantly settle and not panic. "Aha!" She nodded, then reached out her small hand and clutched the corner of Wang Chu's coat tightly. Wang Chu's heart was relieved. It wasn't that he wanted to be a hero, it was really that at this time, there was no way for him to leave this little girl by herself. Otherwise, not to mention whether or not he could pass the hurdle in his heart. If Grandpa Yun knew about it, he would definitely not forgive himself. The only prayer now is that the head wolf will take the pack away. Otherwise, there was no way for him to deal with these 10 or so wolves. After licking the cubs, the head wolf raised its head with a hint of ferocity in its eyes. "Ow, ow." With the low growl of the head wolf, all the wolves began to move. Only they weren't leaving, but slowly leaning towards Wang Chu's direction. Obviously, they did not intend to let Wang Chu go. They are going to make humans pay for their behavior. Chapter 61, Getting Lost. Wang Chu's heart was bitter. It was obvious that these wolves that had been living in the deep mountains and old forests did not have any reverence for humans at all. On the contrary, from their eyes, Wang Chu was able to clearly see anger. "Run!" Wang Chu pulled Haruai, found a gap, and immediately ran backwards. The head wolf let out a low growl, and the other wolves violently pounced towards Wang Chu and Qingwen. "It's over. It's over. This time it's really over." There was only fear and despair in Haruna's eyes. How could they possibly escape with so many wolves pouncing on them? What's more, this jungle was originally the territory of the wolves, so how could they possibly outrun them? Big brother, run away by yourself. You can't escape if you take me with you, Haruna said, biting her lip. Wang Chu smiled. A mere wolf pack. What's it worth? If I said I would take you back, I will definitely take you back. Don't nag. By this time, the closest wolf to them had charged. A look of horror appeared in Haruna's eyes. But right at this moment, Wang Chu's machete in his right hand swung violently. The sharp machete slashed across the wolf's body from top to bottom with great force. A heart-rending scream came from that wolf, and its body was instantly skinned and bloodied. The wild wolf under the pain wailed continuously on the ground, and there was a hint of fear and uneasiness in its eyes as it looked at Wang Chu. Wang Chu is now originally powerful, plus the machete is very sharp. As long as the wolves are not swarming, he is confident to come one to cut one, come two to cut a pair, come three, that can only escape. However, although Wang Chu's strike had shocked the wolves, it had likewise provoked their ferocity. The head wolf let out a low growl, and the other wolves slowed down, preparing to surround Wang Chu from all sides. Once a merge was formed, then Wang Chu and the others would surely die. Run, we must not let them surround us, Wang Chu said as he pulled Qingwen. But Qingwen was just a girl, and with the fact that she had originally spent most of her strength in the morning at Wild Mang Mountain, she was dragged and pulled by Wang Chu, but she actually almost fell down. Wang Chu saw that the wolves behind him were getting closer and closer, and he couldn't care less about the difference between men and women right now. Offended, Wang Chu surprisingly used his left arm to directly carry Haruai up and then darted through the jungle. Although Haruai weighed nearly 100 pounds, this was nothing to Wang Chu, so carrying Haruai, Wang Chu's speed was even faster instead. The head wolf let out another low growl, and the rest of the wolves accelerated their speed, but they were shocked to realize that they were getting further and further away from each other. Who is the lord of the jungle and who is the beast? The head wolf was also a bit confused. The two-legged creature was a pretty fast runner. The last thing that was in short supply for wolves, though, was patience, and as long as the man was still in the middle of the jungle, they were able to go after him. When Wang Chu and the others were exhausted, that was when the wolves launched their general attack. Wolves can be considered the most patient hunters in the world, and Wang Chu carried Qingwen on his shoulders as he hurried through the jungle. The whole person was like an athletic panther. After running wildly for a full 20 minutes or so, until the wolves were no longer visible behind him, Wang Chu stopped. Safe for now. Wang Chu exhaled and muttered, "Big brother, you put me down." At this time, Haruna blushed and whispered. It was the first time in her entire life that she had been carried by the opposite sex in such a shy position. She then felt as if her body was crawling with countless ants, especially since Wang Chu had kept his left hand on her buttocks in order to prevent her from falling. Sorry, Wang Chu somewhat snapped and set Haruai down. As soon as she came down, Qingwen covered her buttocks with a red face. Her head was almost lowered under her chest, and she didn't even have the courage to look at Wang Chu. Wang Chu was also a little embarrassed. After all, he is already famous. Just now the action is indeed indecent. It was a reaction to the urgency of the situation though. However, soon Wang Chu put this little matter behind him as he glanced at the tall jungle around him, a pensive look appearing on his face. Originally, Qingwen's heart was beating fast and she didn't know how to face Wang Chu, but after a long time, Wang Chu didn't say anything, so she couldn't help but raise her head in curiosity. However, he saw that Wang Chu was continuously surveying his surroundings, and there seemed to be something hard to say on his face. Big brother, what are you looking for? Haruna couldn't help but ask. Wang Chu pointed at the surrounding trees and said, "Take a look. Doesn't this place look somewhat familiar?" Haruna followed the direction of Wang Chu's finger and looked at it seriously before shaking her head. Really? Take a good look. It didn't look familiar to me. It was strange. Haruai hesitated and said, "It's my first time coming to Wild Mang Mountain. I'm not familiar with the place." Wang Chu exhaled and said to Qingwen in a deep voice, "I have good news and bad news right now. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Ha?" Haruna froze for a moment. "Good news? The good news is that we're safe now for the time being, having gotten away from the wolves. What about the bad news? That is my first time at Wild Mang Mountain too, which means we're lost. Where's Haruna?" Joji and the others ran halfway and realized that Haruai had disappeared, and each of their faces were greatly shocked. I just saw her. I don't suppose she went back, did she? Is she crazy to go back and die? I think I heard her just say she was going to send the wolf pups back. She really went back? The faces of the crowd were a little hard to read. After all, they were classmates at the same university, and after all, they were also friends who knew each other. So if something happened if they left Haruai alone on the mountain, no one could afford the responsibility. But if returned, there are wolves in the mountains. I think our priority now is to find someone to go up the mountain to save them, the male student said. With just a few of us, we won't be able to save Haruna and that big brother. Yeah, I think so too. Isn't Schwangsher Town down there? Let's call the police when we get to Schwangsher Town and let the police save them. Joshi's face showed a cloudy expression, but in the end, he let out a long sigh. Let's go down the mountain first. I hope that big brother will be able to protect Qingwen. Having said that, there were a few moments of despair in their hearts. Being targeted by wolves, it's good enough to be able to defend yourself, but to save others? Only now they can only soothe themselves. Soon, they descended the mountain and saw the people of Twin Stones at the bottom of the mountain. At this moment, Elder Yang and Elder Yun were cooling off under the big acacia tree at the entrance. They saw the 4 young men who had come down from the mountain in a state of distress, and Elder Yun couldn't help but wave his hand. Boys, look at how dusty you are. Would you like some water? Seeing people, finally seeing people. 2 of the girls had little mouths and wailed. The 2 old men were dumbfounded. That, I should have been quite pleasant just now, right? Why is she crying? It must be because you're ugly and scared other people's children to tears. Yang Lao swore with conviction. You fart. Chapter 62, The Miraculous Pointing Needle. 2 old men. It's dangerous here. There are wolves in the mountains. Seeing that the 2 old men were amiable, Joshi anxiously said to them, I'm going to hurry to find the mayor of your Schwangsher Township, so that he can make preparations early. What? Both Elder Yun and Elder Yang froze. There are wolves on MT. Mang? How is this possible? There's been no sign of wolves in the wild Mang Mountains since more than 10 years ago. How can they appear again? If a wolf appears, then Wang Chu. A look of worry flashed across Elder Yun's eyes. Then have you guys seen a 25 or 26-year-old young man? Elder Yun asked in a hurry. Zhou froze for a moment. We did need a big brother with a machete. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid we'd all be eaten by wolves now. Wang Chu met a wolf? Yun Lao instantly felt a heavenly spin as he stepped forward and grabbed Zhou's hand. What the hell is going on here? Zhou was taken aback. This old man's hand was really strong, but looking at his nervous expression, he should be that big brother's family. Thinking about this, Zhou's face carried a trace of guilt. Soon he told Elder Yun what had happened. Elder Yun let go of Zhou's hand, and a grave look appeared in his eyes. Although he knew that Wang Chu's body was very powerful, but he was facing 4 wolves after all. Old man, you'd better hide for a while. I have to report this matter to the government right away. My classmates are still on the mountain. After Zhou finished speaking, he took the others and ran towards the Schwangsher town hall. Yang Lao walked over, his face complex. Lao Yun, you don't worry too much. Wang Chu, this child auspicious people have heavenly signs. Yun Lao's face regained some blood. Wang Chu is very powerful, and he has a machete in his hand. The 4 wolves in the district are nothing to him. Yang Lao glanced at his old buddy with some concern. Elder Yun took a deep breath, and he did a good job. He was able to choose to protect these students at that moment of crisis. He deserves to be my Yun Jiangwo's granddaughter-in-law. Old Yun, there is no signal in the depths of this wild Mang mountain. In case Wang Chu is driven into the depths by the wolves, then he will be in danger. We have to rush to save him. Elder Yang's words made Elder Yun tense up all of a sudden. He pulled out his cell phone. Where are you now, brat? Grandpa, I'm drinking with my comrades. What's the matter? Yun Qingyi had a confused look on his face. How did the old man's words get caught up in his words? Who messed with him? What are you drinking? Your brother-in-law is going to be eaten by wolves, and if you don't make it to Schwangsher town in half an hour, you're not going home this year. Afterward, Elder Yun made a few more phone calls. In an instant, the entire Sea City panicked. Elder Yun's grandson-in-law encountered wolves at Wild Mang Mountain? Whereabouts unknown? Unknown whereabouts? Soon, under Mayor Chen's orders, the entire Haichang search and rescue team marched in great numbers in the direction of Wild Mang Mountain. SWAT, helicopters, wilderness search and rescue teams. If Elder Yun's granddaughter-in-law died in Haichang, that would be a problem. Lost? We can use the navigation, Haruna said with a wink. Wang Chu rolled his eyes. You're really a little wit. Can you see if your cell phone still works? Haruna pulled out her cell phone and was dumbfounded. There's no signal here at all. What can be done about this? Haruna panicked. In the middle of nowhere. If something happened, it would really be a cry for help. Big brother, what do we do now? Will we die here? A look of horror appeared on Haruna's face. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Don't worry, we won't die. Joke, I just got married. I just recognized my own daughter. How can I die here? He also wanted to accompany Ye as she grew up. He still wanted to raid Yun Qingyao. However, there really wasn't anything particularly good he could do in this situation. After all, Wang Chu also had very little experience in wilderness survival, and in this place, he couldn't even tell southeast from northwest. That's a tough one. System, jungle rescue. Wang Chu's heart fervently called out to the system. However, The system did not respond to Wang Chu's call, which made Wang Chu feel infuriated. A district system that doesn't listen to the host's call? It is simply outrageous. However, Wang Chu looked at his existing 400 points of pleasure value. Wang Chu decided to play a big wave. System, have a 10 in a row draw. Ding, the system is in the middle of a lottery. Wang Chu took a deep breath. This 10 consecutive draw, hoping to draw something that would help him solve his immediate predicament. Ding, congratulations, you've received a packet of magical vegetable seeds. Magical vegetable seeds? What the hell is this? Magical vegetable seed, able to grow vegetables rich in various vitamins. A chef's dream of a top ingredient, priced at 5 pleasure value at the mall. Garbage. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. This was useless to him. Ding, congratulations, you have gained beginner's guitar playing skills and can purchase experience points to upgrade. Ding, congratulations, you have gained beginner's guitar playing skills and can purchase experience points to upgrade. Ding, congratulations, you've gained beginner's composing skill. You can buy experience value to upgrade. Ding, congratulations, you've received a systematic thank you. Thanks for patronizing me. Wang Chu was numb as he listened to the system's beeps. What kind of did you get in this 10 straight draw? Guitar tips? Composition skills? Is this to force yourself in the direction of showbiz? However, fortunately, when the 10 consecutive draws ended, Wang Chu still obtained a more useful item. A magical pointing needle. You can find what you have in mind with it. A pointing pin? This thing is rather plugging me very useful. Wang Chu's heart gave a cry. He looked over the pointer in his hand, the size of half an egg, with only a pointer on it and nothing more. Does this stuff really work? Wang Chu expressed his strong skepticism, but if the system produces a product, it should be a fine product. Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao's voice and appearance surfaced in Wang Chu's mind. Sure enough, the pointer began to spin up and soon pointed in one direction. At the same time, a voice also emerged in Wang Chu's mind. 576 kilometers from here. Wang Chu's eyes widened. Yeah. Then Ye's appearance came back to Wang Chu's mind. The pointer switched directions again, and the same voice appeared in Wang Chu's mind. 27 kilometers from here. Hiss. Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was simply a great tool for finding people. Yun Jiangwo, Grandpa Yun. Soon the needle changed again. 3 kilometers accordingly. Wang Chu's heart was greatly settled. With this thing, wouldn't it be easy for him to walk out of Wild Mang Mountain? Suddenly, for some reason, the leader's appearance appeared in Wang Chu's mind. Surprisingly, the pointer changed again. Less than 300 meters from here. Instantly, Wang Chu broke out into a cold sweat. Less than 300 meters? That means, the wolves are catching up? Chapter 63, Beat Up the Head Wolf. Run! Wang Chu pulled on Qingwen's hand and said anxiously. Haruna froze for a moment. What's wrong, big brother? The wolf is coming. Wang Chu was too late to go into detail and could only make a short note. Wolf? Haruna froze. Why was this wolf here again? It's a ghostly thing. Wow. Soon, Wang Chu realized that it was a little too late to run, as the sound of grass and trees colliding came from all around them, and a strong fishy odor had traveled down the wind. It's too late. Wang Chu glanced at Haruna. Can you climb trees? Haruna's face flushed. I'm a girl. If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. Don't be abrasive. Wang Chu was a bit dissatisfied. Well then, there happens to be a tree here, so climb it and I'll buy you some time. Haruna froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Why hadn't she thought of that? Soon, Wang Chu found a thick tree, then urged Haruna to climb it first. When Haruai climbed halfway up, the wolves had already appeared. Only this time they had blocked Wang Chu's retreat. Sure is a smart bunch of. Wang Chu's heart secretly said, Big brother, come up here. After Haruai went up, she realized that Wang Chu was surrounded by wolves, and an anxious look appeared on her face. Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. He wanted to go up right now, but the other party definitely wouldn't give himself that chance. However, Wang Chu's back was against the tree, and his machete was held tightly in his hand. Originally, Wang Chu should have been nervous. After all, he had to face his ferocious beasts. Even tigers avoided the wolves. But for some reason, Wang Chu realized that he was actually very calm in his heart, and even had a hidden desire. He now has superhuman strength and super fighting skills, plus a machete in his hand. You should still have no problem defending yourself from the wolves. After all, from a certain point of view, Wang Chu was not a conformist and cowardly guy in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the country for 4 years in a huff in the first place. Little wolf cubs, come and taste this great master's power. Wang Chu licked his lips and took a deep breath. The head wolf slowly approached towards Wang Chu with his pack. It knew very well that the person in front of it was very powerful, and if it wanted to kill him, it had to go together. Wang Chu counted. There were a total of 7 wolves surrounding them, and each of them showed their teeth, with a fierce look in their eyes. I can't let them compress my space like that, or I won't have any room to maneuver. Wang Chu's mind instantly judged the current situation. Capture the thief first, if you can subdue the head wolf. Isn't it true that the wolves are not to be feared? At the thought of this, Wang Chu's eyes leapt a little. The head wolf on the opposite side, on the other hand, felt the wolf fur on its back chill as it felt a hint of unkindness seem to flow from the other party's eyes. And right at this moment, Wang Chu suddenly took an arrow step and charged towards the head wolf. The wolves were startled. They didn't realize that their prey, who was supposed to be a sitting duck, had taken the initiative to launch a counterattack, but soon the wolves reacted, and the two wolves around the head wolf violently charged towards Wang Chu. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Chu's mouth as he violently flew up and heavily kicked the first wolf's body. Wang Chu's strength was already incredibly great, and he didn't leave any room for maneuver with this kick. Only a muffled bang was heard, and the wolf that was kicked by Wang Chu was directly sent flying. With a miserable yelp, the wolf crashed heavily into a nearby tree. With a click, the tree was actually broken by this wolf, and the wolf fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Just after kicking the first wolf off, the second one charged. Wang Chu's body retreated backward, while the machete in his right hand came after him and heavily slashed at the second wolf's head. With this slash, Wang Chu still used all his strength. Under the tremendous force, the machete unexpectedly cut off half of the wolf's head directly. Blood burst out, and Wang Chu's entire person was also drenched in wolf blood, carrying a thick aura of fury. In an instant, these two wolves unexpectedly all folded in Wang Chu's hands. This fact not only dumbfounded Haruai, who was anxious as hell in the tree, but even the other wolves of the pack were dumbfounded. The wolf is a very intelligent animal. Seeing that Wang Chu was so brave and ferocious, fear rose in their hearts. The head wolf, who was originally calm and collected, couldn't help but stand up with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. I didn't realize Big Brother was so powerful. A shocked look appeared on Haruna's face. Her mind fluttered and she couldn't help but pull out her cell phone. Although there was still no signal, she turned on the camera and then aimed it at Wang Chu. And at this moment, Wang Chu was confronting the head wolf. The head wolf was a good deal larger than the others, and had a more brawny feel to it. The head wolf also saw how powerful Wang Chu was, and with the fear of the wolves around him, he felt that he had to make a move. He hissed lowly, and the wolves around him gradually moved out of the way. It was a battle between a man and a wolf king. Haruna in the tree was so excited that her hands were shaking a little. Right at this moment, the head wolf violently charged towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu's eyes narrowed, and the machete in his hand slashed in the direction of the head wolf. But the head wolf was cunning, and its attack was only a feint, because it knew very well that the machete in Wang Chu's hand would bring a lot of damage to itself. When Wang Chu swung the machete, it deftly dodged over and then attacked from the side. Wang Chu, on the other hand, hastily retreated and dodged away from the head wolf's attack. Wang Chu's heart marveled. The head wolf was indeed more difficult to deal with than the average wolf. If you were bitten by the head wolf, it would definitely be a big chunk of flesh that would be torn off. Therefore, Wang Chu would never let the head wolf bite himself. The first round was uneventful. Both sides know that the other is a difficult opponent. The head wolf crept to the ground, making ready to pounce at any moment. Wang Chu, on the other hand, gripped his machete tightly and moved cautiously. Suddenly, Wang Chu's feet slipped, his body stumbled, and the machete in his hand dropped. The head wolf's eyes lit up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With a low roar, the head wolf leapt up and bit towards Wang Chu's neck, but Wang Chu's eyes also lit up. Ha ha, just waiting for you to fall for it. How could Wang Chu, who possessed superb fighting skills, have tripped over the gravel under his feet? This was a break that Wang Chu had intentionally sold, because only then, there was no way for the head wolf to dodge Wang Chu's attack when it was in midair. As expected, Wang Chu's feet spun around, and he displayed a shifting shadow in front of the head wolf. The head wolf felt a flash before his eyes, and the other party unexpectedly appeared behind him, and then Tarzan rode on top of him. The head wolf struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Wang Chu's hands were extremely strong as he pressed down on the head wolf's neck with one hand and kept pounding its head with the other. In the old days, Wusung fought tigers, but today, Wang Chu beats wolves. Haruna, who was up in the tree, was a bit incredulous at what was in front of her. That's too good, isn't it? Her eyes had filled with little stars. Chapter 64. Wang Chu's fists were powerful, and although the wolf was known as having a copper head, iron bones, and tofu waist, after a few punches, the head wolf's head was dazed, and his mouth let out a whimpering sound like begging for mercy. Wang Chu also didn't have the idea that he had to put the head wolf to death. After all, it was the human who stole the wolf cub in the beginning. After a dozen punches went down, Wang Chu sent the head wolf away. The head wolf had its tail between its legs, but it did not immediately flee. Instead, it prostrated itself in front of Wang Chu, showing a submissive stance. Wang Chu's heart was relieved. Since the head wolf was so sensible, he wouldn't kill him painfully. Since you know that you're not my opponent, then you guys get the hell out of here. Wang Chu picked up the machete and condescended to the head wolf. Although the head wolf could not understand Wang Chu's words, it was able to understand Wang Chu's meaning. He carefully backed up to safety, then let out a low growl as the wolves faded away into the jungle. Come on down. They're gone and we're going back. Wang Chu looked up and said to Haruna in the tree. Haruna glanced down, a tremor in her voice. I'm a little too weak to get down now. Wang Chu was somewhat helpless and could only go up and carry Haruai down. Unconsciously, nearly an hour had passed since he encountered the wolves. Let's get back. Your friends are probably freaking out. Wang Chu put down Haruai and said with a smile. Aha! Haruai nodded and looked at Wang Chu's advancing back, a hint of hesitation on her face. But soon, she caught up. Big brother, my name is Zhao Qingwen. What's your name? You were really awesome just now. The matter of Wang Chu being attacked by wolves, although Elder Yun repeatedly said that he wanted to block the news, this matter was still known by many people, especially those who were concerned about Wang Chu. After all, so many people had been deployed to save Wang Chu. How could it be hidden from the people who had a heart? Wang Chu met a wolf? It's really great. Yang Wei's entire body looked very exuberant after learning this news from his father's mouth. He originally thought that Wang Chu had embraced the thighs of the Yun family, and that he could do nothing about him, but he did not expect. God has eyes. It's really too bad. Yang Wei's father, Yang Wenshi, had a look of regret on his face. I originally thought that I could rely on Wang Chu, so that our Yang family could ride the line of the Yun family, but I didn't expect. Yang Wei pretended to be sorry and said, it can't be helped. By the way, has Wang Chu's body been found? It shouldn't have been eaten by wolves. This I do not know. There is no concrete news yet, but hopefully Wang Chu will be lucky. Yang Wei's mouth showed a hint of disdain as he listened to his father's words. Wang Chu was just an ordinary person. How could he escape from the wolves? Wang Chu, you're dead. And at this moment, a clubhouse in the imperial capital. Several great young men from the top circles of imperial capital gathered around. Everyone is accompanied by a dainty and lovely princess of the box. Right, Lin Zifeng, I've heard that you've been chasing Yun Qingyao for a year now, right? How's it going now? At this time, a great young man asked Lin Zifeng. That's right, with young Lin's methods, hasn't this Yun Qingyao been taken down yet? It's just a mere actress. It's her good fortune to be looked upon by our young Lin. The corners of Lin Zifeng's mouth twitched. This group of dogs, they were really not mentioning which pot they were in. In fact, regarding Yun Qingyao's identity, even in the circles of the imperial capital, there were very few people who knew about it. If Lin Zifeng hadn't known about Yun Qingyao's identity due to a chance encounter, he, like these people, would have thought that Yun Qingyao was just an actress. However, Lin Zifeng had no intention of telling them about Yun Qingyao's identity. After all, what he couldn't get for himself, he naturally didn't want others to get either. Not to mention, if Yun Qingyao's identity was known to them, they would definitely pounce on it like hungry wolves. Isn't that making it difficult to pursue? But now, Lin Zifeng's heart was filled with jealousy and anger when he thought of Yun Qingyao actively kissing Wang Chu. In the past few days, he had investigated. Wang Chu was nothing more than an ordinary working-class man. How could he possibly gain Yun Qingyao's favor? Why would Yun Qingyao rather accept a beggar than her own heart? Lin Xiao, what are you thinking? At this time, the big young man next to him scowled towards Lin Zifeng and said, have you already taken Yun Qingyao down? Lin Zifeng came back to his senses and gave a dry laugh. Not yet, but it's coming. He couldn't let these people know that he had lost to a beggar. Then would he still have the face to mix within the imperial capital circle in the future? At this time, Lin Zifeng's cell phone rang. His entire body was stunned after he scanned the message on his phone. Wang Chu met a wolf and doesn't know if he's alive or dead? His heart was ecstatic. This opponent was already dead before he even had a chance to strike? This is just fantastic. Ha ha ha. Lin Zifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Xiao, what are you laughing at? The man next to him asked in disbelief. Lin Zifeng put away his cell phone and took a sip of the wine in front of him. Because I suddenly feel that it won't be long before I'm able to completely conquer Yun Qingyao. Gentlemen, take your time to drink. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After leaving the clubhouse, Lin Zifeng was instantly filled with confidence. He couldn't wait to dial Yun Qingyao's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed does not want to talk to you. Please do not dial. In the future. Dry. Lin Zifeng was furious. Yun Qingyao had blackballed herself? Well, didn't you blackball me? Then I'll make this news known to everyone. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zifeng dialed a phone number. I want you to push a message for me now. Haicheng's Wang Chu was killed by the wolves. I want this news to be the hotspot of the entire internet in an hour. The other party was obviously a bit confused. Lin Xiao, who is this Wang Chu? Find out for yourself. Do I have to tell you everything? Lin Zifeng hung up the phone in a bad mood. Yun Yao, didn't you accept Wang Chu? Then I'm going to make you open your eyes to the fact that Wang Chu is dead. A sardonic smile appeared on Lin Zifeng's face, and in Haicheng, Shuangshi town, Yun Qingyi arrived out of breath. Grandpa, what's going on here? Elder Yun briefly told Yun Qingyi about the matter. Yun Qingyi was stunned, and then an admiring gaze appeared in his eyes. This brother-in-law of mine is still a man. Now is not the time to talk about this. You hurry and bring people into the mountains. You must find Wang Chu. Yun Qingyi nodded solemnly. Good, I will definitely do my best. By the way, this matter, don't tell your sister yet, Elder Yun explained in a deep voice. Everything will wait until we find Wang Chu. Chapter 65, Coma. Soon, the search and rescue teams were on the scene, plus the SWAT team. There were hundreds of people. Zhou Ji and the other four were very moved when they saw this vast search and rescue team. They didn't expect Hai Chang to put in such a large amount of manpower and resources to conduct a search and rescue. While the search and rescue was underway, the news about Wang Chu's attack on the internet quickly made its way to the top of the major hot search lists. Civilian heroes surrounded by wolves. Life or death unknown. It is reported that Wang Chu was surrounded by wolves and died an extremely gruesome death. Is it pride or arrogance to provoke the wolves? Heroes travel well. Honor Wang Chu. The netizens were stunned. In the morning dominated the list or showbiz king of the Golden House to hide the news. How suddenly in the afternoon Baya called Wang Chu to dominate the list. Who is this Wang Chu? Why is it so strange? Numerous netizens became even more puzzled after reading the news with a puzzled mood. It turned out that Wang Chu was that rescue hero from Hai Chang, but how did he mess with the wolves? Even if he messed with the wolves and was rounded up by them, to attract so much attention? Hype. Absolutely shameless hype. I even watched his live stream yesterday, and this happened today. God is jealous of his talent. I suspect it's the Heavenly King who has struck out, trying to use this incident to suppress the news of his Golden House, going so far as to use the death of his hero as a shield. Really inhuman and without any bounds. Why did this Wang Chu mess with the wolves? Wasn't he born with divine power? Born with divine power would still be surrounded by wolves. It seems like yesterday's live broadcast was all a fake. It's not like being born with godly strength is invincible. A bison is more powerful than a wolf. But isn't it still a meal in the wolf's belly? The debate surrounding Wang Chu instantly reached a peak as well. On the set of Point Break, Yun Qingyao had just finished filming her scene and was sitting in a chair reading the script and lines for the next scene. Beside her came Sister Chen's regretful voice, AI. It's really too bad. Yun Qingyao stroked her hair. Sister Chen, what's wrong? What are you lamenting about? Sister Chen sighed and said, do you remember that fan I told you about yesterday? The one who said that his ideal match is you. Wang Chu ah. Thinking of Wang Chu, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yun Qingyao's mouth. What's wrong? He's dead. Yun Qingyao froze, an ugly look appearing on her face. Sister Chen, this joke isn't funny at all. I'm not kidding. He met a wolf in the jungle and was surrounded by wolves, and is said to have died a horrible death. Boom! Yun Qingyao felt as if her body had been struck by lightning. The brain went blank. Only one voice echoed in her mind. Wang Chu is dead? How is that possible? How could he be dead? It was so hard to meet him on his own. It's so hard to get better yourself. He's also more mature and responsible than he was in 4 years. She still sometimes thinks about a bright future for the two of them. But now, how come he died so suddenly? Why did he go to the jungle and how did he meet the wolf? Countless doubts filled Yun Qingyao's mind. No, I'm going to call Grandpa. I'm going to call Ergo. I'm going to ask what the hell is going on. Yun Qingyao stood up violently, but the moment she did, she felt a heavenly spin before falling head over heels. In the blur of her will, she only vaguely heard Sister Chen's panicked cries, and there was only one thought in her mind. Wang Chu, you must not die. And at this moment, Wang Chu was walking on the road back with Qingwen. Without the wolves chasing them, they walked easily. Your students from Hai Chang University? During the conversation, Wang Chu knew their identities and names, and there was a hint of surprise in his voice. Coincidentally, I'm also from Hai Chang University. Qingwen's eyes lit up. So, brother Wang Chu is our senior? That's really great. I wonder which department senior Wang Chu is from. As Wang Chu was about to reply, he suddenly heard the sound of shouting coming from the distance. I think I heard someone nearby. Let's go over and check it out. Maybe it's the people who rescued us. Wang Chu smiled, then quickened his pace. A hint of disappointment appeared on the face of Haruna, who was following behind. She would have liked to be able to spend a little more time alone with Wang Chu, when Wang Chu had protected her behind him. When Wang Chu had not changed his face in the siege of the wolves, her heart had already fancied a great deal. What young girl is not pregnant? What young girl does not hope that her hero will appear in front of her on a colorful cloud? And now, Haruna felt more and more that Wang Chu was the hero she was destined to be. But she was also too embarrassed to ask Wang Chu directly if he had a girlfriend or something like that. Originally she was thinking of making a side trip, but she didn't expect to meet someone so soon. Sure enough, they did encounter a search and rescue team. When the people from the search and rescue team saw Wang Chu and Xingwen, their faces, which had been apprehensive, loosened up. Both are safe and sound. If anything happens to them, there's going to be an earthquake in Sea City. Back to Twin Rocks. When Elder Yun saw the intact Wang Chu, his always tense expression finally eased. Brat, you're trying to scare me to death. Yun Lao stepped forward and hammered Wang Chu, paused for a moment and said, but, you did a good job. Wang Chu grinned. He knew that Grandpa Yun, who had once spilled his blood for the country, would definitely support him in making the choice to save people. Elder Yun. At this time, Chen Xingshan walked over with a hint of apprehension on his face. I'm really so sorry. It was a mistake in our work that caused you so much trouble. Elder Yun waved his hand. Don't say that in Chen City. This kind of thing is also something we can't anticipate. Well, it's all in the past now, so let's not talk about it anymore. Chen Xingshan sighed with relief. He was really worried that Jun Lao because of this matter and have any stigma against the leadership of Haicheng. If that is the case, the blow to Haicheng would be too great. However, Chen Xingshan had also made up his mind that he must award Wang Chu with a bravery award as soon as possible and set him up as a spiritual civilized city benchmark in Haicheng. Not to mention the fact that he was Elder Yun's granddaughter-in-law. Just the act of saving people twice in a row was enough to hold up the title. At this time, a secretary walked over and whispered something in Chen Xingshan's ear. Elder Yun, I have one more thing to ask. Can you have Wang Chu cooperate with us to make an official statement? The internet has blown up right now. Chapter 66, Growing Vegetables. When Wang Chu learned that the news that he didn't know whether he was alive or dead had become a hotspot on the internet, he himself felt very speechless. One is not a star in the limelight, nor a swashbuckling entrepreneur. How could one's affairs receive so much attention from netizens? Is it because of yesterday's broadcast? Wang Chu was naturally unaware that there was a pair of black hands controlling all of this behind the scenes. Soon, the news about Wang Chu's encounter with the wolves and Wang Chu's successful survival were released through Haicheng's official channels. It's kind of an answer to the internet. As for what other ripples were to follow, it was not something Wang Chu cared about, because he's going to pick up Yu from kindergarten now. Only, Wang Chu glanced at his second uncle sitting on the passenger side, because the second brother-in-law expressed serious doubts about his actions to save his life. I mean, did you fight the wolves without regard for your own safety just because you saw someone's little girl was pretty? Wang Chu, I admit that your strength is very strong, but you have no idea how powerful the wolves are. You were lucky to be able to get rid of the wolves this time. Otherwise, wouldn't my sister be widowed? I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Although Yin Xingyi had expressed appreciation in his heart for Wang Chu's act of saving others, he definitely would not agree to Wang Chu behaving in such a manner again. After all, Wang Chu was now Yin Xingyao's husband. That is, Yin Xingyi's brother-in-law. This kind of dangerous thing of saving people. Yin Xingyi still did not want anything to happen to Wang Chu. Wang Chu touched his nose. Yin Xingyao had always said that her second brother-in-law had a fiery temper. How come he seemed to be a mother-in-law now? Ergo, I know, but you're wrong about one thing. I didn't ditch the wolves. I gave the head wolf a good beating. Yin Xingyi had a disdainful look on his face. Beating up a head wolf? You don't realize how strong the head wolf's combat experience is, do you? Even the elites in the army had to be careful in dealing with the head wolf of the pack. Those with poor mental qualities would not have the courage to make a move when they encountered that kind of oppression from the head wolf. You're the one who beat up the wolf? By the way, you can't spill the beans in front of Ye. Wang Chu said seriously. You can't tell Qingyao either. Yin Xingyi said lazily. Your matter has become an internet hotspot. Do you think my sister is blind and can't see it? Wang Chu had a bit of a headache, and this was something he felt helpless about. We can only wait until the evening to explain this matter to Qingyao. Soon, kindergarten was over. Wang Chu was waiting eagerly in front of the kindergarten just like all the other parents. Before long, the children swarmed out. Ye saw Wang Chu at a glance and jumped into Wang Chu's arms. Poopy, your cooking today was really delicious. Yes, if Ye likes it, I'll make it for you again tomorrow. Wang Chu's heart was very happy. Then can you make more tomorrow? Ye said hesitantly. Wang Chu blinked. What's wrong? Is today's not enough for you? I've prepared a lot for Ye today. Is it really not enough? Wang Chu's mind was a bit puzzled. Ye hemmed and hawed, because a lot of people in our class want to eat poop buns. Saying that, Ye raised her finger. Xian is my best friend. I promised her that I would bring him a bun tomorrow. Zhu Zixuan played with his favorite toy for me this afternoon, and I promised him a bun. Zhao Ziluo gave me his decal and I promised him. And Yuan promised me to bring me her Barbie doll from home to play with tomorrow, and I promised her too. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. How many people did she promise? However, looking at Ye's expectant eyes, Wang Chu could only nod. Okay, I promise you everything. Ye let out a chair and hugged Wang Chu's neck tightly. Poop is just great. Just as Wang Chu was about to leave with Yaya, teacher Xiaoyu walked over. Father Yaya, please wait a moment. I have something I want to talk to you about. Teacher Xiaoyu said. Today our kindergarten received a notice that Haicheng is going to hold a citywide kindergarten singing competition in order to create a spiritual civilization city. And because Yaya sings very well, our kindergarten recommended Yaya to participate in this competition. Wang Chu was a bit surprised, but he was also quickly relieved. Qing Yao had become a hot big star in the entertainment industry. It wasn't a surprise that Yu had inherited some musical talent. So, do you need me to do anything? Wang Chu asked. Mr. Yu shook his head and said, no need for that. I just wanted to ask you if you'd be interested in participating? Wang Chu pointed at himself and said in shock, I'm participating? Where do I look like a kindergartner? Teacher Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly. I didn't express myself very clearly. What I mean is, you, as Yaya's father, would you like to join Yaya on stage? Hearing this, Yaya's eyes lit up and she immediately said, Teacher Xiaoyu, is it really possible? Mr. Xiaoyu nodded. Really, if you can form a parent-child duo, it will definitely add to the performance. Yaya turned her head to look at Wang Chu. POA. Let's join the competition together. Okay. Wang Chu pondered for a moment. That's not a problem. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder when the competition's going to start. In 3 days, the competition will be held at the City Palace of Culture. And I would like to rehearse the program in the next 2 days. Is that okay? Wang Chu nodded. Good. After returning home, Elder Yun took Yaya out for a stroll. Wang Chu, on the other hand, pondered for a long time on the garden area in front of the villa. Earlier, when he had told Yun Qingyao that he wanted to grow vegetables here, although it was a joke at that time. Now, Wang Chu really did have such an idea. After all, he had a packet of magical vegetable seeds in his system backpack. Wang Chu was curious as to what kind of vegetables this magical vegetable seed could grow. Ding! Yu's vegetable garden mission is released. Plant vegetables in front of the villa to provide Yu with the necessary nutrients every day. Reward, randomly upgrade the host's skills by 2 levels. Hint, if you use the magic mountain spring water to grow vegetables, it will make a difference. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Magical mountain spring water to grow vegetables? That's 5 pleasures worth a bottle. How many bottles do you need for this kind of dish? Wang Chu had some meat on his bones. Although it was tempting to raise the skill by 2 levels, the pleasure value spent was certainly not low. Forget it, consider it for Yaya's health. Wang Chu took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves. Growing vegetables in an inch of dinosaur flower garden. Probably the only one in Ocean City. 2. Chapter 67, Going to see Yun Qingyao. When Elder Yun came back with Yaya, he found quite a few servants in front of the garden, and it was as if they were looking at something unbelievable. Getting closer, it turned out that Wang Chu had turned over the land of the garden and repaired it into a small vegetable garden. Wang Chu, what are you doing? Preparing to grow vegetables here? Elder Yun was a bit surprised. Wang Chu wiped his sweat and nodded his head. Yes, I think it's a good idea to plant some fresh vegetables so that Yaya can eat fresh vegetables every day in the future. Elder Yun nodded approvingly before looking at the servants around him. Are you all just going to stand around and watch, letting Auntie work alone? A look of fear appeared on the faces of the surrounding servants, but Wang Chu spoke up. Grandpa, I'm the one who didn't allow them to help. After all, it's better for me to do this matter myself. The servants were relieved. With these words from the aunt, the master wouldn't be angry with them. But Yaya has taken an interest in growing vegetables. She had only seen vegetable gardens in picture books and on TV before, but she didn't realize that vegetables were grown in front of her house. Dilly-dally. Yaya ran to Wang Chu's side. POA. Is this vegetable garden capable of growing a lot of delicious food? Yes. What does Yaya want to eat? So can Puppy grow Chick-fil-A eggs? Yaya had a look of anticipation on her face. Curiosity eggs? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. This is a bit difficult. Oh, and can you grow chocolate? Ice cream? This one probably won't work either. A look of disappointment appeared on Yaya's face. What good food can be grown then? Wang Chu thought for a moment. For example, cucumber, tomato, pepper, eggplant. The anticipation on Yaya's face diminished with each one. When the vegetables grow, I'll be able to cook something even better for Yaya. Wang Chu said. Is it better than a bun? That's natural. An expectant look finally appeared in Yaya's eyes once again. Baba, Yaya helps you water. After Wang Chu finished organizing the vegetable garden, the system also finally sounded the mission completion beep. Ding! Congratulations! Mission completed. Receive system reward. Composition skill upgraded by 2 levels. Obtaining intermediate composition skill. Looking at this system reward, Wang Chu felt very speechless. Intermediate composition reward. It wasn't like he wanted to mix with the entertainment industry. So what was the point of improving this skill? But it's better than nothing. After all, if you raise 2 levels of skills, You have to spend 20 points of pleasure value. After dinner in the evening, Wang Chu looked at the information on the internet. Although he himself had cooperated with the rumors conducted by the Haichang officials, the effect was not very obvious. Only now many people began to question the previous hot news, which was deliberately concocted by Haichang and Wang Chu. How else could a normal person go into the jungle and encounter wolves? The internet was in an uproar, but Wang Chu said that there were no waves in his heart. After all, Wang Chu wasn't a star and didn't live on exposure. On the contrary, Wang Chu disliked the fact that he was put in the spotlight, which was not a good thing for himself. For Yun Qingyao, or for Ye, I really hope it will calm down soon. Wang Chu was about to turn off his phone when he scanned the hotspot list, but his expression changed. Yun Qingyao fainted on set, suspected to be under too much work pressure. He hurriedly clicked on the message and found that when the crew was about to wrap up in the afternoon, Yun Qingyao had actually fainted on the set and was sent to the hospital. According to the doctor's examination, it is just caused by excessive stress and mental fatigue, and there should be no problem if you rest for a while. Although the news said there was no problem, Wang Chu was still a little worried. He dialed Yun Qingyao's number, but there had been no answer on the other end of the line. No, I have to go over there. Wang Chu made his decision at the first opportunity. But what would Ye do if she went over there herself? Wang Chu thought for a moment and walked over to Ye's room. In Ye's room, Yun Qingyi was playing a game of stacking blocks with Ye. Have to say, Yun Qingyi, although grumpy, but to you is really very patient, and can be seen from his speech and demeanor. He is you really like you this niece. Yeah, Papa has something to tell you tonight. Wang Chu decided that he still had to tell Ye the truth. Mama is a bit uncomfortable today, and Papa has to go visit Mama, so Papa can't stay with Ye today. Can Ye stay at home with Uncle obediently? What's wrong with Mama? A nervous look appeared on Ye's face. Just a little overworked, Wang Chu consoled, then said to Yun Qingyi, second brother, today, Ye will trouble you. Where are these words? Ye is your child, but she is also my niece. Yun Qingyi looks at Wang Chu. How are you going to get over there? Drive. Wang Chu immediately said. There's no proper flight right now, and it's only 500 or 600 kilometers away, so it's more convenient for me to drive there. That's fine. You can rest assured that you'll go over there. I'm here at home. Yun Qingyi nodded. He was able to see that undisguised anxiety and concern in Wang Chu's eyes. Although he said that as Yun Qingyao's older brother, he had a bad first impression of Wang Chu, but his heart was still very pleased that Wang Chu cared so much about his sister. It shows that he's at least not that irresponsible of an asshole. After explaining to Yun Qingyi, Wang Chu didn't waste much time and directly drove a Porsche sedan from the garage. Although it was said that the supercar was faster, but considering the possibility of taking a shortcut in the middle of the road, Wang Chu still chose the sedan. Soon, Wang Chu's figure in the Porsche disappeared into the also night. Although Wang Chu did not know Yun Qingyao's exact location, but fortunately Wang Chu had the magical pointing needle. As long as he thought of Yun Qingyao's appearance in his mind, the pointing needle would be able to indicate the direction to move forward. Nearly 600 kilometers to drive for at least 5 hours or more. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, and by the time we reached our destination, it would probably be 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. However, these were nothing to Wang Chu, because he couldn't wait to see Yun Qingyao now. The car continued to weave and drive through the nighttime streets while a message surfaced on the magical pointer. Target location identified. Would you like to proceed with optimal route planning? Yes, Wang Chu said immediately. Planning the best route requires the consumption of 5 pleasure points. Wang Chu's heart cursed. Is this system belonging to Grundy? But now is not the time to save this. Use it. With a ding, a complete road map appeared in Wang Chu's mind. After optimal route planning, the distance is to be reduced by 100 kilometers, and the time can be expected to be reduced by 1 hour. Wang Chu's heart sighed in relief. This 5 points of pleasure value spent. It was quite worth it. Chapter 68 Road Racing. Although the best route had saved Wang Chu nearly an hour of time and over 100 kilometers, but he still had to sprint for more than 400 kilometers, which was also a great challenge for Wang Chu. The most challenging part of a long drive is the driver's concentration. It is impossible to remain extremely focused for a long period of time, and that would be too much of a drain on energy. However, Wang Chu was naturally unaware of this. He only had one thought right now, and that was to rush to Yun Qingyao's side as soon as possible. On the highway, Wang Chu drove for a full hour and a half before he got off the highway according to the route of the pointer and entered the non-highway national highway. At the moment, it was past 9 o'clock at night. At this time on a normal day, Ye should be getting ready for bed. Wang Chu sighed slightly. He still had half of the journey to go now. Let's see. I'll be able to save a long way by going through Rondo and then crossing this disc road. Wang Chu took a deep breath, then continued to drive forward, even if he is a little tired now. At this moment, this side of the disc highway is a sea of people. Because here today are two racing teams vying for a spot in the Kyushu Racing Championship outing. Only the winning side will be able to represent East China in the national racing competition. The competition is simple. Whoever represents both sides is able to run the 18 kilometers of mountain trails in the shortest time. Su Gua. I didn't expect your team to send a waste like you to compete. It really disappoints me too much. A young man leaning against a Bugatti Veyron sports car bit his toothpick and said with some disdain, "This is a man's game, not for pussies like you." Su Gao was a young man with clear eyebrows. He gritted his teeth and stared at the man who spoke. "Chen Feng, don't be arrogant. I will definitely give you a lesson today. Do you really think you are a car god?" Chen Feng let out a light laugh. "Give me a lesson? Then I'll wait and see. Oh yeah, there's something I forgot to tell you. That new girlfriend of yours is very moist." Su Guo was enraged. "Chen Feng, are you sick?" With that, Su Guak was about to rush over, but was stopped by the people around him. Chen Feng spat out the toothpick in his mouth. Calmness is the quality that a racer should have. You're still far from being a qualified racer. The people around Su Guak were also advising Su Guak. The match is going to start later. Wouldn't it be more fulfilling for you to abuse him ruthlessly in the match? Su Guo viciously spat towards Chen Feng. "I'll abuse you to death later. I'll wait for you." Soon enough, the match between the two was about to begin. They're the best of both teams, so it's up to them to decide which team will advance this time. Ready, go! As the sound of the horn gun rang out, the two vehicles roared like awakened beasts and rushed toward the front, soon disappearing into the night. There were large crowds at every observation point along the entire disc, and there was live commentary explaining the whole thing. Today's race is a qualification battle between Team Flying Dragon and Team Mighty Tiger. Team Flying Dragon's representative is the rookie star of the racing world, Su Qua, who has not been in contact with racing for very long but has already defeated many racing heavyweights in a row. Team Mighty Tiger is represented by Chen Feng, a man who has won 3 consecutive Battle of the Cities titles, and this time around, he's competing with one goal in mind, and that's to win the Kyushu Racing Championship. This is their first meeting. Will the rookie be the first to be afraid of the tiger, or will the tiger behead the dragon under the mountain? We'll see. In the live broadcast room, the two commentators were enthusiastically commenting on the match. While this game isn't very important, it's a fight to the death for Flying Dragons and Tigers fans. The racetrack that has been activated this time is a disc road that has just been built and is not yet in use. An explanation said, "This Plate Mountain Road is said to have 9 curves and 18 bends. The most thrilling is the places the race in the middle of the 4 consecutive S-curves. If people are not familiar with the road, it is very easy to have an accident." Now Su Guo and Chen Feng have already crossed the first corner, but these two are chasing each other. Their strength is indistinguishable, but they are not using their full power right now. I wonder who will be the first to power up, or are they going to keep the suspense until the end? Fans on both sides were dead set on the screen, all hoping that their supported team would beat their opponents and get the victory. But just at that moment, a voice came to the ears of the commander-in-chief of the scene. "It's not good, Commander-in-chief. There's a car breaking into the middle of the track. Do we need to intercept it?" The commander-in-chief's face changed. How could a car break in when they had clearly blocked off the track? Intercept immediately and keep in touch with. As to what the other party is, it's too late. The other side has rushed past. Hiss, what a fast car. The commander-in-chief's brain buzzed that some other car had broken into this race, which, however, Su Gao and Chen Feng had already set off for more than 2 minutes, and the car that came behind them shouldn't be able to cause much trouble for them. The commander-in-chief's mind darkened, but he still instructed. There is a new car breaking into the track, so everyone needs to keep track and protect it. Wang Chu felt a great novelty as he followed the direction of the map of the pointing needle, and surprisingly found that both sides of the road in front of him were filled with large numbers of people. What's such a large group of people doing here this late at night? It's a good thing that there are a lot of people here. If there were only 2 or 3 of them, appearing in the middle of the night on this panhandle highway could definitely scare people out of their wits. Is there some kind of activity on the mountain? Wang Chu's heart gave a dark cry, but he didn't think too much about it, but passed straight over and rushed towards the mountain. His time was too valuable to waste. Phew! The powerful engine made a low roar as the Porsche flashed past the crowd. Before the crowd could see what kind of car was coming, they could only see the blurry figure of the Porsche. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How do I feel this car is faster than Chen Feng's car? Is this the car of the Flying Dragons or the Tigers? It's too fierce too. Did you guys see what kind of car it was? No, it was going so fast I just felt a gust of wind pass in front of my eyes. What do you guys think? Could this be a smashed car? Ha, no way. That would be really interesting if it was. Along the way, Wang Chu realized that there were people on almost every section of this road, and there were also people holding support signs in their hands. He understood. It seemed he had entered a road racing venue. Chapter 69, The Good Food Racer. Strange vehicle entering first turn. speed 136. Strange vehicle entering second turn, speed 127. Strange vehicle entering second roadway, average speed 137. The commander-in-chief was stunned as he listened to the monitor's voice in his ear. In the unfamiliar road, the corner speed can reach 136. How can this be possible? This is even the strongest rider in East China. It is not possible to have this kind of achievement. Are you monitoring accurately? Are there any errors? The commander-in-chief looked incredulous. That's impossible. Our instruments are calibrated. And we really think it's faster than our two riders. The commander-in-chief couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he listened to the monitor's voice. These two riders are already the strongest riders in Rongding City, and someone is even stronger than them? Who is he? If he can represent Rondo City in the Kyushu Racing Championship, the thought excited the commander-in-chief. He hastily instructed the men at the end of the line, by all means, make sure you stop that strange vehicle. And during the broadcast, the commentators learned of an unfamiliar vehicle breaking onto the track. According to the news, an unfamiliar vehicle has actually broken into the track and is chasing two cars at an incredible speed. A commentator said with a shocked tone. What? Impossible. These two racers are the strongest drivers in our Rongding City. The other commentator also showed a shocked look and said, let's look at the latest news from the front. This unfamiliar vehicle that broke into the track. A large Porsche Panamera, the latest model of Porsche. It entered the track with an average speed of over 130 kilometers per hour. And my goodness, that's just impossible. You have to know that Su Gao and Shen Feng's average speed is also around 90. And this mysterious rider, his average speed is actually nearly 50% higher than them. Of course, Su Guo and Shen Feng's speed seems to be very slow. But because this is an unfamiliar track and there are a lot of curves, along with the fact that the vision at night isn't very good, that's why the average speed is lowered. But again, that unfamiliar driver is facing the same problem. Which means, this mysterious driver has the power to ask for the national championship. With a gasp from the commentator, all those watching the live stream were shocked. Almost everyone was captivated. And at the same time a question rose in everyone's mind. This person, who in the world was he? Can this guy come in later and catch the two riders in front of him? Based on his current speed, I'm afraid that it won't take him more than 3 minutes to catch up with Su Kuo and Chen Feng. A lot of people were now looking forward to the reaction of those two after this Porsche caught up with them. But now, both Chen Feng and Su Guo did not realize that what was originally their fight had resulted in the appearance of an uninvited guest. Ahead is the 4 consecutive curves. With Su Kuo's strength, he would definitely reduce his speed to below 80 here. Otherwise he would never be able to control the speed of the car. Chen Feng knew Su Kuo's skills well, and curves had never been Su Kuo's strong suit, and one's best skill is corner speeding. Sure enough, when entering the 4 consecutive curves, Su Kuo's speed dropped, while Chen Feng kicked the gas and blasted his speed up to 90. Although this speed was a bit of a challenge to himself, this was the only way to make Su Guak completely despair and realize the gap with himself. He's not only going to win, he's going to kill and kill. Sure enough, at the same time Su Guo dropped his speed, Chen Feng increased his speed, and the two situations that were originally neck and neck were broken all of a sudden. Su Gao was a bit flustered. Here in the 4th straight turn, Chen Feng also dared to accelerate? Doesn't he want to die? Looking at the fading taillights of the car in front of him, Su Guo also had an urge to slam on the gas, but he gave up, because he knew very well that if he forced himself to chase after them, there could only be one end, and that was the destruction of the car. Damn it, he's loaded to the gills. Su Guo cursed, but there was nothing he could do now, so he could only wait until he had passed the 4 consecutive turns before he powered up. But just at this time, Su Guak felt 2 flashing lights coming from behind him. Su Guak is dumbfounded. There's a car coming from behind? How is this possible? Are there other riders halfway through the race as well? Why wasn't he notified? But there was nothing to think about now, because the lights behind them were getting brighter and brighter, and it was clear that the other car was getting closer and closer at a disgruntled speed. A wave of anger welled up in Su Gak's heart. Is this still what people think of themselves as soft? Want to overtake? Dream on! Su Gao snorted coldly, and the front end of his car swung around, blocking Wang Chu's path. Wang Chu behind Su Kuo raised his eyebrows. This car in front, running so slow and still want to block the road? What do you think? After Wang Chu honked the horn twice, but the other party did not have the intention to dodge away. Wang Chu's face showed a hint of displeasure. This is a racing driver? So bad and still hogging the right of way? Wang Chu snorted coldly. He was in a hurry now. He didn't have time to run slowly behind him. So, Wang Chu kicked the gas and the Porsche let out a low roar, then disliked towards the back of Su Kuo's cars, but Su Gak was startled. Did this guy not want to die? Before he could react, Wang Chu had already taken advantage of the first corner to overtake directly from the inside. No way. This is absolutely impossible. How can he go through a corner without skidding if he's so fast? This is against the principles of physics. Sugak looked at the Porsche that flashed past his inner side, and his entire body was shocked. But soon, he discovered that the other party had used the aqueduct next to the road to jam the inner tires, which enabled him to skim through the curve so quickly. But, is this something a human being can do? This kind of technology and pie-in-the-sky thinking is just mind-boggling. Sugak looked at the rear taillight of a ride, and his whole body trembled with excitement. If he can worship such a person as a teacher, then he will definitely become a famous racing driver. I've memorized your license plate number. I'll find you. At the very front, Chen Feng had already passed the third corner, and from the rearview mirror, he had completely lost sight of Sugua's shadow. There's no sense of accomplishment at all after winning against an opponent like Sugua. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. This time, the title itself is secure. Just as he was getting complacent, a flashing headlight appeared behind him. This Sugak guy came over so quickly? How is this possible? Chapter 70. My name is Yang Wei. Whether Chen Feng believed it or not, the cars behind him were rushing over at a very fast speed. Chen Feng predicted the speed of the car behind him, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. In order to catch up with himself, Suguak's speed had exceeded 101. According to this speed, he is absolutely unable to pass the curve in front of him, and if he is forced to pass the curve, he may not be able to destroy the car. Since you're looking for death yourself, I'll be impolite. Chen Feng swung his car to make way for the overtaking car. Wang Chu originally also had some headaches. If the other party likewise blocked his way, what to do? But now it seems that he is quite understanding. Since the other party gave way, Wang Chu was not polite and directly skimmed past Chen Feng, cutting a perfect drift around the curve in front of him before quickly disappearing into the night. And behind him, Chen Feng was dumbfounded. The other party had gone over so dryly? No, this car is not Suguak's car. Then who does this car belong to? Does anyone have the skills to do that? It's even stronger than yourself? This can't be. This is absolutely impossible. An angry look appeared on Chen Feng's face. He now hated to pull out Wang Chu from the car in front of him. But in just this moment of time, Wang Chu had already left him behind. And the fact that Wang Chu had surpassed Suguo and Chen Feng one after another had already caused the surrounding audience to explode in shock. It was important to realize that Wang Chu's appearance was 2 minutes after the start of the race, which meant that after running less than half of the distance, Wang Chu was actually already 2 minutes ahead of their top riders. The discovery came as a shock to both the Flying Dragons and the Tigers. Racing fans around the area were also looking forward to see who this driver in the Porsche really was. Soon the finish line was packed with fans. As the crowd waited with bated breath, the Porsche figure appeared. Wang Chu looked at so many people in front of him. His brows couldn't help but frown. But he couldn't just rush straight over. He could only slowly lower the speed of the car. Hello, I'm the chief director of this road racing competition, Qin Bei. Can we talk? When the car had just stopped, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the Porsche. Wang Chu pressed down the window. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can you ask the people in front to get out of the way? I want to go over. Seeing Wang Chu's young and unfamiliar face, a hint of surprise appeared in Qin Bei's eyes. He considered himself to be a veteran in the racing circle, but this was the first time he had seen Wang Chu, which meant that Wang Chu was definitely not a rookie in the racing world. Does this mean that Wang Chu can be dragged into the racing circles of Ronding City? This idea made Qin Bei a little excited. Ahem, that's because they're so excited. Can you get out of the car and talk to us? Qin Bei asked. At this time, the managers of both the Flying Dragons and the Tigers rushed over. Hello, I'm the general manager of Flying Dragon Racing Team. This is my business card. I wonder if you're interested in joining our Flying Dragon Racing Team. Our treatment is definitely the top in the industry. Don't listen to his nonsense. The treatment and strength of our mighty Tiger fleet is much stronger than the Flying Dragon fleet. If you want to join us, it's definitely the wisest choice for you. You're the one who's talking nonsense. The general manager of Flying Dragon Racing Team was furious. Wang Chu listened to their bickering and made a scene until his brain buzzed. I'm sorry, I'm not from here, and I'm just passing through. Could you please get out of the way? I really do have something urgent to take care of. We won't delay you too much. Why don't you leave a contact? Let's find a time to have a good chat, Qin Bei pursued. Wang Chu sighed slightly. He knew that they wouldn't let himself go if they didn't resolve this matter cleanly. Okay, but I don't have a business card with me. You can take down my cell phone number. By the way, my name is Yang Wei. Let's contact tomorrow. Thinking that he had gotten Wang Chu's cell phone number, Qin Bei and the two fleet managers were relieved. They have secretly made up their minds. Tomorrow must contact Yang Wei in time. Will not give competitors a chance. It was only when Wang Chu's vehicle disappeared into the night once again that Chen Feng arrived. When he learned everything, a look of indignation appeared in his eyes. Hi Chang, Yang Wei, I remember you. Achoo, hi Chang, Yang family. Yang Wei suddenly sneezed. Is someone cursing me behind my back? Did you hear what I said? with a careless look. Are you trying to piss me off? Yang Wei's father, Yang Wenshi, couldn't help but get a little angry when he saw his son's clueless face. You're almost married. You're not a kid anymore. Yang Wei gave a dry laugh. Dad, I know all the things you just said, but, is it necessary? What do you mean there's a need for this? Yang Wenshi said in a tone of hatred. Wang Chu is your friend. As a matter of fact, he didn't die in a big way this time. You have to visit him tomorrow. This way our Yang family will have more hope to bid for the activity of revisiting the Red history. Do you understand or not? Because of the news that Wang Chu encountered the wolves and miraculously survived, Yang Wenshi was moved to take this opportunity to let his son get close to Wang Chu. This was originally inexcusable, but what Yang Wenshi did not know was that between his son and Wang Chu, they were not friends. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Wei's face as he muttered in a low voice. What a pity. This wolf pack is also too ineffective. What are you muttering about? Yang Wenshi said without any good humor. You bring some gifts tomorrow, and try to take this opportunity to pull your distance. Yang Wei gritted his teeth, or decided to tell Yang Wenshi the truth. Dad, this is not necessary. In fact, things are like this. Saying that, Yang Wei told Yang Wenshi the whole story. After hearing Yang Wei's words, Yang Wenshi was dumbfounded. You mean, you and Wang Chu are not friends? Instead you pried Wang Chu's girlfriend from his college days? The girlfriend you said, was Lin Xiaoyun? So, not only will Wang Chu not help us, but he will retaliate against us? Looking at his son nodding his head again and again, Yang Wenshi suddenly touched the nearby chicken feather duster and smashed it towards Yang Wei. You brat! I'm telling you, if you can't make Wang Chu lose his temper, I'll beat your rebellious son to death. How did I, Yang Wenshi, give birth to you? I don't run. Let me beat you to death. I'm telling you, no matter what method you use, even if Lin Xiaoyun personally comes to our door to apologize, you guys have to eliminate Wang Chu's hostility towards us. Understand? If you can't do that, I'll give you another brother, and you won't get a cent of my inheritance, okay? Yang Wei had a stifled look on his face. I know, Dad, can you stop hitting me? I'm almost married, I'm an adult. Bah, let me tell you, I will never agree to your affair with Lin Xiaoyun. Chapter 71, Deep Confession. The distance planned by the pointing needle was really close, at least 100 kilometers or so less than the current navigation software. Less than 11 o'clock, Wang Chu had already arrived at the hospital where Yun Qingyao was, the First People's Hospital of Dahong City. It was only that Yun Qingyao was staying in a high-class VIP room, and as Wang Chu looked at the several leering bodyguards at the entrance of the building, he immediately dismissed the idea of breaking in and entering. Although Wang Chu knew that these few bodyguards in front of him were definitely not his opponents, but after all, he was looking at Yun Qingyao, not here to rob anyone. Besides, in case the outside world knew about the relationship between himself and Yun Qingyao, wouldn't this cause trouble for Yun Qingyao? He just wanted to take care of Yun Qingyao, and it wasn't like he was making an issue out of it. So, you can only outsmart them, you can't go in hard. Wang Chu first strolled around the downstairs hall, after memorizing the staff list posted below the hall, then took advantage of the medical staff's inattention to touch away a set of white coats that were to be sent to the laundry room. Putting on a white coat and a mask, it is true that you cannot accurately recognize a person with just one pair of eyes. Wang Chu looked at himself in the mirror, very much like a doctor, and then nodded in satisfaction. Dressed in a doctor's outfit, Wang Chu arrived at the entrance of the high-level VIP ward. As expected, Wang Chu, who was wearing a white lab coat, was not at all suspected by the bodyguards and walked in with a big strut. Looks like these bodyguards aren't alert enough. Wang Chu's heart gave a dark voice. What if someone is against Yun Qingyao? Wang Chu shook his head and found Yun Qingyao's room, carefully pushing open the door. Yun Qingyao was found lying on the hospital bed, her brows knitted tightly as if she had encountered something very difficult. Wang Chu's heart ached, then he hurriedly walked over and sat beside Yun Qingyao, holding her hand. Qingyao, I'm here. Possibly sensing Wang Chu's voice, Yun Qingyao's tightly wrinkled eyebrows gradually relaxed. Looking at the stunning girl in front of him, Wang Chu's heart was filled with pity. What kind of intense work was this that could tire Yun Qingyao out like this? Could it be because Yun Qingyao's physique was too weak? Wang Chu rubbed his chin. If that was the case, it would be possible to give Yun Qingyao some of the magical mountain spring water. Doesn't that stuff have the power to improve your health? Wang Chu exchanged a bottle of mountain spring water from the system, then carefully fed it to Yun Qingyao's mouth. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, Yun Qingyao wooed and slowly opened her eyes. Wang Chu sighed in relief. Qingyao, are you alright? Yun Qingyao opened her eyes and looked blankly at Wang Chu. Her large eyes quickly filled with tears. Wang Chu was a little alarmed as he hastily reached out his hand, wanting to wipe the tears from Yun Qingyao's face. But Yun Qingyao reached out her hand, but held Wang Chu's hand, letting the tears flow freely on her face. Wang Chu, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Wang Chu froze, a look of suspicion on his face. Sorry? Why are you suddenly saying sorry to yourself? Could it be that she had done something wrong behind her back? Hiss. Wang Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. No way? Yun Qingyao wasn't such a talented person, but why did she suddenly say sorry to herself? Seeing that Wang Chu didn't say anything, Yun Qingyao said with some choking sobs, I shouldn't have rushed to shoot the movie right after I got the license, so that I wouldn't have been unable to see you even for the last time. I can't even see the last of me? Wang Chu felt a moment of creepiness. How was this said as if he had already passed away? I know that you must have a lot to say to me now that you've come to me, and likewise, I have a lot to say to you. Wang Chu blinked. Do I think you've misunderstood something? Listen to me first. Yun Qingyao interrupted Wang Chu and took a deep breath and said, I'll raise Ye. I'll tell her that her father is a man of the heavens. I'll take care of my in-laws, and even though they're going to you, I'll be their daughter, to provide for them in their old age. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu's eyes and said with a heartbroken look, do you know? I've been searching for you for 4 years. 4 years, and I even gave up at one point. But how could I have never imagined that one day we would meet again? I originally thought that it was the gift of God that made me meet you again, and that we would definitely be able to live a happy and fulfilling life in the future. But now, we are separated in yin and yang so soon. The tears in Yun Qingyao's eyes fell down in large drops, and drop by drop, they landed in Wang Chu's heart. Wang Chu was a bit shocked. He didn't expect Yun Qingyao's deepest feelings for himself to be so strong and sizzling. You're the only man I've ever recognized in my life. I won't be attracted to any man but you. You're on the other side. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about the kids. Wang Chu couldn't help it. As much as he loved to hear Yun Qingyao confessing her deep feelings for herself like this, but he's not dead. And, looking at this kind of heartbroken eyes of Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu's heart is also very painful. Qingyao, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Wang Chu said seriously. Look at me. I'm really not dead. But Yun Qingyao shook her head. How I wish you hadn't died too. But, it's probably just an extravagant hope for me. Wang Chu cried and laughed. How did this girl get into the bullseye? How did she have to think she was dead? Suddenly, Wang Chu thought of what happened during the day. Could it be that? Did Yun Qingyao faint and pass out because she saw the news on the internet and thought she died in the mouth of the wolves? So that means, she doesn't even know that she's alive right now? Thinking of this, Wang Chu hurriedly said, I really didn't die. If you don't believe me, open your cell phone and take a look. The internet has disproved the rumors. But Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu with an infatuated face. Yes, you didn't die. You have always lived in my heart. How does that not make sense? Wang Chu didn't bother to explain and directly pressed Yun Qingyao down on the hospital bed, then kissed her fiercely against her rosy lips. At this instant, Yun Qingyao's entire body winced as her eyes widened and her pupils dilated with a look of disbelief. Snap! Yun Qingyao felt that Wang Chu still had the idea of sticking out his tongue and immediately pushed Wang Chu away, slapping him in the face. Who the hell are you? Wang Chu licked his lips and a satisfied and happy smile appeared on his face. Is this what a kiss feels like? It's sweet and soft and tastes really great. I'm Wang Chu. Wang Chu smiled and said, you believe it now. I'm not dead. I'm still a living human being. Chapter 72, Lost and Found. You're not dead? You really didn't die? Yun Qingyao touched her lips, somewhat incredulous. But the news said that you weren't given by the wolves. What can a mere wolf pack do to me? Wang Chu said with a faint pretense. I don't even put them in my eyes. But, aren't you in Haichang? How did you appear in Dahong City? Yun Qingyao was still a bit incredulous. It's almost 600 kilometers in between. Otherwise, as soon as she opened her eyes, she wouldn't have thought of the Wang Chu in front of her as a ghost who was dreaming. Wang Chu smiled with some embarrassment. I didn't hear that you fainted to the ground, and that's why I rushed over. Yun Qingyao glanced at the time. It was nearly 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. How did you get here? If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be a proper flight. You're amazing. You even know about the flights. Wang Chu had a face of admiration. So, you're not supposed to be driving here? Wang Chu nodded. Yeah, driving that Porsche at home for almost 5 hours. Suddenly, Yun Qingyao pulled Wang Chu's collar with one hand, and surprisingly, she directly pressed Wang Chu onto the bed. Wang Chu was directly dumbfounded. He simply did not expect Yun Qingyao to sneak attack himself. When he reacted, he was worried about hurting Yun Qingyao and could only let her fiddle with him. Wang Chu was pressed down on the bed, but Yun Qingyao rode on top of Wang Chu, looking at him condescendingly. Although Yun Qingyao's thighs were tight, Wang Chu felt a sense of oppression from Yun Qingyao's body. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Before waiting for Wang Chu to finish speaking, Yun Qingyao directly and heavily kissed Wang Chu on the mouth. What shocked Wang Chu even more was that Yun Qingyao had pried open her own teeth. This happiness came too suddenly. Wang Chu for a moment actually did not know how to respond. Qingyao, are you awake yet? I brought you some snacks. Sister Chen walked in carrying 2 bags, and when she saw the scene in front of her, her entire body was dumbfounded. On the bed, Yun Qingyao was still writing on Wang Chu's body, and at the doorway, Sister Chen was as terrified as if she had seen an alien. What did she see? The princess of the Yun family, the hottest star, is molesting a man? Sister Chen's appearance also caused Yun Qingyao to be startled as she jerked her head up and saw a dumbfounded Sister Chen. Sister Chen, you've misunderstood. Things aren't what you think. Yun Qingyao sobered up a bit and said in a hurry. Sister Chen took a deep breath. Qingyao, you're still in the hospital. There are still quite a few paparazzi outside, not to mention your current body. Wang Chu also felt very embarrassed, but he was still pressed up against Yun Qingyao's body and he didn't know what to say. You guys carry on. I'll go first. Oh yeah, I'll put this food here for you. Sister Chen took a deep breath and said, forcing her heart to hold back her horror. If it was someone who wanted to misbehave with Yun Qingyao, she would not be shocked. After all, with Yun Qingyao's face value and popularity, there were definitely people who coveted her. But how could she not have imagined that Yun Qingyao would behave like this towards a man? It was too much beyond her knowledge. Sister Chen, don't go. This is really a misunderstanding. Let me tell you. But by this time, Sister Chen had already turned away very nimbly and closed the door behind her. In an instant, only Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao were left in the room again. Only now, the original charming atmosphere was completely gone. Shall we continue? Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao without any follow-up action and couldn't help but remind. I'm ready. Yun Qingyao laughed with some exasperation. What ready? What else to continue? Yun Qingyao got down from Wang Chu's body and covered her face with both hands. It's over. It's over. My image is completely ruined this time. In fact, according to Yun Qingyao's character, she would never have acted like this in the ward. But not this time. She had originally thought at first that Wang Chu had really been eaten by wolves, and her heart had taken too much of a shock. And when she suddenly learned that Wang Chu had not died, but instead had traveled starry-eyed and driven more than 5 hours to see herself, she couldn't contain that urge and emotion inside her anymore. That's what led to the scene just now. But it was also fortunate that Sister Chen came in at an inopportune moment. Otherwise, Yun Qingyao wouldn't know what would happen next. Wang Chu snapped and climbed up from the bed. That woman just now is your agent, right? Do you need to explain? At this time, Yun Qingyao also regained her composure. She is Sister Chen, is indeed my agent. As for explaining, even if, anyway, your existence, I would like to find a chance to talk to her. Saying that, Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu, a hint of scarlet appearing on her face. That thing just now, don't think too much about it. I'm not a frivolous girl. I know, Wang Chu hurriedly said, but he couldn't help but have the images from just now floating in his mind. I didn't expect Yun Qingyao to be such a bold girl. Gollum. At this time, a rumbling sound came from Yun Qingyao's stomach. Her face flushed slightly. I haven't eaten anything at all since this afternoon. Wang Chu affectionately touched Yun Qingyao's small face. Just in time. Didn't your agent bring a midnight snack? You eat some first. But if we eat now, we'll grow meat. A hint of hesitation appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. It won't look good if you grow fat. Who said that? Wang Chu said with a straight face. My daughter-in-law is the most beautiful no matter what she looks like. Besides, it's okay to eat once, but if you starve yourself, I'll be heartbroken. Wang Chu brought the snack over. Come, I'll feed you. A happy smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Good. The snack Chen prepared was simple. A vegetable salad and a skinny congee with eggs. Maybe she also considered that it was getting late, so she didn't prepare those greasy foods either. Wang Chu fed Yun Qingyao while softly recounting his encounter during the day. Yun Qingyao, on the other hand, was leaning on her chin with both hands as she ate the snack that Wang Chu fed her while looking at him with a gentle and watery gaze. The luckiest thing in the world is called lost and found, and now she truly felt that fortune. Soon, a small bowl of porridge and a vegetable salad were finished, and Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. You can rest here for the night tonight. Hearing this, Wang Chu became excited. Really? Great. I happen to be a little sleepy too. After driving for nearly 5 hours, Wang Chu's spirit had long been at a critical level. With that, Wang Chu was ready to climb onto the bed. Chapter 73 Composition. With a bang, Yun Qingyao kicked Wang Chu off the bed. Who told you to sleep on the bed? If this is seen by Sister Chen again, I really can't even wash myself by jumping into the Yellow River. You go to the escort bed next to you to sleep. Yun Qingyao pushed Wang Chu and said. Wang Chu's heart was somewhat helpless. Still jumping into the Yellow River to wash it? Don't you realize you're already in the middle of the Yellow River? However, Wang Chu did not get stubborn with Yun Qingyao. After all, if Yun Qingyao was able to act like that just now, Wang Chu was already very happy and satisfied. Aren't you going to sleep? Wang Chu lay down on the escort bed and watched as Yun Qingyao actually pulled out a manuscript from her bag and looked at it. I just woke up. I'm not sleepy at all. and I didn't do any of my filming this afternoon because I was in a coma. I need to read the script and try to make up for wasted time. A hint of heartache appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. You're already so popular now. Why do you still have to work so hard? I've seen quite a bit of news, and those fresh meat are all big names one by one, because this is a career that I love. Yun Xingyao stroked her hair and said with a light laugh, although I'm very popular now, I know very well that I'm still a long way from those older generation artists. They were diligent in their filming, so who am I not to take it seriously? Looking at Yun Xingyao's seriousness, a hint of surprise appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. Although they were already husband and wife, Wang Chu still had a long way to go in terms of understanding Yun Xingyao. However, from what he could see now, Yun Xingyao was indeed a girl worth caring for and cherishing. Can you tell me what kind of movie this play of yours is? Wang Chu couldn't help but ask. Yun Xingyao put down the manuscript, thought for a moment and said, to put it simply, it's the story of a woman who took her father's place in the army, and in the face of broken mountains and rivers, foreign invasions, and the destruction of lives, she resolutely lifted up her lance, and became a generation of female marshals. Wang Chu frowned slightly. Is this story taken from the story of General Qin Hongyu Qin? Qin Hongyu was a famous female marshal in the history of Kyushu, more than 1,000 years ago. The Five Hu Chaos. A large number of 9 states in the Central Plains were killed. Thousands of miles of yellow soil, thousands of miles of slaughter, all the way to the smoke and cry. The Central Plains were almost slaughtered, and the hills were filled with bones and wolf smoke. And at this time, Qin Hongyu, who was originally a weak woman, carried the banner of resistance against the foreigners. She dispersed her family's wealth and fought for more than 10 years. Although she was eventually captured and abused to death, she stoked the fire of countless men and boys to fight. Eventually, after half a century of fighting, the 5 who were finally driven out of the Central Plains, and the history of the 9 states was then passed on. Even after more than 1,000 years, there are still countless places where Qin Hongyu's burial mounds and temples exist, enjoying the reverence of future generations. Yun Xingyao nodded. That's right, this is modeled after General Qin Hongyu. Wang Chu frowned slightly. This is very challenging. Playing such a heroic character and bringing this tragic history to the big screen took a lot of courage not only on the part of the producers, but also on the part of the actors. After all, if Yun Xingyao's rendition did not reach the heights in the hearts of the audience, then it would be a huge blow to Yun Xingyao. Yun Xingyao sighed and nodded as well. Yes, at first, Sister Chen didn't want me to take this role, but I really like it too much, and I feel that I have no regrets in my life to be able to portray the life of such a legendary female general in this lifetime. Even though I know that my perfect rendition of this part of history, such a legendary figure, is a near impossible thing to do right now, I still want to try. Yun Xingyao's eyes carried determination and longing along with a ray of light. It's a light that comes from the heart. Wang Chu was not only lost in thought over it, such Yun Xingyao was filled with charm and light. I'm with you. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said earnestly, I'll definitely do my best in whatever I need to do. For you to be able to take care of Ye at home is already the greatest support for me. A light smile appeared on Yun Xingyao's face. Taking care of Ye is my duty. Don't you need me to do something on your side? Wang Chu pursued. Yun Xingyao spat out her tongue. There really isn't anything that needs to be. If you know how to compose music, you can instead consider writing a theme song for our point of view. I've heard that our director is still worried about the theme song right now. Wang Chu gave a dry laugh. Composing? I don't know any composing. Before the words were finished, Wang Chu froze. Composition. He will. Hadn't the system just upgraded him to an intermediate level of composing skills earlier? So could he use this to write a theme song? Although such a thing as composing was a seemingly unattainable thing for Wang Chu, but now that he had the system, then anything was possible. Protecting the country, women in command, women in charge, Wang Chu muttered, seemingly lost in contemplation. And when Yun Xingyao saw that Wang Chu was silent, she didn't say anything else and continued to study the script. After thinking for a full half hour, Wang Chu's mind still came up with nothing. He glanced at Yun Xingyao, who was still carefully studying the script, and shouted in a whisper in his heart, System, I want to upgrade my composing skill to full level. How much pleasure value do I need? The host's composing skill has now reached the intermediate level, and 50 points of pleasure value are still needed to raise it to the full level. Wang Chu glanced at his current pleasure value, which still had over 380 points, although he had gone through a 10 consecutive draw before. Yun Xingyao had contributed another 50 points of pleasure value to himself when he saw him just now. So right now, Wang Chu still had quite a lot of pleasure value in his hand. Raise the composition skill to full level. Wang Chu's heart said with great bravado. In an instant, Wang Chu had 50 less pleasure points, and his composition skill had reached full level. This time, Wang Chu felt as if countless melodies were constantly flowing in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes as the story of Qin Hanyu surfaced in his mind, while a melody became clearer and clearer in his mind. Suddenly, Wang Chu's eyes lit up. There! Yun Qingmiao jumped down. What has? I have thoughts. Wang Chu had no time to explain, rolled over and got up, found a piece of paper, and wrote something on it at a rapid pace. Yun Qingmiao looked at Wang Chu as he wrote furiously, and there was a hint of curiosity in her heart. But Wang Chu kept burying his head in writing, and as more than half an hour passed, he still didn't stop. Yun Qingmiao couldn't help but yawn, and sleepiness surged up. When Wang Chu exhaled and put down his pen, he realized that Yun Qingmiao had already fallen asleep, the script still cupped in her hands. Wang Chu walked over and carefully took down the script before covering Yun Qingmiao with the quilt. Gently, he placed a kiss on Yun Qingmiao's forehead. Good night, baby. Chapter 74, Love is the Best Nourishment. The next morning, as the sunlight poured through the window of the hospital room, it spilled onto the bed. Only then did Yun Qingmiao slowly open her eyes. It's a nice sunny day. Another gorgeous day. I remember. Last night, Wang Chu came over? Thinking back on what happened yesterday, Yun Qingmiao had the feeling that it was like a dream. She turned her head to look at the escort bed. The quilt had been folded neatly. Where was Wang Chu? Was yesterday just a dream that I had? At this time, the door of the ward opened and Wang Chu walked in with a large bowl of porridge. This is the red date and cinnamon black rice porridge I made for you with my own hands. Try it. How does it taste? Looking at the steaming porridge in Wang Chu's hands, a trace of tenderness appeared in Yun Qingmiao's eyes. Placing it on the table of the hospital bed, Yun Qingmiao took a small bite and her eyes instantly lit up. Delicious. Really delicious. Sweet and soft. Melts in your mouth. The sweetness of red dates and cinnamon perfectly blended into the porridge. It's really delicious. A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day in the future. Are you going to pry the cook from this takeaway? Yun Qingmiao shook her head. Although Wang Chu said that he had made it with his own hands, Yun Qingmiao didn't believe it at all. It's not like he's at home. There's no place for him to do it even if he wanted to. What else more? Does Wang Chu really have such a good hand? She doesn't believe it. Of course I made this myself, but I found a breakfast place nearby early in the morning and used their kitchen to make it. Wang Chu said with some indignation. Why don't you order a dish, and I'll make sure I can make the flavor you want to eat. Did you really do this? When Yun Qingmiao saw that Wang Chu's expression did not look like a fake, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. This Wang Chu still had this ability? That's natural, Wang Chu said triumphantly. Since you said so, then I won't be polite. When I go back, you'll have to change your tricks and make me delicious food every day, Yun Qingmiao said seriously. Wang Chu's face revealed a hint of favor. I wish I could cook for you for the rest of my life. Then let's hook up. Saying that, Yun Qingmiao extended her little finger. Wang Chu laughed and stuck out his little thumb as well. Hook, line and sinker. 100 years, no change. After solemnly signing the contract, Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingmiao's aura recovering nicely and said, You're fine now, and I'm going back to Haichang. Ah. A trace of reluctance appeared on Yun Qingmiao's face. She really hoped that Wang Chu could stay by her side all the time, but she also knew very well that even if Wang Chu was willing to stay, she didn't have the time to accompany him and, what about yeah, we can't leave you alone in Haichang. Alright then, Yun Qingmiao sighed slightly. Wang Chu sat on the edge of Yun Qingmiao's bed. When I have time, I'll come visit again. Okay? Then we have a deal. You have to show up when I miss you, okay? Yun Qingmiao said with a hint of a petulant tone. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Good, then I'm leaving now. Wait, just as Wang Chu was about to get up, Yun Qingmiao pulled Wang Chu back before giving him a peck on the cheek. Be safe on the road. Wang Chu touched his face, then pointed to his mouth. What about here? You think beautifully, you quickly go. Yun Qingmiao pushed Wang Chu. Wang Chu knew Yun Qingmiao's thin skin and didn't insist. Moreover, Yun Qingmiao's behavior yesterday had already let Wang Chu know her feelings. Then I'm off. Wang Chu smiled, then turned around and left. Looking at the empty hospital room, Yun Qingmiao's heart also had an empty feeling. Even the porridge in front of him is a little unscented. With a creak, the guys opened. Yun Qingmiao's eyes lit up, but it was Sister Chen who walked in. People are gone? Sister Chen looked at Yun Qingmiao's somewhat disappointed face and said with dissatisfaction. Can you hide it? Are you not expecting to see me? Yun Qingmiao immediately revealed an overflowing smile. Sister Chen, you're overthinking it. Forget it, you're an aunt and I'm just an agent. So who's to complain? Sister Chen said sourly, but you are at least a big star. This we sometimes cannot be reserved. And, you are not going to introduce. Who is that person? I could have a psychological preparation. Oh, he's Wang Chu, my husband. Yun Qingmiao said calmly. Husband? Sister Chen winced. Is the husband? You said the one I thought you meant? Yun Qingmiao rolled her eyes. Of course, we've already got no license. My auntie. Sister Chen sat on the edge of Yun Qingmiao's bed, a nervous look on her face. I'm not against you falling in love, but getting a license? Are you trying to force me to die? When did this happen? How come I don't know anything about it? Yun Qingyao blinked. Didn't I go back to Haichang a few days ago? It was just those 2 days. Hiss. Sister Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. So fast? But a hint of helplessness welled up in her heart at the same time. Although she was a gold medal agent in the industry, Yun Qingyao wasn't an ordinary artist. Other people weren't clear about it, but she was very clear about it. Stars on the Clouds was established for Yun Qingyao. When children of such powerful families enter the entertainment industry, many of the unspoken rules are simply useless to them. For example, artists are banned from relationships. Whether or not Yun Qingyao wanted to be in a relationship, whether or not she was willing to speculate on the CP, it was completely out of Sister Chen's control, and it was entirely up to Yun Qingyao's own wishes. But as Yun Qingyao's agent, she realized that she didn't even know when Yun Qingyao had gotten a license with a man, which made her feel intensely frustrated. I'm afraid there aren't many agents in the entire entertainment industry who've become this much of an agent. Sister Chen, just don't get angry yet. Seeing that Sister Chen's face was a bit ugly, Yun Qingyao simply apologized. This matter, I was going to tell you, but I think it's better to wait for the shooting to finish. I'll find a time to formally introduce Wang Chu to you. After all, you're the good sister I respect the most. Although Sister Chen knew that this was Yun Qingyao's pretext, it was quite comfortable to listen to. Alright, you, aren't you afraid that this matter will be known by the paparazzi and fans? How dare you let him come over? Yun Qingyao's face revealed a happy look. If it is photographed, then just admit it in a big way. I think my fans will definitely support me and bless me too. You are still naive, Sister Chen said in a good-natured manner. Now is the rising period of your career. This matter is not in a hurry to make it public. Wait to find a suitable opportunity to announce it. Oh right, Director Chen asked me to ask you, how is your body now? Can you continue shooting? Yun Qingyao nodded. No problem. I've never felt better now. Looking at Yun Qingyao's radiant appearance, Sister Chen's heart gave a sigh of emotion. It's true. Love is the best nourishment. Chapter 75, The Great Deceiver. Point Break was filmed on a tight schedule because there was a lot of post-production after the shoot was completed. So if you wanted to release the movie at the scheduled time, you needed to step up your time and get it done as quickly as possible. So, when Yun Qingyao fainted on set, Director Chen's heart sank to the bottom. Yun Qingyao was the undisputed main female lead of this drama, and if Yun Qingyao needed to recuperate for a long time, then the shooting of this drama was going to come to a standstill. That's why Director Chen was so distraught. But fortunately, he soon learned from Sister Chen that Yun Qingyao could continue filming. No wonder Yun Qingyao was able to achieve such great results. The Emperor's heaven is not a burden to the people who are willing to do it. Prepare to start. In Haichang, Yang Wei was looking at Lin Xiaoyun with 4 eyes. A look of shock appeared in Lin Xiaoyun's eyes. What did you say? Making me apologize to Wang Chu? Yang Wei, are you crazy? Don't you know the relationship between Wang Chu and I? An annoyed look also appeared in Yang Wei's eyes. I'm not stupid. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I'm not suffocating in my heart? But what can I do now? Who let Wang Chu hug his thigh now? What can I do? Lin Xiaoyun took a deep breath and said disdainfully, Wang Chu is nothing but a soft eater. I really don't know what you guys are afraid of worrying about. Could it be that he can still deal with us? Yang Wei looked at Lin Xiaoyun with a look of an idiot. What did you expect? Lin Xiaoyun froze and said incredulously, he should not really dare to do so. What does he not dare to do? Yang Wei waved his hand with some annoyance and said, Lin Xiaoyun, this matter, I don't care what method you use. You must make Wang Chu forgive our previous behavior. Otherwise, my family won't agree to what's going on between us. But we're engaged. There's still divorce in marriage. You don't really think there's anything legal about an engagement, do you? Lin Xiaoyun was a bit unbelievable. Yang Wei, I have followed you for 4 years, and you even said such words to me. How can you say it? Been with me for 4 years? A cold smile appeared on Yang Wei's face. You're not going to say you gave me all your first times in your next sentence, are you? Isn't it? When I was with Wang Chu, I only held hands with him, not even a kiss. Who are you kidding? You don't really think I'm going to take your word for it, do you? An impatient look appeared on Yang Wei's face. Ever since Wang Chu said he was a shoe picker yesterday, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wang Chu was right. Young people nowadays, after 3 years of dating, have long since done everything they need to do. And Lin Xiaoyun was still very pretty, so unless Wang Chu had a physical problem, how could he hold it in for 3 years? Lin Xiaoyun froze. She could never have imagined that such words would come out of Yang Wei's mouth. Yang Wei said in a good-natured manner, alright, this matter, I'll leave it to you. I don't care what method you use. Remember, we must make sure that Wang Chu no longer targets us. Lin Xiaoyun gave Yang Wei a deep look. Okay, I promise you, I'll try my best to do it. After saying that, Lin Xiaoyun turned around and left. Where Yang Wei couldn't see, a trace of resentment appeared on Lin Xiaoyun's face. Yang Wei, don't you ever regret it. Phew, Janeway breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking about it himself for a night, he still felt that it would be more appropriate to leave this matter to Lin Xiaoyun. On the one hand, the cause of the incident in the first place was because of Lin Xiaoyun, and in the face of his former girlfriend, Wang Chu's heart would be softer anyhow. On the other hand, trying to gain Wang Chu's understanding would surely result in suffering Wang Chu's mockery and even humiliation. As a rich second generation in Hai Chang, if he was humiliated by Wang Chu, how could he still mix in Hai Chang in the future? So, this kind of shameful thing, it's better to leave it to Lin Xiaoyun. Jingle bells. At this time, Yang Wei's cell phone rang. Hey, which one? What? Flying Dragon Racing Team, are you guys sick? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Inside the Windmill Kindergarten Center, the children were all playing games, but Yaya was hiding in the corner with an unhappy face. Yeah, let's play a game together. Yeah, I'll bring my Barbie doll over for you to play with. Can I have 2 little buns for lunch? Yeah, this Autobot, I'll play it for you. Yaya looked at the enthusiastic children around her, and the depressed look on her face worsened. Yesterday, Puppy went to take care of Mama, so Puppy didn't wrap the little buns at all. But looking at the expectant eyes of these little ones, Yaya was a little scared and didn't know what to do later during dinner. When the time comes that you can't get your own buns, you're sure to be laughed at by everyone. Poop, where are you? Yaya's mind cried out urgently. At this time, a little boy shouted loudly, you've all been tricked by Yaya, she didn't even bring a little bun today. The child who spoke was called Sun Xiaoyu. Before, he had always been the center of attention among the children, but now he realized that his position as the center of attention of the crowd had been snatched away by Yaya, and his heart was very indignant. Hearing Sun Xiaoyu's words, a trace of panic appeared on Yaya's face. When the other children heard Sun Xiaoyu's words, a nervous look appeared on their faces as well. Yeah, you promised me. You won't keep your word, will you? Yeah, I even brought the Barbie over for you to play with. You won't really not give me a little bun to eat, will you? You're not a good boy if you don't keep your word. I'll never play with Yaya again. Me too. Yaya is a big liar. Yaya's face rose red as she watched the little ones around her leave her one by one. Yaya is not a liar. You guys don't want to play with me, and I don't want to play with you. Yaya huffed and hid away, clutching her toys. The commotion over here soon caught the teacher's attention. What's going on? What are you guys doing? Mr. Xiaoyu walked over. The children scrambled to tell Mrs. Lesser than that. Teacher Xiaoyu looked at the aggrieved Yaya and sighed in her heart. You all actually misunderstood Yu. Yu has already prepared little buns for everyone. The reason why I didn't let you all see them is because I wanted to give you all a surprise. Mr. Yu said with a smile. Really? The kids were a little half-hearted. Teacher Xiaoyu said seriously. Of course, don't you guys even believe Sister Xiaoyu? With Mr. Xiaoyu's assurance, everyone then happily surrounded Yaya. Yeah, I'm sorry we were wrong about you. Yes, you, don't be angry with us, okay? Yeah, this is my toy. I'll give it to you to play with. Looking at the children back together, Mr. Xiaoyu was relieved. Next up is, to get the buns. As things stood, the only way to muddle through was to buy some buns from one of the surrounding bun stores. Chapter 76, Buns are a Plague. Soon it was lunchtime at the kindergarten. Teacher Xiaoyu walked quickly toward the kindergarten carrying more than 30 xiaolongbao, small dumplings, from a nearby baozi store. It's too late for that. Mr. Yu. At the door of the kindergarten, Yumechi suddenly heard a man's voice from behind her. She turned her head and froze. Yeah, Dad? The one who called out to Yumechi was none other than Wang Chu. Wang Chu was carrying a 4-layer insulated box in his hand. He saw the bun in Yumechi's hand and asked with some surprise. Teacher Xiaoyu likes to eat buns. The corner of Yumechi's mouth twitched. Yeah, that. You Dad. It wasn't yesterday that Yaya was clamoring that the kindergartners wanted to eat the buns I made. Wang Chu smiled and said, I didn't have time to do it yesterday because I had some things to do, so I made some this morning and sent them over. Yumechi froze, a crying look on her face. If I had known that, why would I have bothered to buy so many buns? Teacher Xiaoyu, please help me bring it in. I don't know how many children there are, so I made quite a few. If you like buns, then you should try them too. They should taste okay. Oh, okay. Yumechi hurriedly took the thermos box in Wang Chu's hands. Trouble, Mr. Xiaoyu. Quiet down. Everyone, it's almost time to eat. In the kindergarten, Yumechi walked in with Wang Chu's incubator. Today, we all want to thank Yaya's poop, because these buns were prepared by Yaya's poop herself for everyone. And we also want to thank Yaya's little friend, because she knows how to share, so that we can all eat such delicious little buns. Let's clap for Yaya now, shall we? Led by Ms. Xiaoyu, everyone applauded, while Yaya proudly puffed out her little chest. With the joint efforts of Ms. Xiaoyu and Ye. All the children in the class were given a crystal bag. Finally, Ye held up a crystal bun. Mr. Xiaoyu, thank you. I'll treat you to a bun. Yumechi looked at the buns in Ye's hands and recalled that she still had 30 or 40 buns in her office. Her heart filled with helplessness, but in the face of Ye's kind words, she couldn't help but accept them. Thanks Ye. Yumechi took the bun with a smile. When she got back to her office, she was completely lost in thought in the face of so many buns. That's a lot of buns. It'll take a couple days. I think I'm afraid I'm not going to have much luck with buns in my life. But having said that, what you buy has to be eaten, and it's even worse when it goes to waste. Yumechi felt somewhat full after eating 3 buns. 3 at a meal. 9 a day. So many buns. I'll have to eat them for about 5 days straight. I'm going crazy. Maggie sighed. At this time, another teacher walked in. Sister Lu, have you eaten yet? Want to eat something together? Lu teacher smiled and said, I have eaten. How did you buy so many buns? I did not think you loved buns so much. The corners of Yumechi's mouth twitched. This was an unspeakably sad story. Yeah, I love buns. She could only say it against her will. By the way, there's a Baozi store near my house which has delicious buns. I'll bring you 2 tomorrow. No need. Sister Lu, Yumechi's face changed drastically. What are you polite for? Last time I had something to do. If it wasn't for you substituting for me, I wouldn't have known what to do. Don't worry, the buns from that house, they're absolutely delicious. Looking at the enthusiastic Sister Lu, Yumechi's heart was depressed. Why is this bun having a hard time with itself? The buns in their own hands are going to be a disaster. Looking at the large bag of buns still left, Yumechi could only put them in the refrigerator first. Just as she had done this, Yumechi noticed a small head bobbing in the doorway of her office. Yuzimo, what are you doing outside? Is it something to look for your teacher? Yumechi couldn't help but ask when she saw the little boy hanging around outside. Yuzimo dawdled and somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Yu, can I ask you if you're done with your buns? Yumechi was a bit puzzled. Are you not full? You can still go to the cafeteria to get food. It's not. I just don't eat enough. Yuzimo swallowed his saliva. Ye's crystal buns are really delicious. I remember Ye gave one to the teacher. Yumechi understood. This brat was eyeing the crystal bag that Ye had given herself. But, it is reasonable to say that Yuzimo's family is good, and the little boy usually eats and wears well. So how could he run over because of a bun? Could it be that the crystal bag is really that magical? A child is a child after all. Yumechi was about to take the bun to Yuzimo when there was surprisingly another little head hanging around the door. Chu Zishuan, what are you doing over here? After Yuzimo saw Chu Zishuan, a wary expression appeared in his eyes. Chu Zishuan heatedly smiled. Teacher Xiaoyu, I'm not full. Can I have that bun that Ye gave you? Maggie you froze. Another one asking for a bun? Could it be that the buns made by Ye's dad are really so attractive? Sorry, that bun. It's already been eaten by me. Yumechi said with a hint of apology. If only one child wanted it, Maggie you naturally gave it. But both were wanted. But she only had one in her hand, so it would be inappropriate to give it to anyone, so she simply gave it to no one. Besides, even if we let them share this bun, what if some other kids haven't had enough? As a kindergarten teacher, Maggie you couldn't have been clearer. As long as one kid has something, the other kids will want it, and it doesn't matter if it's something they like and need. If others have it, I have to have it, and that's what counts. Hearing what Mr. Yu said, both boys left a little disappointed. When they left, a hint of doubt appeared in Yumechi's eyes. Those kids did have contented smiles on their faces when they ate their buns earlier. But how good can a bun be? The kids probably haven't had anything really good yet. Like, spicy crawfish, Mandarin duck hot pot, barbecue. But, Yumechi is now a little tickled in her heart by these 2 children. The crystal packets aren't too big, so why don't I taste the flavor? With this thought in mind, Yumechi took out the crystal bag that she had just put in the refrigerator. The crystal clear buns do give a very appetizing look, but was it really that tasty? Yumechi was a little curious. When she took the first bite, her entire body was shocked. Chapter 77, The Realm is Too Low. What a divine flavor this is. The bun's skin is tight and elastic, locking in all the soup in the crystal bun. And this crystal packet uses a lot of vegetables, but they don't mask each other's flavors of the various vegetables. Instead they are mixed and intertwined in a fresh and crisp way. Savoring it, Yumechi's ears seemed to hear the sound of insects and birds chirping in her ears, and the aroma of green grass seemed to flow from the tip of her nose. The greasy feeling that arose in his stomach from eating 3 buns earlier was instantly dissipated, and it was as if my body, which had been a little tired at noon, was much lighter. This crystal bag is also too delicious and amazing. Yumechi looked at the remaining half of the crystal bag, a hint of chagrin appearing in her eyes. When Ye gave it to herself just now, she should have just eaten it. It's now cold and doesn't taste as good as it did before. if it's fresh out of the pan. The flavor. Just thinking about it made a hint of saliva run down Yumechi's mouth. No, I'm a teacher. How can I crave a child's bun? Yumechi carefully wrapped the remaining half of the bun. I'm sure it will taste even better when I warm it up when I get home tonight. After handing the buns over to Mr. Xiaoyu, Wang Chu's heart was relieved. After all, this matter was something he had promised Yeye before. If Yeye didn't get the bun, wouldn't that be a breach of trust for Yeye? This situation, Wang Chu would never let it happen. Things are finally done, so go back and take a nap at noon. From last night until now, Wang Chu had slept less than 5 hours at night in addition to the rest of the night, and the rest of the time, all of it was spent on the road. Even though Wang Chu's current physical quality was amazing, he felt a burst of indescribable fatigue. At this time, Wang Chu's cell phone rang. "Ah, Wang Chu, I'm Sun Shangcheng." After connecting the call, Wang Chu's voice came from Sun Shangcheng's ear. "Uncle Sun, what do you want to see me about?" Hearing Wang Chu call himself Uncle Sun, Sun Shangcheng's heart was as sweet as if he had eaten honey. "Ha ha, Wang Chu, I'm just informing you that in the afternoon, Haicheng City will have an awarding conference for bravery at Ocean Plaza, focusing on honoring Haicheng City citizens who have recently seen bravery. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You must not be late." Wang Chu froze for a moment. "Seeing justice? I don't need it here. How can you not use it?" Sun Shangcheng's voice with a hint of seriousness. "Wang Chu, I know you're not the kind of people who flaunt, like to do good things without leaving a name, but you should think from the side. Only we vigorously proclaim you this kind of good people and good deeds, to be able to make our society positive to the good, is not it?" Wang Chu was shocked. The leader was really different. His eyes were like a torch, and he saw further away at once. "So wouldn't it make more sense for you to use your deeds to inspire more people?" Wang Chu was somewhat ashamed. His realm was still too low. "Uncle Sun, I know, I will definitely be on time, but can I ask, how long will the conference last? What's the matter? Got plans for the afternoon?" "Nothing scheduled, but I'm picking up my daughter from school in the evening." "So, what a great dad. Don't worry, it's less than an hour." "That's good." After resting for an hour at noon, Wang Chu was instantly full of blood. It was less than 2 o'clock when Wang Chu drove out. Even though the conference started at 3, it was important to get to the venue 10 minutes early anyhow. After all, only the big names have the right to make the final appearance. And right now, Wang Chu didn't think he counted as a big name. Wang Chu also didn't drive one of those overly ostentatious cars, but only a black Mercedes. At this moment, a tense and depressing atmosphere filled the Haicheng City Criminal Police Force. Soaring Eagle, keep an eye on the situation. Cheetah Squad, assault in 3 minutes for closing action. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. After tracking and investigating for so long, now it's finally time to close the net, and if all goes well, we'll be able to catch everyone this time. Ma team, we definitely have no problem this time. Our people have been tracking them for most of the year, and have already mapped out their counterfeiting and forgery factories. So don't worry, one of the Interpol members said with a smile. Captain Ma was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and there wasn't much relief on his thin face. Instead he glanced at the criminal police member. Don't underestimate your opponents. Since they are able to organize such a huge fake drug manufacturing and sales network, it means that the other party is definitely not easy to deal with. I even have some suspicions that this operation of ours is a little too smooth. Is it bad that it went well? Another member of the team asked, a little puzzled. The horse team shook his head. It's hard to say, but look at the results. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. The horse team immediately grabbed the phone. What's the situation? I had what? People running away? After receiving the call, a complicated look appeared on Team Ma's face. Sure enough, the other guy got away. Contact the traffic police and alert all intersections. Block the entrances into and out of Haicheng while closely monitoring a black Mercedes with license plate 69966. The other party may have firearms in their hands. Special circumstances, you can shoot. One order after another was barked out in an organized fashion. The entire criminal police department of Haicheng has started to round up the drug counterfeiting syndicate. At this moment at the intersection, Jean Fei was on duty in boredom. She was originally a member of the CID, but was sent down to the traffic police for a disciplinary offense 3 months ago. I heard that the CID has made another move this time, but unfortunately, I can't use all my martial arts skills. Jean Fei gritted her teeth. Old Ma is really something too. A big chicken scratch. Even jerked me to the end. Lose me. You will regret it. With me, can they run away? Soon. Jean Fei's ears were filled with orders from above. Her face changed. The man ran away? In a black Mercedes? The license plate number is 69966. Just then, a black Mercedes sped past her. Jean Fei's eyes narrowed. It's really not hard to find a place without stepping on iron shoes to get it. This is a credit from heaven. Because Qin Fei was certain that the Mercedes that ran past in front of her was the very same Mercedes that was reported in the headset. When he had caught the suspect, what excuse would old Ma have for not letting him rejoin the CID? The motorcycle was mounted on the motorcycle with a low growl as he stepped on the gas, and then chased towards that Mercedes in front of him. Chapter 78, Misunderstanding. Wang Chu was driving his car comfortably on the road, but soon he realized that something was wrong. Surprisingly, there was a police motorcycle behind him that was hurrying toward him. What's going on? Why are you chasing me? Does that mean the insurance on this car is expired? Wang Chu's heart gave a dark voice, but he didn't really have any other ideas. The insurance expired. Big deal. Just renew it, right? Mercedes in front of you. Please pull over for a routine inspection. Qin Fei honked the horn. Wang Chu pulled over to the side of the road. Qin Fei parked her car in front of the Mercedes, then walked over to Wang Chu's driver's side. Get out of the car. Routine check. Wang Chu didn't quite understand. Did he still need to get out of the car for this inspection? Beauty. No need. I'll just show you my driver's license. Saying that, Wang Chu was ready to pull out his driver's license. Qin Fei's face changed. The other party was really dishonest. Is he in this position to pull out a gun? Don't move, or I'll wipe the gun. Qin Fei took out her pistol at the first opportunity and said to Wang Chu with a serious face. Wang Chu was dumbfounded. It's just a routine check? As for pulling out a gun, it's not like it's pretty country. Aren't you making a bit of a fuss? Beautiful? Wang Chu cried and laughed. I'm not the enemy. Cut the crap. You open the car door. Put your hands on your head, and now do as I say. Qin Fei glanced at Wang Chu and then at the back seat of the car, realizing that Wang Chu was the only one in the car. The young man is quite handsome. Why did he become a thief? Qin Fei's heart was a little sorry. Wang Chu, on the other hand, sighed and could only follow what Qin Fei said. Opened the car door, placed his hands on the back of his head, and slowly walked out. The moment Wang Chu walked out, Qin Fei stepped forward and pressed Wang Chu. Say, where are the others? Where did you put the others? Wang Chu was dumbfounded. I say, beautiful police officer, I'm sure you must be mistaken about something. Could there be any misunderstanding in between? A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding can I have with someone like you? Qin Fei sneered and said, if there's a misunderstanding, tell it to our task force. Be honest. Wang Chu frowned. Although he didn't know what had happened, he definitely knew that this policewoman had arrested the wrong person. You can contact your supervisor now. Wouldn't that be a shame in case you got the wrong one? As for Wang Chu's kind reminder, Qin Fei didn't appreciate it at all. In her opinion, Wang Chu was merely trying to stall for time. It's impossible for me to arrest the wrong person. I advise you to honestly explain the location of the others, or else you'll be in for a treat. Saying that, Qin Fei heavily topped Wang Chu and said in a cold voice. Wang Chu was a bit speechless. Was this policewoman's brain in water? Although it was said that Wang Chu was willing to assist in cooperating with the police, it didn't mean that Wang Chu was a rebellious person. If this big-breasted policewoman can talk to herself properly, she is also willing to solve this misunderstanding. But now, she doesn't think she has arrested the wrong person at all. The point is, it's almost 3 o'clock. The recognition ceremony is about to begin. I know Sun Changqing, secretary of the Secretariat of the City of Hai. The phone is in my pocket. You can make a call. Qin Fei interrupted Wang Chu. I don't know any secretary, son. Then you should know Chen Xingshan of Chen City in Haichang City, right? I don't know any Chen Xingshan. Qin Fei sneered and was about to report to her superior that she had caught the suspect when she suddenly felt a huge force coming from Wang Chu's body. In a flash of lightning, she realized that she was actually restrained, while Wang Chu was holding herself up behind her. You dare to attack the police? Qin Fei said in shock. I advise you that you'd better tie your hands. We've already laid a dragnet. You won't be able to escape. I haven't broken any laws. Why should I run away? Wang Chu shook his head. The reason why I restrained you is because it allows you to be able to talk to me properly in a calm manner. I don't care what orders you received. I'm not some criminal. You police have to talk about evidence when you arrest people, right? Humph. Speaking of evidence, of course we have. At this time, a colleague's voice came from Qin Fei's headset. The suspect's vehicle has been spotted fleeing in the direction of Chanhai Road. Qin Fei froze. Sent down the suspect's vehicle? Then what's this one I stopped? Your license plate number. Is it 69,966? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. What's 69966? My license plate is 69,699. What? Qin Fei struggled to the front of the car, saw Wang Chu's license plate number 69699, and the whole person was dumbfounded. In her earlier glimpse, she had misread the license plate number. Shame on you. This is so humiliating. Qin Fei felt a hot pain on her face, not realizing that she had actually arrested the wrong person. Seeing this, Wang Chu said indifferently, "What's wrong? Now you realize that you've arrested the wrong person?" Xin Fei was a little embarrassed. "Sorry too. Humph. I told you that you've got the wrong person. You just don't listen." Wang Chu spat out. "Luckily I have 2 tricks up my sleeve. Otherwise, if you take me back here, how do you want your co-workers to look at you?" Hearing Wang Chu say that, Xin Fei also felt a pang of fear. Instead of the real suspect, an innocent citizen was captured. "Then I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the CID in this lifetime. I'm really sorry. I was in a hurry too." A hint of pleading appeared on Xin Fei's face. "As long as you can forgive me for my work mistakes, I can promise you anything. Don't ever report me, okay?" Wang Chu glanced at Xin Fei. "Really able to promise anything? As long as I can do it, I can promise you. Of course, I can't promise you some rude requests." "Rude requests? Like what?" Wang Chu hemmed and hawed, revealing an impish look. Xin Fei covered her chest and couldn't help but take 2 steps backwards. "Come on, I'm not interested in you. I'm a little curious. What kind of people are you guys trying to catch?" "This," Xin Fei hesitated, "is against discipline if I tell you." "Well then, I'll report you now. How can you be like this?" Xin Fei was anxious to stomp her feet. "It's not like I did it on purpose. How can you bear to bully a weak woman like me?" "A weak woman?" The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. If he hadn't gone through the power pill power boost, he really wouldn't be a match for this policewoman. I can only tell you that they are making counterfeit medicines, and the preliminary estimation is that the amount of money involved is up to hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, these are small matters. The key, they seriously jeopardize the health and safety of the people. Counterfeit medicine maker? Isn't this stealing the market from my daughter-in-law's family? Wang Chu's face became serious. "Please make sure they are apprehended." Chapter 79, Repeated Threats. Xin Fei sighed. "We also wanted to apprehend them as soon as possible, but unfortunately, they've escaped now." "Escaped?" Wang Chu's brows frowned. This was too unreliable. "Right, this dragnet. How did they let them escape? Where did they escape to?" Wang Chu couldn't help but ask. Xin Fei suddenly changed her face. "Why am I telling you this? This is confidential. Do you think you've told me enough secrets? I wouldn't mind complaining about you if you don't tell me." Xin Fei gritted her teeth in anger. "You're still a big man, threatening a woman. Aren't you ashamed?" Wang Chu thought for a moment, then shook his head seriously. "Not really, but if you tell me, I might even be able to help you with something." Xin Fei looked Wang Chu up and down, a look of disbelief on her face. "Really? All I know is that they fled in the direction of Shanghai Road." Wang Chu's brows furrowed. "Shanghai Road? It leads to the most complicated shantytown in Haichang. Once the other party burrows in there, then it will be troublesome for you to find them." Xin Fei's face darkened. She also knew about the situation, so her heart was a bit anxious. "But, I can do you a favor, but you'll have to give me some basic information like what they look like, their name, the car they drive. I only know that they drove a black Mercedes-Benz, license plate 69,966. Xin Fei said weakly, "I am only a traffic patrol officer now. I cannot reach more news." Wang Chu touched the pointing needle, and his mind was a little less certain. "Black Mercedes, license plate 69966. Can you trace it?" Soon the needle of the pointer began to rotate and eventually pointed in one direction. "The distance to Wang Chu has is 11 kilometers. Surprisingly, it works really well." Wang Chu's face was overjoyed as he glanced at Xin Fei. "Get in the car. I'll take you to arrest someone." A suspicious look appeared on Xin Fei's face. "Do you really know where they are? It's not possible that you're lying to me, right?" "Love to go not," Wang Chu said in a bad mood. "I have more friends in Haichang, and I know more about the Shanghai roadside. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Big deal. I'll go too." "I believe it's not okay," Xin Fei hurriedly said. "You mustn't report me." Wang Chu blinked. He was going to say that the big deal was that he would go to Ocean Plaza. Who knew that this chick had misunderstood instead? "Okay then, get in the car. I can follow you in my motorcycle," Xin Fei said weakly. "Are you worried that the other guy doesn't know I've got a cop car on my ass?" Wang Chu said without a trace of anger. "Can you think before you speak?" "Oh," Xin Fei commiserated and got into the car. I don't know what happened, but after meeting Wang Chu, Xin Fei felt as if her brain wasn't enough. It was almost 3 o'clock, but as the protagonist of this commendation meeting, Wang Chu had never arrived. This made Sun Chongqing a little agitated. Has Wang Chu not arrived yet? After confirming with the staff again and again, he could only give Wang Chu a call first to confirm. "Uncle Sun, I have a little urgent matter to deal with right now. I may be a little late. You guys carry on first, don't mind me. I'll hang up first." The phone was dialed, but a short reply came from Wang Chu on the phone, and then it hung up. Sun Chongqing was dumbfounded. Wang Chu just hung up? When he dialed again, he heard a system beep from inside. "I'm sorry, the user you have called is offline." The corners of Sun Chongqing's mouth twitched, Ancestor, you are truly my ancestor. You'll turn off your phone later too. What if it rings later when we're on the move? Wang Chu said to Qin Fei with a "I'm very experienced" look on his face. Qin Fei blinked. Aren't we just going to find them? Why did you turn off your cell phone? Wouldn't it be cheaper just to find them? Wouldn't it be easier to just tie them up if we find them later? Wang Chu had a face that took things for granted. Qin Fei was shocked. Are you trying to rush over and catch them single-handedly? How can it be single-handed? I don't have you. Wang Chu smiled and said, with this tigerish energy of yours, they are definitely not your match. Qin Fei was shocked. Just the two of us? Yeah, didn't you just dare to stop me even if you were alone? Believe in yourself. You can do it, Wang Chu said encouragingly. But, they are armed with dangerous weapons. I think, we'd better notify the horsemen if we find them. If you're scared, get off. I'll go alone. Wang Chu's eyes held a hint of contempt. Who's afraid? Seeing the contempt in Wang Chu's eyes, Qin Fei was dissatisfied. Am I not worried about you being in danger? You're just an ordinary person after all. Just don't worry. I won't rest until I catch these fake drug dealers. Wang Chu gritted his teeth, a hint of determination appearing in his eyes. Through the conversation just now, Wang Chu also understood that the main target of these counterfeit drug traffickers were the products under Muyun Pharmaceuticals. This will not only hurt the market of Magong Pharmaceuticals, but also damage the credibility and reputation of Magong Pharmaceuticals. After all, the people buy the medicine, and if the medicine doesn't work, they can't tell if it's real or not. They will only blame all the culpability on Makin Pharmaceuticals. So, even for the sake of Yun Xingyao, Wang Chu must apprehend these guys. Anyway, now that he had the Power Pill Plus and super fighting technique, cleaning up a few fake drug dealers wasn't a piece of cake. But Qin Fei on the side was in a bit of a dilemma. If the leaders knew that she had taken an ordinary innocent person into danger, they themselves would surely be punished. But it's not like she can report back to the top right now. After all, she herself didn't quite believe that Wang Chu could find the other party. The other party was able to escape in the police net. There must be something about him. If we report it now, the leaders must think they're out of their minds. Forget it, I just don't believe it. He can really find each other? Qin Fei's heart gave a dark cry. But soon, she realized that there was something wrong with the direction Wang Chu was driving in. This isn't Longhaven Road, is it? Yeah, this really isn't Longhaven Road. Wang Chu nodded and said, the key to this fake drug dealer isn't in this section of Shanghai Road either. No way. My co-workers saw them pull into Longhaven Road with their own eyes. That's their blindfold. You're absolutely right to follow me. If it's wrong, I'll let you off the hook for pointing a gun at me before. How's that? The corner of Qin Fei's mouth turned away. This man, he knew how to threaten people. Not a bit of gentlemanly manners. Chapter 80, I, Yang Wei, am a man of the heavens and the earth. However, 10 minutes later, a shocked look appeared on Qin Fei's face. When Wang Chu's car drove to an old residential area, Qin Fei suddenly discovered that not far in front was a black Mercedes-Benz with a license plate that happened to be 69,966. God! Qin Fei, a face like a ghost. Interpol, so many people cannot find each other's specific location. Did not expect Wang Chu actually found? How did you do it? Qin Fei glanced at Wang Chu with some disbelief. Wang Chu shrugged. Luck, it can only mean that my character is just too good. Cut. Qin Fei looked disbelieving. Can you continue to make things up? I even wonder if you're in cahoots with them? Whether they're a gang or not. You'll find out soon enough. Pack up and let's get ready to strike. No. Qin Fei was startled and hurriedly hugged Wang Chu's arm, tugging at him with a deadly grip. You can't go. I'll contact the Ma team right away and have my colleagues come and blockade this place. You can't go over there. You really don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine, Wang Chu said somewhat helplessly. No, absolutely not. If I let you pass, I'll never be able to block a detective again in my life. Qin Fei didn't give in at all. Wang Chu sighed. Well then, listen to you. I'm not going to go. You hurry to contact his colleagues. Can you let go? It was only at this time that Qin Fei realized that she was actually hugging Wang Chu's arm so tightly that the pressure made her chest hurt a little. Bah! Qin Fei's face reddened and she cursed in her heart, then pretended to contact old Ma as if nothing had happened. After a while, Qin Fei put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. I've already told Team Ma about the situation. Our men will be here soon. We just need to keep an eye on them. At this time, 3 men came out from one of the building's hallways, looking nervous, and headed toward the black Mercedes. No good. They're running away. Wang Chu's face changed and he said in a deep voice. Qin Fei also saw this scene, and an anxious look appeared on her face. What should we do? Our colleagues still have 5 minutes before they can arrive. Then it's too late. It's over. I'll just have to improvise. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Chu's mouth before he stepped on the gas. Wang Chu, what are you doing? You have to calm down. Qin Fei was startled, but she couldn't do anything right now. She could only watch as Wang Chu drove his car and disliked the other party's car directly behind his ass. There was a bang, and the three men across the street in the car jumped in shock. "You stay in the car and don't come out," Wang Chu instructed. "No, the other side is dangerous. I'm mostly just circling them, and besides, aren't you spooking them with that police uniform?" After Wang Chu threw down these words, he opened the door and walked over, his face full of smiles. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I just used the gas as a brake and hit your car. I'm really sorry." The three men across the street looked bereft. "How do you people drive? Did you buy your license?" Wang Chu was apologetic. "My driver's license is not bought. It's learned from an in-coach. This is not important. I see that I hit your car not light, but it's okay. All the damage, I will compensate. Reach for the stars." Wang Chu's attitude was put very low, and he promised not to shirk his responsibility. Even if these fake drug dealers are angry now, they find that they can't say anything else. "No need. Move your car. We have an emergency. We don't need you to compensate," one of the men said. Wang Chu was unhappy. "How can this be? I, Yang Wei, am not that kind of irresponsible person. Don't worry, I'll contact the insurance people right now. It won't take long to settle the compensation. I've said that there is no need to compensate. Are you a?" the man said with some dissatisfaction. "Get lost, don't delay my time." Wang Chu frowned and said, "I say this little brother, this is your fault. I did accidentally hit your car, but I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't shirk my responsibility." "What do you mean by that?" "Let me tell you, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. I, Yang Wei, am a man of the heavens and the earth, and I definitely speak my mind. Am I a man who is short of that kind of money? Name a number." If Yang Wei frowns, "I'm not a good man." A middle-aged man next to him frowned. "Little Wang, don't ink. Just name a number and settle it quickly. We're on a tight schedule." Xiao Wan nodded. "Good. Aren't you rich? $1 million. You can take it out?" Wang Chu sneered. "Isn't it just $1 million? No problem, but you have to wait a while. I don't have so much money in my card right now. I'll let my secretary transfer the money now." "Forget it, young man. I don't think you did it on purpose. Let's just forget about this matter and consider it as we made a friend." The middle-aged man who opened his mouth before smiled and said, "None of us are poor, so let's not dwell on this matter. We have important things to do and can't delay too much, so let's leave it at that." Hearing those words, Wang Chu's face eased. He gave a thumbs up towards the middle-aged man. "This uncle has a taste for talking. Well, in that case, I, Yang Wei, will make you a few friends. I'll leave you a cell phone number, and when you're done with your work, I'll treat you to dinner." Saying that, Wang Chu left Yang Wei's cell phone number with them. After leaving his phone number, Wang Chu began to reverse the car, but Wang Chu pretended to be a newcomer who had just learned how to drive, and with a sharp reverse, the Mercedes roared and crashed into the trash can next to it again. This guy must have bought his license. Inside that Mercedes in front, Xiao Wang spat. "At this level, you dare to drive out? Isn't this looking for death?" Because there was a large truck blocking a large portion of the road in front of them, they could only wait for Wang Chu to back the car out before they could come out, and watching Wang Chu's clumsiness through the rearview mirror, the people inside the car were getting a little impatient. "Little Wang, go over and help him back the car out. We can't waste too much time," that middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Xiao Wang cursed and got out of the car and walked towards Wang Chu's car. "Get out of the car. I'll drive you." Walking over to the driver's seat, Xiao Wang saw Qin Fei sitting in the co-pilot's seat. What caught her eye was her full police uniform. "Boss, it's bad. It's the cops." With a bang, Wang Chu violently opened the car door, which slammed into Xiao Wang's head, and Xiao Wan was directly knocked out. Chapter 81, Pigeonholing. "Trouble, it's been seen. We need to do something immediately." After Wang Chu threw down these words, he opened the car door and rushed towards the Mercedes in front of him. Qin Fei was shocked. "Wait for me." At this moment, the Mercedes in front of them also noticed the difference behind them, and they instantly realized that the other party's purpose was to stall for time. But now, with the train in front of them obstructing the way and this car behind them, there was no place for them to run. "Tao, finish him off. We'll then switch to his car and go." A coldness flashed in that middle-aged man's eyes. The burly man beside the middle-aged man nodded, then got out of the car and walked towards the rushing Wang Chu. The burly man was stocky and had a sardonic smile on his face. Compared to him, Wang Chu's figure was incredibly thin. Against a guy like Wang Chu, isn't it a matter of one punch? So he didn't take Wang Chu seriously. When Wang Chu threw a punch, he did not hesitate to throw a punch against it. Click! There was a crunch from the bones of his hand. The strong man looked at his twisted arm and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Under this power sparring, it is surprising that he lost? How is this possible? How could an opponent with a skinny frame have so much power? After a brief moment of shock, severe pain came, and the burly man let out a miserable scream. his features twisted together. It's too noisy. Wang Chu didn't stop, but took advantage of the other party's stunned afterward and stepped forward with a knee strike, directly kicking the burly man in the face. The tremendous force directly knocked the burly man unconscious. With a snap, the burly man fell limply to the ground. A grim look flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man inside the car. Then he pulled out a gun from his clothes before opening the car door. "You're a cop?" The middle-aged man stared at Wang Chu and asked. "But you don't smell like a cop." "I'm not a cop," Wang Chu said with a smirk. "Oh, if you're not a cop, why are you blocking my way? You and I have no enmity, so why are you trying to stop me?" "You and I had no enmity? Joke. Who says we don't have a grudge?" The corner of Wang Chu's mouth revealed a sardonic smile. "Even if we don't have any enmity, fake drug dealers like you, everyone should be executed." "Yeah, you want to be a hero? But unfortunately, heroes aren't so good." With that, the middle-aged man's hand lifted and he was about to shoot towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu had long since detected the abnormality in the middle-aged man's hand, and as soon as he saw the other party raise his hand, Wang Chu had arrived in front of the middle-aged man with a single arrow-step rush. Bang! The gun went off, but the bullets flew into the air. It was because Wang Chu flew up and directly kicked the middle-aged man's gun away. When Qin Fei rushed over, Wang Chu had already subdued all of them. "You really are amazing." Qin Fei, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded as a whole. One of the opponents was a burly man with a formidable physique, and the other was a dangerous man with a gun in his hand, but both of them were subdued by Wang Chu alone. What kind of person was this Wang Chu? How could he be so powerful? A few minutes later, the CID arrived and caught all the counterfeit drug dealers. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Wang Chu as he was escorted to the police car. "Yang Wei, I'll remember you." Wang Chu snorted coldly. "What's wrong? You still want to find trouble with me? Remember, I'm a big man who doesn't change his name when he walks. I'm Yang Wei of angelic costume." The fake drug dealer was escorted away. A middle-aged criminal police officer approached. "Hello, I'm Captain Ma of the Criminal Police Unit. I've already learned about what happened just now through Qin Fei. If it wasn't for you, we really would have let these criminals escape." Wang Chu waved his hand and said, "What's the point of being polite? This is all what we should do as citizens of Haichang." "Mr. Young is really high-minded," Wang Chu hurriedly corrected. "My name is Wang Chu, not Young. But just now, with this kind of criminal, can you still say everything straight?" Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Ma Team smiled. This Wang Chu's alertness is quite high. "Mr. Wang, in order to chase these people, your car is damaged. We will definitely apply for a bravery award for you to compensate for your loss." Hearing this, Wang Chu seemed to remember something. "Yes, the honoring of bravery and courage. This is going to be late. Captain Ma, can you have your people send me to Ocean Plaza?" "No problem. I'll have Qin Fei send you there." The atmosphere at the recognition meeting at Ocean Plaza was stuck in an awkward on-again, off-again situation. The main protagonist of this recognition, surprisingly, was not present. Sun Chongqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He dialed Wang Chu's phone over and over again, but it was always prompted with a beep that the other party had turned off the phone. "My little ancestor, you can't turn off your cell phone at a bad time. You have to turn it off at this time. Hurry up and turn it on. If you don't, I really don't know how to explain to so many reporters and media on stage." In order to publicize Wang Chu's act of bravery and courage, Haichang had made great efforts this time. Not only the local media in Haichang, but even the famous media reporters in the whole country had been invited. As a result, Wang Chu let everyone off the hook. What's going on here? If the local media in Haichang alone is okay, but those national media, Sun Chongqing can't really handle it. The good thing is that the host on stage is still speaking passionately, but sooner or later this protagonist has to come out. Drag it out long enough, and these reporter maniacs will notice the anomaly. Finally, probably because Sun Chongqing's prayers moved the heavens, Wang Chu finally called him back. "Wang Chu, where are you now? You mustn't let me off the hook." When Wang Chu heard Sun Chongqing's anxious voice, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Uncle Sun, I'm sorry, I just caught a few fake drug dealers on my way here by the way, and I'm rushing over to Ocean Plaza now." A row of question marks popped up on Sun Chongqing's brain. "What? Caught a couple of counterfeit drug dealers on the way over? What kind of operation is this?" "Alright, without further ado, I'm about less than 20 minutes away, so I'll make amends in person then Sun Chongqing glanced at the time. 20 minutes later. It was almost 4 o'clock. "Okay, you speed up a bit. I'll help you stabilize the situation first." After hanging up the phone, Sun Chongqing's brow wrinkled. Fake drug traffickers. What the hell is going on here? Time passed by. The reporters on the scene sensed something was wrong. Why is this host endless? Where's the main character? It's not possible that Wang Chu didn't come, right? That would be interesting. He's letting everyone off the hook. It's possible. Otherwise, this host wouldn't keep talking about nutrient-less nonsense. Off stage, the atmosphere was getting restless. Chapter 82, Apology. Finally, in Sun Changqing's eager gaze, Wang Chu finally arrived at the scene. I say Wang Chua, what the hell is going on here? This outside reporters have been almost unable to suppress it. Wang Chu sweated a little. Uncle Sun, I'm really sorry for the delay on the road. What was that you said about catching counterfeit drug dealers? Sun Changqing pursued. Let me speak on this matter. Qin Fei, who had been staying by Wang Chu's side, finally came back to her senses at this time and hurriedly said. Then, Qin Fei told Sun Changqing the whole story. After hearing Qin Fei's words, Sun Changqing's eyes lit up. Originally, he was still thinking about how to explain to the reporters on the stage. After all, he had hung people out to dry for such a long time, but he didn't expect that Wang Chu would give himself another big gift. Cooperate with the police to destroy the fake drug pharmaceutical group and catch the main suspect. This kind of achievement can be more dangerous than the previous car accident scene to save people and wolves in the wilderness to save people. Yes, 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 Sun Changqing said 3 times in a row, then said to Wang Chu, you get ready first. I'll explain what happened to the reporters first. I think they'll be happy to see this big news, too. Wang Chu nodded indifferently. After Sun Changqing left, Qin Fei glanced at Wang Chu with a hint of embarrassment on her face. I didn't think you really knew Secretary Sun. Yeah, I told you that a long time ago. Who knew you wouldn't believe me? Wang Chu said with a light laugh. I'm sorry. Qin Fei hesitated and said, I haven't formally apologized to you for mistakenly arresting you before. Wang Chu waved his hand. Forget it, just pay more attention to it in the future. If there's really a next time, you won't be able to meet someone as magnanimous as me. Qin Fei was a little embarrassed. Thank you. If there's nothing else, then I'll go back for my debriefing first. Wang Chu nodded. Then I won't see you off. Qin Fei seemed to be a bit anxious to say something, but in the end, she turned around and left without saying anything. And on the stage, Sun Changqing walked up. Fellow journalists, first of all, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my apologies to all of you for making you wait for so long. Because of some situations that occurred just now, the person we're honoring this time for his bravery, Mr. Wang Chu, arrived at the scene nearly an hour late. When those words fell, the stage instantly exploded. Previously, people felt that Wang Chu released the pigeon is a theoretical possibility, but I did not expect him to really release the pigeon. That's not taking everyone in the audience too seriously, is it? Although it is said that his 2 consecutive acts of bravery, saving 2 people at the scene of a car accident and saving 5 college students on Wild Mang Mountain, but that doesn't mean he's qualified to tease all the reporters and media. Too much. This is simply too much. Is Wang Chu already this bloated? I really don't know what Haicheng is thinking. To want someone like this to be Haicheng's spiritual civilization ambassador is simply ridiculous. If this gets out, Haicheng will be disgraced. There was a lot of talk below, but Sun Changqing's face didn't have any anxious look. Instead, the corners of his mouth had been wearing a shallow smile. But there's a reason for that, and as a sign of respect, I've decided to explain it to you in advance. Sun Changqing slowly said. Right on Wang Chu's way to the scene, he assisted the Haicheng police and managed to capture the backbone members of the counterfeit medicine manufacturing gang. It was because of this matter that made him late. Of course, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Wang Chu and the organizers because of Wang Chu's late arrival, but I hope that everyone can understand and support this behavior of Wang Chu. At this moment, all the dissatisfaction of all the reporters disappeared. They couldn't even believe their ears a little. What? Wang Chu is halfway here, and he's arrested fake drug dealers? Already, a number of savvy journalists have secretly called their acquaintances to confirm the news. A moment later, their eyes all erupted with eagerness. Apparently, they got the answer they were looking for. Regarding this matter, what I know is not particularly clear. So let's follow up with the police's announcement. Sun Changqing saw that everyone's interest had risen, and then he smiled and said, this time we are honoring the righteous and courageous, and now we are officially starting. The entire recognition of valor ceremony was divided into 2 main parts. The first part was Sun Changqing expounding to the public on what Wang Chu had done recently, giving Wang Chu a medal for bravery and courage, and also announcing that he was making Wang Chu an ambassador for Haicheng's spiritual civilization image. This matter took Wang Chu by surprise. There was nothing said about being a publicity ambassador before, but on stage, he couldn't afford to refuse outright. The second part is when the interview session. The reporters are not only interested in Wang Chu's previous behavior of saving people, but also very interested in the most of today's occurrence of catching fake drug dealers. However, Wang Chu had gotten a hint from Sun Changqing long ago, and had kept silent about what happened today, which made many reporters feel very frustrated. The whole hour was finally over. Wang Chu felt the muscles in his face stiffen. Wearing a fake smile the whole time was just too much torture. Wang Chu, you did very well today. After it was over, Sun Changqing found Wang Chu and said with a smile. Wang Chu said somewhat helplessly, Uncle Sun, you didn't tell me about this image ambassador thing before. Didn't say? Oh, I mentioned it to Elder Yun, who said he had no opinion. I thought you knew. Sun Changqing patted Wang Chu's shoulder and said, this person the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You are the people of Haichang. Making your own contribution to the development of Haichang is also a thing to be proud of, isn't it? Wang Chu spread his hands. Okay, but I don't know how to be such a good ambassador. It's okay, I'll contact you if anything happens. Sun Changqing said, there's nothing specific to do with this ambassador. It's more of a title and honor. I hope you can make more contributions to Haichang. Wang Chu nodded. Just don't let yourself do something messy. Uncle Sun, I have to leave in a hurry now. After glancing at the time, a nervous look appeared on Wang Chu's face. Did something happen? Seeing Wang Chu's face tense, Sun Changqing's expression also became serious. It's almost 5 o'clock now. My daughter is already out of school. I have to hurry to pick up my daughter. Chapter 83, Mama, I'm hungry. In the windmill kindergarten. School is now out. Bye-bye teacher. Bye-bye yeah. Your buns are delicious. Yeah. Will I still get my buns tomorrow? Bye teacher. Yeah. Can you ask your pupa to make us some more good food tomorrow? Because of the crystal bag at noon. Now Yaya has just become a little star in the class. Each child took the initiative to say hello to Yaya before they left and hoped that they would be able to eat the crystal buns again tomorrow. Yaya held her little head high, a haughty little look on her face. It's a pain in the ass to make little buns. It takes a long time for my pupa to make them once, so I won't necessarily be able to eat them tomorrow, Hayat said to the little ones. There was a look of disappointment on the faces of the little ones, but Yaya's heart was secretly pleased. It's only natural that Yaya should be the one to enjoy the food made by Poop. She couldn't afford to have Poopy cook for so many people. It's fine for Pupa to make delicious food for me alone. In addition to Mama, it's fine for the two of us to make delicious food. At this time, Mr. Xiaoyu came over. Yeah, your father called just now. He's stuck in traffic. It might take a while before he comes over to pick you up. Do you want to go to the teacher's place to play first? Yaya's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded. Teacher Xiaoyu, is it really okay? Of course. Then I'm now officially inviting little Miss Yaya to be a guest in my house. Okay? Yaya followed Mr. Xiaoyu back home. Yaya's big eyes filled with curiosity. Yumechi was renting a house around the windmill, and although it was only a one-bedroom apartment, it was very clean and tidy. Yeah. Sit down for a minute and then look at the picture books while I pack up my things. Maggie Yu placed the handbag in her hand on the table. Yaya looked curiously at the bulging buns inside the handbag and asked curiously, Teacher Xiaoyu, why did you buy so many buns? Do you like buns a lot? The corner of Yumechi's mouth twitched. The words hit a sore spot with her again. Yes, teacher likes eating buns a lot. Yumechi took a deep breath and said, I'll put the buns in the refrigerator first, then cut up fruit for you to eat. Okay? Yes. Although Yaya was curious about the small room, she flipped open the picture book and sat down next to the sofa obediently. Yumechi, who was washing fruits in the kitchen, saw the scene in the living room and a very surprised expression appeared in her eyes. Because in kindergarten Yaya was a very active girl, she had thought that you would be just like in kindergarten, but she didn't expect you to be so well behaved and cute. Knock knock. Yumechi had just cut the fruit and brought it out when she heard a knock on the door. Is that Puppy coming? Yaya's eyes lit up and she immediately got up from the sofa. Yumechi walked to the door and opened it, only to find a neighborhood aunt standing outside. Auntie Chen, do you need something? Yumechi asked curiously. Auntie Chen's eyes smiled into a crescent moon when she saw Yumechi. Xiaoyua, there's something good. Something great. Puzzlement appeared on Yumechi's face. What great thing? Auntie Chen, did you win the lottery? It's not me. It's you. Auntie Chen is joking. It's not like I've ever bought a lottery ticket. So what lottery would I win? Auntie Chen said mysteriously. Even though you haven't bought a lottery ticket, it doesn't mean you can't win the lottery. Xiaoyua, I'm telling you, you've been taken in by that kid from Old Sun's family. Old Sun's kid? Yumechi had a head full of questions. Auntie Chen, this person you're talking about, is he the second-rate Sun Shankai that you guys were talking about before? Auntie Chen's face showed a trace of embarrassment. What we have never said that Sun Shankai is a dilettante. You are not aware of the Old Sun's family was demolished a year ago. He now has 3 suites in his hands. Now Haiching's house price you are also clear. Each flat toward 30,000 ran. This random suite is a few million Although it is said that this Sun Shankai is not very handsome, but he is also an honest child. Although he doesn't have any great skills. But isn't this better? In the future, you will be able to be the head of the Sun family. Yumechi cried and laughed as she rejected Auntie Chen. Auntie Chen, forget it. I don't even know Sun Shankai, and I've just worked for a short while now, so I don't have any idea of finding a boyfriend. Drew, I'm going to have to criticize you for this, Auntie Chen said in a serious tone. This work to work, life to life. The two do not conflict and solve the problem of life. In order to be able to have no worries better into the work, is not it? As for the fact that you don't know each other, it's not a big deal. So won't it be fine if I arrange a time for you to meet and get to know each other? Yumechi's brows gently furrowed. Was this Auntie Chen really stupid? Or did she not understand her words? Auntie Chen, I don't think there's a need for this, do you? I'm very busy with my work. It's fine, just make time to meet up any night you want. Auntie Chen interrupted Yumechi's words. Xiao Yu there won't be this store after this village. What are you still hesitating for? Yumechi was torn, and she was contemplating what polite way to reject Auntie Chen. But this time, I came over. Mama, I'm hungry. Go and cook me something to eat. Mom, both Yumechi and Auntie Chen were instantly stunned. But Maggie Yu reacted quickly. Are you hungry? Then I'll cook for you right away later. Go read first. Good boy. Yaya nodded obediently, then turned to leave. Auntie Chen's eyes went straight. Xiao Yu what is the situation? You got married? Yumechi looked at Auntie Chen's surprised look and held back the laughter in her heart as she shook her head and said, I'm not married, but that doesn't conflict with me having a child. Hiss. Pregnant out of wedlock? Auntie Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Are all the youngsters having so much fun nowadays? Auntie Chen, my situation, you're clear now. I really don't have the heart to talk about my boyfriend right now. My daughter is hungry. I'm going to go cook for her. Do you have anything else? Oh, no more. Sorry then, bye. Maggie Yu closed the door, then returned to the living room, finally unable to hold back her laughter. Yeah, you're really too smart. How did you come up with this idea? Yumechi rubbed Yaya's face and smiled. Yaya blinked, because teacher Xiaoyu doesn't like this grandma, and I'm really hungry now. Chapter 84, The Dilettante. Auntie Chen outside the door didn't look back until she reached her own doorstep. This less than was no more than 22 or 23 years old, and surprisingly already had a 3-year-old daughter. Doesn't that mean she was pregnant and had a baby in college? College students nowadays, they really can't compare with the ones before. At this time, a youth walked out from Auntie Chen's house. Auntie Chen, how's that thing with me? Did you talk to Maggie Yu? Xiao Sun this hasty can't eat hot tofu Xiao Yu this child, looks beautiful, work and good, and with you and don't know, also can't directly agree. You say is not it? Sun Chenkai frowned. Auntie Chen, did you tell her that my family has 3 demolished houses? Of course I said that, but other girls have to be reserved, don't they? What's with the reserve? Do you really think you're a fairy? Does she look down on me and think I don't have a real job? Sun Chengsai's eyes glared as he asked. Auntie Chen quickly said in a soothing manner. People don't say that. Humph, although I don't have a job, which of my brothers on the road, when they see me, don't call me brother son? Auntie Chen cried and laughed, but the other girl doesn't know. No, I have to go over there and talk to her. It's her good fortune that I, Sun Chengkai, have taken a liking to her, and she still doesn't agree? What a joke, Sun Chengkai said, about to walk towards Yumechi's rented room. Auntie Chen hurriedly went to pull Sun Chengkai. What are you doing? You should not be. Auntie Chen, don't worry, didn't she say she didn't recognize me? I'll go over there right now to let him get acquainted. Sun Chengkai shook off Auntie Chen's hand. Auntie Chen was anxious. Stop for a moment. The other girl already has a daughter. What? You have a daughter? Not a yellow girl anymore? Sun Chengkai was dumbfounded. Then why haven't I seen it before? How do I know? Maybe the daughter was on her father's side before. Not enough that they should be broken up now. That would be great. Sun Chengsai's face showed a caricatured smile. I thought it was a yellow flower girl at first, but I didn't expect it to be a pair of torn shoes. So that's good. It'll be easier to get on with it. With that, he walked towards Yumechi's rented room. Auntie Chen opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Being targeted by a murderer like Sun Chengkai, Yumechi would have this fate sooner or later. Bah! What a dilettante! Arriving in the kitchen, Yumechi fell into a state of worry. She knew very well that her own cooking skills were really average, and after eating the crystal buns made by Wang Chu, she felt that Yaya shouldn't be able to get used to eating anything she made. Yeah, what do you want to eat? Teacher will see if there's anything you want to eat in the kitchen. Yaya blinked. I want to eat Puppy's cooking, Yumechi said with some depression. What's wrong? You look down on teacher's cooking skills, don't you? Teacher's cooking is definitely better than your poops. My Puppy cooks the best. Yaya immediately said. Of course, I also ate all of the food that teacher Xiaoyu cooked. Yumechi knew that Yaya was comforting herself yet. Judging from the crystal buns made by Wang Chu, his cooking skills were already very high. His own best skill is just cooking noodles. Then I'll cook a bowl of seafood noodles for Yaya. Yumechi was about to roll up her sleeves and work hard when there was another knock on the door from outside. Is it Auntie Chan again? A hint of impatience appeared on Yumechi's face. She opened the door and saw that outside was a small young man with a small tuft of dyed green hair looking at her with greedy eyes. Who are you? Yumechi's mind was a little wary, and she hurriedly tried to close the door, but as soon as he pushed against the door, the little gangster's trademark grin came across his face. Xiaoqi, didn't you say you didn't know me just now? So I'm here to get to know you. Maybe we'll have an in-depth exchange later. Who the hell are you? If you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. Yumechi's heart was a little scared, but she still made a stern reprimand, because she knew very well that for such a little rascal, the only way he would be afraid was if you acted tougher than him. Call the police? What's the point of calling the police? I just want to get to know you. Is that against the law? Yumechi's small mind didn't scare Sun Shankai. With a sharp push, he opened the door directly. Yumechi, a weak woman. How could her strength be greater than Sun Shankai? Let me introduce myself. My name is Sun Shankai. I think Auntie Chun has already told you, right? Sun Shankai, who approached the room, took a deep breath, and a hint of lewdness appeared on his face, worthy of being a beautiful woman. The room carries an aroma. Hearing that this young man was Sun Shankai, the fear in Yumechi's heart lessened a bit. Auntie Chen told me about it, but it's not like I'm looking for a boyfriend right now. I don't think we have to get to know each other. Yumechi made her attitude very clear. What? You despise me? Sun Shankai's face clouded over. Yumechi frowned. It's not a matter of look or not. I don't know you, and I don't want to find a boyfriend right now. Even if you're very good and your family is very rich, what does it have to do with me? Are you an ungrateful person? It's your good fortune that I've taken a fancy to you, and you're still yakking about it. You're sick in the head, aren't you? Sun Shankai said with some impatience. I had thought that you were still a yellow flower girl. Who knew that you were a pair of broken shoes? It's good that I don't dislike you, and you still dislike me? Let me tell you, none of the women that I, Sun Shankai, have set my eyes on have been able to escape me yet. Or you can try. You don't even inquire how the brothers on the road call me. Brother Sun, if you don't know how to behave, do you believe that one phone call from me will make it impossible for you to mix in Hai Chang? Listening to Sun Shankai's threats, Yumechi was trembling with anger. How did she meet an asshole like Sun Shankai? You're a big, bad bully, and you're not allowed to bully. At this time, Yaya stepped forward and took Yumechi's hand, saying earnestly, I will protect you. A warm current surged through Yumechi's heart. Is this the little brat the reason you won't say yes to me? Sun Shankai looked at Yaya and said with a cold smile, then I'll be your daughter's face today and be a cheap dad to her for once. With that, Sun Shankai stepped forward and tried to make a move on Maggie. Yumechi was startled and shouted, somebody, help, go ahead and shout. Who around here doesn't know my Sun Shankai's reputation? No one will save you even if you shout your throat out. Yumechi hurriedly took out her cell phone and wanted to call the police, but Sun Shankai stepped forward and snatched the phone, slamming it hard on the ground. There was a click, and the cell phone screen was instantly in pieces. Sun Shankai laughed fiercely. I advise you that you'd better be sensible. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Yumechi was startled, her large eyes filled with fear, but she still instinctively shielded Yaya behind herself. Sun Shankai, don't be impulsive. Don't do anything you'll regret. Chapter 85. I'm going to call my brothers now. My puppa will be here soon, and he'll beat your bad ass. Yaya said with a confident face as she revealed a small head behind Yumechi. Sun Shankai sneered. Yo, no wonder you won't let me stay longer. It turns out that your old favorite's about to come over. Yumechi was furious. Don't you talk nonsense. What's the matter? Afraid of your old flame's misunderstanding? Whoever it is, I'll make him come in vertically and go out horizontally. Little brat, you admire your dad? I'll let you know today that your dad is simply a loser. My puppa is not a wimp. My puppa is the best. He's a big hero. He'll definitely defeat a bad guy like you. Hyatt was persistent. Really? Big hero. So do you think he can come to your rescue now? Sun Shankai walked towards Yaya. Yaya looked at the hideous Sun Shankai and was a bit scared, so she couldn't help but shout, Poop, save me. Do you think your dad is Ultraman? However, just at that moment, a low and angry voice came from the doorway. You take one more step forward, and you won't blame me for being rude. Standing at the doorway was none other than Wang Chu, who had hurriedly arrived. He had received a location share from teacher Xiaoyu earlier after, but it had quickly disappeared, which caused some concern in Wang Chu's heart. When he hurriedly felt nearby, he heard Yaya's loud cries for help. That scared Wang Chu. Yaya is my heart. If something happens to Yaya, how can I live? So Wang Chu hurriedly rushed over in the direction of the sound. The good news is that the current situation is a bit of a crisis, but my daughter is not in harm's way. Poop. After Yaya saw Wang Chu's arrival, a radiant light instantly appeared in her eyes. Poop is truly a hero. When he called out to him himself, he did appear. Yaya, are you okay? Looking at Yaya pounced over, Wang Chu hurriedly hugged Yaya and somewhat nervously surveyed Yaya. Yaya shook her head. Yaya is fine. It's teacher Xiaoyu who protected Yaya. Poop. This is a big bad guy. Get rid of him and protect teacher Xiaoyu, okay? Sun Changkai was also sizing up Wang Chu at the moment. After seeing Wang Chu, a hint of inferiority complex was revealed in his eyes. This body, this temperament. How can there be such a handsome person in this world? No wonder Yumechi can't see herself, so her ex-husband is so handsome. Damn, a white boy. After the inferiority complex, infinite jealousy welled up in Sun Changkai's heart. Your Maggie Yu's old flame? Sun Changkai snorted coldly. I'm telling you, Yumechi is my person now. If you come over again in the future, be careful, I'll break your legs. Wang Chu frowned. He hadn't even had time to ask who this guy with a face that looked like the scene of a car accident was, and he even opened his mouth first. Teacher Xiaoyu, what's going on? For the sake of being safe, Wang Chu still opened his mouth to Meiji. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yumechi's face. Before she could open her mouth to explain, Yaya spoke up. Poop, this bad guy is harassing Mr. Xiaoyu. Let's get rid of him. Wang Chu looked at Yumechi's face and seemed to understand. This was being harassed by the little rascal. I don't care who you are. Did you just try to hurt my daughter? Wang Chu looked at Sun Changkai and said faintly, if you now sincerely apologize to my daughter and teacher Xiaoyu, if they forgive you, I can consider your previous behavior to be forgiven. Or else, today's matter, it will not end so easily. Sun Changkai couldn't help but laugh out loud as if he had heard some great joke. Let me apologize. Do you know who I am? With that, Sun Changkai stepped forward and tried to grab Wang Chu's collar. Wang Chu's brow furrowed. His left hand held Yu. His right hand struck out lightning fast, knocking off Sun Changkai's hand, then his hand slashed at his elbow, slapping Sun Changkai in passing as he drew back. This set of movements was as graceful as flowing clouds in water. Snap! Sun Changkai was stunned. This little white boy dared to hit himself? It's a bit anticlimactic. Don't you dare hit me, I'll get you killed. Sun Changkai pulled out a spring-loaded knife from his pocket and was about to stab towards Wang Chu's body. Yumechi exclaimed in shock. How could she not expect Sun Changkai to be heartless to such an extent? Wang Chu snorted coldly and flew up, his toe kicking heavily on Sun Changkai's knife-wielding wrist. The spring-loaded knife flew straight out. With that, Wang Chu kicked out and kicked Sun Changkai straight in the chest. With a bang, Sun Changkai's big man of more than 150 pounds was directly kicked down to the doorway by Wang Chu. Sun Changkai grimaced in pain. Okay, don't run if you have the guts. I'll go call my brothers now. Don't run if you have the guts. Wang Chu sneered and said, alright, I'd like to see what kind of people you can call. You wait. Sun Changkai ran away even as he crawled. Yumechi's face carried a hint of worry. Yu's father. You'd better hurry up and take Yu away. I've heard that this Sun Changkai has always been uneducated, and lately it seems that he's been hanging out with some social loafers, and these people of theirs don't know the sky and the earth. Wang Chu glanced at Yumechi. If we leave, what about you? Don't worry about me. I'll go to my relative's house later to stay for a few days. I guess after a few days, they won't pester me anymore if they can't find me, Yumechi said. Wang Chu shook his head and said, no, it's always a hidden danger if this matter isn't resolved. Besides, this is even my way of showing my gratitude for what happened during the day today. Maggie Yu froze for a moment. You mean help bring the buns into kindergarten? It's nothing. If I'm not mistaken, the buns you bought at noon. You bought them for yeah, right? A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Ha! A trace of panic appeared on Yumechi's face. How did you know? What kind of person buys so many buns at once? Even if they like buns again, they won't eat so many at once. Wang Chu let out a light laugh and said, I almost broke my trust with yeah, so you're making up for me, right? This shouldn't be too hard to understand, right? Yumechi's face flushed, then nodded. So, I'll help you solve this matter of Sun Changkai. Count it as my thanks to you. But if Sun Changkai calls in those fox friends of his, Wang Chu thought for a moment. That's also true. My identity is different now. I can't just take a shot at it. But, if he can call someone, can't I call someone? Wang Chu touched his cell phone and dialed a number. What are you doing? Looking for you for something. Chapter 86, I can't wait. 3 girls were waiting for the roasted meat to be served at a night market stall in Haichang. Fair. I heard that you made a great contribution to this arrest mission. I guess this time the bureau can help you retransfer back to the criminal police brigade. Xin Fei deftly pulled her head. I'd like to, but I asked old Ma tonight and he said my punishment hasn't expired yet. Another girl covered her mouth and laughed. Who made you so grumpy? It's not a loss. But, I also heard that there was a handsome man on the mission with you at that time? Xin Fei's mind conjured up Wang Chu's appearance. What a handsome guy. Just a guy with a lot of guts. Xin Fei said full of concern. TSK, 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 then why are you blushing? Are you interested in someone else? That is, this expression of yours? I expressed serious doubts. Oh yes, do you have the contact information of that handsome man? If you don't ask out together, After all, we have carried out the mission together. We can't turn our faces away from people, right? The two best girlfriends egged on. Shinfei was a bit furious. I think you two are just craving for other people's good looks. How come I didn't know before? You guys are such people. It's not too late to know. You have to think of your good sisters even if you're not in a hurry yourself. At this time, Shinfei's cell phone rang. She scanned the phone, then sat up straight, made a shushing motion toward her best girlfriends, and picked up the phone. On the phone, Wang Chu's voice came. What's going on? Got something for you. It's outside. What's the matter with you? Shinfei asked in a calm voice. Oh, there's a couple of punks who want to get me in trouble. So come over here and take care of it for me when you have time. Wang Chu didn't feel embarrassed at all. The corner of Shinfei's mouth twitched. Big brother, please I am now off duty. Besides, I am now only a traffic patrol officer, and not a security police. Look at you. The point is that punks don't care if you work or not. Wang Chu heatedly smiled. Besides, we are not acquaintances. If you do not care about it, then forget it. I'll strike later. There is no light and heavy. Wait, Shinfei said in a hurry. She remembered. Wang Chu's hands are good and terrible. If he really let him do it. After making some news, Haicheng spiritual civilization ambassadors get into a huge fight with a bunch of street punks. With a headline like that, it's definitely going to drive a lot of reporters and media outlets into a collective frenzy. If it really came to that, I didn't know if Wang Chu had any responsibility, but he definitely couldn't escape. Location. I'll be right there. Shinfei's heart sighed slightly. Let's say she paid for the misunderstanding during the day. Hey, who's calling? Why are you looking so bad? Shinfei's two girlfriends asked. Shinfei looked at them with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Didn't you guys want to meet that handsome guy during the day? Now that the handsome guy is in trouble, do you guys want to go and help? The two guys who saw color immediately rolled up their sleeves. Go on. What are you waiting for? It is incumbent upon us, the police, to fight criminals. Done. Wang Chu closed his cell phone and said with a smile. Yumechi breathed a sigh of relief. From the phone call, she could hear that the person Wang Chu was looking for should be a police friend. In that case, as long as we waited for Wang Chu's friends to arrive, everything would be fine. Poopy, I'm hungry. Yaya rubbed her little tummy and said to Wang Chu. Wang Chu glanced at MS. Yumechi, MS, Xiao Yu, can I borrow your kitchen? Yumechi's face still carried a hint of worry. Why don't we go out to eat? You're still worried about Sun Chunkai and his foxy friends? Wang Chu smiled. Maggie, you nodded. Don't worry. I was worried they wouldn't come. Danger has to be nipped in the bud for that to happen. Yumechi was a bit helpless. She didn't know where Wang Chu got his mesmerizing confidence from. If Wang Chu's friend came in advance, it would be okay, but if Wang Chu's friend did not arrive in time, it would be a little dangerous. So the safest option is still to leave as soon as possible. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. But Wang Chu looked confident, which was quite a strange thing. In the end, Yumechi's kitchen was still commandeered by Wang Chu. Yumechi, on the other hand, was outside playing games with Yaya. Don't worry, Mr. Xiaoyu, Papa will definitely protect us. Yaya saw that Yumechi's face still had some worry on it and comforted with a childish voice. Yumechi let out a bitter laugh. She was actually comforted by a 3-year-old girl, but it's so true that this is a father and daughter. So nervous as can be. Okay, since Yaya said so, then the teacher is not afraid of anything. Let's continue playing the game. Wang Chu, who was in the kitchen, listened to Yaya's laughter coming from the living room outside, and a trace of gentleness and smile appeared on his face. If the person who accompanied you outside to play the game was Yun Qingyao, then this picture would really be too perfect. I don't know how Qingyao is doing now. How about a video chat with her tonight? When Wang Chu remembered Yun Qingyao's initiative yesterday, a hint of an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. Yumechi's kitchen didn't have many ingredients, so Wang Chu could only simply make a mushroom and fresh shrimp noodle. When the noodles were brought out, the whole room was filled with the aroma of fresh flavor. Gulp! Yumechi stared straight at the noodles in Wang Chu's hand and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Come on, mister. You, try my handiwork. The soup was rich and fragrant, instantly whetting Yumechi's appetite. She took a small sip of the soup first, her eyes completing a crescent moon. It's really too fresh. Daddy, yeah. Your craftsmanship is really fantastic. My poop, the best cook in the world. Yaya also proudly tilted her little face up. Wang Chu smiled, and suddenly, his ears twitched. It's coming. Is it your friend who came? Yumechi asked in a hurry. Wang Chu shrugged. Hooray! Is that Sun Chengkai has arrived? Yumechi froze. Sun Chengkai had arrived. What a blessing! With a bang, Sun Chengkai barged in with 7 or 8 punks. You're the one who bullied my son brother. What is this flavor? It smells so good. The punk who pushed his way in was halfway through his words when he was caught by the aroma of noodles. It really smells good. I'm hungry. Question, Which takeout did they order this pasta from? Sun Qingsai's face went black. This group of unreliable guys, have they forgotten the purpose of coming over this time? Ahem. Sun Qingsai dryly coughed twice, then pointed at Wang Chu and said, "Little white boy, if you kneel in front of me now and sincerely admit your mistakes, I can consider letting you off the hook. Otherwise, so much nonsense. Come on, do it." Wang Chu moved around. "I can't wait." Chapter 87, We're the Victims. Yumechi was startled as she pulled Wang Chu's hand. "What are you doing?" "Of course it's to clean up these punks," Wang Chu said rightfully. "You? One man, but there are 7 or 8 on the other side." Yumechi said anxiously, "Didn't you already call someone?" "Oh, you mean that friend of mine. I asked her to come over and help me clean up my mess. It's not like I really expected her to." Wang Chu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't worry, I haven't put these little minions in my eyes." Hearing Wang Chu's words, Sun Qingsai and his group were enraged. "Too arrogant. This little white boy is simply too arrogant. Today our brothers have to make him suffer." "That's right, dare to underestimate our brothers? Brothers, show him some color." Sun Qingsai's companions wailed one by one. Wang Chu wiggled his neck. "Are we fighting one-on-one, or a group fight?" Sun Qingsai narrowed his eyes. "Brothers, let's save some time. Go together and clean up this little white boy first." He was still having palpitations over Wang Chu's stance. Wang Chu gave a thumbs up towards Sun Qingsai. "Scum deserves to be scum. There are always crowning reasons. But, I like it. After all, this way I'll be able to clean up after you guys with a clear conscience." "Arrogant," Sun Qingsai snorted coldly. Although he admitted that Wang Chu's stance was indeed somewhat impressive, he firmly believed in the truth that no matter how high the kung fu was, it was still afraid of a chopper. As good as he is, can he take out 8 people at once? Therefore, Sun Qingsai is full of confidence. With a command, Sun Qingsai's companions rushed towards Wang Chu. This living room was already small, and with so many people crammed in at once, it looked even more bloated. Although it was said that the place was small and it was difficult to use one's fists and feet, for these rabble, Wang Chu did not need much skill at all. Bang, bang, bang. There are just too many holes revealed in their offense. Wang Chu simply kicked them all over with a few simple kicks. The eyes of Sun Qingsai on the side were round as if he had seen a monster. How is that possible? 8 people, less than 20 seconds, all lying on the ground. This fighting strength, Sun Qingsai was unheard of before. It's really disappointing. This is just unbearable. Wang Chu sighed and said to the somewhat trembling Sun Qingsai, "You should know that my strength is right. I originally thought that you would find some higher strength to come, but I did not expect." Speaking here, Wang Chu somewhat playfully looked Sun Qingsai up and down. "I said, you wouldn't have failed to tell your brother that I'm actually very powerful, right?" An embarrassed look appeared on Sun Qingsai's face. About that, he didn't really say. After all, Sun Qingsai thought, so what if this Wang Chu was even more powerful? Could he still be a match for the 8 big men? But now, after those men who were originally wailing on the ground heard Wang Chu's words, they all cast angry gazes towards Sun Qingsai. If they had known that this guy was so powerful, how could they have come over to seek their own death? Sun Qingsai's heart had long been shrouded in fear now, and he hadn't even realized that Wang Chu's words had actually planted the seeds of dissociation among them. "Now you're the only one left. I can give you 2 choices. Either I beat you to a dead dog, or you apologize to Miss Xiaoyu and promise that you'll never harass her again, and I'll let you go." Sun Qingsai was surprised. "Just apologize? Nothing else needs to be done? Just apologize?" Wang Chu said playfully. "Of course, you can also choose the first option." "Just in time. I just finished warming up just now. I'm sorry, it's me who was blinded by lard. I will definitely and absolutely not harass you anymore." Sun Qingsai was instead very honorable and said to Meichi, "Please forgive me." Yumechi had long been shocked and didn't know what to say. Originally rushed in so many people, her heart was a little desperate, but she didn't expect Wang Chu to really be like a superhero, knocking down all the bad guys. Now listening to Sun Qingsai's humble apology, she had a feeling of being out of this world. Just now Sun Qingsai was still so arrogant, and now, his face is only fearful and uneasy. "What do you think, Mr. Lesser?" Wang Chu asked. "If you don't forgive him, I'll help you clean him up properly again." Sun Qingsai anxious, "Teacher you. Sorry, you adults have a large amount. Never with me general knowledge. If you are not relieved, you hit me, or I beat myself." With that, Sun Qingsai slapped his face twice. All right, you go." Yumechi took a deep breath and said, "Just don't harass my life from now on." Definitely, I definitely won't," Sun Qingsai said with the assurance of a grandson. Yumechi glanced at Wang Chu, "Then let them go. I don't want to see them either." Wang Chu slowly nodded. At this time, the belated Qin Fei came in with someone. "Don't move, we're the police." But after walking in, Qin Fei froze. There were people lying all over the place in this tiny room. Obviously, Wang Chu still made a move. Police, arrest him, he injured our people. He's a thug. After Sun Chengkai saw the police, he immediately pounced on them. You guys have to protect me. A hint of helplessness appeared on Qin Fei's face. This guy is obviously Wang Chu mouth punk. This is in the end experienced what Wang Chu even scared people like this? Wang Chu, what are you up to? Didn't you say to wait for us to handle it? A hint of helplessness appeared on Qin Fei's face. Wang Chu spread his hands and said, I can't do anything about it. Who made you guys come too late? But it's just as well that you guys came. I'll leave this closing work to you. Sun Chengsai's heart jumped. Officer, you can't listen to his side of the story. We're the victims. Qin Fei glanced at Sun Chengkai without any good humor. You are the victims? Sun Chengkai, right? If our investigation is not wrong, you have connections with the loyalty hall in this city, right? Sun Chengsai's heart jumped. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you'll find out soon enough. Take them all. Soon, the police took Sun Chengkai and all the other accomplices away. Wang Chu looked at Qin Fei. Do you need me to go over and cooperate to make a statement? That's natural. The process that should be followed must still be followed. Qin Fei glanced at Wang Chu. But let's call it a day today. You have time to go over and make a statement tomorrow. We won't bother you. Wang Chu blinked. He always felt that there seemed to be something wrong in Qin Fei's words. When they closed the line, Wang Chu then reacted. This chick couldn't have misunderstood something, right? Chapter 88, Theme Song. Sun Chengkai was taken away and the farce came to an end. And when they came out, Sun Chengsai's companions would surely be displeased with Sun Chengkai. Together with his own fighting strength of 1 against 8. In time, it also discouraged them from continuing to come and harass Yumechi. Yeah dad, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. Yumechi's eyes carried a sense of relief after the robbery. Wang Chu smiled. You are a very kind girl. Naturally you deserve to be treated gently by this world. If you hadn't taken the initiative to tell me that you wanted to take care of Yeye for a while, I wouldn't have been able to help you. This one drink, one pack, has its own destiny. Let's go home and say goodbye to Mr. Xiao Yu. Yeye took Wang Chu's hand and waved her hand with Yumechi. Teacher Xiao Yu, goodbye. Looking at Wang Chu's figure as he pulled Yeye into the night, a touch of tenderness appeared in Yumechi's eyes. I really want to know, what kind of girl can be worthy of Wang Chu? Yeye's mom is really mysterious. Back at the table, smelling the fresh-smelling noodles, Yumechi slapped her face. Wake up, people already have children. Just don't think so much. Let's eat. Poopy, my surface was great today, and I got a little red flour. Poopy, the crystal buns you made today were really delicious. The kids in our class love them and some of them want to eat them tomorrow. Wang Chu said with a smile as he drove. Oh, Yeye promised? Then tomorrow, Papa will continue to make it for you. No, Poopy, Hyatt didn't say yes. Oh, why? Because it's hard for Poopy to cook. From now on you only need to cook for Mama and me. Then why did you agree to the children's request yesterday? That's because I want everyone to know that my poop is the best poop in the world. Yeye proudly said. I'm not a child without a Poopy. My Poopy is a superhero. Wang Chu's heart trembled, and he didn't know why, but his nose soured when he heard these words. Yeah, Papa will never leave you again, ever. Hey, Poopy, how was Mama yesterday? Didn't you go to see Mama? Yeye suddenly asked. Can I video chat with Mama tonight? Wang Chu took a deep breath. Mama is fine. When we finish eating and studying at night, we'll chat with Mama, okay? Yes, soon. Yeye's silver bell-like laughter overflowed throughout the carriage, and at the moment, on the set, Yun Qingyao, however, felt like she was in an unprecedentedly good state. Despite a hard day of filming, she still felt as if she had boundless energy after the shoot was over. It seems that since I woke up this morning, I have felt as light as a swallow. Is this the power of love? As soon as Yun Qingyao remembered that yesterday, Wang Chu had gone out of his way and traveled for more than 5 hours under the stars to come to her city. Her heart felt as if it had been filled with sweetness like honey. Qingyao, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. When it was time to wrap up, Director Chen came over and said. Yun Qingyao blinked. Director Chen, is it because I didn't shoot well during the day? No, you're in fantastic shape today. It's already greatly accelerated the shooting schedule. I'm not looking for you because of the shooting, but about the theme song. Yun Qingyao nodded. She had long heard that the theme song for this drama had not been finalized until now, and it seemed that Director Chen was also worried about this matter. But Director Chen left himself behind at this time. Did he want to let himself mobilize his own connections? But Director Chen is originally a very famous director in the industry. If his connections are not working, there is nothing he can do. When he was done packing, Director Chen once again found Yun Qingyao. Qingyao, I've read the theme song you wrote for our drama. It's simply fantastic. Yun Qingyao looked at Director Chen's excited face and her entire body was confused. Director Chen, wait a moment, I wrote the theme song? Are you mistaken? When did I write the theme song? Yun Qingyao asked in a hurry. Director Chen laughed. Qingyao, your manager has already given me the song you wrote. Why are you still being modest? Yun Qingyao was dumbfounded. When did she write a song? Is it possible that you still have the habit of sleepwalking to write songs? I'm looking for you because I want you to take the time to record a small sample, so that we're more able to visualize the charm of this song. After your demo is recorded, I'll give it to Mr. Lu for a listen, and if there's no problem, we'll settle on this as the theme song for this drama. Yun Qingyao's face revealed a difficult look. This, Qingyao, I know, you already have a heavy filming schedule, but this song really fits our drama. On behalf of the entire crew, I would like to thank you for being able to write such a great song even in your busy schedule. The shock on Yun Qingyao's face hadn't disappeared until Director Chen left. She felt as if she had traveled. When did you write a song yourself? Or did Sister Chen give it to Director Chen? No, this matter, I have to ask Sister Chen what's going on. Speak of the devil. Sister Chen walked over. Qingyao, just now I received an endorsement renewal invitation from Meta. Your endorsement is about to expire. Yun Qingyao pulled Sister Chen back. Let's leave the endorsements aside for now. Tell me first, what's going on with the theme song? A smile appeared on Sister Chen's face. What's wrong? You still feel embarrassed? If you've written it, why are you hiding it? Yun Qingyao was on the verge of tears. What do you mean I write them all? Where did you get the theme song for Director Chen? When you were discharged from the hospital this morning, when I packed up your belongings, I saw the sheet music you put on the table, and that's when I showed it to Director Chen. The sheet music sitting on the table? Yun Qingyao was a bit amused. It was hard to believe that this tune had fallen from the sky. Suddenly, Yun Qingyao's face revealed a thoughtful look. She remembered that before going to bed, Wang Chu seemed to say something about having a thought process. Could it be that that song was written by Wang Chu? How is this possible? Sister Chen, can you return the draft to me first? Yun Qingyao decided to take a look at what kind of song that could be greatly appreciated by Director Chen was first. Over here. Sister Chen took out the draft paper from her bag. Seeing the familiar handwriting on it, Yun Qingyao knew that it was definitely from Wang Chu's handwriting, because she had seen Wang Chu's handwriting during the registration. By the time she read the whole song, her whole body felt bad. This is written by Wang Chu? How can it be? We both. Poor who is the singer? Regarding her own strength, Yun Qingyao was still very self-aware and relatively confident, but after watching this song, she directly closed herself off, because the song, both the tune and the lyrics, are not something you can write on your own. Chapter 89, Cooperation? And at this moment, Wang Chu didn't even know that Yun Qingyao had made such a big mess like that. He was staring blankly at the patch of vegetable garden in the garden with Hyatt, because at the moment the vegetable garden has changed drastically. Yesterday Wang Chu just planted the seed, and now, it is already fruitful. And the vegetables in this garden are very different from ordinary vegetables. Half a man's height of vegetable stems as a small tree, and it is full of all kinds of vegetables, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, peppers. There are a lot of vegetables that need to be shelved, but these vegetables don't need to be shelved at all and are so attractive that it's like they come with filter effects. The entire courtyard is filled with the fresh scent of various vegetables. This is too amazing. In just one day's time, it has already blossomed? Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He picked a cucumber, bright green, fragrant, and even with a small yellow flower at the top. Click a bite and the juice of the cucumber instantly fills your mouth with a refreshing flavor with a hint of sweetness from the melon. And after swallowing the juice of this cucumber, the whole body felt a little bit lighter. This is too good to eat. Wang Chu was shocked, then ate the rest of the cucumber in 3 tries. Baba, Yaya wants to eat too. Looking at the way Wang Chu was eating sweetly, the challah from the corner of Yaya's mouth also flowed down. Wang Chu smiled faintly and picked off a cucumber, handing it to Yaya. Yaya couldn't wait to take a bite, and then her entire little face showed a satisfied look. Poop, this cucumber is so delicious. I've never eaten such a delicious cucumber before. Yaya's little mouth was propped up in a bulging, somewhat slurred manner. Tasty can only eat one first. I'm going to go and cook for you to eat. We'll eat later, okay? Hyatt nodded. The whole villa was shocked about the garden vegetables sprouting, blossoming and bearing fruit in one day. A lot of people thought, this is the ant is playing magic, right? Otherwise, how could the vegetables have grown so big in one day? I've seen this vegetable go from bloom to fruit in an hour. You guys, do you think our ant could have magic? I've never seen anything like this before. Auntie, as Wang Chu was preparing to show off his skills in the kitchen, Auntie Wang came over with some concern. Auntie Wang, what's going on? You don't look a bit well. Are you not feeling well? Wang Chu asked with some concern. Do you want to take a rest? Thanks for your concern, Auntie. My health is fine. I do have something I want to talk to you about. Auntie Wang, please. Auntie, the vegetables are growing a bit fast in the garden clearing you started yesterday. Aunt Wang said. This one day's time to germinate and blossom and bear fruit, which makes many people in the family feel very shocked, and even some of them are fearful. A hint of a bitter smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. It's natural that everyone's shock or fear is understandable when something like this happens in a day's time in this vegetable garden. Auntie Wang, these seeds were given to me by a friend of mine from abroad. They are the latest vegetable seeds developed, and it's because of the seeds that they are so divine. Saying that, Wang Chu pulled out some seeds and handed them to Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang might as well give it a try as well, but this needs special spring water for watering to grow faster. So that's how it is. Auntie Wang's face revealed a look of relief. Then everyone will be relieved. Please forgive me for disturbing you, Auntie. Wang Chu smiled. No harm done. Although this matter was quickly resolved, a hint of alarm still rose in Wang Chu's heart. Things produced by the system are never extraordinary. It's bound to attract all sorts of attention, so you can be more careful yourself in the future. However, this vegetable grows so fast, it should be the magical mountain spring water working. But, does this mountain spring water have the same effect on other plants? The mountain spring water of this artifact can slightly improve the constitution of human beings. Since this is the case, it can be used to similarly improve the constitution of plants, right? In that case, wouldn't it be possible to use the mountain spring water to cultivate some rare plants? Thinking of this, Wang Chu's eyes lit up. Wouldn't it be a fortune if we could cultivate endangered plants such as lightleaf fern and jade dragon fern on a large scale? But after thinking about Yun Qingyao's wealth, Wang Chu still extinguished this thought. My daughter-in-law is already so rich, why should I still struggle? Isn't it good to be a good baby daddy? Besides, those endangered plants were all protected by the state, so even if he wanted to cultivate them, he couldn't reach them. Not to mention, privately cultivating protected plants, which is against the law. As a law-abiding good citizen, he can't do such illegal and disorderly things. Thinking about it, it's better to just be a baby daddy. As for this magical mountain spring water, it's better to use it to cultivate new types of vegetables, so that you can eat healthy, is its biggest role in coming to this world. Soon the meal was ready. This time, Wang Chu used vegetables from the garden to make a meal that tasted even better. After all, the top ingredients came with the kind of flavor that couldn't be replaced with seasonings. Yaya was probably really hungry and she ate without a care in the world. Poop, this vegetable soup is really good. I want another sip. Poopy, these spinach balls are so good. Can I have another one? Poop, can I bring vegetable soup to school tomorrow? Originally, Wang Chu was still a little worried that Yaya was a picky eater, but now it seemed that these system-cultivated vegetables had perfectly solved this problem. After dinner, Yaya ran out to play while Elder Yun found Wang Chu. Grandpa, what did you want to see me about? Wang Chu poured a cup of tea for Elder Yun with a hint of doubt on his face. It was because Elder Yun's face carried a hint of hesitation. Wang Chu, I heard that you have a friend abroad who gave you these vegetable seeds that can grow fast, right? Wang Chu's heart was startled. Could it be that the old man could not see any mistakes? Wang Chu gave a dry laugh. Yes, Grandpa. What's wrong? Are you worried that there's something wrong with the vegetables? I promise. Elder Yun interrupted Wang Chu. I'm not suspecting that there's anything wrong with this vegetable. Since the other party is able to cultivate such a miraculous vegetable, it also means that the other party should have a very strong biogenetic modification technology in their hands. I would like to see the Muyun group engage in a cooperation with them. What do you think? Cooperation? Wang Chu was shocked. Chapter 90. Grandpa, I don't quite understand what you mean by this, Wang Chu asked cautiously. The ones he told Auntie Wang before were nothing more than fabricated lies in order to put everyone's mind at ease. How come Elder Yun recalled working with the other party? Where is this coming from? Here's the thing. Elder Yun took a sip of tea and said lightly. Wang Chu, as you know, our Muyun group is in the pharmaceutical industry, and in this industry, the most important part is the medicinal herbs. As the top pharmaceutical group in the country, our Muyun group also has a lot of herb cultivation bases, but there hasn't been much progress in the cultivation of some rare herbs. So, Wang Chu understood that when Master Yun saw that within a day, the vegetables in the garden had not only sprouted and blossomed, but they were also new varieties of vegetables. He realized that the seeds had definitely been carefully cultivated. So the organization that can cultivate such seeds must have strong genetic modification technology, so it wants to cooperate with the other party to start the cultivation of rare medicinal herbs. It had to be said that although Elder Yun had retired to the second line, this vision and insight was not something that ordinary people could match. But Elder Yun is destined to be disappointed. Wang Chu really doesn't have such a friend. Moreover, Wang Chu didn't know whether the root cause of such a change in the vegetables was the seeds or the mountain spring water, so he didn't dare to admit it without authorization. In case Grandpa Yun pursues the matter about cultivation, Then how can one answer? Wouldn't that be a total leak? Grandpa, this matter is a little difficult. Wang Chu's face feigned a difficult look. I haven't been in contact with that friend for a long time. Elder Yun glanced at Wang Chu and said calmly, "Oh right, Wang Chu regarding the matter between you and Chang Yao, I have already spoken to the imperial capital Yun family today." Instantly, Wang Chu shivered and a dry smile appeared on his face. "Grandpa, you've already said it?" Yun old master nodded. "Yes, I yesterday is not already introduced to the public. You are my granddaughter-in-law well. This thing and cannot hide. So rather than let them find the door, it is better for me to take the initiative to tell them today." Wang Chu asked somewhat cautiously. "That, grandfather, you told my old husband?" "Well, that's right. He happened to be in imperial capital to discuss cooperation matters with the 3 major domestic medicinal herb merchants, and didn't have the time to come over, but he said that within a week, he will definitely come over." Wang Chu swallowed his saliva. "Then my old husband's attitude. Wang Chu this Qingyao is our entire Yun family's precious pearl. You said you 4 years ago inexplicably let our baby pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, and a walk away, for years without a trace." "Grandpa, I have a bitter reason for this." Wang Chu's face revealed a trace of bitterness. "You should be clear about it." "Yes? What's the use of me being clear? The key is that my son has been a violent temper since he was a child, and I remember him saying that if he catches the brat who got Qingyao pregnant, he'll be sure to pack him hard." Wang Chu's heart sank. It seems that this old husband, Ofi's own, has a deep enough grudge against himself. This old father-in-law sees son-in-law. Originally is the more look the more bad eyes. This time plus he let Yun Qingyao unmarried first pregnancy. It's a wonder this father-in-law can spare himself. "Grandpa, you have to help me." Wang Chu's face held a hint of a pleading gaze. Master Yun stroked his beard. "This matter actually to solve, it is not difficult. Grandpa express." Wang Chu immediately walked behind Elder Yun and massaged him like a licking dog. "As long as you are able to show him your ability and value, and help him solve his pressing problems, I'm sure he'll think you're capable of bringing happiness to Qingyao." Wang Chu's movement stopped. This spared such a big turn. So it was waiting here. "Grandpa, do you mean that? As long as I can facilitate my friend's cooperation with the Muyun Group and can help the Muyun Group solve the problem of rare medicinal herbs, I'll have a great possibility of conquering my old husband? The children are teachable." Wang Chu gritted his teeth. "Grandpa, don't worry, leave everything to me." Although Wang Chu made a promise to Elder Yun, but Wang Chu's heart was not at all bottom. Now he must confirm one thing is, the magical mountain spring water, in the end there is no effect to promote the growth of plants, can help rare medicinal herbs to increase the chances of success. Only when this issue was confirmed could Wang Chu have a bottom line. In that case, Wang Chu felt out a bottle of mountain spring water and carefully walked into the garden. There were a lot of greenery and flowers in the garden, and when the people around him weren't paying attention, Wang Chu poured the mountain spring water into a few pots of flowers and plants. Whether it works or not depends on what happens tomorrow. And this time Wang Chu's cell phone suddenly rang, startling Wang Chu. When he opened his cell phone, it was a video call from Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu hurriedly returned to the villa and connected to the video. "Why are you picking up the video so late?" In the video, Yun Qingyao was wearing a light pajamas that outlined her perfect figure. Wang Chu couldn't help but see his heart beating faster. I was just doing something and was a little uncomfortable answering the video. Not too handy for picking up video?" Looking at Wang Chu, who was somewhat out of breath, his face carried a hint of scarlet. In an instant, Yun Qingyao seemed to understand something. "But, this shameless guy, to do that kind of thing by himself at home, is that what a man does?" Yun Qingyao's heart gave a dark cry, but her mind also couldn't help but conjure up Wang Chu's fit body, and she also felt her body heat up a little. "Is he poisoned by Wang Chu?" Yun Qingyao took a deep breath and suppressed the heat in her heart. "Wang Chu, I have something to ask you." Wang Chu nodded. "As it happens, I also have something to tell you, so you go ahead." Yun Qingyao considered for a long time, but still decided to ask Wang Chu in person. "That song, did he really write it?" That's why she couldn't wait to wash up and send a video to Wang Chu after she finished eating. "Did you write a song in my hospital room yesterday?" Yun Qingyao asked, pretending to make light of the situation. Wang Chu slapped his head. "Right, I almost forgot. After I finished writing at night, I saw that you were asleep, so I didn't bother you, and in the morning I was in a hurry to cook for you, so I just forgot to tell you about it." Yun Qingyao froze. That song, was it really written by Wang Chu? A sense of frustration surged into Yun Qingyao's heart. Wang Chu was interested. "You saw the song. What do you think?" Yun Qingyao cleared her throat. "It's okay, but you didn't write a song title. What is your song called?" Wang Chu smiled faintly. Jingzhong returns to the country. Chapter 91, the scene of social death. "Jingzhong Jintian?" Yun Qingyao muttered as an inexplicable emotion surged into her heart. "What's wrong?" Is there something wrong? Wang Chu saw that Yun Xingyao's mood was a little off and asked with some nervousness. It can't be that there's something wrong with the song. It shouldn't be. I have full points in the songwriting and lyric skill. And Wang Chu was confident in the song. Yun Xingyao was a singer. Even though she sang pop songs, she must be able to see the extraordinary nature of this song. Can you sing a little? Yun Xingyao hesitated and asked. She had tried humming a few lines herself in her room, realizing that she could never quite get a feel for the essence of the song. Wang Chu nodded, cleared his throat, and began to sing in a clear voice. Wolf smoke rises, the river and mountains look north. Originally, Wang Chu's voice was good, and with the addition of heavenly melody, once he opened his voice, a thick and powerful singing voice rang out. Wang Chu's expression was very serious and his voice was very penetrating, even without the accompaniment of any musical instruments. Yun Xingyao could immediately feel the kind of earth-shattering power that this kind of song brought. Listening to Wang Chu's song, the military life of General Qin Hongyu kept coming back to her mind. In the era of shattered mountains and rivers and the rise of wolves and smoke, in the crisis of the nation and the fall of the country, she took the responsibility of the whole country with the shoulders of a woman of cloth and a weak woman to carry the responsibility of the country and the countryside. Decades of military career, countless times of iron and steel. She tore off the damask silk, put on the steel battlesuit, unloaded the rouge and powder, let the wind and frost in the original delicate skin, carved the vicissitudes of life and roughness. When Wang Chu finished singing, he looked at Yun Xingyao in surprise, his expression a little nervous. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? You're crying. I'm crying? Yun Xingyao subconsciously touched her face and realized that without knowing when, she was already in tears. As if in the song just now, she understood the choice of General Qin back then, and also saw the devastation of the land of the 9 states. I'm fine. Yun Xingyao wiped her eyes and looked at Wang Chu with an adoring gaze. She realized that she seemed to have found a treasure boy, and this songwriting and composing skill was already completely inferior to the big names in the industry. What's more, the song was done in one night. Since Wang Chu is capable of this, is it possible for me to hand over my future albums to Wang Chu? Suddenly, this thought surfaced in Yun Xingyao's mind, and the more I think about it, the more feasible it seems. Anyway, Wang Chu has the strength to do this, and the fat water does not flow into the outsider's field. Wang Chu, do you know how much trouble you've caused me with this song? Yun Xingyao said with a petulant tone. Wang Chu was a bit puzzled. Bringing you trouble? How can that be? Yun Xingyao snorted coldly before telling Wang Chu about today's events. I'm still confused when you say that you've written such a good song that Sister Chen and Director Chen have taken it as my work. So that's how it is. Wang Chu lost his voice and laughed. Treating it as yours is yours. Isn't mine yours? That won't do. I can't write a song like that. And it's your work. I won't allow anyone to take it away from you. Not even myself. I won't. Yun Xingyao said insistently. There was a hint of tenderness in Wang Chu's eyes. Then what do you say? Tell you what, Director Chen asked me to come up with a demo, so I'll leave this task to you. And, to make it up to me, you have to help me write the song. Alright, I promise you everything. Wang Chu said. Do you have any more requests? I certainly have requirements. You can only write songs for me alone in the future. You are not allowed to write songs for other people. Do you hear me? Yun Xingyao said with a hint of a petulant tone. Originally, Yun Xingyao thought that Wang Chu would be able to answer with his mouth full, but he never expected that Wang Chu would hesitate. Daughter-in-law, I may not have the means to grant you this request. Wang Chu hesitated and said, can I write a song for another person besides you? Instantly, a dangerous light flashed across Yun Xingyao's eyes. Oh, you want to write songs for someone else besides me? Wang Chu nodded. Yes, must write? From what I've seen so far, it's a must write. Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, you're not going to tell me that person is a girl, are you? Wang Chu's face revealed a look of great astonishment. Daughter-in-law is so powerful. You guessed all this? Pretty and cute? That's a must. Wang Chu nodded. In my heart, she is an angel in this world. Yun Xingyao was unhappy. The words I am very unhappy written all over her face. This Wang Chu was really bold and fat. How dare he say in front of himself that he was writing songs for other women? Does he think the old lady's knife isn't fast anymore? Or does he think he's good again? Other women are angels? Other women are pretty and cute? What about me? What am I? Looking at Wang Chu's complacent and unaware appearance, Yun Xingyao couldn't wait to fly over right now, ruthlessly tugging on his ears and asking him if he was blind. In this world, is there a prettier and cuter girl than me? Yun Xingyao? Not at all. Okay. Oh, do I know that girl? When will you introduce me to her? Yun Xingyao pretended to be unconcerned and said, well, your friend, as my wife, I also need to get to know them, don't I? A stunned expression appeared on Wang Chu's face. You recognize it? Are you telling the truth? Yun Xingyao nodded. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Wang Chu looked at Yun Xingyao in the camera. and a hint of realization appeared on his face. Daughter-in-law, honestly, were you jealous just now? No, how could I be jealous? Yun Qingyao immediately shook her head and waved her hands, denying it under her breath. What a classic refusal trifecta. Really? Then it seems I was wrong about you. Well then, I'll call her in now so you can get acquainted. Looking at Yun Qingyao's stiff upper lip, Wang Chu's heart inexplicably felt a burst of amusement. With that, Wang Chu laughed, and Yun Qingyao was dumbfounded. Call in? That means the girl is at her house? Is this Wang Chu so arrogant? How dare he call a woman into his home? Is there still no regard for yourself as mistress of the house? No offense. No offense. Maybe she's Wang Chu's cousin or something. I'm going to stay classy. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath, a coldness flashing through her eyes. I would like to see who that woman is that Wang Chu is talking about. Soon, Wang Chu walked in holding Yaya. Yeah. Mama said she wanted to get to know you. Yu Yu's eyes widened. Mama, why do you want to get to know you? Don't you recognize me? Yun Qingyao froze. Wang Chu, the woman you said, is Yu Yu? Wang Chu blinked. Yes, don't you think Yaya is very pretty and cute, just like an angel? Yun Qingyao's face turned red with a brush. How could she not expect that the person Wang Chu said was Yaya? Although in retrospect, what Wang Chu said does look like Yu Yu, but Yu Yu is only 3 years old. Yun Qingyao did not even think toward Yu Yu's body. Disgraceful. This is so disgraceful. It's like a social death scene. Chapter 92. Good timing. Yun Qingyao had an urge to strangle the video. Looking at Wang Chu's smirking appearance, she felt as if she was wearing nothing in his eyes. And he must have been laughing at his own jealousy just now. Humph, that must be it. All men are big piggies. However, Yun Qingyao's heart was relieved. To say the least, her worries were redundant. Thinking about it, Wang Chu was able to worry about himself, driving 5 hours at night, rushing to the hospital to see himself. And how could he do something wrong to himself? Wang Chu seemed to have seen Yun Qingyao's embarrassment as well. Daughter-in-law, you talked to Yaya for a while. I still have to write a song for Yaya. We'll talk later, okay? Yun Qingyao immediately waved her hand. You go, I'll just chat with you. Only when Wang Chu left did Yun Qingyao let out a sigh of relief, a relaxed look appearing on her face. Mama, I'll tell you today, Poop is awesome. At Mr. Less Than's house, he defeated several big bad guys. At this time, Yaya flaunted to Yun Qingyao with a proud face. Yun Qingyao froze for a moment. Mr. Xiaoyu, Yu, who is Mr. Xiaoyu? It's the teacher of our class. Yun Qingyao's brows gently furrowed. Are you talking about that very pretty teacher Xiaoyu? Yao. And why were you at Mr. Lesser's house? That familiar dangerous glint in Yun Qingyao's eyes appeared again. On the other side, Wang Chu was not the slightest bit aware that he was really preparing for the citywide kindergarten competition 2 days later. Although it was possible to have Yu sing some of the children's songs that were available now, Wang Chu had learned that there were just too few excellent children's songs nowadays. There were only a few songs that Yu could pick from. With so many kindergartens in the city, there are not 100 but 80 kids competing, so you're bound to run into crashing songs. As the saying goes, it's not scary to bump songs, it's embarrassing to see who sings poorly. Although Wang Chu had ample confidence in Yaya, he was afraid of everything. How embarrassing for Yaya in case a very talented little baby who sings chooses the same song as Yaya. As a qualified baby daddy, even though this possibility was only 1 in 10,000, Wang Chu would not allow such a thing to happen. So the safest way was for Wang Chu to create a song specifically for Yaya. What's a good song to create though? Wang Chu was in deep thought. It's best to have both children's fun and some healthy positive meaning to it. If we're talking about a parent-child combo, there you have it. You can sing it like this. It was as if there were countless melodies flowing in Wang Chu's mind, and his eyes lit up before he buried his head and memorized the melodies in his mind. After waiting for half an hour, a hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. It's a song that he loves, but it still needs to be sung by a family of 3 if you want it to be perfect. There is certainly no problem with himself. But Yun Qingyao, thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Yun Qingyao was a big star. How could she participate in Yu's singing competition? If this was known by the media that Yun Qingyao actually had a 3-year-old daughter, it would be a huge earthquake in the entertainment industry. Wang Chu sighed slightly before putting the song away. Poop. Yaya held her cell phone and pushed the door open. Mama has something to say to you. Yaya is sleepy. I'm going to bed. Wang Chu hurriedly said. After I finish talking to your mama, I'll give you a bath first, and then we'll sleep. Taking the cell phone, a serious expression appeared on Yun Qingyao's face in the screen. Wang Chu, I have something to tell you. After chatting with Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu gave Yu another bath. During the bath, Yaya was like a little loach, tossing and turning in the bathroom. Soap bubbles flew everywhere, and a helpless smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. If you don't take a bath honestly, then I will have to. The atmosphere is quiet. Wang Chu then said slowly, I'm about to take out my secret weapon. Saying that, he pulled out a water gun from the side and shot it towards Ye. Ye giggled. Baba, I want it too. I want it too. Wang Chu smoothly handed one to Ye, and then this father and daughter started a water gun battle in the large bathroom. This bath, it took an hour. In the end Yu was really sleepy, which led to a truce and flameout, allowing Wang Chu to clean her up. Poop, don't forget you promised me something. Ye was lying on Wang Chu's shoulder, her eyelids drooping, so sleepy that she could barely open her eyes. Wang Chu said with a smile while blowing Ye's hair. What is it? You can tie my hair tomorrow. The movements in Wang Chu's hands stopped, and a look of horror appeared on his face. I can't believe he completely forgot about it. It is now almost 10 o'clock, and there are only 8 hours left before Yu gets up. Tomorrow. Misery. How could I have forgotten about this? Wang Chu took a deep breath, and by this time, Ye had already fallen asleep. After placing Ye carefully on the bed, Wang Chu's face revealed a grave expression. Must learn the mechanics of tying hair in 8 hours. That's right. I still have one more free draw chance today. System, draw. Wang Chu suddenly thought that he hadn't drawn today's raffle yet. Systematic raffle in progress. Congratulations, you've won a package of magical fertilizer. Wang Chu looked at the small bag of fertilizer in his hand, and the man was stunned. I want the skill of tying my hair not fertilizer Besides, what use is this fertilizer to me? Miraculous fertilizer contains a very powerful life source power that can promote the growth and development of any plant. Each packet sells for 10 points of pleasure value. Note, this fertilizer is amazing. Please dilute it with the magical mountain spring water and use it. Do not eat it, otherwise it will have a very embarrassing effect. Wang Chu blinked. Being able to promote the growth and development of any plant, doesn't this mean that it can be used to cultivate rare medicinal herbs? Wang Chu was still a little worried about whether the mountain spring water has any use for the cherished medicinal herbs, but he did not expect himself to prescribe this fertilizer, which will completely solve his concerns. Well done for coming. Amazing fertilizer. After Wang Chu read the introduction, a delighted look appeared on his face, but soon the smile disappeared and sadness mounted the face again. The skills you need to tie your own hair haven't been turned on yet. Should we continue with the raffle, or think of something else? Wang Chu's brows furrowed. Then a smile appeared on his face. A living person can still be suffocated by urine? Chapter 93. Do I need to bring you 2 bottles of sleeping pills? Soon, Wang Chu found Auntie Wang. What, Auntie, you want to learn the mechanics of tying your hair? When Aunt Wang heard Wang Chu's plea, her entire body was stunned. Yes, Auntie Wang, I promised Ye that I would tie her hair tomorrow, but I don't know anything right now, and this would be a dereliction of duty on my part if I let Ye down. Wang Chu's face carried a hint of a pleasing smile. Auntie Wang, you tied all of Ye's hair before. Why don't you pass on some hair tying skills to me? How about it? Auntie Wang's face showed a hint of a smile. Good, since Auntie wants to learn, I'll teach an Auntie, but there's no special skill in tying hair. The most important thing is that practice makes perfect. Auntie, wait a little less. I'll teach you live. After saying that, Aunt Wang turned around and left, bringing over 3 maids from the villa shortly afterward. Every maid had long hair and white skin. Wow, Auntie is so handsome up close. Yes, Miss and Auntie are exactly a match made in heaven. Have you guys noticed? Auntie's skin is really good. It's like you can pinch out water. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. You guys are too loud, Auntie Wang said without a trace of anger. Don't go too far, you little ninnies. I found you here so that you can be your aunt's models, so that she can learn how to tie her hair. Then Auntie Wang turned her head to Wang Chu. Auntie, Miss is very kind to everyone, so everyone may not have much distance towards Auntie possibly. Wang Chu smiled. It's fine, Auntie Wang. It's quite nice for everyone to be able to talk and laugh this way. Auntie is really so gentle. My heart is melting from my aunt's smile. I want a model for my aunt. Wang Chu also didn't know if it was because of his perfect body, but he realized that these little maids inside the villa seemed to be quite enthusiastic about themselves. I have to hold it. I mustn't do anything to apologize to Qing Yao. Wang Chu secretly gave himself a wake-up call. One of you model for me. I'm going to teach my aunt to tie her hair. Listening to Auntie Wang's words, the 3 little beauties one by one excused themselves from each other. Haven't you always wanted Auntie Wang to tie her hair? Go ahead. I have good hair and am more suitable for my aunt to practice on, so it's better for you to go. Don't look at me. You too. Well, I'll be Aunt Wang's model. The last girl sat in front of Auntie Wang with a resigned face. Aunt Wang's face showed a speechless look. What are these little nieces thinking in their heads? The aunt is very nice, handsome, soft-spoken, easy-going, and a good cook. But, is a good man like that something they can miss? That's because Miss is not here. Otherwise, how can they still be so arrogant? Ahem, Auntie, watch this. I'll show you how it's done. Wang Chu learned very carefully. Auntie Wang's movements were gentle and very dexterous, and she soon pulled a beautiful pill head on that maid's head. Wow! Awesome! Wang Chu clapped his hands. Auntie, you try it too, Auntie Wang said encouragingly. Wang Chu nodded and began to start on the first maid's head. Although there was Auntie Wang's encouragement on the side, in less than 2 minutes, the maid's voice came out as she forced herself to endure the pain. Auntie, can you be a little gentler? Ting Ting is hurting. 10 minutes later, the two maids looked at themselves in the mirror with some tears and laughter. The originally silky hair was already as disheveled as a bird's nest. What is more critical is that this bird's nest has no way to unravel for a moment. Wang Chu's face was also a bit unsettled. Ahem, that. I so think I really don't have a talent for this. I'm sorry. The two maids looked at each other. Although the ant is clumsy, it is inexplicably very cute. Auntie Wang's face also showed a hint of helplessness. The win she taught Wang Chu was the simplest pillhead, and she didn't expect Wang Chu to be unable to even learn this. Is it true that your aunt doesn't have any talent in this area? Auntie, why don't I tie little Mrs. hair tomorrow? After hesitating for a moment, Auntie Wang opened her mouth. A hint of depression appeared on Wang Chu's face. No, I promised yeah, I must do it. Aunt Wang, it's already so late. You just go rest first. I'll just practice by myself. When Aunt Wang saw how insistent Wang Chu was, she glanced at the three maids. Which one of you is willing to accompany Auntie to do her hair? The three maids took a step backwards in unison. Although it was a pleasure to be able to spend a little more time with my aunt, my hair was more valuable. Wang Chu touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. Just a moment ago, she was all about modeling for your aunt. Why did she defect so quickly? Is this a woman? Reality. Auntie Wang, no need. I'll just go online and find a video to learn. Oh yeah, I see Qingyao's dressing room has a lot of wigs. I'll just practice on the model, Wang Chu said in a hurry. Not to mention that these girls weren't willing. Even if they were, Wang Chu wouldn't dare to be in the same room with them in the middle of the night. Avoiding suspicion, understand? Alright then, Auntie Wang instructed before she left. Auntie, if you really can't learn, I'll tie little Miss hair tomorrow, Wang Chu said seriously. I will definitely be able to learn. Don't worry, it's late at night and people are quiet. Wang Chu was still fighting a couple of wigs. At this time, his cell phone rang. A quick look at the time. It was already after 10. Who could it be calling? Could it be Qingyao's? Hurriedly, he reached for his cell phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. Wang Chu frowned slightly before picking up the phone. Hello, who is it? Wang Chu, it's me. The woman's voice on the phone had a slight hint of drunkenness to it, as if she had been drinking. Wang Chu frowned. Who does this person belong to? Calling someone in the middle of the night and using such an ambiguous tone. Fortunately, Qingyao is not at home. If Qingyao is around, this is their own jump into the Yellow River cannot wash it. Who are you? Do I know you? Wang Chu said without a good mood. Can't you even hear my voice now? I'm Xiaoyun. I know, this is all my fault. Lin Xiaoyun's voice appeared a touch choked. Wang Chu, can I see you now? Wang Chu's face revealed a cold smile. This late night is not too good. In case that rich second-generation fiancé of yours knows about it, how can you still marry into the rich family? He's not a person, he's a... On the phone, Lin Xiaoyun's emotions are a bit agitated. I only now recognize him as a person. I regret it. I really regret it. I now can't sleep every day. I've been thinking, if time can be rewound then. So, does this have anything to do with me? Wang Chu had a cold expression on his face. You're not just preparing to tell me this, are you? I just tried to kill myself. But suddenly I thought of you. So, can we meet now? Wang Chu paused for a moment. Where are you now? If I go over, need to bring you 2 bottles of sleeping pills? Chapter 94, Acting. In the end, Wang Chu went over to the address Lin Xiaoyun had mentioned. He didn't really go to deliver the sleeping pills. Just, if Lin Xiaoyun really wants to commit suicide, in case the police, after investigation, found that her last call was to herself, then wouldn't he have a mouth to speak? After all, he is a celebrity now. Always have to pay attention to their image problems, is not it? What's more, Wang Chu was also curious as to what the impotent brother had done to make Lin Xiaoyun so disappointed and angry that he even went so far as to look for his predecessor. Ahem. To put it bluntly, Wang Chu wanted to see Lin Xiaoyun's current state of regret. Yesterday you treated me with love. Today I'll make you climb high. Wang Chu is a commoner. Naturally want to personally go to see Lin Xiaoyun's current, miserable situation. After all, the more unhappy the other person lived, the more comforting it was to his heart. It wasn't that Wang Chu's heart was unhealthy. It was really that the damage Lin Xiaoyun had done to Wang Chu in the beginning was just too great. And because of Yang Wei's reasons, Haicheng many companies have politely rejected Wang Chu's resume, which makes Wang Chu under the compulsion, far away from the foreign country. Although it is said that now Wang Chu is living a happy life. Family happiness. There is a wife. There is a lovely daughter. Soft rice eat bar incense. But what happened back then? Wang Chu wasn't so generous to forget. The address Lin Xiaoyun gave Wang Chu was a barbecue stand. This barbecue stall, Wang Chu was really too familiar with it, because back when they were students, Wang Chu had often brought Lin Xiaoyun to eat. After all, at that time, Wang Chu was still a poor student and didn't have much money on him. Star hotels can't afford it. At best they go to KFC or roadside stalls, and this cost-effective barbecue stall is where they frequent. Wang Chu came to the neighborhood and saw Lin Xiaoyun from afar, but he didn't go over at the first moment and instead watched from his car, although it was said that it had been 4 years since graduation. In all fairness, the current Lin Xiaoyun was much more charming and attractive than she had been in college. The youthfulness of her college days disappeared, and now she has a womanly demeanor in her hands and feet. It's true that she's prettier than she was in college, but compared to my daughter-in-law, it's a far cry, not even on the same level. However, the current Lin Xiaoyun was a bit haggard. She still had 2 bottles of beer in front of her, her eyes staring blankly at the barbecue on the table as if she had something on her mind. 10 minutes later, Wang Chu got out of the car and walked towards Lin Xiaoyun. Just as he was about to walk to the barbecue stand, at a table next to Lin Xiaoyun, there were 2 big, bare-chested men with beers sitting next to Lin Xiaoyun. "Beauty, we brothers have been watching you for a long time. Do you have something on your mind? Why are you moping? We brothers accompany you to have a drink?" "That's right, it's no fun to drink alone. We brothers promise to serve you well." Lin Xiaoyun came back to her senses, a hint of panic on her face. "I'm not going to drink with you guys. Go away." One of the big men's face clouded over. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on our brothers? Stinky woman, don't give your face away. The fact that we brothers are drinking with you is because we think highly of you." "That's right, a single woman. This late at night, outside, how dangerous. Let's drink. We brothers send you home. Don't be touched. We always do good deeds without leaving a name." Lin Xiaoyun's face showed a horrified expression. "I am waiting for my boyfriend. He is coming soon. He is very powerful. You guys are not his opponent." "Really? Then we'd like to see how powerful the boyfriend of a beautiful woman is." Lin Xiaoyun first hurriedly turned her head to look around and saw Wang Chu not far away. An excited look appeared on her face. "Wang Chu, I'm here. Brush brush brush." The 2 big men shifted their gazes to Wang Chu's body, but Wang Chu, as if he didn't hear Lin Xiaoyun's words, sat straight down on the table next to him. "Boss, come with a handful of barbecued pork, 2 chicken wings, a serving of oysters, and on some random vegetables and such." After saying that, Wang Chu looked at the scene in front of him with a smile on his face. "Kid, are you this pretty girl's boyfriend?" A big man walked to the front of Wang Chu and said in a cold voice, "Our brothers have a crush on your girlfriend. If you are sensible." Wang Chu interrupted the big man. "I'm just passing through, so go ahead. Just don't disturb my food." "Ah," the big man froze. "Passing through?" After Lin Xiaoyun heard these words, an eager look appeared on her face. "Wang Chu, don't leave me alone. You must save me." Wang Chu spread his hands and said, "I also want to save you, so I'll call Yang Wei now." "Okay, let him send someone to save you?" "Che, no fun. I didn't think you'd abandon your woman. Are you still a man?" When that big man saw that Wang Chu didn't seem to want to care about Lin Xiaoyun's matter, his face showed anger. "He looks like a human being, but I didn't expect him to be such a person. I shucks." With that, a mouthful of thick phlegm was spat at Wang Chu. Wang Chu's body sidestepped, and thick phlegm flew past him. However, there was no anger on Wang Chu's face, but rather a smirking look. "What's wrong? Little punks have a bursting sense of justice too? I've said that I won't bother you guys, so you guys go on." The 2 big men looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know what to do anymore. "What's the matter? You don't know how to play it down if I don't play along?" Wang Chu said indifferently. "Lin Xiaoyun, do you think my IQ has been stuck at 4 years ago? Can't even see this lame acting skill of yours?" Lin Xiaoyun froze for a moment. "Wang Chu, what do you mean? What's wrong? Still addicted to acting?" Wang Chu sneered and said, "I waited in the car for 10 minutes before, and during these 10 minutes, these 2 benevolent brothers have been looking east and west, and their eyes have not been on your body. At all they are looking for me, right? When I appeared, they just happened to flirt with you right in front of me, and according to what you know about me, I should have rushed up and come to the rescue. Unfortunately, I'm not the same person I was 4 years ago, and your calculations are going to come to naught after all." Wang Chu looked at the big man. "You guys go on. I'd like to see what kind of script comes next." A hint of embarrassment appeared on the big man's face. "This isn't right. Is this man the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes? How could he see through their scheme at a glance? How else can we act? We can't really go and flirt with Lin Xiaoyun, can we? It seems that you are indeed not the same person you were 4 years ago, because you are more mature and more charming than 4 years ago." Lin Xiaoyun said softly, "You guys go, let's talk alone." The two big men exhaled as if they were relieved and prepared to leave. But at this time, Wang Chu spoke up. Wait. Chapter 95, I'm now the man you can't have. The two big men's bodies stiffened. Wang Chu said lightly, you just spat on me, didn't you? The big man's cheeks trembled, revealing an embarrassed look. Why is this person like this? Just think of it as dedicating yourself to art. Why are you still rehashing old scores? I'm sorry. The big man immediately apologized. He knew very well that Wang Chu was in existence he could not afford to offend. Do I lack an apology from you? Slap me. Wang Chu said indifferently. I'm not a small-minded person. 10 slaps and you can go. It's considered a small lesson I'm giving you. Lin Xiaoyun's face became a bit ugly as she looked at Wang Chu. Her lips moved, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Although Wang Chu appeared to be taking revenge on this big man, in reality, he was clearly hitting Lin Xiaoyun in the face, clearly dividing the line with Lin Xiaoyun. Lin Xiaoyun wasn't stupid. She also realized Wang Chu's intentions, so her face was a bit ugly. Her initial idea was to let Wang Chu come to a hero to save the beauty, and then they can logically revisit some of the things of the year. And even, once the spring breeze is not impossible. After the once spring breeze, she would secretly record their intimate images and then plead with Wang Chu to spare the young family. If Wang Chu agreed, everything would go smoothly, but if Wang Chu didn't agree, she would use the evidence she had recorded to blackmail Wang Chu. Wang Chu had now become the Yun family's door-to-door son-in-law, and if the Yun family knew that he still had some sort of illicit relationship with his ex-girlfriend, and even cheated on her, the Yun family would definitely not forgive Wang Chu, so at that time, Wang Chu would definitely compromise. This is Lin Xiaoyun all plan, but did not expect. The plan had just begun when it was recognized by Wang Chu and went straight to bankruptcy. And Wang Chu's behavior of insisting that the big man slap himself was an even clearer way of telling Lin Xiaoyun that there was no longer any feelings between them. When the big man saw that Lin Xiaoyun didn't say anything, he gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Wang, just now it was me who did the wrong thing. You are kind enough to forgive me. I'll punish myself. With that, the big man opened his arms left and right, and crisp slaps rang out one after another. Soon the 10 slaps were finished and the big man's face was somewhat swollen. Wang Chu nodded. Still a man. You guys go. The two big men left then. Only Wang Chu and Lin Xiaoyun were left in the entire barbecue stall as well. Tell me, what happened with you and Janeway? Tell me to make me happy? Wang Chu said as he looked at Lin Xiaoyun with a smile. Lin Xiaoyun's face revealed a hint of sadness. Wang Chu, are you really so heartless? Are you really so not hung up on me at all? Saying that, she was about to lean over towards Wang Chu's side. Wang Chu quickly waved his hand and said, Stop, don't come over. Let's keep such a distance is quite good. It's not like we can't hear each other's words. If this is photographed, I can't explain it clearly to my daughter-in-law. Lin Xiaoyun froze, an incredulous look on her face. What has Wang Chu been through these 4 years? Did he go to be a paparazzo? How can you even think of that? Somehow, Lin Xiaoyun's heart was slightly sour, and she wondered what kind of woman the other party was that could make Wang Chu think so much for her, even able to ignore their own charms? I didn't realize you were quite attached to your wife. If you didn't know, you'd think you were a wifey, Lin Xiaoyun said with some acidity. Mentioning Yun Qingyao, a tenderness and guilt flashed through Wang Chu's eyes. Because she is my Wang Chu's wife. Lin Xiaoyun froze. At this moment, the gentleness and undisguised happiness in Wang Chu's body made her feel as if she had returned to 4 years ago. There was a time when the object of such tenderness of Wang Chu was himself. But now, thinking of what Yang Wei had said to herself, Lin Xiaoyun lowered her head and raised her wineglass in a disguised manner, probably drinking rather quickly. Lin Xiaoyun choked on her beer and kept coughing. Wang Chu pointed to the tissue on the table and said, Draw yourself a tissue. Lin Xiaoyun's heart was a little sad. Now you don't even want to get a tissue for me? I say, you called me out in the middle of the night. Why on earth? It can't be that you want me to see if your acting skills have improved lately. When Lin Xiaoyun's coughing subsided a bit, Wang Chu spread his hands and said, If there's nothing important, I'll leave. Wait, Lin Xiaoyun called out to Wang Chu, Can you accompany me for a chat? I'm very bitter in my heart right now, but there are some things that I don't want others to know. So, what's the matter? Think I'm a dumping ground for your negativity? Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. To be honest, I'm not the least bit interested in what's happening to you right now, and you don't have to continue to put on a show in front of me. To be honest, I originally came over here simply because I was curious about just how bad you're having a bad time right now. After all, I feel soothed in my heart when you're having a bad time, but now it seems that you're still interested in performing drama in front of me. So it seems that your mood isn't as bad as you said on the phone. Seriously, I'm quite disappointed. So what the hell? I'm not really interested in what you have to say next. Gone. You do not call me again. In fact, you in my heart, and not so important. You do not make a fool of yourself, whether it is the face value or temperament. whether it is the personality or character. My wife is not you can be compared to it. So, you'd better have some self-awareness. After throwing down these words, Wang Chu stood up and turned in the direction of the car. Lin Xiaoyun looked at Wang Chu dumbfounded. She had been the center of attention since she was a child. Even when she had abandoned Wang Chu in the beginning, there were countless people around her who supported her. After all, church doves don't kiss crows, and how does a Wang Chu from a modest family deserve her own beauty? But now, she had unexpectedly been humiliated by Wang Chu one after another, and the disgust and mockery in his eyes was undisguised. This was hard for Lin Xiaoyun to accept for a moment. Looking at Wang Chu's fading figure, Lin Xiaoyun gritted her teeth and rushed towards Wang Chu. Just as she was about to pounce on Wang Chu's back, Wang Chu lightly dodged to the side. Lin Xiaoyun almost pounced and collapsed to the ground. What are you doing? Wang Chu looked at Lin Xiaoyun with a wary face. You die. I'm the man you can't have now. Lin Xiaoyun bit her lip. Wang Chu, if I say that the man I love most in my life is only you, do you believe me? Wang Chu pondered for a moment, then raised his cell phone. What do you think? I'll think of this sentence of yours if I pass it on to Yang Wei. Chapter 96, The Sun, Unusual. Lin Xiaoyun felt so angry. Is this Wang Chu out of his mind? He secretly turned the recording on, looking at Lin Xiaoyun's exasperated appearance. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Lying to you, am I Wang Chu that kind of person? Lin Xiaoyun took a deep breath. Wang Chu, I said I regret it. I really regret it. I realized that the most regrettable thing in my life is when I chose to break up with you. Wang Chu interrupted Lin Xiaoyun. Coincidence? I am not the same as you. I feel that my most fortunate thing is that I broke up with you in the beginning. Otherwise, I would not have a well-behaved daughter now, and an understanding wife. And all of this is also thanks to you for not marrying in the beginning. I don't care what purpose you are looking for me this time. What I want to tell you is that between us now, there shouldn't be too much entanglement, and I don't want to continue to mention what happened before. So, please don't bother my life anymore in the future. In the meantime, I wish you all an early birth. And that's that. Saying that, Wang Chu once again turned around and left. And this time, Lin Xiaoyun did not choose to continue pouncing on her. After all, she has a face to live up to. Wang Chu, in this world, no one has ever humiliated me as much as you did today. I will definitely return the favor. I swear. Lin Xiaoyun looked at Wang Chu's figure with a look of indignation in her eyes. She could accept that she had dumped Wang Chu, but she definitely couldn't accept that Wang Chu was now living a better life than she was. Originally, she was still thinking of having a dewy marriage with Wang Chu. After all, right now, Wang Chu, whether it was his body or his face value, made Lin Xiaoyun's heart flutter. But, since he did not give himself face, he let him know how horrible it is when a woman is mad. Early the next morning, Wang Chu woke up. He felt as if something was pressed against his stomach, and when he looked down, he didn't expect it to be Yaya. I don't know when last night, Yaya actually ran to the master bedroom and slept next to Wang Chu. Yaya's little face was pink, and her little mouth barred from time to time, as if she had eaten something delicious in her dream. The children's pajamas were already very disheveled, and what had been a soft head of hair had somehow been arched into a cocktail nap. Wang Chu gently scraped Yaya's little nose, but Yaya didn't wake up, but rolled over and continued to huff and puff. He carefully got out of bed and tucked the quilt over Yaya, then got out of bed and went to make breakfast for Yaya. Good morning, Auntie. Good morning, Auntie. Auntie, did you practice yesterday? Walking out of the bedroom, the maids were already working, and after seeing Wang Chu, each of them greeted him with a smile. One of the girls was none other than the one who modeled for Wang Chu yesterday. Wang Chu touched his nose. Almost there. I should be fine. This sentence was said with some weakness. After coming back yesterday, he did practice some more, but in the end it was miserable. Maybe I really don't have a talent for tying my hair. Soon after the meal prepared for Yeye was ready, Wang Chu slipped into the garden. Walking into the garden, you are instantly enveloped by the scent of the flowers inside. What a strong floral scent! Wang Chu came to the pots of flowers and plants that he had secretly sprayed with mountain spring water. It turned out that those plants grew more luxuriantly than in the other pots, and the flowers smelled better. It seems that this mountain spring water does have a certain enhancement on the quality of plants. If it was coupled with the magical fertilizer that he had drawn yesterday, then Wang Chu would be even more certain of cultivating rare medicinal herbs. By the way, today's raffle hasn't been used yet. System, today's free draw. Wang Chu's heart gave a dark voice. Daily system lucky draw in progress. Congratulations, you have been awarded a skill stealing card. Skill stealing card can briefly steal the skills on the other party for their own use. The object being stolen is temporarily unavailable for use. Duration half an hour. Mall price 10 points of pleasure value. Wang Chu looked at the skill stealing card in his hand and his eyes lit up. With this thing, the biggest problem that plagued him was finally solved. Wang Chu hurriedly turned around and returned to the villa. After looking around twice, Wang Chu finally found Auntie Wang. Use skill stealing card on Auntie Wang. Wang Chu's heart gave a dark voice. Ding! Skill stealing card target locked. Wang Guixiang. Wang Guixiang's existing skills: household organization, flower cultivation, embroidery, brewing, hairstyling, women's fighting, firearms shooting. Wang Chu blinked. There seemed to be something mixed in here that wasn't quite right in the picture. Auntie Wang even knows women's fighting and is proficient in firearms shooting? Looking at the gentle Aunt Wang, Wang Chu's heart was somewhat shocked. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Ding! Please select the skill the host wants to steal. Wang Chu did not hesitate to choose the hair finishing. In an instant, countless knowledge and techniques about hairstyling surfaced in Wang Chu's mind, and it was as if these things were engraved in his bones. The duration of the skill stealing card is only half an hour. I have to hurry and find Yaya. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. Then he walked towards the bedroom. Looking at Wang Chu's hurried back, Aunt Wang blinked. What's wrong with Auntie? How to feel very anxious like. Also do not know how he actually practiced yesterday. Really can not if. Eek? Auntie Wang froze for a moment. She felt as if something was missing in her mind. All the hair organization seems to have been forgotten in this moment. What's happening to me? Does that mean I'm entering menopause? A worried look appeared on Auntie Wang's face. Yeah, get up. It's time to eat and go to school. Wang Chu pinched Yaya's little nose. Yaya rose sleepily from her bed, her little mouth agape and her little arms outstretched. Puppy hug. Wang Chu picked Yaya up from the bed and brought her to the restroom. Soon, Wang Chu washed Yaya's face and then was tying her hair. Yaya's hair is not very long, but it is very soft, tough and thick. Because he had stolen Auntie Wang's skills in hair organization, Wang Chu was able to organize Yaya's hair with ease. Soon, a pigtail like a fishing net appeared on Yaya's head, together with the head flower embellishment. Yaya is really as pretty as a little princess. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yaya's eyes went wide. Wow, Puppy is awesome. Listening to Yaya's slightly worshipful voice, Wang Chu instantly felt a strong sense of satisfaction. Ding! You gained 20 pleasure points from Yaya's body. I've earned it back. When Wang Chu brought Yaya downstairs, Aunt Wang saw the fishnet braid on Yaya's head and her entire body was shocked. In this one night's time, Auntie has gotten such a handful. This is horrible as hell. If the pill hair is the bronze segment, then the fishnet braid is already above the gold segment. Thinking of Wang Chu's clumsy appearance yesterday and then looking at today, Auntie Wang's eyes also carried a hint of shock when she looked at Wang Chu. This son, he's extraordinary. Chapter 97, To Be or Not to Be? After breakfast, Wang Chu sent Yaya to school. In front of the school, Yaya dawdled around the entrance. Yeah, what are you waiting for if you don't go into the school? Wang Chu was a bit puzzled. According to the previous pattern, Yaya should be bouncing and running into the kindergarten right now. Poopy, I want to wait by the door for a while. At this time, Yaya's eyes lit up and rubbed up against a little girl. That expression, it was like a proud little princess. Kiki, this is the hair my Puppy braided for me. Did your Puppy braid your hair too? Yaya shook her hair. Look at it. Isn't it pretty? Kiki looked at the beautifully braided hair on Yaya's head with a hint of envy on her face, but she kept her mouth shut and said, it's not pretty at all, and my Puppy braids her hair like that. Oh, Yaya looked at the simple pilled hair on Kiki's head. So can you get your Puppy to braid your hair like that tomorrow too? Sure, Kiki exclaimed. Wang Chu blinked. Why does this little girl look so familiar? Suddenly, Wang Chu's eyes lit up as he remembered. Isn't that the little girl who said her poop could eat? At that time, Yaya had said that Kiki was stealing toys from her. That's why she had deliberately said that to her before. Originally, Wang Chu thought that the conflicts of small children should quickly disappear, but now it seems, Yaya is quite vindictive. No wonder Qing Yao said that there was a little devil living inside Yu's heart. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Chu's face as he patted Yaya's little head. Alright, hurry up and get into the kindergarten. You're going to be late. Under Wang Chu's urging, only then did Yaya reluctantly take one step and 3 turns back towards the kindergarten. Poopy, so can you still tie my hair tomorrow? Wang Chu nodded. Of course, I'll tie Yaya's hair every day. Big deal. Keep pulling wool over Auntie Wang's eyes tomorrow. Anyway, now that I have a skill stealing card, what's this to be afraid of? After sending Yaya into the kindergarten, Wang Chu received a phone call. Hey, Cook, I heard you came back from abroad? You're overdoing it. Why don't you inform me? A bright voice came over the phone. A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Beiji, you still have the nerve to talk about me? I came back last month. I wanted to find you for a drink, but I didn't realize that you were sent out for closed training. What happened? Finished training? The man on the phone laughed loudly. This mother asterisk asterisk's training is finally over. I just returned to Haichang yesterday. Let's get together later. I'll send you the address. I'll see you there. Hanging up the phone, A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. The one on the phone is Wang Chu's childhood friend and best friend, Xu Long. Xu Long was previously called Wang Chu as Chu Zi, which later evolved into Chef. As for Xu Long, because he was a little chubby when he was a child, plus Xu Long harmonized with Piggy Bank, so Wang Chu called him 8 Precepts. It's a term of endearment you can only have between two diehards. Therefore, when the other party called out to his cook, Wang Chu knew that the caller was his own nemesis. However, looking at the location positioning sent to him by his nemesis, Wang Chu's face revealed a crying and laughing expression. A good man has a date? Isn't this one of the most famous entertainment clubs in Haicheng? This Xu Long is really something. Wang Chu hesitated for a moment. He was already married. It was indeed a bit not good to go to such a place. This is in case if some thoughtful people see it, then it cannot be said. The so-called wise man must nip all danger in the bud. Therefore, Wang Chu decisively called back Xu Long's phone, but a sweet system tone came from Xu Long's phone. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call, please dial again later. Holy, talking to someone else on the phone so soon? A trace of helplessness appeared on Wang Chu's face. He thought for a moment and after hanging up the phone, he dialed Lun Chengyao. It rang twice and the phone dialed immediately. What are you doing calling me so early? Yun Qingyao's cool voice rang out from the phone. Of course I miss you, Wang Chu said subconsciously. Bam! A murmur came from inside the phone. Yun Qingyao somewhat blushed and picked up the cell phone that had just fallen off. What are you saying? What if someone else hears it? Ding! Congratulations! You've gained 50 points of Yun Qingyao's pleasure value. Wang Chu blinked. Although it was said that Yun Qingyao's voice on the phone carried a hint of a small pout, but this system tip is a real one. That is to say, Yun Qingyao was not averse to her own sweet words. What's wrong? What's wrong with me wanting my own daughter-in-law? Despite this, Wang Chu's voice was still lowered. Is it convenient to talk on your side? Yun Qingyao's cheeks were scarlet as she whispered. Convenient. There's something. Just say it. Wang Chu weighed the words, carefully said, you also know. I before 4 years is in the foreign country. This is not just back to China soon. I have a hair small and dead friend wanna get together with me. Then you go ahead. There's no need to report this to me, right? A trace of doubt appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Ahem. That place he picked out is a little out of place for me. Yun Qingyao's eyebrows raised. Speak up. Stuttering is not like your style. That. He told me to meet him at Goodman State. Silence. Dead silence. Wang Chu was a little flustered in his heart. He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. What woman would be indifferent when she hears that her husband is going to an entertainment club? Listening to Yun Qingyao's suddenly thickened breathing, Wang Chu seemed to see Yun Qingyao's discolored and unsightly face. Ahem. That. I'm just telling you about this. I haven't promised him I'd go. Wang Chu hurriedly explained. Go? Why don't you go? Yun Qingyao's calm voice came over the phone. If you don't go, your friends will still think that I'm restricting your personal freedom. I don't want to plant a bad influence in your friends' minds before I've even met them. But theirs. So what if it's a leisure club? Yun Qingyao let out a light laugh. I believe in my vision. And I also believe in you. If you really want to do something to apologize to me, it's useless even if I'm chasing you around. What's more, Yun Qingyao, think I won't be worse than anyone else. So you should go. If you don't go, you're looking down on me. Wang Chu was dumbfounded. It's a go or no go. By Yun Qingyao's words, he couldn't make up his mind instead. Chapter 98, The Hilarity of It All. This Wang Chu fellow. Hanging up the phone, Yun Qingyao gritted her teeth and said, let's see how I'll clean you up when I go back tomorrow. However, regarding this matter that Wang Chu had taken the initiative to report, the corner of Yun Qingyao's mouth still pulled out a smile. What a clumsy and lovable guy. In fact, in Yun Qingyao's heart, she wasn't that offended by Wang Chu's visit to the clubhouse, for she knew that while some of the so-called entertainment clubs were pandemonium, there were also many places that were regulated, and even if the environment is filthy, as long as you can hold on to your heart, then the filth of the outside world cannot taint you. What's more, Yun Xiangyao was very confident in herself. As for Wang Chu and Hai Chang, after much hesitation, he still decided to make a trip to Jiaran as a date. The body is not afraid of the shadow. If he himself were to shy away, it would make Yun Xiangyao look down on him. Half an hour later, drove up to Goodman's Got a Date. Good People Have a Date is one of the most famous entertainment clubs in Haicheng. Before Wang Chu was nothing more than a poor student. To this kind of place only heard about, but never really entered. This time he walked into the place with a hint of curiosity in his heart. Greetings, sir. Just as he entered the hall, a woman in a cheongsam walked up with a warm smile on her face, about 1.72 meters in height. Her slender figure was concave and convex under the cheongsam, and her white straight thighs were hidden under the hem of the skirt, which attracted the eyes. This kind of appearance, this kind of temperament of the girl, in the university how to say can also be considered a department floweret. I didn't realize that it was just a welcoming ritual and goodwill. Wang Chu's heart was a little surprised. Do you have a membership card, please? Wang Chu shook his head. Excuse me, sir, we, good people have a date. Are a membership system. If you don't have a membership card, you can't come in and spend money. The beautiful Cheongsam woman had an apologetic smile on her face. May I ask if sir would like to have a membership card with us? Wang Chu was a bit curious. How much does it cost to get a membership card here? Our membership cards here are divided into 5 levels. The lowest level is the Star Card. With a one-time recharge of $1 million, you can become a star member of our club. One level higher is the Monthly Card, which requires a one-time recharge of $5 million. And then there's the Day Card, which requires a one-time recharge of $10 million. The last 2 cards are the Supreme White Card and the Supreme Black Card. These 2 cards are only owned by our boss's honored guests. Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This lowest level membership card cost $1 million? That's too dark. Ahem. That. I was invited. A card? That's never going to happen. Spending your daughter-in-law's money on an entertainment club card? Isn't that a sign of scum? Then please tell us your friend's room number. We need to confirm it. Wang Chu reported the room number. And after confirmation, the Cheongsam woman smiled and nodded. Mr. Wang Chu, upstairs please. Along the way, Wang Chu couldn't help but be staggered in his heart as he looked at the luxurious decoration in the clubhouse. What a paper-thin place. The Cheongsam woman brought Wang Chu to the door of the room and turned around to leave. Wang Chu knocked on the door, then pushed it in. Inside is a luxury KTV, leather sofas, expensive carpets, luxury chandeliers. A man about the same height as Wang Chu saw Wang Chu and a smile appeared on his face. Cook, come over here. Wang Chu gave Zhu Long a blank look, then sat on the sofa next to him. What are you up to? Can't you go out and get together? You have to be here? This is a great place. Zhu Long took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet next to him. Drink? Wang Chu shook his head. What kind of wine do you drink early in the morning? I said, you didn't live here yesterday, right? Looking Zhu Long up and down, the suspicion in Wang Chu's heart became more certain. Zhu Long laughed. It seems that the one who knows me is the cook. Saying that, Zhu Long sat beside Wang Chu. I conducted a month of closed training. I'm almost suffocating into a monk. This is not yesterday returned to Haichang. Shall not come over to relax? With a look of disgust on his face, Wang Chu pulled away from Zhu Long. What a person who forgets his friends when he sees color. Zhu Long squinted at Wang Chu. Seeing color and forgetting friends. It doesn't exist. How about I order one for you later? There's still some time until noon anyway. Wang Chu rolled his eyes. Forget it. I'm a serious person. Zhu Long spat. I just like to see you in this kind of prude. Are a piece of mud in the mud? What do you pretend to be a white lotus flower? Have you forgotten what happened when you were peeking at women's thighs with sunglasses? You're just stuffy. Juran concluded with a summary. Wang Chu said in a bad mood. I've always been a decent person. Okay? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. You're doing well now. I've just inquired about it. The lowest star member of this club needs a one-time recharge of $1 million. Zhu Long lazily said. It's not bad, but this membership card is for the company's hospitality for VIPs, and it can be reimbursed anyway, so I don't use it for nothing. Wang Chu shook his head. Zhu Long grew up to be a bold master. He would never let go of the wool that he could pull. You can be careful. Don't suffer. Don't worry. It's an unspoken rule in the industry now. I've got it covered. Zhu Long said playfully, but these 4 years have not seen. You are much more handsome than before. This foreign water, is it really so nurturing? Wang Chu laughed and scolded Zhu Long a few times. After exchanging pleasantries, the two had found the same atmosphere they had when they were chatting and farting together. Cook, you retreated from the class group at that time. Do you know that yesterday the class president said in the group that he wanted to organize a reunion? Wang Chu's brows frowned. When Lin Xiaoyun broke up with him and switched to Yang Wei's arms, the matter was made a big fuss. Naturally, his affairs became the talk of the class after tea. Quite a few people who were jealous of Wang Chu in their hearts were speaking out in the group. I thought the toad had really eaten the swan's meat, but I didn't realize that the other swan was just playing around. It's really laughable. A poor student, comparable to someone else's rich second generation? I think Lin Xiaoyun made the right choice. Society is very realistic nowadays. Who would accompany you on a bicycle? This man must have self-knowledge. It was because of the cynicism of these people that allowed Wang Chu to see the face of these so-called four-year classmates, and he did not hesitate to exit the class group. Just do it. What does it have to do with me? Wang Chu said indifferently. Zhu Long smiled. But someone specifically mentioned you, saying that Lin Xiaoyun went back and wanted you to attend this reunion as well. Wang Chu's face clouded over. This is really watching the fun. Chapter 99, the disease that makes you sick if you shake hands with strangers. Our bunch of cute classmates are naturally unsuspecting. But brother, You're not still in love with Lin Xiaoyun right now, are you? Zhu Long squinted at Wang Chu. Wang Chu sneered. How is that possible? I told you, my brother is so handsome and dashing now. What's a mere Lin Xiaoyun worth? If I say so, let's go to the reunion in a big way this time. Zhu Long egged on. It's best to find another young, beautiful and graceful girlfriend to ruthlessly slap Lin Xiaoyun's face. But I know you just returned to China. You definitely don't have a girlfriend. Don't worry, I've thought of everything for you. There are a lot of pretty and classy girls in this club. Which one do you fancy? Tell me. I'll fix it for you. Looking at Zhu Long patting his chest with a look of I'm doing this for your own good, Wang Chu rolled his eyes. Forget it, I'm already married. Let's forget about it. Married? Zhu Long was shocked. Brother, why are you so thoughtless? You did not say, back then, that you will never eat the pain of love again, and from now on the sky is more prodigal son? Wang Chu blinked. Did I say that? You said I'd vouch for your honor. Oh, you took the words of your youthful ignorance seriously back then? Wang Chu shrugged his shoulders and a sweet smile appeared on his face. Your sister-in-law is the most gentle and beautiful girl I've ever seen. To be able to marry your sister-in-law is really my Wang Chu's third life's fortune. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhu Long looked at Wang Chu's piggy face and couldn't help but sympathize with this guy who had stepped into the same river twice. Haven't you suffered enough from this love? When will you call out your younger siblings so we can get to know them? Zhu Long's heart had some worries. This Wang Chu got married in less than a month after returning to China? In such a short period of time, he was subdued by that woman. It seems like that woman's Tao is not shallow. As a brother, Zhu Long naturally wanted to watch out for Wang Chu. The nature of her work is very special. When there is time in the future, I will let you meet. But when the time comes, you cannot be shocked on the line, Wang Chu said confidently. Zhu Long sneered. Shocked? Unless Yun Qingyao is my younger sibling. Otherwise, I would be shocked? You like Yun Qingyao? Nonsense. 9 out of 10 men love, and the remaining one is a. Wang Chu laughed. Then you can consider liking someone else. Che, speaking as if Yun Qingyao is my sibling. If your daughter-in-law is really Yun Qingyao, I'll go to Haichun University and run around naked. In the crew, Yun Qingyao went to find Director Chen with the demo that Wang Chu had recorded overnight, but was surprised to find a familiar figure already in Director Chen's room, the festival's soundtrack master, Mr. Chen Kai. Beside Chen Kai, there was also a young man with a brash demeanor. Chen Kai is a famous musician in China, especially good at scoring TV dramas, and he once won the title of the best film musician in China. It's also a resounding figure in the industry. Hello, Mr. Chen. In front of Chen Kai, Yun Qingyao was nothing more than a junior, so Yun Qingyao acted humbly. Hello, Ms. Yun. Although Chen Kai had been famous for a long time, he didn't have the arrogance of his predecessors. For an imposing junior like Yun Qingyao, there must be a strong support of capital behind her. Even if Chen Kai couldn't look at Yun Qingyao, he wouldn't be cold-faced for no reason. The old man in the circle. This eye still has the power. On the contrary, the moment the young man next to Chen Kai saw Yun Qingyao, a color of amazement and infatuation flashed through his eyes. Yun Qingyao's charm was almost irresistible to people of her age. Miss Yun. Hello, I'm Mr. Chen Kai's close disciple, Lin Kun. Nice to meet you. Saying that, Lin Kun extended his hand in front of Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Kun? She hadn't really heard that name before. Of course, these were not important, but rather the fact that Lin Kun had taken the initiative to come up and shake his hand when he did not know him well, which was a rather impolite behavior. As expected, seeing this behavior of Lin Kun, both Director Chen and Chen Kai frowned slightly, ignoring the fact that they didn't say anything. Yun Qingyao glanced at Lin Kun and said indifferently, I'm sorry, I have a disease that makes me nauseous when I shake hands with strangers. Sorry. Lin Kun was dumbfounded. What the hell? A disease that makes you sick if you shake hands with strangers? Is there such a disease in this world? However, very quickly, Lin Kun realized that this was Yun Qingyao's way of rejecting himself. He retracted his hand somewhat sardonically, but a hint of resentment and indignation showed in his eyes. He has already pointed out his identity, the close disciple of Master Chen Kai, and Yun Qingyao even did not give herself any face. This is outrageous. Humph, isn't it just a vase? Still really think of yourself as a character? Lin Kun's heart gave a dark voice. He was Chen Kai's shut-in disciple, and naturally, he was also talented. So he is very disdainful of the popular music nowadays. But it's all just some extravagant music. What kind of music can that be? Although Yun Qingyao is very popular, in Lin Kun's eyes, Yun Qingyao's success is more dependent on her face value. As for the strength of it, it is meh. At least, Yun Qingyao's song, in Lin Kun's eyes, could not reach the Hall of Elegance. Yun Qingyao's refusal, in the eyes of Chen Director, is not something incredible. After all, Yun Xingyao is a female artist who does not even give her face off. How many times had he hinted to Yun Xingyao if he could speculate a CP or spread a scandal or something for the sake of this drama? But all of them were rejected by Yun Xingyao. Therefore, in the face of such rude behavior from Lin Kun, it was understandable for Yun Xingyao to ignore it. Ahem, old Chen are you looking for me this time for something? When Director Chen saw that Lin Kun's face looked a bit unsightly, he quickly changed the subject. How to say that Lin Kun is also Lao Chen's close disciple? The favorite student A hint of helplessness appeared on Elder Chen's face. This disciple of his was good at everything, but his heart was too high, and he didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that he had eaten a soft nail here in Yun Xingyao. Director Chen, I heard that the theme song for our drama has not been finalized yet, right? Chen Kai said slowly. A hint of surprise appeared in Director Chen's eyes as he glanced at Yun Xingyao and then at Chen Kai. It was indeed undecided before. Old Chen, are you trying to manipulate and customize a song for this play of mine? Although he said that he was satisfied with Yun Xingyao's song yesterday, but if Chen Kai personally manipulates the knife, then Chen Director is still looking forward to it. After all, Chen Kai's hands have produced a lot of popular classics but Chen Kai shook his head. Director Chen, the one I want to recommend this time is not myself, but my closed disciple, Lin Kun. Chapter 100, is she worthy? Lim Quan? Chen Director froze for a moment. Although it is said that Lin Kun is Chen Kai's close disciple, but Lin Kun is after all a newcomer in the industry and there is nothing to get out of the work. Chen Director I'm not the king's wife selling melon. Self-promotion. This disciple of mine, although now is still a little tender, but the spirituality of his works has been completely no less than me. And he has also written a theme song specifically for the point of view. Do you want to take a look at it first? A hint of surprise appeared on Director Chen's face. Lin Kun had already written a new song? Looks like he's not moving slowly. Yun Xingyao, who was on the sidelines, watched with cold eyes, and it was already clear to her. This was clearly Chen Kai's attempt to utilize the advantage of the big drama point of view to pave the way for his disciple. If Lin Kun's song could really be chosen as the theme song, then Lin Kun would definitely become the center of attention, which would be very beneficial to Lin Kun's future development. As for whether the song is really written by Lin Kun himself, that only Lin Kun and Chen Kai know. Director Chen is an old. He naturally saw through Chen Kai's thoughts at a glance, but between Chen Kai's position in the circle, he couldn't say anything. Old Chen this is too coincidental. Yesterday Xingyao also wrote a song. I think it's also very suitable. Why don't you take a look for me first? Director Chen said without moving. Oh, Chen Kai glanced at Yun Xingyao with some surprise. Yun Xingyao could actually write songs as well? With a snort. Right at this moment, Lin Kun laughed. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't hold back. Lin Kun feigned some chagrin and said, I just couldn't help myself a bit when I heard that Miss Yun wrote the theme song. Yun Xingyao's brows furrowed. Mr. Lin, is it so funny to you that I write songs? Lin Kun smiled slightly. Miss Yun Xingyao, I admit, you're very hot now, but there are specialties in the art. Those several albums of yours, I've listened to them, and to be honest, they're all just middle-of-the-road works. As for the work you wrote yourself, Ms. Yun, it's just barely a passing grade for me, Lin Kun said arrogantly, with a hint of disdain and provocation in his words. Yun Xingyao took a few deep breaths. Looks like you're confident in your work? It's natural. Lin Kun pulled out a CD. Director Chen, this is the demo I made. You can try it out first. Director Chen was a bit skeptical. Could it be that Lin Kun's song was really suitable for this drama of his? If that's the case, he wouldn't mind having Lin Kun's song as the theme song. But Yun Xingyao's song, just by looking at the lyrics, Director Chen has a feeling of boiling blood, if it can be made into a demo. At this time, Yun Xingyao also took out her cell phone. Coincidentally, that song of mine has also been made into a demo. So which song is more suitable? It's better to let Director Chen judge. Lin Kun let out a light laugh. This woman always does not die until she sees the Yellow River. A vase who sings pop songs and wants to write the theme song of an epic drama. Does she deserve it? Director Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Yun Xingyao's words. Good, good. Let's listen to it now. Let's listen to. First, listen to me first. Lin Kun said, having already put the CD into the CD player. The play button was pressed, and soon there was a stream of atmospheric music coming from the CD player. Chen Director froze for a moment. This feels good. Soon after the intro, a low voice came out. Beacons ignite the 9 states. War drums sound in all directions. You can tell that Lin Kun has done some work on Point Guard, or at least he knows exactly what kind of story it tells. So the song sounds atmospheric as well. Although it gave a great feeling, Director Chen always felt that there was a little bit of flavor missing. Soon the song was over and the room was silent. Lin Kun glanced at Yun Xingyao with a provocative gaze. Yun Xingyao's heart sank. No wonder this guy was so arrogant before. so he had arrogant capital. To be fair, Lin Kun's song was indeed awesome, and at his own level, he could not have written such a song. However, Yun Qingyao was confident in Wang Chu, especially after hearing the version sung by Wang Chu. She knew that although Lin Kun was good, Wang Chu was even better. After all, Wang Chu is the man he has looked at. However, Chen Kai was satisfied with the disciple's piece. Director Chen, what do you think? Director Chen slowly nodded. Not bad, really good. Lin Kun has such skills at such a young age. It's really powerful. No wonder he can be valued by you guys and accepted as a close disciple. If he hadn't seen Yun Qingyao's song yesterday, Director Chen would have almost clapped his hands. But now, his heart has more than a hint of anticipation. Yun Qingyao, now put out your demo and listen to it. Director Chen looked at Yun Qingyao. A hint of disdain skimmed the corners of Lin Kun's mouth. Listening to his own work, this Yun Qingyao will definitely not be among the offerings, or else how humiliating it will be if he is compared to him. Is there any point in continuing this? Lin Kun muttered in a small voice. This muttering was not loud, but it fell clearly on everyone's ears. Both Director Chen and Chen Kai were a bit embarrassed, but Yun Qingyao's face was calm as she pulled out her cell phone. Regarding this song, I'd like to make a clarification to Director Chen first, because I didn't write this song. Yun Qingyao didn't write it? Director Chen froze, and a smile appeared on Lin Kun's face. It seemed like Yun Qingyao wanted to admit defeat. Otherwise, why would she deny her work? This is clearly a case of thinking she's no match for herself, which is why she's making excuses for herself. Since this song wasn't written by Ms. Yun, there's no need for this song to be displayed. Lin Kun said contemptuously. The result should be obvious. Yun Qingyao frowned. This Lin Kun was really small-minded. Although I didn't write this song, there's no problem in dangling this one of yours, Yun Qingyao said nonchalantly. With that, she turned on her cell phone audio. Lin Kun was about to continue mocking for 2 more rounds, but the prelude in Yun Qingyao's cell phone instantly made him shut up. Atmospheric, majestic, tragic, a sense of desolation and the heaviness of history to the face. Soon, Wang Chu's selfsame heavenly voice came out. Wolf smoke rises, the river and mountains look north. The 3 people present couldn't help but wince. This voice, this tune, picture sense instantly appeared in front of their eyes. Director Chen's eyes lit up. This was the feeling he wanted. Atmosphere with sadness, sadness with determination, determination with the horse's leather, a forward ambition to serve the country. Touché, that's the song. Before Wang Chu's song ended, Director Chen's mind had already made up its mind. Chapter 101, The Night Journey in Brocade Clothing. The song finished and an eerie silence fell over the scene. Chen Kai's face was complicated. He was a veteran music master. He was naturally able to clearly know how big a gap there was between his disciple's song and the one Yun Qingyao had taken out. If Lin Kun's song was staged and low, Yun Qingyao's song was a true classic. Old Chen, what do you say? Director Chen looked at Chen Kai with a hint of a smile on his face. Chen Kai took a deep breath. This song, I'm ashamed of myself. Even Chen Kai was ashamed of himself, let alone Lin Kun. However, Lin Kun's face showed a look of indignation. He was about to say something, but was stopped by Chen Kai with a look. One must be self-aware. A loss is a loss. So what can one do if one is tough-talking and does not admit defeat? Ms. Yun, can I take the liberty of asking which master's work this song is? There was a hint of respect in Chen Kai's voice. To be able to write such an atmospheric classic, it must be a big name in the industry. But Chen Kai is really unable to hear which master's style this is. A proud look appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. She wanted to tell everyone that the person who wrote this song was no other than her Yun Qingyao's husband, but she held back in the end. It wasn't that she was thinking about her career, but if she exposed Wang Chu's identity, Ye's identity would definitely be exposed as well. This is detrimental to Ye's future growth. So, she could only hold back the thoughts of wanting to show off in her own mind, but it was a feeling like a brocade night. So hard to bear. Mr. Chen is too kind. This song was written by a good friend of mine. He's not really a master. His age is only a year older than mine. Oh, should be about the same age as Lin Kun. A hint of shame appeared on Lin Kun's face. Isn't it a deliberate attempt to embarrass yourself by dragging yourself in at this time? A hint of shock appeared in Chen Kai's eyes. Oh, I didn't expect the author of this song to be so young. It's truly a fearful young man. I wonder who the author is. Yun Qingyao shook her head and said, I'm sorry, he doesn't like to show his face, and this song was only written because I begged him for the sake of this movie, and repeatedly instructed me not to divulge his personal information. A hint of disappointment appeared on Chen Kai's face, but upon hearing this, Director Chen became anxious. Qingyao, how can our crew contact him here? Yun Qingyao smiled and said, he has already given me full authority to handle this song. Director Chen, you can just talk to me. So the name of the song is Seisho. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 50 points of Yun Qingyao's pleasure value. Wang Chu, who had walked out of the clubhouse hooking up with Zhu Long, suddenly had a system prompt in his head. He froze for a moment. What was this? How did he suddenly receive Yun Qingyao's pleasure value? Did something good happen to her again? So she's moved on to me? Cook, I'm going to make a trip home first. We'll get together again when it's night. Zhu Long hammered Wang Chu's chest. Wang Chu shook his head. No, I have something important to do tonight. What can you be up to? Who is more important than me as a die-hard friend? You're not forgetting your friends when you see color, are you? Zhu Long examined Wang Chu up and down, a hint of playfulness appearing on his face. Asterisk 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 off. Wang Chu said in a bad mood. I still have to accompany my daughter at night. Anyway, you're back to Haichang now. We'll have plenty of time to get together in the future. Let's leave it like this first. Daughter? Zhu Long was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Wang Chu was recently married to that girl? So soon he has a daughter? No. Does it mean that Wang Chu is happy to be a father? This marriage, buy one get one free? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhu Long was shocked. He had never thought that Wang Chu would have fallen to such a level. But before he could continue to pursue the matter, Wang Chu had already waved his hand and separated from Zhu Long. Looking at Wang Chu's distant back, a grave expression appeared on Zhu Long's face. Wang Chu met this woman. Wrist is not simple. My brother is so simple, cannot be cheated by her. I have to find an opportunity to help my brother to put the gate. Seeing Zhu Long, Wang Chu's heart was still very happy. After all, Zhu Long is his own dead friend since childhood. It is not easy to get a confidant in life, so Wang Chu still really cherished Zhu Long. But about the reunion, Wang Chu was not interested at all in his heart. Since the effects of the breakup incident 4 years ago, he hadn't had any good feelings about his fellow students back then. Jealousy, mockery, falling out of favor. Anyway, the things that are not done by human beings, they have done all of them. Which also let Wang Chu really see clearly the face of this group of so-called fellow students. There's no real empathy in this world. There's just watching from the other side of the fence and gloating. Therefore, Wang Chu resolutely withdrew from the class group, and for 4 years, did not have contact with any of his classmates. But that's just it. When it came time to organize a class reunion, they still remembered that they were green in the first place, and even tried to invite both Lin Xiaoyun and themselves over at the same time. There's really no limit to this human evil. But what's the point of thinking about this now? I now have a beautiful and lovely daughter and a stunningly beautiful daughter-in-law. I'm already a winner in life, so why let those bad things affect my mood? Wang Chu shook his head, then drove his car towards the largest medicinal herb market in Haichang. He now had the magical fertilizer in his hands, which, according to the introduction, could cultivate rare medicinal herbs, and before his old husband arrived at Haichang, he had to verify how magical the magical fertilizer really was. Soon, Wang Chu drove to the largest medicinal herb wholesale market in Haichang. The wholesale market for medicinal herbs was crowded with people, and the herb vendors had placed baskets of herbs in front of their stalls. Panax ginseng, angelica, Codenopsis, lily of the valley, red herbs. Wang Chu realized a problem only after turning around inside. All of these medicinal herbs, all of them were handled by the herb dealer. But Wang Chu needed the kind that could still be buried in the earth and salvaged. He can't just take a party piece and bury it in the dirt, can he? What would you like to order? Handsome? Wang Chu walked into one of the largest wholesale herb stores. A fellow came up and said with a smile, our store is a 100-year-old store in Haichang. No matter what kind of herbs you want, we can provide it here, and it's guaranteed to be the real deal, and it's all fair game. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. Then do you have a 100-year-old mountain ginseng here? The fellow's face showed a trace of embarrassed smile. I said, handsome, you are not here to joke. This authentic more than 100 years of old mountain ginseng, that can be encountered but cannot be sought. If I say the store has words, that is certainly a lie to you. But 100 years of old mountain ginseng, although we do not have a store, but we have 50 years of old ginseng store, the same value of a lot of money. Chapter 102 Conflict? Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. This was the biggest store in the entire medicinal herb market, but there was no 100-year-old ginseng. Could it be that this 100-year-old ginseng was so scarce? How much is that 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng? Wang Chu asked. The fellow's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, the 50 years of mountain ginseng in our store, that's of excellent quality. It's the treasure of our store. If you really want it, customer, I can find our store manager to come over now. Wang Chu smiled and shook his head. I'll take a look first. He just wanted to inquire about the market for herbs, and didn't want to actually buy herbs. Besides, if he wanted to buy, he was going to buy herbs that could be cultivated. What was the use of buying these processed herbs? At this time, a dusty man walked in. His face was waxy and his clothes were dirty, and he carried a small medicine basket on his back. Big brother, do you take herbs here? The man asked hesitantly. The store's fellow looked up and down and grunted from his nose. Take it. But we don't take those raggedy goods. Do you have any good goods on hand? Yes, it's absolutely great. The man pulled out a dark brown cloth pocket from the small medicine basket and carefully spread it out. Look, how much is this ginseng worth? The drugstore fellow took a look, shook his head and said, the quality of your ginseng is too poor, and a lot of its whiskers have been broken, and the year is less than 20 years at best. If you really want to sell it, $5,000. I'll take it. What? 5,000? The man's face showed a hint of struggle. This is wild ginseng. This 5,000 is not too little. 5,000 is already quite a lot. Look at this selling style. Look at this reed bowl. Although it is said to be wild ginseng, but the year is not enough, and the ginseng whiskers are damaged when digging. I can offer 5,000 would be good. The man's held the wild ginseng in his death grip, a pleading look on his face. Can you give more? My daughter has a congenital heart disease and desperately needs money for her treatment, so do me a favor and just add a little more. The man begged, his already somewhat hunched frame trembling slightly. The pharmacy fellow waved his hand somewhat impatiently and said, your daughter is sick. What does it have to do with me? We are running a pharmacy, not a charity hall. This mountain ginseng of yours, just 5,000. If you don't sell it, go to another house to see. A look of disappointment crossed the man's face. Wang Chu witnessed it from the side, and a hint of intolerance appeared in his eyes. Just as the man turned around and was about to leave, Wang Chu called out to him, this big brother, wait a moment. How much money is needed for your daughter's treatment? The man said bitterly, it needs $500,000 yet, but I've only scraped together 400,000 now. Poor my daughter. She's only 4 years old now. If the best treatment time is delayed. A look of chagrin and pain passed through the man's eyes as he said this. What a pain it is for a father to be unable to protect his daughter. Somehow, Wang Chu thought of if this kind of thing happened to US body. Just by thinking about it, Wang Chu could not accept it somewhat. Becoming a baby daddy, Wang Chu realized that his heart was softer than before. $100,000. I can give you. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chu said calmly. What? The man froze for a moment and looked at Wang Chu with some disbelief. This brother, what did you say? I said, I can give you $100,000 for this wild ginseng in your hand. Wang Chu said seriously. The simple father was a bit excited and overwhelmed. He said periodically, but, my wild ginseng is not worth so much money. As a medicine picker, he also knew very well that this mountain ginseng of his was not worth so much money. But what will happen to my daughter's condition if I don't take it myself? He has sold all the valuable things in his house, and all the relatives around him have borrowed everything they can. But even with all the stares and taunts, she hasn't saved up enough for her daughter's surgery. So is she really going to watch her daughter miss out on the best time for treatment? If he does not accept the $100,000, where is he going to raise the $100,000? For a moment, he was in a tangle. Wang Chu could see that this man was an honest man. He smiled and patted the man on the shoulder and said, this money isn't given to you for nothing. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a medicine picker, right? The man nodded his head in a hurry. That's good. I need a lot of fresh herbs right now. This $100,000 is equivalent to the deposit I'm giving you. You just need to collect enough herbs for me in the next 2 days. But with $100,000, you can buy a lot of, when you go to the herb growing base. The man said honestly. Wang Chu slapped his head. Yes, he was focusing on the wholesale market for medicinal herbs, but he forgot that there was a medicinal herb planting center on the outskirts of the city. But, Wang Chu said to the man with a smile, I am too lazy to go over now. You give me your bank card number. I will transfer money to you now. If you have other herbs in your hand, you can also give me all of them together. The man gritted his teeth. Okay, I still have a lot of herbs at home. If you don't mind, take a trip with me over there. And if you take a fancy, feel free to take it. Wang Chu smiled. Good. At this time, Wang Chu's cell phone rang. It was Mr. Xiao Yu's call. Hey, Mr. Lesser, what's up? Yaya's father, it's bad. Yaya had a conflict with the other kids at the kindergarten. Maggie Yu's voice came over the phone. Wang Chu's face changed. What? Yaya had a conflict with the other children? What the hell is going on here? Yaya didn't get hurt, right? Yaya is not injured, but now there are some words. If you are free, come over now. There are some things that can't be said clearly over the phone. Wang Chu's face became serious. Okay, I'll go over right now. Hanging up the phone, Wang Chu looked at the man. I'm in a bit of a hurry. So, a look of disappointment crossed the man's face. So, is it convenient for you to make a trip with me? When I'm done with things, I'll go to your house to pick out herbs? A look of surprise appeared on the man's face and he nodded his head in a hurry. Sitting in Wang Chu's car, the man looked very formal. He had never sat in such a high-grade car before. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Wang Chu asked as he drove towards the big windmill kindergarten. Chapter 103, The Shrew. Along the way, through conversation, Wang Chu also knew that this medicine-picking big brother was called Yi Tsang, and was living at the foot of Wild Mang Mountain in Haichang, and that wild ginseng was harvested from within the Wild Mang Mountain. Wang Chu was a bit surprised. Isn't Wild Mang Mountain already a nature reserve? Can things in here still be picked at random? Yi Tsang shook his head. Of course not. But before Wild Mang Mountain was designated as a nature reserve, our family has been making a living by picking medicines for generations. It is only in the last 20 years that we cannot pick medicines. If it is not because of my daughter Nuan's illness, I will not return to my old profession. Wang Chu's heart sighed. For the sake of his daughter, this father had done everything he could. Oh yeah, I just transferred money to you. Check it. It should have arrived right now. It's already in the account. Thank you so much indeed. Yi Tsang's face revealed an excited look. With this $100,000, then my daughter's illness will be saved. And right now, at the windmill nursery, a toe-curling woman is mouthing off to Maggie. I'm telling you, this matter is not over. If you don't give me an explanation in justice, I won't rest easy. Yumechi stepped forward and said, Ziki's mom, this matter, we have to think long and hard about it, and you are misunderstanding this matter. But before she could finish her sentence, Ziki's mom interrupted Yumechi with a wave of her hand. I say mister. You as a teacher can't pull the plug. That little girl beat my son to the point of bleeding. Simply a wild girl. Really someone to raise, no one to teach. At this time, Wang Chu appeared at the door. Ms. Xiao Yu. Hello, what's going on here? Who did Yaya have a conflict with? Yumechi's face was relieved when she saw Wang Chu arrive. The thing is like this. But at this time, Ziki's mother interrupted Yumechi once again. Are you the father of that wild girl? Let me tell you, your daughter injured my son. If you don't give me a statement today, I will definitely not let it go. Wang Chu's brows frowned and ignored the shrew's words, instead asking again, Teacher Xiaoyu, what exactly happened? Although it was true that there was a naughty little devil living in Yaya's heart, Wang Chu believed that Yaya would not clash with other children for no reason. Something must have happened in between. Here's the thing. Yumechi glanced at Ziki's mom without a good look and told her the whole story. In fact, the matter is very simple. Because yesterday Yaya brought crystal bags for all the children. But Lin Ziki didn't come to school yesterday because she was a little sick. After he went to school today, he found everyone talking about the crystal bag that Yaya brought yesterday. He felt slighted. Why not give it to himself? He then found Yaya, who also wanted to eat the crystal buns. But it was rejected by Yu. Because today Wang Chu only prepared Yu's own meal. And there was no crystal bag. Seeing that Yaya didn't give herself a crystal bag to eat, Lin Ziki got a little angry. He went up to grab Yaya's hair and even scratched Yaya painfully. When Yu got angry, she pushed Lin Ziki hard, which pushed Lin Ziki to the ground, knocking some skin on her calf. This was originally just a small thing, and Lin Ziki's wound wasn't too big, so if he dealt with it late, he was going to grow out of it himself. And it was Lin Ziki who started the incident. But what I didn't expect was that Ziki's mom looked like a detonated barrel of dynamite as soon as she walked in the door. It's as if Lin Ziki has suffered some great aggression, and it is necessary to make Yu apologize to Lin Ziki, and make US parents compensate for the medical expenses, moral damage, and apologize in public. While it is true that everyone's child is the baby of their family, this is too much to ask. After listening to Yumechi's account, Wang Chu's brows furrowed. Lin Ziki pulled my daughter's hair? Nonsense. This is nonsense. Ziki's mother said angrily. What hasn't our Ziki eaten? And she still doesn't care to eat your family's broken buns? This is simply ridiculous. Besides, that wild girl from your family injured my son. That's a fact, right? Let me tell you, if you don't apologize, this matter is not over. Wang Chu sighed. What he hated the most was to come into contact with this kind of unreasonable crazy woman. If you reason with her, they'll play tricks on you. You're playing tricks with her. You can't beat her? I think it's better to get the child over here. And by the way, I want to look at the surveillance at that time. Wang Chu said indifferently. If it's really my daughter who's being unreasonable, I'll definitely take my responsibility. But if it's not, I'll also definitely not allow anyone to bully and insult my daughter. And I don't care who you are. If you ever say my daughter is a wild girl again, I'm going to have to break my own rule of not laying hands on women. Wang Chu glanced at Ziki's mom and said calmly, in terms of upbringing, my daughter is more than one step better than you. What's wrong? How dare you hit me? Ziki's mom sneered and said, do you know who I am? If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, I'll make you suffer. Wang Chu sighed. Even if he faced 100 punks, it would be easier than facing such a shrew. Soon, both Yeye and Lin Ziki were called. Poop. After Yeye saw Wang Chu, the original look of worry and fear on her face instantly disappeared, and like a milk swallow she flung herself into Wang Chu's arms. It's okay, there's POA. Wang Chu hugged Ye and whispered in Ye's ear. Hyatt nodded solemnly. Ziki's mama was really too scary. Ye had never seen such a scary guy, just like the old witch in the fairy tale world. When Poop didn't come just now, Ye's heart was scared, but now it's better. No one can hurt Ye with Poopy around. Yeah, what happened with you and Ziki? Did you cause the on in his leg? Ye lowered her head, a little embarrassed. But Lin Ziki was pulling my hair, and I was in pain and told him to stop, but he wouldn't listen. So I pushed him. Ye looked at Wang Chu somewhat cautiously. Poopy wouldn't be mad at himself for this, would he? Nonsense. This wild girl, at a young age, will lie. At a glance it is not a serious family. Snap. Wang Chu backhanded and slapped Ziki's mom's face heavily. She looked at Wang Chu with some disbelief. Wang Chu's face was ugly. I said, if you say one more word about my daughter being a wild girl, I'll be rude to you. I, Wang Chu, am true to my word. Chapter 104 Divorce. Everyone present was stunned. No one had expected Wang Chu to actually make a move against Lin Ziki's mom. Although it was said that Lin Ziki's mom had a bad mouth, but she was a woman after all. How could a man hit a woman with his hands? Ye was a little aggravated at first. She obviously did nothing wrong. Why did Lin Ziki's mom scold her one after another? Although Lin Ziki's leg was said to have scraped a bit of skin, he had also pulled his hair, which also hurt. But now, in order to protect himself, POA had actually hit Lin Ziki's mama, which made Ye's heart burst with a sense of security. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 50 points of Ye pleasure value. As Wang Chu listened to the system beeps coming from his ears, he glanced at Ye with some shock. He was still a little worried that you would not feel scared or something, but he did not expect. Sure enough, Yu has a little devil living inside. When Lin Ziki saw Mama being beaten, a look of horror appeared on his face and his body trembled as he shrank back. Hyatt's poop is really horrible. Originally, in Lin Ziki's mind, Mama was the most terrifying existence. But I didn't think that Ye's poop would dare to hit Mama. Wouldn't he be even more terrifying than Mama? Wang Chu's eyes were sharp and saw the small action of Lin Ziki, and his heart let out a slight sigh. If Yu encounters something similar, she will definitely stand up to protect Mama without hesitation. Lin Ziki's mom covered her face and let out a mournful ghostly cry. How dare you hit me, Yukuza? I'm telling you, you're screwed. Do you know who I am? My husband is from the Haichang Secretariat. I'll have my husband take you in. This matter, it's not over. I'll call my husband to come over. Don't leave if you have the guts. Looking at the spilling woman, Yumechi and the other kindergarten teachers felt very tired. They not only have to coax a group of children who have not grown up, but also have to cope with a group of parents who have not grown up, with all sorts of heartaches that only they themselves may be able to appreciate. Yeah dad, you're too impulsive. When Yumechi saw Lin Ziki's mom walking out to make a phone call, she couldn't help but whisper to Wang Chu, Lin Ziki's family isn't simple, or else his mom wouldn't be so arrogant and domineering, and if you hit her with your hands, this is a serious matter. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Serious? What's so serious about it? She humiliated my daughter over and over again and I only gave her a slap. So when you do the math, she even took advantage. Yumechi cried and laughed. The matter is not so calculated. After all, it is you who first moved your hand. Why don't you hurry to take Ye to leave first? Here there is me. You? Wang Chu looked Yumechi up and down. Are you sure that you, a recently graduated teacher, have the experience to deal with such a shrew? Yumechi took a deep breath. This is not for you to worry about. Anyway, this matter, our kindergarten is also responsible. The big deal is that I keep the fight is not returned. Scolding is not returned. As long as this anger subsides, there should not be any problem. Wang Chu shook his head. You're still underestimating her too much. And, if I don't settle this matter completely, it's hard to guarantee that she won't abet Lin Ziki to bully my daughter in the future. So, I'll just let her call the people, and I'll see if that the sky of this Hai Chang is not surnamed Lin. When Yumechi saw how determined Wang Chu was, she could only sigh and say nothing more. Judging from yesterday's events, Wang Chu's identity should not be that simple either, or else he couldn't just make a phone call and call a bunch of his police friends. Soon after, Lin Ziki's mom walked in with a condescending voice. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so bold, and you're still not running now? Then you won't be able to run later. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Run? Why should I run? It's just as well. I also want to communicate with your husband. Some of the leaky fish from the 9-year compulsory education should not be released, so as not to pull down the quality of the entire Haicheng people. Lin Ziki's mom glared viciously at Wang Chu. Wang Chu didn't continue to ignore her. In less than half an hour, a middle-aged man with glasses walked in. Honey, Lin Ziki's mom's eyes lit up when she saw the middle-aged man, and then a resigned look appeared on her face. Hubby, look, Someone is bullying us mother and father, and I'm getting beaten up here. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Even someone dared to beat his wife in public. Was there any king's law left in this world? Don't worry. I'd like to see who dares to do such an outrageous thing in broad daylight, the middle-aged man said, and then saw Wang Chu, who was holding Ye on the side. Why does this guy look so familiar? It was as if he himself had seen him not so long ago. A doubt flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, but soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and a strong shock appeared in his eyes. It's him! It's him! The middle-aged man, as the secretary of the Haichang Secretariat, naturally had some involvement in the recent government activities. Wasn't the man in front of him the granddaughter-in-law of that Magung group that Chen City had introduced at that time? And the relationship between Sun's secretary and him is also very irreverent. And Sun's secretary is his own top boss. This if let Sun's secret know that his woman offended Wang Chu, his son offended Wang Chu's daughter, then there is still a good day for himself. Hello, Mr. Wang. After the middle-aged man recognized Wang Chu's identity, he understood that he was definitely not Wang Chu's opponent. Instead of getting into a stalemate over a battle of wills, you should immediately bow your head and admit your mistake. In the world of adults, how much is face worth? Profit is what counts. Wang Chu thought that this middle-aged man would do something condescending, but in the end, the moment he saw himself, he actually revealed a fawning smile. This really made Wang Chu a little disappointed, saying that he would let himself be eaten out of hand? That's it? But, you recognize me? Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. The middle-aged man nodded. Mr. Wang, I have a good relationship with Secretary Sun. This matter, I think it's just a misunderstanding. You're a grown-up, don't be general with the. At this point, the woman quit. Lin Feng, who are you calling an inner? Why did I marry such a loser like you? Your wife. I was beaten up. Your son was injured. You don't give us an outlet for our anger. You're still nodding your head like a grandson. Are you still a man? Lin Feng's face was ugly as he whispered. Let's wait until we get home to talk about what's going on. Don't embarrass yourself here. I'm a disgrace. You're the one who's disgraced like this. The woman said angrily. I don't care. If you don't help me deal with this matter today, I won't let it go. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Secretary Lin, how can you sweep the world without sweeping a house? It seems like your wife doesn't want to give you face in front of outsiders. Lin Feng's face was ugly as he glared hatefully at his wife. Before she was a bit arrogant and domineering, he was still able to tolerate it, but what he didn't expect was that she was stupid enough to do so. Enough! Lin Feng angrily scolded. Are you done? The woman looked at him dumbfounded. A little incredulous. You yelled at me? You actually yelled at me? Divorce? I want to divorce you. Chapter 105. When there is a virtuous wife in the family, the husband will not be struck by misfortune. Are you crazy? Lin Feng was a bit incredulous. She's getting a divorce because of what she just said? That's right, divorce. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. The woman gritted her teeth and said, it is considered that I was blind to marry you. You white-eyed wolf. If it wasn't for my father's words, could you have gotten into the secretariat in the first place? I didn't expect you to do this to me now. Lin Feng was a bit tired. When he was indeed a college student from a poor family, it was his third life's fortune to be favored by a city girl. Later, it was also because of the recommendation of his father-in-law that he was able to join the government secretariat. These, he remembered, and so he indulged and doted on his wife. But to his dismay, his wife is because of his favor more and more arrogant and domineering. Once there is a quarrel between husband and wife, the matter hangs on the side of the mouth. It was as if, only with the support of their family, Lin Feng was able to achieve something. Although he said that Lin Feng was very grateful for his father-in-law's family's contribution, but his wife took this out every time they quarreled, and Lin Feng's heart had long since accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction and disappointment, but he never expected that he would just say a heavy word and his wife would already want a divorce. Then what was all the years of forbearance and dedication on his part? I didn't expect that you would want to divorce me over such a trivial matter. A sullen look appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. The woman said coldly, a small matter? Do you think I care about this matter? What I care about is your attitude problem. You can't be considered a man at all. Your performance is really too disappointing to me. Let me tell you, Lin Feng, I left you. I can find another young handsome guy in minutes. You really don't take yourself too seriously. Look at how godly you are now. You even dare to yell loudly in front of me? Then, I promise you, we'll get a divorce and do the paperwork tomorrow. A disappointed look appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. The woman froze for a moment, then randomly blurted out, I knew it. You must have someone on the outside. Otherwise, how could you agree to a divorce so easily? Their family was so noisy that they stunned all those present. The development of things was also completely beyond everyone's expectations. It was originally a matter of 2 children, and in fact, the misunderstanding was cleared up, and there was nothing more to it. But how is it that Lin Ziqi's parents, now, are bickering in public to the point of divorce? Wang Chu blinked. He had originally thought of having a good exchange with this Lin Feng, but now it seemed unnecessary. Looking at this woman's attitude towards her husband, one could tell that she was usually definitely a say-it-all, arrogant and domineering master, which explained why she was able to say such vicious words to Ye. Competing with such a person lowers one's level and quality instead. Besides, he had already slapped the other party, and the anger in Wang Chu's heart had already subsided a lot. At this time, he instead sympathized somewhat with Lin Feng. When there is a good wife in the family, the husband will not be in trouble. Judging from the current situation, if Lin Feng didn't divorce his daughter-in-law, he would sooner or later fall into her hands. The two adults left noisily, but left Lin Ziki in the office. Lin Ziki's big eyes flashed with fear. He didn't know why his mom and dad were arguing again. Looking at her mom and dad's departure, Lin Ziki could only follow behind them step by step, just like an abandoned puppy. Wang Chu slightly sighed. Husband and wife do not get along. The most harmed is the child. Poopy, why are uncle and auntie fighting? They look so scary. Ye asked in a whisper in Wang Chu's ear. Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, that's probably because the two of them didn't love each other. A worried look appeared on Ye's face. Then we'll pop a fight with mama in the future. Wang Chu froze for a moment, then smiled. Of course not, because POA loves mama very much, and POA loves you very much. Really? Then you have to make a promise with me that you'll never fight with mama again, okay? Said Ye, holding up her little finger. Wang Chu solemnly hooked Ye's little finger. Baba swears in front of Ye, in the future I will never fight with mama, I will love mama and Ye. We are the happiest family of three. Poopy, you're so nice. Ye was satisfied, then barred a kiss on Wang Chu's face. Wang Chu smiled and hugged Ye tightly. He also saw Lin Ziki helplessly following behind her parents, the eyes in panic that had nowhere to rest, making Wang Chu's heart very intolerant. His heart also secretly vowed that he would not let Ye taste this kind of pain. At this time, Yumechi walked over with a hint of apology on her face. Ye dad, I'm really sorry that this matter has become this way. Wang Chu shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'm not the kind of person who is unreasonable. A look of gratitude appeared on Yumechi's face. If Wang Chu was the same as Lin Ziki's mother, then she didn't need to be a teacher. Now that this has happened, a lot of children have also been frightened. How about letting you go home first to rest today? Really? It's really great. Ye's eyes instantly lit up. Wang Chu cried and laughed a little. It seemed that Ye wasn't that attached to the kindergarten. Soon after, Wang Chu walked out of the kindergarten with Yu in his arms. Papa, where are you taking me to play? A look of anticipation appeared on Ye's face. Wang Chu smiled. Let's go to the outskirts of the city to play. Shall we? Well, as long as you're with Papa. Ye is happy wherever you go. Ye's little mouth was as sweet as honey. Mr. Wang, this is your daughter, isn't it? She's really beautiful. After walking out, Yi-song was still waiting for himself next to the car, and an envious look flashed in his eyes when he saw the healthy, lively and beautiful Yu. How he wanted his daughter to be able to grow up as healthy and happy as this cute little girl. Hello uncle. In front of outsiders, Ye acted as polite as a little lady. Wang Chu smiled. Get in the car. Let's get to business. Yi-song's home was at the foot of Wild Mang Mountain, a long distance from Haichang. Wang Chu drove for a full hour before arriving at Little Leaf Village where Yi-song was located. Mr. Wang, this is my own family's medicine garden. There are some herbs we transplanted and planted ourselves, but the years aren't very long. So if you have something that looks good to you, take it away. Saying that, Yi-song opened the door of the house. My wife went to the hospital to take care of my daughter. There's no one at home. Come in and have a drink. Wang Chu shook his head. Water? I won't drink it. I'd better take a look at the herbs first. Chapter 106, Ye's Comfort. Wang Chu walked into the medicine nursery. This medicine nursery was not very big, but it was well tended. So it could be seen that Yi-song was a person who was very good at tending to the medicine nursery. After circling around, Wang Chu pointed at a few herbs and said, wrap these up for me and I'll take them away. Yi-song walked over to take a look. A surprised look appeared on his face. Mr. Wang, these are all in bad condition. Poor growth. Here are better ones. Wang Chu insisted. I want one like this. It's of great use. Nonsense. How does he know that the magical fertilizer, if he picks it out in the first place, actually has a big effect? If you are able to grow all of these poorly growing herbs, then naturally the results will be better for those that are growing well. Seeing Wang Chu being so persistent, Yi-song's heart was very touched. He was not a little cutie. He firmly believed that Wang Chu was doing this purely to help himself in order to give himself peace of mind with the $100,000. He deliberately ran over to pick out some herbs that were not in good condition, leaving the ones that were in good condition for himself to sell. Such a heart. Such a character, simply a great kindness. If he had the opportunity in the future, he must properly repay Wang Chu and his benefactor. Yi Song's movements were skillful and he quickly wrapped the herbs that Wang Chu had picked. It contains angelica, wolfsbane, panax ginseng, etc., etc. But of course, none of them are of very good quality. Wang Chu placed all the herbs in the trunk as if they were a treasure. At this time, Yi Song's cell phone rang. He answered his cell phone and his face instantly turned pale when he heard the voice from the phone. Mr. Wang, can I ask you for something? Yi Sang asked with a hint of pleading on his face. Wang Chu gently nodded. What is it? Please speak. Is it not enough to pay for the surgery and have to borrow money? The hospital called just now, saying that my daughter's condition has deteriorated a bit, and asked me to rush over there. But we don't have traffic here, so if you want to take a car to the hospital, you have to go to the town. So can you drop me off in the town? Wang Chu heard and understood. He waved his hand. What are you bothering to say? Get in the car. Yi Song thanked him profusely and got into the car. Wang Chu didn't send Yi Song to the town, but drove directly towards the central hospital. Save a man to the end, send the Buddha to the west. He didn't have much to do anyway, so he could repay God's favor by doing a good deed every day. The atmosphere in the car was a bit gloomy, and Yi Song's weathered face was shrouded in sorrow. He didn't understand what the hospital said on the phone just now. He only knew that his daughter's condition was serious. Poop, why is this uncle so serious? Yaya leaned over and whispered in Wang Chu's ear. Wang Chu explained in a low voice. That's because Uncle Ya's daughter is sick and is now hospitalized. Yaya's little face showed a trace of worry. Hospitalization. Yaya hates hospitalization the most. I really hope that Miss Sister can get well quickly. Then let's go visit Missy in the hospital later. Okay, Wang Chu asked in a small voice. Yaya nodded her head in a hurry. Yes, I want to give Missy a meal made by Pupa. As long as she eats Pupa's meal, she will definitely have the strength to overcome her illness. Saying that, Yaya also patted her small lunchbox and said seriously. Wang Chu smiled. Well then, Pupa has to focus on driving. After saying that, Wang Chu stepped on the gas, and the speed of the car accelerated by a few points. At this time, Yi Song, who had been silent, came back to his senses. Mr. Wang, this is not the road to town. I'll take you straight to the hospital. It's too time consuming to go to town. Besides, I was supposed to go back, so I'll consider it a side trip to send you there. Wang Chu said calmly. Yi Song was very moved and his eyes were a little red. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Don't worry, my poop is very powerful and will definitely be able to heal Missy. Yaya comforted Yi Song like a little adult on the side. The worried look on Yi Song's face also disappeared a lot. Thank you, Yaya. Because of the urgency of the matter, Wang Chu also accelerated the speed of the car. Half an hour's time, Wang Chu and his party had already arrived at the Haicheng City Central Hospital. As soon as they entered the hospital, Yaya's face looked a bit ugly, because she really didn't like the smell of the inside of the hospital. It reminded her of the unhappy experience she had when she got her vaccination. What's wrong? Wang Chu keenly noticed that Yaya's little face was wrinkled. He picked up Yaya and asked softly, Poop, this hospital smells so bad. And, I hate hospitals. Yaya buried her head in Wang Chu's neck. Everyone here is so scary. Wang Chu was silent for a moment and asked, Are you thinking that the doctors in the hospital are scary? Yaya nodded. The last time I had an injection in the hospital, it hurt. Saying that, Yaya's little mouth turned up, and there seemed to be some small grievances in her eyes. At that time, when the injection was given, only Grandma Wang was with her, and Mama went to work, and Papa was not around. At that time, how Yaya wished that Poe Mama could be by her side. Wang Chu naturally didn't know about this, and he said softly, Yeah, it's not right for you to think like this. Yaya raised her head and looked at Wang Chu with some confusion. All of us can get sick, and when we do, it's hard, and that's when we have to rely on our doctors to help us. Think about it, they help us fight viruses, diseases and restore us to health. Are they a lovely bunch of people or a terrible bunch of people? Yaya's eyes showed a trace of thoughtfulness, then slowly said, They are a group of lovely people. Right, then why should we be afraid of these lovely people who help us? Wang Chu smiled and said, On the contrary, not only should we not be afraid of them, we also need to know that it is they who have been protecting us and guarding us, right? Yaya thought for a moment, then nodded. Poop, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hated them. Knowing your mistakes makes you a good boy. Wang Chu stroked Yaya's head, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. But, Yaya hesitated and said, Will you be able to be by my side when I get my next injection? You and Mama are not there. I'm scared. Wang Chu's movements froze, and a look of self-reproach appeared on his face. For 3 years, he himself was missing so much from Yaya's life. Yeah, don't worry, Papa promised you. I'll always be by your side from now on. Wang Chu said softly, with great determination in his eyes. Chapter 107, Sister. Yi Tsung's daughter is called Yi Lanlan, nicknamed Nuan Nuan, now 4 years old, 1 year older than Yu Yu. When Wang Chu and the others felt the ward, Yi Tsung's wife was already walking back and forth anxiously in the corridor. Honey, how's our daughter doing? When Yi Tsung saw his wife, he rushed forward and asked. Yi Tsung's wife is also a very ordinary peasant woman. There is no rouge on her face. There is only the vicissitudes left by life. My daughter just threw up again. Everything she ate this morning. Yi Tsung's wife had a worried look on her face. If it's afternoon like this, how can her body stand it? Just now the doctor also said that if you want to operate as soon as possible, Nui Nui's body must get better as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if she is operated on, it will still be a big risk. When Yi Tsung heard his wife's words, the sadness on his face deepened. But he didn't forget to introduce Wang Chu to his wife. Wife, this is the Wang Chu I told you about before. He's the one who gave us $100,000. Otherwise, Nui Nui's operation fee wouldn't have been able to come together by now. Yi Tsung's wife looked at Wang Chu, then pouted and knelt down. Many thanks to Mr. Wang. Wang Chu rushed forward to help up Yi Tsung's wife. Big sister, you don't want to be like this. I'm making a normal transaction with Big Brother. You're so stressed out. Yi Tsung's wife wiped her tears. Mr. Wang, although we are poor, but we are not stupid. Even if we sold all of our medicine gardens, we wouldn't be able to sell $50,000. This great kindness of yours, we will never forget it. Words are not enough. Words are not enough, Wang Chu said in a hurry. Although it was true that he had gotten the idea of helping Yi Tsang at that time, Wang Chu was not a person who held favors hostage. I think we'd better take a look at Nui Nui first, Wang Chu said. Although Nui Nui was a year older than Yu Yu, because of her long-term illness and malnutrition, she looked rather like Yu Yu's younger sister. She lay in the hospital bed, her pale little face heartbreaking. Mom and Dad. It was only after seeing Yi Tsang and his wife come in that a forced smile appeared on her originally disheveled face. It seemed as if she didn't want her parents to worry about herself. Nui Nui, how do you feel now? Are you hungry? Yi Tsung went forward and held Nui Nui's hand, asking nervously. Daddy, I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat anything right now. Nui Nui's voice was thin and had a breathless feeling. Yi Tsung's eyes carried a hint of heartache. Just now the doctor said you threw up again. Don't worry, Dad has already collected all the money for the operation. When the operation is done, you'll be able to jump around and go to kindergarten just like a normal child. Really? Listening to her father's words, a hint of longing appeared in Nui Nui's eyes. At this time, Nui Nui's attending doctor walked in. Yi Lanlan's family, come over here for a moment. There are a few points about the surgery that I'd like to talk to you about. Yi Tsung and his wife looked at each other, then followed. Wang Chu hesitated for a moment, and originally wanted to follow him as well, but thinking about the fact that he wasn't Yi Lanlan's relative after all, even though he was also worried about Yi Lanlan, he still stayed in the hospital room. Ye plopped down in front of the hospital bed, looking somewhat curiously at Yi Lanlan who was lying on the hospital bed. Poop said that this sister was older than herself, but this was clearly not as old as she was. So was Poop lying to herself? Yi Lanlan also noticed this Ye, who was about the same age as herself. But looking at Ye's healthy and lively appearance, an envy flashed in Yi Lanlan's eyes. If you were healthy yourself, you wouldn't have to cause Mom and Dad so much trouble. My name is Ye. What's your name? Ye couldn't help but speak first. My name is Yi Lanlan. Yi Lanlan whispered. Can I call you Lanlan then? Ye asked. Yi Lanlan nodded. Lanlan, don't be afraid. You'll get better. Ye said to Yi Lanlan with confidence. Yi Lanlan shook her head. I have a heart condition. I've heard people say that it's very difficult to cure this disease. It will be cured, because my Poop is here, and he's omnipotent, so if he makes a move, you'll be fine. Ding! The mission's superhero in Ye's heart, continued, is released. With your help, let Yi Lanlan regain her health. Mission reward, 100 pleasure value, 1 wish card. Originally, Wang Chu was sitting on the sidelines watching the two little girls communicate, but this system prompt made him dumbfounded. The system had released the superhero in Ye's heart before. Why did it appear again at this time? Although it is said that this reward is very heartwarming. But, Yi Lanlan has a heart disease. How can one have any way to cure heart disease? Isn't that pushing it? Unless he himself draws some kind of immortal art now. Let Yi Lanlan be healed immediately. But obviously, this is impossible. I said system, what if I can't finish this mission? Will there be a punishment? Wang Chu's mind asked. There will be no penalty for not completing the mission. The system said calmly. That's good. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. But then the superhero in Ye's mind is broken, and she won't be able to worship you for no reason. Hiss. Wang Chu's brows furrowed. This would not do. He had said in front of Yeye that he was going to be Yeye's superhero, so how could he break his image in Yeye's heart? If this Yeye thinks she's not a superhero anymore, does that mean she won't worship me? How's that gonna work? Wang Chu instantly sat up straight. No matter what, he had to accomplish this task. But this task is too hard. Wang Chu sighed and reread the mission. Then a hint of suspicion appeared on his face. With your own help, that means this one doesn't require a full-out effort on your part? Gollum. At this time, a gurgling sound came from Yi Lanlan's stomach. A blush appeared on her originally pale little face. If it was in front of mom and dad, it would be fine, but in front of her eyes, they were strangers. Little girls have faces. Okay, but just now Yi Lanlan had just thrown up. Her stomach was empty, and it was understandable that she was hungry and screaming. Ha, are you hungry? Yeye's eyes lit up. Let's eat something then. Yi Lanlan shook her head. I don't want to eat, but you won't get better if you don't eat. Yeye said earnestly. I can give you the rice that Puppa prepared for me to eat first. My Puppa's cooking is delicious. With that, Yeye recounted it in colorful detail. Said Yi Lanlan couldn't help but swallow several mouthfuls of saliva. But I can't give you food for nothing. I'll give it to you if you call me sister. Yu's eyes twinkled as she said. A difficult look appeared on Yi Lanlan's face. Yeye said, we're good friends now, aren't we? And I'm also older than you, so it's only right for you to call me sister. Yi Lanlan was a little confused, and surprisingly felt that Yeye had a good point. Sister. 108. Authorization fees. Yeye instantly raised her eyebrows and smiled. She patted her small chest. Don't worry, in the future, if there is a mouthful of food for sister, there will definitely be a mouthful of food for you. Follow me, and you are guaranteed to eat fragrant and drink spicy. Wang Chu's face clouded over. What's all this with Which soap opera did Yeye see these messed up lines from? But Yeye was happy, because at home, she was the youngest one. Even when she went out, when she met someone else, she had to call them sister. Now she was finally not the youngest and finally someone was calling her sister. This gave Yeye's heart full satisfaction. Soon, she opened her small lunchbox, which originally contained the meal that Wang Chu had prepared for her at noon. The moment he opened the lunchbox, a tantalizing aroma filled the entire ward. Yi Lanlan smelled the tantalizing aroma of the meal, and a longing look appeared on her small face. Yeye was generous enough to push all the meals in front of Yi Lanlan. You eat? Aren't you going to eat? Yi Lanlan was a little hesitant. Yeye shook her head. I'm not hungry, and you've called me sister, so I naturally have to take care of you. Yi Lanlan started to be a little embarrassed, but she was really a little hungry. Plus this meal was also too fragrant, so she couldn't help but start. Yi Lanlan eats very quietly. It can be seen that there is a good family education, although Yi Tsong is a farmer, but in the cultivation of children above, absolutely spent efforts. After 10 minutes or so, Yi Lanlan burped. She hadn't had such a delicious meal in a long time. With the previous meals, there was always a feeling of rolling nausea in her stomach when she ate them, but today's meal made her feel very comfortable, and her spirit felt much better after she ate it. Just after dinner, the doctor walked in with Yi Tsong's husband and wife. You must pay attention to what I told you before. I've scheduled the surgery for a week from now, but whether or not it goes well depends on this week. The doctor left, but the sadness on Yi Tsong's face didn't diminish in the slightest. Wang Chu was a bit curious. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Hasn't the surgical fee already been gathered? What else is wrong? Yi Tsong sighed. Just now the doctor said to us, now Nui's body is very weak. If the operation now, with her physical quality, it is difficult to survive on the operating table, and even if she survives, the follow-up will also have a lot of problems. So he told us to use this week to get Nui's body back as soon as possible, so that the operation would be more certain. Wang Chu nodded slightly. So that's how it is. But now that Nui is eating and throwing up everything, her body is very weak. So how can she spend a week getting back to her best? Yi Tsong was a bit fretful. Wang Chu patted Yi Tsong's shoulder. Matters of fact, now that the surgical fee has been gathered, let's find a way to enhance Nui's physique next. As the words came out, Wang Chu suddenly froze. Enhance your daughter's physique? He couldn't help but take a quick glance at the system's quest to bring Yi Lanlan back to health with your help. In other words, if he himself could help Yi Lanlan to strengthen his body, then Yi Lanlan would be more certain to survive the surgery, and it would be a great help for his future recovery. Doesn't that mean you've accomplished your mission? To enhance Yi Lanlan's physique. This is really too simple for Wang Chu, right? Let Yi Lanlan drink some magical mountain spring water. Won't that do? But when it comes to improving your physique, I can help a bit, Wang Chu said slowly. When she came out of the hospital, Yeye was still a little bit reluctant to leave. Yeah, what are you thinking about? In the car, Wang Chu couldn't help but ask when he saw Yeye's brows furrowed as if she was contemplating something. Yeye blinked. Poopy, don't you feel sorry for Lanlan? Yes, she's about your age, but to suffer such a thing is indeed pitiful. Wang Chu nodded. Then let's help her, shall we? Ye looked at Wang Chu with a hint of begging. I'm good friends with Lan Lan now. Between good friends, shouldn't we help each other? How do you want Pupa to help her? Wang Chu said with some amusement. Ye thought for a moment and said, then can Pupa cook more meals every day? Lan Lan ate the meals that Pupa made and surprisingly, he didn't throw up. Wang Chu froze for a moment, something that he had not noticed. If Lan Lan can eat meals made by Pupa, he will be able to be in great health and beat the disease soon. Ye information said slowly. Good, since it's what Ye asked for, then POA promises you. Wang Chu nodded. Poopy, you're so nice. You're just a big hero to me. Ding, congratulations, you've gained 10 points of Yu's pleasure value. After returning to the villa from the hospital, Wang Chu started to get busy. He first asked Auntie Wang to find a lot of large and small pots and jars, and then carefully transplanted all kinds of medicinal herbs into the pots. Because of the possible changes caused by the application of the magical fertilizer, Wang Chu had moved all the herbs to his bedroom. It was a good thing that his bedroom was large, or else the dozen or so pots and pans would have filled up the entire bedroom. After moving these herbs in, Wang Chu took out a bag of magical fertilizer and carefully sprinkled it into the soil of these herbs. Whether or not it was as amazing as the system said, Wang Chu would wait to see the results. After lunch, Wang Chu first coaxed Ye to sleep, and just as he was about to take a break, a message from Yun Qingyao came from his cell phone. Your song. I've already licensed it to point guard for you. The licensing fee is 1 million. The money is already on that card I gave you. So hurry up and make the complete song in the next 2 days. Wang Chu blinked. $1 million? 1 million for the license fee alone? This money is too good to earn. No wonder people nowadays are cutting their heads off trying to get into the entertainment industry. However, a sense of satisfaction also flashed through Wang Chu's heart. This million is what he has actually earned. Although he is also relying on the system, this money feels more comfortable to spend. Promise to get the job done. After Wang Chu returned the message to Yun Chengyao, the first time he first transferred $100,000 to his family, the remaining $900,000. Wang Chu wanted to prepare some gifts for Yun Chengyao. After all, from the time they met until now, they had never given Yun Chengyao any decent gifts. Although Yun Chengyao didn't lack anything, as a husband, Wang Chu still felt that he had to prepare himself properly. After all, this represents a part of his heart. Chapter 109, The Little Wise Guy. But what does Chengyao like? Wang Chu fell into deep thought. He does not really know a lot about his wife, and even said that there are not as many fans of Yun Chengyao. After all, it had only been a day since the two of them had actually been in contact, but it was just this one day that they got a license, which is a crazy thing to think back on. It's better to wait for Ye to wake up and ask Ye. She should know what Chengyao likes. An hour or so later, Ye woke up rubbing her sleepy eyes. Poopy, cuddle. Wang Chu washed Ye's face, then asked, Ye, Pupa has something very important to ask you right now. Can you do Pupa a favor? Hearing this, Ye instantly came into the spirit. Poop needs his own help. Doesn't that mean you can help Poop? A feeling of being needed rose from Ye's heart, making her feel very happy. Poopy, you ask, Ye said with her eyes glowing. Do you know what Mama's favorite thing is? Wang Chu asked. What's Mama's favorite? Ye blinked and immediately said, I know. Wang Chu's heart was delighted. You really know? Of course. A proud look appeared on Ye's little face. Mama's favorite, of course, is Ye. The smile on Wang Chu's face froze. What a stinker. However, Wang Chu couldn't refute it. He could only patiently say, then what is Mama's second favorite? Second favorite? This question stumped Ye. She tilted her head to think for a moment and said seriously, Mama's second favorite should be Poop. Ha? Wang Chu froze. Was there anything in between for himself? Because one time Mama said that Poop is her favorite boy but only said it once but said that she likes Yu the most but said it many times. So Mama's favorite is Yu and her second favorite is Poop. Wang Chu's heart moved. Yun Qingyao once said in front of Ye's face that she liked herself the most. A great sense of joy and happiness surged into Wang Chu's heart. Pupa, what are you asking for? Ye asked curiously. Wang Chu withdrew the demented smile on his face. Yeah, POA wants to prepare a gift for Mama, but POA doesn't know what to choose, so he wants to ask you. A gift? Ye's eyes lit up. Baba, you can give Mama chocolate. Mama likes chocolate? Wang Chu asked curiously. Because Mama wants to stay in shape, so she can't eat too much, so I can have all the rest, said Ye, a hint of salivation running down the corner of her mouth. Wang Chu covered his head with some headache. You are really a little witty. Come on. It seems that asking Yu is an unreliable thing. After all, Yu is only 3 years old. Moreover, with Yun Qingyao's income and family history, it was a case of having whatever she wanted, right? Looks like I'll have to use other methods. Wang Chu muttered. In the afternoon time, Yu wanted to go out to play, but she was locked up by Wang Chu because they still had an important thing to do. That's for the singing competition tomorrow. Wang Chu had already written the song, and the rest of the time was for Ye to familiarize herself with the song and perform it. But Ye was a small child after all, and after practicing for less than half an hour, a pleading look appeared on her little face. Poopy, can I go outside and play for a little while? Just a little while. Poopy, I want some water. Can you get me to a glass of water? Poopy, I want to go to the bathroom. I can't hold it in much longer. Poop. Looking at the absent-minded Ye, a hint of helplessness appeared on Wang Chu's face. Ye, we're going to perform on stage tomorrow, so we need to prepare well today. Aren't you looking forward to singing on stage too? Ye's little hand played with the corner of her coat, and after a moment she raised her head. Papa, do you think Mama can come to see our performance tomorrow as well? Wang Chu froze for a moment as he squatted in front of Ye. Yeah, do you want Mama to come over and watch your performance? Ye nodded. This is the first time that Papa and I have sung on stage together, and I want to let Mama see it too. As she spoke, Ye's voice lowered. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said seriously, good, as long as Ye sings seriously, I guarantee that I will let Mama arrive at the scene to see you sing. But, if you don't have a good preparation, you won't be able to sing well in front of Mama at that time. I'll be sure to sing well. Hearing Poop's words, Ye's face showed excitement. Poop, let's continue. So you're not drinking water? Suddenly I don't feel thirsty anymore. Not going to the bathroom? It's so weird. Suddenly I don't want to go. Next, Ye did great. Probably inherited Yun Qingyao's talent. Ye's voice was very clear and bright, mixed with the kind of little milky voice unique to little girls in the middle, sounding very comfortable. When Ye got serious behind the scenes, she found that she quickly fell in love with the song that Puppy had written. Watching Ye immerse herself in it, Wang Chu's face also revealed a smile. He wrote this song not only to cope with the competition tomorrow, but also wanted to express his love and expectation for Ye through this song, hoping that Ye could grow up healthy and happy. Another half hour passed, and Ye finally learned all the songs. Only then did Wang Chu let Yu take a break and go out to play. Looking at Ye who was running wildly in the yard, Wang Chu's eyes were filled with tenderness. Auntie Wang. Wang Chu turned his head and found Auntie Wang. I have something I want to ask Auntie Wang. Go ahead, Auntie. Wang Chu hesitated and said, Qingyao has been taken care of by Aunt Wang since she was a child. So does Aunt Wang know what Qingyao's favorite thing is? Aunt Wang gave Wang Chu a somewhat surprised look. Then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Is this what Auntie wants to prepare a gift for Miss? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Wang Chu's face. Yes, I haven't even given Qingyao any decent gifts. I've failed as a husband. Auntie Wang's face showed a look of relief. The fact that Auntie can think of preparing a gift for Miss is enough to prove that he truly loves her. Auntie Wang was sincerely happy for Miss. Auntie, this matter has to need your own heart to find out. But Miss is not the kind of person who focuses on material things. As long as it's a gift from Auntie's heart, she will surely love it. Chapter 110, You Are Not Wang Chu. With heart? Wang Chu rubbed his chin, his mind mulling over what would be a gift from the heart. Right, doesn't Qingyao like Yu a lot? That means she likes children. Why don't I send her another child? Wang Chu hemmed and hawed, a demented smile on his face. When the surrounding maids saw Wang Chu's expression, they all subconsciously dodged away. Auntie's expression just now was really lewd. Yes, the image of Auntie as a handsome and godly man in my mind has disappeared. What do you think is going on in your aunt's head? Needless to say, it must be Miss. When Wang Chu heard the whispers of the maids, this brought him back to his senses. He was a little speechless. How was he obscene? Is it wrong for me to want my own daughter-in-law? But, was the look on his own face just now really obscene? But Wang Chu would never admit it. Soon after dinner, Wang Chu received a mysterious text message. Wang Chu, I know about all those things you did. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. Scam text message? Didn't this scam text say you got a multi-million-dollar bonus and need to provide your card number password or something? How come it's changed to a threat now? Could it be that the previous routine was not working well and now it's time for a routine? It's not easy being a crook these days. Wang Chu sighed. Without advancing with the times, even the crooks would be left behind by the times. However, Wang Chu did not take this text message seriously. After all, he was a frank and honest person. All righteousness, which has what unspeakable things. But soon after, a second text message from the scammer arrived, along with a photo. That's a picture of Wang Chu hooking up with Chu Lung at Good People Have a Date. Do you think you're doing a very secretive job? If I tell the Yin family about you, do you know what the consequences will be? A hint of seriousness appeared on Wang Chu's face. Not only does this person know his name, but he also knows my relationship with the Yun family? And he got a picture of me at Goodman's date? Looks like this guy has had a deep investigation into himself. Or, at this time, the shadow of a person appeared in Wang Chu's mind. You know something? With a hint of teasing at the corner of his mouth, Wang Chu replied to the other party's message. Soon, the message from the other side came right back. I know more than you think. Then what do you want? Wang Chu immediately replied. Although Wang Chu had now guessed the identity of the other party, Wang Chu still wanted to play with him. After all, it wasn't a bad feeling to have someone to talk to on a long night. You're panicking now? If you had known this, why did you bother? Now if the Yun family knows about all the things you've done outside, do you think your status as the Yun family's son-in-law will still be secure? From the other party's reply, Wang Chu was able to sense the other party's gloating. Wang Chu sighed. There was no one else who knew that he was the son-in-law of the Yun family, other than Grandpa Yun, who had brought himself to that town hall meeting. And the person who has had a conflict with himself and crossed paths with that meeting, besides Yang Wei, who else could it be? Therefore, this person, Wang Chu was already 90% sure that he was Yang Wei. Only what Wang Chu was curious about was what Yang Wei really wanted. Name your conditions. Wang Chu quickly replied. Within an hour, go to this address I sent you, and have $1 million ready at the same time. And I have one more condition for when we meet. Wang Chu closed the phone after reading this message. He originally did not want to go. This Yang Wei must be holding some bad water in his stomach. But if you don't go, Wang Chu has an itch in his heart. He is still quite curious. Never mind. I can't sleep now anyway. I'd better play with Janeway. Wang Chu thought for a moment and drove his car out. The address that Yang Wei sent to Wang Chu was a relatively remote shortcut hotel surrounded by a piece of urban village. If not for the fact that Wang Chu was from Haicheng, outsiders would not be able to find this place at all. The front of the Express Hotel was a little dim, the orange-red light giving it a hazy feel. Just when the receptionist was a bit bored, Wang Chu walked in with a mask. Staying, sir? The man nodded. Room 304. This room was the same room number that Yang Wei had sent to Wang Chu. Soon, a room was opened and the man walked in. A smug smile appeared on the face of Yang Wei, who got the news. Wang Chu. Ah, Wang Chu. You can flaunt yourself in front of me just because you've fallen into the lap of the Yun family? You'll always be the dirt dog that can't get on the stage. Janeway dialed a phone. It's ready to go. Knock knock. The man was in his room about to wash up a bit when there was a knock at the door from outside. The moment he opened the door, a woman violently pushed it open and rushed in. And as soon as she came in, she undressed while moving up to rip the man's clothes off. The man was a little panicked. He tried to push the woman away, but it was as if the woman had eaten her weight, and for a moment, she couldn't get rid of it. At this time, footsteps came from outside. Stop, we're the police. We've been reported for improper trading behavior here, so get down and don't move. The man was dumbfounded. What was going on? When the police came in, several people with cameras rushed in as well, snapping away at the half-naked woman and man. The Yun family's granddaughter-in-law, caught stealing food from a wild store. News like this is sure to shock everyone. At this moment, when Yang Wei learned that everything went well, a smug smile appeared on his face. Now it's time to appear in front of Wang Chu. I'm looking forward to what kind of expression he'll have when he sees me. Janeway had been a little impatient. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. It's a conspiracy. A stifled look came over the man's face as he was escorted out. And at this time, Janeway appeared. Ha ha ha, isn't this the Yun family's granddaughter-in-law, Wang Chu? What a surprise. You hugged the Yun family's thigh and even did something like this. When Yang Wei approached, the smug smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by anger and shock. You are not Wang Chu. Who are you and why are you in that room? Yang Wei stepped forward and grabbed the man's collar, roaring angrily. How can this be? Shouldn't it be Wang Chu they're arresting? How come it's a strange man? The man was also aggrieved. Just now there was a man. Gave me $2,000. Let me go to this house to live for a night. Chapter 111, Making an Album. On the far street corner, Wang Chu sat in his car and clearly saw this scene. Sure enough, it is Yang Wei who was behind all this manipulation. It seems that this guy Yang Wei is determined to go against himself. In that case, then I'm not polite. Wang Chu took a deep breath, then stepped on the gas and went home to sleep first. As for Yang Wei, there would be plenty of opportunities to clean him up later. But back at home, Wang Chu was in deep thought. Before first Lin Xiaoyun wanted to use the beauty trick. After failing, Yang Wei then secretly threatened plus planted evidence to frame. What the hell do they want with this family? I don't think I've done anything against them lately myself. Could it be that his own impersonation of Yang Wei is known to Yang Wei? But it's not possible. After thinking about it for half a day, Wang Chu couldn't figure out what it was. Ultimately, it can only be attributed to this pair of dogs. Sick in the head. Forget it, don't want to think about this. There's no need to waste precious energy and time on the two of them. There'll be plenty of chances to play them to death later anyway. A coldness flashed through Wang Chu's eyes. Normally, Wang Chu was a big warm man with a good personality, but Wang Chu knew very well in his heart that his warmth could only be given to those he cared about. and for those who harmed themselves and their loved ones. Wang Chu was absolutely unforgiving. Previously, Wang Chu hadn't particularly wanted to do anything against Yang Wei, but it was different now. Janeway has hit his bottom line because he wants to ruin his current happy life. Therefore, Wang Chu would never let him go. Returning home, Wang Chu first went to Yaya's room and carefully covered the quilt that Yaya had stomped off with, then returned to his bedroom. He glanced at his cell phone. It was 10 o'clock. I haven't had a chance to chat with Yun Qingyao yet this evening. While Wang Chu was hesitating to call Yun Qingyao's video call came through. Wang Chu hurriedly connected. Okay, what bad thing did you do today? How dare you ask me to contact you? Yun Qingyao in the video was wearing light pajamas, her long wet hair loosely draped behind her, showing off her womanly charm and style. Wang Chu swallowed his saliva, which is not true. I've always been honest. An honest man. Oh, then can you explain what you're doing in your bedroom in that outfit? Wang Chu froze for a moment. He hadn't had time to change his clothes after he came back, and his current clothes were still the formal coat he had changed into when he went out. Just went out to see a movie at night. Wang Chu laughed and changed the subject. Oh yeah, I got your message. That song of mine actually sold $1 million? Yun Qingyao smiled. What's $1 million? That's a classic song. The movie Point of View cost a few $100 million. Spending $1 million to be able to find an apt theme song for the movie. The crew is making a lot of money. A good theme song can spice up a movie and even pull in the box office significantly. Naturally, Wang Chu did not know. Oh yeah, you don't mind if I don't reveal your identity, do you? Wang Chu smiled and shook his head. What do I mind? My biggest wish right now is to accompany Yaya and let Yaya grow up happily. If you tell them my true identity, it will not only have a negative impact on you, but also on the child's growing environment. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu's serious expression, and a trace of tenderness appeared on her face. She knew that Wang Chu would definitely not care about this, and Wang Chu's answer also proved, side by side, that her vision was right. About tomorrow, you won't tell Yaya, right? Yun Qingyao asked. Wang Chu shook his head. No, didn't you want to give Yaya a surprise? How could I possibly tell her in advance? That's good. Just now at night Yaya sent me a video, saying that she wanted me to go see her performance tomorrow. I was shocked. A hint of a smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. She sent you a video at night? Sent it to you while nestled under the covers again? This little one, she even learned to fake sleep? Yun Qingyao covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, I'll leave the job of fighting with you to you from now on. The two chatted for a while longer, and after half an hour, Wang Chu saw a tired look on Yun Qingyao's face, and hung up the video this time with a fondness. But after hanging up the video, Wang Chu was a little too excited to sleep. It was Yun Qingyao who took the initiative to send herself a video today. Does this mean that the two of them are a step closer? I can't sleep anyway, so why don't I just listen to my daughter-in-law's song? Although Wang Chu knew that Yun Qingyao was a singer, an actor, he was ashamed to say that he had never actively listened to a song sung by Yun Qingyao. Soon, Wang Chu found Yun Qingyao's work from his cell phone's music player. Clicking on the music, soon, Yun Qingyao's sweet voice floated out from the phone, echoing in Wang Chu's ears. Wang Chu squinted his eyes, an intoxicated look on his face. Worthy of being my daughter-in-law, that voice is heavenly. This song is just mediocre, but with my daughter-in-law's vocals, it's hard to make it a hit. My daughter-in-law is awesome. My daughter-in-law's voice is so good, and her breath is so steady. This singing skill, in the new generation is already considered first class. Wang Chu thought prettily while opening the comments section of the song. Sure enough, the comments section was all filled with rainbow farts from Yun Qingyao's fans. It's true that the eyes of the masses are bright. Just as Wang Chu was prettily brushing the comments, a message caught his attention. Yun Qingyao's voice is blessed with a unique talent, and her singing skills are also okay, but unfortunately, since her debut, although Yun Qingyao's albums have sold well, her popularity in the industry is not very good. Yun Qingyao's songs tend to be more of a mouthful, with little musicality and little ability to resonate emotionally, and in a way, they're out of place. I hope that Star on Cloud Company can give Yun Qingyao a tailor-made masterpiece of her own, or at least let one or two of Yun Qingyao's songs go out of the circle. It's really a bit embarrassing for this person to be popular but not the song. Wang Chu frowned. This netizen spoke very nonchalantly, and below was a group of fans mocking and abusing him. But Wang Chu pondered. Although this netizen's words were not polite, it had to be said that what he said was quite reasonable. In a way, Yun Qingyao's songs were really circulated within her circle of fans and not out of the circle. This is partly due to her lack of an opportunity, and partly due to her previous albums, where the quality of the songs did vary a bit. However, Wang Chu was able to understand that Yun Xingchen was a company that Yun Qingyao's third brother had purposely set up for the sake of Yun Qingyao, and his connections in the industry were not exactly extensive. It's understandable that it's difficult to receive quality tunes. At this time, Wang Chu's eyes lit up. How about I make an album for Cheng Yao? Chapter 112, Singing Contest for Young Children. This idea of Wang Chu's was not whimsical. His composing skills had now reached full level, and with the help of the system, writing a dozen or so top-quality tunes would not be a difficult thing to do, right? Yes, that's right, let's do it. The more Wang Chu thought about it, the more he felt that it would work, and he quickly made up his mind. After figuring out what gift to give Yun Cheng Yao, Wang Chu's sleepiness surged up and soon he yawned and fell asleep. The next day was the day of the Haicheng Toddler Singing Contest at the Haicheng City Cultural Palace. When Wang Chu arrived with Yayet, the Palace of Culture was already packed with people. Almost all of the city's kindergartens participated, and there were at least a couple hundred kindergartens that participated alone. Even if each kindergarten has only one contestant, then there must be at least a couple hundred. And I don't know if this morning's going to be enough. Wang Chu brought Yayet to the place where Mr. Xiao Yu had agreed upon, and from afar, he saw Yumechi anxiously waiting for them. Mr. Yu. Yayet's eyes lit up and she happily ran over. Seeing Wang Chu and Yeye arrive, a hint of relief appeared on Yumechi's face. Seeing that the time for the preliminary rounds was about to start, Wang Chu never showed up, making Yumechi very worried, afraid that they would miss it. It was always a relief to see them coming now. Yeye's dad. I've already received Yeye's number plate, the 11th one on the field of 6. Wang Chu was a bit curious. What are the rules of this competition? With so many children, how can we possibly finish the competition in this one morning? Yumechi explained. The competition is divided into preliminary and final rounds, and the preliminary rounds are divided into 10 sub-rounds, mainly giving the children a simple lyric or melody to test their basic strength. After the preliminary selection, there will be 4 promotion slots in each branch, and there will be 40 children who will enter the final selection, when the voice of Haicheng Children's voice will be selected based on a combination of on-site selection and online selection. Wang Chu froze for a moment. There's an online selection? Yumechi nodded. Yes. Haicheng spent so much effort to organize this toddler singing contest. The purpose is to enhance Haicheng's popularity. The preliminary stage has already been warmed up on the internet, and now there is a lot of attention on the internet. Wang Chu let out a dry laugh. He really hadn't paid much attention to things on the internet in the past few days. Let's go. The time for the primaries will be here soon. We can't be late. Wang Chu nodded. At this time, Yaya pulled Wang Chu's hand. POA. Will Mama come today? Wang Chu smiled. As long as Yaya's heart wants it, then your wish will definitely come true. Yaya nodded solemnly. Well, I'll definitely do well, and Mama will definitely come to see me. Wang Chu was about to encourage Yaya, but his cell phone rang. Teacher Xiaoyu, please take Yaya to go in first. I still have some things to do. Outside the gates of the cultural palace, inside a low-profile black sedan, Yun Xingyao looked at the bustling crowds outside, a hesitant color flashing across her face. She hadn't realized that the Palace of Culture was so crowded and that there were a lot of reporters around. If he appeared here, in case he caused any commotion, everything he had worked so hard to create for Yu before would be ruined. But, if he can't go himself today, then how disappointed Yaya will be. No way. Definitely can't let Yaya down. Yun Xingyao took a deep breath before finding a hat, sunglasses and a mask. As she coiled her hair into a hat, put her sunglasses on, and hung up her mask, the car door opened and Wang Chu sat in. What are you doing? Seeing Yun Xingyao in this heavily armed state, Wang Chu was startled. It's not cold out there. If you go out like this, you'll get heatstroke in minutes. I have to hide myself. What if this is recognized? Yun Xingyao said somewhat helplessly. Who made me so popular? This will cause a lot of trouble if I'm recognized. The corners of Wang Chu's mouth twitched, and it sounded, how it was so Versailles. But aren't you tired of this? What's more, you'll have to. Later, Wang Chu pointed at her current appearance. A trace of sadness surfaced in Yun Xingyao's eyes. She hadn't even thought about it that much before. How about, instead of performing on stage, I just stay down here and be a quiet spectator? Yun Xingyao whispered, but there was a hint of unwillingness in her voice. It's my daughter's first time on stage, and Wang Chu will be on stage too. This parent-child combination. If this mama of her own is missing, then she will surely regret and be chagrined in the future. Wang Chu saw the tangled and unwilling expression on Yun Xingyao's face, but he was not anxious at all. Instead, he carried a hint of a smile if anything. With a slap, Yun Xingyao slapped Wang Chu's body. It's all your fault. Wang Chu was dumbfounded. What's wrong with me? How come it's all my fault? I don't care. Anyway, this matter, you have to help me solve it perfectly, or else the thing I promised you before will be cancelled. Yun Xingyao said with an angry grunt. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. What I was promised before. Suddenly, Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. At that time, Yun Xingyao had said that when she went home next time, she would give herself a chance to sneak up on her. Looking at his daughter-in-law who was close at hand, Wang Chu suddenly felt a surge of heartbeat. Since it's a sneak attack, it has to be a surprise. Should we just have one in the car? However, looking at the driver sitting in front of him, Wang Chu still dismissed the idea. Wasting a valuable sneak attack opportunity here was a bit uneconomical. Oh, daughter-in-law, I've actually come up with a solution, Wang Chu said with a slight smile. Really? Yun Qingyao's face was overjoyed. It would be really great if Wang Chu could find a way. Wang Chu pointed at his face, a hint of a smile on his face. Yun Qingyao instantly understood Wang Chu's meaning. Her face slightly reddened and she muttered in a low voice, "Virtuous." Having said that, Yun Qingyao still came forward to give Wang Chu a gentle peck on the cheek. Although it was just a slapdash, Wang Chu was already satisfied. The driver in the driver's seat, on the other hand, was watching with his eyes and nose, reciting over and over in his mind, "Indecent exposure, indecent exposure." The ever-cool young lady would take the initiative to kiss a man? Even if the man was the aunt. Wang Chu pulled out a small bag from his pocket and handed it over to Yun Qingyao. "This is the transfiguration mask. I asked a friend abroad to make it for you. It's light and airy, so you can try how it works." Chapter 113, Who is this auntie? A disguise mask? Yun Qingyao took the mask with some suspicion. Yun Qingyao was not a stranger to disguise masks. After all, disguise masks were used a lot of the time in movie shoots, but those disguise masks are used as aids, and they can't be worn for long periods of time. The bottom line is that the disguise masks are easily detected and are not at all as magical as the movies make them out to be. Therefore, Yun Qingyao hadn't thought of using a disguise mask to hide herself since the beginning. But can this disguise mask of Wang Chu really work? Yun Qingyao's mind expressed serious doubts. "You try it first, and then we'll talk about it if it doesn't work." Wang Chu could see the doubts in Yun Qingyao's mind and said confidently, "Don't worry, I guarantee that this mask will blow your mind. The system produces a good product." This mask was naturally not made by some foreign friend, but was the prize from Wang Chu's system lottery this morning. It hides the wearer's true appearance perfectly and is light and breathable without any adverse reactions. When Yun Qingyao half-heartedly put the disguise mask on her face, she felt the mask was cool and surprisingly had a warm and comfortable feeling like jade. When she had worn it, she took out the mirror and saw herself in it, and her whole body was stunned, because what appeared in the mirror was a complete stranger to himself. Although it was also said to have a showy appearance, it was definitely a different person from her original self. Not to mention the paparazzi. I'm afraid even Grandpa wouldn't recognize him. Yun Qingyao's pinched his face. Tight Q. Originally could not feel as a disguise mask worn on the face. If you want to take it off, all you need to do is wash your face. Wang Chu smiled. It's made of nanomaterials. There's absolutely no problem with safety and comfort. Yun Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief. The original worries in her heart had all disappeared at this moment. With such a good thing, you didn't know to bring it out earlier. Yun Qingyao blankly glanced at Wang Chu, then said prettily, "From now on, I'll be able to strut around and go play and eat delicious food, and I won't have to worry about the paparazzi following me anymore." When Wang Chu saw that Yun Qingyao liked it, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as well. When he drew this prize, he knew that Qingyao would love it. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get off. I can't wait to perform on stage with Yaya. Saying that, Yun Qingyao pulled Wang Chu's hand and got out of the car. It really is so easy. Yun Qingyao had never walked through a crowd in such a relaxed mood since she had become a big hit, as she always had to be wary of the ubiquitous paparazzi. Wang Chu, on the other hand, took Yun Qingyao's hand and walked towards the 6th division. This was the first time Wang Chu had blatantly held Yun Qingyao's hand in public. Yun Qingyao's hands were soft, supple and boneless, and Yun Qingyao seemed to feel Wang Chu's excitement from his hand. She had a slight smile on her face before interlocking her fingers with Wang Chu's hand. Let's go see Yaya. Walked to the 6th division just as Hyatt's show was next. Wang Chu, do you think Yaya can do it? Will she be brushed off in the first round? Suddenly, Yun Qingyao clenched Wang Chu's hand somewhat nervously. Wang Chu smiled and said consolingly, "Don't worry, Yaya is very talented in singing. This point is with you yet. I believe she will pass the test smoothly." Although Wang Chu's time of contact with Yaya wasn't too long, Wang Chu knew very well that this daughter of his was definitely not the kind of child that had stage fright. Sure enough, it was Yaya's turn. She fell into step with the teacher and then drew one of the tunes, the children's song Count the Ducks. Soon, Yaya's clear and sweet voice came. Under the bridge in front of the door, swim a flock of ducks. Come on and count them. A look of surprise appeared on both judges' faces. Few of the children who came to compete did so well, so Yaya's initial selection, without exception, passed. Poopy, did you see what I just did? After Yaya walked out, she saw Wang Chu and excitedly jumped into Wang Chu's arms. Wang Chu said with relief, "See, Yaya's performance is great, worthy of being my daughter." Yaya giggled happily before she spotted Yun Qingyao standing beside Wang Chu. A puzzled look flashed across Yeye's eyes. This auntie beside Puppy, how come she looks so much like Mama, but why does she look different from Mama? And Yeye looked at the two people leaning so close to each other, and a hint of unhappiness appeared on her small face. Puppy, I want some water. Take me to get some water, Yeye said as she hugged Wang Chu's neck. Wang Chu nodded. Yes. Saying that, he hugged Yeye with one hand while his other hand naturally tried to hold Yun Qingyao's hand. Yeye's eyes widened in shock. Doesn't Puppy love Mama anymore? Why did he go and hold another girl's hand? Puppy, who is this auntie? Yeye asked in a hurry, her large eyes filled with vigilance. When Mama is away, she must keep an eye on Poop for Mama and not let another woman near Poop before she does. Auntie? Wang Chu froze for a moment, then glanced at Yun Qingyao and instantly understood. Yun Qingyao is wearing a disguise mask. No wonder you didn't recognize it. When Wang Chu was about to tell Yeye the truth, Yun Qingyao dryly coughed. Yeah, Auntie heard that you're coming to the competition today, and specially came to cheer you on. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. What was this Yun Qingyao trying to do? Drag race with you? So old to be a mom. Boring or not? Yu's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. This voice is also like Mama's voice but why is this face not Mama's face? My mama will come and cheer me on. Yeah, immediately said. I don't need you to cheer me on. Really? If you don't need it, then I'm leaving. Yun Qingyao pretended to be sad and said, Yeah even told me yesterday that she wanted me to come over and cheer you on today, and said that if she gets first place this time, she can reward you with ice cream. Yu's eyes widened. These words, she had only told Mama yesterday. Why did this aunt also know? Does it mean that she is Mama? Mama? Are you Mama? Yaya hesitated and asked cautiously. Wang Chu cried and laughed. Qingyao, don't tease Yu. Yeah, she is Mama but Mama is deliberately dressed up like this because she is avoiding being discovered by others. You must not reveal Mama's identity. Yaya hurriedly covered her mouth with her small hand, a gleam of delight in her eyes. Mama, I'll keep it a secret. Chapter 114, Demonstrating Sovereignty. Subsequently, when Yaya knew that Puppy was going to perform on stage with her, her whole body was flying with joy. Poop, is it true what you said? Will Mama be on stage with us too? Yu asked with some disbelief. When has POA ever lied to Yaya? Wang Chu smiled faintly. Yaya then jumped into Yun Qingyao's arms, letting out a silver bell-like laughter. Yun Qingyao hugged Yu, but a hint of shame appeared in her eyes. Although she said that she had been trying her best to give Yu as much love as possible over the past few years, she still owed Yu a lot because of the special nature of her job. Yua dad. Yaya's performance this time is really great. Teacher Xiaoyu knew that Yaya had advanced and happily walked over, only to see that Yaya was being held by a tall, stunningly beautiful woman. This is. Yumeichi's eyes showed a hint of doubt. As Yu's teacher, she had never met Yu's mother before. Before waiting for Wang Chu's introduction, Yun Qingyao stretched out her hand. Mr. Xiaoyu, how are you? I'm Yaya's mother. During this time Yaya is thanks to your care, I'm really grateful to you. No, you're welcome, it's what I should do. Yumeichi extended her hand to shake Yun Qingyao's. At this instant, Yumeichi felt that from Yaya's mother's body, there was an aura of superiority coming from her. What exactly does this Yu mother do? The aura on this body is simply too strong. And this temperament, looks and figure, also absolutely not ordinary people can have. Although Yun Qingyao's face wasn't her own right now, the system-produced disguise mask was naturally a beauty mask. In front of Yun Qingyao, Yumeichi felt uncomfortable all over. The corner of Yun Qingyao's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. She could also see that Yumeichi was just a very simple toddler teacher. However, because after Yaya had previously told herself about Wang Chu helping Yumeichi deal with those punks, Yun Qingyao felt the need to go in front of Yumeichi to make her presence known. Who made Wang Chu so handsome and so good? Although she believed in Wang Chu, she also needed to take precautions to nip the danger in the bud. Mr. Yu, when does the final selection begin? Possibly sensing that the atmosphere was a bit subtle, Wang Chu opened his mouth and asked. Yumeichi came back to her senses and glanced at Yun Qingyao with some envy before saying, the final selection starts at 9:30. And from the time of the final selection, there will be an official live webcast, as well as online voting. Wang Chu nodded slightly. It was only 9 o'clock now, which meant that it was going to officially start in half an hour. By the way, Daddy, yeah, what song are you preparing? I have to report it immediately now. Wang Chu smiled faintly. Original song. There are 5 judges for the final selection of the toddler singing contest. One is a famous children's program host, one is a renowned professor of early childhood education, and the other 3 are musicians who specialize in children's songwriting. A few good seedlings have appeared in this toddler singing competition, a musician judge said with a smile. I heard from the teachers of the preliminary selection that there are at least 3 children that have the strength to win the final championship. Yeah, kids these days are getting more and more talented. and there are quite a few kids with new songs this time, so I'm looking forward to it. A new song? Parents these days, they invest quite a lot for their kids. Ha ha, the winner of this toddler singing competition will become the ambassador of Hai Chang toddler voice, which is good for the child's future development. Soon, 9:30 arrived and the final selection for the contest finally began. According to the serial number drawn, Yaya was the 18th to go on stage. Hyatt, nervous? Off stage, Wang Chu looked at Yaya who was putty in his arms and asked softly. Yaya shook her head. With Popa accompanying me? Yaya isn't scared. Wang Chu smiled and stroked Yaya's head before placing his gaze on the stage of the final selection. Although it is said that the children's songs now are relatively short, but the final selection is 50 children each person a children's song then. That is also 50 songs, at least more than 2 hours of time Soon, a host with a high ponytail took the stage. Hello everyone, this is the scene of the finals of the Hai Chang toddler singing contest. After the preliminary selection, we have 50 children who have made it to the finals. Who of them will be the winner of this finals? We leave the decision to the 500 public judges on the scene and you in front of the cell phone screen. All you need to do is press the number of the contestant you want to support and you can cast your valuable vote for him. The final selection will be made by adding up the 10% of on-site voting plus online voting. And now, please welcome our No. 1 baby, Chen Jiachi, who brings us the children's song Two Tigers. Soon, a little girl with a double ponytail walked onto the stage. There was a hint of stage fright in the little girl's eyes, but as the music came on, she was then quickly immersed in it. Two tigers, run fast. The tender voice with a hint of childish fun. More delightful is that when singing, the little girl also made the appearance of a small tiger, but also attracted the audience a burst of amiable laughter. And at this moment, the webcast. What a cute little girl. Old man's heart is about to melt. I was just passing by, but it seems like I've found a treasure live stream. This little kid is just too cute. Doesn't that look better than those ass wigglers? Truth be told, twerking's pretty good too. I think this little girl looks like my future daughter-in-law. Asking for contact information. People are worse than people. My brat is also 3 years old and will pee in my teapot. Child's urine. A great tonic. Don't let your son down. Numerous netizens were not particularly interested in any toddler singing contest, but after this little girl came out, she was instantly captivated. Sure enough, no one can resist a cute human cub. Soon the first little girl sang and went down, followed by the second little girl. Not all the children were as gracious as the first little girl, and unlike the preliminary auditions, the final auditions saw the children face hundreds of people on stage, which can be a bit of a challenge for even an adult. More being said about a child, so there are a lot of kids who don't play very well in this state. Soon, it was Yaya's turn, and as she looked around at the children's wailing cries, a hint of nervousness appeared on Yaya's face. Yeah, don't be nervous, Puppy is always by your side. Hearing Wang Chu's words, the nervousness on Yaya's face disappeared. Here's Nianchu Wang, a child from the Windmill Kindergarten, with the original song Baby, Chapter 115, Missing Persons. Hearing the host's words, the public judges on the scene and the netizens watching the livestream were stunned. Original? Seriously? You're coming up with original songs for a singing contest? This is a joke. If the original song is well written, it will have a surprising effect, but if the quality is not hard enough, then it will definitely make a fool of ourselves. After all, where's the mass appeal and originality? But Wang Chu's attention was not here, but on Yaya's name, because before Wang Chu you use big name, but called Yun Nianchu, but now, Wang Chu looked towards Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao's face slightly reddened. Before I didn't find you. Naturally I had to let my daughter take my surname, but now since we are husband and wife, Wang Chu couldn't help but tighten his grip on Yun Qingyao's catkin. For eyes met, and it was all in the air. Soon, an additional piano appeared on the stage, and Yun Qingyao sat in front of it. Wang Chu, on the other hand, stood beside Yun Qingyao with his guitar in his arms, and in the center of the two of them, Yaya was bouncing around like an elf. My gosh, is this a family of 3? This face value is simply, against the sky. This is simply a man and a woman, and I'm surprised that jealousy hasn't risen. That little girl in the center is so cute and adorable. I feel like hugging and biting her. The netizens in front of the screen were stunned by the face value of Wang Chu's family. The public judges on the scene couldn't help but talk about it. After all, Yun Qingyao has a huge killing power for men, while Wang Chu has an irresistible attraction for women. And as for Yaya, it is killing both men and women. Previously, Yun Qingyao had already expressed to Wang Chu that she wanted to participate in this singing competition, so Wang Chu had sent it to Yun Qingyao the first time after writing the song. Yun Qingyao, as a professional singer, soon knew the score like the back of her hand. Although this was the first time that the three of them had worked together as a family, Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao glanced at each other, and both of them seemed to understand each other's thoughts and intentions at the same time. Wang Chu strummed his guitar, and a beautiful intro accompanied Yun Qingyao's piano. Two tigers love to dance, little rabbits dutifully pull carrots, ducklings and I learn to walk. Childhood is the most beautiful gift. Ye's milky voice rang out accompanied by a beautiful melody. This song is surprisingly inexplicably good. Love this little girl's little milky voice so much, and the bite is so clear and the pitch is well caught. She's definitely a future talent. I can't. Why do I feel like I'm being brainwashed by this melody? Soon, it was Yun Qingyao and Wang Chu's turn for their part. Both of them sang very well. Yun Qingyao was gifted, while Wang Chu had the bonus of the system's heavenly voice. One was light and graceful, while the other was low and magnetic. The two of them complemented each other's voices, setting off Ye's voice even more. After the song was finished, the entire scene fell into a brief silence. No one expected such a classic children's song for a toddler singing competition. I have a hunch that this song has the potential to dominate kindergartens across the whole of Kyushu for some time to come. At the judges' table, the host of the children's program let out a bitter laugh and said, "That's too good to be true." Yeah, I feel the same way. Big Windmill Kindergarten. I think the championship, this time, should be no longer in doubt. I'd love to know who wrote this song, and if possible, I'd love to collaborate with the author of this song, a musician said with glowing eyes. After the performance, Ye was very happy and bounced down from the stage. The surrounding kindergarten teachers looked at Ye with a hint of envy. They knew very well that Ye would be a favorable contender for the title of this toddler singing contest. Baba Mama, where are we going to play next? After getting off the stage, Ye's eyes were glowing as she asked. Wang Chu smiled and said, Yeah, this competition isn't over yet. Don't you want to know your final ranking? Don't you want to take the championship? Ye shook her head. I don't want to, because this time, Ye is already very happy to be able to perform with Puppy. Wang Chu froze for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was still carrying a hint of competing for the title at the beginning, but he didn't expect Ye to take this ranking seriously at all. She cares if she gets to be with Puppy. That's probably the difference between adults and children. In how pure an adult, there is always a hint of competitive profit-making in the heart. The world of children, on the other hand, is very pure, and what they care about is never the so-called rankings, benefits, but the company and love of their families. A thoughtful look surfaced in Wang Chu's eyes, and at the same time, a hint of chagrin appeared. On this matter, he surprisingly didn't see through it as well as Well then, let's go out and play, shall we? Wang Chu then glanced at Yun Qingyao. Then do you still have time today? Yun Qingyao smiled. There's no part for me in the cast today. I took a day off. Just be able to go back tomorrow. Ye's eyes lit up. Mama, so you'll be able to stay with me the whole day? Yeah. Is Hyatt happy? Yeah is the happiest. 10 minutes later, Wang Chu drove the car, and the family of three left the city cultural palace silently, but their departure was a rush for Maggie Yu. I saw them just now. How come they're gone in a flash? After circling around 3 times without finding Wang Chu and the others, Yumechi could only call Wang Chu, but the call connected, and a shocked look appeared on Yumechi's face. What? You guys are gone already? This tournament isn't over yet. Don't care about the rankings? Yumechi froze. She hung up the phone somewhat helplessly, a bitter smile on her face. Is it the dashing caprice of the rich to participate in competitions but not care about placing? You guys are so dashing. What if Ye wins the prize but the person is gone? What am I going to do? Yumechi took a deep breath and folded her hands. Never. You mustn't win the award. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Yumechi felt very depressed. After she listened to Ye's song, she thought that this time it was stable. But now, compared to Meichi's depression, Wang Chu drove the car, which was filled with laughter. Poopy, let's go to the zoo. I want to see the peacock, the giraffe and the big swan. You cried out excitedly from the back seat. A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Okay, we'll go to the zoo now. Let's go. Chapter 116. At this moment, the Yun family in imperial capital. Yun Qingyi was about to go out with his hairy little friend to get high when his big brother's voice came from behind him. Qingyi, you just came from Hai Chang. Have you seen that man of your little sister's? Yun Qingyi's body stiffened. Then he turned his head to see a man in his 30s staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze. This person was none other than their big brother, Yun Qingpeng. Although Yun Qingyi's temper was said to be fiery explosive, the person he admired and feared the most in his life was not his old dad, but this big brother, Yun Changpeng. Even though he was now the king of special warfare soldiers, he still unconsciously felt an aura of oppression in front of his big brother. Big brother, you mean Wang Chu? I did come into contact with this fellow. He's not a bad person. Although Yun Qingyi is also very upset. His baby sister was a strange man to snatch away. but after some contact, Yunqingyi also found that Wang Chu, this person, is good. Both character and ability are superior. He was still relieved to have such a person by his sister's side. However, Yun Qingping's brows furrowed after hearing this reply. This person is not bad? It seems like you're still satisfied with him. Tell me everything you know. The corner of Yun Qingyi's mouth twitched. Big brother, I think it's better to understand everything more clearly by seeing it with your own eyes. Why don't you get in touch with Wang Chu sometime? Yun Qingyi didn't want to tell his big brother that he had been knocked down by Wang Chu with a single punch, but if he really wanted to talk about it, he couldn't possibly skim over it. After all, the opposite side was the big brother. He hadn't been able to hide a single thing from him since he was a child. Yun Qingping nodded slightly. That's also true. If you tell me about it, it will definitely plant some inherent impressions in my mind, which will not be conducive to my judgment of Wang Chu, but I have to negotiate with foreign medical organizations recently. I don't have time for now. I will personally go to Haichang after a while. Right. Yun Qingpeng glanced at Yun Qingyi. You've only been back for a few days' time. Get together less with those fox and dog friends you had before. Understand? Yun Qingyi gave a dry smile. Big brother. I know in my heart. Only when his elder brother turned to leave did Yun Qingyi let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Big brother, over the years, the momentum on his body is getting more and more sufficient. My brother. In-law that Wang Chu can be guilty. Yun Qingyi hemmed and hawed, whistled a little tune, and walked out with a brisk pace. And at this moment, Wang Chu and Haichang did not know in the slightest that he was now being targeted by his great uncle. What awaits him will be a hard battle, but even if Wang Chu knows, he probably won't care too much. After all, Qing Yao has recognized himself. His daughter is so sticky. A great uncle is nothing. After leaving from the cultural palace, Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao took Yeye directly to the Haicheng Safari Park. In the zoo, the smile on Yeye's face didn't stop, as if she were a happy little elf. I now realize that I really owe Yeye too much. Yun Qingyao looked at Yeye's happy appearance. A hint of self-reproach appeared in her eyes. Before, she was never as happy as she is today. I'm thinking, am I too selfish? Wang Chu gently held Yun Qingyao's hand. Don't think of it like that. You alone, pregnant in October, alone with all the discomforts that come with pregnancy, the nausea, the vomiting, the headaches, the backaches, forcing through the excruciating pains of labor to bring this little elf of ours into the world. From this perspective, you're already a great mother. And, although you're not with it as much as other mothers, I'm sure your love for Yeye is definitely no less than anyone else's, and I don't want you to sacrifice everything you have for you. You should go after your own dreams and make your life more fulfilling. As for Yu's side, everything has me now. I'll be your strongest backer, so you won't have to worry about a thing. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu tenderly, her hand gripping tighter. It's good to have you, Poopy. Look at this. This bear is so cute. It's waving at me. You saw a small brown bear waving towards you in the bear garden ahead. Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao looked at each other and hurriedly walked over. Next to the bear park, there are specialties that sell food for feeding. Wang Chu bought a small packet, then had Yeye throw it towards the small brown bear in the bear park. You're also spoiling the child too much. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to Yeye? Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes. Wang Chu smiled. Don't worry, everything is with me. Yun Qingyao was still ready to say something, but looking at the happy Yu, she could only shake her head. It's true, when there's no danger, poop is the biggest danger. After feeding, they also strolled through the peacock garden, and Wang Chu even pulled Yun Qingyao and held Yeye for a family photo. Originally, Yun Qingyao was a bit resistant. After all, this face was not her own now. As long as it's you in this picture, isn't that all that matters? At Wang Chu's request, she still compromised and took this picture. At the safari park, they wandered around for nearly 2 hours until it was almost noon and Yeye cried out that she was hungry. So they left, ready to find a place to eat. At the moment they had completely forgotten that the final vote count was taking place at the Palace of Culture. Who do you guys think the winner is this time? I think it's that kid called Wang Nianshu. That original song she sang was just too good. And her poopers are just so absorbing. The voices are all so good. The vocals are all solid. She should be from a musical family. That's right, there were originals brought in later, but they were nowhere near as effective as the song Baby. Baby, to tell you the truth, I still keep going back to that little kid's voice in my head, and it would be great to have the studio version out. The votes are being tallied, but many are already talking about the final winner. Most people thought that the winner this time should be Wang Nianshu from the Windmill Kindergarten. After all, both hard and soft power were the strongest of the 50 children. Only Yumechi muttered in a whisper. Goddess of Mercy, Jade Emperor, God, Zeus, blessed by the gods of the East and West. Yeye must not get the championship. This if you get the championship. At this time, the host took the stage. After systematic counting, the winner of our toddler singing contest is Nianchu Wang from the Big Windmill Kindergarten. Wow! The stage erupted in applause. Yumechi's face changed. Oh no! Where am I going to change someone over? Chapter 117, Shady. Please welcome Mr. Wang Nianchu to the stage to receive his award. The host had a smirk on his face. The crowd at the scene and the netizens in the livestream were eagerly waiting. Finally, I get to see that cute bleeding little girl again. But, a minute passed, 5 minutes passed. The little girl didn't come on stage. The host was a bit baffled. Did it mean that the other party hadn't gotten the message? Why hasn't he come on stage yet? It's live now. Nianchu Wang from Big Windmill. Congratulations, you have won the championship. Please come up to the stage to receive your award. The moderator said it again. There was silence below. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. And the people on the air were confused. It was at this time that Maggie Yu found the general director of the contest. I'm sorry, but little friend Wang Nianchu is a little unwell, so her poopers have taken her away first. What? The director froze. People are gone? So what's next? According to the procedure, there is not only an award ceremony, but also an interview with the children. As for the end of the day, there's the leader of the city's Department of Cultural and Educational Affairs coming over. Now that the person is gone, what about this back process? Are they really gone? The general director asked. Undeterred, Yumechi sighed somewhat helplessly and nodded. The general director's face was ugly. He had a bunch of expletives in his stomach to vent, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. What's wrong with you as a teacher? Why didn't you contact our directors group in advance for such a big event? How do you think I'm going to end up with what's going on right now? Don't you realize that a live broadcast is taking place right now? It's simply outrageous. After the chief director angrily scolded Yumechi twice, he rushed off to find a solution. Yumechi's face revealed an aggrieved look. She also didn't expect that in the end. Yaya really became the champion. Excuse me. Just now after the judges group reminded me that although Wang Nianchu's child's performance was wonderful, it was cancelled because it violated the rules of the competition, and the championship was won by the original second-place winner. The news stunned everyone. Against the rules of the game? How is that against the rules of the game? Many people fought for Yu, but nothing could be changed now, and they could only watch the next process take place. Shady, there must be something shady here. That's right. I didn't realize that even the toddler singing contest was shady. This is just too much. If it were up to me, I would never let my daughter suffer like this. If the little friend hears about this, I don't know how hard it's going to be. No, I'm going to report it. Are any of my fellow Taoists with me? Ditto. The netizens in the live broadcast room didn't know that Yu didn't even take this whatever championship ranking seriously. What she cared about most was being able to hang out with her favorite poopers today, and that made her happier than any championship. Poopy, I want ice cream. Just after walking out of the zoo and before walking to the parking lot, Yaya hugged Poopy and pouted. Ice cream? Wang Chu glanced at Yun Chengyao. You hold Yaya and go to the car first. I'll go buy you guys ice cream. Yun Chengyao smiled, then whispered, just buy her smaller ones. Poopy, I want a big chocolate strawberry sundae. I want one of those big ones. Yaya heard Mama's words and left home raising her hand and said. Wang Chu glanced at Yaya and said in a bad mood, no, I can only buy you a small one. It's easy to get a tummy ache if you eat too much ice cream. With that, Wang Chu walked towards the nearby Ice City Honey Snow. After ordering 2 ice creams, Wang Chu was about to pay when a voice came from the side. Sweet mine. My treat. Wang Chu turned his head and smiled. What a coincidence. Coincidence? I didn't expect to meet brother Wang Chu here. Is this considered a meeting of fate? The one who wanted to pay Wang Chu was no other than Zhao Ruo. Wang Chu smiled. I'm here today with my daughter-in-law and my daughter-in-law. Instantly, the smile like a flower on Zhao Ruo's face immediately withered away. Brother Wang Chu's wife? I'm curious. I wonder what kind of beautiful woman could be worthy of brother Wang Chu. Zhao Ruo was a bit flustered. Did it mean that brother Wang Chu had really gotten married? Although her father had previously said that brother Wang Chu was the son-in-law of the Yun family of the Muyun group, Zhao Ru's heart didn't actually believe it. After all, she had heard with her own ears. That short round fat said that Wang Chu had come on a blind date with her a few days ago. It's only been a few days and Wang Chu has become the Yun family's son-in-law? What a joke. However, now that he had met brother Wang Chu, he even said that he had brought his wife out with him today, which caused a hint of curiosity to rise in Zhao Ru. Did Wang Chu lie to himself or not? Did his father lie to him or not? Brother Wang Chu, can you introduce sister-in-law to me? Zhao Ru put away the distractions in her mind and said with a smile. Wang Chu smiled. Next time, we've just finished shopping and we're about to go eat. This coincidence is not. I am also hungry now. Why don't I treat my sister-in-law to dinner? Zhao Ruo said undeterred. Wang Chu's heart was a little helpless. He really didn't want others to disturb their intimate time as a family of 3. This Zhao Ruo looked quite smart. Couldn't she hear the rejection in her own words? And at this moment, in the car, Yun Xingyao asked in a small voice, yeah, when you were with Pupa, did Pupa peek at any other beautiful women? Yaya blinked. That's definitely not true. Really? You're not covering for your poop, are you? Yun Xingyao narrowed her eyes. Yu shook his head. Because, in this world, there are only two beautiful women one is Mama, one is Yu. Yun Xingyao froze for a moment and glanced at Yaya. This stinking beauty of yours, who did you learn it from? Hayat hemmed and hawed. Yun Xingyao turned her head and through the window glass of the car, she found a pure and beautiful girl standing in front of Wang Chu. Who is that girl? Why the pestering look? Yun Xingyao's face darkened. Yeah, you wait in the car, Mama go buy a bottle of water. Saying that, Yun Xingyao pushed the door to get off the car and walked towards Wang Chu's side. Wang Chu was thinking of what excuse to use to reject Zhao Rua when Yun Xingyao walked over. Hubby, why did it take you so long to buy an ice cream? I've missed you. Yun Xingyao went forward and took the initiative to hold Wang Chu's arm, saying sweetly. Wang Chu hit a jolt. Although it is said that the touch of his arm at the moment is quite great, but Wang Chu felt a trace of killing aura from Yun Xingyao's words. This is. Yun Xingyao glanced at Zhao Rua, a trace of doubt on her face. Chapter 118. Zhao Rua saw Yun Xingyao holding Wang Chu's arm so intimately and naturally, and a look of gravity flashed across her eyes. Could it be that Wang Chu hadn't lied to himself? That he had actually gotten married? But what about the words of the short, fat man from before? Zhao Rua has always been convinced that Wang Chu was lying to himself when he said something about being married before. But now, this woman's body, temperament and face, are simply the ceiling of women. Although Zhao Rua had always been confident in herself, the moment she saw this woman, a sense of frustration rose within her. It was because Zhao Ru felt a full-on crush. This is the girl I saved from the car accident scene earlier, called Zhao Rua. Hearing Yun Xingyao's words, Wang Chu hurriedly began to introduce himself. Zhou Ru, this is what I've been telling you about. My wife. When he said his name, Wang Chu hesitated. After all, Yun Xingyao's popularity was just too great right now, and Wang Chu didn't know whether or not to say anything for a moment. But at this time, Yun Xingyao took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello, Ms. Zhao. My name is Yun Xingyao. Yun Xingyao? As a young and fashionable girl, Zhao Rua naturally knew the name Yun Xingyao, but when she glanced at Yun Xingyao, the one in front of her was not even the same person as that big star, so it was evident that she had clashed names. But, are all the girls named Yun Xingyao so beautiful? Hello, Ms. Cloud. Zhao Rua threw away the thoughts in his head and reached out to shake Yun Xingyao's hand. Is this Miss Zhao going to play at the zoo? Wang Chu, you're really too. Why are you so blind? And you're still pulling others to chat? Yun Xingyao hammered Wang Chu somewhat angrily, then apologized with an apology on her face. Ms. Zhao, I'm really sorry. My husband has this problem. When he sees an acquaintance, he wants to say hello. He didn't delay you, did he? The corner of Zhao Ru's mouth twitched. Although Yun Xingyao was talking about Wang Chu, but how does she feel that this Yun Xingyao's words were all about herself? It's fine. I'm not pressed for time, so I won't bother you. I'll enter first, Zhao Rua said, turning around and walking towards the inside of the zoo. The figure appeared slightly distressed. As she watched Zhao Rua flee, Yun Xingyao's mouth revealed a smile that belonged to the victor. How dare you reach for my stuff, you little? Let's go. Go back to the car. Yeah, should be waiting. After Yun Xingyao finished speaking, her hand drew back. Wang Chu blinked. The tone of this voice seems to be a little bit not right. Together with Yun Xingyao's special performance in front of Zhao Rua before, it seems that she is really a bit jealous. Thinking of this, Wang Chu couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Daughter-in-law, here's some ice cream for you. Humph, I don't crave it. Eat it yourself. Listening to the little haughty tone of voice, properly jealous, Wang Chu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This Yaya's little jealous character is definitely inherited from Yun Xingyao. There is no escape. What should I do if my daughter-in-law is jealous? Online, Wang Chu followed up and said playfully, Yes, I know that my daughter-in-law is certainly not greedy, but I am greedy. I want to eat, but I cannot eat one. Or, my daughter-in-law first help me eat half, the remaining half and then give me? Yun Xingyao glanced at Wang Chu. Then make a deal. I am helping you to eat half, not what I want to eat. Yes, my daughter-in-law has to stay in shape. How can she eat this kind of stuff? Help! Only after hearing Wang Chu say that did Yun Xingyao take the mango sundae in her hands. Come on, honey, I'm actually hungry. Originally, Wang Chu wanted to go home and cook for Xingyao himself with the vegetables from the garden, but considering that this is not a close journey, and that it will take some time to cook after returning home, their mothers and fathers will surely be hungry by then. So it's better to decide to eat out casually first. Go to the Grand Hyatt Eatery. The crystal shrimp and sweet and sour fish there are pretty good. Wang Chu nodded and then drove towards the Junyue Eatery. At this time, Wang Chu's cell phone rang. Wang Chu was driving when he glanced at his cell phone and realized that it was Zhu Long calling. He picked up the phone and put it on speakerphone. Beiji, what's up? If there's nothing important, I'm going to hang up. Zhu Long's voice came from the phone. If you hang up, I'll cut you off. I'm driving now, Wang Chu said without any humor. Driving? Is this a wave out there? It's just as well. We were just chatting yesterday, so come over and have lunch together at noon, Wang Chu said without any good humor. Hey, what kind of person calls out for dinner temporarily in the middle of the day? My time is precious. Cut the useless talk. You have a limit of half an hour to come here. I'll send you the location. Don't. I definitely can't get through now. I'm accompanying my wife and child now, Wang Chu said in a hurry. Yun Qingyao, who was in the back seat, heard Wang Chu's voice and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Brother-sister is free today? That's great. I'll forget about it at noon. I'll invite my younger siblings to have a meal in the evening, and get to know each other by the way. So it's a deal. You drive. I'm hanging up. After saying that, Zhu Long had already hung up the phone. This guy, Wang Chu shook his head somewhat helplessly. This is a longtime friend and frenemy of mine. A meaningful look appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. That's the same deadbeat who asked you to meet him at Jiaren's date? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Ahem. That's him. Yun Qingyao's face was wearing a smile if nothing else, which caused Wang Chu to feel a pang of shock. Do you think I should go tonight? Yun Qingyao asked. Wang Chu hesitated and said, Zhu Long is my best friend, so I hope. I see. I'll accompany you at night then. Yun Qingyao let out a light laugh and said, You're my husband. How can I also have to brush up my presence in front of your friends before you can do it? Otherwise, what if he pulls you to the good people have a date again? Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. Can't this hurdle be passed? Junhua Eatery is one of the more elegant local cuisine restaurants in Haicheng. Yun Qingyao's tastes were tricky, but even she felt that the food here was good, so it naturally had its own unique characteristics. When Wang Chu and his group arrived at the Junhua Eatery, the place was already somewhat overcrowded. Excuse me, is there a private room now? Sorry, the private rooms are all booked out. There are still places in the hall. Would you like to dine in the hall? Wang Chu looked at the endless stream of customers and could only nod. Alright then. Chapter 119, Acquaintances. Wang Chu's trio found a location near the window so that they could not only savor the food, but also enjoy the small garden outside. All in all, not a bad location. Wang Chu, you order the food. I'm going to the restroom. Yun Qingyao said. Yeah, come with me. Yun Qingyao took you to the restroom while Wang Chu ordered the food and waited for Yun Qingyao to come back. The popularity of this Junhua Eatery is not low. As one of the most distinctive local cuisine restaurants in Haicheng, every outsider who comes to Haicheng almost always comes here to hit the spot. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the original few seats in the hall were filled. Business is great, Wang Chu lamented. At this time, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, walked in the door. I'm sorry, we're full right now and can't serve you. The waiter from the Junhua Eatery walked up to those 3 people with a hint of apology on his face. Ah, full house? Is this business that good? A man next to him said in surprise. The woman said without any good sense of humor. Yes, I've long said that the business of the Grand Hyatt Eatery is very good, and told you to leave early, but you just didn't listen. Now okay? Then let's go eat somewhere else. It's just a meal. The other man smiled and said, I think the food street at the back of the university is quite good. The woman gave the man a blank look, then asked, Excuse me, can we do table sharing? Share a table? The waiter froze for a moment. The guests who came to eat at the Junhua Eatery had never made a request to share a table. If it's fine with the dining guests, we won't refuse, the waiter said. The woman's face showed a look of delight as she turned her head and looked around the restaurant before her eyes lit up. Look, isn't that Wang Chu? The woman pointed at Wang Chu, who was sitting alone next to the dining table, and said excitedly, Wang Chu? A puzzled look appeared in the eyes of the 2 boys, and then it was as if they remembered something. Wang Chu, isn't that the unlucky guy whose girlfriend was pried away by Yang Yan? I heard that Lin Xiaoyun was still a first-timer when she was with Yang Xiao. This Wang Chu was simply a shrinking violet. I heard that Wang Chu was forced to leave the country by Yang Yang at that time. Why did he come back? A look of gloating and curiosity appeared in the eyes of the 2 boys. After all, when Lin Xiaoyun could be considered the flower of their department, after Wang Chu established a relationship with Lin Xiaoyun, I don't know how many boys secretly hated and gnashed their teeth. Come on. What's the point of talking about this now that you've met your old classmate? Go talk to him about sharing a table, the woman said, running over excitedly. Wang Chu was somewhat bored and swiping his cell phone when suddenly a woman's voice came to his ears. Wang Chu, I didn't expect us to meet here. What a coincidence indeed. Is it convenient to share a table? Wang Chu looked up with some confusion, and in front of him stood a heavily made-up woman. Excuse me, do we know each other? A doubt flashed through Wang Chu's eyes. It wasn't that he was pretending. It was really that he really didn't recognize the woman in front of him. Wang Chu, what are you pretending? How come it's only been 4 years and your classmates don't recognize you? At this time, the two boys came over and said in a conspiratorial manner, "That's right, we've heard that you've gone abroad. You should be an overseas elitist now, so there's nothing strange about looking down on us." Wang Chu sighed. He also heard out that the three things that came out of nowhere should be his classmates from the university. But to be honest, Wang Chu really didn't have much of an impression of them anymore. What are you talking about? I didn't expect the woman to interrupt the two of them. It's been 4 years since we graduated from college. People have changed. It's not normal that we can't recognize them. As she said that, there was actually a hint of shyness in her eyes as she looked at Wang Chu. Wang Chu, my name is Sun Yuli. They are Chen Hui and Yang Jia. I didn't expect that after 4 years. You haven't changed much. The moment Wang Chu looked up, Sun Yuli felt her heart jump out of her chest. Wang Chu in college is but a middleman's posture. But now, the angular face, delicate and shaped features, coupled with a well-proportioned body, surprisingly made Sun Yuli feel a little apathetic. How did this Wang Chu become so handsome? After listening to the introduction, Wang Chu blinked his eyes and wasted a lot of effort to remember who these three people were. So it's you guys, aren't you from the provinces? Why did you come to Haicheng in a group? Wang Chu casually asked. Don't you know? Tonight we have a 4-year university party. The old class organized it. Didn't you receive his notice? Sun Yuli said as she sat beside Wang Chu. Wang Chu gently frowned. Today is the class reunion? Yesterday Zhu Long told himself. He thought it would take a long time, but he didn't think. But even if Wang Chu knows it, he is lazy to think about these things. After all, there is no longer anyone in the university that his heart wants to see. May I ask this guest, do you agree to these three guests sharing your table? At this time, the waiter came up to confirm. Yang Jia said with some impatience, we know each other. We are acquaintances. Of course I don't agree. Wang Chu interrupted Yang Jia. I'm sorry, I came to eat with my family, so it's not convenient to share a table. Why don't you guys go ask someone else? Wang Chu didn't hesitate to issue an expulsion order. The three men were stunned. This Wang Chu even disagreed to share a table? He also said that he came to eat with his family, which is obviously an excuse. Wang Chu, why are you such a person? We're just sharing a table. It's not like we're asking you to treat us. Are you so petty? Chen Hui was enraged. Yang Jia's face was also ugly. We are all classmates. You are doing this too much. No wonder Lin Xiaoyun insisted on leaving you. In the first place, bumper to bumper, Wang Chu placed the cup in his hand on the table. Gentlemen, we are just classmates, not friends, and this is the table I booked. I have the right to whether or not I agree to share a table. What's more, I also dislike seeing you guys hanging around in front of me. It's really affecting my appetite. So, can you please stay away from me? The three men were stunned. What's wrong with Wang Chu? I haven't seen him in 4 years. Why has he become so aggressive now? At this time, Ye wiggled her little legs and ran over. Poop, poop. A smile appeared on Wang Chu's face as he picked Ye up. Where's Mama? Mama is in front of the mirror looking pretty. Ye misses Poopy, so she came out to look for Poopy. Poop, this little girl is Wang Chu's child? The three men looked at each other in disbelief. Chen Hui's eyes twinkled as he pulled out a chocolate from his pocket. Little girl, if you call me daddy, you can have this chocolate, okay? Ye looked at the chocolate in Chen Hui's hand, then pulled out a chocolate from her own small pocket as well. I have a chocolate here too, and I'll give it to you if you call me daddy too, okay? Chapter 120, a joke. Chen Hui's face changed. He originally wanted to use the chocolate to lure Yu and make Wang Chu lose face in front of them, but how could he not have thought that this little guy would be so human? Using his spear to attack his shield, this instantly made Chen Hui feel embarrassed. Wang Chu, this is your daughter. Why is she so uneducated? Chen Hui couldn't help but feel a bit angry. He felt a bit down. Wang Chu said indifferently, no tutelage? Isn't that what you just did? Or is it that for so many years, your upbringing and learning have all been fed to the stomach of a dog? Wang Chu, we are all classmates. Chen Hui was just joking. Are you so uptight? Yang Jia was dissatisfied. Wang Chu nodded. So it's a joke. Say it earlier. Wang Chu then took the chocolate from Ye's hands and handed it to Yang Jia. Yang Jia, if you call me daddy, this chocolate will be for you, okay? Instantly, Yang Jia's face became ugly. Uing. Yang Jia was about to get angry, but was interrupted by Wang Chu. Ha, I'm just kidding. You're as good as on the post steel wire. With Yang Jia student's magnanimity, surely won't take it into account, right? Yang Jia instantly disliked him and was speechless. His face was so ugly that it was as if he had eaten. Afterward, Wang Chu looked at Sun Yuli. Sun Yuli's face changed drastically as she hurriedly pulled Yang Jia and Chen Hui. Since it's inconvenient for Wang Chu, Then let's go and not disturb people. What about this in case Wang Chu said what he just said to himself again? Son Yuli, still has to have a face. Even if you want to call out to your father, don't you have to distinguish between occasions? Chen Hui and Yang Jia were a bit indignant, but they couldn't do anything about Wang Chu. You can't say it and you can't say it. You can't fight here, can you? Before leaving, Chen Hui turned his head to look at Wang Chu. Wang Chu, a class reunion is being held at the Yunxi Hotel today. If you have the ability, come over today. Wang Chu rolled his eyes. Class reunion? If I had the time, why don't I go and attack my daughter-in-law? Why do I have to get together with you idiots? When the three men walked out, they still looked exasperated. Wang Chu, who had previously been used by them as an after-dinner talking point, why was he so tough today? This just doesn't make sense. No. Suddenly, a doubt flashed through Yang Jia's eyes. What's wrong? Chen Hui asked. Think about it. How long has it been since we graduated? Just 4 years. How old was Wang Chu's daughter at that time? At least 3 or 4 years old. Chen Hui and Sun Yuli nodded. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something as well. 4 years ago, wasn't Wang Chu kicked out by Lin Xiaoyun? How could he have had a child at that time? Could it be that? The three of them glanced at each other and deduced in their minds. Either that or he had wronged Lin Xiaoyun in the first place before Lin Xiaoyun went to Yangwei. Either. Wang Chu is happy to be a father. This daughter is not his biological daughter at all, and he is a receiver. Humph. I didn't think of that just now and didn't play well. When he comes in the evening, I'll make sure to humiliate him. Listening to the indignant voices of the two male classmates, Sun Yuli sighed slightly. It's a pity. How come Wang Chu is so handsome? In the Grand Hyatt Eatery, Wang Chu stuffed the chocolate into his pocket. Yaya blinked, then pulled on Wang Chu's sleeve and whispered, "Poa, did you forget to return something to me?" Wang Chu pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What is it? How come I don't know?" "Chocolate Yaya got anxious and pointed at Wang Chu's pocket. "You just took away my chocolate and stuffed it into your own pocket." Wang Chu let out a light laugh. "So it's this but, why didn't you tell me about the chocolate you took?" A look of embarrassment appeared on Yaya's face. It wasn't that Wang Chu couldn't afford to let you eat chocolate. It was really that this kind of thing, chocolate, was nothing too good for the growth and development of small children. Moreover, chocolate is very high in calories and sweetness, and if Yaya eats too much of it, she will easily gain weight and get tooth decay. But what Wang Chu didn't expect was that Yaya, this little guy, didn't know when to steal and hide the chocolates, and if it wasn't for Chen Hui's words just now, Yaya wouldn't even take them out. And the way Yaya was acting now, she knew she had done wrong. Suddenly, Yaya looked up. "So, then I'll call you a poop and you'll give me chocolate, okay?" Wang Chu had a black line on his head. Poop. Seeing that Wang Chu didn't object, Yaya went up and hugged Wang Chu's neck, saying in a mushy voice, "My good poop, can you give me the chocolate?" This milky little voice almost melted Wang Chu's heart away. Can anyone resist? Wang Chu hesitated and still conceded. He took out the chocolate and put it in Yaya's hand. "I'm giving it to you, but you can't eat more than one, and you can't let Mama know about it." "Oh." Yaya happily stuffed the chocolate into her little pocket and nodded solemnly. "Yaya definitely won't tell Mama." "What's going on that you won't tell me? Is there something you two men are hiding from me?" At this time, Yun Qingyao's voice came from behind. Wang Chu was startled. "No, how could we possibly hide anything from you?" Yaya also shook her head. "We don't have anything to hide from Mama." "Oh, yeah?" Yun Qingyao sat down, then extended her hand towards Yu. Yaya blinked her little eyes and pressed her little hands against her little pockets. But Yun Qingyao just looked at Yu and didn't say a word. Wang Chu felt that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, and he hurriedly placed the chopsticks in his hands on Yun Qingyao's hands. "The food will be served later, so just wait a little while." Yun Qingyao looked at the chopsticks in her hands and cried and laughed a little. She gave Wang Chu a blank look. People say that loving mothers have many defeated children. You don't want a loving father to defeat his daughter. Wang Chu immediately assured. "That's impossible. I will definitely raise Yaya to be as good as her mother." Yun Qingyao's face slightly reddened. Virtuous. Soon, the meal was served, and the signature dishes of this Junhui eatery really lived up to its name. The colors and flavors were all perfect, and after tasting them, Wang Chu silently gave these dishes 8 points. "It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement." "Xing Yao, I remember that you do have a metric sports car in your garage, don't you?" Wang Chu asked as if he remembered something. Yun Qingyao nodded. "Yeah, that was behind my endorsement of Meta. They gave it to me." "What's wrong? You like Meta's sports car?" Wang Chu shook his head. "Then have you heard about the high accident rate of metric sports cars?" Chapter 121, Let me hold you for a while. Yun Qingyao's eyebrows raised. "This is something I've heard about. The Zhao Roi you just saw, who was involved in a car accident at the time, was driving a sports car from Meta, and I've checked. This Meta has indeed had quite a few accidents in the last 2 years. Wang Chu said in a deep voice. I think that when we endorse such a car company, don't we need to pay attention to it? Otherwise, it will affect your popularity and reputation. Looking at Wang Chu's serious and earnest appearance, Yun Xingyao snorted and laughed. Well, don't you worry about it. Last year I was about to expire my cooperation with Metro, and I haven't gotten around to renewing my contract this year. We're worried about the same thing. Wang Chu sighed in relief. That's good. Yun Xingyao's gaze shone with a gentle light. Yun Xingyao's heart was still very happy that Wang Chu was so worried about herself. She gave Wang Chu a piece of steamed oyster. Have an oyster. Make up for it. Wang Chu looked at the oysters in his bowl and supplemented. If you overcompensate, you'll be in trouble. It was a great meal. If one day I can make Xingyao not have to wear a disguise mask and walk in the public eye with myself openly, how good would that be? Such a thought surfaced in Wang Chu's mind. But just think about it now. To achieve such a result, Wang Chu still had a long way to go. After eating, Ye quickly became sleepy. Wang Chu also received a call from Yumechi when he was taking the two of them home. For Ye lost the championship thing. Wang Chu's heart, although some regret, but do not regret, because in Ye's eyes, being able to sing on stage with Papama, being able to have Papama accompany her on a trip to the zoo, and being able to eat together is already the best thing. Teacher Xiaoyu, it's okay, this kind of thing like championship, I'm lucky to get it, I'm lucky to lose it, you don't have to feel sorry for us, it's getting late. Teacher Xiaoyu, just rest, I'm driving, hang up. Wang Chu finished hanging up the phone and sighed with emotion. This Ms. Xiaoyu is really responsible. She even said over and over again something about being too sorry and so on. On the other side of the phone, Maggie Yu was a little skeptical. Her meaning is clearly a euphemism for her dissatisfaction. This Wang Chu seems to have misunderstood. What is meant by regretting for them? Do you realize that I don't know what kind of wild storm I'll have to endure if I go back here? A hint of despair appeared on Yumechi's face. The duck in the hand flew away, and the head gardener will certainly not let himself off easily. Back at home, Yun Xingyao first carried Ye to Ye's room to rest, while Wang Chu was lying alone in the master bedroom. Having eaten a lot of oysters at lunch, Wang Chu now felt a bit foolish inside. Xingyao said it before. Wait for the next time to come back. Give yourself a chance to sneak up on her. Or, now. Soon after, Wang Chu shook his head. No, it's broad daylight now, and there's still Ye in. Not very convenient. It's better to wait for the night. Half an hour later, when Wang Chu was in a daze of sleep, he felt that his ear was pinched by a pair of catkins. Opening his sleepy eyes, he saw that Yun Xingyao was lying on her back in front of him, her long hair falling from her ears, revealing her originally soft face. This image, it was simply beautiful, as if it was from an idol drama. Get up, sleep so long. Before Yun Xingyao could finish her words, she rounded her eyes in surprise. It was because Wang Chu violently raised his head and kissed on Yun Xingyao's mouth. The rosy lips carried an aroma that seemed to be the most wonderful taste in the world. Yikes! Yun Xingyao hurriedly tried to withdraw and leave, but her arm that was supporting her body slipped and her entire body fell into Wang Chu's arms. Before she could struggle, Wang Chu had already reached out and hugged her. Don't move, let me hold you for a while, Wang Chu said softly in Yun Xingyao's ear with a magnetic voice. Yun Xingyao felt her body go limp, as if Wang Chu's voice and the airflow blown out completely disintegrated all her strength. Humph! Yun Xingyao hummed in a low, inaudible voice before quietly lying on Wang Chu's chest. Through the thin clothes, Yun Xingyao could even clearly hear Wang Chu's strong and powerful heartbeat in his chest. Knock knock. As she listened, Yun Xingyao's face turned slightly red, and Wang Chu even felt like he was dreaming. Holding Yun Xingyao's soft body and smelling the aroma of her body, time seemed to stop at this moment. The beating of the two hearts seemed to be getting closer. Time passed by, and suddenly, Yun Xingyao's face flushed and she hurriedly pulled away from Wang Chu. At this moment, her clothes were a bit messy, because just now, Wang Chu's hand had actually dishonestly burrowed inside her clothes. That's too bad. It's still daylight. Yun Xingyao bit her lip and gave Wang Chu a blank look. Get up. We still have business to attend to. Wang Chu secretly said, a pity in his heart. If Yun Xingyao reacted slower, you might be able to get it yourself. It seemed that although Yun Xingyao had already recognized herself, further contact needed to be slowly adapted to by Yun Xingyao. Business? What business? Wang Chu got up from the bed and asked curiously. Recording a studio version of that song of yours? Of course. Wang Chu blinked. Oh, so we'll go to your company to record a song? No. Yun Xingyao said. I already have a professional recording studio at home. I'll help you record the song this afternoon before I say anything. Saying that, Yun Xingyao led Wang Chu to the basement. I was making a recording studio here to make it easier for myself to record at home whenever I wanted, so that I could squeeze in more time to take care of Ye. Wang Chu nodded and followed Yun Xingyao into the recording studio. Looking at the wide range of equipment inside, Wang Chu was a little dazzled. This is what with what? It's a mixing console, monitor speakers, condenser mics, vocal effects. Yun Xingyao introduced them one by one. Wang Chu was a bit surprised. Can you operate all these things? Of course, although it can't reach the master level, it can at least reach the professional level. Yun Xingyao smiled and said, let's discuss what would be a good arrangement for this song. Looking at Yun Xingyao, who was seriously engaged, a light of surprise flashed through Wang Chu's eyes. It was because he realized that Yun Xingyao was very different from the image that the outside world thought she had. Many people would consider Yun Xingyao to be a vase. Her songs were popular but had no substance or power. But looking at Yun Xingyao skillfully maneuvering these instruments that Wang Chu couldn't even name, Wang Chu knew very well that there was no casual success in this world. Every successful person will be in the place you cannot see. Silent efforts, silent growth, quietly blossom, and then stunned in all directions. Chapter 122. With Yun Xingyao's help, Wang Chu finished recording the song very smoothly. The song is much more complete and infectious after the two men's arrangement. Point Break with this song will surely add a lot of color. A hint of a smile appeared on Yun Xingyao's face. Wang Chu smiled. By the way, how long will it take to kill this movie? My scenes will be wrapped within a month. And if the post-production goes well, I might be able to release it in 3 months without any problems. Then when the movie is released, let's go see it together. Wang Chu looked at Yun Xingyao and said softly. Yun Xingyao gave a shallow smile and nodded. When the two of them came out of the recording studio, they found that Ye had already woken up and was running around the courtyard in front of the villa like a little monkey. Mama, come over here and see what Pupa has grown. It's delicious. After seeing Mama come out, Yu drilled out from the vegetable garden, carrying a small emerald green cucumber in her hand and handed it to Yun Xingyao. Yun Xingyao was a bit surprised. She hadn't noticed when she came back just now. How did this place that was originally a lawn become a vegetable garden? Could it be that Wang Chu really practiced his original words to grow vegetables in the Dingsheng flower garden? This is really something else. Looking at these lush vegetable gardens, Yun Xingyao's mood also felt inexplicably comfortable. She took the small cucumber that Ye handed over and wiped it from her hand. Then she put it directly into her mouth and took a bite. Tender, juicy and fragrant. Yun Xingyao was shocked. She had never eaten such a delicious cucumber before. Wang Chu, why is this cucumber so delicious? A look of shock appeared in Yun Xingyao's eyes. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. These are the seeds I got specially from abroad. They are carefully cultivated, so naturally they are very different from those vegetables on the market. Yun Xingyao nodded, then ate the cucumber in her hand in 3 tries. Honey, I want more. Yun Xingyao pulled Wang Chu's hand and her small tongue licked on her rosy lips. This teasing little action almost crisped Wang Chu. Mama, if you want to eat it, go pick it yourself. Teacher said it, do your own thing, don't make trouble for others. Ye looked at Yun Xingyao and said seriously. The corners of Yun Xingyao's mouth twitched, a head of black lines. She doubted that Ye was doing it on purpose. No, Ye must be doing it on purpose. Yun Xingyao took a deep breath, then squatted down and said amiably, Mama also wants to pick it by herself, but right now Mama's hands are hurting, so I'll let POA help, can't I? Hearing Yun Xingyao say that, Ye got a little nervous. Mama, does your hand hurt? Then let me help you pick cucumbers. Yun Xingyao froze for a moment. Her heart was somewhat touched, not ashamed to be her own sweet little cotton jacket. Good. Then Mama thanks you. Ye nodded, then snatched Wang Chu's hand from Yun Xingyao's. Poopy, let's go pick cucumbers together. Mama's hand hurts, so no Mama. As she watched Wang Chu being pulled away, the corner of Yun Xingyao's mouth twitched. At such a young age, you're already stealing men from me? Yun Xingyao took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart before she slowly walked over. Happy times always pass quickly, and soon it was already time for dinner. And as promised, Juran sent a tweet. Food Fun House, 3rd floor 303, no see you there. Yun Xingyao also saw this message from Zhu Long and let out a light laugh. Let's go then. I also happened to meet your closest friend. This time, it was considered that Yun Xingyao had truly stepped into Wang Chu's social circle, and it was also a very important thing for Yun Xingyao. But this time they didn't take Ye with them. Instead they arranged for Ye to stay at home. Ye was also very understanding and didn't make a fuss about going alone. On the way to the Food Fun building, Wang Chu briefly told Yun Xingyao about the relationship between him and Zhu Long. Deadheads from childhood. Hardcore buddies. From Wang Chu's narration, Yun Xingyao was also able to sense that this Zhu Long was important to Wang Chu. Half an hour later, they arrived at Food Fun House, 3rd floor, 303. Wang Chu pushed open the door and saw Zhu Long leaning on a chair and video chatting with someone. Baby, I'm not talking to you. I've got important guests here. Wait for me to get back to you. Juran hung up the phone after he finished talking to the woman in the video. Wang Chu, it's not easy to ask you out once. When Zhu Long saw Yun Xingyao behind Wang Chu, his eyes went straight. No wonder this woman was able to eat Wang Chu to death. I did not expect it to be such a great beauty. In terms of temperament and figure, and looks, it's all up there. In this instant, Zhu Long understood Wang Chu. After all, men understand men best. What's wrong with being happy to be a father when you can be favored by such a woman? Wang Chu hammered Zhu Long. Let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Yun Qingyao. Qingyao, this is what I told you, my best friend. Zhu Long, Yun Qingyao? Zhu Long's eyebrows raised. Wang Chu, do you still remember that flag I set? I'm talking about that big star. Same name doesn't count. Wang Chu smiled, then looked at Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao smiled back. Excuse me for a moment. I'll go wash my face first. Right now. Yun Qingyao was still wearing a disguise mask, and if she wanted to take off the disguise mask, she had to wash her face first. As Yun Qingyao walked towards the washstand of the private room, Zhu Long swept Wang Chu. Chef, you have a good eye. Although it is said that my younger sister is not as good as Deming Xi Yun Qingyao, she is still a great beauty in a million miles. Is she not a bit nearsighted? What do you mean? Wang Chu said with some dissatisfaction. Zhu Long didn't care. How could she look at you if she wasn't nearsighted? Asterisk 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 off. I'm not so bad, okay? If we don't do this, we're done for. Wang Chu said in a bad mood. Don't talk about me? Who were you chatting with just now? Didn't you say you were single last time? But in this one day's time, you already have a baby? Zhu Long let out a light laugh. Hey, it's just a play on the scene. She sees the strength of me being able to buy her a bag, and I see her white skin and long legs. We're each taking what we want. Wang Chu sighed. You're also old enough, so you'd better collect yourself. Well, I didn't mean to listen to you rant today. Oh yeah, what does my sibling do? Your sister-in-law, you should know later. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't know my siblings. Really? You turn your head and look? Zhu Long turned his head in confusion and saw Yun Qingyao, who had removed her disguise mask. I. After holding back the last two words, Zhu Long's entire body was stunned. Chapter 123. You are Yun Qingyao, that big star. Yun Qingyao? Zhu Long shook Wang Chu's shoulders in shock and said somewhat incoherently, did you see that? This is Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu rolled his eyes. I know. Of course I know, because she's my wife. Your wife? Zhu Long was stunned. This dream lover of almost all the men in Kyushu is actually Wang Chu's wife? Zhu Long's eyes reddened. This deadbeat of his. What kind of luck did he have to be able to get Yun Qingyao's favor? Wang Chu, what kind of virtue did you accumulate in your previous life to be able to marry Yun Qingyao? Wang Chu rubbed his chin. Beiji, you know, I'm a bit face blind. I don't know if she's pretty or not. I was just thinking that she had a pretty good personality, so I just. Zhu Long's eyes were on fire. I don't think you're face blind. You're blind. Zhu Long then looked at Yun Qingyao. Yun. He had wanted to say something to Yun Qingyao, but realized that he was too nervous to say anything when facing Yun Qingyao. A smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. You're my husband's best friend, so you can call me Qingyao. Zhu Long took a deep breath, then walked forward. Qingyao, I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me later? Wang Chu kicked Zhu Long. You're a little bit out of it, okay? She's your sister-in-law now, so what's the need for a signature? What do you know? I'm a senior member of Qingyao's fan club. You don't know. Yun Qingyao's autographs are just too few and far between. I've always wanted to treasure one, but there's never been a way to obtain one. Yun Qingyao covered her mouth and smiled. No problem. I can sign as many as you want. A happy look appeared on Zhu Long's face. Then he looked at Yun Qingyao suspiciously. That's not right. How can you possibly look at Wang Chu? You just heard it. He doesn't even know if you're pretty or not, so he can't appreciate your beauty at all. Why don't you kick him? Yun Qingyao gave Wang Chu an affectionate look. That won't do. Doesn't that show that Wang Chu isn't a womanizer? He can't see the beauty of my appearance in order to see the beauty of my heart. Zhu Long covered his heart. Can't do it. Looking at my idol actually walked together with my dead friend. This little heart of mine can't bear it some. Wang Chu patted Zhu Long's shoulder. Accept this cruel fact, so at least it's a lot easier for you to ask for an autograph. Zhu Long rolled his eyes. This Wang Chu really rubbed salt in his wounds. I say, we're all here. Have you ordered yet? My daughter-in-law wants lobster, abalone and black truffle. Zhu Long said in a bad mood. What's there to eat? The two of you have fed me with your dog food. After a long time, Zhu Long then digested this incredible fact. They sat down at the dining table and Zhu Long glanced at Wang Chu. You were hiding quite deeply before. Wang Chu shrugged. Like I said, you can consider liking someone else. Who made you too dumb to hear it? Zhu Long rolled his eyes. Who in their right mind would have thought that Wang Chu would be able to marry a popular big star in the entertainment industry like Yun Qingyao? However, there was still some concern in Zhu Long's heart. After all, Yun Qingyao's reputation was too big, and it was said that Yun Qingyao's identity was not simple. Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao came together. As Wang Chu's brother, Zhu Long is naturally very happy, but in case Wang Chu suffers any harm. Thinking of this, a trace of gravity also appeared in Zhu Long's eyes. Wang Chu, how do you guys know each other? How come I haven't heard of you knowing Yun Qingyao before? Zhu Long asked with a hint of curiosity. Wang Chu smiled. We met 4 years ago, at that time where you let me go out for a walk, so I made my way to the Oriental movie city. That time I met Qingyao, but at that time she wasn't famous, and we went around in circles for so many years before we finally came together. Zhu Long sighed in relief. It seemed like they had known each other for quite a long time, so he was at least a little relieved. By the way, Zhu Long, the outside world doesn't know about Qingyao and I. Zhu Long made an okay gesture. Don't worry, I know. Soon, the food was served, and after the initial shock, the atmosphere gradually warmed up a lot. Although Zhu Long was still a bit nervous and excited to face Yun Qingyao, he had calmed down a lot on the surface. At this time, Zhu Long's cell phone rang. He glanced at it and a trace of disgust appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? There's something wrong with your expression. Wang Chu chucked a piece of salt-baked lobster for Yun Qingyao and said with a smile. Zhu Long spread his hands. It's a call from our old class. It must be wanting me to go to the class reunion. Wang Chu slapped his head. Oh, I almost forgot. I also saw Sun Yuli, Chen Hui and Yang Jia at noon today. They said they were having a class reunion at the Jade Seal Hotel at night. Humph, just a bunch of flatterers getting together to brag about each other. Let's eat ours. Yun Qingyao was a bit puzzled. Didn't they all say that college was the last ivory tower in life? Shouldn't a class reunion be a happy event? How come Wang Chu and Zhu Long look like this? What the hell is going on here? Yun Qingyao asked the question in her heart. Zhu Long looked at Wang Chu with some surprise. You didn't tell your younger siblings? Wang Chu touched his nose and said with some embarrassment. I think things have passed. What is there to say? That's your fault. How can you hide this from my siblings? Juran said righteously. Oh, Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. Wang Chu, you're still hiding something from me, aren't you? Wang Chu sighed and was about to say it, but he was preempted by Zhu Long. No one knows more about this matter than I do, so let me do the talking, Zhu Long said to Yun Qingyao like a lapdog. Wang Chu shrugged his shoulders, not caring in the slightest. However, he also knew what Zhu Long meant. This kind of thing, indeed, was not very suitable for the person concerned to tell. After all, it was not a very honorable thing for the person concerned. Besides, if Wang Chu described himself as a victim, it would more or less give people a suspicion of whitewashing himself. To avoid his brother's embarrassment, Juran decided to do it for him. Soon, Zhu Long vocally told the whole story. In his narrative, the image of an affectionate man leaps out, while the image of an ungrateful, gold-digging, heartless woman is described vividly. Wang Chu rubbed his chin. No wonder he is now a salesman. This mouth is much stronger than his college days. I didn't know I was ever so deep in love. Chapter 124, Taking You to Pretend. Zhu Long spoke for a full 15 minutes, and only then did he make the cause and effect of the matter clear. And during this time, Yun Qingyao listened very carefully. Although Yun Jiangwo had investigated Wang Chu beforehand, this kind of thing could not be investigated clearly after all. So although Yun Qingyao knew that Wang Chu had a girlfriend before, she was really not clear about what exactly happened. However, it was only this time when she was told this by Zhu Long that she had a more intuitive understanding of what happened to Wang Chu back then. That's how things are. I think my brother's piece of deep love was exchanged for a green grass. What's even more annoying is that those students from the original class, one by one, sneering and falling on their faces. It's simply too much of a bully. At that time, I was furious. Then one night, I found an opportunity to ruthlessly beat up Yang Wei, gave Wang Chu a hard out. Saying that, Zhu Long looked at the shocked Wang Chu, waved his hand and said, of course, I never told you about this matter. No one knows that it was me who did it. I, Zhu Long, never leave my name when I do good deeds. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. He finally realized why Yang Wei got Lin Xiaoyun also on their own kill-all. The original reason here Yang Wei must think that the hit the stick is their own. Zhu Long continued. This time the class president wants to organize a class reunion. We are naturally too lazy to go. Not to mention, Lin Xiaoyun still have to go over there. Lin Xiaoyun is going over there too? Yun Qingyao frowned slightly. After listening to Zhu Long's account, Yun Qingyao was very disgusted with Lin Xiaoyun. She couldn't imagine how much Wang Chu's heart should have hurt when he first found Lin Xiaoyun and Yang Wei walking out of the Express Hotel together. If Wang Chu was with another woman, the moment she thought of that image, a trace of murderous aura surfaced on Yun Qingyao's face. Zhu Long and Wang Chu coincidentally shivered, not knowing why. The temperature of the air around them seemed to have lowered by several degrees. With a bang, Yun Qingyao slammed the table, startling the two men. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yun Qingyao's face not looking too good, Wang Chu hurriedly asked. Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. This breath, you can swallow it? When Lin Xiaoyun betrayed you, Yang Wei forced you to go far away from home. Now you can swallow this breath? Wang Chu was dumbfounded. Why did this Yun Qingyao look even more excited than himself? Is she testing me? She wants to know if I'm still in love with Lin Xiaoyun? It's all in the past. Wang Chu deliberated for a moment and said carefully. Besides, I now have a daughter-in-law. And you, this life is already complete. I'm already satisfied. No, Yun Qingyao said seriously, anyone who bullies you, I won't let go. In this world, only I can bully people. No one else. No one else. Zhu Long looked at Yun Qingyao in shock, then glanced at Wang Chu before giving a thumbs up. Brother, blessed, this girlfriend power is bursting at the seams. Wang Chu looked at the furious Yun Qingyao and asked carefully, then what are you going to do? Yun Qingyao glanced at him, then said indifferently, come with me and take you to pretend. I'm going to take it out on you. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Was this necessary? But looking at Yun Qingyao's angry face, he wisely shut up and didn't refuse. However, looking at Yun Qingyao so angry, Wang Chu's heart felt very happy and sweet. And at this moment, in the Jade Seal Hotel, Wang Chu's university classmates were gathering, each with a false smile on their faces, and were exchanging pleasantries. Sun Tao, I heard that you are now mixed well what are the chances of getting rich? Don't forget brother Mia. In the beginning I was to bring you 3 years of breakfast at Mama Mia. Recently the efficiency of the family's factory is not good. At most it can only earn a few million a year. It's not worth mentioning. Instantly, a chorus of compliments came from the surroundings, accompanied by a gaze of envy. When we were in college, we may not have any idea about millions of dollars. We all thought that we would be the best of the best in the future. And a few $1 million wouldn't be just a handful of dollars away. But after 4 years of being beaten by society, they realized that after leaving the college campus, they are just ordinary people among the masses. Living even the most mundane 9-to-5 life requires all of one's strength. The future is not as rosy as they thought it would be in their college days, and the cruel reality, but also let the original seem to be in the same starting line of the same classmates, gradually pulled apart the gap. Some got into the civil service, some went to graduate school, some inherited the family business, some became company employees. The trajectory of their lives has gradually drawn apart. The organizer of this reunion, the class president of their college days, Chen Su, had already taken the civil service exam and entered the Haicheng industrial and commercial system. It also drew the envy of countless students. The business system, that's the best treated department, worthy of a class president. It's really awesome. Squad leader, I'm thinking of starting my own business and opening a store, so I'll need more support from your side when the time comes. Look at what you're saying. When the time comes the class president will definitely help. The class president is the most righteous. A group of people surrounded the class president, Chen Suo, who also had a hint of pride on his face. To be able to get into the business system, he also wasted his efforts. Listening to the compliments of the students around him, the vanity of his heart was greatly satisfied. At this time, Lin Xiaoyun's figure appeared at the door. Instantly, Lin Xiaoyun became the center of attention in everyone's eyes. On the one hand, Lin Xiaoyun had come out prettier now, even prettier than 4 years ago. On the other hand, now Lin Xiaoyun has successfully engaged Yang Wei, which means that Lin Xiaoyun will soon marry into the mansion and become a mansion wife. This made many of the female students on the scene both envious and jealous, but there is nothing they can do about it. Who let them not have a face that is a scourge to the people? Seeing Lin Xiaoyun, Chen Suo's eyes lit up, then broke away from the students surrounding him and came to Lin Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, you're here? Where's Mr. Yan? Chen told him to look behind Lin Xiaoyun, and there was no sign of Yang Wei. Lin Xiaoyun smiled a dignified smile. Yang Wei he has a few friends to entertain and doesn't have the time to come over, but if it's over on his end, he'll come over as soon as possible. Chen Suo sighed in relief and a fawning smile appeared on his face. Xiaoyun, come in, everyone is waiting for you. Lin Xiaoyun nodded slightly, her eyes looked around and asked, where's Wang Chu? He didn't come? When these words came out, everyone instantly fell silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 125, Yun Qingyao's plan. No one didn't know about the matter between Lin Xiaoyun and Wang Chu. Originally thought that these two people would be incompatible, but didn't expect that Lin Xiaoyun's first words when she came was to ask if Wang Chu had arrived. What's going on here? Chun V let out a bitter smile. When Wang Chu withdrew from the group, and his phone number changed after graduation, we couldn't even contact him. Lin Xiaoyun's face revealed a hint of regret. That's really too bad. Each of the surrounding students looked at each other in disbelief. They were all very confused by Lin Xiaoyun's words. Is it possible that there weren't enough insults in previous years and they want to continue now? Isn't that a bit much? However, Lin Xiaoyun had managed to draw the topic of the scene to Wang Chu. Originally, after 4 years of groping, there was not much left that we could have in common, but now, Wang Chu had become the center of their conversation, and had instantly pulled in the originally slightly estranged classmates. It had to be said that Wang Chu, even if he wasn't there, had played a huge role in this reunion. Speaking of Wang Chu, we did see him at noon, in the midst of the group. Chen Hui's eyes rolled as he said, "But you'll never guess what happened to him now. What's going on? Don't sell yourself short. Hurry up and tell me." "Yeah, does it mean that Wang Chu is in a bad way now? But it's not like he's picking up trash. Ha ha ha. Just kidding," Chen Hui said with a light laugh. "Wang Chu he is now married." A look of disappointment appeared on the faces of the surrounding people. "Che, what's the deal with being married? I thought it was something." "That's right. Are there not many people in our class who got married 4 years after graduation? It's not possible that Wang Chu has found a super ugly girl, is it?" Chen Hui cleared his throat. It's true that this Wang Chu getting married is nothing unusual, but he already has a 3 or 4-year-old daughter. Just think about it, we graduated 4 years ago, and he has a 3 or 4-year-old daughter. The crowd froze for a moment, and then a thoughtful expression appeared on their faces. Either Wang Chu cheated on his wife 4 years ago, or he became a happy father and became a receiver. But think of Wang Chu as disheveled after he separated from Lin Xiaoyun in the beginning. The possibility of this cleavage is greatly reduced. So it is him who is happy to be a father. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really, this is too exciting. I didn't realize that this Wang Chu has fallen to such a state. It's really humiliating. How can a man give to being a receiver? It's simply too much of a loser. Hey, if he wasn't a wimp, how could such a beautiful girlfriend be pried away? I heard that Lin Xiaoyun even gave her first time to Yang Wei. Hiss, really? After 3 or 4 years, Wang Chu didn't even touch Lin Xiaoyun? He shouldn't be unable to, right? Who knows? But it's quite possible, because it doesn't work, so it's only as a receiver, but it's not a loss. Buy one get one free. Makes sense. Makes sense. Instantly, the room overflowed with joy. At this moment, Yin Xingyao was bringing Wang Chu and Zhu Long, rushing towards the Jade Seal Hotel in a furious manner. Although Wang Chu's heart felt happy, he was also worried about Yin Xingyao making a big deal out of it. After all, although Yin Xingyao is wearing a disguise mask, once her true identity is discovered. However, looking at Yin Xingyao's puffed-up appearance, Wang Chu felt that she was inexplicably cute. "What are you laughing at?" Yin Xingyao saw the smirk at the corner of Wang Chu's mouth and said without any good humor. "Because I think you're cute." Wang Chu said it without the slightest scruple. In the back row, Zhu Long felt chills running down his body. Was this the sour stench of love? That's really enough. Yin Xingyao's face reddened and lightly hit Wang Chu. "Be serious. We'll have to go in and punch them in the face later," Wang Chu said with a straight face. "Okay, I'll listen to my daughter-in-law, but what are you going to do? Go in directly?" Yin Xingyao thought for a moment. "No, if we go in directly, they will definitely not dare to say anything to you when they see how pretty I am, so I'll lose the chance to punch them in the face." The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched, and this confidence is really bursting. However, Zhu Long in the back row nodded, not feeling that there was anything wrong with what Yin Xingyao said. After all, this is Yin Xingyao, but the hottest female star in the young generation of the entertainment industry. Zhu Long believed that if those classmates of theirs knew about Yin Xingyao's identity, they would definitely show a kneeling expression to ask for autographs. "I agree with what brother-sister said," Zhu Long immediately said. "That's why we have to give them room to maneuver first, and wait until they feel that they've won. Then younger siblings will show up, so that we can shock them." Yin Xingyao glanced at Zhu Long with some approval. She suddenly realized that this deadbeat of Wang Chu's seemed to be not bad. "Right, that's it. I won't go in first," Yin Xingyao said seriously. "You guys remember to send me a message when the time comes, and I'll go in when the time is right. I want to see which demonic dares to bully my husband." Zhu Long quickly nodded. "This matter is wrapped up in my body. Sister-in-law, why don't you add a contact information, so I can notify you when the time comes?" "Yes." The two people added WeChat, and Zhu Long smiled like the landlord's stupid son. Wang Chu on the side. How come he hadn't realized that Yin Xingyao had such a bad taste before? And Zhu Long, this guy, has already completely stood on Yin Xingyao's side, right? It's true, the power of idols is much greater than the power of deadbeats. After discussing it for a while, the two finally came up with a battle plan that they thought was perfect. First, let Wang Chu show weakness, then draw fire. Then you stir up a dispute on the sidelines and stimulate the conflict to intensify. A wise light appeared in Yin Xingyao's eyes. When the atmosphere is at its peak, I'll make my shining appearance. Give everyone the final blow. Yes, that's it. That's how it's designed in all kinds of movies and novels. There must be nothing wrong with it. Zhu Long also gave a thumbs up from the side. I only thought that my younger siblings sang well and acted superbly before, but I didn't realize that the thinking was so sharp as well. This plan is quite perfect. I can't wait to see their stunned expressions. A smug look appeared on Yun Qingyao's face as she glanced at Wang Chu. Hubby, what do you think of my plan? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. That is very good. Quite good. Of course. It's best if you're happy. Yun Qingyao nodded, full of confidence. Good. In that case, we'll move according to the plan and set off. Chapter 126 Arrival. I say, why are you still on fire? Entering the Jade Seal Hotel, Wang Chu wrapped his arms around Zhu Long with a hint of helplessness on his face. Zhu Long said without a trace of anger, what do you mean I'm adding fuel to the fire? I'm helping you, brother, right? Why didn't I see that? I rather think you're using me to get closer to your idol. Wang Chu squinted at Zhu Long. Zhu Long sighed. Cook, am I such a person? Wang Chu thought for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Yes. Zhulan's next words were choked in his throat. After a long time he said in disgust, Wang Chu I just really don't understand. On your emotional intelligence like this, how were you able to hold a beautiful woman? Is it because you are handsome? Wang Chu blinked. Didn't you already know? Damn, I really don't want to talk to you anymore. If I say any more, I won't be able to control myself, and I'll hammer you to death on the spot. But in that case, my sibling will be widowed. So think about it. Wang Chu wanted to tell Zhu Long that even if he let Zhu Long have one hand, Zhu Long couldn't beat himself, but after thinking about it, it was better to forget about it. After all, he had already irritated Zhu Long many times, so let's forget about it this time. But Zhu Long sighed. Wang Chu, to be honest, you really don't understand women at all. Wang Chu blinked. I don't understand women? I even have a daughter-in-law. This has nothing to do with whether you know women or not. Zhu Long said seriously. If you want to gain a woman's heart, you have to proactively provoke her mood swings. Sometimes you have to show weakness and stir up her maternal glow, but sometimes you have to be tough so you can make her feel like a little birdie. Zhu Long said bitterly. Right now Yun Qingyao is furious about what happened to you. This is exactly when her mood swings are the most intense. What you need to do at this time is to go along with her mood swings instead of splashing cold water over and over again. No one's emotions stay high or treat you the same as they always have, and if you don't give her positive feedback, sooner or later she's going to leave you one day too. Wang Chu frowned slightly. It's not that serious, is it? You're being alarmist. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But as a brother, I have to be honest with you. If you don't cherish Yun Qingyao, there will be a lot of people eyeing her, and relationships need to be managed. And if you don't know how to manage them, the two people who end up loving each other will go their separate ways. Wang Chu was silent, and after a moment looked at Zhu Long suspiciously. Why do I feel so weird when I'm a married person and I end up getting schooled by a single dog like you? Zhu Long spread his hands. Who made me a theory master? Let's go. We'll be able to meet our lovely classmates in front of us, so you'll have to behave yourself. Wang Chu took a deep breath. A haze flashed in his eyes. If he could, he really didn't want to go. At this moment, in the large private room, the atmosphere was already very warm because of the heat from this matter of Wang Chu. Many of the students had already begun to push their glasses and talk about college life and their future lives. But there was an interesting phenomenon on the scene. The more ordinary office workers who hang out are the ones who get together and talk about parents and which leaders are stingy and like to work overtime. The slightly better ones get together and are full of talk about investments, futures and stocks. The last table was headed by the class president Chun Su and Lin Xiaoyun, a table of people who either had mines in their homes or had entered the government sector with an unlimited future. Things are now in their infancy. The class president, Chen Su, raised his glass and said loudly, "Everyone be quiet for a moment. This reunion is mainly to enhance the feelings of classmates. The road ahead is still long. All of us should not forget that we once lived 4 years in Haicheng University. For the sake of the years we once had, and for the sake of our glorious future. Cheers everyone. Cheers, old Ben Mighty. Cheers, next party. I'll mix it up." Just as the crowd was getting excited, the door to the private room creaked open. Snap. Zhu Long patted Ba Zong. The old class said good. I waited at the door until the words of the old class. I am very touched. As if you said the same as the real thing. Chen Su's brows furrowed. Then he said lightly, "Zhu Long, you're late today. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups." Zhu Long is now the regional sales manager of Shinli Automobile, and to be able to make it this far in just 4 years, the future can be imagined. Therefore, although Zhu Long's words just now made Chen Su feel uncomfortable, Chen Su decided to pretend it didn't happen. Zhu Long shrugged his shoulders and said, "I didn't come late. This important person you care about didn't come and you opened the banquet. Is this not your fault?" Important person? The students frowned slightly, but thinking that Zhu Long was once Wang Chu's sworn enemy, could it be that Wang Chu is here? That's so possible. How can he still have the face to come to the class reunion today when things went so badly? It's been a long time, everyone. At this time, Wang Chu walked in from outside and saw these faces that were once so familiar. At this moment, Wang Chu's heart suddenly fluttered a little. He had thought that when he saw these classmates again, he would be able to face them calmly, but he realized that he was wrong. He didn't seem to be as strong as he thought he was. When he saw them, Wang Chu had mixed feelings in his heart. He wanted to ask each of his classmates why they threw all the cynicism at him when Yang Wei had snatched his girlfriend and he was clearly the victim. What did one do wrong? Why do you have to bear so much malice? Obviously, we've been classmates for 4 years. Why do you want to fall on your sword? Even if you can't empathize, why mock and abuse? This complex emotion only appeared in Wang Chu's heart for a moment and was quickly suppressed. Wang Chu? When Shen prosecution saw Wang Chu, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Even though he had previously told Zhu Long that he wished Wang Chu could also participate, but that was just polite words after all, because he also didn't believe that Wang Chu could really come. But now, Wang Chu really came? The entire private room instantly fell silent, and all eyes fell on Lin Xiaoyun's body. In full view of everyone, Lin Xiaoyun stood up with a bright smile on her face. Wang Chu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Chapter 127. I'm just pissed off here. I've been waiting for you? Hearing these words, everyone's face was more or less strange. How is it so ambiguous? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. But don't, your words will easily cause misunderstanding. If outsiders hear it, they will think what's wrong with us. You don't care about reputation. I still care about it. A haze flashed under Lin Xiaoyun's eyes. It seemed that Wang Chu was determined to draw a line with herself. So don't blame her for not remembering her old feelings. Seeing that the scene was a bit awkward and dull, Chen Su stood out and snorted. Wang Chu, you can come to the class reunion. We are very welcome. Please sit down first. Wang Chu glanced at Chen Zhu, then found the nearest seat and sat down. The students at the original table, on the other hand, were all very uncomfortable, as if Wang Chu's own plague attribute. Soon the first student stood up. I'm going to the restroom. The second student stood up and walked up towards the table next to him. Isn't this Yang Jia? Long time no see. The third student stood up. Soon, the tables that had been full became empty. Zhu Long glanced at Wang Chu. This is our lovely classmates. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. What's the point of this? This is them knowing that they don't have the face to sit with us. It's still counting on them to be self-aware. Zhu Long gave a thumbs up towards Wang Chu. Since I was a kid, I've admired your shamelessness. Over here, Wang Chu and Zhu Long were whispering, while elsewhere, their classmates were also whispering. This Wang Chu really came. How did he have the face to come? Who knows? He's a good man now. What was he like when he was a loser? I always have a feeling that this reunion might not be peaceful. Wang Chu's arrival caused the originally warm atmosphere to instantly become stagnant. Cook, do you know why those classmates fell so hard in the first place? Zhu Long asked in a low voice. Wang Chu shook his head. How would I know? Zhu Long whispered. Actually, I also learned about this secret in the group this morning, because a classmate let slip that. At first, Yang Wei found Chen Suo, and had Chen Suo bribe almost everyone in the class with $10,000 each. Wang Chu's brows frowned. You mean, the reason why they are so cynical and down on me is because that $10,000 worked? Precisely because of this, Zhu Long whispered. And the person who took the lead in the implementation of this matter is Chen Su. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes as a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. For a mere $10,000, they traded away their conscience? This is simply pathetic. For some reason, hearing this, Wang Chu was instead less angry than before. There is just sadness for these students who once lost their conscience for a mere $10,000. Oh right, if it's true that our lovely group of classmates won't pick on me, what are you going to do? Wang Chu asked curiously. Zhu Long let out a light laugh. Naturally, there's nothing to do. Remember, we have to heat up the atmosphere emotionally, and then just wait for my idol's appearance. Wang Chu nodded silently. It is somewhat reasonable. Then I will begin. With that, Wang Chu stood up with a glass of wine in his hand. Chen Su was about to continue his speech, but then he saw Wang Chu standing up, and for some reason, his mind felt a pang of panic, as if something bad was about to happen. Gentlemen, I, Wang Chu, haven't been in contact with you all for 4 years. To be honest, I really miss you all. Honestly, at that time, I was small, my mind was immature, and I didn't think about a lot of things. Now I understand. So I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to everyone. The crowd looked at Wang Chu and all felt very embarrassed and uncomfortable. What's Wang Chu up to? Soon, Wang Chu walked to the first table. Wang Wei, I remember you. When you were in college, you didn't ask me for my class notes to copy, and you even let me cheat for you twice to keep you from flunking. The man called Wang Wei had an awkward look on his face. Wang Chu, this is all in the past. I can't thank you enough. Wang Chu said seriously. I think it, even if we're not friends, We're still nodding acquaintances, but I didn't expect that. That sentence that I'm a toad who wants to eat swan meat and doesn't think twice about it, was what you said in the group, wasn't it? Wang Wei had some hard time. Aren't these two things, when put together, pointing at your own nose? Come on, let's have a drink. You're the one who showed me to be thankful for the person who hurt you, because he'll make you stronger. Saying that, Wang Chu took the initiative to touch hands with Wang Wei and then patted Wang Wei's shoulder. Wang Wei was a little fidgety, but soon, Wang Chu found another person. Sun Zhang, I remember that when you played basketball in your sophomore year, you broke your leg and I brought you food for 2 months. You even gratefully said at that time that I was your buddy forever, right? The other boy, seeing that Wang Chu had found himself, his face instantly became ugly as well. But I also remember, 4 years ago, it was you who said, wasn't it, that I was a loser when my own girlfriend was pried away? And you said something about how everyone with eyes knows that leaving me is the best choice? Sun Zhang smiled awkwardly. Wang Chu, I don't remember. It's okay if you don't remember. I just remember. Wang Chu patted Sun Zhang's shoulder. Come on, let's have a drink as well. Thank you. Let me understand the saying. Be thankful to the person who betrayed you, because he let you understand what is called humanity. After saying that, Wang Chu stared at another person. Chen Prosecution's brows frowned. This Wang Chu is here to smash the scene. Wang Chu, that's enough. We are all classmates. Is it fun for you to do this? Have you made enough of a scene? Chan stood up with a very hard look on his face. This was a class reunion that he had nominally organized, and for Wang Chu to make such a scene, wasn't he not giving face to him as his old classmate? Wang Chu glanced at the head of the class, smiled and counted, Chen V. I also happen to be the first to find you at. Later on, there are opportunities to earn fast money. You do not hide, but also introduce some to me. 10,000, it is cursing. Say some words of the yin and yang. You do not say that. I would like to earn. It's too simple. Chen Su's face instantly became ugly. What do you mean by that? Not much meaning, just want to say, there is money for everyone to earn in the future. You say you step on me to make money, but do not give me a share. This is not to say it is not reasonable? Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. So, that's why I'm so upset here. Chapter 128 Raising the Bar? The atmosphere was once again awkward. Wang Chu had said this, which meant that he already knew what happened back then, which made Chen Su feel a little embarrassed. Hitting people in the face is not a good idea, and cursing them is not a good idea. How old is this Wang Chu? Why doesn't he even understand this? Wang Chu, what happened back then? Do you have to hold on to it? At that time we were all very young. Inevitably we'll do some things wrong. Can't you be more generous? Must the original good reunion stirred up a mess? Lin Xiaoyun couldn't help but stand up. It's been 4 years. Why haven't you matured? Who hasn't made mistakes? Could it be that you, Wang Chu, are a saint and have never made a mistake? Then why didn't you reflect on it properly then? Why did everyone target you so much before? The surrounding students were touched. Not expecting that at this time, Lin Xiaoyun would come forward to speak for everyone. This is just so gentle and thoughtful. Compared to her, Wang Chu just seemed so calculating and not worthy of Lin Xiaoyun at all. It was evident that Lin Xiaoyun leaving Wang Chu in the first place was such a right thing to do. Wang Chu glanced at Lin Xiaoyun and didn't say anything. He was now too lazy to bother with Lin Xiaoyun. But Zhu Long spoke up at this time. Lin Xiaoyun, I've actually always been curious as to how you managed to keep a flirtatious veteran like Yang Wei firmly in your hands. But now, after hearing your words, this is how I understand. The green tea flavor of your opening, it's really too heavy. Tea in tea, being said Yang Wei, I can't hold it. Zhu Long said with a smile. Lin Xiaoyun's face changed. Zhu Long, how are you talking? Chen Su also slapped the table. Zhu Long, Wang Chu, if the two of you truly want to attend the class reunion, we naturally welcome you. But if you're here to cause trouble, then we won't blame you for being impolite. That's right. Who do you think you are? What's the big deal? A happy father. The receiver also has the nerve to force himself in front of us, the face of our Haichang University, all disgraced by you. Wang Chu, don't think you can tell us what to do just because you're a bit of a man now. You don't have that qualification yet. With Chen Su as the vanguard, Chen Hui and Yang Jia followed closely behind. And soon, those who had once attacked Wang Chu joined in the crusade against him, though they also knew that they had done the wrong thing in the first place. But that's the way the world is. Children are the ones who distinguish between right and wrong, and adults only distinguish between pros and cons. It's a benefit to antagonize Wang Chu now and be able to curry favor with Chen Su and Yang Wei. Seeing that the crowd had risen up in righteous indignation, Yang Jia's eyes rolled and he stepped forward. Wang Chu, don't you have a backbone? Then do you know that this class reunion is fully funded by Yang Shao? This Jade Seal Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and this meal will cost at least several $100,000. If it wasn't for young Master Yang, Would you know where the entrance to the Jade Seal Hotel faces in your life? If you really have a backbone, get out now and just don't show up in front of us. Oh yeah, I've already told the whole class about you being a receiver and being happy to be a father. You've really disgraced the face of a man. If I were you, I'd get as far away as I could. Would I still be here to disgrace myself? After cursing, Yang Jia felt all clear. The depression of being scolded away by Wang Chu at noon was finally swept away. Wang Chu, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. Happy to be a father and a receiver? He glanced at Chen Hui and said after a moment of contemplation, Yang Jia, although I don't think you should tell your classmates about recognizing me as your father at noon, since you don't care about it anymore. I don't care about it either. Yang Jia froze, then raged. Who recognized you as a father? Today at noon, didn't I use a chocolate to make you call me dad? Wang Chu said with a smile. Yang Jia was furious. He was about to rush up and PK with Wang Chu in real life. At this time, the door of the private room opened. A tall waitress walked in. Excuse me, is there a gentleman named Wang Chu in this room? Wang Chu glanced at the waiter. I'm Wang Chu. What is it? Mr. Wang Chu. Hello, your friend knows that you're in this private room and asked us to raise your dining standard to the highest grade. Please confirm on your side. Wang Chu and Zhu Long glanced at each other and realized in their hearts that this was Yun Qingyao striking out. What was the original standard for this? Zhu Lan asked. The original standard is the lowest standard of our Jade Seal Hotel. 198 renminbi per person. Now it's going to be mentioned as the highest standard for you free of charge. 1,980 renminbi per person. As the words fell, all those present were stunned. The original standard turned out to be the lowest standard? Now Wang Chu's friend is going to raise it to the highest standard for them 10 times over? How is this possible? Who the hell is this Wang Chu's friend? Wang Chu couldn't help but be staggered. This handiwork of his daughter-in-law was also too big. Although it is said that this money is nothing to her, Wang Chu still feels luxurious. An eerie silence fell over the booth. Everyone looked at Wang Chu with disbelief, especially Yang Jia. He hated to swallow all the words he had just said. This Wang Chu, really developed? But Wang Chu smiled. Forget it, although this money is not considered to be a lot of money. But, these people do not deserve it yet. The waiter nodded. Since Mr. Wang Chu refused, then I will reply to your friend truthfully. With that, the waiter turned and left. But the students blew up. It's not that they're so poor that they want to eat the highest standard of set menu. It's just that Wang Chu's remark that these people were unworthy completely enraged them. Humph, that's ridiculous. Bribing a waitress and then letting her come in and pretend to put on a show. And you really take yourself seriously? I think so. It doesn't matter if this man is poor. The most shameless thing is to be both poor and pretending. He also treats others as a little cutie. Look at them. This is simply an actor with no talent. A quick glance and no boredom. But in less than 3 minutes, the door to the private room opened again, and a pretty and lovely girl walked in. Brother Wang Chu, just now I saw from afar that you walked into this private room. I didn't think it was really you. I came to apologize to you. I originally just wanted to upgrade the dining standard of your private room as a little surprise I gave to Brother Wang Chu, but I didn't expect. I seem to have taken matters into my own hands. Wang Chu was a little surprised. He had thought that it was Yun Qingyao who wanted to raise the standard, but he didn't expect it to be Zhao Qingwen. Zhao Qingwen wasn't a little cutie. After she heard the waiter's truthful relay, she understood that the people in this private room were not Wang Chu's brother's friends. So she ran over and apologized in the first place. Chapter 129. Shut up. What are you apologizing for? You didn't do anything wrong. Wang Chu said with a smile. Zhao Qingwen smiled. Brother Wang Chu isn't angry. That's really great. Wang Chu glanced at Zhao Qingwen and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He did not expect this Zhao Qingwen is still a small rich woman. Oh no. It should be a rich second generation. Are you here to eat? Wang Chu asked casually. Zhao Qingwen nodded. Yes, my father is talking things over with Uncle Sun. Oh yeah, Brother Wang Chu. My father said he's been wanting to find an opportunity to thank you. He knows it's here. He'll come over later. Wang Chu waved his hand and said, No, don't let Uncle come over. I'm leaving later. Don't bother Uncle either. Oh, Brother Wang Chu, did you come alone? Zhao Qingwen's eyes were a bit evasive. Wang Chu's heart sank. This imploring gaze. Danger, danger, danger. Ahem. I'm actually here with my wife. She'll be here in a minute. Zhao Qingwen walked away a little lost. The young girl's sense of the heart room had just opened a crack when it was mercilessly shut down by Wang Chu, and a lock was put on it by the way. But the rest of the students in the booth were cold. It's a pity that Wang Chu is not a screenwriter. This actor is still looking for a set of First there was a waitress in front, and then a strange little beauty came behind her. This is quite a full set of drama. Zhu Long was all a bit surprised. Wang Chu, wasn't this arranged by my sibling? Wang Chu shook his head and said, No, This is a girl I saved earlier. Zhu Long's eyes instantly lit up. This girl is not bad, although it's not as good as my younger sibling's 100% beauty, but how can I say it's still 90%? It's just right for a pure-hearted teenager like me, Wang Chu said in a bad mood. Get lost, she's our schoolmate. You can't harm her. Good for you, schoolgirl. Qing Yin's waist is soft and easy to push down, Zhu Long said shamelessly. Wang Chu was speechless. How did the once pure teenager become like this now? But after Zhao Qingwen appeared, this atmosphere didn't seem to be as high as it was just now. Wang Chu was hesitating whether or not to let Yun Qingyao come over to wrap things up. At this time, Chen Su spoke up. Wang Chu, enough of the drama. Since you know everything now, I'll be blunt. That's right. Back then, it was Yang Xiao who asked me to bribe my classmates. As long as we sidelined you, we would get $10,000. And I'm also telling you plainly that almost all of these classmates here took the money. But so what? What can you do about it? Can you make our lives miserable or beat us up now, besides being impotent and barking mad? Don't forget, behind us, is young Master Yang. Compared to young Master Yang, what are you? With Lin Xiaoyun's poise, do you think you can really protect her? Without young Master Yang making a move, sooner or later, there will be young Master Wang, young Master Lin, and the rest of young Master Yi making a move. Can Lin Xiaoyun have any good days following you? If you don't look into your heart and examine yourself, and you have the face to come over here and push your buttons, don't you think you're being too childish, the way you are? The bottom of Chen Su's eyes revealed a trace of contempt. Wang Chu, I know you're not happy in your heart, but this world is like this. The weak are the strong. You're weak, that's why you're being bullied. Of course, if you want to retaliate against us, we are quite welcome, but the premise is that you have the capital to fight against Yang Xiao. Wang Chu said faintly. Do you guys think Yang Wei is very powerful? Look at your sour words. Young Yang is a big young man in Haichang. Is it not an easy thing to clean you up? Have you forgotten that 4 years ago, you were forced by Mr. Yang to leave the country? You're forgetting the pain after you've gotten over it. It's okay, I can still help you remember for free. Since Wang Chu had already stopped giving him face, Chen Su simply tore his face off as well. He needed to get on Yang Wei's good side anyway, and the sharper his flag was, the more satisfied he would make Yang Wei. Wang Chu glanced at Zhu Long. Zhu Long understood. Now was the time for Yun Qingyao to step in. The atmosphere reached a high climax, and Chen V even cooperated to be that villainous role. Now if Yun Qingyao stepped in, it would definitely satisfy her. However, Wang Chu was a bit curious as to what way Yun Qingyao would make her appearance. At this time, the door to the private room opened again. 2 middle-aged men walked in. Wang Chu, I heard from Qingwen that you were here. I came over to take a look. I heard that mess. Yun was also there. Where is she? Mr. Wang Chu, how are you? I'm Qingwen's father. I'm very grateful for your saving my daughter's life on Wild Mang Mountain. Let me toast you with this glass of wine. Wang Chu froze. He didn't expect Qingwen's father to come over. And next to him, it was the municipal Sun secretary Sun Changqing. Uncle Sun, aren't you slapping my face? As a junior, I should go and toast you. Wang Chu hurriedly said to Sun Changqing. He then looked at Zhao Qingwen's father. Uncle Zhao, this matter would be overstated. In that situation, such is what I should do. Zhao Qingwen's father had a hint of admiration on his face. Regardless, I'd still like to thank you. At this time, Yang Jie shouted out. Wang Chu, are you bored? You're still acting endlessly, aren't you? You think you're making up a serialized drama here? That's right, one after another. You guys don't feel embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed that I'm about to pick out 3 rooms with my feet, Chen Hui also said in a conspiratorial manner. The air was still for a moment. Sun Changqing noticed that the atmosphere here was a bit awkward, and a hint of realization appeared in his eyes. It seems that we came at a bad time. Then we won't disturb little friend. We'll be right next door. After little friend finishes handling things here, I hope to have a drink with you. Zhao Qingwen's father was also a man of the people and said with a smile. A doubt flashed through the eyes of the nearby Chen Suo. For some reason, he always felt that one of these 2 middle-aged men looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Only after Sun Changqing and the 2 left did a hint of shock appear in Chen Suo's eyes. He remembered. One of them, wasn't it the director of the Haichang Municipal Secretariat, Sun Changchang? That was one of the core figures of the power circle in Haichang. How could someone like that know Wang Chu? And they seemed to be on good terms? Suddenly, Chen Suo's heart panicked a bit as he felt as if things were moving in a direction other than what he had expected. Wang Chu, line you come here spent a lot of effort, right, and find actors and shut up. Before Chen Hui could finish, Chen Su bellowed, startling Chen Hui. What's going on here? Why did the squad leader's face become so ugly? Wang Chu, is that person just now the head of the secretariat, Sun Changcheng? Wang Chu blinked. He is indeed called Sun Changcheng. also in the secretariat. I always thought he was simply a secretary, but I didn't expect him to be the director. With a booming sound, Chinsu felt as if a thunderbolt had fallen in his mind, shocking him into blackness. Chapter 130 Yun Qingyao makes a move. Is that man really Sun Changqing? Then why is Sun Changqing so close to Wang Chu? What's their relationship? How did you get acquainted with Chief Sun Changqing? Chen Suo swallowed his saliva. He didn't even notice himself that his voice carried a hint of huskiness and trembling. Do I have to tell you? Wang Chu looked at Chen Su with a smile. Oh yes. I heard that the class president adult now entered the industrial and commercial system. Congratulations I will find a time to let Uncle Sun take more care of you. In any case, we are also 4 years of classmates, and before graduation, you also gave me a profound lesson in social practice. How can I say that I have to thank the class president? Listening to Wang Chu's words, Chen Su felt his body go cold. If he did, his own life would be over. Having been focused on by the director of the secretariat, does he still have a chance to turn his life around in the system? Wang Chu, don't be arrogant. This is all Yun Yang's intention. Can you still deal with Yun Yang if you're capable? Chan complained with a somewhat reluctant growl. Back then, between Wang Chu and Yang Xiao, Chen Su took the initiative to side with Yang Xiao. It still is, because Chen Su knew that Wang Chu, no matter what coincidence he knew Sun Changqing because of, but he was after all a working class kid, while Yang Xiao was a rich second generation in Haicheng. In terms of connections, resources, and means, how can Wang Chu compare to Yang Xiao? Wang Chu rubbed his chin. Yes, people Yang Wei is a rich second generation in Haicheng. From this point of view, I indeed can't compare to him. But I can't compare to Yang Wei. But my daughter-in-law is much more powerful than Yang Wei. Your daughter-in-law? Is that the one you willingly became a receiver? Chen Su said coldly. Looking at you like this, you're really not ashamed, but you think you're honored. That's right, Wang Chu. Why don't you tell us which rich woman your daughter-in-law is in Haicheng? 40 or 50 years old? Brothers, I don't want to struggle. Ask your rich wife-in-law. Is there any other sisters around? At this time, another boy also said in a conspiratorial manner. With a snort, many of the students around him lost their voices and laughed. You want to serve a rich woman. You do not look at your own have that capital People Wang Chu now with a white boy like, this look is too different from the university. People in order to eat a soft rice, but also put some effort it. The other man sneered back. Although everyone had heard that Wang Chu seemed to be very close to the head of some secretariat, what did that have to do with them? Other than the Chen complaint, they weren't mixing systems, so did they need to worry about Wang Chu? Wang Chu let out a light laugh. He was really quite a wimpy image in the eyes of these classmates. With a creak, the door opened once again, and this time, Yun Qingyao entered. From the moment she entered, the light within this private room seemed to have all gathered on Yun Qingyao's body, cold, stunningly beautiful, and carrying an aura of nobility all its own, as if she was supposed to be the center of attention in the world. Who is this woman? She feels like a princess. It's really so beautiful. Even those big stars don't have this face value and temperament. Don't you think she has an aura that you can't see straight? Everyone was stunned. Why would such a young and noble woman appear in their private room? Is it the wrong booth? A hint of infatuation appeared in the eyes of many men. Chen Told cleared his throat, then pulled out a smile that he thought was handsome. This lady, we are. But the woman didn't pay any attention to the Chen claims, and instead walked straight through them to Wang Chu's side. Honey, aren't you done here? I've missed you so much. Yun Qingyao intimately held Wang Chu's arm, and that noble and cold temperament instantly disappeared. But like a little bird, she snuggled up to Wang Chu's side. This time it really stunned everyone. This woman shouted Wang Chu is husband? Could it be that this woman was the daughter-in-law Wang Chu had spoken of? That's a bit surprising, isn't it? Shouldn't she be a rich old woman in her 40s or 50s? How can she be so young and pretty? Instantly, it was as if a pound of lemons had been eaten raw in the hearts of almost all the men, and their eyes were red with acid. If my own daughter-in-law looked like this, I'd be willing to be a receiver. Wang Chu was a bit surprised. How much time had it taken? This Yun Qingyao had already changed up and down. But, it is even more glowing than just now. By the way, honey, are these your classmates? Yun Qingyao looked around, a hint of coldness on her face. These are the ones who taunted you back then? Under Yun Qingyao's gaze, none of those classmates of Wang Chu even dared to look straight at her. It was because Yun Qingyao's aura was just too much at the moment. The gaze was cold and the aura was majestic, as if she were a queen. I think there's a misunderstanding here. Sensing that something seemed to be wrong, Chen Su hastily prepared to remedy the situation. Misunderstanding? If I heard you correctly, it was you who said before that this world is all about the weak and the strong, and that you bullied my husband because he was weak? Chan choked momentarily. In that case, I'll have to use your logic against you. Yun Qingyao said indifferently. Chen Su, aren't you from the industry and commerce system? As it happens, I know the director of your Industry and Commerce Bureau, Sun Bureau. I want him to sell me a face. Dealing with a small section officer shouldn't be a difficult task. With that, Yun Xingyao turned her head to look at the others. Chen Hui, right? Now the administrative specialist of Yi City's 9 Luck Machinery, right? Congratulations, you'll be able to change your job soon. I've talked to the general manager of your Jiuyun Machinery on the phone. I guess it won't be long before your termination information should arrive. Chen Hui froze. Yi City and Hai City are hundreds of kilometers apart. A phone call from you to make me unemployed? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm going to take your word for it? Lying to the little cutie. What about? Chen Hui said through clenched teeth. Yun Qingyao faintly said, believe it or not by you, but now should be in the degree of emergency go. It is estimated that it is also almost. Before the words were finished, Chen Hui's cell phone rang. He picked it up and a look of panic crossed his face. Phone number for the personnel director of 9 Luck Machinery. Supervisor, what do you want to see me about? Although he really didn't want to answer the phone, Chen Hui still picked up. He really didn't believe that the other party was able to terminate himself across the city with a single phone call. How could she be so capable? Chen Hui, let me tell you, because of your work ability, you are no longer adaptable to the requirements of our company's position. So according to the company's regulations, you have now been forced to resign. The compensation has already been paid to your card. Come over tomorrow to go through the exit formalities. With a bang, Chen Hui's cell phone fell to the ground, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 131, Wang Chu. I'm sorry. Chen Hui's voice on the phone was clearly heard by the surrounding students. Everyone had the same expression as Chen Hui on their faces. This pretty woman's words really made Chen Hui lose his job? What kind of person is she anyway? This is just horrible. Yang Jia, your family is in the aquaculture business, right? How much do you think your family would lose if all the partners around your family chose not to work with you anymore? Yang Jia froze for a moment, then snorted. How is this possible? Our partners are more than 10 years of old friendship. How is it possible to suddenly? Jingle bells. Yang Jia's cell phone rang. The crowd instantly landed their gazes on Yang Jia's body. Yang Jia touched his cell phone and was relieved to find that it was his father's call. Dad, what is it? Yang Jia's tone was still relaxed. You little brat, what have you gotten me into out there? You're pissing me off. Pop's voice came out of the phone, angry with a hint of panic. Yang Jia was startled. Dad, what the hell happened? I didn't do anything. Bah, you haven't done anything yet? Just now, all 4 of our partners came to the phone at the same time, saying that they wanted to cancel their cooperation with us. Only after I repeatedly pressed them did they confide that it was because you messed with the wrong people outside that they. Messing with the wrong people? Yang Jia looked at the beautiful and unlikable woman in front of him, and his body was like falling into an ice cellar. Could it really be her? Surely she did it. If not her, how in the world can there be such a coincidence? Now the whole booth was silent. Everyone was trembling with fear. This kind of means of turning one's hand to the clouds and turning one's hand to the rain. Even if it was Yang Wei, he couldn't do it. As for the others, Yun Qingyao scanned the circle, the corner of her mouth revealing a light smile. My time is too tight. I haven't had time to deal with each and every one of them yet. Hubby, give me 2 days, and I promise to make sure that anyone who has bullied you before will not have a good ending. These words instantly became the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. No one wants to be the next Yang Jia and Chen Hui. Subsequently, Yun Qingyao scanned the circle and finally saw her ultimate end goal for coming over this time. Da. Yun Qingyao walked towards Lin Xiaoyun and quickly arrived in front of her. You're Lin Xiaoyun? A hint of contempt appeared in the bottom of Yun Qingyao's eyes as she looked Lin Xiaoyun up and down, then shook her head and turned back to Wang Chu. Hubby, let's go. Wang Chu nodded, then wrapped his arms around Yun Qingyao's waist and turned around to prepare to leave. At this time, a voice came from behind. Wang Chu, I'm sorry, the thing back then was that I was ghostly. I'm really sorry. Wang Chu, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you back then. I apologize. 1, 2, and soon quite a few people opened their mouths to apologize to Wang Chu. I can't do it without apologizing. What if Wang Chu's daughter-in-law wants to deal with him? I don't know if apologizing works, but what if it does? Wang Chu's body only paused for a moment and did not turn around, but continued to walk outward, leaving the private room. Lin Xiaoyun, who was inside the private room, clenched her hands and turned white. Just now, when Yun Qingyao came to her, that condescending look, that disdainful look, it was as if it had torn apart her disguise and directly inserted into her inner heart. Although Yun Qingyao didn't say one more word, 1,000 words were spoken. From Yun Qingyao's eyes, Lin Xiaoyun felt a humiliation she had never felt before. After leaving the private room, Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao first went to the next private room and toasted Sun Chongqing before leaving. But after getting into the car, Yun Qingyao's mood suddenly lowered and she didn't say a word for a long time. Wang Chu was a bit puzzled. Daughter-in-law, What's wrong with you? Why is your mood not high? Who made you unhappy? Yun Xingyao said with some chagrin. Today I originally thought that Yang Wei would go, but I didn't expect that he didn't go, so I have some words prepared in vain. Wang Chu laughed, which is I never felt that my daughter-in-law was so domineering before. Right, Chen Hui and Yang Jie thing, is really what you did? Yeah, why? Wang Chu's heart was a little staggered. Wouldn't that require you to expend a lot of your connections? It's okay, those two were just a show of hands. Who made the two of them attack the hardest? Yun Xingyao snorted coldly. I haven't even had the chance to bully you yet. How can I let them bully you first? Wang Chu's heart was touched as he reached out and held Yun Xingyao's catkin. Xingyao, thank you. You're my husband. Isn't it too much to say that? Yun Xingyao shook her head and said, actually, I also know that you actually don't want to face those classmates either. But it's for my sake that you went to the reunion. Actually, I've thought about it for a while, and what I did was a bit childish. But, thank you for being tolerant and allowing me to be childish for once, because if I hadn't done that, I would have been unable to get it out of my heart. Wang Chu said softly. I know. In fact, I'm not as open-minded as you think. This time, in fact, it's also considered to be a relief for my heart. What I want is actually not much. Since they apologized, then this thing is even the end. Can't really make everyone's family die. Yun Xingyao snorted coldly. If they don't apologize en masse in the end, I'll really clean up the past one by one. Hearing Yun Xingyao's huffing and puffing voice, a hint of a doting smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. But, Yun Xingyao glanced at Wang Chu. That white lotus, she is indeed very pretty. I didn't expect you to like such a style of girl when you were in college. Instantly, a sense of crisis appeared in Wang Chu's mind. I haven't felt anything for her for a long time. Wang Chu carefully weighed his words. Is that so? But back then, you brought her breakfast, brought her milk tea, went to class together, went to study hall together, went to work together, and spent your birthday together. Listening to Yun Xingyao's words, Wang Chu felt a burst of chills. His daughter-in-law was jealous? She took away so many of your first times. I'm very unhappy. Yun Xingyao beamed. Her heart was a little annoyed. Wang Chu hesitated and said, Xingyao, I admit that I was really serious about her back then, but that won't affect my love for you now. Our meeting, parting, and meeting again. It's as if all this is destined by heaven. I don't have any feelings for Lin Xiaoyun anymore for a long time. In my future, there are only you and Ya. Listening to Wang Chu's heartfelt confession, Yun Xingyao's face blushed slightly. Is that so? How do I know if what you're saying is true? It's better to see how you behave in the future. Wang Chu smiled. With a hard mouth and a soft heart that loved to be jealous, he found that his daughter-in-law was becoming more and more adorable. But, he always felt as if something was missing from the car. At the entrance of the Jade Seal Hotel, Zhu Long found out the taxi software while angrily cursing. Bah, you dog cook. You really have a daughter-in-law and forget your brother. Chapter 132, Sneak Attack. When we got home, Yaya was still waiting with bated breath for Puppy to come home. Upon seeing Puppy, Yaya's eyes lit up. Puppy is back. She shouted and rushed to Wang Chu and Yun Xingyao. Wang Chu's face revealed a hint of a smile, then squatted down and prepared to hug Yu when Yu ended up coming to a sharp stop. She circled around Wang Chu for a while before eyeing Yun Xingyao. Yun Xingyao felt amused and squatted down as well, stretching out her hands towards Yu, but Yaya remained unmoved, instead glancing at Yun Xingyao and then Wang Chu. This caused Wang Chu and Yun Xingyao to feel a hint of puzzlement. What's wrong with Yaya? Puppy, where's the present you guys got me? Wang Chu and Yun Xingyao froze. Gifts? What gift? They didn't say they came back to bring a gift either. A look of disappointment appeared on Yaya's little face. Did you guys not bring me a present? At this time Auntie Wang came over, and after hearing Yaya's words, she cried and laughed a little. Miss, Auntie, just now Yaya was watching a cartoon in which there were moms and dads bringing gifts to little girls after going out. So Yaya was convinced that you guys would bring her gifts when you came back. Wang Chu and Yun Xingyao glanced at each other, a bitter smile appearing on their faces. So that's how it was. But it was true that they hadn't thought of bringing a gift for Yu before. When Yaya saw that Papama really didn't bring her a present, her little mouth turned up and tears welled up in her eyes. Wang Chu was startled. He didn't want to see Yaya's tears. If the little one cried, wouldn't Wang Chu be heartbroken? But now where to conjure up a present from? System, now for the lottery. Wang Chu thought of the system at this time, and he took a rough look at it, and he still had more than 800 pleasure values. Ding, in the middle of a lottery. Congratulations, you've gained guitar skill level +1. 1 for the trash. Keep drawing. Ding, the lucky draw is in progress. Congratulations, you've won a Magic Princess Barbie doll. Magic Princess Barbie comes with a thermostat system that keeps the temperature of the entire room at a more comfortable temperature. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Ahem. Yeah, Puppy Mama has prepared a good thing for you. but only obedient children can have it. Are you obedient? Yeye's eyes lit up. Obey? Yeye will definitely obey. Then good boy. Let's not ask for gifts and go back to sleep, okay? Next to her, Yun Qingyao suddenly popped out a sentence. Yeye froze for a moment, her little mouth deflated in aggravation, then looked at Wang Chu undaunted. POA, you really didn't prepare a gift for me? Wang Chu cried and laughed as he glanced at Yun Qingyao. Was it a bit too much to use this routine to set up Yeye? Of course, there is. How can Pupa lie to Yeye? But this gift is in the car. I forgot to take it down. Wait a moment for Pupa to go get it, okay? Said Wang Chu as he returned to the garage and pretended to take out the magic princess Barbie from the car. When Wang Chu appeared in front of you with a Barbie doll, Yu's eyes lit up. It's the magic princess. It's the magic princess. Yeye was so happy she was about to jump up and down. Baba, give it to me. Give it to me. The magical princess Barbie in her long white frilly dress with her delicate face was both pretty and cute, instantly capturing Yeye. Wang Chu smiled as Dad's magic princess Barbie doll was handed over to Yeye's hands. Yeye hugged the Barbie doll, the tears in her eyes long gone. Thank you, Puppy. Puppy is the best puppy in the world. Yeye hugged her Barbie doll and bounced back. Be careful, don't fall, Wang Chu shouted behind him. This little one, getting her present, look at the way she's happy. Wang Chu smiled and turned his head. Let's go in as well. But Yun Qingyao's face revealed a sullen expression. What's the matter? Want something to be unhappy about? Yun Qingyao said with some depression. Yeye only thanked her poop, but mama, didn't even mention it. Wang Chu laughed. Why are you still angry with the child? She was just so happy that she forgot. Forgot? Yun Qingyao shook her head. That little look in Yu's eyes just now, complacent with arrogance. Afterwards, Wang Chu first went to the vegetable garden and picked some fresh vegetables to prepare ingredients for Yeye tomorrow. When he cleaned up, he found that Yun Qingyao had already finished her bath and was lying on the sofa reading a book in a cool nightgown. Wang Chu froze for a moment. You finished washing so quickly? Yun Qingyao smiled shallowly. Yes, what's wrong? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. He originally thought of picking vegetables and having a mandarin duck bath, but he didn't think. Didn't they say it takes a long time for a woman to take a bath? How come Yun Qingyao finished washing so quickly? Seeing the loss on Wang Chu's face, Yun Qingyao covered her mouth and laughed softly. Alright, you go and coax Yeye to sleep. I'll wait for you in the bedroom. After saying that, Yun Qingyao closed her book before getting up and walking towards the upstairs bedroom. When he passed by Wang Chu, he took a bright green cucumber from Wang Chu's vegetable basket in passing. The cucumber that I ate during the day tasted really good. Wang Chu had no choice but to go and put Yeye to bed first. But Yeye got the magic princess Barbie doll and was in very high spirits. Poopy, you will tell me the story of the magic princess today. Wang Chu cried and laughed. I have told this story 3 times. No, I just want to listen. Yeye hugged Wang Chu's neck, hanging onto Wang Chu's body like a little rag bear. Wang Chu patted Yeye's little butt. Okay, Pupa will tell you again, but after listening, you have to sleep well, okay? Yeye nodded her head in a hurry, then burrowed into the quilt, only revealing a cute little head. Wang Chu cleared his throat and began to open his speech for the 4th time. Half an hour later, Yeye fell asleep with her Barbie doll in her arms, and only then did Wang Chu carefully withdraw from within Yeye's small room. Finally fell asleep. So now it's time for the hunt that belongs to me. A look of excitement appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. Didn't Qingyao say that she could sneak up on her? Wang Chu had been holding back for a day, so he could finally sneak up on her in the open. Carefully arriving at the master bedroom, Wang Chu but found that Yun Qingyao had actually fallen asleep. Looking at Yun Qingyao who was lying serenely on the bed, a trace of pity and tenderness appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. Such a beautiful girl has become my wife. Now I think about it, it's like a dream. Wang Chu laid down beside Yun Qingyao, lying on Yun Qingyao's ear and asked in a whisper, Daughter-in-law, I'm going to sneak up on you. If you don't object, then it's a default O. Chapter 133, A Cool Bath. After Wang Chu finished speaking, he listened carefully, and sure enough, his daughter-in-law didn't object, so he nodded with satisfaction. I knew it, my daughter-in-law must have acquiesced. In that case I'll be polite. Wang Chu took a deep breath and wanted to pounce on him, but at the last instant, he hesitated. Technically, he wimped out. What if Yun Qingyao got angry if she pounced on him? Although he said that he was also clear that Yun Qingyao had accepted himself and also had a good feeling about himself. But, what if his own mangling behavior destroyed this good feeling? Liking is wantonness. Loving is restraint. Wang Chu did not want any hint of his behavior to cause Yun Qingyao's dissatisfaction or disgust. You're both married and you're going to sleep in the same bed now. So what's the hesitation? Go on. At this time, an imp surfaced in Wang Chu's mind and said compulsively, You're a man. Be tough and women will naturally go soft. What are you afraid of? Wang Chu couldn't help but nod his head. It was such a rationale. No, Just when Wang Chu was dumbfounded, another little white man popped out of Wang Chu's mind and righteously said, Wang Chu, Yun Qingyao sleeping beside you defenselessly is a test of your character and determination. If you can't help it, what's the difference between you and those lecherous men? Hearing this voice, Wang Chu's movements froze. Cut the crap, we're all adults. Don't we know what it means to sleep in the same bed? What's more, you're supposed to be a couple, even if you go a little overboard. It's still appropriate. Who can say anything? The imp grimaced and said, life is a good thing, and flowers bloom when they're ready to be broken. Bah! The little white man stepped forward and said righteously, Wang Chu, if you make a move now, you're a who takes advantage of people. Oh, that's better than not as good, the imp said lightly. You, the little white man was about to retort, but suddenly the imp stepped forward and forked the little white man dead. That's right, I can't be less than that even if I am a. Wang Chu murmured before wrapping Yun Qingyao's body from behind. When he touched Yun Qingyao's body, he clearly felt Yun Qingyao's body stiffen before it softened. Yun Qingyao, she didn't fall asleep? Wang Chu froze for a moment, then a delighted look appeared on his face. Doesn't that mean that she's really acquiescing and giving herself a chance to play? Wang Chu's face revealed an ecstatic look, then carefully slipped his hand underneath his pajamas. When his hand touched Yun Qingyao's milk-smooth skin, Wang Chu felt his body swirl. The silky feel of it gave him a dreamlike sensation, and Yun Qingyao's body temperature was obviously feverish, but she still closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Wang Chu saw the situation, completely put down his heart. It seems that this is the daughter-in-law to give himself the opportunity to sneak attack it. If this Wang Chu didn't act again, he would be a complete cutie. He's a little cutie. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Wang Chu marched towards the Holy Land. But soon, a stunned expression appeared on Wang Chu's face. At this time, Yun Qingyao opened her eyes and looked at Wang Chu with a smile. I didn't expect it. I've come to a relative. Wang Chu was somewhat in tears. He had thought that he would be able to succeed in his sneak attack this time, but he didn't expect his daughter-in-law's relatives to come. Did you do it on purpose? Wang Chu rolled his eyes and said, you're pretending to be asleep because you want to see how awkward I look right now, right? Yun Qingyao rolled over, her wonderful body hidden in her pajamas. Oops, I was just resting my eyes. Did I say I was asleep? Wang Chu was furious. But you didn't even say anything when I asked you just now. Oh, is that the one where you're going to sneak up on me? Yun Qingyao blinked. I said no. Maybe you didn't hear it. Wang Chu had a head full of black lines. He could sort of see that this Yun Qingyao was clearly deliberately teasing herself. Forget it, I'm going to take a shower. Wang Chu got up from the bed without a good mood. Didn't you just finish washing? Take a cool shower to cool down. It was only after taking a cool shower that Wang Chu was able to suppress the restless fire in his psyche. But thinking about it, Wang Chu laughed to himself. From re-encountering Yun Qingyao, this was only the third time they had met. This progress was indeed a bit fast. Well, wait a little longer. Next time we have to watch the time. We can't let our daughter-in-law's relatives stir up trouble. Wang Chu's heart secretly said. At this time, a muffled sound came from outside, followed by a muffled grunt from Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu was startled. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Yun Qingyao's voice had a hint of trembling in it, as if she was enduring some great pain. Wang Chu wrapped a bath towel around him and rushed out. At this moment, Yun Qingyao was half kneeling on the ground, one of her hands tugging at the bedsheet in death, a pained expression on her face. Big sweat continued to flow from her forehead, even soaking her hair and dampening her pajamas. Although Yun Qingyao was now revealing her spring light, Wang Chu didn't have the slightest thought of appreciating it. He rushed over and squatted beside Yun Qingyao, his face anxious. Qingyao, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wait, I'll send you to the hospital right away. No. Yun Qingyao grabbed Wang Chu's hand and squeezed a few words out of her teeth. I'm fine. It's menstrual cramps. Menstrual cramps? Wang Chu was dumbfounded. Dysmenorrhea is so painful? Looking at the veins rippling up in Yun Qingyao's hands, Wang Chu knew very well that if the pain wasn't extreme, how could a girl have so much strength? A trace of heartache appeared in Wang Chu's eyes, but he realized that he really didn't know what to do right now. It's totally hitting a blind spot in his knowledge. But you're in so much pain right now. What can I do? Wang Chu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu's anxious appearance. Her pale face pulled out a trace of a smile. It's fine. I'll just get through it. You want to go pour me a cup of hot water? Wang Chu nodded and rushed out. At this moment, the maids in the villa hadn't rested yet, and when they saw Wang Chu rushing out with a bath towel around him, each of them was shocked to the point of losing their colors. Auntie, that's a fantastic body. I'm so envious of Miss. I'm sure I won't be able to sleep tonight. Boing boing. Wang Chu poured a cup of hot water and saw Auntie Wang. Her face was overjoyed. Auntie Wang, please help. Qingyao is having menstrual cramps. What can we do? Chapter 134, A woman is weak, but a mother is stronger. Aunt Wang's brow furrowed. Miss, she's having menstrual cramps? I've just finished stewing the black chicken soup. Auntie, hurry up and serve it to Miss to drink. Wang Chu nodded and hurriedly followed Auntie Wang to bring a bowl of black chicken soup from the kitchen before hurrying back to his room. At this moment, Yun Qingyao was already in pain as if she had been fished out of the water. Daughter-in-law, have some oolong soup. Wang Chu hurriedly fed Yun Qingyao with a soup spoon. Yun Qingyao drank in small sips. Her pale face then recovered a bit, but the pain in her body didn't ease much. After all, the black chicken soup only served to provide some relief. It wasn't a panacea and couldn't really allow Yun Qingyao to recover completely. After feeding the black chicken soup, Wang Chu hesitated for a moment, then stuck his hand into Yun Qingyao's pajamas, gently rubbing Yun Qingyao's little tummy. Will this be more comfortable? Wang Chu asked. Wang Chu's hand was warm, like a small fireplace, giving Yun Qingyao a feeling of warmth all over her body. She glanced at Wang Chu and gently nodded. Well, this is very comfortable. Like this. Wang Chu slowly rubbed Yun Qingyao's small stomach, while using a towel to constantly wipe the sweat from Yun Qingyao's forehead. Yun Qingyao's face gradually recovered a lot, and her tightly wrinkled brows stretched. That's enough. Take a break. It's tiring. Looking at Wang Chu, who had been rubbing his small stomach for himself, a hint of redness surfaced on Yun Qingyao's face. Wang Chu shook his head. I'm not tired, as long as you feel comfortable. Although his body was still very uncomfortable, he looked at the worry on Wang Chu's face and the tenderness and compassion in his eyes. Yun Qingyao's heart felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. At this time, Auntie Wang carefully walked in. Take some painkillers, miss. Yun Qingyao nodded, then took the painkiller. The effect of the painkiller was still very obvious. After more than 10 minutes, the look of pain on Yun Qingyao's face lessened a lot, and she also slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The pain from earlier had consumed too much of her energy. Wang Chu sighed in relief and slowly pulled his hand out. Looking at the sleeping Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu gently stroked her hair, and an undisguised pity appeared in his eyes. Auntie Wang, have Qingyao's menstrual cramps always been this bad? Wang Chu couldn't help but ask. Although Wang Chu had come into contact with fewer women, he was also clear that this kind of menstrual cramps that Yun Qingyao was experiencing was very abnormal. The average girl has menstrual cramps, but they're not excruciatingly painful. Auntie Wang sighed and said, actually, Miss didn't have menstrual cramps before. It started 4 years ago. Miss sneaked away to the Oriental Cinema City, and not knowing what happened, she got very sick after returning home. At that time the doctor, after examination, found that the young lady was pregnant, but at the same time, because of the cold entering the body, the uterus was chilled. Not only was the fetus unable to be preserved, but it was also almost impossible to get pregnant again in the future. As she said this, Aunt Wang glanced at Wang Chu. Wang Chu was silent. Cold air entering the body? He knew very well that it was because Yun Qingyao had fallen into the cold and bone-piercing river water, which had led to such a result, right? In fact, at that time, many people in the Yun family suggested that the young lady abort the child because in that case, the problem of the cold entering the body could be better treated. But when the young lady heard that she wouldn't be able to get pregnant even after the cure, she insisted on giving birth to the child. During those 10 months, Miss suffered a lot. For the sake of the child's health, Miss refused almost all medication. No matter how bad her body became, she didn't take any medicine, because taking medicine would affect the child's development. During the gestation period, there had been 2 times when the child was almost uninsurable, and even the young lady was admitted to the ICU due to a relapse of her condition. It may be that this perseverance of the young lady touched the heavens, and the child was born healthy and smoothly, despite all the things that she had gone through. But in the first 6 months of Yeye's birth, probably because of her congenital deficiency, she was often sick, and Miss was almost unclothed at Yeye's side, until half a year later, when Yeye's health got better, Miss was relieved to go pursue her dream. So Auntie, Miss is really not easy. I've watched Miss grow up. Before Miss was the palm of the family's hand, never suffered much, but since having Yeye, Miss grew up all of a sudden, and for the sake of the child, she missed out on the best time for treatment. Auntie, as a subordinate, I may have said something that is a bit unauthorized, but I really hope that you can love Miss well, because these past 4 years have been really difficult for Miss. Wang Chu was silent, and his eyes reddened. Xingyao had never told herself this, and she herself never knew what a vicious 10 months those 10 months had been for her, and at that time, one should have been by her side. But, Xingyao, I'm sorry, I will never fail you in the future. I will use my whole life to protect you and take care of you, and will not let you suffer any more grievances, nor will I let you suffer any harm. Wang Chu murmured as he gently stroked Yun Qingyao's face, possibly hearing Wang Chu's voice and feeling Wang Chu's heart. Yun Qingyao's originally tightly frowned brows gradually eased, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Thank you for telling me this. Wang Chu turned his head to Aunt Wang and said, don't worry, Aunt Wang. I'll definitely take care of Qingyao. Aunt Wang's face revealed a hint of a smile. I believe in Mrs. Vision. And I also believe in Auntie's character. So I'll go out first. Auntie Wang went out. But Wang Chu kept sitting on the edge of the bed. His mind kept repeating the image of his reunion with Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao's knitted brows and smile were so sunny and beautiful. She brought herself joy, hope and happiness. But Wang Chu could not imagine that behind this joy, hope and happiness, how much she silently paid. A woman is weak, but a mother is strong. The gaze in Wang Chu's eyes gradually became firm. With me, I will protect you with my life in the future. System, let me ask, is there a method that can completely solve Qingyao's hidden physical ailments? The system was now Wang Chu's biggest dependency. Ding, sensing the host's strong desire. The special lottery is now open. Special draw. You can draw on a specific aspect that the host is looking forward to. Each special draw costs 50 points of pleasure value. A special lottery that costs 50 pleasure points each time? That's really dark. Wang Chu mentally spat out. Conduct a special lottery. Ding, please describe the item you wish to acquire. Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao compassionately. I want to find a way to solve Qingyao's menstrual cramps. Lucky draw in progress. Congratulations. You've won the recipe for nourishing and strengthening chicken soup. Chapter 135, Father Yun's arrival. Wang Chu's brows furrowed. Nourishing and strengthening the body with black chicken soup? Is this thing useful? The system produces a fine product. The system replied coldly. Wang Chu was a little dissatisfied. He thought he could draw out what elixir. An elixir to solve all the problems. But he did not expect to be just a recipe. 50 pleasure points to draw a recipe? This made Wang Chu feel that he had lost a lot of money. If this recipe doesn't work, you'll have to compensate me for my pleasure value, Wang Chu said. But the system was silent, which made Wang Chu feel angry. Other people's systems, one by one, are all delicate and lovely, easy to push down. Elixir randomly give. How their own this system, not at all intimate. However, Wang Chu could also sort of see that this system was not the kind of system that hung around in seconds. Thinking about it, otherwise, this system wouldn't be called the strongest milkman system. Instead it should be called the strongest hangman system. It seems that using the system to cultivate immortality is a no-brainer. It's better to be a good baby daddy. Make this nourishing and strengthening black chicken soup for Qingyao tomorrow morning. Let's see how it works first. The night passed. When Wang Chu woke up early in the morning, he realized that his body was almost frozen. Because all night long, Wang Chu was lying on the side of Yun Qingyao's bed. Once Yun Qingyao woke up in discomfort, he would be able to feel it first. It's just that after being on your back in this position for so long, your body is going to stiffen up. Looking at the time, it was now 5 o'clock. According to her previous routine, Qingyao had already gotten up to go exercise, right? But right now, Yun Qingyao was still sleeping heavily on the bed. Wang Chu carefully stood up and pulled his hand out of Yun Qingyao's. Although holding the daughter-in-law's hand is very comfortable, Wang Chu also has to personally go to make soup. The moment Wang Chu carefully closed the door to the room, Yun Qingyao, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes. She looked at the hand she had held Wang Chu's and a happy smile appeared on her face. It's good to have you. And at this moment Wang Chu had already arrived in the kitchen. Good morning, Auntie. Auntie, you have very circles under your eyes. Did you not rest well? Auntie, you have a great body. Because Wang Chu didn't have much of a stance and didn't have any commanding gestures towards the villa's subordinates, everyone was very favorable towards Wang Chu. What's more, Wang Chu's face and body were really great. Men like to look at beautiful women, but beautiful women also like to look at handsome men. Wang Chu smiled and entered the kitchen after greeting the crowd. Walking into the kitchen, Wang Chu then took out the recipe. This recipe is very detailed, and the proportion of various ingredients, the fire, and even the age of the ingredients are all labeled very clearly. Astragalus, Angelica sinensis, Cotinopsis palacioli, Guayuan, red dates, wolfberries, human body, black chicken. Wang Chu looked at the wide array of ingredients used in the recipe and secretly nodded. It looks like, is kind of reliable. In that case, let's get started. Wang Chu rolled up his sleeves and began to prepare his materials. Luckily, the kitchen was very well stocked, and soon, all the ingredients were found except for the ginseng. Ginseng? Didn't I get a 20-year-old wild ginseng from Yitsong's hands before? It should still be in the bedroom now. Why don't I simply take it instead of ginseng? Wild ginseng is more potent than ginseng and should give better results. So Wang Chu turned around and went upstairs. Previously, Wang Chu had transplanted all the medicinal herbs he got from Yitsong into the flower pots in his bedroom in order to avoid the reoccurrence of the vegetable garden incident. And the wild ginseng was the same. Pushing open the door, Wang Chu saw that Yun Qingyao was still asleep. He carefully walked to the balcony and carried away the flower pots of the wild mountain sen. Re-entering the kitchen, Wang Chu pulled out the wild ginseng planted in the flower pot. That's a lot bigger than before. Wang Chu is a little surprised. This is only a few days time This wild ginseng has been a lot bigger. It seems that the magic fertilizer with the magic mountain spring water certainly have the effect of non-trivial reaction. Wang Chu washed the wild ginseng and then cut off a small piece as stated in the recipe, and then began to boil the soup. This nourishing and strengthening black chicken soup needed to be simmered for an hour and a half, and the fire had to be mastered. So Wang Chu didn't let anyone else help, but instead stared at the fire under the casserole all by himself. As the sky gradually brightened, Yun Qingyao also felt a lot more comfortable, and after she walked out in her housecoat, she saw Wang Chu staring intently at the casserole. A small smile appeared on her face before she turned around and went to Ye's room. Even though we say it's the weekend, we can't let our kids get into the habit of sleeping in. Soon, with Ye's unwillingness, she was still called up by Mama, and when everything was packed up, Yun Qingyao's cell phone rang. Qingyao, I heard that you're in Haichang right now. Just in time. I'm going to attend a meeting in Haichang today. I'll be at your place later. I brought you some medicine. I guess you can use it. Yun Qingyao's entire body was stunned when she heard this voice. Why is Pops suddenly coming? If father sees Wang Chu, that's a much stronger reaction than ergo. Dad, why don't you notify me in advance so I can be prepared? Yun Qingyao was a bit flustered. I'll send someone to pick you up now. No need. It's not like I don't know the location. The branch has already sent a driver over. I'm heading towards you. I guess there's still half an hour to go. Oh right. You should be resting today. Right. When I finish my meeting, I'll take you out to play. After hanging up the phone, Yun Qingyao's face revealed a look of panic and unease. Mama, is that Grandpa's phone? Yaya hasn't seen Grandpa for a long time. Grandpa will definitely buy me a present this time. Yu's eyes lit up. Yun Qingyao didn't have time to say anything and rushed to the kitchen. Wang Chu, it's not good. My dad is coming. Looking at Yun Qingyao who suddenly rushed in, Wang Chu froze. How is your body now? Does your stomach still hurt? Yun Qingyao cried and laughed. This is not the time to talk about my stomach. My dad will be here in half an hour. Wang Chu blinked. Old husband is coming? That's just right. I'll fry up a few dishes and show off my handiwork to welcome my old husband. Yun Qingyao anxiously stomped her feet a little. When is it? You still cooking nah? If my father sees you, then it will be miserable. Miserable? He's my old husband. I'm his son-in-law. Don't you dare ruin the relationship between our son-in-law and husband. Wang Chu smiled and said, it's fine. The ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws sooner or later. My hairy-footed son-in-law can't keep hiding it. Chapter 136, This is bad. Although Wang Chu had a point, he simply didn't know what kind of person his father was. Yun Qianjun. He's a super daughter slave. If he knew that Wang Chu was in the villa, who knew what kind of things he would do? Moreover, Yun Qingyao did not intend to let them meet so quickly. At least, finding a suitable opportunity to meet at a suitable point in time. Now rashly meet. Yun Qingyao really worried that his father will do something irrational behavior. Wang Chu was a little nervous and anxious when he saw Yun Qingyao. He went forward and held Yun Qingyao's hand. Just don't worry. In fact, old father-in-law should have known about my existence long ago. The reason why he didn't come over before but picked this time to come over. I don't think he's really incapable of accepting me. Otherwise, he could have taken advantage of the fact that you weren't here to come over. At that time, he would have been perfectly able to use the power of the chairman of the Ma Gung group, the head of the Yun family, to force me to leave you, but he didn't do that. Which means that, in fact, in the old husband's heart, he still recognizes me. By Wang Chu's words, Yun Qingyao's heart sighed in relief. However, she blankly glanced at Wang Chu. Count on what you're saying as reasonable, but my father is definitely not that kind of unreasonable person, and he will definitely not do anything to force you. Wang Chu smiled. Although Yun Qingyao was comforted in this way, Wang Chu also felt a great deal of pressure in his heart. The old man is not a second uncle, and the natural pressure that comes with that status is just not something the average person can handle. In fact, what Yun Qingyao said was also right. If he were to avoid the front line for now, I'm afraid it would be better if he waited to find a suitable opportunity to meet again. But Wang Chu still rejected such an idea. Yun Qingyao was her own woman. Yu was her own daughter. There was nothing unseemly about it. As a man, if he couldn't even handle his own old man, then what was there to say about protecting Yun Qingyao and Yu? Did he want Yun Qingyao to face her old husband's scolding and cold eyes alone? That's not something a man can do. Therefore, even though Wang Chu knew that this meeting was not destined to be pleasant, he still decided to face it. Even if the old man had given himself more raging storms, he would have blocked them without hesitation. Alright, you wash up Yaya first. I'll make a few more dishes. Oh yeah, what does my old man like to eat? Looking at the calm Wang Chu, Yun Qingyao also felt that she seemed to have made a bit of a fuss. It shouldn't be too much of a clash for the two of them to meet. After all, they're both the men who love them the most, aren't they? Not to mention, Isn't there another Tarzan in the family? Yun Qingyao blinked, then went to knock on the door of Elder Yun's room. Grandpa, are you awake? Half an hour later, a black sedan stopped not far from Yun Qingyao's villa. Inside the sedan, a middle-aged man with a majestic temperament, Yun Qianjun, faintly asked, "Is the man in the villa gone?" On the front seat was the villa's bodyguard, who knew exactly who his lordship was talking about. "The aunt hasn't left. She's been at the villa." Who admitted that he is our Yun family's aunt? Yun Qianjuan's brows furrowed as he said in a cold voice. The bodyguard was startled and said period. Wang Chu has been in the villa and has not left. Yun Qianjuan's eyebrows raised. "Knowing that I'm coming, you're still not leaving? Is this an attempt to show off your manhood in front of me? Or are you emboldened? If you're the latter, then you're playing the wrong game. Let's go. Get in." Hearing Yun Qianjuan's words, the driver slowly drove towards the villa. When the car stopped at the door and the middle-aged man stepped out of the car, a milky voice could be heard coming from it. "Grandpa, it's really you. You misses you so much. You don't even come to see you. Yun Qingyao had long been waiting on the sidelines with you. And when you saw Yun Qianjun, her eyes lit up and she pounced on him." Yun Qianjuan's face instantly blossomed with joy. "My Yaya granddaughter, recently Grandpa is really too busy, but this time Grandpa especially came over to play with you. Yaya happy or not?" Yaya hugged Yun Qianjuan's neck and kissed it heavily, then giggled happily. "Yaya is the happiest. Grandpa, have you prepared a gift for Yaya?" Saying that, Yaya looked at Yun Qianjun with her cute big eyes blinking. Yun Qianjuan's eyebrows raised. "Of course, I'm bringing a good thing for Yaya." With that, he beckoned, and the driver took out a brand new box from the trunk of the sedan, and inside the box was an exquisite Barbie doll. "This is a magic princess Barbie doll. Does Yaya like it?" Yun Qianjun asked confidently. He had done a special survey before, and this Barbie doll was the favorite style of little girls, so you would definitely like it. Magic Princess Barbie? Yaya looked at the Barbie doll inside the box. It was far from the one that Poopy had given herself yesterday. The dress style isn't as nice as Poop's one and the expression isn't as vivid as Poop's one. What's wrong? Doesn't Yaya like it? Yun Qianjun did not see Yaya's expected happiness and asked with some curiosity. Yaya blinked. Of course Yaya likes it. Yun Qianjun was relieved. That's for sure. This is the best looking Barbie doll in the world. Yaya was not happy. Grandpa, this is not the best looking Barbie in the world. The best looking Barbie is the one that Poopy gave me. The smile on Yun Qianjuan's face froze, and the atmosphere became stiff all of a sudden. When Yun Qingyao saw this, she screamed in her heart. She brought you over to meet Yun Qianjun, just wanting you to appear in front of her father first, so that she could at least make her father feel better, but she didn't expect to. Yaya surprisingly mentioned Wang Chu, and the father's face clouded over with a speed visible to the naked eye. Yeah, your grandpa is tired from traveling. Come down quickly, don't tire your grandpa out, Yun Qingyao said in a hurry. Yun Qianjun lightly glanced at Yun Qingyao, seemingly seeing through the thoughts in Yun Qingyao's mind. He didn't put down yet, but smiled and said, Yeah, how is daddy treating you? Is he treating you and mommy well? Yaya instantly came to the spirit. Grandpa, I tell you the poop is very good. He took Yaya to the playground, and also went to the beach to play. Also give Yaya to make delicious little buns. Can be delicious. Listening to Yaya's gushing appearance, Yun Qingyao's heart sank. This is bad. Chapter 137. Although it was said that Yun Qianjun had always favored Yun Qingyao, when it came to major events, Yun Qianjun wouldn't listen to anyone but Master Yun's words, and as far as he was concerned, the matter of his daughter's search for a husband was a matter of heavenly importance. In fact, Yun Qianjun's heart was very angry. How could he not expect that his daughter, in the interval of filming, had directly taken the license? And even more angry is, this old man know all this, but do not stop, but the assistant for abuse. But these two people, one is his own father, one is his favorite daughter. He can't send this bellyful of fire towards these two people. That was why before coming here, Yun Qianjun had made up his mind that he would definitely make Wang Chu look good. Don't think that just because he got a license with his daughter, he can have a free pass. Really piss him off. He'll do anything for his daughter. Looking at her father walking towards the distance with Yu in his arms, Yun Qingyao knew that her father definitely wanted to know something from Yu's mouth. Although it was said that Yaya was very knowledgeable and demonic in some ways, she would definitely be set to account for everything when she was up against Yun Qianjun. The only one who could save Wang Chu now was Grandpa. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath and once again turned around and returned to the villa. Going to knock on Yun Jiangwo's room door. Okay, don't knock. Why do you think it's so hard for me, an old man, to get more sleep in the morning? Yun Jiangwo opened the door and said somewhat helplessly, Xiao Yao, if you don't go and toss your husband, what are you doing here tossing me? Yun Qingyao's face reddened. What did she mean by tossing her husband? Grandpa, My dad is here, Yun Qingyao said in a hurry. Yun Jiangwo blinked. Xianjun is here? This little brat. This is a surprise attack. Where are the people? It's already in the yard. Grandpa, I think my dad is definitely coming for a reason this time. Yun Jiangwo yawned. Definitely. I told him about Wang Chu before and he said on the phone that he was going to come over in a couple of days to break Wang Chu's legs. The corner of Yun Qingyao's mouth twitched. She knew that this time, Pops had come over. He was definitely coming from a bad place. But Xiao Yao, don't worry. It's not like you don't know Wang Chu's strength. Let alone one Yun Xianjun. Even 10 Yun Qianjins would not be a match for my grandson-in-law. Elder Yun waved his hand calmly. Yun Qingyao cried and laughed. That said, but even if Wang Chu was given 10 guts, he couldn't possibly make a move against his own father. Grandpa, if my father makes things difficult for Wang Chu later, you have to be on my side. Okay, Grandpa. Yun Qingyao pulled Yun Jiangwo's hand and said in a petulant manner. Yun Jiangwo stroked his beard. Good, good. Just don't worry. With me around. It's not Yun Xianjuan's turn for that little brat to be reckless. Yun Qingyao was finally relieved. With her grandfather stepping in, at least there was room for things to maneuver. Anymore, Dad should give Grandpa face. And at this moment, Yun Xianjun already knew what he wanted to know from Yeye's mouth. Under Yun Xianjuan's assiduous guidance, Yeye was just like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Grandpa, I'm hungry. Let's go eat, Yeye said as she looked at Yun Xianjun. Yun Xianjun smiled. Okay, let's go eat first. Wang Chu, who was in the middle of cooking, suddenly heard a system sound in his head. Ding, congratulations, you've gained 1 point of pleasure value from Yun Xianjun. A little pleasure value, and it's still from old father-in-law Yun Xianjun. Does it mean that old father-in-law's feeling towards me is not bad? Wang Chu's heart was instantly fixed. His old husband had a good feeling about himself. He was still afraid of a bala. But what Wang Chu didn't know was that this little bit of goodwill was entirely due to the little bit of goodwill that was generated because through Yeye's narration, it let Yun Xianjun know that Wang Chu was really good to Yeye. Soon, Wang Chu's meal was ready, while Yun Xianjun also walked in holding Yeye. Poop. Seeing Wang Chu, Yeye struggled to get off of Grandmaster's body, then ran to Wang Chu's side and looked at him blearily. Poa, what delicious food did you make for me today? Wang Chu smiled and said, there's crystal shrimp, vegetable porridge, pill soup, green peppered beef and dry-fried bean curd. I want to eat. I want to eat. Yeye's mouth was watering. Then Yeye, go wash your hands first, then wait for Mama to come over and eat together. Okay? Yes. Yeye turned and ran towards the restroom. At this time, Wang Chu saw the middle-aged man standing at the door. Stout, sword eyebrow and starry eyes. Maybe a long time in a high position. Give a person a kind of not angry and authoritative aura. But Wang Chu showed his teeth and smiled. Dad, you go wash your hands first. We'll eat together later. This sentence, Dad, caused Yun Xianjun to directly freeze in place. Elder Yun and Yun Qingyao, who had walked down from upstairs, were also dumbfounded. This melon child has the demeanor of my year. Elder Yun sucked in a breath of cool air and said slowly. Yun Qingyao subconsciously asked, what demeanor? Damn shame. Yun Xianjun was dumbfounded. He stared at his eyes and asked, what did you call me Dad? Wang Chu blinked. I'm Qingyao's husband now, and you're Qingyao's father, so I naturally have to call you Dad. No way. Yun Xianjun yelled. Don't call me Dad. I don't have a son like you. Wang Chu was confused. Can't this Yun family son-in-law call his father? Then I'll call you father-in-law? Taishan? Father-in-law or? Yun Xianjun gritted his teeth. Shut up. Even though you're now licensed with Qingyao, I didn't agree to what's going on between you two, and I definitely won't agree to it. Wang Chu blinked. So that was it. So what's with all the goodwill you had for me before? Wang Chu was a bit speechless. This time he was pitched by the system prompt. Dad, what are you talking about? Hearing her father say that, Yun Qingyao got angry as she quickly walked to Wang Chu's side. Wang Chu is my husband and Yeye's real father. What makes you disagree? Yun Xianjun said coldly. Qingyao, have you forgotten the pain you suffered from him 4 years ago? Yun Qingyao bit her lip. I haven't forgotten. But, all this is not Wang Chu's fault. And aren't you all clear about what happened? But this guy doesn't deserve you at all. Yun Xianjun was a bit furious. Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. I've always been responsible for my life. I know what kind of person suits me and what kind of person doesn't. In my heart, I love Wang Chu, and Wang Chu loves me, so there's nothing unsuitable about us. Indeed, in terms of material conditions, Wang Chu may not be able to meet your requirements for the time being, but emotional life is not swayed by material conditions. I've identified with Wang Chu, and in this life, I won't change. Yun Xianjun froze as he glared fiercely at Wang Chu. What kind of magic soup did Wang Chu feed his daughter? Why is she so obsessed with it? Chapter 138. I'm not so bad after all. Hearing his daughter say this, Yun Xianjuan's heart was still very sad. What was once a warm and snug little coat is now leaking. Now for a man to talk to his father like that. All of this was Wang Chu's fault. If it wasn't for Wang Chu, how could his daughter become like this? Wang Chu, do you think you are worthy of my daughter? Yun Xianjun took a deep breath, stared at Wang Chu, and said in a deep voice, don't stand behind my daughter. If you're a man, stand out in a dignified manner. Yun Xingyao was very tired. She knew that her father must have such an attitude when he knew about this matter. At this time, Wang Chu patted Yun Xingyao's shoulder before walking over to Yun Xianjun. Uncle Yun, I know that you must be very angry in your heart right now, and you'll definitely think that I'm being flowery no matter what I say, but what I can tell you is that I'm true to Qingyao. Humph, people's hearts are separated. Who knows what kind of mesmerizing soup you've given my daughter? Yun Xianjun said coldly. Wang Chu didn't care about Yun Xianjuan's attitude. Uncle Yun, then I'll take the liberty of asking, do you really love Qingyao? Yun Xianjun was enraged, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, almost jumping up. You brat, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I don't love my daughter? What kind of joke are you making? Wang Chu said calmly. Of course I know that Uncle Yun's love for Qingyao is definitely pure. After all, you are Qingyao's father. But, what kind of man do you think can be worthy of Qingyao to satisfy you? Yun Xianjun snorted coldly. In this world, no one can be worthy of my daughter. I think so. After all, I am also a father of a daughter now. Wang Chu said very seriously. Although now Yaya is very small, but when I look at Yaya as she sleeps, I am also thinking, if 10 or 20 years later, when Yaya grows up and becomes a beautiful big girl, one day, she leads a boy to stand in front of me and say, Father, this is my boyfriend. At that time, what will I think? Wang Chu's voice was low and full of emotion, and with the addition of heavenly music, it even caused all the people present to be somewhat moved. Yun Xianjuan's originally furious face eased up quite a bit. I will also definitely hate that brat who snatched my daughter very much. Because of his appearance, I won't be my daughter's only reliance anymore. When she is in trouble and bullied, she won't hug me and call out for her father anymore. Instead she will look for another man, who will replace me as my daughter's reliance and pillar of support. Hearing this, Yun Xianjun unexpectedly nodded unconsciously, but he quickly realized it, and then coldly grunted, a hint of disdain in his gaze. I also wondered what kind of boy would win my daughter's favor. Is it tall and handsome? Or sunny and warm? Is he young and talented? Or funny and humorous? Wang Chu continued slowly. I don't know, because I feel that no matter how good the boy is, he is not worthy of my daughter, because my daughter is the apple of my eye. But then again, my daughter is older. She always has to walk her own path. She always has to look for her own companion for life, no matter what kind of man she finds in the future. As long as it's the one she likes, I'll try to accept him even if my heart doesn't like it. Yun Xianjun snorted coldly. You mean, I'm inferior to you, because I didn't try to accept you? Wang Chu shook his head. No, I just want to say to Uncle Yun. In fact, as a father, I also understand your feelings, but, Xingyao's love life is always going to have a fall, and Yaya always needs a father. Are you really willing to delay Qingyao's future because of your own emotions? Yun Xianjun was silent for half a second before he said, Isn't the half day you've been talking about just to convince me to accept you as my daughter's husband? Wang Chu nodded. That's right. I won't deny that I did try to convince Uncle Yun, but does Uncle Yun think that what I'm saying doesn't make sense? Yun Xianjun glanced at Wang Chu and said coldly, sharp teeth and flowery language. It's with this flowery language that you coaxed my daughter, isn't it? Qingyao and I truly love each other. Wang Chu said seriously. Yeah, I told you. I don't believe it. Yun Xianjun said proudly. My daughter is so beautiful. Who knows if you covet my daughter's beauty? Wang Chu hesitated and said, Uncle Yun, if we talk about face value, I'm actually not bad. The corner of Yun Xianjun's mouth twitched. This Wang Chu's face is really quite thick. At this time, Yaya ran over. Poa. Yaya is hungry. Let's all eat together. Yaya's appearance eased the tension a little. Elder Yun also came downstairs. Early in the morning. What's all the noise about? Let's eat. Yun Xianjun looked at Elder Yun with some dissatisfaction. Dad, I ate on the way. Then we'll eat first. Master Yun stroked his beard and said regretfully, then you don't have the blessing of a mouthful. This grandson-in-law of mine is very good at his craft. Yun Xianjuan's lips trembled, and in the end, he didn't say anything. Elder Yun's opening completely suppressed the fire at the scene, and Yun Qingyao was relieved. As long as we can get through today in one piece, then there's room to maneuver on everything. Come on. Yeah, do come over here to Grandmaster Tai. Wang Chu, what are you waiting for? Quickly bring the food over. My old bones can't stand hunger. Wang Chu hurriedly went into the kitchen to serve the food. I'll help you. Yun Qingyao hurriedly followed suit. Yun Xianjuan's eyebrows raised. At home, Yun Qingyao never reached out to work, but now she even took the initiative to help? Wang Chu pushed Yun Qingyao out. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Just leave the kitchen to me. Yun Qingyao had no choice but to sit at the table with a happy smile on her face. Humph. What can a man who only hangs around the pots and pans be good at? Yun Qianjun snorted coldly. Yun Qingyao glanced at Yun Qianjun with some dissatisfaction and did not say anything. Elder Yun didn't pay any attention to Yun Qianjun at all and was just teasing Ye. This feeling of being ignored made Yun Qianjun a little embarrassed. Soon the meal was served. The rich, fresh flavor came through instantly, teasing the taste buds of the crowd. This is made by Wang Chu. Why does it smell so good? This flavor alone is already no less than a special chef. Yun Qianjun, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but mutter in his heart, rumble. At this time, Yun Qianjun's stomach rumbled, which seemed so abrupt in the quiet restaurant. Wang Chu smiled. Uncle Yun, why don't you have some too? Yun Qianjun was embarrassed. I said I've eaten. A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Let's ignore him, Yun Qingyao said without a trace of anger. A dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. Wang Chu gently poked Yun Qingyao. Looking at Wang Chu's expression, Yun Qingyao said with some reluctance, Dad, come over and try Wang Chu's handiwork. Yun Qianjun hesitated for a moment and was about to refuse, but then he heard Master Yun's words. What about this person? You have to be sensible. If others give you steps, you should go down. If you don't go up or down, it's you who will be embarrassed at that time. Yun Qianjun feigned a reluctant look. Since my daughter has said so, then I'll taste it. Chapter 139, I call you my husband. Yun Qianjun hadn't eaten breakfast at all, and was merely being tough-talking before. When he smelled the aroma of the meal that Wang Chu had brought out, the 5 organ temples had just begun to stir. He was thinking of being arrogant, but Pop's words directly made him obediently sit down at the table now. Although it was said that Yun Qianjun was very powerful, but compared to Elder Yun Jiangwo, it was far from it. After all, Elder Yun Jiangwo had come out of a mountain of swords and fire, which was something Yun Qianjun was far from being able to match. This tastes good. When Yun Qianjun took the first bite, his entire eyes lit up. He hasn't had a meal this good even in a 5-star hotel. The green peppers enter the mouth with a special light flavor, and when mixed with the beef, instead of destroying this light flavor, they complement the beef's flavor with a heavy layering of flavors. The vegetable soup was also extremely delicious, surpassing all the vegetable soups Yun Qianjun had ever had before. This guy from Wang Chu, did he conquer my daughter with his cooking skills? Yun Qianjun's heart gave a dark cry. It is said that to conquer a woman, you must first conquer her stomach. Wang Chu's cooking skills are so superb, so won't his daughter be ruled to death by him? However, Yun Qianjun did not say these words. After all, we're at dinner now, and if we say it, there will be no shortage of arguments, and food without words and sleep without words. But the Cloud Old Man is very important. In front of the Cloud Old Man, Yun Qianjun cannot dare to be too unrestrained. At this time, Wang Chu served a bowl of chicken soup and placed it in front of Yun Qingyao. This is the chicken soup I specially boiled for you in the morning. It's very good for your body. It might even be able to cure your menstrual cramps. So drink it. Yun Qingyao nodded, her face filled with happiness. She knew very well that for this bowl of soup, Wang Chu had boiled it for a whole hour and a half. The chicken soup is bright in color, fresh and rich, with a trace of medicinal fragrance in the middle. But this trace of medicinal fragrance, on the contrary, is even more arousing the desire to taste desire. Yun Qingyao took a small sip of chicken soup. This chicken soup surprisingly did not have a trace of greasiness, but carried a complex aroma that entered the mouth and seemed to transform into a warm current that spread throughout one's body as if it were. And the area in the small of my back felt warm. It had been a little less comfortable before, but now it was surprisingly better. Yummy, so good. Thanks hubby, Yun Qingyao said as if she was pampered, then glanced at Yun Qianjun without moving. The corner of Yun Qianjun's mouth twitched. Yun Qingyao's phrase husband really made Yun Qianjun feel too uncomfortable, and Wang Chu was simply happy to hear this husband. The harder his old husband's face looked, the happier he was. You don't approve of me? It doesn't matter. My daughter-in-law likes me and approves of me, right? At this time, Ye looked at Wang Chu blearily. She had thought that Wang Chu's first bowl of chicken soup had been given to Mama, and that this second bowl of chicken soup should be given to herself. But she waited half a day and Poop didn't even serve herself? This is not that she is hungry. It is, really that this chicken soup is too fragrant. Feeling that Poopy wasn't paying attention to her, Ye's face was not happy. Baba, you wants chicken soup too? Unable to hold her tongue, Ye finally spoke up. Wang Chu froze for a moment, then saw Ye's pitiful eyes and the shiny lips that her little tongue had licked. This little glutton, Wang Chu cried and laughed. Yeah, I made this chicken soup especially for Mama. A hint of disappointment appeared on Ye's face. Yun Qingyao was a little bit proud. My husband made this for me. It's a pity, you don't have a husband. Looking at Yun Qingyao's complacent appearance, Yu was angry. She blurted out, "Poopy, if I call you husband, will you give me chicken soup too?" Ahem. Everyone at the table looked at Yaya in shock. Wang Chu cried and laughed. Yeah, what are you talking about? I'm your poop. But Yaya is going to marry POA in the future, so POA is Yaya's husband. So can't Yaya drink chicken soup now? Yun Qingyao pinched the spoon tightly as she took a deep breath and said with a smile, Yeah, it's impossible for you to marry Pupa. Yo, why yes, Yaya loves Puppy the most. Yaya held her head high and said, Puppy likes Yaya the most too, don't you, Poopy? Yun Xianjun looked at Wang Chu with a cold smile on his face, but Yun Zhangmo smiled lightly, not caring. It is normal for little girls of 3 or 4 years old to have a father complex, because in their minds, their dads are omnipotent and protect them from the heavens. They will like their dads and be close to them, and they have no concept of marriage, so naturally they have the idea of marrying their poop. Wang Chu gently stroked Yaya's head. Of course POA likes Yaya the most, but then, POA's fondness for Yaya is different from POA's fondness for Mama. There is no substitute for the love that POA has for Mama, and in the future, when Yu grows up, she will also meet the boy whose heart and eyes are full of you, and at that time, you will understand. Yaya blinked. It was still a little too hard to think about these questions with her little 3-year-old mind, but then, if Yaya wants to drink chicken soup, Pupa is naturally willing to make it for you, because Yaya is also Pupa's sweetheart. Wang Chu said and gave Yu a bowl of chicken soup, but the amount was very small. After all, this chicken soup is a fitness and sturdy effect. Yaya drink should be good for physical development, but also cannot drink more. After giving Yaya a bowl, Wang Chu had a bowl for Elder Yun. Grandpa Yun, this chicken soup has a medicinal effect. You can't drink more than one, and you can only drink one bowl. Good. Seeing that you're so devoted to Qingyao, I'm relieved. I haven't misjudged anyone after all. Elder Yun stroked his beard and said with a smile. Yun Xianjun felt angry on the side, because Wang Chu did not give himself chicken soup. What does that mean? Differentiation? Although he said that he was unwilling to admit the relationship between Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao, this brat's retaliation had come too quickly. This is not that Yun Xianjun is the same as Yaya, craving for a bowl of chicken soup. It's really that he feels that he is not valued. Ahem. Yun Xianjun coughed heavily twice. Yun Qingyao noticed her father's face and felt a bit amused in her heart. Sometimes, her father also heard arrogant Dad, let me serve you a bowl of chicken soup, Yun Qingyao said. Wang Chu hurriedly stopped it. No, the medicinal effect of this chicken soup is too strong. Uncle Yun's body is very healthy. He doesn't need to take tonic at all. And drinking the chicken soup is most likely not good for his body. The smile on Yun Xianjuan's face froze before it could bloom. Humph, I don't even want chicken soup. I wouldn't drink it even if I was given it. Yun Xianjun got angry. Chapter 140, Detachment from Paternity. Wang Chu was crying and laughing a bit. He really didn't intend to treat them differently. Even if they had the idea, they wouldn't implement it at this time. Wouldn't that be adding fuel to the fire? It's really, Wang Chu really thinks that with Yun Xianjun's physique, he can't drink chicken soup. It wasn't just Yun Xianjun. Wang Chu's own couldn't be drunk either. But listening to Yun Xianjuan's words, it was clear that he had misunderstood. But a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding, and it's better for him to be angry than for him to remain indifferent. Soon, Yaya finished her meal and went up to pull Wang Chu. Baba, hurry up and play blocks with me. Wang Chu smiled. Okay, but after playing with the blocks for a while, Yaya is going to read a picture book. Okay? Yaya nodded. Yes. Soon, Wang Chu was pulled away. Yun Xianjun snorted coldly. Yaya is so small. What kind of book is she reading? Besides, she can't read it now. This Wang Chu is simply an amateur. Dad, you can't say that. Yun Qingyao was dissatisfied. You don't know anything. What makes you say that about Wang Chu? Do you think that Wang Chu just plays around with the child every day? He's actually really serious about learning about parenting. Although Yaya doesn't know many words now, Wang Chu has always had to cultivate Yaya's habit of reading on her own. And after reading it, Wang Chu will let Yaya tell him about it. And the two of their parents will also have in-depth exchanges to cultivate Yaya's imaginative ability. Although Yaya is my baby, I really can't completely give up my dreams and life for Yaya, and for that, I've always felt guilty towards Yaya, but now it's different. Wang Chu is here. He really loves you, and he really takes out time and energy to accompany you, so that she can grow up healthy and happy. Dad, I know very well that you love me, and I also know that you are dissatisfied with Wang Chu, but everything that happened before was nothing more than karmic coincidence. Wang Chu is innocent, and he is now working hard to love Yaya, to love me, and working hard to support my dreams, so that I don't have to worry about anything. Can't you see such dedication? Do you really think that those so-called sons of powerful families are suitable for me? Have you ever really considered what kind of person is suitable for me? For yeah, I guarantee that in this world, no one will be treated better by Wang Chu to me. No one will be treated better than Wang Chu to yeah. If you have in mind that you want me to marry with other families, to fight for more benefits for the Yun family, then I can only be an ungrateful daughter. Sorry for your cultivation these 20 years. Yun Chengyao's face was resolute. Yun Xianjun was anxious. What do you mean by letting her go to the marriage? He never had such an idea. Bang! Elder Yun placed the cup heavily on the table. Qianjun, you want to sacrifice Qingyao's happiness for some bull family marriage? If you really do that, see if I don't break your legs and expel you from the Yun family. What did I teach you when you were growing up? Don't think that you're putting on airs now that the Yun family is rich. Let me tell you, in our Yun family's bones, the blood that flows through our veins will always be that of peasants. Yun Xianjun was anxious. Dad, what are you talking about? When did I say that I want Qingyao to go to the marriage? Don't you know that? I treat Qingyao as my heart's treasure, holding her in my hands for fear of dropping and in my mouth for fear of melting. How could I let her go to the marriage union? Qingyao, you can't accuse your father so wrongly. Oh really? I do think Qingyao has a point, Elder Yun said slowly. If you didn't have such a heart, how could you possibly be cross with Wang Chu? That's not because Wang Chu before. Don't say before. People Wang Chu even saved your precious daughter before. Why don't you say it? Elder Yun snorted coldly. I think you just think that Wang Chu is worthless, relying on Qingyao to support him. You feel resentful, right? Yun Xianjun stopped talking. It was evident that he had the same thing in mind. If Wang Chu was a young and ambitious young man, even if he had some grudges in his heart, he probably wouldn't have such a big reaction. You, rat-eyed and stupid. Master Yun slapped the table and said, wasn't your old man me also starting from nothing back then, dragging a crate to the countryside to do propaganda? But how can Wang Chu be compared to you? Father, Yun Xianjun let out a bitter smile. This old man is holding Wang Chu up too high, isn't he? Why can't I? Wang Chu, this kid, I like him just by looking at him. Just as handsome as I was back then, and just as stubborn as I was back then, and just as responsible as I was back then. I'll tell you, Wang Chu, this granddaughter-in-law, I'm determined. If you don't like it, you can consider disassociating yourself from me as father and son. Yun Xianjun was a bit stifled. This Wang Chu in the end to this grandparents and grandchildren fed what ecstasy soup. Although Yun Xianjun knew that the old master was talking about cracking jokes, it also proved one thing, and that was that the old master was really optimistic about Wang Chu. Then I will observe first, Yun Xianjun said with some reluctance, but I definitely won't admit it now. Yun Qingyao sighed in relief, as long as her father was relieved, because Yun Qingyao believed that day by day, father would definitely recognize Wang Chu once he truly understood him. Elder Yun nodded with satisfaction. That's more or less the same. In the future when you do things first of all you have to go through your head. You said Qingyao is not someone who has not seen the world. I am not an old fool. Can I harm Qingyao? Can Qingyao not be responsible for her own life? The corner of Yun Qianjuan's mouth twitched. You are the old man. You are right in everything you say. Alright, do what you need to do. I've got a fishing date with old Yang Tu today. I've got to get going. Elder Yun patted his scared ass and was about to leave. Yun Qingyao also glanced at the time. I need to pack up too. I need to rush back to the theater today. I still have a scene to shoot. Soon. Only Yun Xianjun was left alone in the restaurant in a depressed state. He didn't expect the old master and his daughter to be so supportive of Wang Chu, which gave him a feeling of being out of favor. Yun Xianjun was about to leave when a hint of a fuming look appeared on his face. I thought you didn't want me to drink chicken soup? I still have to drink it. Saying that, Yun Xianjun ran to the kitchen by himself and served a bowl of chicken soup from a tile jar before drinking it all in one go. It's good. It's still good. Yun Xianjun touched the corner of his mouth, and in his heart, he had to admit it. As he was about to turn away, he saw the mountain ginseng on the stovetop and his eyes instantly straightened. This mountain ginseng, reed bowl is dense. There are dozens of this mountain ginseng, at least 50 years copies, but looking at the cuts on the mountain ginseng, Yun Xianjuan's heart ached so much that he was about to cry. Chapter 141 Bad Guy. I'm leaving. For Muyun Pharmaceuticals, a mountain ginseng of more than 50 years portion has a high medicinal and research value, especially this one of excellent quality. This rare herb is something that can be found but not sought, and now, he was surprised to see a mountain ginseng of no less than 50 years portion sliced up like a radish. This was simply stabbing a knife in Yun Xianjuan's heart. That loser has done such a thing. Yun Xianjun held the sliced mountain ginseng and shivered a little in anger. At this time, Auntie Wang cleared the dining table and spotted Yun Xianjun, and hurriedly greeted him. Hello master, what are you doing in the kitchen? Yun Xianjun came back to his senses, holding the mountain ginseng in his hand. Where did this mountain ginseng come from? Who cut it up? Yun Xianjun's face was ugly and his aura was full. Aunt Wang blinked. Master, this is cut by Auntie. It's for Mrs. Chicken Soup. Auntie is so good to miss. Yun Xianjun froze. This was actually cut by Wang Chu. This defeated thing. Soon, Yun Xianjun became excited. Wang Chu had actually cut such a precious mountain ginseng. This could be considered as him catching the handle. Wang Chu, come out here. Yun Xianjun held the mountain ginseng and shouted loudly. Soon, Wang Chu came out, while Yun Qingyao also appeared. Uncle Yun, what is your business? Wang Chu asked with some curiosity. What is this old husband looking for again? Yun Xianjun grimaced and held up the mountain ginseng in his hand, saying coldly, did you cut this mountain ginseng? Wang Chu nodded. Yeah, what's the problem? What else is wrong? It's a big problem. Yun Xianjun said coldly. Then do you know what kind of mountain ginseng this is? It's a mountain ginseng that's over 50 years old. Wang Chu froze for a moment. A 50-year portion of mountain ginseng? No way. At that time, he received from Yi Tsong's hands less than 20 years of copies. How to become 50 years of copies? Looking at Wang Chu's stunned expression, Yun Xianjuan's face revealed a smug look. This guy really doesn't understand mountain ginseng. Humph. Then do you know how much this mountain ginseng is worth? A complete wild mountain ginseng like this with more than 50 years of portions is worth a lot of money. The market price is at least millions of dollars. And it's still marketable without a price. Yun Qingyao was also surprised as she glanced at Wang Chu. This is surprisingly so valuable. Yun Xianjun said smugly. Wang Chu, you used such an expensive mountain ginseng to make soup. Aren't you wasting it? Only then did Wang Chu come back to his senses. This mountain ginseng, after a few days of being nourished by the magical fertilizer and the magical mountain spring water, had actually reached the level of 50 years of portions? This is not pulling up seedlings to grow. This is clearly doing a rocket. Wouldn't it become a 100-year-old mountain ginseng if it were in a few days? Wang Chu's heart was excited. Please calm the host. The fertility of the magical fertilizer is limited, and the longer the year of the herbs, the higher the requirement for fertility. Please don't daydream. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. What kind of madness had this system gone through today that it would take the initiative to prompt? But this also let Wang Chu calm down a little. This is also right. If it really grows that insanely hot, then it is also too heaven-defying. Seeing that Wang Chu was silent, Yun Xianjun became even more complacent. Wang Chu, are you regretting it now? I'll tell you. Regret what? Wang Chu glanced at Yun Xianjun strangely. No matter how precious this mountain ginseng is it as precious as my daughter-in-law? It can boil chicken soup and make its own contribution to my daughter-in-law's health. This is the greatest value of this mountain ginseng. Yun Qingyao's eyes shone with tenderness. Hubby, you're so nice. Yun Xianjun froze. How could he not have thought that Wang Chu would even pull in this direction? Instead of shaming him, it made him brush off his daughter's favor? Missed the boat. Really missed the boat. Yun Xianjun took a deep breath, and his originally excited mood quickly calmed down. And this mountain ginseng isn't anything expensive. Wang Chu shrugged and said, there are as many mountain ginsengs of this quality as you want. Yun Xianjuan's mood, which had just calmed down, was instantly lifted up again. What? What did you say? How many mountain ginsengs of this quality do you want? What kind of international joke are you making? It is not that Yun Xianjun does not believe in it. It is really that the current market for medicinal herbs is really too depressed. Because of environmental pollution coupled with previous indiscriminate logging, many places suitable for the growth of medicinal herbs have been destroyed. Although many herbs can now be grown artificially, they are not old enough to be of limited potency. And what Muyang Group needed right now were those rare medicinal herbs, which was why Yun Xianjun had come to Haicheng this time. He wanted to meet the biggest medicinal herbs merchant in Haicheng. But now, Wang Chu even said that there were as many 50-year-old mountain ginsengs as he wanted? How is this possible? He, Yun Xianjun, wasn't stupid. Oh, is that so? In that case, you still have a lot of these mountain ginsengs in your hands? Yun Xianjun said coldly. Wang Chu rubbed his chin. This mountain ginseng was given to me by my friend as a snack. If Uncle Yun wants more and better herbs, I can contact the same with my friend. I don't know. Yun Xianjun narrowed his eyes. He was considering how much of what Wang Chu said was true and how much was false. But to be honest, Yun Xianjuan's heart was really moved. If Wang Chu's friend had more and better medicinal herbs in his hands, the problem that had been plaguing Muyun Group's shortage of medicinal herbs would be solved at once. But now Yun Xianjun diaphragm is. That is Wang Chu's friend. He didn't want to have to beg Wang Chu for the matter of the herbs. Wouldn't that be a disguised admission of the relationship between him and Qingyao? No need. Our Muyun Group has plenty of partners. We don't need to cooperate with your friend for now. Yun Xianjun said indifferently. Wang Chu shrugged his shoulders. This old husband really listened to arrogant Didn't he know that Elder Yun had long ago told himself about the current predicament of the Muyun group? What's with the old man's stiff upper lip now? In the end, Yun Qianjun left somewhat unhappily, and took away the half-mountain ginseng before he left. Yun Chengyao was watching from the sidelines. Her father, who had always been strong at home, was actually defeated in front of Wang Chu. Wang Chu, I'm leaving right now. You must protect yourself at home. Take care of Yaya, and when I'm done filming, I'll rush back at the first opportunity. Yun Chengyao hugged Wang Chu and said with some fondness. Wang Chu sighed slightly. He wanted to let Qingyao rest for 2 days, but he also knew very well that Qingyao was a very serious and responsible person. For her, acting is her dream. Wang Chu packed the rest of the chicken soup into a thermos box and handed it over to Yun Qingyao. Don't worry, I'm here at home. If you need me for anything, just tell me. I'm your husband. Yun Qingyao smiled sweetly and gave a kiss towards Wang Chu's face, but Wang Chu turned his head violently, and Yun Qingyao kissed Wang Chu straight on the lips. Yun Qingyao was a bit startled, but Wang Chu hugged Yun Qingyao. 2 minutes later, Yun Qingyao pushed Wang Chu away with a red face. Bad egg. I'm leaving. Chapter 142 Medicinal Herb Plantation Base. Yun Qingyao left in a helicopter, and Wang Chu felt an extreme sense of reluctance. Yesterday, if it wasn't for his daughter-in-law's relatives coming, maybe he really did sneak up on her. It seems that the heavens did not allow themselves to be won so easily. Heavens will cannot be violated. Wang Chu's heart could only comfort himself this way. But soon, Wang Chu was thinking about something else. Elder Yun had said that there was a great demand for rare medicinal herbs from the Muyun group right now. And it could also be said that in the pharmaceutical industry, rare medicinal herbs had always been in short supply. Now that he has the magical fertilizer and the magical mountain spring water in his hands, if he operates it properly, he can completely produce it on a large scale. However, in this matter, Wang Chu still needed a trusted person to operate before he could do so. After all, his current focus was on Yaya's body. If he put most of his energy on herbs, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? As for a trusted person, Wang Chu was in deep thought. Soon, Wang Chu found Yaya. Yeah, you're off today, so let's go see Nui Nui, shall we? Yeah, who was reading a book, brightened up and threw the book away. Yes, let's go see Sister Lanlan. Poop, let's go. Soon, they arrived at the Haicheng City Center Hospital. Seeing Yi Lanlan again, her face was much better than when she saw her the day before. Sister Lanlan, Puppy and I are here to see you. Approaching the hospital room, Yaya held up the small lunchbox in her hand. I also brought you something delicious. Yi Lanlan, who was lying on the hospital bed, also had a happy look on her face. Although she was still a bit weak, her face looked much better. Sister Yaya, thank you for coming over to see me. The two little kids came together excitedly and started chattering away. Yi Tsong's face was grateful. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for coming over to visit my daughter. I really appreciate it. Wang Chu waved his hand and said, what are you thanking me for? My daughter and Nui Nui are very chatty, and Nui Nui is also very understanding. I also very much hope that she can be cured as soon as possible. Oh right, how is Nui Nui's condition in the past 2 days? A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Tsong's face. The meals we bought, Lan couldn't eat them at all. If it wasn't for the meals you sent, she wouldn't have been able to look this good at all. The doctor has also said that if things continue like this, it won't take a week for the operation to take place. Wang Chu smiled. That's good. In the next few days, I'll continue to have people send the meals over. I really appreciate it. I don't know what to say. Yi Tsong's eyes reddened. I don't even know how to repay this favor of yours. Wang Chu shook his head and said, Big brother Yi, don't say that. Maybe in the future I'll still have use for you. Yi Tsong's eyes lit up, and he quickly patted his chest and said, Mr. Wang, what do you need from me? Just open your mouth. If I hesitate and frown, I'm not a human being. Wang Chu hurriedly said, it's not that serious. I do have one thing I need your help with. Yi Tsong sat up straight. Mr. Wang, please speak. I want to set up a medicinal herb plantation base, specializing in those rare medicinal herbs, but I don't have such talents around me. And brother Yi was an ancestral medicine picker before, and now he's specializing in running a medicinal herb nursery. So I think it'd be great if you could help me. Yi Tsong sighed in relief. I thought it was something, so it's this thing. Other than that, planting medicinal herbs, I'm a good hand at it. Mr. Wang, just rest assured. Wang Chu smiled. Brother Yi, this planting base of mine, in the future, has the potential to become the largest medicinal herb planting base in the country, so I'll give you a heads up in advance that in this future, you'll be the chief person in charge of this medicinal herb base of mine. Ha? Yi Tsong froze. The largest herbal medicine base in the country? This Mr. Wang's ambition was really big, because I have a newly developed fertilizer in my hands that can speed up the growth of herbs. You should know the value in between, right? Wang Chu said with a smile. A shocking color flashed through Yitsong's eyes. Being able to speed up the growth of herbs is simply too heavenly, isn't it? To know the reason why rare medicinal herbs are rare, a large part of the degree is because of the cultivation of the difficulty, the lack of years, if there is really such a fertilizer then, that for the cultivation of some rare medicinal herbs, that is a gospel law. Mr. Wang, if you say what to do, I'll do it. Yitsong took a deep breath and said seriously. Wang Chu laughed, patted Yitsong's shoulder and said, that's good. I'll register a company at that time. You'll be the legal representative, and then contract a piece of good land, specializing in medicinal herbs cultivation. But about the fertilizer thing, you're the only one who can know about it, because it's a big deal. I understand, Yitsong said seriously. The two of them talked for a few more moments and finally finalized things. Wang Chu's heart was also relieved. With Yitsong's appearance, he could be a shirker himself. On the other side, Yilanlan finished eating the meal that Ye had brought and her face looked a little better again. According to this, after 4 or 5 days, she would be able to undergo surgery. Yeah, that's enough. Let Lanlan rest. Let's go home. Wang Chu couldn't help but say when he saw a hint of fatigue on Yilanlan's face. Ye's face showed a look of intent, then said seriously, Sister Lanlan, you must get better quickly. I'll take you out to play later. Aha! Yilanlan nodded, a hint of yearning in her eyes. When Wang Chu left with Yu, Yitsong stroked his daughter's head. Nuan, do you like Yu? Yilanlan smiled and said, I like Sister Ye very much. We are good friends. A good friend? A bitter smile appeared on Yitsong's face. How could the daughter of a rich family become a real good friend with the daughter of a poor family? If he didn't want his daughter to lose this good friend, if he wanted to repay Wang Chu's favor, he had only one way to go, and that was to do his best to help Wang Chu run the medicinal plantation base. At this moment, Yun Xianjun was meeting with a group of drug dealers in a 5-star hotel. The person Yun Xianjun ended up meeting this time was Chen Hua, the largest medicinal herb merchant in Haichang. Mr. Yun, I've been looking forward to meeting you, and I didn't expect that we'd finally meet. When Chen Hua saw Yun Xianjun, he immediately extended his hand, giving Yun Xianjun enough face. Chen Hua was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a small flat head and a shrewd face. Yun Xianjun gave a light laugh and said, Mr. Chen is overrated. I have also heard of Mr. Chen's great name for a long time. The Chinese herbal medicine market south of this Haichang is all about Mr. Chen's figure. Chen Hua smiled and said, it's not worth mentioning. Where can I compare it with Mr. Yun? But Mr. Yun, I'm a person who does things more straight. So let's get right to the point. I don't know how Mr. Yun would like to do it? Yun Xianjun narrowed his eyes, nodded and nodded. This is very good. Chapter 143, Overdoing It. Mr. Yun, I, Chan Hua, have been in the medicinal material market for more than 20 years. Let's not say anything in the dark. Now the medicinal material market is relatively scarce. Many pharmaceutical companies in the country have approached and contacted me, hoping that we, 100 Herb Hall, will be able to provide them with medicinal materials, but I refuse them all. I wonder if Mr. Yun knows what's going on? Yun Xianjuan's face was as usual, as if he couldn't see any changes. He glanced at Chen Hua and said lightly, the recent 3 consecutive years of the domestic climate is not normal. The southern floods, the northern drought. The production of medicinal herbs in these 2 days has plummeted by more than 30% compared to the previous one. But the domestic demand for medicinal herbs is even greater than the previous one, and the raw materials of medicinal herbs are now in short supply. Chen Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, Mr. Yun deserves to be Mr. Yun, straightforward and honest enough. That's right, that's how the medicinal material market is now. Every day the medicinal material raw materials are increasing in price, and because of the climate in the previous 2 years, the decline in medicinal material production has exacerbated the situation. Yun Xianjun said lightly, does Mr. Chen mean to continue to wait and see the market or to sit on the ground? Chen Hua smiled and said, in theory, I do need to continue to wait and see for a period of time, and truth be told, Willow Pharmaceuticals has also expressed its intention of wanting to cooperate with us, but then again, I personally am a great admirer of Elder Yun, and so, I'm more inclined to cooperate with Magong Pharmaceuticals, but the terms of this cooperation, I hope to be able to add 10% more to the market price. Yun Xianjuan's brows furrowed, adding an extra 10% to the existing market price? This condition was really a bit hard to accept, because if the cooperation was reached, Muyun Pharmaceutical would need a huge amount of medicinal herbs, and if there were no price concessions, it would seriously increase as long as the cost, and even affect the price of the finished medicine, because Muyun Pharmaceuticals has always been adhering to the concept of let the people afford to eat medicine. the original profit is low. If you then increase the cost of the words, it is bound to affect the profits of Magung Pharmaceuticals and even bring losses. If this is to be avoided, as a last resort, there is a possibility that Muyun Pharmaceuticals will raise the price of its medicines, and raising the price of its medicines is likely to damage Muyun Pharmaceuticals' positive image. So, it's a chain of issues. Increasing the price by 10%, isn't that a bit much? Yun Xianjun said after a moment of contemplation. By cooperating with our Muyun Pharmaceuticals, your 100 herb hall will grow rapidly in the next 10 years, and I feel that cooperation is a win-win situation, Shenhua said with a bitter face. There's no way, Mr. Yun. So many people under me, they also need to eat. Besides, this 10% price is really not much. According to my estimation, it won't take long for the original price of this herb to rise by 10%, so that's why we're also predicting according to the actual situation. Yun Xianjun glanced at Shenhua, who was a typical businessman, shrewd and mercenary. He would never let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. None of these herb merchants are cuties, they all know that this is the time for them to ask for a lot of money. The ones in imperial capital are like this, and this Shenhua is also like this. It's something that I think I'm going to have to continue to think about. Yun Xianjun stood up and suddenly he felt a wave of dizziness before a hot stream gushed out of his nose. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Mr. Yun, you have a nosebleed. The people around Yun Xianjun hurriedly held Yun Xianjun up. Quickly go to the hospital. Yun Xianjun felt his stomach flutter with a feeling of wanting to vomit with nausea. The scene was quickly plunged into chaos, and Yun Xianjun was sent to the Haicheng City Central Hospital at the first opportunity. And the fact that the chairman of Muyun Pharmaceuticals was sent to the hospital quickly spread. There are even a number of small-track business papers that have already published articles in the press. Shocked, the chairman of Magung Pharmaceuticals was rushed to the hospital with suspected food poisoning. The chairman of Muyun Pharmaceuticals is rumored to be suffering from a dark disease. What is the future of Muyun Pharmaceuticals? Magung Pharmaceuticals is in trouble both internally and externally. The chairman is overwhelmed and has been hospitalized with a serious illness. The news of Yun Xianjuan's sudden illness and hospitalization at the drug dealers' meeting quickly spread in the business circle, especially the pharmaceutical circle. As the biggest competitor of Muyun Pharmaceuticals, the chairman of Willow Pharmaceuticals laughed 3 times in his office after hearing the news, regardless of the truth. Now immediately walk the news that Yun Xianjun is seriously injured and hospitalized. Then have the procurement department increase their contact with the drug dealers, and fight for as many drug dealers as possible from the hands of Muyun Pharmaceuticals. At the same time, have the public relations department draft a statement that if Yun Xianjun needs treatment, we at Lushu Pharmaceuticals will fully cooperate and wish him a speedy recovery. And after a series of tests at the Haicheng City Central Hospital, Yun Xianjuan's attending doctor came to Yun Xianjuan's hospital bed. I said your body is so good. What kind of tonic medicine are you taking indiscriminately? No, it's not. It's too much. Yun Xianjun froze for a moment. I haven't taken any tonic. How could I have overcompensated? Yun Xianjuan's body has always been very good, and he usually does not eat any tonic health products. He is more focused on exercise and other sports fitness. You're not so young for a man. Why are you so stubborn? The doctor was disgruntled. After the tests, your liver function is all abnormal, and all the relevant components in your blood are high. You must have eaten something big recently. Suddenly, Yun Xianjun frowned. Could it be that bowl of chicken soup in the morning? Come to think of it, that's the only explanation. No wonder Wang Chu didn't let Qing Yao serve himself soup at that time. He thought it was because Wang Chu was petty, so he missed blaming him. Humph, what wrongdoing? Who told him not to explain himself clearly? He clearly wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Yun Xianjun was lying on the hospital bed with an indignant look on his face. A few moments later, he picked up the box next to him, and inside was clearly the mountain ginseng that Wang Chu had cut in half. How about asking Wang Chu just how big of a drug dealer that friend of his is, to be able to take out such an old mountain ginseng with his hands? However, his face quickly showed a hint of nagging again. It would be better to let him take the initiative to question Wang Chu than to kill him. Never mind, we'll talk about this later. Yun Xianjun exhaled. At this time, a knock came on the door and Yun Xianjuan's secretary walked in. General Manager Yun, the news about your hospitalization has spread throughout the business circle. Should we release a statement to clarify this matter? Yun Xianjun frowned. What all happened? Let me take a look first. Soon, he saw the statement of Lu Wushu Pharmaceuticals, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. This Lu Wushu Pharmaceuticals, this Lu Zhiyun, is really a toad on the surface of the foot. Chapter 144, Duckling Street. Yun Xianjun was furious, but after getting angry, he regained his composure. In fact, he can understand this kind of practice of Lushu Pharmaceuticals. After all, the two of them are the two leading pharmaceutical groups in the country. If it is the Lushu group Lu Zhiyun happen such a thing, it is estimated that he Yun Xianjun do more than he is still absolute. However, Yun Xianjun thought about it for a while and didn't release any statement. If a statement was released, it would instead have the appearance of being a cover-up. There's nothing wrong with myself anyway, just rest and recuperate for a while. However, taking advantage of this time, Yun Xianjun also happened to quiet his heart to think about some problems. The matter of drug dealers, the company's problems and Wang Chu's problems. And at this moment, Wang Chu didn't even know that his old husband was admitted into the central hospital. Because the matter of Yun Xianjuan's hospitalization was originally spread within the business circle, and because it was later found that there was no problem, it naturally came to a halt. As for Wang Chu, at this time, he brought Ye towards the outskirts of Haichang City. Because Wang Chu's grandfather knew about Ye, he said something about letting Wang Chu bring Ye over to play. After all, Ye is the fourth generation of the old Wang family. After Wang Chu's grandfather learned that Wang Chu had a child, he happily pulled off several of his own beards. On the way, Ye blinked her eyes and asked, "Papa, are we going to see great-grandpa here?" Wang Chu nodded. Yes, great-grandpa is very happy to know that Ye is happy. He said that he has prepared a lot of good things for Ye. Ye's eyes lit up. Really? Then is Ye going to prepare a gift for great-grandpa as well? Wang Chu froze for a moment, then said, "No need, as long as Ye passes, great-grandpa will be happy." Ye shook her head and said, "No way yet. Tai grandpa prepared a gift for Ye. If Ye didn't prepare a gift for Tai grandpa, then Ye wouldn't be a good boy." After a pause, Ye continued, "This is the truth that Mama told me." Wang Chu felt a bit amused, but at the same time, he was also pleased with Qing Yao's education. Although Qing Yao might not have spent that much time with Yu, but there was no problem with Yu's education. Then what kind of gift is Ye going to prepare for grandpa? Wang Chu asked. Ye cocked her head, her little head pondering. "Poopy, why don't we go buy Chick-fil-A eggs for Grandpa Tai? But Grandpa can't eat anything too sweet. Then let's buy suck ice for Grandpa? Ye loves sucking ice, but Tai Grandpa's intestines are a little bit not so good, so he can't eat these either." Ye was worried. Why couldn't she eat anything she liked? But her great-grandfather couldn't? Obviously, the funny eggs and the suck ice are both delicious. "Baba, then what gift should I give to great-grandpa?" Ye looked up and asked. Wang Chu smiled and said, Ye being able to think of giving a gift to great-grandpa shows that Ye is a very polite and filial child. Daddy is very happy. But before that, Daddy will tell Ye a story first, okay? Ye's eyes lit up. She loved listening to stories, especially those told by her dad. Okay, Puppy talk. Wang Chu smiled and began to tell. Once upon a time, there was a duckling. He and the white goose were very good friends. One day, the white goose said to the duckling, "I have found a lot of delicious food. Let me treat you to dinner." The duckling was very happy, and then cheerfully went to the white goose's house. But when he ate the put, the little leaf found that the white goose had prepared a lot of green grass and tender shoots, and not a bit of fish, and the duckling was very angry, and thought that the white goose was too stingy, and left in a huff. On the next day, the duckling invited the white goose over, and he prepared a lot of his favorite snails, loaches and small fish, but when the white goose saw it, he shook his head. "My favorite food eats green grass and tender shoots. I don't like to eat small fish." The duck understood that the white goose had taken out his favorite green grass and shoots that day, and it turned out that he had misjudged him, and that he was not very petty. "Hyatt, can you learn anything from this story?" Wang Chu asked with a smile on his face. Ye cocked her head and said, "This story tells us to be honest." Wang Chu froze for a moment. "Why do you say that?" Ye explained. "Because if the duckling is honest and tells the white goose that he likes to eat small fish, the white goose will prepare small fish for the duckling. It's because the white goose was honest back there that the two of them were able to remain good friends." After listening to Ye's words, Wang Chu was dumbfounded, because he felt that what Ye said was surprisingly not at all wrong. Who knows what you love to eat if you're not honest? "Baba, is Ye right?" "Ye looked like you should praise me." Wang Chu smiled. "Ye is so great." "That's right. This story is telling us that being honest is important. So Ye should be an honest and good child in the future. Okay?" Ye held her head up proudly. Ye will be a good boy. Wang Chu smiled. He had wanted to tell Ye directly that this story tells us that what we like is not necessarily what the other person likes. But after listening to Ye's words, he suddenly felt that it was fortunate that he hadn't told Ye directly, because that would have killed Hyatt's ability to think for herself. As for what this story tells us, where is the standard answer? 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. As long as Ye can learn something positive from the story and can think about things on her own, that's good enough. As for the rest, tell her slowly in the future as you nurture her. Yeah, let me tell you. Two grandpa likes drinking the most. Why don't we go buy a bottle of wine for two grandpa? Ye nodded. Yeah, let's go to the supermarket to buy wine for great-grandpa. Wang Chu's face revealed a pleased expression. Then the steering wheel was turned and headed to the Haicheng Daily Delight supermarket chain. Walking into the supermarket, Wang Chu placed Yeye on the toddler seat in front of the trolley and pushed the car forward. Hyatt showed a lot of excitement. This is the first time she's ever gone to the supermarket with Puppy. Puppy, look over there. There are pretty balloons. Yeye pointed at the balloons used for decoration in the supermarket in front of her, an envious look in her eyes. Wang Chu nodded. Yeah, the balloons are really pretty. Puppa, I want a balloon. Yeye looked up at Wang Chu with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Wang Chu some tears and laughter. This how one into the supermarket. You fancy people decorative balloons? Later on, Puppy will buy you a bag of balloons and we'll blow them up for you when we go out. Okay? Yeye didn't say anything, but her eyes still lingered on the colorful balloons. Chapter 145, Raised, Not Taught. Wang Chu was somewhat helpless and could only find the staff next to him. Hello, my daughter really likes the decorative balloons in our mall. I wonder if I can have one. Wang Chu asked politely. If it's not convenient, I can buy it. The shopping guide lady's face showed a big smile. Of course you can. In fact, there are a lot of children love balloons. Is free to give. Oh. Saying that, the shopping guide lady took off a red balloon and stuffed it into Yeye's hand. Yikes, what a pretty little girl. You looks elfin and cute. Completely belongs to the type of both men and women. After the shopping guide lady saw you, she even couldn't help but want to pinch Yu's little cheeks. Yeye excitedly took the balloon from the hands of the shopping guide lady. Of course, Yeye didn't forget to thank the shopping guide lady. Thank you, Auntie. The smile on the guide girl's face froze instantly. Auntie? How did she become an aunt? She was obviously in her early 20s, but looking at the adorable to bubbly Yu, she felt a bellyful of pent-up frustration. She couldn't lose her temper towards a 3-year-old girl. Puppy, let's go get a bar for Grandpa Tai. Yeye waved her balloon happily, looking at Wang Chu's handsome back disappearing at the end. The shopping guide young lady then pulled the colleague next to her aggrievedly. Do I really look old? Wang Chu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what Yeye said. Although that shopping guide young lady is very young, but also younger than Wang Chu about 4 years, Yu shouted her aunt nothing wrong. Soon they came to the white wine section. Looking at the wide array of white wines, Yeye was dumbfounded. So many different kinds of booze. Not as many as Chick-fil-A and Suck Ice. Puppy, what kind of wine are we buying? Wang Chu didn't say anything, but instead looked at the wine here in a bit of a daze. He was brought up by his grandfather when he laughed, and his family wasn't that wealthy back then, so grandpa usually drank very cheap hookah. There was once a time when Wang Chu was curious as to what the wine his grandfather drank tasted like, so he stole a sip. The pungent flavor almost sent the 5-year-old Wang Chu away. Since that time, Wang Chu had no good impression of white wine, and in his mind, white wine just didn't have any characteristics other than a spicy throat. It wasn't until he grew up and drank a really good wine for the first time that he realized that a really good wine has a soft mouthfeel, a mellow taste, and a long aftertaste. At that time, he truly understood what kind of wine his grandfather had been drinking all his life. That's not even a real white wine. Later, when life got better, cheap wine like ergwotu, burnt knife or old village head could occasionally appear on grandpa's table. It's only during the New Year's festivals that cheap shifeng wine and the like appear on the wine table. He'd never had a really good drink in his life. I remember one time when my grandfather was watching TV, he was shocked to see a bottle of flying mutai costing several $1,000s. What's the flavor of this wine, and why is it sold at such a high price? Thinking of this, Wang Chu suddenly felt a sourness in his nose. Ever since he was a kid, Grandpa had left himself with any bite of good food, but he had never bought him a really good bottle of wine. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chu suppressed the sour emotion. Now that he's rich and sold a song for $1 million, he's going to buy the best wine for his grandfather. He must let his grandfather taste what this flying mutai really tastes like. Excuse me, is there any flying mutai here? Wang Chu asked the liquor guide next to him. Yes, we have the flying mutai here, priced at $19.99. Flying mutai is a soy sauce type of liquor. The flavor is soy sauce, cellar bottom aroma, mellow and sweet aroma, and has a unique style. Wang Chu waved his hand and said, "No need to introduce me to these. Bring me 5 bottles. The guide couldn't contain the smile on his face when he heard that. That's a generous man you've met. She hurriedly brought up 5 bottles of flying mutai for Wang Chu. After buying the wine, Wang Chu incidentally bought some other cooked food and vegetables before taking Yeye to the checkout. When it was time to check out, Yeye ran wild with the balloons in front of her. Wang Chu was a little nervous. Yeah, don't run around. Wait for POA. Yeah, however, smiled and giggled. Poop, come and chase me. You can't catch me, can you? I'm just so powerful. Wang Chu was a bit teary-eyed, and it was not clear where he had heard this. At this time, with a bang, a little boy ran out from another corner and directly knocked Yeye off. Both kids fell to the ground. Yu was a little confused. She had just stood still. Why did this little brother still rush over? My baby, did you fall and hurt yourself? At this time, a fat woman in her 30s ran over, pulling up her son heartily, then seeing yeah, a fierce expression appeared on her face. You wild girl, are your eyes blind? I won't spare you if you run my son over. Saying that, the woman pushed you so hard that you, who had just stood up, was pushed again. This time her little butt hit the ground hard, and it was going to hurt a lot more than it had earlier. But yeah didn't cry. Her big eyes were full of grievances. He was the one who hit me just now. What? My son would hit you? Where are your parents? It can't be a wild girl that no one wants, right? The fat woman grabbed Yu's collar as if she wanted to hold you up. You're hurting me. Yeah struggled. But how could she, a 3-year-old girl, break free from the control of a 30-year-old woman? Many of the surrounding people couldn't help but show a hint of contempt when they saw the scene. A 30-year-old man is beating up a 3-year-old child. Do you want to lose face? How can there be such low-quality people in Haicheng? Stop. At this time, Wang Chu finished settling the bill, and after seeing this scene, his entire body was on the verge of bursting into flames with anger. He took 3 steps and rushed straight over. Let go of my daughter. The fat woman let go of her hand, and a snorting look appeared on her face. Yo, there's a Weezer in the house. I thought there were no more adults in the house. Or else how come this little kid is so unintelligent? Is there someone who raises and teaches no one? Wang Chu simply ignored the fat woman and instead quietly hugged Yaya. Yeah. Were you hurt just now? Yaya's originally aggrieved big eyes instantly filled with tears after seeing Pupa. She hugged Pupa's neck tightly and buried her head in Wang Chu's neck. And soon, Wang Chu felt large teardrops falling on his neck. Chapter 146, Too Much. Feeling Yaya's aggravation, Wang Chu's heart all felt as if it had been pinched hard with his hand. Yaya has always been well-behaved and lovely, and never expected to be hurt and aggrieved like this. Wang Chu's heart blamed himself. It was him as a father who failed to protect Yaya, but at this time, the fat woman was pulling the little boy and was preparing to leave. Slow down. After seeing this, Wang Chu said in a deep voice, after bullying my daughter, are you going to leave like this? Where did you get such a good thing? The fat woman said coldly, what's wrong? Do you still want to hit a woman? Try moving me? I can't blackmail you to death. With a snap, Wang Chu threw a heavy slap on the fat woman's face. With this slap, Wang Chu directly slapped the fat woman to the ground. The fat woman was dumbfounded. This man really dared to make a move. Somebody, there's a fight. A man beating a woman. The fat woman sat on the ground and ghostly wailed, instantly attracting the attention of many people, and the staff of the mall immediately arrived. What happened? This young lady? The mall security guard asked. The fat woman pointed at Wang Chu and said, this guy hit me. You cannot let him go. I now have a headache, chest pain. I want to call the police. I want to go to the hospital for a checkup. At this point, some of the surrounding crowd couldn't look away. I said you pushed someone's little girl. Do you have any morals left? That's right. Other people's parents are here. You don't even apologize, and you're so arrogant. If I were the little girl's father, I'd beat you up too. Hey, don't you guys think this little girl's father looks familiar? By the way you said that, I also think, right, isn't he the hero who saved people at the scene of the car accident? Yeah, and he saved 5 college students on Wild Mang Mountain. He's even more handsome than he appeared on TV line. I almost didn't recognize him. It's really abominable. This fat woman is bullying the hero's daughter. Soon, more and more people around them recognized Wang Chu, and everyone sided with him. After all, from the cause of what happened just now, it was clearly this fat woman's fault. The fat woman saw this situation is also a bit of a goat. She colorful and weak cross-waist. This group of people are not drinking the Yellow River water grew up? Dogs take rats, meddling in other people's business, and you have a penny to do with it? The security guards at the mall also had a bit of a headache. I didn't realize that one of them was also a hero who had saved someone's life not long ago. In this matter, I think we should each take a step back. This lady, you apologize to other people's little girl. This man will apologize to you again. Isn't it good to each take a step back? A hint of hesitation appeared in the fat woman's eyes. Okay, then I disagree. Wang Chu flatly refused such a so-called mediation. He coldly stared at the fat woman. I'm going to make you pay for this. The fat woman immediately yelled. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is a naked threat. Saving a hero is great? You can just beat up women. Is there any justice in this world? Wang Chu said coldly. Heavenly justice is not on the side of people like you. You want to apologize and get it over with? Where is there such a cheap thing? Hand over what you stole from my daughter. If Wang Chu hadn't been recognized just now, he would have been happy to go out and resolve this matter through non-legitimate means, but since he was now recognized, he had no choice but to take the legitimate route. The fat woman's face changed. What's stealing? You can't accuse people. It's simply outrageous. With that, She tugged on the little boy and tried to leave, but he was stopped by Wang Chu. I advise you to stay put. I'll call the police right away and wait for them to handle this matter. What's going on? You still want to restrict my personal freedom? I have things to do. I don't have time to accompany you here to go crazy, said the fat woman, still determined to leave. Wang Chu sneered, stepped forward with a tackle, and directly pressed the fat woman to the ground. The intense pain made the fat woman squeal, because Wang Chu was angry that she had pushed you before, even if she was a woman. Wang Chu did not show any mercy at all. Everyone was stunned at Wang Chu's sudden strike. The security guard of the mall also froze. This gentleman, I think you might be agitated. You let go of this lady first. Let's talk things over, Wang Chu said in a bad mood. I don't have anything to say to this kind of thief. Call the police and at the same time call up the surveillance of your mall. The security guards of the mall rushed to call the police, and many of the surrounding people who were eating the food also stopped. They were all very curious. Wang Chu said that this woman was a thief. In the end, was it that this woman had really stolen something? Or was it that Wang Chu had slandered the other party? Soon, the police came, the manager of the mall arrived, and even the reporters came. After such a thing happened, one of them is also the hero who saved the lives of people not long ago, the ambassador of Haichang. It must be the focus of the media's attention. Seeing the police coming, Wang Chu also let go of the fat woman, and the fat woman shouted, "Police help, he's killed someone, my back hurts, my legs hurt, I need to go to the hospital." Wang Chu said coldly, "Going to the hospital? Hand over what you stole first." The policeman glanced at Wang Chu. "Mr. Wang, you said that this lady stole something from you. I wonder what?" Wang Chu said in a deep voice. "It's a jade pendant in the shape of a wolf's head. In fact, when Wang Chu hugged you he realized that the pendant with the wolf's head that you originally wore around her neck was missing, and when he was checking out, Wang Chu clearly saw that Yeya's neck was still hanging. So, at that time, Wang Chu used the magical pointing needle to determine the location of the wolf's head pendant, which was in this fat woman's hand. That is to say, the reason why this fat woman treats Yeya so much is actually to get close to Yeya and then get the wolf head pendant from Yeya's body. After figuring this out, Wang Chu's heart burned with anger. For the sake of her dirty purpose, she even let you be aggrieved. This was something that Wang Chu could never forgive. What wolf head pendant? I don't know. The fat woman was a little flustered. Wang Chu pointed at the fat woman's bag and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you stole my daughter's pendant and secretly put it in your bag, right?" The policeman frowned. "Woman, please open your bag so we can check it." The fat woman was furious. On what grounds? On what grounds do you want to search my bag after that man's words? Are you still the people's police? You're simply aiding and abetting the enemy. Please cooperate with our inspection, and if the other party desires you, we will penalize them equally. At the police officer's request, the fat woman then reluctantly took out her bag. When I opened it, I saw that there was a pendant in the shape of a wolf's head inside. The crowd was in an uproar. This fat woman was really a thief, and she approached the little girl before to steal someone's pendant? This is just too much. Chapter 147, You know you're wrong? This wolf head pendant, how do you explain it? Wang Chu said with a cold smile. The fat woman said coldly, I don't know what you're talking about. I bought this when I was traveling before. Does it have anything to do with you? Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. You bought it? That's just right. Do a test on this wolf head pendant. It should have my fingerprints and my daughter's fingerprints on it. I see that you don't see the coffin. The fat woman froze. This thing can still detect fingerprints from it? This is no problem. The policeman said. Not only are we able to advance fingerprints, but we are also able to conduct DNA comparisons by detecting tiny human residues on the jade pendant, such as skin cuticle debris, hair debris, and so on, and we will definitely not wrongly accuse a good person or let a bad person off the hook. The fat woman panicked. She gave a dry laugh. Actually, this pendant is something I picked up from the ground. So, surveillance extracted. At this time, the technicians of the mall surveillance also appeared. Turning to the surveillance room, through the extracted footage, they could clearly see that the fat woman had tailed Wang Chu and Yeye for a long distance. Then while Wang Chu was checking out, she had her child intentionally rush over and bump into Yeye, and then she appeared. After the zoom of the surveillance screen, it could be clearly seen that this fat woman's hand touched the pendant on Yeye's neck. The video is ironic. No words could justify her behavior now. I am sorry, really sorry. It's because I got carried away that I did such a thing. Please, spare me this time. The fat woman suddenly flung herself at Wang Chu's feet and cried bitterly. I really know I'm wrong. Wang Chu shook his head. You don't know that you are wrong. You know that you are afraid. Therefore, I won't forgive you for admitting fault like this. By the way, what kind of punishment is there for stealing my daughter's pendant? Wang Chu asked. The police said, theft is a felony, but the specific departure is required according to the amount of theft to determine the maximum can be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment or even life imprisonment. I do not know the value of this pendant. Wang Chu glanced at the fat woman and said indifferently, I will find someone to go to the jewelry appraisal center in Haicheng for an appraisal. This lady, you should be a connoisseur. How many years do you think you can be sentenced for stealing such a jade? A look of despair appeared on the fat woman's face. She did have a certain level of appreciation in jewelry and jade, so when in the mall, after she saw the wolf head pendant around Yeye's neck, she became greedy. In her opinion, this person who gave his child such a jade family must not know much about jade, or else there was absolutely no way he would let his child wear such an expensive jade. And looking at the red ribbon on the pendant, it was also a very common red ribbon, which deepened her suspicions even more, which is why she directed herself to the previous scene. She originally wanted to leave immediately after taking the jade, but she didn't expect Wang Chu to appear so quickly, causing her to lose her chance to escape. Mr. Wang, if it's convenient, can you put this pendant in the hands of our police? We'll have it appraised by a professional organization, the policeman said hesitantly. After all, the pendant is considered evidence in this case. Wang Chu had no doubts, but nodded and placed the wolf head pendant in the police officer's hand. The farce was over. Both the fat woman and the child were taken away by the police, and the crowd of eaters around them dispersed. Wang Chu, on the other hand, hugged Ye and said with some pain, Yeah, I'm sorry, it's POA who didn't protect you well. Don't be angry with POA, okay? Ye pulled Wang Chu's collar and shook her head. Ye is not angry with Pupa. It's all because that fat auntie is bad. Pupa has always protected Ye. Wang Chu touched Ye's hair. Ye knew how to make Wang Chu a little heartbroken. So the unhappiness is over. So let's go on to great-grandpa's house, shall we? Ye nodded. Good. On the way, Wang Chu told Ye a lot of stories and tried his best to make Ye happy. The child was forgetful, and soon there came the sound of her giggling. Hearing Ye's familiar laughter, Wang Chu's heart was finally relieved. He was worried that this matter would bring some bad heart effects to Ye, and now that he saw her come back to life, Wang Chu's heart was still very happy. More than half an hour later, Wang Chu drove his car to Old Locust Tree Village. Just after entering the village, Wang Chu saw his grandfather standing under the old acacia tree at the entrance of the village looking up. Instantly, familiar images surfaced in Wang Chu's mind. In the past, every time Wang Chu came to Grandpa's house, Grandpa always waited for Wang Chu under the old acacia tree. Only before, Wang Chu was riding the bus to the village head, and then the grandparents and grandchildren walked back together. But now Wang Chu was driving the car. Soon, the car stopped under the old acacia tree, and Wang Chu opened the door with a smile on his face. Grandpa, I've come to see you. Although Wang Chu's grandfather was almost 80 years old, his body was tough. He glanced at Wang Chu. You're the only one who came back. Where is my great-granddaughter? At this time, Ye opened the car door herself and jumped down. Tai Grandpa, are you Tai Grandpa? I'm Ye. After Ye saw Wang Chu's grandfather, she did not have any timidity, but came to her great-grandfather's face with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. When Elder Wang saw the elf-like Ye, his eyes erupted with strong feelings of love. Great-grandpa has been waiting for you. Go home with great-grandpa. Saying that, Elder Wang extended his hand towards Ye. Ye also tucked her little hand into her great-grandfather's. Great-grandpa, your hands are so thick, they feel like blocks. It's so much fun. Yes? Those are the hands of a working man. Ye is going to be a working person in the future too. That won't do. Ye is the little princess of our Wang family. She can't afford for you to do rough work. Looking at the old and young, one tall and one low figure in front of him, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. One's status with mom and dad had been lowered, and on grandpa's side as well, because he had brought more things. Wang Chu could only get back into the car and drive slowly behind them. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the door of the house, and before they even walked in, Wang Chu could smell the aroma of the meal. Wow, it smells so good. Ye is feeling hungry. Ye's little nose twitched and her little tongue licked her lips. Master Wang laughed. Let's wash our hands first and then eat, okay? Chapter 148. Can't you hear my eldest granddaughter wants to eat watermelon? Wang Chu's grandmother died a few years ago, leaving Wang Chu's grandfather alone in the old Locust Tree Village. Wang Chu's parents had repeatedly expressed their desire to bring his grandfather to live in Haicheng, but in the end, he had refused. The reason was that he was accustomed to the life in the mountain village, where there were his old buddies, and when he went to the city, he felt very strange and unaccustomed to life instead. After repeated persuasion was ineffective, Wang Chu's parents had no choice but to let his grandfather live alone in the village. The big thing is to come over and see him more often during the week. At the moment in the house cooking is Wang Chu's mother. Dad is organizing the vegetable garden in front of the door. You saw Wang Chu's old man and happily went over to greet him. Grandpa, Grandpa, Yaya is here. Have you missed Yaya lately? Yaya misses you and Grandma. Old Wang's face was all smiles. Look at that, my oldest granddaughter. She's so sweet talking. At this time, Wang Chu also parked his car at the entrance and got down from the car. Dad, I'll take care of this job. Go wash your hands and take a break. Oh yeah, and by the way, help take down the stuff from the car. Wang Chu said and rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the tools in the old man's hand and started to organize the vegetable garden. Wang Chu had done these jobs when he was small, so he was very comfortable with them. Pops didn't insist, and as it happened, he wanted to have a good time with Yeye too. It's been a few days since I've seen my oldest granddaughter, and I'm still pining for her. At this moment, Yeye followed Tai Grandpa into the courtyard, and her eyes instantly rounded, because there was actually a colorfully dyed wooden paper kite in the yard. What's this, Great Grandpa? It's really beautiful. Yeye's eyes felt as if they had grown on top of the paper kite and could no longer move away. A hint of smugness appeared on Elder Wang's face. This was his masterpiece. Master Wang is a carpenter, and there will be some wood carving, although it is said to have done a lifetime of carpentry work, and did not claim to be a craftsman or master. But the hands of the skills cannot be ambiguous. When he heard that Wang Chu already had a 3-year-old daughter, while he was shocked, he was also thinking about what kind of gift he would prepare for his great-granddaughter if he met her. Listening to his son, the woman's family seems to be quite rich, and those toys on the market shouldn't be very rare for the great-granddaughter. So Master Wang decided to personally make a paper kite for the great-granddaughter. As an old carpenter, making a kite was not a difficult task, but after all, he was now very old, and it took him 3 days to make this work to his satisfaction. The reason why he couldn't wait for Wang Chu to bring his great-granddaughter over this time was that on one hand, he really wanted to see what his great-granddaughter looked like, and on the other hand, he also wanted to give this gift to his great-granddaughter as soon as possible. After meeting, Elder Wang was very satisfied. This Yaya is quirky, not timid in the slightest, and really resembles Wang Chu when he was a child, but probably because of you use mom's good genes. You can be much better looking than Wang Chu at the beginning, and now that Yaya looked like she was enjoying the paper kite, it made Elder Wang even happier. Yeah, this is a kite. This is a paper kite, a very beautiful bird, Elder Wang patiently explained. Yaya's eyes lit up. A kite? Is that the kind of kite that can fly into the sky? Elder Wang nodded. Tai Grandpa, can I play with it? I promise. I won't play bad for you. Oh. Yaya shook Elder Wang's arm and said as if she was pampered. Elder Wang's heart was about to melt. Good. This was supposed to be the gift I was going to give to Yaya. So is Yaya going to play it now? Or later after dinner? Yaya immediately said. Great Grandpa, Yaya wants to play now. Seeing such a beautiful kite, how could Yaya hold back? The great-grandfather happily stroked his beard. The gift he had worked so hard to make. The great-granddaughter loved it. What could make him happier than this? Then I'll accompany Yaya to fly a kite. At this time, Wang Chu's old man walked in. Dad, it's almost noon now. It's so hot and you're not in good health. You'd better sit at the door and rest. I'll go and accompany Yaya to fly kites, old Wang said in a naive manner. Elder Wang's face sank. I'm in good health. Dad, don't be stubborn. Didn't you say your chest was tight 2 days ago? Even more so. You can't exercise strenuously, so hurry up and sit down to rest. Yeah, come, Grandpa will accompany you out to play, okay? Yaya nodded. Okay, Grandpa will fly a kite with me. Watching his son take Yaya to fly a kite, Elder Wang snorted coldly. This sinful son, but there was an uncontrollable envy in his eyes. This paper kite made by Master Wang is really great. Not only is it colorful and very beautiful, but the skeleton is also made of bamboo strips that he carefully selected, which is light and resilient, allowing the kite to fly higher. Wang Chu, who was busy in the vegetable garden, soon heard Yaya's happy laughter. He looked up and found that Pops was playing with Yaya's kite, and thanks to the breeze today, the paper kite flew very high, as if it was a real bird flying in the sky. A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Such a picture was really too cozy. If Qinya was there too, it would be just perfect. In less than half an hour, Wang Chu finished the work in the vegetable garden, and a layer of fine sweat oozed from his forehead. Returning to the courtyard and washing his face, the cool well water instantly took away the fatigue and dry heat from Wang Chu's body. Wang Chu, I threw a watermelon in the well this morning. You can bring it up later and cut it up and eat it, Elder Wang said as he fanned himself at the door. Wang Chu hummed. It's still relatively hot, and the watermelon, soaked in well water, is crisp, cool, and sweet. As soon as you bite down, the cool watermelon juice flows down your mouth and into your stomach, as if you've had a large glass of ice-cold beer. This is Wang Chu's summer favorite. When Wang Chu, full of joy, fished the watermelon up from the bucket from the well, his mom popped herself from behind. It's almost dinner time. What are you eating watermelon for? Wang Chu was a bit aggravated. I didn't just finish my work and was going to eat a piece of watermelon to cool off. Doing some sesame seed-sized work, still worth showing off? Mom rolled her eyes and said, clean up, it's time to eat. Saying that, she glanced at old Wang who was carrying Yaya in the distance in defense of the kite. Dead old man, bringing you to sunbathe in the hot weather. If you tan my little baby, see how I'll punish you. Come back and eat. Old Wang waited until his wife's words scared a jolt, and hurriedly said, yeah, let's go back to eat first, and when the afternoon's behind us, we'll continue to play, okay? Yeah was a little bit more interested, but she was also feeling a little hot. Okay, Grandpa, then we're going to play with Puppy this afternoon. After returning to the yard, Yu saw the watermelon soaked in water. The bright green color instantly aroused Yu's craving. Puppy, I want watermelon first. Eat first. What watermelon? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. With a snap, Mom slapped again. Didn't you hear my oldest granddaughter wanting watermelon? Chapter 149 Yaya divides the melon. Good grief, that's quite the Kyushu Chikyu double standard. Wang Chu's heart spat infinitely, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only obediently go and cut the watermelon for Yaya. Finding the cutting board, Wang Chu lightly cut the watermelon in half. The bright red flesh of the melon appeared in Yaya's eyes, and a hint of sweet flavor drifted in the air. Gulp! Yaya couldn't help but gulp. It was so delicious. Wang Chu quickly cut the watermelon into small pieces and then handed a piece to Yaya. Wang Chu thought that Yaya would be eager to take a bite, but what I didn't expect was that Yaya held up the first piece of watermelon, but turned her head to Elder Wang's face. Great Grandpa, you eat watermelon. Elder Wang froze for a moment. The fan in his hand froze in mid-air, and then a look of relief appeared on Elder Wang's face. He hurriedly said, Grandpa doesn't eat, Yaya eat first. But Yaya is still insisting. Mama said, Yaya is the youngest. The delicious food in the house should be given to the elders to eat first, and then Yaya will eat last. Wang Chu's old man and old mom glanced at each other, both showing a hint of surprise in their eyes. In their impression, how could this 3 or 4-year-old child be so understanding? Which one of them doesn't grab a bite when they see something tasty? But yeah, this Qing Yao's education is truly wonderful. Wang Chu's old mom murmured. Old Wang nodded in agreement. Wang Chu smiled on the side and said, Grandpa, just eat. Yaya is honoring her elders. It's also her intention. Elder Wang smiled, then took the watermelon and touched Yaya's head with his other hand. Well then, Great Grandpa will eat it. This piece of watermelon that Yaya gave to Great Grandpa is definitely sweeter than the others. Yaya had a happy smile on her face when she saw her great grandfather receive the watermelon. Then she held up the other watermelons and handed them to Wang Chu's old man and mom. Grandpa, Grandma, you eat watermelon too. The second old man also received the watermelon with a joyful smile. Yaya then looked at Wang Chu blearily. Poa, I can eat now. I want to eat this piece, said Yaya, pointing to the smallest piece next to her. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Yaya, are you forgetting someone else? Yaya thought for a moment and said, then we'll save some to take back to Grandpa? Wang Chu was a bit speechless. I'm talking about me. You didn't give Puppy a watermelon. Yaya blinked. But, the watermelons are all in front of Puppa. Puppa can just take it and eat it himself. Wang Chu was speechless. There was nothing wrong with that. He let out a helpless bitter smile before handing the small slice of watermelon to Yaya. Forget about it. The most important thing to remember is that it's a good idea to have a little bit of wind in your hair every once in a while, so that you don't have to worry about getting heat rash. This watermelon that was cooled by the well water really had an extremely excellent flavor and texture, and Wang Chu just took a bite, and the whole person was soothed as if he was going to fly up. After watermelon, it's time to eat too. When the meal was set on the table, Yaya's eyes went straight. Grandma, did you make all these dishes? It's really amazing. Grandma, your cooking smells so good. It's almost as good as all of Poop's cooking. It must be delicious. Grandma, can you feed me fish later? I don't know how to pick out the thorns yet. Mom smiled from ear to ear. Of course there's no problem. Right, Wang Chu usually cooks? Baba's cooking is delicious. All the kids in our kindergarten love to eat my Baba's cooking. Yaya held her head high with a proud look on her face. Mom whitened Wang Chu who was doing nothing on the sidelines. This brat, home just no copy hand. Do nothing. Do not know heartache Mom. Wang Chu, who was skulking around the hall, suddenly felt a vicious chill, as if he was being stared at by some ferocious existence. He couldn't help but shiver. It's not right, and there's no air conditioning in Grandpa's house, and the weather outside is still so hot. It's really a ghost. Wang Chu shook his head, and soon his mind was attracted by the aroma of the oncoming meal. With 8 dishes and 1 soup, today's meal was just too hearty. The people sat down. The old king took out a bottle of Haichang Wei from the side. This is a kind of wine produced locally in Haichang. The flavor is okay, but it has never been out of Haichang. At this time, I couldn't sit still. Poopy, where's the wine we bought for great-grandpa? Bring it out. Master Wang froze for a moment. And bought me wine? It's not like we don't have wine at home. Why spend that money? Wang Chu smiled and said, it was Yaya who insisted on buying you some meat and Greek gifts, so I had to go and buy you some wine. By the way, Dad, I also bought some deli food. It's all in the car. Didn't you take it? Old Wang froze for a moment, then smiled nervously. I was so focused on going out with Yaya that I forgot about this. Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. Forget it then. I'll go get it. With that, Wang Chu got up and went out, but a little tail behind him followed. Poopy, I'll take it with you. Wang Chu was a bit amused. Can you hold it with such a small body? Yaya said proudly. I'm so strong now. The little boys in our class are not as strong as me. As the words were being spoken, Yaya had already picked up the bottle of wine on the floor. Then swinging her little legs, she ran towards the house. Great-grandpa, drink this bottle. Looking at US figure, Wang Chu froze a little. This US strength is really not small. Does that mean it's gotten bigger from eating the meals I've been cooking for her lately? Because the dishes that Wang Chu cooked for Yaya were all made with vegetables grown by the system, and the soups boiled were all boiled with the magical mountain spring water, all of which were able to slightly improve the human body's qualities. So, Yaya is now getting stronger and her mental development is a step above her peers. By the way, I can leave a few bottles of mountain spring water at home for Grandpa to drink, so that would be good for his health. Wang Chu walked inside while carrying his things, and gave a cry in his heart. As he approached the house, he realized that the entire house was silent, as if someone had cast a spell of silence. What's the matter with everyone? Why are the expressions so grave? Wang Chu said with a smile. Wang Chu, put your things on the ground first and sit down for me. The smile on Elder Wang's face disappeared. Wang Chu was a bit puzzled. He hadn't made any mistakes lately. Why did Grandpa look like this? Right, where is Yaya? After Wang Chu sat down, he found that Yaya and his mom had disappeared, and his heart was even more puzzled. I told your mom to take Yaya to the next room. We have something to ask you. Old Wang's face was also a bit gloomy, which made Wang Chu a bit more puzzled. Did something happen in those 3 short minutes? Wang Chu was sitting upright, waiting for the 2 old men to speak. Chapter 150. Cheers. Wang Chu. I've told you before, although our old Wang family is not a powerful and noble family with a distinguished family lineage, nor is it a scholarly family, but our old Wang family, we have always emphasized on doing things in an upright manner, and doing things in a clean manner. Wang Chu's old man said in a deep voice. All this, you still remember, don't you? Wang Chu somewhat puzzled. I have always remembered it. I say you have something to say straight. This atmosphere allows you to whole. Makes me a bit of trembling. Pops gave Wang Chu a blank look without any good humor. Be honest, we're talking business. Wang Chu laughed bitterly. I'm not dishonest. I think you'd better go straight to the point. We still beat around the bush. Pops was upset. He had wanted to give him some face, but who knew that this asshole kid would even pretend that he didn't understand? In that case, he was not polite. Good, being a man. Then I'll get straight to the point. Did you put $100,000 in my card 2 days ago? Pops asked. Wang Chu nodded. Yeah, that's no problem, right? So the wine you bought for your grandfather today, was it flying mutai? Pops continued to ask. Wang Chu extended his thumb. Pops has a good eye. You're not jealous of my grandfather, are you? If you want to drink it, I will also buy it for you. Pops had a black line. What's with that? You think I don't know? This bottle of flying mutai is at least $1,000. You bought 5 bottles. That's 5,000. It's only been a few days. Where did you get so much money? All the men in our old Wang family are honorable and have never tested their wives for support. Hearing this, Wang Chu then understood. So it turned out that Pops thought that the money he transferred before, the money to buy wine today, was all Ching Yao's. But think about it is also understandable. Wang Chu followed Ching Yao left. In addition to a few sets of change of clothes, the money in the card is less than 4 digits. This is only a few days and is to buy Mao Tai, and transfer money. They thought they were angry at themselves for taking Ching Yao's money to honor them, I guess. After figuring this out, Wang Chu smiled. Grandpa, Pops, just rest assured that the money I bought for you and transferred to your card was all earned by my own dang self. Both of the old Wang family members looked at Wang Chu with a contemptuous gaze. Dang earned it? But a week of turning over $100,000? What an international joke. For generations, the old Wang family has not had a master who would make a lot of money. At this point, the old Wang family was still very self-aware. Besides, Wang Chu had to take care of you. What could he do to earn more than $100,000? Unless it's doing something that isn't a legitimate business. Thinking about this, a hint of worry appeared on Pop's face. You said you got it rightfully, so tell me, where did you get this money from? If you can't tell me 1, 2, 3, 4. Pops had already felt for the 7 wolves on his belt. Wang Chu winced, then hurriedly said, writing a song. I wrote a theme song for Qingyao's crew, and this money is the payoff the crew gave me for buying out my song. Wang Chu did not say exactly how much money. If he told his father that a song was sold for 1,000,000 words, Wang Chu could not guarantee that his father would not rise in blood pressure. If something happened, how to do? Getting rich in one night is not something that the average person can honestly accept either. Writing songs? Pops and Grandpa froze. This old Wang's family has never had an artistic ancestor. And this Wang Chu can write songs? Pops is even less likely to believe it. You know, Wang Chu had never shown any interest or talent in music or art before. So how did this suddenly lead to writing songs? You have to make up a decent lie to make up a lie. Might as well say I won a lottery ticket. Just you. Writing songs? Wang Chu was a bit disgruntled. He felt offended. But consider that it was his own old man sitting across the table. Then forget it. Pops, I know you don't believe me, but this is the truth. And not only did I write a song for Qingyao, I also wrote a song for Ye. If you guys don't believe me, you can let Ye sing it for you later. Wang Chu patiently explained. If this matter wasn't true, would I come up with such a ridiculous excuse to fool you? Even if I could fool you, could I fool Grandpa? Grandpa's eyes are as discerning as a torch. Wouldn't he see right through me? Elder Wang stroked his beard. That's true. Wang Chu's old man's mouth twitched. Have you ever hit your old son's son like this? And I still have Qingyao's chat records with me here. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Wang Chu said with a smile. Forget it, no need. We're just worried that you'll do something to dishonor the old Wang family. Pops waved his hand and said, although it is said that Qingyao's family is very rich, but we are poor and our wills are not short. If you spend the money earned by the girl, where will you put your face? Wang Chu would like to tell his old man that he ate soft rice based on his strength, and he doesn't care how people look at it, and if he is capable, they will also eat soft rice. But he was worried that if he said that, Pops would immediately break off the father-son relationship with him. I know, that's something you guys can rest assured. I'll be Qingyao's most solid backing on the road to chasing her dreams, Wang Chu said in a deep voice. That's good. The taken away you still didn't know what had happened. When after returning to the dinner table, Pops tentatively asked, I heard that your father wrote a song for you? Hearing this, Ye's eyes lit up. Yes, Papa wrote a song just for me. I'll sing it for you. Without being told, Ye was already on her feet. Poopy, you have to cooperate. Wang Chu smiled and nodded. Soon, Ye's milky voice came. 2 tigers love to dance. Little rabbits dutifully pull carrots. Ducklings and I learn to walk. Childhood is the most beautiful gift. Although it is said that there is no instrumental accompaniment, but this rather highlights you use voice, and you use pitch is caught very steadily, and the rhythm is not the slightest bit flustered. Pops and Grandpa looked at each other, both seeing a hint of relief in their respective eyes. So what Wang Chu said was true. Did he mean that he had learned to compose music after 4 years abroad? My son is really a genius. Pop's heart thought prettily. Soon, Ye finished singing and the family applauded for Ye. A look of embarrassment also appeared on Ye's face, and her entire body burrowed into Wang Chu's arms. Misunderstandings were cleared up, the atmosphere was relaxed, and the family feast officially began. Originally, Elder Wang was still unable to open Mutai, but Wang Chu opened it ahead of him. This wine was bought for you to drink. If you don't drink it, I'll simply throw them away. Just as Wang Chu was about to pour wine for his grandfather, Ye got anxious. Poop, I'll pour the wine for great-grandpa. Let me, said Ye as she got out of Wang Chu's arms and snatched down the bottle of wine with an excited face. Soon after, Ye poured a small glass of wine for the crowd in turn, then raised her milk bottle. Cheers! The 4 adults looked at each other with smiles on their faces before raising their glasses together. Cheers! Chapter 151, Let's install an air conditioner. Everyone ate this meal happily, especially Elder Wang. Looking at such a well-behaved and lovely great-granddaughter, the smile on his face never stopped. Just after eating, Ye's little head started nodding. According to her routine, she should be napping by now. Yeah, go to sleep. Wang Chu looked at Ye's eyelids closing and whispered. Ye quickly widened her eyes. Poop, I have to go fly a kite later. Wang Chu cried and laughed. It's noon now. It's so hot. Going out will tan your skin. When you wake up from your nap, I'll accompany you to fly a kite. Okay? Ye thought for a while, but in the end she couldn't resist the attack of drowsiness, and she hugged Wang Chu's neck. I want Papa to sleep with me. Wang Chu gently stroked Ye's hair and softly said, okay, Papa will sleep with you. When Wang Chu sent you to the back of the bed, she was already asleep, sleeping so soundly, with his mouth constantly baring as if he had dreamed of eating something delicious. Wang Chu laughed and gently kissed Ye's forehead before turning around to help his mom clean up the kitchen. It's a lot of work to brush through all the various used pots and pans. Mom, you've been working all morning. let me brush these, Wang Chu said. Mom gave Wang Chu a blank look. Count on your kid to have a conscience, but no need. If you're sleepy, go to bed. I'll do this stuff myself. Wang Chu took out a towel and wiped off the sweat from his mom's face. Better let me do it. If my dear mom is exhausted, I'm heartbroken. Mom laughed and cursed before Wang Chu snatched the tool from her hand. Watching her son's skillful maneuvering, her mother was very pleased on the sidelines. Son, has Qin Yao been busy lately? Mom's heart had some regrets. It would have been great if Qin Yao had come today, Wang Chu explained. Qin Yao has been staying in the theater group recently, and she comes back once in a while for other things, so when she's done with this drama, I'll bring her to see Grandpa. Mom nodded. That's good. Your grandfather didn't say anything, but I also know that he'd like to know what his granddaughter-in-law looks like. Wang Chu nodded. I know. It was still hot at noon, and there was little wind, and the air revealed a dull, dry air. When Wang Chu finished cleaning up, there was even a layer of sweat on his head. Get some rest, Mom said with some heartache. Wang Chu smiled, then returned to his room, only to see his grandfather appear in his room. He was holding a bushel fan in his hand and was carefully fanning Yu. Because the weather was rather hot, a layer of sweat was seeping out of Ye's little head, and her cheeks were slightly red. Wang Chu hurriedly walked over and whispered, Grandpa, why don't you go rest? Let me fan Ye. Elder Wang glanced at Ye. When I think of Ye, I'm a little too happy to sleep. This man is old, a little something in his heart. He can't sleep. Wang Chu cried and laughed a little. He said after a moment of contemplation, Grandpa, when Qin Yao is done with her work, I'll bring Qin Yao and Ye to visit you together next time, okay? Elder Wang's eyes lit up. Then it's a deal. Wang Chu took Grandpa's bushel fan and began to fan Ye, and after Grandpa saw this scene, he turned away in relief. Dad, why haven't you rested yet? Wang Chu's old mom saw Elder Wang and asked with some surprise. Instead of answering, Master Wang said, whenever you have time, you guys can put an air conditioner here for me. Wang Chu's mom was surprised. Before they had tried to install an air conditioner for the old man many times, but they were strongly opposed by the old man. What a waste of money. What a discomfort. Anyway, there are a whole bunch of excuses and a blowhard statement that I'll stab the air conditioner if you guys in. But today how come all of a sudden? Elder Wang stroked his beard. I can't let my grandson-in-law and great-granddaughter suffer at my place. An hour later, Ye opened her eyes, a hint of confusion in her small eyes. It seems she's still wondering, where is this? But soon, she recalled that she saw the poop next to her, and then smiled and got into Wang Chu's arms. Wang Chu took over a towel and wiped Ye. After a nap, Ye's hair arched again like a bird's nest. Wang Chu's eyes turned. Ye, let Grandma tie your hair later, okay? Ye nodded. Okay, I want Grandma to tie it for me. Wang Chu hurriedly went to find his mom to save the day. Mom, Ye woke up from her nap. Go and tie her hair for her. Her hair is a mess right now. Mom gave Wang Chu a blank look. In the future, you'll have to do this kind of work yourself. Wang Chu gave a dry laugh and didn't say anything. If you can get your mom to do it for you, you can save yourself a skill stealing card. At this time, an older woman from the village walked in. Uncle Wang, I see a car parked in front of your door. Is it Xiao Chu that this still child is back? Wang Chu walked out and saw the guest. Auntie Chen, come in and have a seat. Auntie Chen came over and sat down, looking at Wang Chu with a big smile on her face, her mouth making a tisk-tisk sound. I used to say that this child, our Xiao Chu, will definitely have a future, and now it's true. He has a successful career, and he's also so handsome. Wang Chu cried and laughed a little. Auntie Chen, how do you know that I have a successful career? Auntie Chen hemmed and hawed. You can't hide it from me. That car you have outside. At least there are millions of it. Your Auntie Chen, I have seen the world. Wang Chu touched his nose. He wanted to tell this world-weary Auntie Chen that car started at $4 million, and the top end was more than $6 million. Wang Chu's old man also came over at this time. Big sister, is there something wrong with you? Old Wang, elder brother, can't you come over to taper my great-nephew without anything? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. It was only a matter of a few words. He had become her great-nephew? However, in the countryside, we are all head down and head up, and families are all related. Aunt Chen called Wang Chu great-nephew, from a certain point of view, is also right. Older brother Wang, I heard from Uncle Wang earlier that my great-nephew has just returned to China now and doesn't have a date yet, right? A mysterious smile appeared on Auntie Chen's face. I can tell you, this time, something great is coming. Wang Chu's old man froze for a moment. Big sister, you're not introducing my Wang Chu to someone, are you? That's a good guess. Aunt Chen slapped her hand and said, the neighboring village has a recently graduated college student, sitting in the office of a large company in Haichang. I've seen their daughter. She's pretty, with a high education and a good personality. I'm not thinking that my great-nephew has no one. I want to introduce her to my great-nephew. It's also a kind of fertilizer flow outside the field of others. Chapter 152 Most Popular Award. Wang Chu was crying and laughing a little. Is this Auntie Chen here to play matchmaker? No need, Auntie Chen. I'm already married, Wang Chu said with a smile. Aunt Chen rolled her eyes. Great nephew. What are you kidding about getting married? 2 days ago your grandfather said that you don't have a date, and he was so worried that he couldn't sleep a wink. I can tell you, the other little girl is really good. Or you guys meet. This in case of collision of love sparks. Wang Chu was a bit speechless, and collided with the sparks of love? There was only one person in his heart right now, and that was Yun Qingyao. Besides, why didn't Auntie Chen believe her own words? Was it a surprising thing that you got married? At this time, the door to the inner room opened, and Yaya was freshly dressed. Baba, let's go fly a kite. Wang Chu picked up Yaya, then glanced at Auntie Chen. Auntie Chen, you see, not only am I married, I even have a daughter. Auntie Chen regretfully left, while Wang Chu took Yaya to fly a kite. Unfortunately, the weather in the afternoon was not favorable. There was not a trace of wind, and even though Wang Chu exerted all his strength, he did not end up flying the kite in the sky. A hint of unhappiness appeared on Yaya's face. Wang Chu could only comfort Yaya. When we have time later, I'll accompany Yaya to fly kites with Mama, okay? With these words, a small smile appeared on Yaya's face this time. The rest of the moment, Wang Chu took Yu to stroll through the village of the big acacia tree, and finally Wang Chu also helped Yu climb the big acacia tree to take a picture. That was the first time Yaya had climbed that high up a tree. She tightly hugged Wang Chu's neck, but her small eyes revealed uncontrollable excitement and thrill. The fun is always short-lived. When leaving behind, Yaya's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. Great-grandpa, Puppy and I are leaving. We'll come back to see you later. Yu lay down on the window. Master Wang stood under the big acacia tree, and waited until his shadow could not be seen anymore. Yu then sat back. On the way back, Wang Chu saw that Yaya's mood was a bit less elevated and couldn't help but ask, Yaya, aren't you having fun today? Happy? Then why don't you look happy? Yaya hesitated and said, because Yaya loves Tai Grandpa, and Tai Grandpa even gave Yaya a kite. Popa, can we move both Tai Grandpa and Grandpa into our house? Wang Chu froze for a moment. How did you get that idea? Because we have a lot of rooms in our house. Everyone lives together. How happy it would be. A look of longing appeared in Yaya's eyes. Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. To be honest, he hadn't told his parents about Yun Qingyao's true identity yet. It wasn't that he intended to hide it. It was just that he hadn't found a suitable opportunity to tell his family. Old Wan's family was just an ordinary working class, living from sunrise to sunset, living a decent life. The fact that Qingyao was an actress had already shocked both of her parents beyond words. If they were to be told that Qingyao's identity was in fact still the little princess of the Muyan Group, they live in billion-dollar villas and the Macro Group has a market capitalization of hundreds of billions. If these were told to them, Wang Chu could not guarantee what kind of reaction they would have. If this blood pressure rises and something happens, then Wang Chu will have no time to regret. Therefore, the matter of confessing one's identity, although it is said that sooner or later one has to make it clear, one has to find a suitable opportunity to do so. At least it will allow them to take this thing slowly. As for this wish of Yaya's, it would be difficult to realize for the time being. Jingling. At this time, Wang Chu's cell phone rang. Turning on the Bluetooth and picking up the phone. Hello, who is it? Yaya Dad. I'm Yumechi. I have something important to tell you here. On the phone, Yumechi's voice seemed to carry a hint of surprise. Mr. Yu, what is it? Yesterday you guys sang Baby Baby Baby, which is now on fire online, and the organizers are ready to give you a most popular award. Wang Chu smiled. Really? Pretty good. What's the problem? Yumechi listened to Wang Chu's voice, which seemed to be calm, and hesitated for a moment to ask, have you been surfing the internet lately? Something else has been going on lately and I haven't been online. What's up? Yumechi sighed in relief. Because you guys quit early yesterday, it resulted in the final winner being one of the other kids. Wang Chu nodded. You told me yesterday. There's nothing wrong with that. Yumechi let out a bitter smile. Yes, but this result, however, caused a huge uproar on the internet. Almost all the netizens who have watched the live broadcast all agreed that the final champion must be Yaya, so they questioned that the competition was shady. They even left a message under the official microblogging site, which had a very bad impact on the event. So the organizing hair discussed it and decided to give Yaya a most popular award. Wang Chu was a little crying and laughing. These netizens are really cute. Likewise, tonight the program team would like to open a live broadcast and connect with Yaya for a live broadcast, so that it can be clarified externally. Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, no problem. After all, this matter had been caused because of them, and it was only right to help deal with the aftermath. That would be really great. I'll be in touch when it's 8 o'clock in the evening. After saying that, Yumechi hung up the phone. But but soon the phone rang again. Wang Chu was somewhat speechless. This Mr. Xiaoyu was also really adventurous. What words could not be finished at once? Hey, Mr. Lesser, is there anything else you need? Wang Chu picked up the phone, but on the other side of the phone was a man's voice. Mr. Xiaoyu? Wang Chu, this is Lu Kai. You shouldn't have forgotten that tomorrow is the day of the International Hercules competition, right? Wang Chu froze for a moment and slapped his head. There were so many things going on lately that he had really forgotten about it. Ah Lu, sorry, I've had too many things going on lately and I forgot. Lu Kai smiled. It's fine, I'm just telling you the address and time of tomorrow's event this time. When you go to the site, our people will be there to greet you. Wang Chu, you're the only person from Kyushu to compete this time. There will definitely be a lot of people paying attention to you when the time comes. You'll definitely fight for our Kyushu if you manage to achieve a decent result. Lu Kai's voice carried a hint of righteous indignation. Wang Chu was a little curious. Brother Lu, I heard your voice. Is something happening? Chapter 153, Chicken Soup. Lu Kai was silent for a moment. It's true that there is something going on, but it's not something pleasant. Forget it, I won't talk to you. I'll send you the time and address on your cell phone now. You must remember not to be late. After saying that, Lu Kai hung up the phone. Wang Chu was somewhat speechless. What in the world happened? What cannot be said? However, Wang Chu didn't think much about it. He went to participate in the Hercules competition just to test out what kind of rank his current strength was amongst humans. Moreover, if he could compete with other Super Hercules on the same stage, there was some excitement in Wang Chu's heart. After returning home, Wang Chu realized that Elder Yun had returned, but his old husband had not. Grandpa, where's my dad? Hasn't been back? Wang Chu asked curiously. Elder Yun glanced at Wang Chu. What's wrong? Not calling Uncle Yun anymore? Wang Chu heatedly smiled. Wasn't he afraid of irritating my dad at that time? I'm now licensed with Qingyao, and we have such a good relationship. I'm sure Dad will recognize me and accept me. Master Yun smiled. That's more like it, but he should be in the hospital right now. At the hospital? Wang Chu froze and asked somewhat nervously. What happened? Wasn't it fine when you came? How come you went to the hospital? Elder Yun sneered. Because he stole a bowl of chicken soup before he left and overcompensated. Overcompensating? After Wang Chu heard this, his entire body froze, and he was even somewhat speechless. He has told his old man that with his physical condition, he cannot drink this chicken soup, but who knows? However, for some reason, Wang Chu's heart actually had a small trace of joy. Letting you disagree with me in Chengyao, letting you not believe my words and think I was lying to you, isn't it retribution now? But, he is, after all, his own old man are hospitalized, he must not go over to visit? In fact, Yun Xianjun didn't have any serious injuries, but because the situation wasn't very stable, he decided to stay in the hospital's convalescent area for a day to check the situation, and when the situation stabilized, he could probably be discharged the next day. However, during the day in the hospital, he had not been idle, correcting quite a few group documents, reviewing quite a few processes, and also quietly analyzing which medicinal herb merchant it would be good to cooperate with next. Muyun Group actually had its own medicinal herb planting base. After all, as the largest pharmaceutical group in China, how could it not have its own medicinal herb planting base? But the problem now was that there was now a serious lack of those cherished medicinal herbs in one's medicinal herb planting base. Rare herbs have a great impact on the Muyun Group and even say all pharmaceutical groups, because only when you get the herbs can you do lab research, can you analyze the drug activity, and can you try to manufacture it on a large scale. But now, those several medicinal herb merchants were all like monkey spirits. Wanting to get the more rare medicinal herbs from their hands was simply harder than climbing up to the sky. As for the ordinary medicinal herbs, they also asked for them in a lion's share, which gave Yun Xianjun a bit of a headache. Now it really seems like a dead end really cannot if, also can only reduce production, but now the market is so big, the demand is so much, if Muyun Pharmaceuticals reduces its production, Willow Group will definitely seize the market that originally belongs to Muyun Pharmaceuticals. Thinking of this, Yun Xianjun was again very reluctant. At this time, the secretary walked in. Mr. Yun, someone outside wants to visit you? Yun Xianjun's brows furrowed. Who is it? Hai Cheng's collaborator? The secretary's eyes were a little strange. No, it's Wang Chu. Wang Chu, what's he doing here? Is he here to laugh at himself? Such thoughts instantly surfaced in Yun Xianjun's mind. Mr. Yun, are you seeing anyone? The secretary asked. Yun Xianjun snorted coldly. Not see. The secretary nodded. Okay, I'll let him go now. With that, the secretary headed out the door. But when the secretary walked to the door, he was stopped by Yun Xianjun. Wait a minute. Never mind. You let him in. Yun Xianjun is very angry. He would like to let Wang Chu get out, but Wang Chu is after all to see his own. If he just let him go, in case he goes back to Qingyao to add vinegar to say something, then Qingyao's opinion of herself would definitely be even greater. Cases abound of women in love, who have always lost their minds, falling out with their families for the sake of their so-called love. Although Yun Qingyao was said to be sensible, there was no guarantee that a similar situation would arise. After all, before Yun Qianjun could never think that his daughter would hide herself and her family, and a man directly received a license. So, it's better to err on the side of caution. Soon, Wang Chu led the way in, and when he saw Yun Qianjun lying on the hospital bed, an eager look appeared on his face. "Dad, are you feeling better?" Yun Qianjun's face fell. Wang Chu immediately changed his mouth. "Uncle Yun, sorry, today went back to the old home. Some called used to it." Yun Qianjun snorted coldly. "What are you doing visiting me? It's not like we have any relationship." "Uncle Yun, you can't say that. You see, I'm your granddaughter's real father, your daughter's husband, your father's granddaughter-in-law." Listening to Wang Chu counting as one, Yun Qianjun's face became increasingly ugly. "Although you disown me, as a junior, I still have to come and visit you. After all, Qingyao is not in Haichang. I have the responsibility and obligation to take care of you." Yun Qianjun snorted coldly. "There's no need. I'm well taken care of by a doctor here." "Then I'm relieved," Wang Chu said with a sigh of relief. "Tonight I'm going to video with Qingyao this matter of Uncle Yun's hospitalization. You can't tell Qingyao." Yun Qianjun was anxious and said in a hurry. Wang Chu's face revealed a difficult look. "But, in case Qingyao finds out later, she will definitely blame me." "Don't worry, I won't let her know, and there's nothing wrong with me." "If you tell her, what if it makes her worried and distracted?" Yun Qianjun said. Wang Chu nodded. "Uncle Yun has a point. In that case, I'll listen to Uncle Yun. But then, I've come to see Uncle Yun this time, and I've also made some food for Uncle Yun. The food in this hospital may not be very good. I hope Uncle Yun will like it." Saying that, Wang Chu took out a thermos box from his bag. "What's in here?" Yun Qianjun sniffed and was able to smell a faint fragrance. A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. "Chicken soup, tonifying the qi and kidneys, solidifying the roots and cultivating the vitality." Yun Qianjun's face changed. "Take it out." Chapter 154, Exposed. Unsurprisingly, Wang Chu was kicked out by Yun Qianjun. Even after driving Wang Chu away, the anger on Yun Qianjun's face still had not dissipated. He knew that how could Wang Chu be so kind as to come over to visit him? This was clearly coming to humiliate himself. Damn it! Damn it! Yun Qianjun gritted his teeth, and many medium ways to torture Wang Chu had already flashed through his mind. "Mr. Yu," Wang Chu has already left, but before he left, he also sent a bottle of water, saying that it was brought from his hometown and could cure all diseases. "Scram! Throw it away for me," Yun Qianjun said angrily. "If I ever believe him again, I'm a sizable cutie." The secretary forced a smile and said, "Okay, Mr. Yun, what about the chicken soup? Throw it all together for me." Yun Qianjun gritted his teeth and said, "This kid clearly came to flirt with me. When I get out of the hospital, I have to teach him a good lesson to clean him up." After yelling, his mouth was a little dry. "Where's the water?" The secretary froze for a moment and hurriedly handed the bottle of water in his hand to Yun Qianjun. Yun Qianjun didn't look at it carefully and unscrewed the bottle cap and took a big sip. The sweet mountain spring water traveled down Yun Qianjun's esophagus into his stomach, and a cool sensation instantly covered his entire body. Yun Qianjun's original bellyful of anger seemed to have been doused at this moment. What is more amazing is that he actually felt much more comfortable in his body. "Great water. Where did you get this water?" Yun Qianjun glanced at the bottle at this time, but realized that it was a bottle without a logo and couldn't help but ask. The secretary froze for a moment and said, "This bottle of water is the water Wang Chu gave you." Yun Qianjun froze, an expression of disbelief on his face, along with a hint of suffocation. "Did Wang Chu give me this water? Why didn't you make it clear to me?" The secretary said somewhat innocently, "I told you, but you just said you wanted water, and I thought." Yun Qianjun lay on the bed in some despair. In the end, he actually did not escape. "Wang Chu, are you my nemesis?" the secretary asked carefully. "Mr. Yun, this water, I take away and throw it away?" Yun Qianjun said in a humorless manner. "Drink it all. What are you throwing away? Keep it." As the secretary left, Yun Qianjun picked up the water bottle with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "This water seems to really have a magical effect. This was not ordinary water, but a magical mountain spring water produced by the system, which naturally had magical effects." Although Wang Chu deliberately took the chicken soup to disgust Yun Qianjun, but Yun Qianjun is after all Qingyao's father. How could he just to see the joke? If Yun Qianjun drank the magical mountain spring water, it should be very beneficial to his body, but if he didn't drink, then it has nothing to do with Wang Chu. Anyway, he is the one who doesn't tea drink, right? Back at home, Wang Chu received a call from Yumechi, and was about to make a live connection. Wang Chu brought Yeye to the bedroom and opened the live streaming app in the cell phone software. This had to be opened in the bedroom. If it was outside, wouldn't the fact that he lived in a billion-dollar mansion be exposed? There were a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room who had been swiping the screen, demanding that there had to be an explanation and that the kids couldn't be bullied with blackmail. The host of the live broadcast had a bitter smile on his face. They really didn't have any shady secrets, and they did want Yeye to get the title at first, but who knew they'd run away after the song? That's a serious violation of the rules. But this kind of thing, even if you say it, the audience won't believe it. It was good that Wang Chu was online at this time, and through the connection, Wang Chu and Yeye's avatars also appeared in the live broadcast. Wow, what a cute little kid, even cuter this close than on stage. This little girl's father is so handsome too. The genes of this family are just too good. This face value completely killed the showbiz fresh meat. Love. Hello, Father Yeye, are you able to explain what happened at the scene yesterday? The host asked. Wang Chu smiled and said, I have just read the messages from many enthusiastic viewers saying that the event has shady practices. I can now responsibly tell you that there are no shady practices in this event. It's a very meaningful event. Please don't attack the organizers. But Wang Chu's words clearly failed to convince the netizens. How can it be? Yeye sings so well, and she's not number one? That's right, this children's song. I can't believe I have it all on a single song cycle. Can you believe it? If you're threatened, just blink and we'll call the police. Looking at the netizens' messages, Wang Chu cried a little. We did violate the rules of the event by leaving the venue when it wasn't over, but soon the pop-ups were swept away. Let the children speak. We don't believe you. That's right, we don't believe you. When Wang Chu saw these delays, the entire person was speechless. This whole thing was as if he had been PR'd. Yeye looked at the pop-up on her phone and asked curiously, Poop, what's in here? The milky little cute voice instantly captured the hearts of almost everyone on the air. That's a nice voice. What a cute little friend. I want to have one to play with, but unfortunately, I don't have a man yet. Upstairs, I can do it for free on your behalf. You give me a chance. I'll give you back a pair of sons and daughters. The brothers upstairs are very talented. May I ask, can I compete for the job? The pop-ups were instantly joyous. Wang Chu smiled and said, everyone is wondering what Yeye went to do after singing yesterday. Yeye blinked her eyes and said happily, Yeye went to the zoo yesterday. Oh, or with POA Mama together it. Yeye play can be happy it. So Yeye is lost in her heart without a championship? Wang Chu continued to ask. Yeye blinked. Poopy, what's lost? It means unhappy. Of course not. It's the happiest thing in the world for Yeye to be able to sing with Papama. Listening to Wang Chu's conversation with Yeye, the netizens were confused. Could it really be that they were spraying the wrong person? But, even if kids aren't clear on the meaning of championships, aren't adults? At this time, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Auntie, the soup you made for little miss is ready. If you don't drink it now, I'll go heat it up. Auntie Wang's voice came from outside. Wang Chu hurriedly said, Auntie Wang, we'll go over right now. Turning his head, Wang Chu hurriedly said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, that's the way it is. Don't be too harsh on the organizers. We violated the rules, so it's normal that we didn't get the title. That's it. Goodbye everyone. Soon, the images of Wang Chu and Yeye disappeared, while the live broadcast room was abuzz. What the do I hear? Auntie? Little miss? Am I hallucinating? Brother, I heard it too. This family turns out to be a big family. My God, we are still fighting for each other here. Scattered. I've checked. The Windmill Bilingual Kindergarten. Every month just the garden fee is $70,000 to $80,000. Such a family. Care about a small champion? I didn't realize that the clown was myself. Chapter 155, the cuter, the better. Wang Chu's heart was a bit helpless. He already wanted to keep a low profile, but nay, his strength did not allow it. Auntie Wang's voice completely exposed herself. Let's hope that people didn't notice. Wang Chu's heart murmured. But how was that possible? Before Wang Chu turned off the live broadcast, he had already seen the densely packed pop-ups, but out of sight, out of mind. So what if those people know? Walking out with Yeye in her arms, the air was already filled with a tantalizing scent. After returning home in the evening, Yeye didn't really want to eat, so Wang Chu stewed this pot of mushroom pigeon soup. The aroma of the mushrooms and the squab mixed together to form a mouth-watering flavor. It smells so good. Poopy, I want some soup. You licked her lips, her eyes glowing. Wang Chu smiled, then went to serve a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Yeye. Yeye's eyes rounded as she looked at the squab in the bowl. Poopy, this chick is so small. Wang Chu explained. This is not a chick. This is a squab. Poopy, what's a squab? A squab is a very small pigeon. Wang Chu had wanted to carefully explain what is called a pigeon, but was worried that Ye would have some kind of psychological shadow, so he could only explain it so vaguely. Ye's face was a bit tense. Pigeons are so cute, is it really okay for us to eat them? Saying that, Ye glanced at the squab soup, a hint of struggle showing in her eyes. Wang Chu froze for a moment. Could it be that Ye had become compassionate? Afterward, Ye pulled Wang Chu. Poop, where's the little spoon? Wang Chu froze for a moment. What? Ye pointed to the bowl and said, a small spoon. How can I drink soup without a small spoon? Wang Chu cried and laughed, finding the small spoon and handing it to Ye. Ye sipped the soup while squinting her eyes. It's really so good. The pigeons are so cute and surprisingly delicious. Saying that, Ye actually fished out the small squab and chewed it in her mouth, somewhat slurring her words. Wang Chu cried and laughed a little, but at the same time, he was also somewhat relieved. Ye is already a small carnivore, so how could she not eat pigeons just because they are cute? Soon enough, Ye finished the squab soup, and the little bones of the squab were gnawed clean. She said with some intent, Poopy, bunnies are cute too. Wang Chu nodded. Yeah, it's cute. What's wrong? Ye was a little anxious about how Poopy couldn't get his point. That bunny rabbit is cute. Isn't it also delicious? Ye heatedly smiled, an expectant look in her eyes. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Okay, I'll make you rabbit meat tomorrow. Okay. Ye's eyes lit up and she nodded. Yes, I want to eat a milky rabbit, the kind that is very small. It must be even better. Wang Chu has some headaches. This Ye's thinking seems to have run off. She now seems to think, the cuter something is, the better it tastes. Glancing at the time, Wang Chu said to Ye, go back to the house and video with Mama. You should take a bath and go to bed later. Ye nodded, then went back into the bedroom with her cell phone in hand. Wang Chu didn't rush to go and video with Yun Xingyao, but instead flipped open his cell phone to check the news of tomorrow's International Hercules competition. Previously, Wang Chu hadn't really cared about this matter, but tomorrow he would be competing on behalf of the Tianyuan Club, so how could he say that he had to take a look in advance? This International Hercules competition has a lot of disciplines such as force lifting logs, hard lifting vats, atlas boulders, over-the-top lifts, and even hard pulling trucks and force towing airplanes. There was once a bull who towed an airplane and became a Hercules legend in one fell swoop. The man seems to be called Thor. However, Wang Chu also saw himself online, only in a very small corner. This made Wang Chu somewhat speechless, but it was understandable. This kind of Hercules competition was usually a battlefield for Westerners. There had been Kyushuans who had competed, but unfortunately, they hadn't even made it through the preliminaries, let alone into the final Hercules battle. There is also less discussion on the internet about himself, and more discussion about those famous foreign players. I think Thor will be able to break his own record this time. He said he's in great shape. That's not necessarily true. There's a rising star in the Hercules world now, called Bobby. He's already broken Tattle's Hercules weightlifting record before, and this time he's also participating in this Sea-City International Hercules competition, aiming at Thor. Just kidding. Thor, God forever. I see there are still people from our Kyushu competing this time, so I guess it's another round robin. It should be the organizers too. After all, is all about participation. Wang Chu was a bit helpless even after reading the news on the internet. It seemed that even the people of Kyushu didn't believe that there would be a Kyushu person who could stand on the stage of the Hercules finals, right? But Thor, a legend among Hercules, I can't believe he's going to participate this time. And because of his participation, there's quite a number of people participating in the Hercules tournament this time. Wang Chu closed his cell phone. He didn't have much expectation for the Hercules championship, but he did want to stand on the final match to prove to the world that the people of Kyushu were also capable of standing on the final match of the highest Hercules. Back in the bedroom, Ye was chatting cheerfully with Qingyao. Mama, let me tell you, Tai Grandpa made me a nice big kite. It flies in the sky just like the real thing. Today, Papa even took me to climb the tree. It's really high. Ye is afraid of falling on the ground, but I know that with Papa here, Ye will be fine. Mama, we even went to see Sister Lan Lan today. She's really so poor. Mama, can we help her? Standing in the doorway, Wang Chu listened to Ye as she shared with Qingyao what she had experienced today. It was all about fun, happiness, and touching things, and as for that fat woman slandering herself and hurting herself, Ye surprisingly didn't say a word about it. This made Wang Chu a little touched and a little self-conscious. It is supposed to be an age to be pampered in front of your parents, so why is Ye exceedingly understanding? After listening for some time, Wang Chu then knocked on the door and walked in. Yeah, what fun things are you telling Mama? Ye heatedly smiled. This is my secret with Mama. Okay, I won't pry into your secrets. But does Yeye still have her drawing homework undone today? Wang Chu asked with a smirk. Yeye spat out her tongue, then said, Mama, I'm going to do my drawing homework. After saying that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Wang Chu took the call and looked at his wife in the video. His eyes filled with tenderness. By the way, Wang Chu, after I left, Dad didn't target you, did he? Yun Qingyao asked. Chapter 156 Yun Qingyao's confusion. Targeting me? Wang Chu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Dad didn't take it personally, but he probably thought I was taking it a little personally. Yun Qingyao froze for a moment. Why would he think that? Wang Chu hypocritically said, This morning, I didn't let Dad drink the chicken soup. I always felt that he was a little angry, but that chicken soup contains great tonic. It's not good for Dad's health if he drinks it, so that's what this is about. Yun Qingyao sighed in relief and said comfortingly, Don't worry, you did the right thing in this matter. Besides, what hasn't he eaten? If he's really angry with you because of this matter, then he's just senile. Wang Chu smiled. It seemed that his daughter-in-law was firmly on his side, so Wang Chu was relieved. Daughter-in-law, did you drink all the chicken soup I brought you? How are you feeling physically today? Wang Chu asked. Speaking of this, a hint of surprise appeared in Yun Qingyao's eyes. Wang Chu, it's so strange to say. Every time I had menstrual cramps before, I had to suffer at least 3 to 4 days of pain, but since I drank your chicken soup, I have felt warmth in my belly all day today. Even if I have pain, it's the kind of pain that's relatively mild and I can withstand it. Did you cast a magic spell with this chicken soup? Wang Chu said in a sincere manner. Of course, I cast the magic of love in the chicken soup. It's actually my love for you that makes your belly warm. It has little to do with the chicken soup. Yun Qingyao blankly glanced at Wang Chu, her face reddening. You just know how to talk nonsense. Wang Chu blinked. Nonsense? Why don't you go outside tomorrow and buy a can of chicken soup and see if it has the same effect? The two of them just chatted with each other. A cozy atmosphere wrapped tightly around the two of them. Oh right, Qingyao, there's something I don't quite understand and want to ask you. Suddenly, Wang Chu asked as if he had thought of something. A trace of doubt appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. What's the problem? Wang Chu explained. Look at me now. Although I say I'm not a person in the entertainment industry, but how do I say that I was also interviewed by the Haicheng official rescue hero and also dominated the hot headlines for a day? But why on the road? It seems that there are not many people who know me even those classmates I had before, they don't seem to know about me? At this point, Wang Chu was a bit puzzled. After hearing Wang Chu's words, Yun Qingyao smiled. You're talking about this matter It's very simple Let me ask you, how many people in Haicheng know what the mayor of Haicheng City is called and what he looks like? Even if they know, on the road, how many people would be able to recognize it? Wang Chu froze for a moment. Yes before he reunited with Yun Qingyao, he really didn't care who the mayor of Haicheng City was There are a lot of big vloggers online now and a lot of new debutantes. How many people do you think would recognize them in reality? I don't know if you've heard of a news. Lei, the general manager of the Rice Phone, once handed out flyers in the CBD Plaza, and for a whole day, not a single person even recognized him. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? Hearing this, Wang Chu also touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. I don't know Mr. Lei either. Yun Qingyao let out a light laugh. You see, the problem is here. Nowadays society's pace is very fast. We will come into contact with a lot of people, and every day we will also come into contact with a lot of information. It's impossible for our brain to memorize all of the information we've seen and also had. It will only selectively remember all kinds of information that you have seen in one day. If it is not something special, it may not take more than one day for it to be dusted off in your mind. Otherwise, do you think that if you just go on the news and everyone remembers you, then the entertainment industry would still have to go through so much trouble to train newcomers? Newcomers nowadays, even if they've appeared in dozens of variety shows and acted in several dramas, they won't be remembered if they don't have a prominent personality. After listening to Yun Qingyao's words, Wang Chu sweated a little. It turns out to be like this but Wang Chu was also finally relieved. He does not want to be famous anyway. To be able to peacefully accompany you to grow up can be. By the way, are you still going to participate in the Hercules competition tomorrow? Yun Qingyao suddenly asked. Wang Chu was a bit surprised. How did you know? You did mention it to me before. Yun Qingyao said with a smile. Wang Chu's heart was somewhat touched. This matter was almost forgotten by himself, but he didn't expect Qingyao to remember it all the time. How sure are you about tomorrow? Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, I can't say for sure, but there's still no problem getting into the finals. After all, right now Wang Chu's body was enriched to its peak by the power pill. And even if he couldn't win the championship, he was still very sure of making it to the finals. A hint of surprise appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Hubby, if you can make it to the finals, then you'll be famous. I do have an idea. An interested look appeared on Wang Chu's face. You are now not the Tianyuan Club's invited coach. Well, I am also a member of the Tianyuan Club. If you are able to enter the finals, you must be in the Tianyuan Club to become a star coach. At that time there will be a lot of celebrities looking for you to be a private tutor. At that time, Wang Chu's face changed and he immediately said, "Don't worry, daughter-in-law. I am not going to be anyone's private tutor." Yun Qingyao blankly glanced at Wang Chu. "Can you wait for me to finish? What I mean is, at that time, I can invite you to be my private tutor. In that case, we are also equivalent to being able to appear in the public eye together in a bright and honorable manner." After a moment of silence, Yun Qingyao said in a low voice, "I don't want to keep going out with you with a mask." Wang Chu froze for a moment, then silently nodded. Good. The two chatted some more, then turned off the video. Wang Chu lay on the bed, his heart slightly heavy. Although it was said that he and Cheng Yao had a good relationship now, but what about in the future? Although he wanted to be a baby daddy all the time and grow up with Ye, paper can't hold fire after all. Sooner or later, his relationship with Cheng Yao would be unearthed by some well-intentioned people. What should we do then? Leave Cheng Yao alone to face all the accusations? And not to mention the outside world. What is the Yun family going to do about it now? The old husband's disapproval of himself should not only be due to the fact that he had hurt Cheng Yao before, he was even more worried that he was not capable enough to protect Cheng Yao, right? If Cheng Yao is in danger, if she encounters a problem, she, as a husband, can't just stare and do nothing, right? Looks like I should make a slight change too. Wang Chu muttered. At least, when the truth comes out, I, Wang Chu, am worthy of Cheng Yao in the eyes of outsiders. Moreover, I also want to let my old husband know that only I am a good match for Cheng Yao. Chapter 157, The Sick Man of Kyushu. Afterwards, Wang Chu gave Yaya a bath and then put her to bed. As Wang Chu was preparing to go to sleep, he suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. I haven't drawn today's free raffle yet. System, draw. The system is in the middle of a lucky draw. Congratulations, you've won a whitening set. Whitening set can make you fearless of the scorching sun, ultraviolet radiation, can slow down the ravages of time. Is a woman home out of the necessary choice? Each set of selling price of 10 points of pleasure value. Whitening set? This would be a good one to give to Cheng Yao as a gift. Wang Chu yawned, then turned around and fell asleep. This sleep, Wang Chu slept peacefully, and after waking up the next day, he felt refreshed. It's a pity that, when I woke up today, there was no Cheng Yao's warm body temperature and aroma around me. After Wang Chu woke up, he routinely prepared breakfast for Yaya and then told Yaya to get up. It's Monday, so I can't keep playing at home. I have to go to kindergarten. Although Yaya really didn't want to go to kindergarten, after recognizing the reality, she reluctantly got up from her bed. After having breakfast and sending Yaya to the kindergarten, Wang Chu rushed towards the location that Lu Kai had sent over to him. Yuntai Gymnasium, the largest gymnasium in Haichang, which has held many events and concerts. When Wang Chu felt the Yuntai Gymnasium, it was already packed with people, with media, journalists and tourists from all over the country and even all over the world. This international Hercules competition has, in a way, kind of raised the international status of Haichang. Soon, Wang Chu found Lu Kai. Brother Lu. Wang Chu saw Lu Kai at the second entrance and smiled as he went forward to greet him. Lu Kai saw Wang Chu and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Wang Chu, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to find it. I didn't expect to come quite early. Wang Chu smiled. There's nothing going on today, so I came a little early. Lu Kai handed something in his hand to Wang Chu. This is your participation card and some protective gear. You'll have to go in through the contestants' passage later. Wang Chu nodded and took them. Wang Chu, there are quite a few Hercules contestants here this time. They might have some overly aggressive words, so you shouldn't take it too much to heart. Lu Kai whispered. Wang Chu's brow furrowed with excessive words. What was this all about? While Wang Chu was preparing to ask for clarification, the reporter from Haicheng TV station spotted Wang Chu and immediately rushed over. Hello, you must be Tianyuan Club's contestant Wang Chu. Did you know that you are the only Kyushu contestant in this Hercules competition? The female reporter handed the microphone to Wang Chu, her eyes glowing as she looked at Wang Chu. This young man is really so handsome. He should be in an entertainment talent show, not a Hercules competition. Wang Chu nodded slightly. This, of course, he knew. The reporter continued. And do you have any thoughts on Bobby's pre-game remarks? Wang Chu froze for a moment. Bobby's pre-game comments? What did he say? The female reporter hurriedly said. Yesterday, Bobby gave a domestic interview, saying that we Kyushu people are just a little sheep in the Hercules race, and it's impossible for us to achieve any decent results. Wang Chu frowned slightly and said calmly, I have nothing to say. Everyone has the right to express their opinion. After all, the facts will prove everything. At this time, an exclamation came from the distance. Thor has come. The god of Hercules, Thor has appeared. In the distance, a caravan slowly came to a stop, and from inside the caravan came down a big man who was more than 2 meters tall, reminiscent of a lanky man, like a human-shaped meat mountain. As soon as it appeared, it gave a strong sense of oppression. After the reporter interviewing Wang Chu saw Thor, he didn't have time to say goodbye to Wang Chu and immediately turned his head to interview Thor. After all, in the Hercules world, Thor's status was supreme, far from being comparable to a transparent newcomer like Wang Chu. Even if Wang Chu was a handsome man, handsome enough to make the female reporter's heart flutter, in front of Thor, even the most handsome man had to step aside. Wang Chu is somewhat crying and laughing. This is too realistic. This feeling, it's like you've been dumped by the scum of the earth. Lu Kai laughed on the side and patted Wang Chu's shoulder. Accept the reality. In the field of Hercules, no one has been able to compare with Thor. He doesn't retire. He's an insurmountable mountain. Wang Chu nodded. Each line of business had its own top experts, and Wang Chu would naturally respect these industry leaders. Also, he was intrigued by Thor. To be able to drag an airplane with the strength of his flesh was unimaginable. Brother Lu, come on, let's go see this Thor as well. I'm very interested in him. Wang Chu glanced at Lu Kai and said with a smile. Lu Kai looked at the excited Wang Chu, smiled, and followed. As soon as Thor got out of the car, he saw a multitude of reporters gathered around him, shooting themselves with long guns. His heart was pleased with himself. Mr. Thor, I've heard that this is your last Hercules match and that you're announcing your retirement after this match. Is this true? A national reporter asked. Thor nodded. Yes, exactly. Why? You are still at the top of your form. Why would you choose to retire at this time? Thor laughed. Because I can't find an opponent. This kind of master's loneliness is an emotion that you guys don't understand. If I can say that I can find interesting opponents in this Hercules tournament, I can consider not retiring from the game. The crowd was in an uproar at these words, which were considered to be wildly out of bounds, but the crowd knew that Thor had the right to be cocky. Who do you think is the strongest opponent this time? Bobby, or Murray, or Thomas? These 3 people, all of them, were the current masters in the Hercules world, but Thor laughed. My biggest rival would be my previous self, and I don't think they're going to pressure me. It's true that he's the god of Hercules. The king's aura is unmistakable. Mr. Thor, I heard that a Kyushu player is competing this time. I wonder what you think about this, a domestic reporter asked. Thor froze. The Kyushu contestants? Oh my god. I think they're better suited to twerking their asses off on stage than coming here where real men fight. After all, the men of Kyushu were previously known as the sick men of Kyushu, and I have no interest in Kyushu's players. Hearing this, the peripheral Wang Chu's face clouded over. The domestic journalists around them also frowned. Chapter 158, You're so crazy. Sick man of Kyushu. This is an extremely disrespectful name for Kyushu, which represents a humiliating history of Kyushu. No one expected that Thor would say such a thing in public. He wasn't a cutie either. How could he not realize that it was a condescending name for Kyushu? Mr. Toll, I think you're doing us in Kyushu a disservice with that statement, a domestic reporter said in a deep voice. I think you need to correct what you just said. Other journalists in the country nodded darkly. The Kyushu of now is not the Kyushu of 100 years ago that could be bullied by others. Thor shrugged. Oh, I'm really so sorry. I didn't realize you Kyushu people were so sensitive and fragile. Well, I apologize. I just meant to say that. In the Hercules arena, only real men can stand on the highest stage, and the men of Kyushu, with all due respect, right now there isn't one that is qualified. A commotion came from the surroundings. This Thor seemed to have apologized, but his attitude was so arrogant. Why on earth would he be so hostile to Kyushu? But the surrounding Kyushu media is also very stifled. After all, Thor said the truth. So many years, has never been a Kyushu people, or even the yellow man stood on the stage of the Hercules champion. At the same time, I came to Kyushu this time to tell someone what it means to be a real man. At this time, the foreign media smelled an unusual odor. This last sentence was clearly intended by Thor to be addressed to someone. Was that someone from Kyushu? Mr. Toll, I wonder who the person is that you are trying to tell, a foreign reporter asked in a hurry. A confident smile appeared on Thor's face. Miss Yun Qingyao of Kyushu, I will show you that the men of Kyushu that you admire are actually unbearable. Instantly, the surroundings boiled. They originally just wanted to do a simple routine interview, but they did not expect Thor to burst out such a big melana. In that case, Thor, who was known as the god of Hercules, actually had an unspoken relationship with Yun Qingyao, a popular actress in Kyushu. From the looks of it, it was likely that Yun Qingyao couldn't look at Thor, which was why Thor participated in this Hercules tournament in Haichang and publicly denigrated and belittled the men of Kyushu. Many journalists have already sketched out a million-word love affair in their heads. On the side, Wang Chu frowned. What kind of relationship does this big guy have with Qingyao? With doubts, Wang Chu sent a message to Yun Qingyao. Is it convenient to talk now? Soon, Yun Qingyao's message came back. It's not my turn for a scene yet. What's wrong? Do you know a guy named Thor? The guy who is known as the god of Hercules? Oh, when I was attending an event abroad at the end of last year, it was a guy called Thor who tried to ask me to go to a nightclub, but I refused. That guy was just too arrogant and ugly, and the key is that he still has a good sense of self-importance. Although Yun Qingyao had sent a message, between the lines, it was possible to see that it was full of disgust towards Thor. A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face as he replied, I saw him at the scene, and I've decided to teach him a profound lesson. System, which do you think is stronger, my current power, compared to that Hercules god Thor? Wang Chu felt that he still had to consult the system on this matter first. Please don't measure this system by the power of mortals. The system's voice said icily. Thor's strength is still within the realm of human strength, while the host's current power is already the limit and peak of what a human being can withstand. Please ask the host to check on his own what it means to be at the limit and what it means to be at the peak. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. The system seemed to be displeased with this question of his and seemed to be a bit angry, but Wang Chu was relieved. According to the system, in terms of power, this Thor was not his opponent. In that case, what was he worried about? You're a fat-looking man, and you want to covet your daughter-in-law? Wang Chu rubbed his fists together, already somewhat unable to hold down his inner excitement. It's finally time for the players to enter. Wang Chu just walked towards the players' lane. Among the crowd of Western players, Wang Chu's abrupt Oriental face seemed so out of place, and most importantly, the other Western players, each one of them was tall and their arms were even as thick as Wang Chu's thighs. Although Wang Chu stood at 5 feet 8 inches, which was not considered short among the Kyushu people, he looked so skinny among these tall Western players, as if he was malnourished. Ha, is that one our Kyushu player? That's not even in the same league anymore. How can this be compared? I told you, it must be the organizer's attempt to save face. I guess it's just a round-robin level, but that player is quite handsome. It's a pity. The surrounding spectators looked all at Wang Chu, and a look of disappointment appeared on each of their faces. Wang Chu, on the other hand, encountered a difficulty behind entering the player's passage. Just after entering the player's passageway, Wang Chu felt that there was a wall of flesh like a wall in front of him blocking his way. When Wang Chu went right, the wall of flesh moved to the right. When Wang Chu went left, the wall of flesh moved to the left. Wang Hu's eyebrows raised and he stopped in his tracks. Brother, what do you mean by this? The player who stopped Wang Chu was half a head taller than Wang Chu, with an explosive bulge of toned muscles. He glanced at Wang Chu contemptuously. You should be one of the organizers, the contestant of Tian Yuan Club, right? Wang Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, how? Nothing, I just want to try your skills. The stocky man looked Wang Chu up and down and licked his lips. Either you push past me, or you turn around and go back the same way. The other contestants also looked at the scene here with a look of interest, and not a single one of them stepped forward. In their opinion, this Hercules competition was originally their Western sport. What was this about a Kyushu man competing? Does Wang Chu have the qualifications to compete with them on the same stage? So, they had already discussed that when the time came, they would give this Kyushu man a head start, so that he would know that this sport was not something that they, the Kyushu people, could participate in. An oppressive aura enveloped Wang Chu's body. Wang Chu raised his eyelids. Do you mean, you want to deprive me of the right to compete? What are you? Do you think you are qualified? The big man froze for a moment and reached out to push his hand towards Wang Chu. Kid, you're crazy. Chapter 159, Declaration of War. That big man originally thought that Wang Chu's such a skinny body, being pushed so hard by himself, would surely push him directly to the ground. But when he pushed so hard, he was surprised that he didn't push. He felt as if the opposite side had grown on the ground, and it didn't move? Ha! A hint of doubt showed in the big man's mind. Then he added more strength. Still not moving at all. The surrounding contestants couldn't help but snicker. Jira, did you expend too much energy on the Kyushu pussy yesterday? How come you turned soft? Yeah, you can't even push a little skinny monkey. You're not charging for this, are you? It's really a laugh. Laughter came from those big men, which annoyed the big man called Jira. He let out a cold snort, and this time he used his greatest strength to violently push towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu's eyes narrowed as his body steeply sidestepped and dodged the opponent's push. Jira didn't expect Wang Chu to dodge. He used his full strength this time and simply couldn't take the force. And at this time, Wang Chu's right foot stepped forward and stepped on Jira's advancing left foot. His entire body completely lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Before he could stand up, Wang Chu had already stepped forward and stomped on his back. The people of the 9 states and the district still want to suppress me? Hilo was a bit annoyed as he braced his hands on the ground, trying to lift Wang Chu, who was stepping on his back, off the ground. But no matter how hard he pushed, it felt as if the person stepping on his back was not a person, but a mountain. Exactly 20 seconds passed. Jira didn't even get up from the ground. The surrounding Western hulks had noticed a hint of something unusual from the initial mockery to the end. Even if Gila was acting, there's no way she could have been that skillful. The others also came over and surrounded Wang Chu in the center. Jira was already red in the face at this time, not only from embarrassment, but also because he had already used all his strength, but he still couldn't break free Wang Chu? It's a hell of a thing to see. Wang Chu was oblivious to the crowd that had gathered around him. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Jira. You're saying that I'm crazy? That's right. This is Kyushu. I'm in my country. So what if I'm crazy? Do you know what you are now? Still want to block my way? Hey, kid, you're overdoing it. Let go of Jira now. That's it. Is this the quality of you Kyushu people? If you have the ability, go to the field and compete. Don't you make us do anything to you. Wang Chu let out a cold smile. Although these were big men, but if they really fought, Wang Chu was not afraid at all. A sense of justice now? Wang Chu snorted and said, "Oh right, you are all a loach in a mud puddle. No wonder you are so empathetic. But you guys are right. You have the ability to go to the field to compete. So, don't use this kind of despicable little trick. It's not your turn to be reckless in Kyushu." Wang Chu loosened his foot and said calmly, "Oh yeah, you guys can send a message to Thor that this Hercules tournament in Haichang will be a battle of shame for him. And as for you, I don't even have it in my eyes." Saying that, Wang Chu pushed aside the players who were in his way and walked straight forward. The two big men who were pushed away were also dumbfounded, because they clearly felt a very powerful force coming from Wang Chu's body, so powerful that they could not resist it at all. Jira rose from the ground at this time, her face overwhelmed with embarrassment and anger. Demonic arts. This must be the demonic arts of the East. Otherwise, how could he have such power? Jira shouted with some indignation. The other Hercules contestants cringed. This guy, he doesn't look as simple as he appears. Humph, whether he has demonic magic or not, he can't be a match for Thor. That's right, let alone Thor. Even Bobby, Thomas, would be able to crush him easily. What happened in the players' lane was inside the arena, and the outside audience didn't know what was going on. And Wang Chu's declaration of war against Thor quickly spread within the circle of Hercules contestants. Other than those few contestants who knew of Wang Chu's power, everyone else thought that this Kyushu man was crazy for wanting to be famous. How could a scrawny Kyushuite be a match for Thor, the god of Hercules? Thor heard the news as well, and only laughed lightly, not caring. After all, in his opinion, elephants do not care about the provocation of ants. When the contestants all came to the field, the Hercules International Hercules competition in Haichang also officially started. On stage, the host of this event was very excited. For those of you on the scene and in front of the screen, this International Hercules tournament we're hosting in Haichang is the first International Hercules tournament we've ever hosted in Kyushu. All of the contestants this time are superb in the Hercules world. There is Thor, who is known as the god of Hercules. There is Bobby, the rising star of the Hercules world. Thomas, the runner-up of the 3 Hercules tournaments. Moray, who is not bad, and other Hercules contestants. This time, Hercules masters are gathered. There is bound to be a dragon fight, so stay tuned. Something about Haichang organizing an international Hercules competition has also caused a certain stir in Kyushu. Although it is said that the country does not have much of a viewer base for Hercules competitions, the number of people in Kyushu is huge. And although there are fewer people who like to watch Hercules competitions, there are quite a lot of viewers watching the live broadcasts because of the large base. Oh Thor, the eternal god in my heart. I didn't expect to be able to invite him to this Hercules tournament in Sea City. I heard he's going to retire after he gets this championship. The master is lonely. It's no wonder. Thor has won 6 titles in a row, and it's understandable that he's retiring at the top now, leaving a legacy of legend and lore for generations to come. Oh yeah, did you guys see Thor's pre-fight interview? It was really arrogant. People are the god of Hercules, naturally have arrogant capital. I'll go to sea. He brain into water? Those netizens who were following the event naturally noticed Thor's pre-match interview, and one by one, they all became righteously indignant as well. Only, their hearts are also a little depressed. If only a Hercules can appear in Kyushu and teach Thor a hard lesson. Unfortunately, this is simply not possible. After introducing the heavyweights, the host also introduced the other contestants individually, and finally talked about Wang Chu. We also have a contestant from Kyushu competing in this Hercules competition. I hope he can do well in this competition. Wang Chu blinked his eyes. This is the end? Doesn't the old man deserve a name? Chapter 160, the scene of the car accident. When I heard that there were Kyushuans competing, people's interest didn't pick up. After all, they know what they're doing. What everyone is looking forward to now is the main event later. Will Thor be able to overwhelm the group and consolidate his godhood? Or will the others kill the god and take his place? Before the main event, however, the organizers invited a special guest to perform a segment in order to hype up the atmosphere. let's begin with our special guest, Ms. Chen Shuiling. With her song Chasing Wings of Dreams, a cheer came from the surrounding audience. After all, Chen Shuiling was, in their opinion, sweet-looking, with a melodious voice, and her popularity amongst the youth was not low. Watching a game and seeing a beautiful woman sing for free is a pretty good deal. 2. Chen Shuiling? Isn't that the female artist who used her status as a senior to suppress Qingyao before? Wang Chu's mind recalled what Qingyao had told him, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. In Wang Chu's heart, Qingyao was not the kind of unreasonable person. But 3 years ago, Qingyao was able to keep remembering until now and also unable to let go. It must be that Chen Shuiling had gone too far. Since I've encountered it this time, I'll first collect some interest for my daughter-in-law. Wang Chu's heart gave a dark voice. As the host's words fell, Chen Shuiling came out in her shorts, revealing her two straight, big white legs. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Shuiling. Today I bring you a new song of mine, Wings for Chasing Dreams. I hope that you don't give up on pursuing your dreams on the road of life. Once again, there was a chorus of shouts and cheers all around. Most of the people who came to see the Hercules competition were boys, and the organizers had thrown in the towel by bringing in Chen Shuiling. Soon, Chen Shuling's sweet voice came out, still singing and dancing hotly at the same time, instantly warming up the atmosphere of the scene. Wang Chu, on the other hand, slowly exchanged a skill stealing card from the mall. Use skill steal card. Target, Chen Shuiling. Ding, the skill stealing card is now in effect. Please select the skill you wish to steal, singing, dancing, tea craft. Wang Chu froze for a moment, not realizing that Chen Shuiling was still a tea master. Steal the singing skill. Wang Chu immediately said, Ding, has stolen Chen Shuiling's singing skill. Chen Shuiling has temporarily lost her singing skill for half an hour. When the system's prompt sounded, Chen Shuiling on the stage suddenly froze. At this moment, she suddenly felt as if she couldn't sing. What kind of pitch scales turn of phrase This moment all of them were gone from her mind hours. She found herself suddenly feeling very unfamiliar with even this new song. What's wrong with me? Could it be because I haven't gotten enough rest from all the stress I've been under lately? Chen Shuling's mind was in chaos, and for a moment she didn't know what to do anymore. But by this time, the second verse of the song was about to begin, and she had no choice but to speak up. But this time when he opened his mouth, an extremely unpleasant voice came from the stereo, and the broken voice, out of tune, instantly reached the ears of every audience. The originally warm atmosphere was instantly like a pot of ice water poured over it, completely freezing. Chen Shuiling in the sky was also a bit at a loss for words. She wanted to continue singing, but she didn't know why at this instant. She couldn't sing? If I had known that, I would have just faked it. The accompaniment on the stereo was still ringing, but Chen Shuiling had stopped, and it would only be a joke if she continued to sing. The audience murmured, and a look of doubt and shock appeared in their eyes. Could it be that the voice just now was Chen Shuling's true singing ability? So before, was a fake singing? The organizers also noticed the problem and immediately stopped the accompaniment, and the host came on stage to save the day. Although the host spoke beautifully, what with the sound problems and Chen Shuiling performing with an illness and so on. But no matter what, the atmosphere of this scene had been completely awkward, and Chen Shuling's kind of car crash scene has also completely spread to the internet along with the live broadcast. This is going to add insult to injury for Chen Shuiling, who was already on the wrong side of stardom. In the scene, Wang Chu was the only one who knew what was going on, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Looking at Chen Shuiling's back as she left in a sorry state, he had finally given his daughter-in-law a breath of bad luck. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell Qingyao explicitly about this kind of thing either. It always had to be a kind of brocade night, originally an opening act with a hype. I didn't expect something like this to happen, and now the atmosphere has become a bit awkward. The host hurriedly said, although there were some minor accidents just now, but it doesn't affect our event this time. And now I announce that the Hercules International Competition in Haicheng City now officially begins. It's finally about to start. Wang Chu took a deep breath as he felt himself suddenly getting a little excited. The Hercules competition began with a preliminary round, and the contestants who came to compete this time, from all over the globe, amounted to more than 30 contestants, but only 4 of them were able to compete on the final stage. In other words, the final 4 contestants will be selected from these 30-odd contestants. The first event in the primary is a very traditional one, tire rolling. These tires are special tires for bulldozers, and each one is over 300 kilograms. Contestants need to roll the tires in front of them to the finish line within the time limit, and those who do not roll successfully within the time limit will be automatically out of the game. Wang Chu looked at the one-person high tire in front of him, emitting a strong smell of rubber. Hey kid, are you the one who wants to challenge Thor? At this time, the player standing next to Wang Chu glanced at Wang Chu and said with a smile, your courage is commendable, but, I'm sorry, this time, Thor will be defeated by me in this match. Wang Chu froze for a moment. He thought that this guy was going to come and taunt himself, but he didn't expect the attitude to be quite amiable. Really? So, Thor can only get third place at best this time? Wang Chu spread his hands. It's really quite regrettable. The man froze for a moment after hearing Wang Chu's words, then laughed out loud. You're funny. I appreciate your courage. I'm called Tom. Hello, Tom said, extending his hand towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu, a native of Kyushu. Wang Chu also extended his hand. The two men clasped their hands together, both feeling the immense power contained within the other. A hint of surprise appeared in Tom's eyes. He didn't expect that the power contained in such a small body of Wang Chu was not small. Now, in 10 minutes' time, you will roll the tires in front of you to the finish line 50 meters away. Starting now. As the words fell, all 30 or so Hercules let out a low roar and began to roll the tires. Chapter 161 Protests. These tires are 2 meters high, and when flipped once, they advance about 3 meters. 50 meters is the equivalent of flipping this tire 17 times. It's not an easy thing to do to flip something that's over 300 kilograms 17 times in 10 minutes. The strong white men around them all had veins rippling up their arms, and it was evident that they were all riveted to their strength. With a thumping sound of tires hitting the ground, a number of contestants had managed to roll their tires forward. Wang Chu didn't move directly, but looked around and finally found Thor. From what I've seen so far, Thor's expression is still relaxed, and it's not obvious that he's using too much power, which means that Thor has a lot of power left over. Surely you have the qualifications to be arrogant. It does seem to be a more powerful opponent. Wang Chu's heart gave a dark voice, but he was so focused on finding Thor that he didn't start, and instantly became the last of all the contestants. Is that our Kyushu player? It can't be that he can't even flip the tires once, then that would be a shame. AI. There's nothing you can do when your strength is inferior to others. If I had known that, why did I go up there? To disgrace us Kyushu men? No matter what, there will always be a group of self-righteous people pointing the finger. Regarding the participating Wang Chu, only snickers and disdain flowed from their faces, and it was at this time that Wang Chu moved. On camera, he lifted the tire with one hand, then with one push, the tire rotated 180 degrees and fell to the ground with a thud. Initial estimate, this tire is more than 370 kilograms, although it is a little heavy, but is nothing to me. Wang Chu's heart was greatly settled, and a victor's smile appeared on his face. Since he was going to be on the final stage of this tournament, he was going to do one thing, and that was crushing all the contestants, crushing the so-called Hercules god Thor. Only then could Thor be brought to his knees to sing his conquest. Boom boom boom. Wang Chu's movements appeared to be very relaxed, and even the muscles on his body did not show that kind of tightness. Soon, Wang Chu's speed surpassed the other contestants. As he passed Tom, Wang Chu even smiled. Cheer up, I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Tom's face showed a look of having seen a ghost. How was this Oriental man so strong? Did he grow up eating gold bumps? Wang Chu's performance also completely stunned the netizens on the scene and in the live broadcast room. They all thought that Wang Chu was to play soy sauce. But from the scene, Wang Chu has the strength to crush the crowd. Is it just me? How could this happen? This is absolutely impossible. How can an Oriental have such a strong power? And he didn't even blush. Did he not power up? How is it possible? Fake. It must be fake. It should be cheating. Otherwise it's impossible. Only a very small number of people recognized that Wang Chu was the hero who had saved people at the scene of the car accident a week ago, and the eyes of the part of the people who recognized Wang Chu showed a hint of hope. Maybe this Wang Chu can really achieve a good result? But apart from these few, everyone else thinks the organizers must have cheated. With a distance of 50 meters, Wang Chu started after him and reached the finish line in less than 2 minutes. The others, on the other hand, are only halfway there at best. This result completely stunned all of them, including those who are competing. Finally, 10 minutes had passed, and more than a dozen players had passed the first round, but those players who passed also didn't show an excited identity on their faces. Instead, they wore a humiliated expression, because they all lost to a Kyushu man. The eliminated contestants were even more serious in their protests, and the scene became a bit chaotic for a while. The head of the organizers walked out. Everyone be quiet for a moment. We will definitely listen carefully to any claims you have, but we hope you will abide by the rules of the tournament. Please ask the eliminated contestants to go to the contestants' rest area. We are not convinced. One of the players roared. One of you is cheating. The person in charge frowned. Cheating? How is this possible? We hired international judges and the tires we used were all special for the Hercules competition. How could we possibly cheat? This talk is responsible. That player snorted coldly and pointed at Wang Chu, who was leisurely at the side. If you guys didn't cheat, how could that guy have finished in just 2 minutes? Don't tell me that it was his strength that surpassed all of us. The person in charge glanced at Wang Chu, and in fact, there was some surprise in his heart. However, he still had some information about Wang Chu, knowing that Wang Chu had once measured his strength at the Tian Yuan Club, which was a ton, so he's got a great bottom line. Oh, cheating? You lost to us, the people of Kyushu, and you're calling us cheating? That's too funny, the person in charge said indifferently. Wang Chu was a player recommended by the Tian Yuan Club. His strength is very strong. You lost to him solely because your strength is not as strong as Wang Chu. That's impossible. A Kyushu man. In terms of strength, how can he be our opponent? That player said coldly. If this matter doesn't give us an explanation, we will react to the Hercules Association's headquarters to cancel this Hercules competition. The person in charge's brow furrowed. I didn't realize that these strong white men were so defeatist, but it wouldn't be good for this tournament if they did make a scene. At this time, Wang Chu's voice came. Hey, that fat loser. Don't look. It's you, Wang Chu said to the man in the confrontation. That tire is the one you just raced on, isn't it? With that said, Wang Chu walked over to the tire that was in front of the protesting man, flew up and kicked it heavily on top of the tire. The tire that weighed nearly 400 kilograms was actually slid on the ground for a full 5 meters by Wang Chu's kick. The tires scored the ground, leaving black scratches. Didn't you say I was cheating? Well then, how about if you're equally capable of kicking the tires 5 meters? I'll immediately announce my withdrawal from the race? Wang Chu stared at the man who was resisting the protest and said coldly, if your skills are not as good as the others, then shut up and get lost immediately. Oh yeah, and for those of you who are eliminated, whoever is able to do that, I'll withdraw unconditionally. How about that? There was silence. The friction on the side of the tires was great, and the tires weighed more than 300 kilograms, and to be able to move 5 meters with one kick was beyond everyone's expectations. The protester who was named by Wang Chu was a bit indignant. He walked over in disbelief, flew up and kicked the tire heavily. The tire moved, but only by less than 10 centimeters. Chapter 162 Bobby's Provocation. That protesting man's face turned red. This comparison was a tall order, and the difference was too great. The others who were eliminated were silenced. In terms of strength, there wasn't really much of a gap between them. If the first man's full force strike only made the tires move 10 centimeters, then at most they would be able to move 20 centimeters, right? It's simply impossible to make the tires move 5 meters like that Kyushu man. Something even Thor, I think, would have trouble doing. Wang Chu faintly scanned the circle. What's wrong? All mute? Why aren't you screaming now? Weren't you jumping around quite happily just now? The faces of those people were a little hard to see. A loss is a loss. All of them are tall and tall, but they can't afford to lose. Just like a kindergarten kid. Is it a shame? Wang Chu snorted coldly. Do you want to test this tire again? Maybe I did something to this tire? The corners of those players' mouths twitched. This Kyushu man was really getting his way. A look of relief appeared on the person in charge's face. The fact that Wang Chu was able to solve the problem so quickly was also beneficial to the entire race. Also, this will reduce the number of questions about this Hercules tournament from the outside world. It should be clear to everyone now that the reason why player Wang Chu was able to be the first to reach the finish line was purely a matter of strength. And since you guys have been eliminated, I hope that you will be able to stabilize your mindsets, and that there is a world outside of man, and a sky outside of heaven. And I'm sure that you'll still be able to achieve good results in your future matches. The person in charge smiled and said, please go to the contestants' seats. Those eliminated contestants didn't have much to say at the moment, so they could only hang their heads in shame and return to the elimination area. The person in charge glanced at Wang Chu and said in an encouraging tone, Wang Chu, go for it, and give our men of the Kyushu state a chance to show their anger. Wang Chu smiled. This person in charge was quite interesting. Those players who had already advanced were originally watching the show from afar, originally with smiles on their faces, but when they saw Wang Chu kick the tire 5 meters away, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Is this a human being? This is a beast in human skin, isn't it? Bobby, Thomas, Murray, etc. originally had one goal in mind for them, and that was Tori. But now it seemed that this man from Kyushu, who had suddenly appeared, was their biggest opponent this time. Thor, what do you think of this guy? The player standing next to Thor smiled and said, his power. It's already more than yours, isn't it? Thor's face was calm. No inner fluctuations could be seen as he lightly glanced at Wang Chu. In a Hercules match, besides strength, skill is also very important. Do you hardly think that he can get the championship this time? With that, Thor turned and left for the rest area. A look of shock appeared in the eyes of the player behind him, because, from Thor's words, can clearly feel, Thor actually to this Kyushu man, also does not have any full grasp, at least in terms of power. Thor didn't say he could definitely beat him. This is going to be fun. You're really good. How do you usually train? Back in the rest area, Tom saw Wang Chu and asked with some surprise. Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, go to bed early, get up early, eat healthy, and importantly, Find a beautiful daughter-in-law and have a lovely daughter. Tom winked. Women are not needed in the world of Hercules, Wang Chu said regretfully. Really? That's probably the difference between you guys and me. How do you bind the milkman system without finding a daughter-in-law or having a daughter? How do you get stronger without binding the milkman system? And at this moment, Wang Chu clearly felt that the eyes of those players around him who were looking at him had changed somewhat. Before, it was mockery and contempt. But now, there was already gravity in his eyes. Obviously, whether they admitted it or not, they had already taken Wang Chu as their formidable opponent within their hearts. After resting for 10 minutes, all the other players had masseuses and other team members coming up to serve them. Only Wang Chu was alone. When the others saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on their faces. Even if you're more capable, so what? Hercules competition is not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of endurance and skills. The whole race down. If there is no professional team for service, it is impossible to go to the end. Therefore, Wang Chu was bound to lose this time. And Wang Chu, who was sitting on the side, was honestly slightly tired. After all, that's over 300 kilograms of tires, not 30. However, Wang Chu pulled out a bottle of magical mountain spring water, and after taking a sip of it, the whole person instantly relaxed, and the trace of weariness in his body instantly disappeared. Soon the 10-minute break had passed and it was time for the second event of the preliminary round, the overhead press. The overhead lift is simple. Lift a log over your head as many times as you can in a given period of time, and the person who completes it the most times is naturally the winner of the event. And the weight of the log wasn't light. It was over 100 kilograms. There are only 12 players left who made it through the first round. There are 12 logs in the field, each with a weight difference of less than a pound. Following a sequential order, they came to their respective logs in turn. This time, Wang Chu's sidekick turned out to be Bobby, a rising star in the Hercules world. Kyushu boy, your strength isn't small, so let's compare this time and see who lifts the most times. Wang Chu glanced at him and didn't reply. What's wrong? Scared? Not bad for the sick man of Kyushu. Bobby's voice wasn't loud enough for only Wang Chu to hear. Wang Chu's brows furrowed as he glanced at Bobby. I'll give you this chance since you're making a fool of yourself. Just don't cry if you lose too much later. Bobby's eyebrows raised and he said coldly, it's crazy. I like it, because I like the feeling of destroying geniuses with my own hands. Sick. Wang Chu moved around and didn't bother with him. Soon the over-the-top lifts began. This time there were only 2 minutes, so everyone was riveted at the start. Wang Chu also lifted the log with both hands and did over-the-top lifts with ease. 1, 2, 3. Wang Chu's frequency was fast, and next to him, Bobby frowned and sped up his own speed as well. Soon, Bobby felt a burst of fatigue coming from him, because Wang Chu's speed was too fast, and he destroyed his frequency in order to keep up with Wang Chu's speed, which would drain more of his power. How can this guy have so much left in him without muscle resuscitation? Bobby's mind was a little shocked. Wang Chu glanced at Bobby, then said with a smile while doing so, what's wrong? Is that all you can do? Look at how you're fooling around. If you can keep up with my speed. Bobby was dumbfounded. Being able to do a top lift and talk at the same time? Is this Wang Chu a devil? How could you? The words were not finished. Bobby's chest breath did not come up. The whole person fell directly to the ground. Wang Chu laughed and made a mouthful. Bobby, sick man. Chapter 163. Originally only 2 minutes. Bobby even made a major mistake, and his own rhythm was completely carried away by Wang Chu. 2 minutes later, Bobby surprised everyone by not making it to the finals. However, the players on the scene all knew what was happening, and each of them looked at Wang Chu with grave eyes. This time, Wang Chu was again in first place, and did 18 more over-the-top lifts than 4, who was in second place, and at the same time, Wang Chu's achievements in the first 2 items had broken the world record in the single event of Hercules. This news, too, completely spread like crazy in the Hercules circle. This was followed by the third event, the hard lift VAT. Wang Chu was again the unquestioned winner while breaking the world record. Now, all the Hercules players on the scene were silent, and they also had to face up to one thing, and that was that Wang Chu really did have the strength to crush them or even crush Thor. If even Thor was defeated by a Kyushu man who had just competed in the Hercules tournament, it would have caused a violent earthquake for the Hercules circle. Although it is said that not many people follow the Hercules competition at home, but there are a lot of people who follow the event abroad. And now, more and more people realize that, this time, it will be a god-slaying match. Eventually, it came down to the final, and there were only 4 people who made it to the final. Unfortunately, Tom didn't end up in the finals, and Wang Chu's other 3 opponents were Thor, Thomas, and Murray. The finale was simple, pulling the van strongly. It's a classic and fun project where a loaded, dozens of tons truck stops on the runway. Instead, these 4 people need to pull the van. And whoever pulls it the furthest within 2 minutes is the final ultimate Hercules and becomes the winner of this event. As per the preliminary rounds, first Thomas is up, then Murray. While they were pulling the van, Thor came to Wang Chu. "Kid, you're strong, but you won't necessarily win this match," Thor said in a hushed voice. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. "Is that so? But I think I have a good chance. Look, all your previous projects, you lost to me." Thor's face changed. Strong suppressed the anger in his heart, said in a deep voice, "I can give you 5 million, later you in the final." Wang Chu froze for a moment. $5 million? Is this to buy me off? Looking Thor up and down, a strange look appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. "Are you trying to buy me off? You have not underestimated me too much." "Dollars," Thor said in a deep voice. $5 million. That's enough to clothe and feed you for the rest of your life. And, you even if you get second place. You've made history, why not? Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. He was really quite moved. $5 million. This was a fortune that Wang Chu didn't even dare to think about before. Watching Wang Chu fall silent, a hint of smugness appeared in Thor's eyes. The game is also about people, okay? Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. The bottom line is that Thor is weak-minded. He had a feeling that he wouldn't be a match for this Kyushu man, and if he lost, then his popularity and status would avalanche, and then his value would fall off a cliff. That's why he chose to solve the problem in this way. As long as he can get one last title shot, he can retire at the top, and then he will leave a legacy in this world. What could be more exciting than that? Wang Chu hesitated for a moment and said, "I can guarantee that I will only utilize half of my strength, but if you can't even match half of my strength, then there's nothing I can do." Half as strong? Thor thought for a moment. With his own strength, couldn't he still not match half of Wang Chu's strength? He nodded. "Fine, but if you go back on your word, you should know the consequences." "Don't worry, we Kyushu people have always been true to our word, and we are all fair game," Wang Chu said with conviction. "But, you have to transfer money first." Thor looked deeply at Wang Chu before nodding in agreement. Wang Chu reported his bank card number, and soon, a message came from his cell phone. $5 million. Arrived. Wang Chu was a little staggered. This Thor is still really rich. Casually out of the 5 million. Would I have been able to pit more if I had returned the price just now? Wang Chu was a little hesitant. And this time, it was Thor's turn to take the stage. The cheers of the crowd also instantly rang out around them. Thor, who is the god of Hercules, still has a solid mass base. The two before them pulled 30 and 33 meters. It was Thor's turn, his hands gripping the ropes, the muscles on his body rippling. Soon the heavy train was moving surprisingly slowly. Thor's footwork is slow but even. Obviously he has some skill. Soon, 2 minutes had passed, and Thor had actually dragged 50 meters. That's a remarkable distance already. And the last one up was Wang Chu. Thor gave Wang Chu a threatening look, while Wang Chu nodded. Tying on the seatbelt, Wang Chu did not pull on the rope with both hands like the other three, but instead used one hand. What is he doing? Is he trying to pull this van with one hand? It's too arrogant. I give him full marks for this wave of pussy. He'll be awesome if he still comes first here. How can that be? He's a human being, not an animal. Many people were shocked with a hint of flirtation after seeing Wang Chu in such a posture. Soon, Wang Chu opened up. This dozens of tons of heavy trucks were indeed very heavy, and even for Wang Chu's body that had been enriched by the power pill, it was not an easy thing to drag. This time, Wang Chu's performance wasn't that easy. With a low roar, the veins on Wang Chu's body rippled as his powerful arms tugged on the rope with deadly force. Soon there was a creaking sound in the ropes, and in the midst of it, the heavy truck moved slowly, and once they moved, the pressure on Wang Chu was much less. Under his Torah, the speed of the heavy truck gradually accelerated, and Wang Chu's movements became faster and faster. This speed is simply walking with a normal person. There is not much difference. Right, how is this possible? This is just too strong. In a tight minute's time, Wang Chu had walked a full 55 meters, and by the end of the minute, Wang Chu had decisively let go. Why isn't he going anymore? If this is going to continue, it might even break through 100 meters. That would be a miracle. Yeah, but that makes him a champion too. It's just a bit of a shame. After Wang Chu stopped, he rested for a minute and waited until the time ran out. Congratulations to the Kyushu contestant, Wang Chu, who became the champion of the Hercules International Tournament in Haichang. This is the first Hercules tournament champion in Kyushu, and he still crushed Thor, killing the god to prove the way. The hosts of the broadcast were just so excited. It was just upside down, that a yellow man should become the champion of the Hercules tournament, and step on Thor to become the champion, was destined to cause a tsunami of shock overseas. Thor, on the other hand, was staring at Wang Chu with an angry gaze. Wang Chu seemed to feel Thor's gaze, looked back at Thor, smiled. How is it? Am I true to my word? Said to use half of the strength, Absolutely no broken promises. Only, the gap between us is indeed a bit big. You will regret this. Thor stared at Wang Chu and said slowly. Chapter 164, Toad wants to eat swan meat. In the end, Wang Chu ascended the podium, while Thor, who was the runner-up, surprisingly refused to go on stage to receive the award. This caused quite a stir on the scene as well. Wang Chu had some regrets. If Thor had been on stage, his face would have been interesting. The Hercules has a $50,000 prize for the winner and a certificate of championship. When Wang Chu stepped down from the stage, there were already countless media waiting for him, with the old gods falling and a new king taking the throne. And with this new king being a native of Kyushu, the news value here was simply too great. Mr. Wang Chu, may I ask how you feel about defeating Mr. Thor and winning the championship? Mr. Wang Chu, you easily won the championship this time. Does that mean your time has come? Mr. Wang Chu, will you continue to participate in the Hercules competition? How many times do you want to reign as champion? Mr. Wang Chu. Countless microphones were shoved in front of Wang Chu, and countless questions swarmed in. Wang Chu was really too mysterious. These reporters only knew that he was the participant recommended by Tianyuan Club, and those with wider information also knew that he was the hero who saved people at the scene of the car accident in Haicheng. As for the other messages, they couldn't find out. That's why they desperately wanted to know some news from Wang Chu's mouth. No matter which side it was, Wang Chu pressed his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet for a moment. Gentlemen, in fact, I participated in the Hercules race this time, but only at the invitation of the Tianyuan Club, which is the largest high-end fitness club in our Kyushu state, with a long history of founding, and the norms are responsible for. The crowd was a little confused as they watched Wang Chu speak eloquently. Was this Wang Chu openly advertising for Tianyuan Club? Only after the introduction of the Tianyuan Club did Wang Chu continue somewhat uninterestedly. So everyone will be able to see that I completely belong to the nature of the ticket, so I will only be participating in this session of the Hercules competition. The crowd was surprised. Mr. Wang Chu, do you mean you won't participate in Hercules competitions anymore in the future? Wang Chu nodded. Yeah, it's not like I'm a specialized Hercules player, but I'm going to say sorry to Thor here. He's going to be very upset after losing to the hands of the people of Kyushu that he despises. And our Kyushu men are the best. MS. Yoon. Your vision can't be wrong. With that, Wang Chu gave a thumbs up at the camera and then quickly left the scene. This interview about Wang Chu has caused quite a stir on the internet, especially since he echoed Thor's previous pre-fight interview, which was a big hit with the country. Earlier, Thor had said that the people of Kyushu couldn't stand on the stage of Hercules Man, but soon enough, Wang Chu not only stood firm, but also won the title with a crushing force. Especially Thor's arrogant appearance had made many people feel helpless for a while, but Wang Chu had helped them out fiercely. In particular, both interviews mentioned one person, Yun Qingyao, and everyone could understand when Wang Chu mentioned Yun Qingyao. After all, when he was in the live broadcast room, Wang Chu had said that Yun Qingyao was his ideal type. Now add this interview to the mix, and it's got a lot of eaters screaming for more. There were even quite a few netizens who went to Yun Qingyao's Weibo and left messages, hoping that Yun Qingyao would give Wang Chu a chance to get to know him. And at this moment, Yun Qingyao and the crew, with a smile on her face, closed the interface of the Hercules live broadcast. She was also quite satisfied with Wang Chu's performance, but she also had a thoughtful look in her eyes after reading the message on her Twitter account. These fans of hers, on the contrary, do not care at all whether she can produce gossip with Wang Chu. In that case then, Sister Chen. Yun Qingyao called Sister Chen over. Look at these messages. I think we can't openly publish an invitation to Wang Chu to be my private tutor. After all, I'm also a member of his Tianyuan Club. Sister Chen already knew about Yun Qingyao and Wang Chu's relationship, and after she read the news and messages, a hint of shock appeared on her face. This Wang Chu, did he even win the Hercules tournament? Looking at his not particularly strong body, he actually had such amazing strength? However, regarding Yun Qingyao's proposal, Sister Chen thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible, judging from what's going on now. Your fans aren't particularly resistant to some interaction between you and Wang Chu, but you have to be careful. Don't go overboard. Sister Chen glanced at Yun Qingyao. I know, you're trying to slowly drag Wang Chu into the public's line of sight, so that your fans can slowly accept his existence. In that case, when your affair with him is exposed in the future, it won't cause too many ripples that way, right? Yun Qingyao smiled. The one who knows me is Sister Chen. Sister Chen smiled. Okay, I know, leave it all to me, I'll help you deal with it, but you also need to be psychologically prepared. If you and Wang Chu's relationship is once exposed, it's possible that Yeye's matter can't be hidden for long. Yun Qingyao's eyebrows wrinkled up slightly. If it is said that the exposure of Yeye words her mentality is still a little reluctant. After all, Yaya is too young now, and it's not a good thing for her growth if she's overattended. But Yun Qingyao was also more than aware that there was no impermeable wall in this world. Yu's existence would be discovered sooner or later. Then try to hide Yaya's existence as much as possible. Yun Qingyao sighed and said, if possible, I hope that one day, I'll be able to admit in person that I have a beautiful and cute daughter. Sister Chen sighed slightly and whispered, this is bitter for you. Don't worry, if there's anything, I'll arrange it. Saying that, Sister Chen laughed. Yun Qingyao froze for a while, then opened the video of Wang Chu's interview again, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but pull out a beautiful arc again. On the other hand, after Wang Chu shook off the reporters, he found Lu Kai. Wang Chu, you really are too good. I didn't expect that you would get the championship either. Lu Kai's face revealed a look of extreme excitement. Do you know how much of an impact this championship will have on our Kyushu, on our Tian Yuan club? Wang Chu shrugged. How should I know? You, aren't you excited at all? Lu Kai's face revealed a crying and laughing expression. This is equivalent to breaking the West's monopoly on the Hercules Tournament Championship. And it's also something that raises our country's prestige. What does this have to do with raising our country's prestige? I am simply looking at Thor with displeasure. Wang Chu spread his hands and said, oh right, about my identity. I hope that your side can keep it a secret. I can't be overly concerned by the outside world. Lu Kai was a bit puzzled. Other people would hate for all the people in the world to know if they won this kind of championship. However, he also respected Wang Chu's decision and agreed. That's no problem. But, I just got a call from headquarters. There are a lot of people who want to hire you as their personal trainer right now. And there are a lot of entrepreneurs and celebrities in between. Wang Chu blinked. Is there Yun Qingyao? Lu Kai looked at Wang Chu suspiciously. Brother, you can't really have thoughts about Yun Qingyao, right? Isn't it a normal thing for a toad to want to eat swan meat? Wang Chu said with a smile. Chapter 165, Need a Shot. Wang Chu, who had just walked out of the gym, received a call from the kindergarten. Daddy, yeah, do you have time this afternoon? The voice of Mr. Lesser Than came over the phone. What's wrong? Did something happen to Yeye? A hint of nervousness appeared on Wang Chu's face. You don't have to be nervous. It's not that Yeye had an accident, but the flu has been more serious in Haicheng lately, and the Education Bureau and the Health Commission have requested that all the kindergartens in Haicheng have to have their flu vaccinations today. So I wanted to ask you if you have time to accompany you to the vaccination this afternoon. Of course, if you don't have time, the kindergarten will send a teacher to unify the team. Flu vaccination? Wang Chu froze for a moment, then said, there's time, then I'll definitely be there this afternoon. And at the moment in the kindergarten, the kids are blowing up when they find out that they're going to be vaccinated in the afternoon. For 3 and 4-year-olds, shots can be the scariest thing in the world. It's going to be a shot. I don't want a shot. I don't want a shot either. Shots hurt and hurt and hurt. I want to go home. I don't do shots. The whole kindergarten is a mess. Yeye's eyes also revealed a hint of fear. She originally wasn't particularly scared, but when she saw that some of the other children were scared and about to cry, a hint of fear also appeared on her face. Poopy, you said you'd be by my side for all future shots. Yeye murmured, an expectant look in her eyes. Because of the shadow of the injection, even if she ate the meal made by Poop for lunch, Yeye felt that she did not smell good anymore. At this time, Xian came to Yeye's side and whispered, yeah, we're going to have an injection in the afternoon, yeah. Are you scared? Yeye wanted to say she was scared, but she had to act tough in front of her best friend. Not afraid. Yeye isn't afraid of needles. Xian's face showed a trace of envy. She said with a bitter little face, yeah, you're so brave. I'm afraid of injections and can turn into a small animal after the injection. Yeye had a shocked look on her face. Turning into a critter? Xian said seriously. Yes, that's what happened in the cartoon I watched yesterday. A shot turned them into little animals. Yeye's face showed fear. Xian continued. Some of them turn into very small pigeons, and some of them even turn into small rabbits. What if we also turn into small animals after the injection? Yeye freaked out and turned into a baby pigeon after the shot? A bunny? So if you turn into a little pigeon yourself, will you be eaten by someone else? Thinking of this, Yeye was a bit flustered. Then what do we do now? Xian whispered. Otherwise, we'll hide after dinner. As long as they can't catch us, they can't give us an injection, and then we can't turn into little animals. At this time, Xian's little head was spinning fast. Yeye was a bit hesitant. If that was really the case, then she really wanted to hide. Have you told everyone else? Hyatt asked. Xian patted her chest and said, you're my best friend. I've only told you. If I tell too many people, we won't be able to hide it. Yeye nodded. Xian, you're so nice. Xian glanced at the rice in Yeye's lunchbox, a hint of salivation escaping from the corner of her mouth. Then can we eat together? A hint of alarm appeared on Yeye's face, her little hand covering the lunchbox. No, this is what Papa made especially for me. You're too good a eater. I can't let you eat it. But we're best friends. Xianxian stared straight at the rice in Yeye's lunchbox. Why don't I lend you my magic princess Barbie doll to play with? Yeye said proudly. I have the best looking magical princess Barbie doll in the world at home. I don't want yours. No way. My Barbie is the best looking doll in the world. That's what my puppy bought me. Mine is the best looking one. And that's what my poop bought me too. Mine's the best. Mine is the best looking. Soon the two little girls were bickering. Yumechi heard the argument and rushed over. Yeah. Xian, aren't you best friends? Why are you quarreling? It's not supposed to be a fight between good friends. Yaya said the Barbie doll my puppy bought me wasn't nice and I'm not going to be friends with her anymore. Xian was angry. Yu was also very angry. What she said was obviously the truth. Why was Xian obsessed? Mine is the best looking. I'll show you tomorrow, Yui said defiantly. Yumechi felt a headache. This group of kids, they fight every day over such trivial matters. But she couldn't just ignore it herself. She even felt as if she'd had a bit of a nervous breakdown lately. She originally loved children, which is why she chose the profession of early childhood teaching. But she gradually realized that being a kindergarten teacher is really a job that requires a lot of patience and perseverance. It was hard to coax Yeye and Xian when another argument broke out on the other side, and Yumechi rushed over like a firefighter putting out a fire. And at this time, Yeye and Xian looked at each other. Then we hide now. Yeah, hurry up. Don't let the teacher find out. With that, the two little ones took advantage of the mess in the cafeteria and dug out. But walking out of the kitchen, Yaya asked, Xian, where are we going to hide? Xian blinked a little dimly. Why don't we hide in the classroom cubby? That was too obvious to find at once. Yaya shook her head. What about under the slide? Not stealthy enough and too hot, Yaya said, with a twinkle in her eye. Why don't we hide in the storeroom? Xian's eyes lit up. The kitchen pantry was the perfect place to hide. Then, like two little squirrels, the two little ones got into the kitchen when the crowd wasn't looking. And at the moment, the door to the storeroom was open, with a couple of cooks inside organizing the dishes. Yeye and Xian catapulted themselves into the room, sneaked in, and then hid under the table. The few cooks turned around and left after they finished organizing. They didn't even think that two kids would get in while they weren't looking. With a creak, the door to the storeroom slammed shut, and Yeye and Xian glanced at each other, seeing a look of relief in their respective eyes. Hide it here so you don't have to go to the injection. Yeah. What if the teacher realizes we're missing? Xian was a bit afflicted at this time. Hyatt asked, do you want to become a small animal? I don't want to. Then we don't go out. Not to anyone. Yes. Chapter 166. I was wrong. Yeye and Xian were content to hide in the storeroom, but it was crazy outside. After dinner, it was time to take a break and schedule the kids for naps. Originally, Yumechi didn't see Yu and thought that Yu had gone to the restroom, but when they were all ready to take a nap, after a roll call, they found that both Yu and Xian had disappeared. This scared Yumechi. These two little guys were just quarreling, and now they are gone. Does it mean that they have happened something? Yumechi hurriedly asked. Children, have you all seen Yeye and Xian? No, the other kids said in unison. Yumechi felt a surge of nervousness as an unsettling premonition appeared in her mind. She rushed out to look for the two little ones, but she searched the classroom, the activity room, and the playground outside, and found no sign of Yeye and Xian. Yumechi even ran to the doorman, and after confirming that the two little girls hadn't left the kindergarten, she was a little more relieved. No, I've got to report this to the director of the school. I've got to pull up the surveillance and take a look. Yumechi stiffly approached the gardener and told him what had happened. The headmaster's face changed. Which one of the children in this kindergarten wasn't from a family with quite a background? If something happened to Yu and Xian at school, their kindergarten would be in deep. How did you manage to be the main class teacher? I thought you were doing a good job before, but I didn't expect such a big mistake. The head gardener sternly reprimanded. And the same goes for the last singing contest. The winner of our garden flew away just like that. What else do you think you can do? Yumechi's face revealed a hint of aggravation. She was really doing her best to take care of this group of children. She didn't want any accidents to happen. But even though the gardener's words were heavy, Yumechi knew that it was her own job that she had not done well, or else this would not have happened. After scolding Yumechi a few times, the head gardener also rushed to the monitoring room. Maggie, you followed. When was the last time you saw Yeye and Xian? When we ate at the cafeteria. It was around 11:40, Yumechi said in a hurry. The head gardener quickly found the footage of Yeye and Xian leaving the cafeteria through the replay now. They searched for clues and very crossly found the image of Yeye and the girls burrowing into the kitchen. But the footage from inside the kitchen. This surveillance is not so clear. On the one hand, the grease in the kitchen was too heavy. And on the other hand, the main location of the surveillance was aimed at places such as the stove. And Ye and Xuanxuan's bodies were so small that they were not able to leave a clear figure in the surveillance. The head gardeners frowned. The surveillance inside the kitchen has dead corners and not enough clarity. But what's certain now is that they haven't come out since they entered the kitchen. Xiao Yu, hurry to the kitchen and look for them. Yumechi nodded and hurriedly turned around and rushed towards the kitchen. Upon rushing to the kitchen and speaking to the kitchen cook on duty about the incident, the cook on duty was dumbfounded. 2 little girls? How can that be? We haven't seen 2 little girls here at all. Are you guys looking at it wrong? Yumechi said anxiously. It's impossible to be wrong. We did see the surveillance. Then it's also possible that the little children left the kitchen behind and you didn't realize it? The chef pointed to the kitchen and said, come and take a look. This kitchen is such a big place. These 2 little girls, where can they hide? Yumechi hurriedly approached the back kitchen, which was not big, and after Yumechi turned around twice, she indeed did not find the shadows of Ye and Xianxian. Then Yumechi saw the storage room with the locked door. Do you think they could be hiding here? The chef laughed. How is this possible? This storeroom has only been accessed by our backrooms. If you can't, I'll open it for you. With that, the cook opened the pantry door. Inside were all rice, noodles, meat and vegetables. Yumechi walked in and shouted, yeah, Xian, are you guys inside? The 2 little ones who were originally under the table were about to fall asleep, when they suddenly heard Mr. Less Than's voice, and Xian was about to open her mouth in a daze. But Ye was quick on her feet and directly covered Xuanxuan's mouth with a slap, then made a shushing motion. Xian then realized that they were still lurking, so they couldn't be caught by the teacher. Yumechi frowned. If Ye and Xian were in the kitchen, there was no way they couldn't hear their own voices. Could it be true that, as the chef said, they had already left? How come you can't find it on surveillance if it's left? A hint of anxiety appeared on Yumechi's face. See, I told you, how could this pantry possibly hide someone? The chef said with a smile. Yumechi nodded her head in a somewhat depressed manner, and suddenly, there was a hint of surprise in her voice. Father, yeah, you're here? Yeah. Who was in the storage room? Heard Yumechi's words and her eyes lit up. Poop is here? Could it be that Poopy knew he was going to get his shots this afternoon? So he came over on purpose to be protected? She just knew that Poop would come whenever she needed it. Poop, yeah is here. Unable to care about Xian, Ye very nimbly drilled out from under the table and ran out with a face of excitement. Xian, who was still crouching under the table, was confused. Didn't we agree to hide here together? Didn't we agree that no one would come out even if they shouted? Yeah, big liar. And Hyatt rushed out, startling the cook. Asterisk. This storage room really hides a little girl. This when she drilled in. For her part, Yumechi finally put her heart into her stomach. It was good to find them, and now Yumechi felt heartbroken, with a sense of having been robbed of her life. Mr. You, where's my poop? Didn't you just say my poop is here? Ye had a happy and expectant look on her face. Yumechi glanced at Ye and said expressionlessly, oh, I was wrong. That person is not Ye's poop. Ye's smile froze as she turned around and tried to escape back to the storeroom, but Yumechi was quick on her feet and caught her directly. Come here you. And this time, slowly and leisurely out of Xian, some puzzled to look at the less than teacher in Yu. They are getting what low? But before she could react, Yumechi's other hand grabbed Xian. Go back to bed with me. The 2 little ones who had absconded outside had thus failed to abscond because of Yumechi's words. A hint of despair appeared in Ye's eyes. It's over. I'm going to turn into a small animal. Chapter 167, Walking Away in Tears. Yeah, what's wrong with you? In the afternoon, when Wang Chu arrived at the kindergarten, he found that Ye's body was covered in oil. While it's true that many places have been hand-washed, where is the oil so easy to clean? Yeah, Dad. Here's the thing. Teacher Xiaoyu came forward and told Wang Chu what happened at noon. Wang Chu's entire body froze after hearing this. Think you turned into a critter after the shot and that's why you fled to the storage room and hid? After hearing the complete story of what happened, Wang Chu cried and laughed a little. Yeah. Who told you to turn into a small animal for the injection? Wang Chu squatted in front of Ye and asked. Ye hesitated and honestly explained. It's Xian. She said it. Then Puppy tells you that you won't turn into a critter with a shot, and that the shot will make you more resistant to colds and fevers. Wang Chu said seriously. Moreover, you should trust Mr. Xiaoyu. Didn't I educate you before that you have to trust your teacher's words in school? Ye lowered her head in some embarrassment. Turning into a critter is just horrible. Besides, the teacher was the one who asked for the shot. What if the teacher is on the black magic side? The vigilance in Ye's mind was still high. Yeah. Did you apologize to the teacher? Wang Chu asked. Ye blinked her big innocent eyes. Apologize? Apparently, she didn't even realize she had done wrong before. Wang Chu said seriously. Yes, you didn't listen to your teacher and left without permission, making your teacher so worried. You should have apologized to your teacher. Yaya let out an oh-so-sweet sound, then wheedled her way to Yumechi's face and whispered, Teacher Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Yumechi's face revealed a smile. It's okay, in the future, if there is anything, Yaya must remember to look for the teacher. Can't be like this again. If Yaya lost, then you can't see the children and teachers. Yaya blinked, not much expression changing on her face. That won't be able to see your poop either. Maggie, you added this at the end. Yaya instantly tensed up. Her small hand tightly pinched the corner of Wang Chu's coat. Then Yaya won't act without authorization again in the future. I'll definitely listen to Teacher Xiaoyu's words. Yumechi's heart was a little depressed. She said so much in front of her, but it was not as powerful as the last sentence. It's true, daughters are daddy's little darlings. Yeah, dad, after this flu shot, the kids can go straight home, and it's going to be summer vacation soon. Windmill Kindergarten will have summer classes, so if you don't have time to bring your kids, you can let Yaya come to the summer classes. Yaya exclaimed, I don't want to go to summer school, I want to be with Puppy. Wang Chu smiled and said, Teacher Xiaoyu, I'm not too busy these days, so I won't be taking summer classes. Yumechi nodded. Well then, I'm going to count the number of places in the summer class, and if Yaya doesn't attend, then I won't count Yaya's name in. The flu shot was given in one of the surrounding community hospitals, which had special nurses assigned to the children because they had to focus on them in the afternoon. When Wang Chu brought Yu to the community hospital, there were already quite a few children waiting here. Poopy, is it true that shots don't turn you into a critter? Yaya was still a little scared. If I turn into a little pigeon, will I be eaten? Wang Chu cried and laughed. What was going through this little guy's little head? Of course not. After all, isn't there poop here to protect Yaya? Wang Chu smiled and coaxed Yaya. Yaya thought about it for a while, and yeah, with Papa around, what was she worried and scared about? At this time, an inoculated little boy in front of him wowed and cried with a heartbreaking, tragic cry, and that cry instantly put all the kids waiting behind them on edge. There were quite a few children with a look of horror in their eyes, and they even spoke with a crying tone. Yaya was obviously nervous as well, as she pinched the flesh on Wang Chu's arm, and Wang Chu was able to clearly feel the strength in Yaya's hands. What's wrong? Is Hyatt scared? Wang Chu looked at Yu and asked with a smile. Yaya hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Baba, injections are really scary. So what was Yaya afraid of when she got the shot? Is it because the injection hurts or something else? Yaya said in a hurry. The injection can hurt and hurt. Wang Chu thought for a moment and said, yes, the injection is painful, but it's not as painful as you think. By the way, do you remember yesterday when we were flying kites? Didn't you fall into a butt squat? Why didn't you cry at that time? Yaya giggled. That's because I'm with Puppy, and that butt squat doesn't hurt very much. Wang Chu laughed. Yes, then now I'm also with Yaya. The injection might hurt a little more than falling on my ass squatting, but it's not too far off. Hearing Wang Chu explain this, the nervousness on Yaya's face diminished a lot. If you're describing it in terms of falling into an ass squat, it really doesn't hurt very much. Wang Chu originally wanted to say that the injection didn't hurt at all, but thinking about it, he still felt it was inappropriate, because if he said it didn't hurt, but the injection did hurt, then Yaya would question Wang Chu's words. Moreover, Wang Chu knew that children were afraid of needles more out of this nervousness. As long as their nervousness was eliminated, their perception of pain would be much lower. The line for the shots moved on and soon it was Yaya's turn. Wow, what a pretty little girl. What's your name? Miss Nurse couldn't help but smile when she saw Yaya's adorable appearance. My name is Yaya, Auntie Nurse. My poop says the injection hurts a little. Is that true? Yaya asked. The nurse lady's face froze. Nurse Aunt? Is she that old? Wang Chu has some small embarrassment. Although Yaya called people aunts nothing wrong, but this how to say also called people old. Yeah, you can't call Auntie Nurse. You have to call Miss Nurse. Wang Chu said. Yaya glanced at the nurse and then at Wang Chu, a difficult look on her face. Nurse Miss Heart is about to collapse. Forget it. There is nothing wrong with calling me Auntie. You, don't worry. Auntie injection does not hurt at all. Yaya pursed her lips, but the little brother just now was crying. The nurse could not help but laugh and cry. Nowadays children, are they all so quick in thinking and reacting? She was obviously comforting her. Why did she take it so seriously? Chapter 168, Boiling Frogs in Warm Water. Having said that, Yaya obediently rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fleshy, pink and tender little arms. The nurse lady rubbed some alcohol on Yu's arm, felt Yu's veins, and then the needle was inserted all at once. Soon, the flu shot was finished, and Yaya didn't cry more than once like the other kids from the beginning, but finished it very quietly. The nurse lady was a bit surprised, but after the injection she couldn't help but say, see, I told you, my injection doesn't hurt at all. Yaya sniffled. You're wrong. My poop is right. The injection hurts, but it's not as painful as you think. You're lying to kids when you say it doesn't hurt. The nurse froze. Yaya waved her hand and said, but it's okay, I forgive you. But you can't lie to little children in the future. Oh, injections are supposed to hurt, but we little children will also be very strong. Ah. The little nurse was a little embarrassed, and Wang Chu hurriedly picked up Yaya and said with a hint of apology, I'm sorry, but thank you for vaccinating my daughter. After saying that, Wang Chu hugged Yu and turned to leave. Wang Chu was worried that if he continued to stay, Yu didn't know what words he could say again. Walking out of the community hospital, Yaya's eyes lit up. Baba, can we not go back to kindergarten in the afternoon? Then let's go out and play. Wang Chu pinched Yaya's little nose. Every day you just know how to play. Where do you want to go and play now? Yaya cocked her head and thought for a moment and said, Poopy, I want to go fly a kite with Poopy. Yesterday afternoon's kite did not fly up, which made you feel very frustrated. Today's weather is good. Yu's heart is a little bit stupid again. Wang Chu was about to agree when suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was a call from the Haicheng police. Hello? The phone was connected and a man's voice came from inside. May I ask if you are Mr. Wang Chu Wang? That's right, it's me. What can I do for you? Wang Chu said calmly. The thing is like this. Yesterday a woman stole one of your wolf head pendants. Now after the third-party testing organization that our Haicheng police looked for, this wolf head pendant is just a very ordinary jadeite pendant, worth around $1,000. Wang Chu's brows furrowed. Around $1,000? Are you sure? Third-party testing is indeed the case, the man said over the phone. For the specifics, why don't you come to our precinct and we'll talk in detail? Wang Chu agreed with a yes, then hung up the phone. That wolf's head pendant is worth $1,000? How is that possible? Although Wang Chu is not proficient in jadeite and other things, but that wolf head pendant, pure texture, delicate, translucent, and very delicate workmanship, how can it be worth only $1,000? More than half an hour later, Wang Chu brought Yaya to the Shangjiang Road precinct. The police warmly received Wang Chu's father and daughter. What the hell is going on here? Wang Chu said in a deep voice. The case officer took the wolf head pendant and then handed it over to Wang Chu. This is your wolf head pendant. There is an appraisal certificate from our third-party qualification test in here. You can read it first, the policeman said. Because the stolen finances were valued at only $1,000, only the public order regulations apply, and Sun Yunxian will be placed under administrative detention for 3 days and fined $500. Wang Chu picked up the wolf head pendant and frowned slightly, then nodded. Good, just do everything according to the law. Thank you for your trust in our police. These are your belongings. You can take them back now. Wang Chu smiled and took the wolf head pendant and left. Soon, Wang Chu took Yaya and prepared to go home first to fetch the kite and then fly it on the grass in front of the villa. But when Wang Chu and Yaya went home, Wang Chu realized that his old husband Yun Xianjun had actually returned. Seeing Yun Xianjun's rosy face, Wang Chu knew that Yun Xianjun should already be fine. Grandma! When Yaya saw Yun Xianjun, an excited look appeared on her face and she jumped onto Yun Xianjun's body at once. Yun Xianjun hurriedly hugged Yaya, with a hint of anger on his face. My little ancestor, you can be careful. What if you fall? Yaya giggled and said, I'm not afraid because I have poop. Yun Xianjun glanced at Wang Chu and snorted coldly. Is your father that powerful? Yaya immediately said, that's for sure. My poop is the most powerful in this world. Yun Xianjun is a little tasteless. Why daughter and granddaughter are now recognized Wang Chu? Does this Wang Chu know magic? Yun Xianjun glanced at Wang Chu. What did you do this morning? Went out to fool around? Wang Chu shrugged. Nothing. I went to a competition and won a championship by the way. Poop is awesome. Yaya immediately clapped her hands in support. Yun Xianjun rolled his eyes as he said without any good humor. I heard that you have a friend who is in the medicinal herbs business. He has a lot of medicinal herbs with a longer vintage in his hands? Wang Chu nodded. Yes, Dad. Do you want to get in touch with that friend of mine? The corner of Yun Xianjun's mouth twitched. This Wang Chu was really a snake-hitting master. However, Yun Xianjun decided to ask Wang Chu after thinking about it all day yesterday. Those major domestic medicinal herb merchants, each and every one of them were like hungry wolves, all wanting to take a bite of meat from the body of the Muyun group. If they really agreed to their demands, then the damage to the Muyun group would be too great. What's more, Yun Xianjuan's heart was very angry that the honorable Muyun group would be stuck in the neck by a few herb merchants, and he was really unwilling to bow down to those few herb merchants. So thinking about it, let's ask that friend of Wang Chu's. After all, although he does not like Wang Chu, but how to say that Wang Chu is also his daughter's current husband, and behind closed doors, he is also considered to be his own person. However, when he heard Wang Chu call his dad again, Yun Xianjun's heart still felt very upset. Only in front of Yaya, he couldn't say anything. Yun Xianjun said vaguely. How big is that friend of yours medicinal herb base? Our Muyun group's demand for medicinal herbs is huge. Wang Chua's face showed a hint of a smile. The old father-in-law did not have any great aversion to his own name this time. It seems that he has already achieved a little stage success. The next step was the time to boil the frog in warm water, and he would make sure that his old husband would accept himself little by little. Ahem, this matter well. Honestly, some not too good. Wang Chu hesitated for a moment and said, I also recently inquired. This medicinal material market is very tight. The price of raw materials straight up. The reason is that the previous 2 years of climatic reasons, resulting in a reduction in the production of national medicinal materials. Yun Xianjuan's face darkened. There's no need for you to repeat this kind of thing to me. If it wasn't for this, why would our Muyun group need to acquire medicinal herbs from outside? Wang Chu didn't get angry. He smiled lightly. Dad, I'm saying this because I want to tell you that I helped Muyun group solve this problem. Isn't my credit not small? Chapter 169. Yun Xianjun was furious. Was this Wang Chu taking credit from himself? It's not done yet. If you really completely solve our Muyun group's medicinal material crisis, the credit is naturally not small, and I'll even agree to your affair with Qingyao. But, do you know how big our Muyun group's medicinal material gap is? There was a hint of mockery in Yun Xianjuan's voice and a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wang Chu smiled. That's not something you need to worry about. With your words, I'm relieved, but when the time comes, if I help you solve the problem of the herbs, what if you don't recognize it? Yun Xianjun was enraged. I am the head of the Yun family and the boss of the 100 billion group. How could I possibly disavow the account? Wang Chu, what do you mean? Wang Chu nimbly took out his cell phone. There is no meaning. Is to be a person. Harming people's hearts cannot have. Prevent people's hearts cannot be nothing. Dad, do not. You say it again? I just did not have time to record. Yun Xianjun glared viciously at Wang Chu. He couldn't wait to dismantle him. This brat, he's just pissed off. In his eyes, was he the kind of person who went back on his word? Yun Xianjun, do things in an upright manner. If you really have the ability to help the Muyun group, I will naturally recognize that you also have the ability to protect Qingyao, and naturally I won't be in the position to object to what's going on between you two. But, Yun Xianjun said in a deep voice, if you don't have the ability to solve it, then that means you're a self-righteous fellow. Yun Xianjun, will never recognize such a person as my son-in-law. If you're sensible, leave my daughter as soon as possible. Wang Chu, do you dare to bet against me? Looking at Yun Xianjuan's provocative eyes, Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Dad, are you certain that I don't have a solution to my current predicament? Yun Xianjun said indifferently. Truth be told, I do not believe that you are capable of solving it right now. But of course, if you are really capable of solving it, then I will definitely keep my word. Wang Chu glanced deeply at Yun Xianjun. Good. I hope Dad can remember your words today. Wait, Yun Xianjun said. This parley of ours, there has to be a time limit. I won't make it difficult for you. 1 month. If you still can't solve it after 1 month, then our parley will take effect. And, this matter is between the two of us. No one can tell Chang Yao. Can you promise? Wang Chu nodded. This is natural. And at this time, Yaya blinked her eyes. This matter? Why can't you guys tell Mama? If you guys don't tell Mama, I'll tell her, okay? Both Yun Xianjun and Wang Chu were dumbfounded. They had forgotten that Yaya was still at the scene. Yeah, this matter is between two men. Grandpa and your dad, so you can't tell Mama. Yaya is the most obedient. You will definitely not tell Mom, right? Yun Xianjun said to Yaya in a pleasant manner. Yaya thought for a moment, but, if I don't tell Mama, in case Popa loses, will Grandpa not want Popa? Although Yaya was small, she was much smarter than the average child, and was naturally able to understand what the two of them had just said. Yun Xianjun was a bit embarrassed. For the first time, he realized that it wasn't a good thing for this granddaughter to be too demonic. It's not coaxing. Wang Chu, at this time, then squatted in front of Yaya and said with a smile, Yeah, there is a little misunderstanding between Grandpa and Daddy. That's why we are going to have a competition. If Daddy wins, then Grandpa will recognize Daddy. Then in the future, Daddy will be able to stay by Yaya's side forever. But, what if Puppy loses? You asked with some concern. Wang Chu stroked Yaya's hair and said with a smile, POA is Yaya's superhero. How could POA lose? Yaya tilted her head and thought for a moment, then giggled and said, Right, Puppy is a superhero. There is nothing in this world that can be difficult for my Puppy. Grandpa, you're going to lose. Yun Xianjun glanced at Wang Chu with some jealousy. He had only reunited with Yaya for a few days off. How come Yaya had such strong confidence in him? I'm your grandpa. You didn't pee on me when you were a kid. Thinking of this, Yun Xianjun suddenly had a pungent taste welling up in his heart. Grandma. Yaya pulled Yun Xianjun's hand, tilted her head and said, If I don't tell Mama, Can you promise me one thing? Yun Xianjun gathered his emotions. What is it? Can you get me some bunnies? Yun Xianjun let out a sigh of relief. Of course it's fine. Does Yaya want to raise rabbits? What kind of breed do you like? Pygmy rabbits? Droopy-eared rabbits or Dutch rabbits? These can all be pets. A hint of surprise appeared in Yaya's eyes. Could rabbits still be divided into so many kinds? So, which kind of rabbit is better? Yaya licked her lips, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Yun Xianjun was dumbfounded. He thought that Yaya wanted the rabbit to keep it for fun, but he didn't expect it to be for food. Is this the same sweet, well-behaved granddaughter she was? Bunny is so cute. How could she think of eating? In the end, Yun Xianjun didn't go to buy rabbits either, but instead left the heavy responsibility of buying rabbits in Wang Chu's hands. Instead, he volunteered to go fly a kite with Yaya. Wang Chu smiled and didn't say anything as he drove away from the villa. In fact, this morning, Wang Chu had the kitchen prepare fresh rabbit meat. He was out there solely because there was something he had to do. Wang Chu touched the wolf head pendant in his hand, and a cold and stern color flashed in his eyes. From the moment he got this pendant, he sensed that this pendant in his hand was not at all the same as the one worn by Yaya before. In other words, someone swapped the pendant. As for who had dropped the bag, that was something that Wang Chu was not sure about. And the reason why Wang Chu didn't bring this up at the time was because it was just what Wang Chu wanted. He is also not a person who puts everything on the official solution. After all, that would be too unpleasant. Bullying Yaya, stealing Yaya's pendant, and also beavering away. The other party played this hand quite skillfully. They think they're doing a drop in the bucket, but unbeknownst to them, they are messing with a man with a system. Pointer, where is the location of the wolf's head pendant? Wang Chu took out the magical pointing pin, and the wolf's head pendant appeared in his mind. Soon the needle turned and pointed in one direction. Chapter 170, The Three Religions, the 9 Streams, the 5 Elements, and the 8 Works. Wang Chu really felt that this magical pointer was also too magical. As long as it was something that he knew, he would be able to find it if he wanted to, both objects and people. It was also fortunate that Wang Chu wasn't a police officer. Otherwise, relying on this magical pointer, wouldn't it be a breeze for him to become a generation of sleuths and a criminal nemesis? It's a pity. If the officials find out about this stuff, they might just pull me out and slice me up. Wang Chu shook his head, extinguishing the idea of using this thing to benefit humanity anymore. Following the direction shown on the pointer, Wang Chu arrived at an old neighborhood, Jiuguli. This is one of the few old neighborhoods in Haicheng, and it is said that the city wanted to replan these at first, but because of some historical problems, it didn't happen in the end. The streets here are all a bit more chaotic and there's less surveillance. This is quite a place to escape at any time. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Wang Chu's mouth before he parked his car and then walked towards a bungalow in front of him. Walking to the door, Wang Chu realized that the door was hidden, and he was about to go in when he smelled the stench from the earth dog coming from inside. The family has a dog? Wang Chu sneered, then bought half a kilogram of cooked pork from another street corner, then added half a bottle of white wine, finally threw the meat right through the outer wall. Wang Chu-jing then waited for 10 minutes before he pushed the door in again. By this time, the hyena inside was passed out drunk. He cautiously made his way to the door of the inner room, where he heard the sound of a conversation coming from the inner room. Dad, when will second sister be back? She won't really be sentenced. A young man's voice came. Then a rather vicissitude voice also came over. Now you know you're scared? I told you guys a long time ago. It's now a new era, a new society, and some of the previous 9th-rate techniques can no longer be used. Now that you've hit a hard nail, you know you're scared, don't you? There was anger in the vicissitudes of the man's voice. If it wasn't for the fact that your elder brother happened to be a staff member of the testing organization, so I was able to replace that wolf head pendant with a plum, or else your second sister would have been sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. The young man was shocked. Is that wolf head pendant really that expensive? What do you know? That is the glass seed of the Emperor Green. So pure seed of the Emperor Green is available but not to be sought. The value of at least $1 million can be given to the child to wear. The family must be non-rich or noble. Such a family, in case really want to pursue the words, we have no days of peace. Wang Chu dodged to the side, and through the window, he saw that inside were 2 people. A young man, around 20 years old, and the other was an old man around 60 years old. The youth heard the old man's voice, and a hint of greed appeared on his face. Dad, that wolf head pendant, is it really worth more than $1 million? Only more, not less. Such a family is not something we can offend. The old man's face revealed a trace of worry. It seems that we have to think of a way to return the real wolf head pendant. Dad, are you crazy? That's $1 million. A maniacal look appeared on the youth's face. Once we get this wolf head pendant out of the way, we'll be rich. Confused, the old man said angrily, if the other side knows. Dad, how could the other party know? Your craftsmanship can completely reach the point where it can be used as a fake. The youth said unconcernedly. This matter, other than our family knowing about it, there's no way for others to know about it. Sorry, I got it too. At this time, Wang Chu pushed the door in with a smile on his face. You guys, is this a coincidence? Who are you? A hint of caution appeared in the youth's eyes. When did you come in? What do you know? What I should know? I know. Wang Chu simply ignored that youth and stared at that old man. Introduce yourself. My name is Wang. I'm the owner of that wolf head pendant. The youth was shocked that the owner of this wolf head pendant had come to his door so quickly. How is this possible? The old man then sighed. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. After Ernie got carried away and did something like that, I knew she had caused a great deal of trouble for our family. For us. Wang Chu sat down on the chair with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Elderly man, I, the rightful owner, have arrived. Shouldn't you return my wolf head pendant to me? And, I'm quite interested in you. Do you want to talk? The old man took the real wolf head pendant out of his arms and handed it to Wang Chu. The youth next to him had a greedy look in his eyes, but after glancing at Wang Chu, he did not dare to move, because he knew that since the other party had come to the door, it was useless for them to resist. Wang Chu received the wolf head pendant and was finally relieved in his heart. This wolf head pendant was given to Ye by her second uncle. If she let her second uncle know that this wolf head pendant was lost, he might not be able to peek with her real person. It's not that Wang Chu was afraid of his second uncle. It's really that against his second uncle, Wang Chu will not be able to exert himself. If he wins again, where will his second uncle's face go? Putting away the wolf head pendant, Wang Chu looked at the old man. Old man, chat, the old man sighed. What's there to talk about? Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but man's sins can't be lived. Wang Chu smiled. Don't be so pessimistic. I'm not the kind of person who is unforgiving, although it's true that your daughter hurt my daughter, but she also got the punishment she deserved. Am I going to kill you all because of this? The old man froze for a moment. You mean, you can spare her once? Wang Chu said playfully. Of course, this is not an impossible thing. However, it depends on your attitude. Old master. I see that the old master is not an ordinary person. The old man let out a bitter smile. What is not ordinary people? The old man surnamed Lu. Ancestors belong to the lower 9 streams. To steal for a living. Grandfather before the founding of the country. Known as the Thousand Hands Lu. There is no thing he cannot steal. Wang Chu stood in awe. Surprisingly, it's a lineage. The old man shook his head. What kind of family is this? After the founding of the country, our Lu family also made a living by stealing for a while, but then as technology became more and more advanced and society became more and more progressive, I knew that this ancestral craft was no longer useful in the new society. Wang Chu was a little curious. Old man, the lower 9 streams you said before are, I wonder if Mr. Wang knows what is called the 3 religions, the 9 streams, the 5 elements, and the 8 works? Chapter 171, I've got my eye on you. Wang Chu shook his head. He had always heard of the 3 religions and 9 streams before. The 3 religions are relatively clear. Buddha, Taoism and Confucianism, but the 9 streams are really not very clear. Lu Lao said, young people nowadays seldom know this anymore. The 3 religions and 9 streams. The 3 religions naturally refer to Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, while the 9 streams are divided into the upper 9 streams, the middle 9 streams and the lower 9 streams. There are sayings in the upper 9 streams, first-rate Buddha, second-rate immortal, third-rate emperor, fourth-rate official, fifth-rate pot burner, sixth-rate pawn, seventh-rate merchant, eighth-rate customer, ninth-rate cultivator, and among the 9 streams are the first-rate shiotsi, the second-rate medical, the third-rate danqing, painter, the fourth-rate pai, shadow, the fifth-rate playing and singing, the sixth-rate jin, fortune-telling, the seventh-rate monk, the eighth-rate Taoist, and the ninth-rate chess and qin. As for the lower 9 streams, they are first-rate high stage, second-rate blow, third-rate circus, fourth-rate push, fifth-rate pool, sixth-rate back rub, seventh-rate repair, eighth-rate match, and ninth-rate hor. And the 5 trades may be divided into the car trades, the ship trades, the store trades, the foot trades, and the court trades. The 8 works are divided into goldsmith, silversmith, coppersmith, blacksmith, tinsmith, carpenter, mason, and stonemason. And we, the thief sect, are among the lower 9 streams. Of course, now that society is developing and the times are progressing, these old things are already going to fade away. Wang Chu came to be interested. So, the Lu family is a family of thieves? Can master let me open my eyes? Elder Lu waved his hand. It's all just some little blindfolds that can't be seen on the stage. If Mr. Wang really wants to see it, then please Mr. Wang take off your watch first. I'll be able to steal your watch from your hands. Do you believe me? Wang Chu looked at his watch. This was what Qin Yao had prepared for himself. He didn't believe that the other party would be able to make it this far. He took off the watch and then held it in his hand. Well then, I'd like to see how you'll be able to take the watch out of my hands unnoticed. Elder Lu smiled. Mr. Wang, it seems you are very confident, but before that, what else do you have to ask? Wang Chu thought for a moment. That wolf head pendant. How did you manage to make the fake one so lifelike? Elder Lu smiled. This is another of our thief sex crafts. Please Mr. Wang follow me. Saying that, Lu Lao opened the door of the room in the inner room. Wang Chu walked in with some curiosity. Upon entering, a civet cat suddenly jumped down from the beam of the room. Staring Wang Chu, Elder Lu hurriedly walked to Wang Chu's side and waved his hand to drive the civet cat away. This is a civet cat I raised to catch mice. Master Lu pointed to the tool in front of him, like a polishing machine. I made that fake wolf head pendant with this and a beer bottle. These are half finished. With that, Elder Lu brought over a box of half-finished wolf head pendants. Wang Chu was shocked, because these things, with the naked eye alone, could barely see any difference. If you say that if you use this craft to make a fake, unless you use an instrument, you can really do it to hide it from the world. Good craftsmanship, Wang Chu said with a sigh of emotion. Lu Lao shook his head. The craftsmanship is no longer good. It is also the skill of slaying dragons. Falsification is now punishable by imprisonment. I say, old master, it would be a pity if this hand of yours were to go to waste just like that. At this time, the youth behind him said quietly, we opened an online store. Old man Lu sighed. Nowadays, mechanical production, mechanical manufacturing, refinement is far beyond what our craftsmanship can achieve. Wang Chu nodded, gradually having some ideas in his mind now. Re-entering outside, Wang Chu glanced at Elder Lu, then raised his hand. Elder Lu, I still have this watch in my hand. When can you steal it? Elder Lu smiled, then pointed at Wang Chu's pocket. Feel your pocket and see if something is missing? Wang Chu froze for a moment and hastily touched his pocket. His face frozen. The wallet was surprisingly missing from his pocket. When did this disappear? He didn't even notice? Holy! Lu Lao handed Wang Chu's wallet over from his pocket. Mr. Wang, can you first take a look to see if anything is missing from your wallet? Wang Chu took the wallet, opened it and saw that there were quite a few things documents. He breathed a sigh of relief, and before he continued to speak, Lu Lao added, Mr. Wang, do you feel that your pants pocket, is there something missing? Wang Chu froze for a moment, and once he touched it, a horrified look appeared on his face. The wolf head pendant was gone. Lu Lao handed the box of wolf head pendants to Wang Chu. Mr. Wang, your wolf head pendant is in here. Can you find it? Wang Chu glanced at these almost identical wolf head pendants and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The only reason he was able to notice something was wrong before was solely because of the magical pointing needle. Now that these are in front of him, the pointing needle can't be accurate to the centimeter. Wang Chu was a little worried. A smile appeared on Lu Lao's face. Although these things are almost identical in your eyes, they are worlds apart in mine. Saying that, Lu Lao fished out a wolf head pendant from inside. This is your real wolf head pendant. Wang Chu was a little half-hearted and took the pendant a few meters away, pretending to hold it up to look at it, but secretly using a pointing needle. This turned out to really be that wolf head pendant of his own. This old man, God! But this time, Lu Lao smiled again. Mr. Wang, where is your watch? Wang Chu froze for a moment. Just now he took over the wallet, checking the wolf head pendant. The watch seems to subconsciously put in his pocket, but one touch and it's gone. On the other hand, Elder Lu's hand was spread out and Wang Chu's watch appeared in his hand. How did you do this? Wang Chu was shocked. Is this magic for you? Lu Lao shook his head. What magic? The theft of the door is about skills. There is not magic. The theft of the door technique is the use of people's visual blind spot. The use of the sound of the east and the west, Li instead of the peach. Hiding the mountain from the sea and other ways to quietly steal the other side of the things over. Wang Chu slowly nodded. Stealing hooks are executed to steal the country's marquee. This theft door is also about the art of war. Mr. Wang is too kind, Lu Lao said with a smile. Wang Chu looked at Lu Lao with a hint of a smile on his face. This old man is a talent, a treasure. There are fewer and fewer people in this society with this kind of talent. If he was able to take him under his wing, there was no chance that he would be able to play some unexpected role in the future. And, the most crucial thing is that this old man has self-knowledge. If not for his daughter greed, probably no one knows that there is still such a capable person hidden in an old neighborhood. Lu Lao, this bright people do not say dark words. I can consider not to pursue your daughter's matter, and so I'm locked up for 3 or 5 days. She will also come out. But, I have a request. I fancy you. Chapter 172 Solutions. Elder Lu's face stiffened, but he quickly sighed. He is an old. Naturally know that there will be no love in this world without reason. Since the other party didn't pursue Ernie for his sins, he must have something bigger in mind. Mr. Wang, but I'm already golden, and I won't make any more moves, Elder Lu said slowly. Wang Chu smiled. Don't worry, I'm a decent person, and I'm not trying to get you to do anything illegal. I simply feel that you're a talented person, and I, for one, love talent the most. If you're willing to work for me, I promise I won't treat you guys badly. You can think about it. Elder Lu looked deeply at Wang Chu. Mr. Wang, if I rejected you, would you immediately call the police? Wang Chu spread his hands and said, see what you're saying, why do I feel like the bad guy? If you don't agree with me, then we're not a family, so naturally, we have to do business, but if you will become my man, then naturally some things can be solved by yourself behind closed doors, can they not? Master Lu let out a bitter smile and arched his hand. Mr. Wang, then everything will be done according to what you said. Wang Chu laughed, patted Master Lu's shoulder and said, that's right, after we are a family, these small things, you don't put it on your mind. I wonder what Mr. Wang wants me to do? Wang Chu thought for a moment and shook his head. I can't think of anything right now, but there will always be a day when it will be useful to you. Okay, things are settled. I have to go home and cook for my daughter too. After saying that, Wang Chu waved his hand and turned around to go back. Sanner, go see Mr. Wang off. The youth nodded, then followed behind Wang Chu. On the way out, Wang Chu glanced at the youth. What's your name? Lu Pingshan, the youth said. Wang Chu nodded, then took out his car key and pressed it. The headlights of the understated, upscale Mercedes next to him flashed. A hint of surprise and envy appeared in Lu Pingshan's eyes. He, as a young man, is still very fond of cars, and he knows very well that this Mercedes-Benz car, the starting price of at least $1 million. Wang Chu saw the envy in Lu Pingshan's eyes and smiled faintly. Do you like it? Lu Pingshan froze. Does it mean that? An ecstatic expression appeared in his eyes and he nodded his head in a hurry. Wang Chu also nodded. Right, I also quite like it. The key is low-key luxury with substance. Come on, follow me. You will have it sooner or later. After saying that, Wang Chu got into the car and left with a step on the gas, leaving Lu Pingshan in the wind. From the beginning Wang Chu had noticed that Master Lu had probably experienced a lot of things, and he had a very low regard for wealth and a very deep regard for affection. That's why he's back in the business for his daughter after years of gold, but not this third son of his, who had a mad love for wealth. So Wang Chu deliberately show off his car in front of him. Always give each other a little run, so that he has the motivation to move forward. Is not it? If you want the horse to run, you have to give the horse grass to eat, even if you can't eat it. Looking at plums to quench your thirst is also good. Driving out of the Jiuguli neighborhood, Wang Chu parked the car on the side of the road. He sulked for a moment, then fumbled for his cell phone. He was debating whether or not to make that call, because the thing that's nagging him right now is that when he chose to go back home, he had already made plans to give up everything abroad. However, right now, if he wanted to solve the herb crisis that the Muyun group was currently experiencing, Wang Chu had two methods. The first one allowed Yitsong to contract a huge herb planting base as soon as possible, followed by the use of magical fertilizers to ripen some herb seedlings as soon as possible. But this would have a drawback. That is, Wang Chu only had 1 month's time, and it was a question of how much production could be made from the medicinal herb planting base in this 1 month's time. Another problem was that Wang Chu didn't have that much fertilizer on hand right now. If a large herb base, all of which use magical fertilizers, this will be a huge demand for fertilizers. With the pleasure value in Wang Chu's hand now, it would only be a drop in the bucket if all of it was exchanged for fertilizer. Therefore, the fertilizers in Wang Chu's hands could only fertilize some rare herbs, while those ordinary herbs would simply be a waste if they used magical fertilizers. This is also the problem that Wang Chu was most worried about after consideration, and it may be possible to solve this problem later, but this month is too difficult. Of course, Wang Chu also had a second way, and that was to contact his previous friends from when he was abroad. This time it wasn't a friend from nowhere, it was a real friend of his, but the downside of this is that he abandoned everything to go back home in the first place, and now if he contacts his friends abroad, then he may not be able to hide everything in the country. Hard to get. Even though there were his reliable friends abroad, there were some people he didn't want to see, so he was in a tangle. However, the January period, the time is said to be not long, not short, but to solve such a big difficult problem, naturally, it is also necessary to fight for time. Wang Chu took a deep breath and finally dialed that phone number. Hi there Mike, it's Chu, Wang Chu said in fluent English. Instead, a raw Kyushu language came from the phone. Asterisk 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 Chu, it's actually you? Where did you son of a run off to? Do you know I miss you to death? Wang Chu touched his nose in some embarrassment. This damned Mike, had I known that I wouldn't have taught him the Kyushu language in the first place. I'm fine now, you should be up by now. At this time, Wang Chu heard a delicate woman's voice coming from inside. and a helpless look appeared on his face. Whoa, Delia, I'm talking to my best buddy right now. Could you please take the door from the outside? Okay? Soon the noise inside died down and Mike's voice came back. That'll do for now, my good man. Why don't you let me know when you're back in the country? I can send you back in my jet. Wang Chu said without any good humor. You should know that I just sneaked back because I didn't want you guys to know where my home is. I'm really so sad. I thought we were the best of brothers. I was even planning to give you half of my inheritance. Stop talking about this useless stuff, Wang Chu said without a trace of anger. Why don't you talk to your old man and see if he can break your legs? Just kidding. You're still the same as before. You need to get used to our Western style of humor. Mike hemmed and hawed. Brother, since you're calling me again, there must be something you want to seek my help for. Though as long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely do it. Chapter 173, Concealed Information. Mike is the heir to the Nevin family in Europe and Wang Chu's best friend and brother abroad, but the two men's acquaintance stems from an accident. At that time, Mike was not the first heir to the Nevin family. One day, on Wang Chu's way home from work, he stumbled upon a group of black men who had taken Mike hostage. Originally, for such a thing, Wang Chu, based on the principle that it was better to do more than less, treated it as invisible. However, the other party had discovered Wang Chu and shot towards him without hesitation. At that time, he almost didn't scare Wang Chu to death. But fortunately, Wang Chu's body was strong and sturdy, and he drilled into the alley next to him, which prevented him from being hit. But the other side had no qualms about sending two men to silence them. Wang Chu, in a hurry, found that there was a car in front of him that had not been turned off, and the driver had gone to the convenience store next to him to buy something. Wang Chu sneaked into the car. Then the car turned around and rushed towards the group of black-clothed men. Those men in black froze for a moment, not expecting Wang Chu to turn his head back at all. Before they could shift Mike, Wang Chu had already rushed in front of them, sending the two black-clothed men in front of him flying. And Mike took the opportunity to climb into the car, and Wang Chu just drove on and saved Mike. In fact, Wang Chu's intention was not to save Mike, but a wave of anger erupted in his heart. Why are you trying to silence me while I'm walking along? Do I look that easy to bully? There are people at home who bully them based on their money and power. And abroad, these guys don't take their lives seriously either. It was under this anger that Wang Chu had the courage to rush forward and save Mike. And Mike was also a very righteous guy. For Wang Chu, who sacrificed his life to save his life, he always regarded him as a brother. And Wang Chu also went along as Mike's think tank, using 4 years to successfully push Mike into the position of the first heir. How many threats, bribes and assassinations there were in between, Wang Chu himself probably couldn't even remember. If he hadn't encountered that incident, Wang Chu might still be abroad now. But although Wang Chu had left quietly, Mike had never given up looking for news of Wang Chu. But he didn't expect that Wang Chu would take the initiative to call. He was just too happy. Chu, where are you people now? I'm going to find you now? There was a hint of excitement and eagerness in Mike's voice. Wang Chu quickly refused. But don't, I'm living a good life now. But I'm looking for you because I really have something I want your help with. If there's something you want to say, if it wasn't for you back then, I'd probably be a corpse right now. We're lifelong brothers, Mike said, patting his chest. Wang Chu smiled. I remember you have a good relationship with the European pharmaceutical group. I need a lot of Chinese herbs now. Chinese herbs? That's fine. I happen to be attending a party today. It's rumored that there's the head of the European Medicine Corps in there. How much do you need? Just ask. Wang Chu pondered for a moment and said, I need a large amount and a lot of variety. My brother, none of this is a problem. Mike smiled. You should know that problems solved with money are not problems. Wang Chu smiled. Well then, I won't be polite. When the time comes, you contact the Muyun Pharmaceutical Group. The specific things, wait until then. Okay, Mike hemmed and hawed. By the way, my dear brother, was it because of Deville's advances to you that you left Europe before? Wang Chu said without a trace of humor. What do you think? I think Deville is about your age and so pretty and interested in Kyushu. You guys could totally get in touch. Wang Chu sighed. Mike, you should know that Prince Charles is courting Deville. So what? It's just a prince. Is Mike's brother no better than a prince? There was a hint of displeasure in Mike's voice. Chu, are you not believing in our friendship? Wang Chu quickly said. Of course I will not question our friendship, but I am not willing to be used as a shield by a woman. And that woman is just a crazy person. We don't need to have a general understanding with a crazy person. Besides, I am indeed homesick. I've been away from home for 4 years. After talking to Mike some more, Wang Chu hung up the phone with a relaxed look on his face. With Mike's help, the herbal dilemma plaguing the Muyun group would soon be able to be solved. However, Wang Chu was also clear that rare medicinal herbs also have high research value for the European Medicine Corps, and they are not necessarily willing to provide them. So, the cultivation of rare medicinal herbs still depends on Yi Tsung. and far away on the other side of the planet. Mike came downstairs for dinner with a big smile on his face. "Young master, you are in a good mood today." The butler saw the smile on Mike's face and couldn't help but ask, "Did young master encounter something happy?" Mike blinked. "Is there? Oh, that's probably because I'm extra handsome today. By the way, did today's paper come in yet?" "Here it is." The butler brought the paper to Mike. Mike has a penchant for reading newspapers, so every morning before dinner, he likes to read the paper, especially the international news. Hundreds of people died yesterday in a tribal fight in Africa. Oh my gosh, it's really sad. I think they need some weapons to protect themselves. MS. DeVille's song is nominated for a Grammy? What terrible news. Do those judges have donkey hair in their ears? It was because Mike knew that a large part of the reason Wang Chu had sneaked back into the country was because of DeVille. He didn't want to get into trouble with Prince Charles over DeVille, and he didn't want to get into trouble for Mike over this. After all, Mike was only the heir now, and hadn't taken complete control of the family yet, so it wouldn't be good for his succession if something happened. Although Wang Chu didn't say, Mike knew it all by heart. In the family, although Mike had some siblings, none of them were genuinely good to Mike, and had even secretly dealt with himself behind his back. Even Mike suspected that the kidnapping 4 years ago was the handiwork of one of the brothers. In such a family environment, Wang Chu's sincerity towards him, Mike felt especially precious and cherished. Flip through the entertainment section. The Hercules tournament in Haichang, Kyushu came to an end, and the god of Hercules was crushed by a mysterious man from Kyushu. Pust. The milk in Mike's mouth squirted right out before he could swallow it. "This is Chu?" Mike looked at the not particularly clear face on the paper and his whole body was stunned. "This Wang Chu guy, he's from Haichang, and he competed in Hercules? Won the championship? Crushed Thor, the god of Hercules? Asterisk is worthy of my brother. He can't hide his light anywhere." Mike laughed, but soon the smile froze on his face. Immediately and secretly acquire all the newspapers and have the news publishers withdraw the news of the Hercules competition, while at the same time mobilizing forces to cover up all the news about Wang Chu. Mike took a deep breath. Since Chu doesn't want others to know about his old home, then I can only try to help him cover it up. As for how far it can be covered up, will have to depend on God's will. Chapter 174, I'm Not Hungry. When Wang Chu came back humming a little song, he found that Yun Xianjun had already gone out to fly kites with Ye. Was the yard of the villa too small for them to exert themselves? Wang Chu shook his head and didn't bother to pay attention to them, but turned around and went to the kitchen. "Auntie Wang, have you bought back the rabbit meat I mentioned this morning?" Wang Chu asked. Auntie Wang nodded. "It's all in the crisper." Wang Chu looked at the time. When it was done, it would be time for dinner. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to make a rabbit dinner. Braised rabbit meat, spicy rabbit head, and a freshly peppered rabbit bar. Wang Chu, who had the inheritance of the god of cookery, was simply at ease with cooking. Soon, half an hour in, the kitchen was overflowing with flavor. Quite a few of the maids had also come together at the kitchen door. Auntie changes his tricks every day to make delicious food for Little Miss. I really envy Little Miss. That's because Auntie is Little Miss's father. Actually, I can call out to my dad. Hush, you little ninny. How embarrassing if your aunt hears you. Hey. Wang Chu inside the kitchen didn't realize that the doorway was already crowded with people. He is also prepared to do some light dishes. After all, Ye is in the growth and development period. Can not just eat meat. Vegetable supplementation is also important. When the 6 dishes and 1 soup were done, Wang Chu looked up and was startled, for there were several heads crowded in the doorway, with a hint of salivation on their pretty faces. Wang Chu laughed, then pointed to the other rabbit meat in the pot and said, "Don't get greedy. These are the ones I'm saving for you to use as a dish when you eat." As soon as the words left her mouth, the maid squealed happily. "Long live your aunt, we love you so much. Auntie's cooking is so delicious. Finally I can eat again. Auntie, it would be really nice if you could cook every day." The cook in the kitchen, Lin Fongfong, was a little embarrassed. Earlier, these little nieces had even shyly said in order to beg for a mouthful of delicious food, "Sister Lin, make us something delicious. Sister Lin, your cooking is the best I've ever had." But now, they are surprisingly all ignoring themselves. However, Lin Fongfong also understood that although she was a first-class chef, her aunt's craftsmanship was, indeed, stronger than her own. This also gave Lin Fongfong an urge to worship her master. But it was only an urge. The aunt is like a star in the sky. How could she condescend to teach herself the art of cooking? At this time, Yun Xianjun returned from outside with Ye. After hearing the cheers of these maids, his face instantly grimaced. "Ahem, what are you all doing gathered around this? Do what you need to do." The maids were instantly silenced and disappeared like birds and beasts. Wang Chu touched his nose. This old husband's temper was quite something. Yun Xianjun saw Wang Chu and snorted coldly. attracting bees and butterflies. One can tell that he's not a decent person. Wow, it smells so good. Baba, what did you make for Yaya? Yaya's eyes lit up when she smelled the fragrance floating in the air. Then she ran to Wang Chu. Wang Chu smiled and said, Baba has made a lot of delicious food for Yaya. Yaya, go wash your hands and face first, then eat, okay? Yaya nodded her head in a hurry, then happily ran towards the restroom. Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qianjun. Dad, you should also go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. I've also called Grandpa. He's on his way as well. Today, Elder Yun went fishing again. It seems like he's been hooked on fishing lately, going out early and coming back late every day. However, Elder Yun was surrounded by bodyguards, so Wang Chu wasn't overly worried. Humph, Wang Chu, don't be complacent. We haven't even divided our bets yet. And don't call yourself my son-in-law. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. Then I still call you uncle? But do you think it's good to address me like this in front of you? If Yu asks why she calls you uncle, how do you want me to answer? I'm going to tell him that it's grandma who's too poor to look at poop. Or is it? Yun Qianjun was furious. Shut up. When did I dislike the poor and love the rich? You're slandering. Character assassination. Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Is that so? Qingyao and I are in love. And I am also Yaya's biological father. I don't think Uncle Yun has any reason to object to this in terms of sentiment and reason. Maybe the only reason is that I'm not the son of a worldly family and I'm not a door-to-door match with Qingyao. Yun Qianjun slapped the table. Nonsense. Yun Qianjun looking for a son-in-law. Never look at the family history. I recognize the son-in-law, the most important one, that is able to wholeheartedly good to my daughter. Wang Chu immediately said, I'm just being good to Qingyao with all my heart. Yun Qianjun took a deep breath. Your kind of goodness is far from enough, because I don't see that you have the ability to be able to shield Qingyao from the wind and rain right now. So, I won't easily recognize you. Wang Chu slowly nodded. I understand. I will let you know that I, Wang Chu, will be the right match for Qingyao. Of this I have no doubt. At this time, Elder Yun pushed the door in, and he glanced at Yun Qianjun. Qianjun, I once told you that it's hard to draw a dragon or a tiger, and it's hard to draw a bone, and it's hard to know the face of a person without knowing his heart. The most important thing to look at people is their heart, not any ability. Yun Qianjun shook his head. Father, your words, I dare not agree. With Qinyao's beauty, with my Yun family's family history, I believe that in this world, there is no boy who cannot be moved to Qingyao. So, sincerity is not the only criterion in my case. Not only do I want the other person to have wholehearted intentions for Qingyao, but also the ability to realize them. I am Qinyao's father. Everything I do is for Qinyao's good. This is something that you all should know. Elder Yun gave Yun Qianjun a deep look. That's just it. That's just it. You're now the head of the Yun family. You have your own ideas now, so I won't interfere. But, on the issue of Qingyao's marriage, I'll always be on Qingyao's side, unless Qingyao expresses that she doesn't like Wang Chu anymore. As long as Qingyao likes him, he is my approved granddaughter-in-law. Yun Qianjun was a bit helpless. His father is really old and confused now. What's so good about this Wang Chu? Qingyao is young and can't read people well. Do they, the elders, have to follow Qingyao's nonsense? Wang Chu's heart sighed in relief. This grandpa gives strength. Grandpa, we're about to eat. Dad, go wash your hands for dinner too. Yun Qianjun snorted coldly. I'm not hungry. Chapter 175, Turning Black. As Yun Qianjun went upstairs with his anger, Wang Chu didn't care. Although Yun Qianjun was still unsatisfied with himself, but after he solved the medicinal material problem, let's see what Yun Qianjun could still have to say at that time. Soon, Elder Yun returned to the table after washing his hands, and Wang Chu also served all the meals. Not bad, Wang Chu. You're almost as good as a 5-star chef with this craftsmanship. Elder Yun sighed. This is colorful and flavorful. It looks very tasty at first glance. Wang Chu smiled, but he was a little strange. How come Yaya hadn't come over to eat yet? Did she not want to eat? Grandpa, I'll go check on Yaya first. She hasn't come out since she went back to the house. After greeting Elder Yun, Wang Chu walked inside Yaya's own room. Pushing open the door, Wang Chu was surprised to find Yaya lying on the bed with her face towards the quilt, seemingly very unhappy. Yaya, what's wrong with you? It's time to eat. Why are you unhappy? Wang Chu walked over to Yaya's bedside and sat down, patting Yaya's little butt and said. Hyatt rolled over onto her back, her eyes red. Wang Chu got a little nervous. What's going on here? Did anyone bully you? But, you came back just now but was very happy. What's wrong? Yaya, what happened? Wang Chu asked in a hurry. Yaya pointed at her face, her little mouth turned away, and she said aggrievedly, poop. Yaya has become ugly. Yaya is not pretty anymore. Wang Chu blinked. Who said that? My home Yaya is the prettiest. Who said that Yaya is not pretty? Yaya shook her head. Yaya is all black and dirty now, just like her second uncle. Oh. Wang Chu froze for a moment, then was somewhat dumbfounded, but when he looked closely, Ye's skin had indeed tanned a bit. She had been running around outside like crazy for the past 2 days, and with the relatively hot sunlight in the past 2 days, it was inevitable that her skin had gotten a tan. However, what Wang Chu did not expect was that Ye, at this small age, was actually so stinky. The skin is just a little bit tanned, and I can't believe I'm depressed and lying in bed in tears. But this incident also gave Wang Chu a wake-up call. You must remember to apply sunscreen to Hyatt when you take her out again in the future. Ye's skin is delicate. What if it gets sunburned? Yeah, it's okay, just a few days and your skin will be as white as it was, Wang Chu comfortably said. And, you are not black now, you are a healthy wheat color. Ye looked at Wang Chu with tearful eyes. POA, are you telling the truth? Wang Chu nodded solemnly. Yes, POA will never cheat Ye. Just a few days later, Ye's skin will become white. After Wang Chu's repeated consolations, Ye finally accepted this fact. Although he was still a bit sullen, he followed Wang Chu down the stairs. After going downstairs, soon Ye was attracted by the food in front of her. Wow, rabbit, the bunny is so cute. It must be delicious. Sitting at the table, Ye was a bit impatient, her eyes glowing as she ran over the braised potatoes, freshly peppered rabbit and spicy rabbit head. Wang Chu smiled and gave Ye a piece of braised rabbit meat. Elder Yun glanced at Wang Chu. Wang Chu, this is not a banquet with food and no wine. Don't you think something is missing? Master Yun wasn't a person who was addicted to alcohol, but Wang Chu's cooking was just too fragrant, which aroused Master Yun's cravings. Wang Chu smiled and went to get a bottle of white wine for Master Yun. Master Yun took a bite of rabbit meat and a mouthful of white wine. This taste is really great. This fresh pepper rabbit meat is tender, spicy and refreshing. With a mouthful of white wine, it is simply delicious on earth, Elder Yun said without sparing any praise. Wang Chu laughed and gave Master Yun a piece of spicy rabbit head. Grandpa, the taste of this rabbit head is also very good. You can try it too. Yes. Ye blinked her eyes. Although the rabbit meat in her own mouth was delicious, it didn't have the spicy and fresh feeling described by her grandfather at all. Could it be that? Ye looked at Wang Chu. POA, I want to eat that rabbit meat. Wang Chu looked at Ye pointing at the fresh pepper rabbit and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. But this is spicy. Can Ye eat spicy food? Ye nodded her head in a hurry. Yes. Ye likes eating spicy food the most. Wang Chu was a bit skeptical, then gave Ye a very small piece of rabbit meat, and carefully instructed, eat slowly. If you can't eat spicy food, give it to me. Ye nodded, then carefully stuffed the spicy rabbit meat into her mouth all in one gulp. Instantly, Ye felt her soul was about to ascend. The spicy flavor went straight to the head, while the taste of the pepper seemed to instantly paralyze his mouth, along with the freshly spiced rabbit meat, a flavor that had never been felt before, giving Ye an experience that she had never had before. But, this is too spicy. The rabbit meat is stained with red oil, and the spicy flavor seems to be bursting out of his own body. Wang Chu had been watching Ye very carefully. When Ye swallowed the rabbit meat in one bite, her little face instantly turned red and her eyes became a little moist. Wang Chu instantly tensed. Yeah, if you can't eat it then spit it out. Don't eat it. What if this gives a spicy cry? But to my surprise, Ye's throat moved and she swallowed the rabbit, then licked her lips. Baba, I want more. More? Wang Chu froze for a moment. Yeah, don't you think it's spicy? Ye nodded, then opened her mouth and spat out her little tongue. So spicy, so you want more? But over the top. Ye justified. I want more spicy rabbit meat. I'm not eating braised rabbit meat anymore. Wang Chu was a bit teary-eyed. This little guy seemed to have fallen in love with this spicy flavor. However, Wang Chu did have some concerns. In case it was too spicy, it would be easy to spoil Ye's voice. So he gave Ye to a bowl of water and swished the spicy rabbit meat now in the bowl before eating it so it wouldn't be so spicy. As if Ye had opened the door to a new world. She happily ate the spicy rabbit meat, and then she shifted her gaze to Elder Yun. Tai Grandmaster, can I have some of your wine? Ye ate it. It seems to be very tasty. Elder Yun smiled. Ye wants to drink? Come, have a drink. Wang Chu was startled. Grandpa, Ye is too young to drink this wine. Master Yun was indifferent. What's wrong with that? When I was a kid, I knew how to steal white wine from my old family's cellar and drink it. Wang Chu cried and laughed. Grandpa, Ye is still young. Well, anyway, your daughter. Your call. Elder Yun hemmed and hawed. Ye's eyes twinkled. Then she ran to Master Yun's side and whispered in Master Yun's ear. Tai Grandmaster, you'll sneak me a little drink later. Okay. Chapter 176. I'll take a picture first. In the end, Ye still didn't have enough wine to drink from the Tai Grandmaster. And after dinner, Wang Chu carried her upstairs to her room. Wang Chu, walk with me? Master Yun smiled and said, "This person once old this digestive ability is not good." After eating a meal without walking, the stomach at night bloating panic, Wang Chu smiled. "Okay, Grandpa, I'll walk with you." Instead of skulking around the gardens within the villa, the two walked through the green gardens of the Dingsheng flower garden. It was not yet fully dark and the dry heat of the day had dissipated, replaced by a hint of coolness. Wang Chu controlled his footsteps and slowly followed behind Elder Yun. "Wang Chu, you made a bet with your father-in-law?" Walking down the road, Elder Yun asked, his voice flat, as if it was a very normal chat. Wang Chu touched his nose. "Grandpa, really can't hide anything from you. It was Yaya who told me in secret." Elder Yun glanced at Wang Chu and said with a light laugh, "Hyatt?" Wang Chu froze, a look of surprise in his eyes. Elder Yun smiled and said, "Do you guys think that Yaya is just a little kid who doesn't understand anything? In fact, you guys are wrong. Although she is small, and there are times when although her expression is not very accurate, but in her heart, she understands more than anyone else. Your father-in-law doesn't approve of you, and doesn't even want Qingyao to be with you. These things, although you guys will sometimes be able to avoid you, but there are times when, you guys also really don't think that a 3-year-old child understands this, but you guys are wrong. You understands." Wang Chu was silent, a hint of heartache in his eyes. He wondered how Yaya, who was cheeky on the surface, hid her emotions. "Grandpa, what did Yaya say?" Wang Chu took a deep breath and said, "Is she sad?" "Sad?" Grandpa Yun thought for a moment. "Not really, she just said that if Grandpa disowns you, she wants Qingyao to take her and elope with you." "Elope?" The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Did she really say that? Pretty much. Anyway, it means that if someone tries to bully her dad, she hates that person, but that person happens to be the same grandpa she loved before. So that's why I was asked to step in. Wang Chu cried and laughed a little. "Wang Chu, the content of your bet. I can almost guess it even if I don't know it. It's about solving the matter of Mu Yun Group's medicinal material supply, right?" Wang Chu nodded. "This ginger is still old and hot. This old Master Yun saw it at a glance. Do you have a solution now?" Elder Yun asked. Wang Chu hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should tell the old man about the Maybang Group, but Wang Chu's hesitation, in Elder Yun's eyes, was a sign that there was no way out. "I knew it. Isn't it hard to leave this kind of thing in your hands?" A hint of displeasure appeared on Elder Yun's face. For him, the president of the Mu Yun Group, to let a child like you solve a problem that he doesn't have the means to solve in a short period of time is really too much. Wang Chu let out a dry laugh. "I'm not completely helpless. What's the point of showing off in front of Grandpa?" Elder Yun patted Wang Chu's shoulder. "Don't worry, this matter is naturally in Grandpa's heart. Just watch Grandpa's tactics when the time comes." Wang Chu was somewhat touched as he looked at Elder Yun. What virtue and ability did he have that could make Elder Yun support him so much? "Remember, just be good to Qingyao in the future." Elder Yun patted Wang Chu's shoulder. Half an hour later, Elder Yun and Wang Chu re-entered. Yeah, Puppy is back." All Wang Chu wanted to do now was to hurry up and find Yaya and then hold her tightly. But after Wang Chu shouted, Yaya didn't appear, which made Wang Chu a bit strange. According to the past, Yaya should run out at the first time. At this time, there was a clatter in the master bedroom, as if something had been broken. Wang Chu's face changed, then he rushed over. Yeah, is that you? What happened? Before Wang Chu could finish his words, he was stunned by what was happening in front of him. Yaya sat on Xingyao's dresser like a little adult, while on the tabletop was a table full of cosmetics, eyeshadow palette, foundation, nail polish, serum, skin milk, full of a table. More Wang Chu feel crying and laughing is, Yu is actually in the mirror in the makeup, and the makeup is really difficult to say. Big red lips, miserable white cheeks, eyebrows drawn like crayon xiaoxian, simply, how ugly it has to be. And as soon as he entered the house, Wang Chu smelled a strong and pungent perfume odor. Before the clattering sound, it was Yaya who accidentally dropped the perfume bottle on the ground and broke it. Poopy, do you think Yaya is pretty now? Seeing that Poopy had appeared, Yaya blinked and put her hands at her chin in a flower-holding gesture. If it was before, it would have been absolutely adorable to the point of being foul. But now, Wang Chu really didn't have the courage to say the words so beautiful. Yaya, what are you doing? Why are you using your mom's makeup? Yaya said. But won't you become pretty after you put on makeup? Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. So his obsession to become black has always been hidden in Yaya's heart. Where does this little age come from with all the idle baggage, even if it's makeup? Let Auntie Wang help. This makeup is not human, not ghostly. Look. Wang Chu took a deep breath and pulled out his cell phone. Yeah, don't move yet. I'll take a picture of you. Yu was happy to make a V sign. She thought she was beautiful and bubbly. With a click, Wang Chu snapped the photo and nodded in satisfaction. This photo must be kept and shown to Yaya when she grows up. After taking the picture, Wang Chu shouted, Auntie Wang, come over and give us a hand. Aunt Wang walked up. Aunt, what are you looking for me? What is wrong with this little miss? Auntie Wang, who approached the bedroom, was also startled by Yaya's look. Wang Chu shrugged. As you can see, Yaya disliked her blackness and put on her own heavy makeup. My little ancestor. These cosmetics are corrosive. Children can't use them. Come over here. Granny Wang will wash them off for you. Yaya even innocently asked. Grandma Wang, is Yaya pretty now? Auntie Wang said without hesitation. Pretty deuce. You're whole like a what? Saying that, Aunt Wang did not hesitate to pull Yaya into the restroom. Waiting for Yaya to walk into the restroom, Wang Chu couldn't help but smile, and then hurriedly sent this photo to Yun Qingyao. Chapter 177, Teaching Yaya to Draw. Soon after, the news of Yun Qingyao's reply came. There's only one happy-go-lucky expression. Wang Chu was also a bit overjoyed, and soon Yun Qingyao's video invitation came over. In the video, Yun Qingyao was lying on the bed a little tired, and hadn't even had time to take a shower yet, but there was a suppressed smile on her brow. What's going on with Yaya? Wang Chu laughed. She's been out playing like crazy for the past 2 days. She's all tanned, and she thought she should put on some makeup to make herself look pretty. And here she is. Yun Qingyao laughed as she leaned forward and backward, her chest shaking and shaking, causing Wang Chu to get a little dizzy. By the way, why did you buy cosmetics for Yaya? Don't you know that cosmetics are bad for children's skin? After laughing enough, Yun Qingyao touched the tears that came out of the corner of her eyes from laughing and said. Wang Chu blinked. I didn't buy her cosmetics. Suddenly, Yun Qingyao's face changed as an ominous premonition flashed through her heart. Could it be? Wang Chu picked up on her words. That's right. Yaya is using your makeup. Hiss. Yun Qingyao sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Turn the camera around. Let me see my makeup table. Wang Chu complied and turned the camera to the dresser. Looking at the wrecked dresser, the anger value on Yun Qingyao's face rose and rose. My limited edition aquamarine mystery serum. My gold diamond lipstick. My DKNY's perfume. I can't afford to use it more than once myself. And this guy Yaya, even hocked them all at once? Listening to Yun Qingyao's gritted teeth in the video, Wang Chu couldn't help but shiver. Daughter-in-law, that how much are these things worth? Yun Qingyao clenched her fists. These things cannot be measured by money. These are limited edition. Money cannot be bought. When in order to get together these, I spent a full 5 million. Wang Chu's eyes widened. What? $5 million? It can't be 5 million Zimbabwean dollars, right? What are you talking about? 5 million Kyushu coins. Yun Qingyao said with a cold snort. Where's Yu? Where is she? Wang Chu couldn't help but stagger. This was too expensive. $5 million. Can buy a nice house in Haichang? And this is just a set of Yun Qingyao's treasured cosmetics? At this time, Yaya was washed clean by Auntie Wang and came out from the restroom. Seeing that Wang Chu was video chatting with Yun Qingyao, she instantly jumped into Wang Chu's arms. POA. Let me have a word with Mama. Wang Yanchu. After hearing Yaya's voice, the anger in Yun Qingyao's heart could no longer be contained. Who let you touch my cosmetics? You wait, after I go back, let's see how I'll clean you up. Yaya winced, then decisively slipped down from Wang Chu's arms, then slipped into her room. Now the mamas are really scary. It's better to stay as far away from them as possible. Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. It seems that cosmetics are the scales in every girl's heart. But, Wang Chu thought of the whitening set in the system. So Wang Chu said comfortingly, don't be angry. Big deal. I'll buy you another set of cosmetics. Mine is a limited edition, and it has the best whitening and moisturizing effect. Yun Qingyao beamed, some small aggression on her face. Wang Chu smiled. Then how about I give you a set of cosmetics that is unique in this world? Unique cosmetics? A hint of surprise appeared in Yun Qingyao's eyes. What kind of cosmetics? It's a secret. You'll find out naturally when you get home. After chatting with Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu came to Yaya's room and found that Yaya was lying on the table drawing. Wang Chu was behind Yaya, looking at her one stroke at a time as she was painting seriously. That serious little expression was something Wang Chu had never seen before. Finally, Yaya finished the last stroke, and then threw the watercolor brush out of her hand. Yaya, what are you drawing here? Wang Chu looked at it, and although Yaya's drawing was so simple that he could see it at a glance, Wang Chu still asked. In this way, it can make Yaya feel valued. Sure enough, Yaya smiled with a big smile on her face and said, Puppy is so stupid. This is 3 people. This tall one is Puppy, Hyatt said, pointing to the small figure that took up nearly half of the paper. She then pointed to the small person with long hair next to her. This is Mama. The smallest one in the center is Yaya. This is our family of 3, Puppy and Yaya, and we will never be separated. Wang Chu smiled. Why did Yaya suddenly want to think of drawing? Could it be that kindergarten has extracurricular homework? Yu shook his head, spat out his tongue and said, You broke Mama's cosmetics. Mama are angry. So, You want to send a gift to Mama as an apology? Well, a hint of surprise appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. He touched Ye's head. Ye is awesome, although Ye's drawing is very good, but I think Ye can draw better. Does Ye like drawing? Ye nodded. Ye loves to draw. Then how about POA teaching Ye to draw? Wang Chu asked with a smile. Ye said with a big smile on her face. Yes. At this time, a system beep emerged in Wang Chu's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You've gained 10 points of use pleasure value. Ding! Today's free draw has not yet taken place. The system automatically carries out the draw. Congratulations! You have gained beginner's drawing skills. Available pleasure value for upgrading. A hint of surprise appeared on Wang Chu's face, but the surprise was also tinged with a hint of speechlessness. He was now beginning to wonder whether this Ye was his own daughter or the daughter of the system. Why is it that whenever Ye has a need, the system immediately gives the realization? Thinking about it this way, yesterday's whitening set, maybe it was also the system noticing that Ye's skin had turned darker, and that's why it was drawn out? The more Wang Chu thought about it, the more he felt it was the case, but he couldn't say anything about it now. And all in all, it was a good thing. After getting the beginner drawing skills, it is always no problem to teach Ye to draw. Ahem. Yeah, come on. Poopy will teach you first. How you have to learn how to hold a pen first. Then first you can draw straight lines, curves, then I'll teach you how to draw the human body. Ye listened attentively and followed Wang Chu stroke by stroke. Maybe in Ye's eyes, as long as she can be with Poop, she is very happy no matter what she learns. The following night, Ye was learning the basics of painting with Wang Chu. Wang Chu also taught according to the material. When Ye was a little inattentive, he taught Ye how to use a sketch to simply outline the image of a piglet, a bunny. Seeing that Wang Chu had drawn the evocative little animals with just a few strokes, Ye's eyes were filled with admiration. Chapter 178 Uninvited Guests. The next day, Wang Chu went to kindergarten after sending Ye off as usual, but after returning home, he realized that there was one more uninvited guest in the house, and this uninvited guest was, surprisingly, the one Wang Chu had met before. Lin Zifeng, what are you doing here? Wang Chu saw Lin Zifeng at the doorway and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. This was the guy who had been harboring ill will towards Qing Yao, and he was also a super rich second generation from imperial capital. Wang Chu, however, didn't have any good feelings towards this guy, but why did this guy just appear out of nowhere? Is he going to harass Qing Yao again? But Qing Yao isn't at home right now. Lin Zifeng glanced at Wang Chu with a disdainful sneer on his face. He was careless last time and didn't expect Yun Qingyao to be with a dirtbag third from Haichang. This was something he could never accept. He, being the top rich second generation in imperial capital, had been pursuing Yun Qingyao for a whole year, but he was unexpectedly inserted by a dirtbag third. Fortunately, the news hadn't reached imperial capital yet, or else his face would have to be disgraced within the imperial capital circle. In fact, at that time, Lin Zifeng did think about using the power in his hands to deal a devastating blow to Wang Chu. He wanted to play dead Wang Chu. There were 100 ways to do so, but in the end, he still didn't act casually. It wasn't that he was magnanimous, but he decided that once he made a move, he would absolutely not give the other party any single chance. If he ventured out, although he could crush Wang Chu, he would likewise cause Yun Qingyao's disgust and aversion. It would be even harder for him to capture Yun Qingyao's heart. Wang Chu was nothing more than a mole cricket and a small person in his eyes. Why delay your ultimate goal for his sake? And as long as he got Yun Qingyao, then losing Yun Qingyao as a dependency, would Wang Chu not be able to be crushed to death with his own hands? Therefore, this time, when he saw Wang Chu, it was as if he saw a dead man, and he did not put Wang Chu in his heart at all. Wang Chu, right? I've come here this time, specifically to pay my respects to Uncle Yun. I don't think you, a soft-eating white boy, are qualified to say anything to me yet. Are you? Lin Zifeng said indifferently. Don't forget your own identity. Wang Chu's brows furrowed. Coming to pay respects to Yun Xianjun? When he was in the imperial capital, he should have had a lot of time to pay his respects to Yun Xianjun. Why would he pick this time and this place to pay his respects to Yun Xianjun? If there wasn't a little bit of something fishy going on here, no one would believe it unless they were idiots. Oh, so, you came all the way from imperial capital? It's really a piece of sincerity. Wang Chu said coldly. If you have official business, please go to the company and follow the normal process to pay your respects. If it's a private matter, I'm sorry, it's not convenient here. Before Wang Chu finished speaking, Yun Xianjuan's voice came from behind him. Isn't this Xian nephew Lin? Why are you standing outside? Come in quickly. Lin Zifeng looked at Wang Chu with a smirk, then with a hint of hesitation on his face. Uncle Yun, it seems like brother Wang Chu was very unhappy about my arrival, so I'm not sure if I should come in. Yun Xianjun snorted coldly. This is the Yun family's villa. I am the Yun family's family head. If I let you in, does anyone else dare to stop you? Lin Zifeng's face wore a light smile. Then thank you, Uncle Yun. Saying that, Lin Zifeng deliberately paused as he passed by Wang Chu's side. Wang Chu, don't think you've won. The battle has only just begun. You'll see how I'll play you to death. Wang Chu looked at the backs of Yun Qianjun and Lin Zifeng side by side. His brows locked. This Lin Zifeng's appearance was out of Wang Chu's expectation, but he was also clear that Lin Zifeng had come this time, and his intentions were not good. I'd like to see what kind of plotting and scheming you have. You have Zhang Liang's plan. I have a ladder over the wall. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chu followed suit. Walking into the villa, a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Zifeng's face. Uncle Yun, the construction of this villa is simply a ghostly work of art, containing the beauty of Eastern and Western architecture, and the subtleties see the effort. I wonder which architectural master's hand this is from. Yun Qianjun laughed cheerfully. What architecture, everyone? This is Qingyao's own design. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. A hint of appreciation appeared in Lin Zifeng's eyes. Miss Yun is truly one of the few people on earth who are so beautiful. It's a pity that even after a year of pursuing Miss Yun, I didn't get Qingyao's favor. This is the most regrettable thing in my life. Yun Qianjun laughed. No one can say anything about young people, can they? Let's sit down and talk about anything first. With that, Yun Qianjun led Lin Zifeng to the living room. Looking at Wang Chu who followed him in, Yun Qianjun said indifferently, Wang Chu, the family has come to have an honored guest. Go and prepare some tea and fruits. The simplest way of hospitality. Do you still need me to teach you? Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. This old man is starting to pick a fight. However, looking at the elegant Lin Zifeng, although Wang Chu had a belly full of fire, he still had a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, you're new to the humble abode, and I don't know what you like to drink, so why don't you tell me about it so I can prepare it? Lin Zifeng's eyebrows raised. First time in a cold house? This was actively putting himself in the position of a host. This Yakuza isn't easy. Waiishin da Hongpo, I think. Oh, no, Wang Chu said indifferently. What about West Lake Longjing? Neither. What about Guzhang Maojian? Neither does this one. Lin Zifeng sneered. Nothing here, nothing there. What do you have here? Could this be that you don't want to entertain me? Wang Chu laughed and said, there are no Mao tips, but there are Mao beans in the kitchen. Soybeans? You're asking me to brew hairy beans to drink? A hint of anger appeared on Lin Zifeng's face. Wang Chu nodded. If it is said that Lin Xiao likes to soak beans to drink, I will also try to satisfy Lin Xiao's needs. Although, this is the first time I have heard of someone who likes to soak beans to drink. Lin Xiao is worthy of being the son of a family. This preference is very different from the usual people. Listening to Wang Chu's sentiments, Lin Zifeng wanted to give Wang Chu 2 slaps. Who the hell likes to soak up mozzarella beans and drink them? Then feel free to give me a glass of plain water. Lin Zifeng took a deep breath and admonished himself that he was here on business this time, which suppressed the anger in his heart. Wang Chu turned to look at Yun Qianjun again. Dad, what would you like to drink? Yun Qianjun was very upset by this name of Wang Chu, but in front of outsiders, he couldn't have a fit and could only raise his eyebrows. As long as it's not soaking me in wool beans, anything. Soon, Wang Chu served it up. A cup of steaming hot boiling water was placed in front of Lin Zifeng, while a bright green and translucent Taiping monkey kueh was placed in front of Yun Qianjun. Lin Zifeng took a look and became angry. Don't you have green tea here? Wang Chu blinked. Oh, this is Taiping monkey kueh, not Da Hongpo, not Longjing, Mao Jian. You didn't ask me if there is Taiping monkey kueh. Chapter 179, Rejected. Lin Zifeng was so angry that he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Yun Qianjun, who was on the side, glanced at Wang Chu with a smirk. With that, Yun Qianjun sidetracked the topic. Xian nephew Lin, what exactly is the matter you came to see me about this time? When you said on the phone that there was something very important? Yun Qianjun woke up early in the morning and received a call from Lin Zifeng saying that he had something important to discuss with him. Originally, Yun Qianjun was planning to put the meeting place in the Haicheng branch, but he thought about it for a while and decided to put the meeting place at home, because he knew that Lin Zifeng had once pursued Yun Qingyao. He also wanted to see what kind of attitude Wang Chu would display in the face of Yun Qingyao's previous suitor. This time he came to Haicheng. Originally came with anger, but what he did not expect was, apart from himself, his father, daughter and granddaughter, all liked Wang Chu, which made Yun Qianjun puzzled. If the daughter and granddaughter are young and uninformed, but the father? In Yun Qianjun's heart, his father was an unsurpassable existence. His insight, determination and broad-mindedness were far beyond his own. Why does even father think so highly of Wang Chu? Yun Qianjun does not know, but he will not blindly obey his father, because he is not only a son, but also a father. As a father, it was hard for him to accept that his daughter had gotten married to a man without informing him. This was also the reason why he had transferred all his anger onto Wang Chu's body, even though after these few days, he did see with his own eyes that Wang Chu was indeed still a good boy. In his opinion, it was not enough. Stereotypes in the human mind are like a big mountain, and there are only two ways to move it. One is a fine line, a fool's errand, a kind of heavenly collapse that turns the world upside down. Yun Xianjun is not a cutie. He would examine Wang Chu in his own way. If you want to gain your own recognition, just being able to cook and coax the kids won't cut it. Ability, heart, worldly skills, and mindfulness were all aspects of Wang Chu that he was going to examine in the coming month. And at this moment, Wang Chu sat on the side and listened with interest. Lin Zifeng's eyebrows raised. Wang Chu, this matter also asks you to recuse yourself. Wang Chu blinked. Evasive? Do you have something unseemly to tell my father-in-law? Lin Zifeng's face sank. Wang Chu, please watch your words. Then please also pay attention to the occasion you are speaking on. Wang Chu said indifferently. This is the Yun family and my family. You, an outsider, asking your master to recuse himself in someone else's home. Is this the upbringing of your Lin family? Lin Zifeng was speechless, then said coldly, you're also considered the master of the Yun family? Wang Chu spread his hands. It can't be helped. The deed of this house is written in Yun Qingyao's name, and I'm Qingyao's legally recognized husband. In a way, I have more say than my father-in-law in this villa. Dad, don't you think so? Originally, Yun Xianjun wanted to see how Wang Chu dealt with Lin Zifeng's difficulties, but he didn't expect Wang Chu to turn the tables and draw the fire to himself. He glared at Wang Chu and then said, Nephew, it's getting late, so if there's anything you have to say, you might as well just say it. Lin Zifeng's heart was a bit depressed. Although Yun Xianjun didn't express it clearly, he still realized that Yun Xianjun didn't really treat Wang Chu as an outsider. However, as long as this matter is accomplished, then what qualifications does Wang Chu have to compete with me? Lin Zifeng's heart gave a cry. Uncle Yun, the matter is like this. I heard from a friend that the market for medicinal herbs is uncertain right now, and the pharmaceutical group has suffered a great impact as a result. And I heard that the Muyun group is also suffering from a shortage of medicinal herbs right now. Isn't that right? Yun Xianjuan's face remained unchanged as he let out a light laugh. Xian nephew, where did you hear this from? This is nonsense. Our Muyun group's medicinal materials are well stocked. Wang Chu glanced at Yun Xianjun and frowned lightly. This matter was so surprising that even Lin Zifeng knew about it. Could it be that the situation was already critical? No wonder the old man wanted to make a January appointment with himself. Did he think he was sure he couldn't work it out? Lin Zifeng let out a light laugh. Uncle Yun, the reason why I called you this morning, saying that I have something important to tell you, is purely because I know that the Muyun group is currently in a real crisis of medicinal herbs, so I'm here to help Uncle Yun solve this crisis. Yun Xianjun was dumbfounded. It's good that Lin Xiannian has this heart, but the problem of shortage of medicinal materials is a big problem for the whole industry. If you can solve it, then we, the bosses of the pharmaceutical groups, are all just eating our food? Lin Zifeng smiled. Of course I can't solve the industry's problems, but I can help Uncle Yun solve the problem of the shortage of medicinal herbs in the Muyun group. We at Red Sun Motors have some relationships with foreign countries, so we can help Uncle Yun contact foreign suppliers of medicinal herbs. Yun Xianjuan's brows furrowed. You can contact foreign herbalists? I didn't realize that Xian nephew Lin had such great ability. Lin Zifeng smiled gently. It's just relying on some family connections. It's not worth mentioning. Yun Xianjun narrowed his eyes. It wasn't as if he hadn't shifted his gaze abroad when there was a shortage of medicinal materials in the country, but most of the foreign medical resources, including raw materials, were in the hands of foreign plutocrat consortiums, and it was supposed to be a peer-to-peer competition. Now that the domestic pharmaceutical market is depressed, which is exactly what the foreign pharmaceutical group plutocrats would like to see, how could they possibly provide medicinal materials? However, if the Lin family can contact foreign herbalists, Yun Xianjun was in deep thought. This was not a bad solution. Young Lin is really powerful, but I don't think there's any pie in the sky in this world. Young Lin took the initiative to come. Is there something he's planning to do? Wang Chu spoke. Lin Zifeng glanced at Wang Chu and said indifferently, I'm naturally doing this for Qingyao. After all, Qingyao is the woman I love the most, and I'm willing to do anything I can for her. Saying that, Lin Zifeng looked at Wang Chu and sneered. I wonder what you can do for Qingyao. Wang Chu, is it hard to be a soft-eating gigolo at home? Nephew Lin Xian, thank you for your concern for the Muyun group, but our Muyun group's reserves of medicinal herbs are, well, ample. At this time, Yun Xianjun said indifferently, regarding the matter of the foreign pharmaceutical group, I think it's better to forget about it. Lin Zifeng froze. He had gone through a detailed and serious investigation, and now the situation of the Muyun group was very bad. That's why he swore to come over. But Yun Xianjun refused. Chapter 180 Burglars in the House? How could he refuse? Doesn't he know how high the price of domestic herbs is now? Doesn't he realize how much Mac Uni Group's costs will go up if he rejects himself? Lin Zifeng was a bit puzzled. He didn't know what was wrong. Does it mean that Yun Xianjun doesn't believe in himself? Uncle Yun, I wonder if you think I'm exaggerating the truth. Actually, it's like this. Lin Zifeng hurriedly tried to explain, but Yun Xianjun waved his hand and said, I naturally appreciate the feelings of Lin Xianyan, but it's true that our Muyun group doesn't need the provision of foreign medicinal herbs, and I have other things. Saying that, Yun Xianjun lifted his teacup. An unwilling look appeared on Lin Zifeng's face. Uncle Yun, then I'll leave first. Wang Chu, send off the guests. You don't need me to teach you this, right? Yun Xianjun glanced at Wang Chu. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Lin Xiao, let's go. Oh yeah, the water I poured for you hasn't been drunk yet. Looking at the still steaming water, Lin Zifeng glared fiercely at Wang Chu before turning around and leaving. Dad, why don't you accept Lin Zifeng's offer? Wang Chu asked with some curiosity after returning. Yun Xianjun glanced at Wang Chu and said without any good humor, Wang Chu, are you stupid? The problem of the shortage of medicinal materials is the core problem of our Muyun group at the moment. If I agree to him, that would be the same as admitting in front of him that our Muyun group has a huge problem right now. Do you think I would reveal such a horse's foot in front of a little kid? As long as I don't admit it, even if there are more speculations in the outside world, they're just speculations. Wang Chu nodded. Still, Dad is great. I thought it was you who had confidence in me, thinking that I would definitely help the Muyun group get out of the predicament. You? Yun Xianjun looked disgusted. You don't really think I would put all my hopes on you? No? What's wrong? Maybe I can really solve it? Wang Chu said with a smirk. Then I'm looking forward to it. Yun Xianjun made a sarcastic remark without being soft. Wang Chu suddenly remembered something as if, Dad, you said that the shortage of medicinal materials is the biggest core problem of the Muyun group, and that we can't let outsiders figure out the real situation, right? Yeah, why? Then, don't I now know the biggest secret of our Muyun group? Isn't it true that I actually wasn't an outsider from the very beginning? Wang Chu hemmed and hawed and said. Yun Xianjun froze. He hadn't really thought about this. Perhaps even though he had never recognized Wang Chu's identity, subconsciously, he really didn't take Wang Chu as an outsider either. Off. The old man was furious. At this time, Auntie Wang walked in with a grave expression. Grandpa, Auntie, I have something to report. Yun Xianjun instantly became calm. What is it? We have a burglar in our villa. What? Thief? Someone is monitoring the burglary in the villa? Wang Chu and Yun Xianjun glanced at each other, and there was something ugly in their eyes. It's simply too much. There's such a guy with such a corrupt character in the villa. We must find him. I'd like to see who's got such guts. Yun Xianjun's face was a bit ugly. Wang Chu also asked, Auntie Wang, what exactly was lost at home? Is it jewelry or gold? There are a lot of precious and valuable things in the villa, and many of them are Yun Qingyao's treasures. Which if lost? Aunt Wang shook her head. None of them. It's strange to say that all those previous jewelry in the house are not missing, but the spicy rabbit head that you made last night, Auntie, are all gone. Wang Chu was shocked. Aunt Wang, do you mean that those spicy rabbit heads we left over last night are gone? Auntie Wang nodded. Yes, Auntie. Wang Chu was a bit teary-eyed. This was that little cutie actually stealing the rabbit head he made? Ahem. It's not that big of a deal, is it? I thought someone had stolen something valuable. Yun Xianjun coughed dryly and said faintly, how about we leave this matter alone? Aunt Wang shook her head. Master, although this is a small matter, in a way, it is a big matter. Yesterday the aunt deliberately left some rabbit meat and rabbit heads for everyone, and the dinners were all very sumptuous. The usual reward is very much, but to think that some people still go and steal the food is not a matter of gluttony, but a matter of moral character, and this is specially made by Auntie for Little Miss, and Little Miss likes to eat it. As a servant, the most basic quality should still be there. Auntie Wang's voice was not subdued, and her eyes were filled with a determined look. She had been adopted by the Yun family since she was a child, and when Qingyao was small, she had taken care of Qingyao without fail, and now that Yu had been born again, she had begun to take care of Yu again without fail. No one she brought out had ever done anything out of the ordinary, so even though what happened last night was a small thing, it made her very angry. Wang Chu was about to say that he should either conduct a thorough investigation, but suddenly, he realized that there was something not quite right with his old husband's face. Associated with yesterday he swore he wasn't hungry. Is it last night's rabbit head that he got up in the middle of the night and snuck in to eat? Dad, I don't think there's any need to investigate this matter thoroughly. Wang Chu asked carefully. Yun Xianjun immediately said, yes, whoever is not a saint can't make mistakes. Besides, it's just 5 rabbit heads. What's the fuss about that? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. Solid. How did the old man know it was the remaining 5 rabbit heads if he didn't eat them? Cough cough. And Wang, let's forget about this matter. In fact, it was me who was a bit hungry last night, so I ate the rest of the rabbit head. Wang Chu smiled and said, I didn't think it would cause you to misunderstand. So it's Auntie. Aunt Wang sighed in relief. That's alright. It scared me. After Auntie Wang left, Yun Shenjun snorted coldly. Eat less at night in the future. What if you bring a bad example to Ye? Wang Chu blinked. You little old man. I was covering up for you just now. And you're still dejected? Okay. Everything Dad said is right. Wang Chu snorted and said, Dad, do you have any arrangements today? The mayor of Haichang has an appointment with me. What's wrong? Still want to investigate my whereabouts? Wang Chu smiled. Coincidentally, I happen to be going to the Haichang municipal government to do something today. Let's go together. Drive. Yun Shenjun said without any good humor. Wang Chu smiled. And when he passed by Yun Shenjun, he suddenly asked, Dad, how does the rabbit head taste? Not bad, just cold. Yun Shenjun subconsciously replied, and then his face changed. I didn't eat it. How do I know what flavor it is? Chapter 181 Fire Drills. Kids, we're going to have a fire drill later. Is everyone clear on what your teacher just told you? Maggie, you asked the children in her class in the Windmill Kindergarten. We all remember, the children said in unison. Then the teacher will ask everyone a question first, okay? The one with the best answer. The teacher will reward him with today's little red flower, okay? Yes, Maggie, you smiled. Then the teacher's first question is, what is our first step to do first if there is a fire? Teacher, I know. Teacher, I know that too. Quite a few of the kids raised their hands high. Xiao Wei, you answer this question. Yumechi asked to a little boy. The little boy stood up and replied loudly. First we have to cover our noses with a towel and run out. No, it's a wet towel. Another child stood up and added. You can't run around. You have to listen to the teacher. A little girl whispered. That's right. What everyone said was great. Yumechi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the children's memory was quite good. However, Yumechi was a little puzzled as to how Ye, who was usually always very active, was not active at this time, and had been lying on the table writing and drawing, and she didn't know what she was doing. Ye, do you think you can take the elevator during a fire? Yumechi asked. Ye stood up. You can't, because a fire would fry the circuits, and the elevator wouldn't be able to move. And not only is it unsafe, but it's also dangerous. Maggie froze. While she had told the kids they couldn't ride the elevator, she hadn't told them why. Because Yumechi felt that some things said too much, but will affect the judgment of small children, and these small children also cannot understand but I didn't expect you to even know what the reason was. Yeah, tell the teacher. How did you know? It's what POA told me when he told me a story at night. Yeah smiled and said, Mr. Xiaoyu, do you think I'm right? Yumechi laughed and gave a thumbs up towards Yeah is right. We mustn't take the elevator when there's a fire, or else it'll be too dangerous if the elevator malfunctions. We're going to cover our mouths and noses with wet towels and then follow our teacher's instructions to evacuate down the stairs and hide in a safe, open area. If we don't have time to evacuate, we must find a smaller place like the restroom with a water source and wait for Uncle Fireman to rescue us. And if the fire is very smoky, we have to go out hunched over and not breathe the air from the smoke. Maggie, you repeated it again, and this time, the sound of a fire siren came to mind outside. A puff of smoke then came up from downstairs and soon filled the classroom. Yumechi shouted, Children, now hurry to find out your small towel. After wetting it with water before covering your mouth and nose, listen to my command and go out in order. Yumechi had thought it was a simple matter. After all, the kids had known what to do before, but to my surprise, when the maneuvers started, everything went wrong. After the smoke rose, the children were a little alarmed and scared. Everything he had heard before was all forgotten at this moment. Many of the children's minds were blank, and some were even already so good and scared that they were wailing. I want my mommy. I want to go home. Oh, Daddy. I want Daddy. Yumechi was about to break down. She had said it was fine before. How could it go wrong right from the start? Children, don't panic. You listen to your teacher. First take out your towel, wet it with water from your water bottle, then cover your mouth and nose and listen to your teacher. Maggie, you said loudly again. But all these kids had clearly panicked, some listening to the teacher and pulling out towels, but more were wailing in their seats, and others going along to grab toys they didn't normally play with. Maggie, you said her heart was tired, and by this time, Yaya had safely arrived downstairs in the playground and was looking puzzled. Where are all the other kids? Did I get out too early? Do you want to go back? Why can't everyone do something so simple? You expressed her surprise. In the end, the first fire drill declared a failure. Although it was said that in the end, Maggie, you managed to bring all the kids down. It was way overdue. So, Yaya was the only one who managed to make it downstairs safely within the allotted time. Today's little red flower can only be given to Yaya. Yaya, here's your lunchbox. On the way to the classroom, Xian ran to Yaya's side and handed Yaya's lunchbox to her. You just went downstairs too fast and forgot to take your lunchbox. Yaya blinked. But we have to get out first thing, Xian said without a care in the world. But if the lunchbox is dropped, if there's a real fire, won't it burn down? That would really be a pity. Yeah, we're best friends, so can we eat together today? Yaya hugged her lunchbox with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. You don't want to eat my poops cooking, do you? Of course not. Xian skimmed her mouth and said, I just can help you taste the saltiness. When it was time for lunch, Yaya finally agreed to eat with Xian. After all, Xian was her best friend, and she couldn't keep saying no, could she? When it was time for lunch, the kindergarten started to distribute the fruit. Yumechi's eyes twinkled. Kids, let's play a game today, shall we? Today's fruit has watermelon and peaches. If the teacher falls into the river, will you eat the watermelon or the peach first? I'll have the watermelon first. A little boy smiled and took a slice of watermelon. I'll eat the peach first. Another little girl touched away the peach on the other side. I'll eat the watermelon first too. I eat watermelon too. I want a peach. Soon, it was Xian's turn. She hesitated. Teacher, can I have a mango? My favorite thing to eat is mango. Yumechi was already in a lifeless state. There's only watermelon and peaches today. I'll have a peach then. Saying that, Xian took away the peaches somewhat unhappily. Yaya came over and said, Mr. Stao Yu, I choose to save the teacher. Maggie Yu was thrilled that finally one of the kids had noticed the crux of the matter. Is the teacher less important in their eyes than watermelons and peaches? Yaya is so good. Yumechi even had an urge to cry. Yaya pointed to the fruit and said, so can I take a watermelon and a peach? Chapter 182, we haven't disgraced the Yun family. Originally, Wang Chu had gone to the city hall with Yun Xianjun, but soon after, Wang Chu was nowhere to be found and acted alone. Yun Xianjun wanted to know what Wang Chu had gone for, but he was too embarrassed to ask directly due to the issue of face. He could only go to see Chen Xingshan, the mayor of Haichang, with a stomach full of questions. For their meeting this time, Chen Xingshan looked very solemn. Although it was said that Haichang was also considered a metropolis in the country, but probably because of the geographical reasons, Haichang was more like a tourist city. Chen Xingshan has been committed to urban diversification over the years, and Haichang's urban competitiveness is much weaker if it relies solely on tourism as a label. So he develops tertiary industry, high-tech industry, builds a cultural city, and actively declares red bases in spiritual cities. Only by making Haichang a diversified city, rather than relying on tourism to develop on one leg, the more sustainable and internationally competitive Haichang will become. And this arrival of Yun Xianjun also allowed Chen Xingshan to see a glimmer of opportunity. After all, Muyun Group is a top pharmaceutical group in Kyushu, and recently out of the pharmaceutical industry. Muyun Group is also actively developing into other fields. If the development center of the Muyun Group can be placed in Haichang, then it will have a great effect on the future GDP enhancement of Haichang. So the conversation was cordial, and Yun Xianjun had an urge to resist investing in Haichang after hearing Chen Xingshan's conditions. Whether it's a policy or a bank loan, Chen Xingshan says it's not a problem. Unfortunately, Yun Xianjun came this time, not to investigate the investment, but for the matter of medicinal herbs. Chen Xingshan also noticed the intention in Yun Xianjun's eyes, and did not say anything more. After all, there are some things that have to be considered slowly. However, Chen Xingshan believed that Yun Xianjun would definitely be moved. That said, we're actually all kind of family. Chen Xingshan smiled and said, your son-in-law is a native of our Haichang, and he is also a talented man with an extraordinary appearance. The smile on Yun Xianjun's face froze for a moment. Overrated. I didn't expect Chen Xingshan to say with a straight face, General Manager Yun, you may be thinking that I am praising Wang Chu in front of you, but things aren't like that. I really think that Wang Chu is a very special man. Oh, Yun Xianjun's eyebrows raised. It seems that Chen City has a good feeling about Wang Chu. Chen Xingshan smiled. That's because Wang Chu is indeed a strange man. In terms of character, he saved people at the scene of a car accident, and fought with wolves on Wild Mang Mountain in order to protect a few college students he didn't know. Yun Xianjun froze. There was still this? He was very angry at that time after learning about Wang Chu from his father's mouth, but at that time, he had too many things going on and did not have the time to investigate Wang Chu's matter at all. This looks like Wang Chu's body. There are indeed a lot of places that he does not know. It's not for nothing that they were able to gain their daughter's favor. And, Yun Xianjun couldn't help but ask, perhaps you don't know yet, but in the international Hercules competition held in Haichang yesterday, Wang Chu won the championship with a crushing advantage. This is history-breaking and the first time an Asian has won the International Hercules tournament. Although there are not many domestic Hercules spectators, there are many loyal spectators for the International Hercules competitions, so it can be said that Haicheng's city image and international reputation will have a great improvement because of Wang Chu alone. This has an important role to play in the future of Haicheng's internationalization. Yun Xianjuan's heart was shocked. He did hear Wang Chu say something yesterday about participating in a competition and winning a championship. I thought it was Wang Chu who made up his mind, but I didn't expect it to be true. It's just some measly brute strength. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Perhaps even Yun Xianjun himself did not feel that his tone had changed. Slightly more proud. Mr. Yun, you're wrong to say that. In fact, Wang Chu's ability is much more than that, Chen Qingshan said with a sigh of emotion. As you know, regarding the construction of the Martyrs Mausoleum and the promotion project of the Haicheng Red Base, both are now under Wang Chu's responsibility. Yun Qianjun frowned. Is that so? But I see that he's just been hanging around the house lately. Are there a lot of things he hasn't dealt with? I'll go back and teach him a good lesson. No, Mr. Yun, you're thinking wrong, Chen Qingshan explained. In fact, the next day, Wang Chu did all the planning and design, every step of the process as well as the time point. All clear. I once had the secretariat do a simulation. If we want to do such detailed planning, the entire secretariat at least 3 days or more. And Wang Chu did it all by himself? Chen Qingshan smiled and said, if Wang Chu wasn't the son-in-law of the Yun family, I'd even want him to come work for our government. This work efficiency is too high, and his ability is already completely inferior to that of old son. This young man can't boast too much about him, or else he'll be too proud. Yun Xianjun said indifferently, it's not bad, it hasn't disgraced our Yun family. Achoo! Wang Chu, who was at the Haicheng City Central Hospital, sneezed, and he rubbed his nose in some confusion. I seem to be in pretty good health myself lately, so how come I'm sneezing? Is someone thinking of me? Wang Chu shook his head and looked at Yi Song. Brother Yi, regarding the company's business license, I've already entrusted someone to do it. Now it's just your side. Have you found a suitable medicinal herb planting base? Yi Song nodded. I've been around the outskirts of the city around Haicheng for the past 2 days, and I found a very good place that can be used as a medicinal herb planting site. But that piece of mountain contracting requires at least $300,000 per year. Wang Chu nodded. Okay, money is not a problem. I will transfer it to you later. You strive to finalize this matter today. The lease period is at least 10 years. 10 years. That's $3 million. Yi Song's heart carefully calculated, and a shocked look appeared in both his eyes. Is Mr. Wang really comfortable handing over $3 million in cash? But Yi Song's worry was superfluous. Wang Chu quickly transferred the money to Yi Song's card and then instructed Yi Song on some precautions. Oh yeah, Lan Lan is in surgery tomorrow, right? When he was leaving, Wang Chu suddenly asked, I see that Lan Lan looks much better now. Yi Tsang said gratefully, yes, thanks to Mr. Wang who has been sending people to deliver food. Otherwise, Lan Lan's color wouldn't have improved so fast. Even the doctor was shocked. Wang Chu smiled. I'll bring Yaya with me when we wait for the surgery tomorrow. I hope Lan Lan's surgery will be a success. And at this time, in the middle of a high-class clubhouse, a group of Haicheng's dudes were raising their glasses and drinking, with only Yang Wei sulking on the sidelines. Yang, what's wrong with you? Tell me what's so unhappy. Let the brothers be happy. One dude said with a hefty smile. It couldn't be that he was fooling around outside yesterday and got caught by his sister-in-law. How can that be? Is Yang the kind of person who was a wife-beater? Ha ha ha. Yang Wei blankly glanced at them without a good mood. Old me is now being counted by a turd 3. And I'm annoyed right now. Who dares to mess with our young master Yang? Let's brothers go and loosen his bones? Chapter 183 Food Poisoning. Yang Wei squinted at the dude who spoke. Loosening his muscles? If you can loosen his muscles, I'll call you brother from now on. The man's eyes lit up. Yang, this is what you said. You little brother. I'll take you in. Who is that turd 3? What's his name? Yang Wei said indifferently. He's called Wang Chu. He's now the son-in-law of the Yun family. Go ahead. Son-in-law of the Yun family? Is there still a Yun family in this Haicheng? Suddenly a dude widened his eyes. Yang, the Yun family you mentioned. It can't be the Yun family of the Imperial Capital Nukian Group, right? Yang Wei sneered and said, that's right. It's him, a soft-eating white boy. The surroundings instantly fell silent, and the dude who swore to take Yang Wei as his little brother before shut up. Yang Wei's heart sighed. He knew that once he revealed Wang Chu's identity, this must be the look on their faces. That was the Imperial Capital Yun family. Not something these dudes in Haicheng could mess with. Dudes are dudes, but they are not cuties. On the contrary, they are smarter than most people because they know who they can mess with and who they can't mess with. At this time, the door to the club room opened. a man with a high and cold temperament walked in. "Which one of you is Yang Wei?" The dudes in the room were a little offended. "Who's this guy? He's got his nose in the air. Who's he talking to?" "I'm Janeway. What do you do?" Yang Wei vaguely felt that the person in front of him was somewhat imposing. Not like an ordinary person. "You are Yang Wei?" The young man looked Yang Wei up and down, a disdainful look in his eyes. "I'm from the imperial capital Lin family. Do you want to deal with Wang Chu?" Afternoon. Wang Chu finished dealing with the matter at hand and was about to go home to take a rest when he suddenly received an urgent call from Yumechi. "What? Food poisoning? What the hell is going on here?" When Wang Chu heard Yumechi say that food poisoning had occurred in the kindergarten, and that Yaya was also vomiting and having diarrhea, his face changed. "Where are you guys right now? I'll rush over immediately." On the way to the hospital, Wang Chu gave his old husband a brief explanation of the matter. Yun Xianjun also tensed up. "Doesn't Yaya bring the meals you made for her every day now? How could she get food poisoning? Is there something wrong with the meals you cooked?" Listening to Yun Xianjuan's voice that was questionable in its nervousness, Wang Chu directly pressed the phone to death. "Something wrong with my cooking? Are you kidding me? That's a fine product of the system." When Wang Chu felt the Haicheng City People's Hospital, he found that there were already many parents surrounding Yumechi in front of him. Parents are in a state of euphoria. The Windmill Kindergarten is the most expensive private kindergarten in Haicheng, and its fees are dozens of times higher than those of other public kindergartens. They had thought that by paying such an expensive garden fee, they would surely give their children a better education and better food safety. "But I didn't realize that there was food poisoning in the kindergarten, which is unbelievable. Your kindergarten must give us parents an explanation as to how our children got food poisoning." "That's right, we pay so much in garden fees every month. Are we wasting it all? We're not going to let this matter go. Big deal. We'll see you in court." Yumechi was in the middle of the crowd and was shivering like a besieged sheep. As scared as she was, there wasn't much she could do about it, and the incident was indeed a mistake on the part of the kindergarten. Even if the parents were angry, she could understand. There is just some aggravation. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. This is our kindergarten's mistake. Our director is already actively contacting the doctor. We will definitely handle this matter properly. The children are now in the hospital, and I, as the children's teacher, am also very sad and upset, and I'm very much away from home where everyone is thinking, but everyone would like to give us a chance, and we definitely won't shirk our responsibilities. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Maggie Yu said she was sorry over and over again, bowing and apologizing to the parents over and over again. Wang Chu was also originally filled with anger, but seeing Yumechi's sincere expression, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, this matter does not have much to do with the main class teacher. Seeing Yumechi's sincere attitude, without the slightest hint of shirking her responsibility, many of the parents could only hold down their anger and anxiously wait for the doctor's reply. Wang Chu came to Yumechi's side. "Teacher Xiaoyu, what's going on here? Didn't Yaya always eat the meals I brought? How did you get food poisoning?" A look of shame appeared on Yumechi's face. "I'm sorry, there was some problem with the fruit provided by the kindergarten today. That's why it happened." "Fruit?" Wang Chu frowned. "Shouldn't all the fruits purchased by the kindergarten be purchased from specialized channels? The safety should be guaranteed." Yumechi nodded. That was indeed the case before. But yesterday a relative of the kitchen supervisor wholesaled a batch of peaches and watermelons and wanted him to help with them. That supervisor thinks are relatives. So also the fruit that should have been purchased from Fresh Fruit Exchange, directly from the relative's side of the take, but did not expect is, the pesticide residue of those fruits exceeded the standard. So triggered such a thing. Excess pesticide residue may not be as serious for adults. However, the child's body is weak, resistance is poor, the intestinal tract is very fragile, simply cannot resist the erosion of excessive pesticide residues fruit. That's why there's been such widespread food poisoning. An angry look appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. Yaya is the flesh of his heart. The thought of the usually happy, lively and lovely Yaya, now lying in a hospital bed. Wang Chu's heart is a strangling pain. Yu's father. "I'm really sorry. I didn't protect you." Yumechi lowered her head and said with some self-reproach. Wang Chu helped her drive Sun Chunkai away, but she didn't take care of Yaya, which made her feel very self-conscious. Wang Chu glanced at Yumechi, although he knew that some things were not within Yumechi's control, and that this matter did not have much to do with Yumechi. But the thought of Yaya still being in the emergency room didn't give him the idea to say it was okay. "This thing is really hard to forgive. Better wait until the doctor comes out," Wang Chu said in a deep voice. "I hope nothing happened to the children." There were quite a number of parents in the corridor, and everyone was very nervous. Although these parents were all non-rich people, at this time, they were all at their wits' end. Suddenly, the door to the emergency room opened and two doctors in white coats walked out. "Hello," all the parents gathered around. Chapter 184, The Perfect Gene. "Doctor, is my baby okay? Doctor, how is my child? Is he out of danger? Doctor, when will my baby be discharged? The two doctors were calm. They'd seen this sort of thing a lot. Everyone be quiet for a moment and I'll tell you what's going on. One of the doctors said, since the children were brought in on time, after first aid, the children are now in remission and only need to stay in the hospital for half a day. And if nothing happens, they can be discharged. But within these few days' time, the children still need bed rest. The children's intestines are still weak. The diet should be as light as possible. Don't supplement some things indiscriminately, or else it won't do the children any good. The many parents were relieved to hear the doctor's words. At this time, another doctor suddenly asked, who is the parent of little friend Wang Nianchu? Wang Chu's heart jumped as a trace of gravity appeared in his eyes. Hello doctor, I'm Wang Nianchu's little friend's father. I wonder how my child's condition is. Wang Chu's heart was a little apprehensive and his voice was a little nervous. This doctor took it out so individually and asked, did he mean that Yeya's situation was the worst? Caring was messy, and Wang Chu's heart was already a bit messed up. Poop! Before the doctor could say anything, Yeya's little head was already out from behind the emergency room door. After seeing Wang Chu, he excitedly ran out with a jump and jumped onto Wang Chu's body. Wang Chu hugged Yeya and looked at Yeya's excited expression. His entire body was dumbfounded. What is this situation? Does it mean that Yeya didn't eat the peaches? Yeya, did you eat the fruit from kindergarten? Yeya nodded. Of course I ate it. I even ate all the peaches and watermelon. Not only Wang Chu, even the surrounding parents were puzzled. Since it was the fruit that was the problem, why was it okay for this child to eat it? Here's the thing. This parent. At this time, the doctor spoke up. Wang Nianchu's child's body is great. Her physical fitness far exceeds that of other children of her age, and her intestinal function is very strong. Although it is said that there are pesticide residues on the fruit, it can't harm Wang Nianchu's child. Saying that, the doctor looked at Wang Chu with an approving gaze. This parent, to be honest, in all the years I've been practicing medicine, it's the first time I've seen a child with such great physical qualities. You must have spent a lot of effort on your child's health. Wang Chu sighed in relief and smiled. As a father, these are all things I should do as well. As long as Yeya is fine, then everything is fine. Yeah, do you really feel okay now? Does it feel uncomfortable there? Wang Chu still asked with some uneasiness. Yeya shook her head. Baba, Yeya is fine. Yeya just has diarrhea. Then it's fine. The doctor smiled. We've done a full body checkup on little friend Wang Nianchu, and there's nothing wrong, so you can rest assured. With the doctor's words, Wang Chu was finally completely relieved. When the doctor left, Wang Chu was quickly surrounded by other parents. Daddy, yeah, may I ask how you usually raise your children? Give us some experience. That's right, Yu is so cute. You must have unique parenting experience. Let us know. Yeah, Dad. Our kids are all in the same kindergarten. That's fate. Looking at so many eager-eyed parents, Wang Chu was a bit teary-eyed. How's the parenting? How does he know? He's only been a baby daddy for less than a month. Isn't it bull ***** to talk about parenting experience? This matter it. Actually I don't have much experience. Wang Chu could only be honest. The other parents were in disbelief. Just now the other doctor said that Yeya's body is great. The healthiest child he has seen in all his years of medical practice. How could they believe this Yu's father if he didn't have any secret sauce? Yeah, Dad. This is your fault. Right, you are also a parent. What insights do you have? Let's share them with each other. That's right, you can't be too selfish. What's the point of hiding it? Brother, be open-minded. Wang Chu was a bit speechless. What did he mean he was hiding it? He really didn't know. However, Wang Chu also vaguely had some guesses. It should be that these days Yeya ate all the fruits grown from the system seeds and used mountain spring water to make soup. And these things are subconsciously changing Yeya's physique. But who would believe this kind of talk? But by the looks of it, these parents had to come up with some secret sauce or something on their own. It also looked like they were all scared by what had just happened. Wang Chu hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I don't have any special methods. It's all because of her mom. The eyes of the crowd lit up. Is this Yeya's father finally going to say something dry? Because my wife is a very beautiful, virtuous, showy and sensible woman, like the goddess Luo in the world, with the temperament of an orchid in an empty valley. A lot of male parents are sour. What is this guy talking about? There is such a thing as praising your wife in public? Yua Dad, do you mean that it's because Yua mom is excellent that she was able to raise the current Yeya? Finally, someone couldn't help it and interrupted Wang Chu, asking. Wang Chu shook his head. Why can't you guys grasp the point? The point is, genes. It is because my daughter-in-law is such a perfect person that she has the perfect genes to have the perfect Yu. Hey, I actually don't want to say anything about this matter. After all, this is innate and can't be relied on to make up for it later in life. The parents around them were stunned. They had never seen such brazenness. Look at that. Is that a human word? Wang Chu was still lamenting. Of course, To be able to meet a woman like my daughter-in-law is something that can be encountered in life, so that means there's almost no possibility for you guys. The surrounding parents looked at each other, and all saw in their respective eyes an idea of wanting to beat this guy up violently. Although Wang Chu was very handsome, but this sounds really harsh, but didn't know where to retort. I say, gentlemen, instead of stopping me now to ask what parenting experience you have to say, why don't you go and see your children? I think the last thing they want to see when they open their eyes right now is your concerned faces and loving gazes. These words woke up the parents around them, and they left Wang Chu behind and walked quickly towards the hospital room. On the way, though, their minds were still reeling. Isn't Yaya the little kid who always brings her own food? I'm going to let my kid bring his own food in the future too. What bull asterisk 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 jeans. Whoever believes that is a little cutie. Chapter 185, The Problem That's Killing Me. Those parents were gone, and Wang Chu was relieved to finally get rid of them. Poopy is awesome. Yaya looked at Wang Chu with an adoring face and said, just now, so many uncles and aunts surrounded Poopa, but Poopa defeated them all. Wang Chu was happy, right? They can't even compare to Dad's fighting strength. Hayat nodded solemnly. At this time, Yu Meichi walked over, and beside her was the director of the Big Windmill Kindergarten. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. What happened today was a mistake on the part of our kindergarten, bringing physical harm to the child. As the director, I'm saying sorry to you. The smile on Wang Chu's face froze. Although it was said that this time, Yaya didn't have any major problems, just a stomachache for a while, and a diarrhea would be fine. But this was a major management failure at Windmill Preschool. It is unforgivable in any way that parents pay so much in garden fees every month, only to have so many children eat their way into the hospital. Do you think that saying sorry is enough? Wang Chu said indifferently. I can't see any sincerity in this. The headmaster's face showed a look of shame. Of course, we will strengthen the management of the kindergarten later, and also strengthen the supervision. About the follow-up of this matter, after we have dealt with it, we will also notify all the parents one by one, and for the originator of this matter, we will definitely not let it go easily either. Wang Chu nodded slightly, although he said that his heart was annoyed, but this kindergarten's attitude of admitting fault was still considered to be more correct. This was still a problem-solving attitude after all. However, it is also thought that the children who are able to go to school in the Windmill Kindergarten, their families are either rich or expensive, and after such a big incident, if the kindergarten really wants to shirk its responsibility, then it doesn't need to continue to open in Haicheng. Alright, anyway, my family Yaya didn't suffer too much damage. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said indifferently, I see that there shouldn't be any way for the kindergarten to start school normally in the next 2 days, so I'll take Yaya back first. The headmaster nodded. Mr. Wang, you're right, these 2 days are indeed not suitable for school anymore. Then Yaya will go home first. When the time comes, Teacher Xiaoyu will notify you. Wang Chu nodded before turning around and leaving with Yaya in his arms. At this moment outside the doorway, Yun Qianjun breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had come a long time ago, but had been outside checking on Wang Chu's performance. Seeing that Yaya was finally fine, only then did Yun Qianjun's face reveal a hint of relief. However, the doctor's words slightly surprised Yun Qianjun, because of the previous Yu a little premature, coupled with 6 months after the birth of frequent illness. Immunity is very low. Over the years, although the Yun family has used a lot of ways, but have not solved the problem of Yu's weak constitution. A few days ago, Yaya even took a few days off because she had a cold. But Yaya had only been following Wang Chu for a few days, and her physique had recovered so well? Thinking of this, Yun Qianjun sighed softly. Could it be that it's because of father's company that Yaya's health has gotten better? Yun Qianjun murmured, and a trace of tenderness surfaced on his face as he recalled Wang Chu going out of his way to meticulously prepare every meal for Yaya every day. Let's go. I'm relieved that Yaya is fine, Yun Qianjun said indifferently. The secretary next to him froze for a moment. Mr. Yun, won't you take a look at little miss? No, it saves me from seeing Wang Chu later and not knowing whether to praise him or scold him, or just disappear. Yun Qianjun snorted coldly. I just don't see eye to eye with him. A hint of a smile appeared on the secretary's face. Then, Mr. Yun, are we going to meet our agent next? Go. On the way home, Wang Chu first reported his piece to Yun Qianjun, and then listened to Yaya chattering about what happened inside the kindergarten. Poop, we had a fire drill today, and Yaya was the only one who completed it, and I even got a little red flower. Yaya is awesome, Wang Chu said with a smile. Yaya laughed nervously, but soon, her eyes rolled. Poopy, let me ask you a question, okay? Wang Chu drove the car and said with a smile, what's the problem? Ask, if I fall into the river, will Poopy eat the watermelon or the peach first? Wang Chu glanced at Yaya and saw that she had an expectant look on her face. Watermelon? What kind of watermelon? Is it a Kirin King or a Black Beauty? Is it seeded or seedless? What kind of peaches? Snow peaches, honey peaches or yellow peaches? You froze. This problem is less than the teacher did not say ah. Looking at Ye a bit dazed, Wang Chu's heart laughed, but his face said in a serious manner, if you don't explain it to me, how can I know what to choose? Ye was a little aggravated. Poop, shouldn't you have chosen to save Ye? Isn't Ye your baby anymore? Saying that, Ye's little mouth turned up and her eyes reddened a little. Wang Chu's heart was startled. This joke seemed to have gone too far. Cough cough. Yeah. Do you know why I didn't choose to save Ye first? Wang Chu asked in a deep voice. Ye blinked, a little puzzled. Why? Because, with Puppy around, Puppy would never let Ye fall into the river. Wang Chu said seriously, because Poop is Ye's superhero so is not going to let Ye fall into the river. Ye's face lightened up a bit, so that's how it was. She thought she wasn't as important as watermelon and peaches in Puppy's mind. Wang Chu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he made Ye cry, then it wouldn't be easy to coax her back. In the future, we must be careful and cautious about this kind of life-giving question. Wang Chu's heart murmured. At this time, Ye's eyes rolled. POA. If I and Mama fall into the water together, will you save Ye or Mama first? Wang Chu kicked on the brakes, a horrified expression on his face. What is this? Ye is already studying this ultimate human problem at such a young age? He hadn't been asked by Yun Qingyao about his wife and mom falling into the water. But surprisingly he was first asked by the little girl about his daughter and daughter-in-law falling into the water. Of course it's to save Ye first. This time, Wang Chu didn't hesitate to say. Cutting through. Ye was finally happy and had a smug smile on her face. Wang Chu froze. Yeah. You're voicing your mama again? Yeah. Quickly withdraw. Hurry up and withdraw. Wang Chu took a deep breath and said solemnly. But Ye won't withdraw it. Give it to me. However, Wang Chu had just taken the cell phone from Ye's hands when he saw Yun Qingyao's voice sent over. Chapter 186, The Little Jealous Girl. Isn't this Yun Qingyao on the set? How could she have sent a voice back so quickly? Is this what she's been doing with her cell phone? Wang Chu hesitated for a moment, then decisively chose to withdraw. As long as it's withdrawn, there's no more evidence. Big deal, just deny it yourself. But just as Wang Chu hesitated, time had already passed and there was no way to withdraw. Nanny! Wang Chu's face showed a bitter smile. Is this, the heavens cutting off his own retreat? Restless heart, trembling hands, Wang Chu tapped on the voice sent by Yun Qingyao. Wang Chu, do you know what else you can kneel on besides the rubbing board, the keyboard, and the durian? With a bam, Wang Chu's hand shook and his cell phone fell directly to his feet. Although Yun Qingyao's voice was sweet, Wang Chu felt a strong killing intent. It's over. Cold sweat was running down Wang Chu's head. Next to her, Ye had no idea what kind of catastrophe-level consequences she had just brought about for Wang Chu. Poopy, what's a scrub? And why are you kneeling on a scrub? Ye asked innocently. Wang Chu glanced at Ye inside. You are really my good daughter. Ye proudly patted her chest. That's for sure. Wang Chu was a bit speechless. The current Ye still couldn't understand the refrain Back home, Ye drew out her drawing board and brushes and began to draw again. Wang Chu was a little surprised. He had thought that Ye learning to paint was just a 3-minute fever, but he didn't expect that she seemed to really like painting. But after painting for less than half an hour, Ye was a bit unable to sit still. Poopy, let's go out and play. Ye ran to Wang Chu. My hands are sore. Wang Chu put down the book in his hands and smiled. What's wrong? Don't you want to draw so soon? But, the ones you taught me, I learned them all. Wang Chu didn't believe it. Although he had taught Ye some very simple techniques, but Ye was after all only a 3-year-old child. Her learning ability was that strong? Really? Then I'll have to check it out. If Ye lied to Dad, Dad will be very sad. Really? Ye doesn't lie. Saying that, Ye brought the drawing board and brushes over and showed in front of Wang Chu how to draw the little rabbit, the little pig and the little tiger. The technique is still a bit rusty, but it's really able to be drawn in its entirety. Genius. Wang Chu was shocked. He didn't expect his Wang Chu's daughter to be a painting genius. Poopy, I'm done painting. Can we go out and play? Ye looked at Wang Chu pitifully and said. Wang Chu picked up Ye. Okay, then let's go look for Great Grandmaster. Okay? Ye asked curiously. Baba, where is the Great Grandmaster? Shuangshi Town, Waking Lake. Shuangshi Township, Waking Lake, is the largest natural lake in Shuangshi Township too, because of its proximity to the wild Mang Mountain. Protected by a nature reserve, Waking Lake is not polluted by modern industry, which is surrounded by beautiful mountains and gorgeous scenery, and there are a lot of fish in the lake. And there are even people who say that they have seen hundreds of pounds of carp on 2 relatively flat slabs of stone at the edge of the Waking Lake. There were 2 small matzes and 2 old men were fishing in a leisurely manner. I say, old Yun, do you 100 billionaire, still need to fish? Yang Lao said with a cold snort. If you want to eat fish, buy it yourself. Yun Lao, on the other hand, said proudly, I say Lao Yang, you're just jealous. Jealous that I've fished and caught more than you, but I understand. I haven't fished for decades. I didn't realize that my handiwork is still so good, and sure enough, excellent people are excellent at all times. Spitting, Elder Yang looked at Elder Yun with disdain. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I just didn't show my skills and gave in to you. Elder Yun squinted at Elder Yang. Is that so? Then I beg you to show me your real skills and let me have a good time, okay? Saying that, Yun Lao patted his bucket, but I've already caught 5. You only have 2, right? Yang Lao hated and gritted his teeth. This old man Yun is really something. $100 billion level of wealth, but still pressurized himself on the level of fishing. This is really a ghost. I say, aren't you going to do some kind of martyr's garden mausoleum? With your attitude, when will it be ready, so I can see it in my lifetime? Yun Lao said indifferently. What's the hurry? I've already explained this matter to Wang Chu. With him, you can rest assured. I like this kid Wang Chu. It's a pity that it's your granddaughter-in-law. Otherwise, I would have wanted to recruit him as my granddaughter-in-law. Elder Yang let out a sigh of emotion. Elder Yun was a bit curious. To be honest, I haven't seen your children these days. What's wrong? All busy outside? Of course, it's not like our Yang family has $100 billion family fortune to inherit. Of course they have to run for their lives. Yang Lao shrugged and said, but my granddaughter, that's the prettiest girl in the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages. That's definitely not as beautiful as my family's granddaughter. Elder Yun said without a care in the world. No way. My granddaughter is the prettiest. Ha ha ha. Then you've never seen a pretty one. Elder Yun heatedly laughed. Wonton noodle. You're picking a fight on purpose, aren't you? What's up? Want a real-life PK? Come on. I'm afraid of you. Yang Lao sneered. Did you see my casserole-sized fist? That's my fist, and you're flying away from me. When Wang Chu brought Yeye to Waking Lake, he found that the 2 old men were having a battle between you and me. The words were very heated, as if they were a sword fight on Manhwa, but the body was motionless and steady as a rock. Grandpa, Elder Yang, what are you doing? Wang Chu was somewhat in tears. These 2 old men who were almost 200 years old combined were actually fighting a war of words. Wang Chu, you came just in time. Let me ask you, do you think Xing Yao is the most beautiful girl in this world? Seeing Wang Chu arrive, Elder Yun immediately asked. Although he didn't know why Elder Yun was asking this, but Xing Yao was his own daughter-in-law, so Wang Chu's stance naturally had to be firm. That's for sure. Xing Yao is the prettiest and cutest girl I've ever seen. Wang Chu took a deep breath. His expression was serious and earnest. Grandpa Yun, please go back tonight and make sure you convey my words to Xing Yao. My fondness for her, my love for her, is as firm as a rock. No no no. Old Yun, you're cheating. Old Yang was disgruntled. Wang Chu is your granddaughter-in-law. A lover's eye brings out the best in the West. He naturally looks toward your granddaughter. What he says doesn't count. Poopy, what about Hyatt? Yeye pulled Wang Chu's sleeve, tilted her head and asked, isn't Yeye the most beautiful and lovely girl in this world? Forgot about this little vinegar addict. Chapter 187, Surrendered. Of course Yeye is also the most beautiful and lovely girl in this world. You and Mama are equally important in Pupa's heart. Wang Chu immediately said. You then smiled happily. Where's the little girl from? She's really cute. Elder Yang saw Yeye, and he too was instantly captured by Yeye's adorable appearance. Old man Yun, is this little girl? Elder Yun said proudly. This is Yeye, the child of my granddaughter and Wang Chu. Old man Yang had a look of jealousy on his face. Did you old man Yun save the galaxy in your last life? Your heavy granddaughter is also too cute. How come all the good things have fallen on your old man Yun's head? That's 4 generations. How many people can't even envy it? Thinking of his granddaughter, old man Yang felt a pang of distress. I'm 25 years old. I don't even have a date. I just know how to laugh and joke all day long. I'm not decent. Whenever the matter of getting her to find a date early was brought up, she pretended to be deaf. Over the years, not even going back to Grandpa's house. Hey, old man Yang sighed in his heart. The more he looked at Yeye, the more cute he felt. Come, little girl, come to me. Grandpa has good food here. Old man Yang opened his mouth. Master Yun's eyes lit up. Old man Yang, this is what you said. What did you just say? You let Yeye call you grandpa? Ha ha ha. You're taking the initiative to be a generation younger than me. Quickly call me uncle. Old man Yang froze for a moment. He then remembered that this little girl was old man Yun's heavy granddaughter. This old man Yun, how can his brain turn so fast? Taking advantage of people is really not spared at all. Get lost. Let me call you uncle. In your next life, old man Yang said without a trace of anger. It was you who said it yourself just now. Master Yun said smugly. Everyone heard it. It wasn't me who intentionally took advantage of you. Yang Lao blanked Master Yun and ignored him, because Yang Lao knew that Yun Lao was that kind of tart. The more you ignored him, the more he got up to it. The best thing to do is just ignore him and say whatever he wants. It's not like you're admitting it to yourself anyway. Yaya hid behind Wang Chu as she looked at Elder Yang curiously. Yaya didn't know Elder Yang, but she felt that to be able to be so close to Tai Grandmaster shouldn't be a bad person. Yeah, this is Elder Yang, a friend of Grandmaster Tai. You should address him as Grandmaster Yang, Wang Chu said to Yaya. Yaya nodded, then said in a good-natured manner, "Good day, Mrs. Yang. I'm Yaya, nice to meet you." A hint of surprise appeared in Elder Yang's eyes. It was simply rare for such a young child to be so polite. Yang Lao wanted to find something to give to Yaya, but he rummaged through his pockets and couldn't find anything like chocolates or candies that children like. Yeah, this is the peanuts that Mrs. Yang fried at noon. For you to eat. Finally, Yang Lao pulled out a handful of fried peanuts from his pocket and handed them to Yaya. Yaya was a little hesitant as she glanced at Wang Chu with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Wang Chu smiled. This is the peanuts that Mrs. Yang personally fried. Take it and thank Mrs. Yang. Hearing what Pupa said, Yaya then reached out her hands to catch the peanut. Not enough. Yaya's hands were small and she could only catch 5 or 6 peanuts. Thank you Mrs. Yang, too much. Yaya can't hold it. Just that these are good. Yaya held the peanut, then raised it up and sent it to Wang Chu. Wang Chu was a little touched. It is true that his daughter is his own personalized little cotton coat. Even if it's just a few peanuts, I want to give it to Puppy to eat first. Puppy, help me peel peanuts. I want peanuts. Yaya's little tongue licked, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The fried peanuts were also too flavorful, and Yaya was already a little impatient to take a bite. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched, and he thought that Yaya was going to let herself eat it, but it turned out to be. It seems that Yaya is not only a little jealous, but also a snacker. Wang Chu's hand rubbed and removed the shell of the peanut, then stuffed the red peanut kernel into Yaya's mouth. It's so delicious, so crispy and flavorful. Yaya clicked her peanuts with a happy smile on her face. When Elder Yang saw that Yaya was eating very well, a smile appeared on his face as well, and he grinned, revealing his crippled teeth. After eating the peanuts, Yaya ran around like a wild horse that had taken off its reins. One day he goes chasing butterflies, the next he crouches down to watch ants, and the next he goes picking wildflowers, because there were bodyguards following around. Wang Chu wasn't worried about something happening to Yaya. Wang Chu, shouldn't Yaya be in school today? Why did you bring her here to play? Elder Yun asked as he still didn't know what happened in the kindergarten. Wang Chu sighed and told Elder Yun everything that happened in the kindergarten. A hint of anger appeared on Elder Yun's face, along with a hint of celebration. It was good that Yaya's physical condition was better and no accidents happened. Otherwise, he really didn't know what out of the ordinary things he would have done. It's really too much. How can you be so cavalier about what a child eats? This is clearly not taking the health and safety of children seriously, Elder Yun said through clenched teeth. Rarely, Elder Yang was also on a united front with Elder Yun. That's right, this kindergarten's purchasing head is simply damned. In order to make money, to do such a hurtful behavior, simply worse. Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. Obviously, these two old men have already defined the behavior of the purchasing agent as a murderer who killed the future flowers of the motherland. The two men were much more comfortable after a verbal crusade, but the safety of this child's diet is a big issue indeed, Elder Yun slowly said. I've read some surveys, and now, although the country has food safety standards specifically for children, trying to meet this safety standard is more trouble than it's worth for some large food production groups. The piece of the cake for children's food safety in the country is not very big, and most parents are not relatively safety conscious, which is a serious problem. Wang Chu slowly nodded. Elder Yun's words were right. Elder Yang glanced at Elder Yun. What's wrong? Want to make some investments against this convenience? Cloud Old Man nodded. Indeed there is such an idea. But, the specifics, but also have to Chin Jun clap. After all, he is now the president and CEO of the Muyun Group. Old Man Yun, your Muyun Group is a big enterprise at the 100 billion level. You have to have a little sense of social responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, Yang Lao said flirtatiously. Elder Yun smiled, then glanced at Wang Chu. Wang Chu, are you interested in this project, or not? Chapter 188 Green Food. Wang Chu froze for a moment. Grandpa, what do you mean by this? Master Yun smiled. I said, if I want to start this aspect, are you interested in taking over? And, what kind of ideas do you have for this project? Wang Chu glanced at Elder Yun. He was now a little puzzled as to whether Elder Yun was just joking, or whether he really had such an idea. However, since the elder asked, Wang Chu naturally had to know everything. He thought for a moment and said, in fact, the hardest thing about this matter is not to provide ingredients, vegetables and fruits that meet national food safety standards. In our country, there is still a lot of safe, healthy and harmless green food. The most important thing now is how to strengthen the importance of food safety in everyone's mind. Wang Chu said slowly. Nowadays, most parents actually don't realize that what adults can eat, children may not necessarily be able to eat. And what is fine for adults to eat is not necessarily fine for children to eat. Only when society as a whole develops a trend and most people realize this, can we really make children grow up healthily? This can't be accomplished by one person, one business, alone. Elder Yun and Elder Yang looked at each other and both nodded slowly. The population base of Kyushu is huge, with tens of millions of newborn babies born every year. So it stands to reason that this infant diet is also a big market. But the most important reason why no one has been doing it is that everyone's ideology has not kept up. Many people don't pay much attention to the food issues of babies and children, and it takes a pretty long time and a lot of effort to shift the perception of large logarithms. But once it's done, the barriers to entry in this industry are low. Again, there are no industry barriers and it's easy for someone else to pick the peach. So very few people are willing to do this. Wang Chua, that green food you were talking about. This is very interesting. Even though Master Yun was old, his sense of touch was still sharp. Wang Chu smiled. Master, in foreign countries, there are already people who uniformly refer to non-polluting, safe, and high-quality food as green food. The concept has already sprouted abroad, and I think there's a lot of potential for growth. Master Yun slowly nodded. Yes, people's incomes have increased. Naturally they want to improve their quality of life. This green food is indeed a very promising industry. I'll mention this matter to Qian Jun, and develop it as a branch industry of the Muyun Group. Wang Chu smiled and didn't say anything. To be honest, Wang Chu does not hold much confidence in the current green food industry. After all, the consciousness and concept of the people of the country cannot be changed overnight. Afterward, Elder Yun asked some more questions about the martyrs' cemetery, and Wang Chu answered them all smoothly. Grandpa, I was planning to go in two ways. It's to make a movie, a TV series and a documentary that truly reflects the war at the same time as the construction of Martyrs Park. Elder Yun glanced at Wang Chu. You have a big idea. However, you're thinking of building a Martyrs Park, not a Martyrs Cemetery? Wang Chu nodded. That's right, because I thought about it. Martyrs Park is a bit more suitable than Martyrs Cemetery. What does this say? Elder Yang couldn't help but ask as well. Wang Chu explained. Although the Martyrs Cemetery is a place to commemorate the martyrs, but because the Martyrs Cemetery is too solemn, usually very few people will go to the Martyrs Cemetery. But the park is different, and I hope more than anything else that our forefathers will be able to see the smiles on the faces of the modern people if they are alive in heaven, to see the children darting around, and to hear their laughter. That way, they will know that their previous dedication and sacrifices have brought a bright future to this country, this nation. I don't want to put the martyrs in a cold place. I want them to feel the warmth from 100 years later. And this is also a silent infection and education for visitors to the park. After hearing Wang Chu's words, both Elder Yun and Elder Yang couldn't help but nod their heads as well. Wang Chu, it seems I didn't give it to the wrong person when I put this matter in your charge. Yun Lao smiled and said, then I don't care. I'm just waiting for the day when Martyrs Park is built. Wang Chu smiled. In half a year to a year's time, it should be completed, and Grandpa will have to come over personally to cut the ribbon by then. Good, good, good. Elder Yun laughed out loud. Hooked, hooked. At this time, Yang Lao suddenly felt his hook sink. A more than 10 pounds of heavy grass carp fluttering in the water. Wang Chu rushed forward to help and fished the grass carp out of the water. Ha ha, old man Yun. Look at this fish I caught. It's bigger than all the fish you've caught. This is my true strength. Elder Yang looked at the big fish he caught and a dejected look appeared on his face. Elder Yun rolled his eyes. Come on, if it wasn't for my grandson-in-law's help, you would have been exchanging life with this fish in the water by now. That's jealousy on your part. All in all, in this line of fishing, I'm just better than you. Yang Lao hemmed and hawed. Elder Yun glanced at Elder Yang, then at Yaya who was playing in the sand in the distance. Fine. I have from granddaughter anyway. You don't. This sentence was as if it carried a 100-fold blitz, directly making Elder Yang become speechless. Old man Yun, can you speak properly? I have heavy grandchildren. Can you not bring up the matter of your heavy granddaughter? Be careful, I'll be in a hurry with you. Oh, well, I have a granddaughter-in-law. Put. Elder Yang angrily cursed Elder Yun. Looking at the two old men who were fighting again, Wang Chu smiled somewhat helplessly, but as he looked at so many fresh fish in this bucket, Wang Chu's heart moved. Yeah, do you want to eat grilled fish? Unpolluted, healthy, Green Daddy brand grilled fish. Yeah. Who was playing in the sand? Her eyes lit up. There's something delicious again? It's true that if you follow poop, you'll be able to eat good food. To eat. Yeah wants to eat grilled fish. Yeah, said happily clapping her hands. Elder Yun glanced at Wang Chu. Are you preparing to grill fish for dinner here? Wang Chu nodded. This Weiqing lake doesn't have any pollution. The fish are all naturally grown without any hormones in their bodies. It's a purely natural delicacy. That's fine. We'll eat grilled fish here tonight and go home afterward. Elder Cloud clapped. Grandpa Yang, I need some spices. Shall I get some from your house? Grandpa Yang took off the key from his waist and threw it to Wang Chu. Go get it. I'll catch a few more if we eat grilled fish at night. Wang Chu took the key and said to Yeah, play around. Don't run far. POA will be back soon. Chapter 189. Wang Chu took the key and went to Grandpa Yang's house. If he was making grilled fish, he should at least take some salt, pepper and so on. But when Wang Chu arrived at the door, he realized that the key that Grandpa Yang had given himself couldn't open the door lock. Wang Chu cried and laughed a little. He didn't think that Grandpa Yang's key was given wrongly. But this door lock is also too difficult to open. The lock on this door is older than mine. No doubt. Wang Chu shook his head somewhat depressed. He glanced around and realized that there was no one else. So he jumped violently, climbed the edge of the wall with both hands, and jumped into the courtyard with a flip. Sure enough, the door of the inner room was hidden, and Wang Chu quickly stepped in and went to rummage for condiments. And at this moment, an SUV was coming in the direction of Shuangshe town. Hey, it's been half a year since I was sent out for research. Grandpa will be very shocked to see me this time. In the cab, a short-haired girl hemmed and hawed, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Her mind was already fantasizing about what she would extort from her grandfather's petty cash after she met him. Soon, the SUV arrived at Twin Rocks and parked in front of his house. Ha, Grandpa's not even home? The short-haired girl saw the padlock on the front door and a look of depression crossed her face. But it's a good thing I have the key, so I'd better wait at home until Grandpa gets back. The short-haired woman got out of the car and pulled out her keys and was about to open the door when she heard a rustling coming from inside the inner room. There's a thief. The short-haired woman's eyes narrowed, and a coldness flashed in her eyes. Is it really a case of living off the land of the Teiyukai? She pulled the wrench from the car, then pulled out the key and poked it into the lock hole. This lock is older and somewhat less sensitive. The girl turned and jiggled the lock as she did so, and finally it clicked open. The short-haired girl pushed open the door and pointed a wrench at Wang Chu, who was holding the salt and pepper and other condiments that had been passed around. Bold thief, how dare you come to my house to steal? You put down your weapon immediately now, or I will not be polite. Wang Chu froze. Who was this short-haired girl, and how did she appear in the yard? Looking at the open gate in the distance, Wang Chu blinked. This short-haired girl is a relative of Grandpa Yang? Otherwise, how could she have opened the gate of Grandpa Yang's house? Grandpa Yang's daughter? How can that be? This girl looks like she's only 24 or 25 years old, about the same age as herself. How can she be Grandpa Yang's daughter? So, there's only one truth to the matter. This girl should be Grandpa Yang's granddaughter. And the short-haired girl across the room was stunned. Wasn't she under the impression that thieves were supposed to be lewd men? Shouldn't swarthy, thieving eyes be his geared standard? But, why this thief looks so handsome which still let himself how to bear to send him to the police station The short-haired woman's mind was torn. The scales of face and justice are constantly ebbing and flowing. Forget it, if we send him to the police station, the boy's life will be over. Seeing as what he stole wasn't anything important, why ruin this handsome boy's life? No, theft is shameful and illegal, and must be severely punished as an example to others. And all the more reason to stop him at this time in order to prevent him from committing further offenses. Two voices were constantly arguing in the short-haired girl's mind. Wang Chu looked at the short-haired girl's expression that was a little cloudy, and he knew that the other party must have misunderstood. That, beauty I think this matter I have to make clear. Before Wang Chu could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by the short-haired girl. You shut up. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. This sister's temper was quite hot In order to avoid a bigger conflict, Wang Chu could only shut up for now. After a moment, the short-haired girl seemed to have made up her mind as she glanced at Wang Chu with a serious expression. Although I admit that you are very handsome, your behavior has violated the law. Burglary is a felony. I hope you can confess and be lenient when the time comes. Wang Chu cried and laughed. What is this with what beauty? You've really misunderstood. I'm not a thief. I'm acquainted with Grandpa Yang. Wang Chu hurriedly said. And look, I'm taking all the condiments. We're going to go to Weiqing Lake to make grilled fish for dinner. Grandpa Yang will be there too. A hint of mockery appeared on the short-haired girl's face. Do you think I'm stupid? You burglarized a house and only took spices? And go to Weiqing Lake? Do you think I don't know? What do you know? Wang Chu subconsciously picked up. The reason why you took the spices is just to cover up the appearance of your theft of other finances. As for the microclearance lake, there are few people there. You tricked me, a weak woman. In case of misbehavior committed against me, what to do? The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. This girl is overthinking, right? How can that? You believe me? I really know Grandpa Yang, Wang Chu said sincerely. Why don't I give Grandpa Yang a call? So you should be clear. Wang Chu naturally didn't have Grandpa Yang's cell phone number in his cell phone, but he could call Grandpa Yun and just let Grandpa Yang talk at that time. At this time, the short-haired beauty snorted coldly, showing up. Right, my grandfather doesn't have a cell phone at all. There is only a landline at home. You don't even know this, and you still say you know my grandfather? Wang Chu was really a bit speechless. This sister's vigilance was really high. Is it okay if I make a phone call then? Wang Chu asked, trying to notify your accomplices? If you dare to call, I'll break your legs with this. Saying that, the short-haired girl shook the wrench in her hand. Don't underestimate me. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Even 4 or 5 strong men are no match for me. Wang Chu exhaled. He didn't even know how to convince this short-haired beauty now. Oh yes, I have a proof. Wang Chu said. I have the key Grandpa Yang gave me in my pocket. This can't be faked, right? Saying that, Wang Chu pulled out the key from his pocket and threw it over. The short-haired beauty took the key and looked at it, but instead of easing her expression, it became even more grave. I didn't realize you even stole my grandfather's keys. This is from Grandpa Yang. Nonsense, my grandfather gave you the key. Why didn't you go through the front door instead of being a beamer? Wang Chu was very suffocating. He does not know why this key just cannot open the door Nothing to say, right? You stay honest and I'll call the police now. With that, the short-haired beauty pulled out her cell phone with her other hand and tried to call the police. Chapter 190, Resolving Misunderstandings. Wang Chu was shocked. He had thought that if he made things clear, the other party should have understood, but he couldn't figure out why the other party just didn't believe his words. Did he look so much like a bad guy? This would be a big joke if the police were called. Grandpa Yang, you're here? Suddenly, Wang Chu said in surprise. The short-haired girl subconsciously glanced back, and Wang Chu seized this opportunity, directly stepped forward, and with an empty glove, directly snatched the wrench from the short-haired girl's hand. The short-haired girl was taken aback. I didn't realize that I had been counted on to see the other side? She slammed her fist towards Wang Chu's chest while her body retreated, wanting to pull back a safe distance. But Wang Chu, who was equipped with super fighting technique, if he could still let the short-haired girl escape at such a close distance, then Wang Chu could simply find a noodle to strangle to death. Before the short-haired girl could react, she felt that she had been overpowered by her opponent. She was shocked because she felt that the man who restrained her was as powerful as a mountain, and she had no power to resist at all. The short-haired girl was indeed a black belt in Taekwondo, and 3 or 4 ordinary men were no match for her. That was why she dared to take a wrench and try to subdue Wang Chu. But how could she not have thought that Wang Chu would be so powerful? I'm warning you, you're only burglarizing the house now, and the amount is relatively small. Even if you're caught, there's no big punishment, but if you hurt me, then it's the crime of intentional assault, and it's at least a 10-year sentence. The short-haired girl took a deep breath and said seriously, how about we each take a step back? I'll let you go and pretend I don't know about this. How about it? A surprise flashed through Wang Chu's eyes. This granddaughter of Grandpa Yan was really smart. Wang Chu had originally thought that she would yell for help, but she surprisingly did not yell, and instead, she even engaged in communication and negotiation with Wang Chu. That's not the kind of reaction a normal girl would have, because if Wang Chu was a real thief, if the short-haired girl shouted, the thief might not be able to do something unfavorable to her in the heat of the moment, and she didn't shout. Her face was calm despite being subdued by Wang Chu. Wang Chu said indifferently, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just want you to listen to my explanation quietly, so don't move around and just listen carefully, okay? The short-haired girl frowned and didn't say anything, and instead of letting go, Wang Chu used one hand to restrain the short-haired girl, while the other hand pulled out his cell phone and dialed Grandpa Yun's number. Soon the call was answered. Wang Chu's heart was also relieved. Grandpa Yun, is Grandpa Yang by your side? Yeah, what's wrong? You couldn't have failed to find the condiments, could you? Elder Yun asked smilingly. Wang Chu gave a dry laugh. Grandpa Yun, you can let Grandpa Yang answer the phone. I have something to find him. Old Yang too, my grandson-in-law's phone. That's my great-granddaughter. You're teasing endlessly? Soon, Elder Yang's voice came. Wang Chu what's the matter with you? I was just playing with yeah just now, because Wang Chu was on speakerphone. When Elder Yang's voice came, the short-haired girl froze and a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. Could it be that this handsome guy really knew Grandpa? Grandpa Yang, is there something wrong with the key you gave me? Why can't I open the gate? Wang Chu glanced at the short-haired girl and realized that the hostility in her eyes had disappeared a lot. Then asked, oops, I forgot to tell you. I have some problems with that door lock. When you have to turn the key, you have to keep jiggling the lock to make it work. Just now I was so focused on fishing that I forgot to tell you about it. Wang Chu glanced at the short-haired beauty. Oh, that's fine. It's fine Grandpa Yang. I'll hurry over after I get the condiments. Don't be anxious you guys. After the phone call, Wang Chu also let go of the short-haired beauty. Beauty, you understand now. I'm not a bad person. The short-haired beauty also understood at this time that she had misunderstood Wang Chu before, but she didn't feel like she was doing anything wrong. Who told this guy not to go through the front door? Is it inevitable that people will get the wrong idea? She rubbed her wrist that was pinched by Wang Chu with some pain, and snorted coldly. You are not a bad person. You are not a good person either. I am a woman. Why did you lay such a heavy hand on me? Wang Chu was also a little less than kind. I'm sorry. Who made you not believe my words just now? So it's still my fault? The short-haired girl's eyes glared. Wang Chu spread his hands. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, that's more like it. The short-haired girl tossed her head. Let's go. Ha! Wang Chu froze for a moment. Where are you going? Of course we're going to Waking Lake. Aren't we eating grilled fish? Come with me to buy some beer first. With fish but no wine. How boring it is to eat. Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. This sister's character is still quite bold. Soon, the short-haired girl bought a case of beer from the town supermarket and put it in the trunk of the SUV. She waved toward Wang Chu. Get in the car. Wang Chu didn't hesitate and got on the passenger side. On the way to Waking Lake, Wang Chu was a bit curious. Beauty, my name is Wang Chu. What's your name? The short-haired beauty glanced at Wang Chu. What's wrong? Hitchhiking? What accosting? I'm the one with a daughter-in-law. Wang Chu rolled his eyes. Doesn't it feel like the atmosphere is a bit awkward if we don't talk on the road? Yang Rongqian glanced at Wang Chu. It's not easy. You have a date? Wang Chu's face darkened. What's wrong? I'm not bad looking. Is having a date anything unusual? Nothing. Just feeling sorry for your daughter-in-law. Yang Qianrong said with a hum. Wang Chu closed his eyes and didn't bother with her. The Weichang Lake was right on the edge of Shuanshe town, and the buggy had driven for less than 10 minutes before it had arrived near the Weichang Lake. Ahead was the path. The two got out of the car, and Wang Chu walked ahead carrying a case of beer. Soon the two of them arrived at the Weichang Lake. Poop! When Wang Chu appeared, Yaya saw him and happily rushed over. Hurry up and make grilled fish for dinner. I can't help it. Wang Chu rubbed Yaya's little head. Okay, wait a moment. POA will start doing it right away. Elder Yang saw Yang Rongqian behind Wang Chu, and a delighted look appeared in his eyes. Granddaughter, what brings you here? Didn't you say before that you were still traveling to the countryside to do research? Yang Rongqian happily jumped in front of Yang Lao. Yes, I just finished my research. I have half a month's vacation. I'm here to see Grandpa. Yang Lao looked at Yang Rongqian with some heartache. Darker, thinner, hair cut short, but more spiritual. Good. Old man Yun, take a look at my granddaughter. Isn't she pretty? Chapter 191, Beginnings and Endings of Things. To be fair, Yang Rongqian was indeed a very pretty girl. All her features were exquisite, but probably because she had just been out on a research trip. Her skin was not the popular fairness of modern women, but a healthy wheat color, although it was also quite pretty. But compared to Yun Qingyao, it was a bit of a distance away. Master Yun hummed. It's quite pretty. Fortunately, didn't inherit too many of your genes? Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a good girl. Master Yang hemmed and hawed. Smell this sour flavor. Whose family's vinegar jar has overturned? Elder Yun said indifferently. I have a heavy granddaughter. Wow, what a beautiful and cute little girl. When Yang Rongqian first saw Yaya, she was also captured by Yaya's adorable appearance. Come to my sister's side. She has chocolate here. Yang Rongqian squatted down and waved towards Yaya. Yaya glanced at Yang Rongqian, then at Wang Chu, and leaned over to Wang Chu's ear and whispered, POA, why does this auntie make me call her sister? Although Yaya lowered her voice, they were too close to Yang Rongqian, and Yang Rongqian was able to clearly hear Yaya's voice. Instantly, the smile on her face froze. Wang Chu felt a little amused as he looked at Yang Rongqian's dark face. Because aunts can age people, many girls want to be sisters, not aunts. Yaya nodded her head somewhat plausibly. Pupa, I get it. They're pretending to be young. Wang Chu was shocked. Yeah. How did you know the word pretend to be young? Of course I saw it from the magic castle. There's an old witch in there who turns into a pretty girl every day to do bad things. And some people say that's what she's pretending to be. Yang Rongqian's face darkened even more. How did this self get involved with the old witch again? Wang Chu covered his forehead with his hand. This Yaya's vocabulary was getting more and more strange now. That thing is like this, but we can't say that others are pretending to be young. It's impolite behavior. Wang Chu patiently explained. Yaya nodded. Yaya no la, because they also know that it's not good to act young. So they don't want to be told off, right? It's like us kids. When we do something good, we want people to say it and praise us. But when we do something bad, we want people not to find out. Wang Chu pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that what Ye said was so reasonable. Things are really just that kind of thing. Cough cough. Yang Rongqian dryly coughed a few times. That. Or call me auntie. I also don't want to be lower than your father a generation for no reason. The most crucial thing was that Yang Rongqian really didn't know what words this little girl would say next. She felt like she had taken a very hard hit from the little girl's mouth. She didn't seem to have said anything about herself, but it was as if she had said everything. Hello auntie. Ye immediately greeted politely. Yang Rongqian took a deep breath and pinched Ye's little face. Soft and fleshy, very elastic. Instantly cured the depression in Yang Rongqian's heart. It's really like a little angel. What's your name? Yang Rongqian asked with a smile. Ye blinked. My name is Wang Nianchu. My nickname is Ye. Ye? What a nice name. Yang Rongqian smiled and said. Come on, Ye. Auntie will play with you. Okay. You glanced at Wang Chu. Wang Chu touched Ye's head. Let Auntie Yang play with you. I'll go find some branches and such, and then we'll grill the fish. Okay? Ye nodded obediently. Soon, Wang Chu and the bodyguard went around to look for fallen branches, and Ye's eyes twinkled. Auntie Yang, do you know how to kill fish? Kill fish? Of course Auntie Yang can. I'm omnipotent. Yang Rongqian said confidently. Ye clapped her hands and said, then can Auntie Yang kill the fish for me? Yang Rongqian was a bit curious. Yeah. You like to watch fish killing? This hobby of yours is quite chic. Ye shook her head, because Papa is going to make grilled fish later. If there is no one to help him kill the fish, he will have to come back and kill the fish himself. Ye wants to make it easier for Papa. Yang Rongqian froze as she glanced at the little girl who was only 3 years old, and an impulse flashed under her eyes. So understanding, so well behaved, so cute. It's like hugging away and keeping it in the house. Looking at Ye's cute and understanding appearance, Yang Rongqian suddenly had an urge to fall in love. For no other reason than to have a daughter like Ye. Okay, you watch. Auntie Yang is going to kill the fish. After Yang Rongqian was lost in thought for a moment, she said with a smile on her face, there are quite a few trees and a lot of scattered branches around the microclear lake, but it's summertime now, and even if there are some fallen branches, the water content is so high that it's not easy to build a normal fire to roast fish. Why don't you guys go to Twin Rocks and get some firewood and come back? After searching around, although Wang Chu and the others had picked up quite a few branches, there weren't many that could start a fire, so Wang Chu said to the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard nodded. Yes, auntie. Just as that bodyguard was about to leave, Wang Chu called out to him again. Right, when you come back, buy a bottle of Huayuan's juice on the way. Wang Chu dragged a bunch of branches back and saw that Yang Rongqian was rolling up her sleeves and killing fish by the lake. Auntie Yang, you're great. You killed the fish in one go. Auntie Yang, there are 5 more fish here. You'll be able to kill them all. Auntie Yang, do you sell fish in the market? You're amazing. From afar, Wang Chu saw Ye blowing rainbow farts for Yang Rongqian on the side, while Yang Rongqian's movements were numb, killing the fish, removing the entrails, and cleaning the scales. Wang Chu walked over. Ms. Yang, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Yang Rongqian said in a bad mood. I'm a serious poor third generation, not a lady of the house, so the small matter of killing fish is naturally out of the question. Wang Chu smiled. For the rest, do you want me to do you a favor? No, I'll be done in a minute. I've already started it anyway, so let's finish it. Ye also nodded. Poop, our teacher taught us that we should finish what we start, so why don't you let Auntie Yang do it herself? Let's go play somewhere else. Wang Chu let out a bitter laugh and knocked Ye's little brain. What's the point of playing? Go with me to pick up stones. Looking at the backs of the father and daughter walking away, Yang Rongqian looked at the fish in her hand with a hint of displeasure on her face. Why should the old lady have to kill the fish here? It's not cool. That said, there was no pause in the movement of her hands. Chapter 192 Yang Rongqian's Intentions. Ye followed Wang Chu and looked around for some larger stones to build a simple stove by the river. The next step is to just wait for the bouncer to deliver the firewood you bought. In half an hour's time, the firewood was delivered and Yang Rongqian had cleaned the fish. Wang Chu chuan the fish on the branch. Below lit a fire. Careful flame on the roast. Grilling fish is something that requires a lot of patience, especially since these fish are still very fatty. If the flame is too big and the temperature is too high, then there is a good chance that the skin of the fish is charred but the inside is not yet cooked. But if the temperature is too low, then the fish won't be cooked. So this wilderness grilling of fish is also a skill job. Wang Chu kept adjusting the temperature of the charcoal underneath, and then with his other hand, he kept rotating the wooden stick so that the fish would be evenly heated. After 10 minutes or so, the skin of the fish was glowing with a charred brown color, and a deliciously delicious aroma was coming through. Wang Chu sprinkled the salt while carefully controlling the temperature. Ye squatted by Wang Chu's side, her small eyes staring at the grilled fish with one eye, her mouth about to water. The surrounding bodyguards also looked towards this side from time to time. Fragrant. Really too fragrant. Pure natural ingredients coupled with the skills of Wang Chu's culinary gods give the fresh lake fish the freshest of flavors. Do you think the ant will give us 2 fish to eat? I think it's very likely. Auntie is not a stingy person. Those maids in the villa all said that Auntie's cooking was super tasty. I thought it was an exaggeration, but I never thought it would be true. It smells so good. So good. I'm feeling hungry. At this time, Elder Yun said to those bodyguards, "You guys go to Schweincher town later to get something to eat?" The bodyguards looked at each other. "Master, if we leave, who will keep you safe? With Wang Chu here, you can rest assured." Elder Yun waved his hand and said, "You guys can just come back after dinner." The bodyguards were a bit upset. If they left at this time, wouldn't they not be able to eat the ant's grilled fish? But Elder Yun had orders, so they had no choice but to withdraw. Only they didn't exactly leave, but returned to the car. And as for the food, it was just as well to let the others buy it back and eat it. They were Elder Yun's bodyguards, so naturally, they had to protect Elder Yun as their first priority. Finally, we've gotten rid of them, so we can have a good meal. Yun Lao heatedly smiled and said, "Wang Chu, is the fish ready yet? I can smell the aroma." Wang Chu smiled. "Grandpa Yun, don't be in a hurry. This haste won't eat hot tofu. It'll be fine. It'll be fine right away." As the words were being spoken, the roasted fish was already charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The skin of the fish cracked open, revealing the white fish meat inside. Wang Chu nodded with satisfaction, and then the first batch of baked fish was baked. "Grandpas, you eat first. There's beer over there. Want some?" Elder Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Wang Chu, do you know what I like most about you? It's this eye for talent." Elder Yang nodded as well. His wine bug tickled. "Grandpa, this is if my mom and dad know that you want to drink," Yang Rongqian said slowly. Elder Yang froze for a moment, then gave a dry laugh. "My good granddaughter, this is something you'll be told to your parents. Besides, you've bought all this wine. If you don't drink it, won't it be too much of a waste?" A light flashed in Yang Rongqian's eyes, but she still pretended to be in a difficult situation and said, "But Grandpa, if you drink, and I know about it but don't tell Mom and Dad, they will definitely blame me. I'll see who of them dares." Elder Yang snorted coldly. "They've even turned against the sky?" Yang Rongqian hemmed and hawed. "Grandpa, it's fine for you to drink, but there's one thing I want you to do me a favor." Yang Lao was a bit puzzled. "I'm a man with half of my body buried in the earth. What can I do to help you? Why don't I give you the 2 acres of land at the entrance? What do I need your land for?" Yang Rongqian's face a black, said, "I'm not on vacation for half a month. My parents know. Have to let me go home tomorrow blind date. You also know that I hate blind dates. So, deal with my parents' things, it will be handed over to you." Yang Lao hesitated for a moment and advised, "Granddaughter, you said that you are not young anymore. It's time to solve your personal problems. You're not looking for an object, and you're not willing to go on a blind date. Do you want to be an old girl?" Yang Rongqian sighed. "Grandpa, you think I want to but I also have to meet the right one before I can My job, every day dealing with crops, and surrounded by male creatures are all unkempt." Wang Chu became a little curious. "What does Ms. Yang do?" "A researcher of this province's Academy of Agricultural Sciences," Yang Rongqian said faintly. Wang Chu understood. No wonder Yang Rongqian's skin is so dark, and said that just after half a year of research, the original is a researcher of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Right, Wang Chu, aren't you going to do something about green food? Just have a good exchange with my granddaughter. Maybe she can help you with something. Yang Lao suddenly said. Wang Chu froze for a moment. When did I say I was going to get any green food? Besides, I'm just a little baby daddy. I can protect Yaya as long as I can. However, looking at Yang Lao's somewhat speechless appearance, Wang Chu seemed to feel that Yang Lao still had something to say. Grandpa Yang, if you have something to say, just say it directly to me. Do we still need to beat around the bush between us? Wang Chu said. Elder Yun also said. That's right, old Yang too. You make me feel uneasy like this. You can't really have your eyes on my grandson-in-law, can you? I've made a deal. My grandson-in-law. No lending out. Ahem. Wang Chu what I mean is, do you have any unmarried youths around you who are as good as you are? Introduce them to my granddaughter. Grandpa, Yang Rongqian exasperatedly shouted. I'm trying to get you to help me cope with my parents, so that they don't keep letting me go on blind dates. Why are you still? I'm not unmarriageable. Wang Chu was a little embarrassed. Grandpa Yang, to be honest, there aren't many people who are as good as me, but I have a very good friend who is the regional sales manager of Shinli Automobile. No need. Yang Rongqian interrupted Wang Chu's words and said in an unfavorable manner. Things come together in groups. I can't afford to climb up to your friends. You stinky girl, how do you talk? Yang Lao was a bit disgruntled. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Chu was Elder Yan's grandson-in-law, Elder Yang would have really wanted Wang Chu to be his grandson-in-law. Wang Chu smiled and continued to grill the other two fish. With Yang Rongqian's resistance to matchmaking, coupled with the special nature of her work, it's really not an easy thing to get off the hook. A scholar once said that those who should get married, and those who should be single, and they will regret it later anyway. Yang Rongqian shrugged her shoulders and said, then I'll wait until I regret it before I think about finding a date. Chapter 193, Sandalwood. In the end, Yang Rongqian still convinced old Master Yang to wait until tomorrow when his parents come to force a blind date, so that Grandpa Yang will step in and deal with it. After all, the next generation, Yang Rongqian is now really resistant to matchmaking. Yan old man is naturally not willing to make it difficult for his granddaughter, but I can say it in advance. You have to lead a boyfriend home this New Year's Eve. I'm getting old and I don't know if I'll be able to see my heavy grandchildren like old man Yun. Yang Rongqian's face slightly blushed. Grandpa, this matter also depends on fate. Yun Lao also said in a false sympathy. Yes, old young head, this is your wrong. Now it is a new society. Here love is about freedom. Voluntary. Bah, you who sit and talk. Elder Yang gave Elder Yun a blank look before looking at Ye, who was eating fish on the side, with an envious gaze. The older this man gets, the deeper his obsession with the next generation. For Yang Lao, if he could see Yang Rongqian's child being born before he was born, that would be the greatest solace for him. Unfortunately, from the current situation, this Yang Rongqian has no idea of falling in love and getting married and having children. That's what gave Yang Lao the biggest headache. Wang Chu, on the other hand, was concentrating on picking the fish for Ye, who was eating happily. A mouthful of fish, a mouthful of juice, a mouthful of oil. Yang Rongqian glanced at Wang Chu and Ye and an envy also flashed in her eyes. Before, she thought it was fine to be alone, but after seeing Yu, she suddenly felt that there should be a lot of fun in having such a little elf-like daughter. Ye doesn't eat much, and she was soon full. Poopy, it's so beautiful here. Now it is the evening sunset cloth full of sky, reflected in the microclear lake. The whole picture is so natural and harmonious and beautiful. Wang Chu smiled. Yes, this is the beauty of nature. Yeah, if you can draw it down for mommy, she will be very happy. Ye's eyes lit up. Yeah, I'm going to draw this place. With that she went to her small backpack and pulled out her small drawing pad and brushes from it. Wang Chu then sat down on the ground beside Ye and instructed Ye on how she wanted to put down her brush and if she drew. Is it envy? Noticing that his granddaughter was looking at Wang Chu and Ye one after another, a glint appeared in Elder Yang's eyes as he said slowly, if you had talked to someone earlier, your child would have been this big. Yang Rongqian's face darkened. I'm full. 2 grandpas, you guys eat. I'm going to stroll around. There are some dangers around, so be careful. Yang Lao shouted. Yang Rongqian waved her hand. This place, I can't even get lost with my eyes closed. It took more than half an hour for Ye to finish her painting. Papa, does my painting look good? Ye looked at Wang Chu with expectant eyes. Wang Chu gave a thumbs up. It's especially great. If we let Mama see it at night, she'll definitely like it too. Hyatt hemmed and hawed. Wang Chu's heart was actually a bit shocked. He really didn't expect Yu to be so talented in painting. Although the painting is said to have been done under his own direction, it's a fairly well done painting. Red evening sun, clear lake, green trees, and 2 old grandpas drinking. Although her strokes were a bit young, if Ye practiced like this, she might become a female painter in the future. You like painting? Do you want to learn painting from a professional teacher? Wang Chu asked. If Ye really wanted to learn to paint, Wang Chu could even help Ye find an internationally famous painter to be her teacher. But Ye shook her head. Ye is not fond of drawing. Ye is fond of drawing by the side of Papa. Ye doesn't want others to teach me. As long as Papa teaches me. A tenderness flashed in Wang Chu's eyes, and it seems like it's time to point the painting technique to full level. Ye then showed the painting to both grandfathers. It was unanimously praised, with constant smiles and laughter on Ye's face. Finally, it was almost dark and everyone was fed and ready to go back. Why isn't Cynthia back yet? Elder Yang suddenly realized that his eldest granddaughter hadn't come back, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Wang Chu also found out at this time. Yang Rongqian said to go around and then did not come back. It is hard not to be captured by the savages? Grandpa Yang, why don't you give him Yang a call and ask? Wang Chu asked. Master Yang spread his hands. I only have a landline at home. No cell phone. Before they said they were going to buy me a cell phone, but I was too annoyed, so I never brought it. And do you know her cell phone number? Elder Yang shook his head. Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. This day was getting darker and darker. If Yang Rongqian, a girl, got lost in the surrounding area, it would indeed be a bit dangerous as well. Grandpa Yang, let me go find Miss Yang, Wang Chu said. It's not good if Miss Yang is in danger. A grave look appeared on Elder Yang's face. Wang Chu, thank you very much then. Wang Chu smiled. You're welcome. Later on you guys will go down the mountain first. I'll go down together after I find Mess Yang. Because Wang Chu had a magical pointing needle, it was still a good idea to find someone. As he held the pointing needle and Yang Rongxian's appearance came to his mind, the needle's pointer began to turn, then pointed in one direction. 2 kilometers? Wang Chu's brows furrowed. How did this run 2 kilometers away? She's a rabbit, isn't she? How did she get so far in the blink of an eye? It's a mountain road. It's not a flat road. Wang Chu shook his head and could only continue on in the direction indicated by the pointer. Soon, Wang Chu found Yang Rongxian according to the direction of the pointer. But Wang Chu's brows furrowed as he realized that since the beginning, Yang Rongxian's position had not changed. That is to say, for such a long time, Yang Rongxian did not move at all. This is not right. According to her running 2 kilometers away in half an hour, this speed, how could she not move for so long that? Could it be that is in danger? Wang Chu's heart was startled and he hastily accelerated his pace. Finally, Wang Chu arrived at the location where Yang Rongxian was, and from afar, he heard a group of noisy voices. Boss, this is really sandalwood. I didn't expect that here. I would actually encounter this kind of wood. Did you see it clearly? A muffled male voice came. Yes, boss, we're rich this time. If we sell this sandalwood, it'll be at least a few $1 million. Then what are we waiting for? Plow the tree, and let's those of us who are carrying it out. Boss, what about this chick? Dispose of it, and then find a place to bury it once and no one will know. Hey, this chick is pretty good looking. Or, Chapter 194, Rescue. When Wang Chu heard this voice, a trace of gravity appeared in his eyes. He had heard of sandalwood, this kind of wood, before. It was very rare and slow growing. The furniture and handicrafts made of sandalwood were hard to find in the luxury market. But sandalwood rosewood is usually found further south. So how did it end up here? Although Wang Chu is not sure if what the other party said is true, what Wang Chu can be sure of is that this group of people should be logging stealers. Logging poachers are the biggest enemy of virgin forests, and the Amazon rainforest abroad has seen more than 30% of its trees felled after years of logging theft, and the drastic reduction of forests will also have a great impact and harm the world's environment. There are already international organizations specifically targeting logging poachers, but because the benefits of logging are so high, even if they are cracked down on internationally, there are still a lot of people who are desperate enough to take the risk. In a way, logging thieves are stealing the resources of the entire human race to fulfill their own selfish desires. A hint of anger appeared on Wang Chu's face. Back when he was abroad, he and Mike had once been captured as hostages by logging thieves, and if he hadn't been smart and resourceful at the time, he and Mike would have become sustenance on the African landscape. Therefore, after learning that these people were logging stealers, Wang Chu's face was already gloomy. Have you boys been spermatized? Is this the time to be thinking about this? The boss said viciously. If you delay the business, even if you have 10 heads, they won't be enough to chop you up. After we get our hands on the goods, what kind of women can't we get? That's right, go to a club and order 20 chicks. Wouldn't that be a blast? Another man said with a smile. At this time, Yang Rongxian's clear and angry voice came. You logging thieves, you will surely get your comeuppance for this behavior. Wang Chu was relieved. Yang Rongxian was still able to reprimand in such a neutral manner. It seems that she didn't receive too much damage. Wang Chu carefully touched up. Fortunately, it was now late in the day, and those logging stealers did not discover Wang Chu's traces. Soon, Wang Chu saw a mountainous off-road truck parked to the side, and there was already a lot of felled timber on it. Many of the surrounding trees had been cut down, revealing a large open space. The empty stumps were as striking as the cowhide freshness of the woods, and beside the van, Yang Rongxian's hands and legs were tied, but fortunately, her clothes were intact, and she was not harmed from the surface. It seems that she was caught by the other side when she realized that there was a logging stealer over here. What a girl with very bad luck. There were 5 men around, and they were surrounding a 7 or 8 meter tall sandalwood. Although this number was relatively small, Wang Chu did not act rashly. On the one hand, he didn't know how many people there were on the other hand. On the other hand, Wang Chu knew very well that these logging stealers were all ruthless people, and they didn't have guns in their hands. Although it is said that gun control in Kyushu is pretty strict, it is hard to guarantee that there will not be any unforeseen circumstances. The key was that Yang Rongxian was not in danger right now, so Wang Chu felt it was better to play it safe. Boss, I think we'd better just saw it. If we really planed it, it would be too much work. After a moment's observation, it was suggested. The middle-aged man around 40 years old also surveyed it and nodded slowly. Yes, it is indeed a bit difficult to plow away even the roots, and the car is all loaded up. Why don't a few of you carry it out? Several men around the face showed a bitter smile. Carry out? Are you kidding me? This trunk is more than 4 meters. That will exhaust an individual. Boss, can't we just unload the 2 logs and put this on? A man said. The guys looked at each other, then nodded. Feasible. And by this time, Wang Chu had already slowly touched over from the side. Just as they were about to pick up their chainsaws and get ready to start, Wang Chu touched up the side of the van. There was a man beside Yang Rongqian who was looking at her. Suddenly the man had some urgency to urinate and walked towards the side of the van. It happened to be playing opposite Wang Chu. The man froze for a moment. How did this suddenly appear? But before he could scream, Wang Chu slammed his fist on his head. The man's eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief as he changed into a man's jacket and hat, then walked towards the men while it was dark. By this time, one of the men had turned on the chainsaw, and the piercing sound came through instantly. You guys go ahead and unload the 2 timbers from the car to make room for the sandalwood, the middle-aged man said to 2 of the men. The 2 men nodded, then turned to see Wang Chu who walked up with his head bowed. They didn't realize at first that the guy with the hat was no longer their companion. Come on, man, let's. Before the man finished speaking, Wang Chu had already arrived in front of them and violently slammed his 2 fists on their faces. With 2 thuds, the 2 men fell to the ground with a thud. At this time, the middle-aged man also discovered the abnormality behind him, and his hand violently touched his waist. But suddenly Wang Chu accelerated and in the blink of an eye would have arrived in front of him. Before the middle-aged man could finish his movements, both of his arms were removed by Wang Chu, and when Wang Chu touched it with his hand, there was indeed a pistol on the middle-aged man's waist. I've been guarding against this for a long time. Wang Chu pointed the gun in his hand at the man with the chainsaw. Brother, still resisting? The man was so honorable that he just dropped the chainsaw and snapped to his knees. That, brother, there are words to say. We do not have to carry a human life lawsuit, right? The man gave a dry laugh and said, we'll just cut down some trees and sell them for some money. Suddenly, the man's hand waved, and a flying knife flew out of his hand and shot towards Wang Chu's face. A cold smile appeared on his face. At such a close distance, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to react. But the next moment, a scene that shocked him appeared. Wang Chu surprisingly calmly sidestepped to the side, and the flying knives grazed Wang Chu's side and flew out. How is that possible? The man was dumbfounded. At such a close distance, unless the other party had prepared for it, how could he possibly dodge it? I'm still well aware of the tricks of you logging stealers. Wang Chu revealed a row of white teeth, then hooked his finger. With a bang, Wang Chu struck the other man's shoulder blade, and the man instantly cried out in pain on the ground. Wang Chu's face was calm as he walked up and gave him another complimentary punch. With a bang, the man's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. Chapter 195. I'll report you. After collecting these logging stealers, Wang Chu untied Yang Rongqian. What's the matter with you? How did you mess with this group of people? Wang Chu asked with some curiosity. Yang Rongqian said dismally, I was examining the surrounding environment and landforms, digging some samples, and then ready to go back when I heard the sound of chainsaws faintly coming from this side, and I came over here. As a result of, the results speak for themselves. Wang Chu shrugged. It's fortunate that you met me today. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become a corpse in this desolate mountainous area. Yang Rongqian's eyes showed a trace of fear. She bit her lips, looked at Wang Chu, and said seriously, thank you for, what happened today? Ha, why so formal? It's making me a little less accustomed to it. Wang Chu glanced at Yang Rongqian with some surprise. Yang Rongqian said in a bad mood, although I can't see you right, but you did save my life. Yang Rongqian is not the kind of person who is ungrateful and negative. If you use me in the future, despite the opening, Wang Chu looked Yang Rongqian up and down. Yo-ho, I didn't see it. You're quite chivalrous. Compared to the other girls, Yang Rongqian's personality was more like a tomboy's, with a bit of a big grin. That's right, Yang Rongqian said proudly. Then we'll be friends from now on. Oh yeah, what about these people? Wang Chu glanced at these guys and said faintly, of course it is. Let them accept the sanctions of the law. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chu dialed Qin Fei's phone. It's good to have an acquaintance. The key was that Wang Chu had shot the gun, and with Qin Fei helping to cover it up, it wasn't a big problem. Hey, little traffic cop, are you on duty now? The phone was connected and Wang Chu said with a smile. Qin Fei originally saw that it was Wang Chu's call and didn't want to answer it, but after thinking about it for a while, she still answered it. I'm not a traffic cop anymore. I'm back in the CID. Qin Fei said proudly. Don't call me a little traffic cop from now on. Oh, Wang Chu asked curiously. Is it because you were commended for the last time you went with me to catch the fake drug dealers? Qin Fei's original somewhat haughty face instantly disappeared. It's really because of that incident. This Wang Chu is also too annoying. Let's not talk about this matter. Why are you calling me so late? Aren't you afraid of your girlfriend? Qin Fei said with a cold snort. Wang Chu laughed. Look at what you said. We are pure revolution life friendship. This purer than 105 degrees of distilled water is even more pure. This is not. I this time and have to give you the credit. It's not like you're still asking me to catch punks, is it? Qin Fei was skeptical. It's definitely not a punk this time. It's a big case. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Know about the logger stealer? I know. Aren't they just a bunch of guys stealing and cutting down trees? Those guys are like flies. They run away when people come, and pop up again when people leave. You didn't catch a bunch of logging thieves, did you? Does a logging stealer with a gun count as a big fly? Wang Chu said indifferently. What? Qin Fei's eyes instantly sharpened. Those logging stealers have guns? They're definitely not ordinary people. You mustn't act rashly. If you mess with them, I may only be able to collect your corpse in time. Wang Chu scared. I didn't think there would be a day when you little traffic police cared about me. Asterisk 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 off. This is not the time for jokes. And also, I've been reinstated as an officer now. I'm a criminal police officer, not a traffic police officer. Qin Fei said in a bad mood. Tell me your address. We'll go out to the police right now. Shuangshi Town, this side of Weiqing Lake. There are 5 people on the other side, but they've all been knocked out by me. But you'd better come over early. There's a wounded man here. If you come late and he doesn't make it, then I won't be responsible for it. You're hurt? Qin Fei was shocked. Blah 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 blah. What are you talking about? I, Wang Chu, am all righteous and invulnerable to all poisons. How could I possibly be injured? It's a logging stealer who was injured. Wang Chu said righteously. We went through a fierce struggle, and when we grabbed the pistol, we accidentally shot the pistol by mistakento the shoulder blade of a logging stealer, and he was old and miserable. Oh, Qin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's fine. Alright, why don't you share the address with me, and we'll head out. Wang Chu quickly shared the location with Qin Fei and then waited for Qin Fei's arrival. Everything is good here. It's just that there are too many mosquitoes at night. Wang Chu fanned the mosquitoes that surrounded him. By the way, do you still remember the road? Are you waiting with me or going back first? Yang Rongqian didn't hesitate. I'll wait here together. After all, I'm also a pro. And, it's not safe to let you be here alone. Wang Chu shrugged. Whatever she wants. However, Wang Chu estimated that even if Qin Fei and the others rushed over immediately, it would take at least half an hour. And this half an hour, it couldn't just be fed to the mosquitoes. There are so many mosquitoes in the mountains this night. Half an hour, you can be eaten by mosquitoes. By the way, today's raffle hasn't even started yet. System, today's free lottery. I'm warning you, can the things you draw out not always revolve around Yaya? Isn't it possible to think about me as well? Wang Chu's heart gave a dark voice. The system was silent for 10 seconds. Then the voice sounded. Today's lucky draw is underway. Congratulations, you've won a bottle of insect-repellent floral water. Insect-repellent flower eau de toilette leaves a special odor on the user's body, which repels mosquitoes and other insects harmful to the human body. Priced at 1 point of pleasure value per bottle. That's more like it. Wang Chu nodded in satisfaction. Ding, please hosts do not casually warn the system. This system a kind of are upholding the principle of justice and fairness. Please hosts learn to thank the system. Wang Chu rolled his eyes, then took out the flower water. The packaging is still very exquisite. He sprayed a few times towards himself. A light fresh aroma came. Soon, the mosquitoes that originally surrounded Wang Chu disappeared. It's true that the system produces a fine product. Wang Chu looked at Yang Rongqian who kept patting herself. I remembered that I have a bottle of insect-repellent flower water here. Do you use it? Bring it on you. After spraying flower water, Yang Rongqian then felt much more comfortable. She was about to return the flower water to Wang Chu when she realized that Wang Chu had already arrived in front of the sandalwood rosewood tree. You do not have other ideas? This sandalwood rosewood is a nationally protected tree. Into the International Endangered Wildlife Protection of the 2nd level list. Wang Chu said in a good humor, you can rest assured. I have no interest in sandalwood rosewood. I am just a little curious. How can there be sandalwood rosewood here? Besides, here is not too suitable for its growth right. Or, I move it to my home to raise? I'll report you if you dare to dig. Yang Rongqian said seriously. Wang Chu spread his hands. Just kidding. Oh yes. You are not the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Science as well. You are researching what? Chapter 196. Bah, scum. Yang Rongqian said. Our Academy of Agricultural Sciences is mainly tasked with researching major basic and applied fundamental research, applied research and high-tech research in agriculture. Speak human. Oh, to put it bluntly, it's all sorts of things related to agriculture. New varieties of grain, animal husbandry, veterinary medicine, pretty much everything that's studied. What about you? What is your main research? Wang Chu was a little curious. Chemical fertilizer. Yang Rongqian said. What I study is the problem between chemical fertilizer, plants and soil. The sign of the development of agriculture now is the birth of chemical fertilizer. But the improvement of chemical fertilizer for food production and quality is not that great anymore. That's why I want to research a new type of fertilizer that can be adapted to more soils and cultivate higher yielding grains. Wang Chu gave a thumbs up towards Yang Rongqian. Contemporary Shinnon. Ah, ambitious. What contemporary divine farmer. I just want to do my bit for this country. Yang Rongqian's face held a hint of admiration. The only one who can be called a contemporary divine farmer is Mr. Yuan. Wang Chu knew that the teacher Yuan in Yang Rongqian's mouth was Professor Yuan Peng, and the saint of the day in the hearts of countless people in Kyushu. When Professor Yuan researched high-yield rice varieties, many foreign powers and organizations threw out olive branches, and even took out hundreds of millions of dollars in honoraria. But Prof. Yuan was unmoved and directly dedicated his research results to the country without any compensation. In one fell swoop, the food blockade of Kyushu by hostile foreign forces was broken. In a way, Prof. Yuan is really a saint who saved the 9 states. Wang Chu also had great admiration for such selfless devotion to the country. You admire Professor Yuan? Wang Chu asked. Nonsense. Which one of us in this line of work doesn't regard Prof. Yuan as the idol and faith in our hearts? He's over 80 years old now, but he still goes down to the fields to work every day. Yang Rongqian said seriously. Wang Chu smiled and changed the topic. Ms. Yang, I remember you said just now that if I needed you for anything, you would be absolutely righteous and never say anything? A wary look appeared in Yang Rongqian's eyes. What do you mean by that? I can tell you that I won't help you with illegal and disorderly matters. What are you thinking? Am I Wang Chu that kind of person? Wang Chu rolled his eyes and said, I have a kind of fertilizer here that has a strong boost for plant growth, so when the time comes, you help to see if you can develop a fertilizer with a similar fertilizing effect through it. Yang Rongqian was a bit curious, since there is such a fertilizer, why do we need to develop one with almost the same effectiveness? The cost is too high, Wang Chu said with a vague cry. A packet of fertilizer that costs 10 points of pleasure value, can the cost not be high? If you want to expand your herb growing base, you must address the issue of fertilizer. So when Wang Chu learned of Yang Rongqian's specialty, his heart couldn't help but come alive. If Yang Rongqian can really develop a miraculous fertilizer substitute, even if the fertility is poor, it can solve the big problem. Yang Rongqian looked at Wang Chu suspiciously. The cost is too high? You didn't lie to me? Why would I lie to you? Wang Chu said with a smile. This is a great thing that will benefit the country and the people, and it will also fulfill your life's pursuit. So just say yes or no. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Rongqian didn't do much hesitation and agreed very quickly. Give me an address and I'll mail you the fertilizer then, Wang Chu said. Yang Rongqian shook her head. Forget it, you'll give the fertilizer to my grandpa then. About the sandalwood rosewood. I still have to report to the Institute of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to come and do some investigations around here. I'll just go and get it then. Okay, listen to you. Wang Chu was finally relieved. The half hour passed quickly. Wang Chu also realized that Qin Fei's people had already arrived in the vicinity through the shared location. Soon, a team of criminal police officers appeared in front of them, led by none other than Qin Fei. Little traffic police. These people are logging thieves, but they were all knocked out by me. That one over there is wounded. I gave him a simple stop to bleeding. You guys hurry up and take him to the hospital. Wang Chu greeted Qin Fei. Other criminal police investigated through forensics and found that these people are indeed logging thieves, but also an international organization of logging thieves, the boss of which is still online absconding fugitives. So decisively, all these people were taken into custody. Qin Fei glanced at Wang Chu and said without any good humor, please call me Officer Qin in the future. Besides, if you encounter something like this in the future, can you not be impulsive and wait for our police to arrive? Do you really think you're Superman? Wang Chu spread his hands. It can't be helped. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Alright, I'll leave the people to you, and the stolen goods are all here, so we'll leave first. Saying that, Wang Chu said to Yang Rongqian who was beside him, let's go home. It was only at this time that Qin Fei noticed Yang Rongqian, and her brows furrowed. Wang Chu actually changed another girl? And in the middle of the night in the middle of nowhere? Bah! Scum! Qin Fei muttered in a small voice before glaring at Wang Chu. Wang Chu was dumbfounded. How did he become a scum? However, Wang Chu didn't bother to explain anything to Qin Fei and greeted Yang Rongqian before heading down the mountain. After descending the mountain, they first returned to Grandpa Yang's house, and after a short rest, Wang Chu took Ye and Elder Yun back to Haichang. Grandpa, who exactly are this Grandpa Yun and Wang Chu? Can an ordinary person carry a bodyguard with him? Can an ordinary person easily overpower 5 big men? And one of them is carrying a gun? You just need to remember that your Grandpa Yun is my comrade in arms. As for Wang Chu, I can't see through what kind of person he really is. In the Dingshang flower garden, Yun Xianjun returned to the villa with his secretary. What's the matter? No dinner today? Yun Shenjun returned to the villa and couldn't help but ask when he realized that Wang Chu wasn't at home. He resigned from Chen Qingshan's dinner party just to catch Wang Chu's dinner, only to go home to take a look. Not only is the food not cooked, but even the people are gone? What the hell? Master, today Auntie took little miss to see old master. Aunt Wang said, have you not eaten? I'll make you something to eat. At this time, Elder Yun walked in with Wang Chu and Yaya. Qian Jun, you didn't eat? It can't be that you came back on purpose to prepare to eat Wang Chu's cooking, right? Elder Yun looked at Yun Shenjun with a hint of a smile on his face. Yun Shenjun's face stiffened and he gave a dry laugh. Father, what are you talking about? I've already eaten outside. Gulp. Yun Shenjun's stomach rumbled, and the sound was especially clear. Chapter 197, Not Forgetting Each Other on the Bridge of Nai. While Yun Shenjun fell away, Wang Chu shook his head and walked into the kitchen. No matter what, we can't let our old man go hungry, can we? Half an hour later, a hearty bowl of seafood pasta was ready. Knock, knock, knock. Aunt Wang knocked on Yun Shenjun's room. Master, Auntie specially made seafood noodles for you. Squeak. Yun Shenjun opened the room. This side I will. As soon as he opened the door, Yun Shenjun originally refused, but smelling the fresh aroma, he couldn't help but gulp. Take it inside. I'll eat it later. After Aunt Wang walked out, Yun Shenjun couldn't wait to blow on the noodles and take a bite. It really is so good. After Wang Chu returned to his room, he found that Yaya was showing off her painting today with Yun Qingyao, but Yun Qingyao's face was cold. Obviously, not yet coming out from Yayu destroying her treasured cosmetics. Still, there was a smile on Yaya's face about this thing that she liked to draw. Mama, I went out with Papa today and ate grilled fish. Yaya smiled ingratiatingly. Mama, when you come back, I'll draw you a picture. Okay, don't be angry with Yaya, okay? Seeing that Yaya had said so, Yun Qingyao's heart subsided. Okay, Mom's not mad at you anymore. By the way, who are all the people eating grilled fish today? Grandma Tai, Grandma Yang, Poop and Auntie Yang. Yun Qingyao's eyebrows raised. Auntie Yang? Who is this Auntie Yang? Is she pretty? Yaya tilted her head and thought for a moment and said, Auntie Yang is quite pretty except for being a bit darker. Ah, and Auntie Yang can also kill fish. She's so good. She killed a fish with a whoosh. Killing fish? Yun Qingyao's eyes narrowed, her heart a little less comfortable. Although Yun Qingyao also knew that the Auntie Yang in this Yuyu's mouth should be Elder Yang's granddaughter, and Wang Chu was definitely fine with her. But, he hadn't even eaten Wang Chu's grilled fish yet, and that girl even ate it before he did. At this time, Wang Chu walked in. Qingyao, are you tired of shooting today? Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. What's wrong? Why are you so concerned about me? You're my daughter-in-law. Who do I care about if not you? Isn't that right? Wang Chu said with a hefty smile. Yun Qingyao looked deeply at Wang Chu. Well then, if you care about me so much, then I'll ask you a question. Ask, if I fell into the water with Yaya, who would you save first? The smile on Wang Chu's face instantly froze. No wonder he felt that there was a hint of weirdness in the smile on Yun Qingyao's face, and as a result, Yaya blinked. Papa, didn't I ask you this question during the day? Papa saved Yaya first, didn't he? Oh, Wang Chu, I'll give you another chance. Who should I save first? Yun Qingyao also revealed a dangerous smile. Wang Chu was embarrassed. Ahem, this question, wait until I see you. No, say it now, otherwise, you don't regret it. Yun Qingyao said slowly, I originally thought that the next time I went back, we could have an in-depth exchange, but now it seems that I have to reconsider. Wang Chu's face revealed a panicked expression. This Yun Qingyao was really too detestable, to threaten himself with such conditions. But if we say that we will save our daughter-in-law first, then what about the little jealous woman in front of us? Wang Chu was sure that as long as he said that he would save his daughter-in-law first, then Yaya would definitely cry out. After these days of contact, Wang Chu knew deep down that the power of the little vinegar jar could not be small. Before I answer that question for you, can I ask if you fell in that river? Is this important? A hint of displeasure appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Are you mixing things up? Wang Chu hurriedly explained. Of course not. I want to know where you fell in that river so that I can go to you. This is not important. Yun Qingyao said calmly. I'm warning you, don't treat me like a little fool. Say it, I'm waiting for the results. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from Wang Chu's forehead. Sure enough, Yun Qingyao was not that easy to fool. Poop, quick, save Yaya first. Yaya whispered from the sidelines, a glint of excitement in her small eyes. She felt like she was going to win this battle with Mama. After all, you already know the answer yourself. Wang Chu took a deep breath. I will choose to save Yaya first. Hearing Wang Chu's answer, Yaya was so happy that she was about to fly. Did you hear that, Mama? Poop is going to save Yaya first. A dangerous light flashed in Yun Qingyao's eyes. It seems that I was wrongly paid after all, and the clown turned out to be myself? Wang Chu said calmly. Don't you want to know why I think so? Oh, tell me. Let me enjoy your sophistry. Wang Chu smiled. He wasn't sure if Yun Xingniao was really angry, but he knew that even if Yun Xingniao wasn't angry, she definitely wouldn't be very happy in her heart. Actually, my mind thought of a lot of answers, such as, I will protect you and not let you fall into the water, or perhaps, I would choose to save the nearest one, but after thinking about it for a while, I realized that I would still save Yaya first. This is not to say that in my heart, Yaya's status is higher than yours, but just the opposite. The reason why I would save you first, that's because you is the crystallization of our love and the continuation of our lives. I will choose to save Yaya and then go to save you. If I can't protect you, then I will accompany you on the bridge of Naiha. That way, at least Yaya is alive. As long as she lives happily and healthily, it means our love is healthy and happy. Therefore, I am willing to give the hope of surviving to Yaya, and I, for my part, am willing to accompany you to the Yellow Springs, and not to forget each other on the Naiho Bridge. Wang Chu said too much. Yaya was a little confused. Her little head was buzzing and she couldn't react at all. But Yun Xingniao's face soothed a lot and her cheeks were slightly red. She had wanted to use this question to make things difficult for Wang Chu, but she didn't expect to be confessed to out of the blue. This made Yun Xingniao somewhat unable to support herself. Ahem, I'm just kidding. Okay, enough about that. I've got to shoot tomorrow. I've got to study the script. There was a small hint of panic in Yun Xingniao's voice as she said that and closed the video. But even though the video was turned off, it was as if Wang Chu's gentle voice had been echoing in her ears. But what a bad guy. That's not even a good way to sleep. Yun Xingniao lay on the bed, covering herself with the quilt, her playful white little feet dancing happily as if they were wound up. Chapter 198, The Indemnity Banquet. Turning off the video, Wang Chu was finally relieved. No matter what, this crisis was considered solved. Looking at Yaya, who started it all, she still had a frown and a smile on her face, not even realizing what kind of shuriken she had put Wang Chu through with her whim during the day. Early the next morning, Wang Chu had just finished exercising when he received a call from Qin Fei. Officer Qin, why are you calling me so early? You didn't stay up all night yesterday, did you? Wang Chu said jokingly. Qin Fei's slightly tired voice came out. Yesterday we interrogated them all night. Finally we were able to pry their mouths open. This is a transnational logging stealer organization. These 5 people are just a very small squad of them. There's a huge organization behind them. Wang Chu blinked. This thing, Shun Ti be told to me, right? Wang Chu, don't dog bite Lu Dongbin. I'm not reminding you. This squad is out of contact. The other side will definitely make a move. You'd better pay attention lately. In case you find anything unusual, make sure not to act rashly, and call me in time. Wang Chu was somewhat touched and said, we really are a revolutionary friendship that has experienced life and death together. I didn't expect you to care about me so much, Qin Fei said without a trace of humor. Concerned about you? I don't have that kind of leisure. After all, you helped our police to catch criminals one after another. We can't let anything happen to you. The image ambassador of Haicheng, right? Anyway, the thing is such a thing. You yourself be careful on the line. After the words were said, Qin Fei hung up the phone. Wang Chu didn't care because those logging stealers didn't know his identity. Crap, if only I had hugged Janeway's name then. Wang Chu slapped his head with some chagrin. Achoo! Janeway sleepily returned home from outside. Adverse son, kneel down for me. Yang Wenshi sat on the hall and gave a cold shout. Yang Wei was startled and saw his father with a hint of impatience on his face. Dad, what are you doing? You little brat. I asked you to apologize to Wang Chu and admit your mistake. Did you do it or not? Yang Wenshi said angrily. Yang Wei's eyes fluttered a bit. This matter, I have to think long and hard. Still thinking long term? Do you know that last night, the first batch of cooperative units for the Red Cultural Activities have come out, and our arch-rival of Angelic Dress, Heartwarming Dress, has become a cooperative partner, and our Angelic Dress has lost the chance to join. Yang Wei said proudly. Isn't it just a broken red cultural event? How many people pay attention to it? Why are you so short-sighted? Is this a red cultural activity issue? If you do a good job with this event, you will be able to make a good relationship with the government, and in the future, the policy tilts and bank loans will be very generous. Yang Wei said with some impatience. I know, but I have found a better way out for our Yang family. The district Wang Chu. What is it? Yang Wenshi took a deep breath. Yang Wei, I'm telling you, I'll only give you 2 days. If after 2 days, you haven't given me a perfect explanation, you'll break up with Lin Xiaoyun. After saying that, Yang Wenshi gave a cold snort and flung his hand out the door. A cold smile appeared on Yang Wei's face. Wang Chu? What is he, but a soft-boiled man who got lucky and hugged the Yun family's thigh? Now that I have the support of Lin Xiao, I'm still afraid of you. Thinking back to what Lin Zifling said to himself yesterday, a cold color flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. He picked up his cell phone and dialed Wang Chu's number. On the other hand, Wang Chu looked at the number on his cell phone and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. This guy, Yang Wei, called himself? What is he holding in his heart? After thinking for a while, Wang Chu still picked up his phone. Wang Chu? Janeway asked tentatively. Yo, if it isn't impotent brother, what's the matter with you? Wang Chu faintly asked. Yang Wei's heart flashed with anger when he heard Wang Chu call him impotent again, but thinking of the plan behind him, he strongly suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a hint of a pleasing tone, Young Wang, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to apologize to you and tell you about what happened 4 years ago. There's no need. Wang Chu directly and conclusively intended Yang Wei's words. What happened back then? I don't want to know. I'm also too lazy to know. Besides, what happened back then? Does it have anything to do with me now? A hint of anger appeared on Yang Wei's face, but he still said patiently, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Wang Chu revealed a hint of a smile. He was curious to know what Yang Wei would say next. Misunderstanding? Tell me about it? Yang Wei took a deep breath and said, in fact, I didn't know that Lin Xiaoyun was your girlfriend at first. At that time, Lin Xiaoyun was working as a welcoming receptionist in the hotel. I was drunk with my friends at that time. I didn't know anything, but when I woke up from the hotel in the morning, I found her lying next to me. It was all because she seduced me first, and afterward she lied to me that she didn't have a boyfriend, and that there was someone who had been harassing her, so she wanted me to set things right. So it was. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. Is that so? So that's how it is. Yes, we were all cheated by her. In fact, I am also a victim, Yang Wei said cautiously. Otherwise I'll set up a banquet, specially invite Wang Xiao. In that case, let's talk it out. As the saying goes, it's better to settle a score than to tie it up, isn't it? Of course, if you don't feel relieved, I can bring Lin Xiaoyun over, and then you can do whatever you want. Wang Chu was a bit surprised. No way, Lin Xiaoyun would agree? Who is she to disagree? If it wasn't for her, how could Xiao Wang and I have had so much unhappiness? Young Wang, what do you think? Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. When you say that, I'm a bit moved. Then, Young Wang, let's make a deal. Tonight, Jade Seal Hotel Supreme Hall. I'll be the host, and I'll make sure to let you get rid of your anger properly. After receiving the call, Wang Chu let out a light laugh and forwarded the recording of the call to Lin Xiaoyun. As for how Lin Xiaoyun reacted, that was beyond Wang Chu's control. Tonight's banquet, Wang Chu is not interested at all. And Yang Wei also had a cold smile on his face. Wang Chu, if you come here tonight, you won't be able to go back unharmed. If I don't play you to the point of losing your reputation, I won't be surnamed Yang. Yeah, pack up, let's go see your Lanlan sister after dinner. Wang Chu said. Today is the day of Yi Lanlan's surgery. A look of excitement appeared on Ye's face. Sister Lanlan is going to have an operation? That's really great. Once she's cured, won't she be able to go out with me? Chapter 199, Successful Surgery. Because of the poisoning in the kindergarten yesterday, the kindergarten was temporarily closed for the past 2 days, so Wang Chu was able to take Yu to the hospital. At the Haichang Central Hospital, Yi Tsang and his wife's faces carried a hint of apprehension. Soon, Wang Chu brought Ye with him. Big brother Yi, has Lan already started her surgery? Wang Chu asked. Yi Tsang nodded. He was pushed into the operation room in the morning, and I don't know what will happen. The doctor said it will take less than an hour and more than 2 hours to get the result. And how long has Runjun been started? More than half an hour. Seeing the apprehension on Yi Tsang's face, Wang Chu patted Yi Tsang's shoulder. Big brother Yi, don't worry, there's always good fortune. Lanlan's surgery will be a success. I hope so. A hint of expectation appeared on Yi Tsang's face. After another half hour or so, the red light in the operating room went out and the green light came on. Yi Tsang couple hurriedly walked up. The door of the operating room opened. Yi Tsang's face with worry. Doctor, how is this? Me, my daughter? The surgery was a success, except that the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet, so you'll be awake in about an hour. One of the doctors said, but you need to recuperate for a while after waking up, and thanks to the child's recent much improved physical state. Otherwise the operation wouldn't really have been successful. Fortunately, after Yi Tsang heard the doctor's words, it was as if his entire essence had been drained. His body went limp and he was about to fall back. Wang Chu hurriedly went forward and held Yi Tsang. Brother Yi, you didn't right? I'm fine. Tears flowed down Yi Tsang's face. I am really too happy. This feels like a dream. My daughter. Surgery was successful. She will be a normal child later. Also as a father, Wang Chu understood Yi Tsang's feelings. He really didn't know what to do if it was Yu and Lanlan's situation that was swapped. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chu pulled out a bottle of magical mountain spring water and handed it to Yi Tsang. This is the latest energy recovery liquid developed by the Muyun Group. When Lan Lan wakes up, feed her a little bit of it and drink it over 3 days. It should help her body recover. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Yitsong took the bottle with a grateful look on his face. Wang Chu smiled. It's fine, since Lan Lan's surgery has been successful. We'll leave first. I'll bring Ye to see Lan Lan later. Yitsong nodded. At this time, Ye pulled the corner of Yitsong's coat and said, Uncle Yi, this is my gift for Lan Lan. Can you help me give it to Lan Lan? With that, Ye handed over a piece of drawing paper. On the drawing paper are 2 little girls running hand in hand, grass underfoot and a bright sun in the sky. Next to it was a somewhat crooked line, to my good sister Lan Lan, wishing her a speedy recovery. Ye doesn't know how to write the word rehabilitation, so she writes pinyin instead. Yitsong took this drawing paper and a happy look appeared on his face. I will definitely give it to Lan Lan. After Wang Chu and Ye left, Yitsong was silent for a moment and turned his head to look at his wife. It'll be a while before Lan Lan wakes up. I'll leave taking care of Lan Lan to you. I'm going to rush off to do what Mr. Wang has explained to me. Yitsong's wife hesitated. Do you want to wait until Lan Lan wakes up? Yitsong shook his head. Although I haven't read much, I do know one thing. A man dies for a friend. Without Mr. Wang Chu Wang's words, Lan Lan couldn't have had a smooth surgery. And Mr. Wang even handed over millions of cash to me. That's a great trust. What I can repay Mr. Wang is to do the things he gave me properly. I'll build up the medicinal herb plantation base as soon as possible. In that case, it'll be considered our repayment for Mr. Wang's assistance. Yitsong's wife nodded. That's right. Be a man of conscience. Just go ahead. I've got everything here. I'll call you if anything happens. Yitsong nodded, then glanced somewhat fondly at his daughter lying on the hospital bed, then clenched his teeth and turned to leave. Although he wants his daughter to open her eyes and see herself first, he still has a favor and great justice in his heart that needs to be repaid, and naturally Wang Chu didn't know about all of this. If he did, he would have definitely persuaded Yitsong not to be in such a hurry. At this moment, Wang Chu confirmed with the kindergarten that the kindergarten was temporarily suspended for 3 days. So for these 3 days, you did not have to go to the kindergarten. After knowing this news, a thought rose in Wang Chu's heart. Take your daughter to your daughter-in-law. This idea was crazy. After all, Yun Qingyao was still on the set right now. It would be bad if someone found out. But after the thought surfaced, he was somewhat inhibited. Yeah, let's go find mommy later. Okay. Yeah froze for a moment, then said in disbelief, POA, didn't mama go to work? Where are we going to find mama? Then let's go to the place where mama works and look for mama. Okay? Yaya's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Yaya misses mama. Saying that, Yaya's little eyes were already a little red in them. Although there is Poop's company in the past few days, Yaya's heart still misses mama. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any little thing to share with mama. Well then, let's talk to great-grandma and grandpa and get going. Wang Chu smiled, and after sending a message to the 2 of them, he kicked the gas and took Yaya towards Dahong City. After seeing Wang Chu's message, Master Yun smiled and stroked his beard. This kid has the same energy I had back then. And after the old husband Yun Xianjun saw it, he frowned. This guy shouldn't be going to Qingyao's side to complain, right? Forget it, too lazy to care about him. On his way to Dahong City, Wang Chu received a call from Lu Kai. Brother Lu, is something wrong with you? Wang Chu to tell you a piece of news that you're surely interested in. This morning Yun Qingyao's team found out that they came to invite you, hoping that you can become her fitness trainer. Wang Chu froze for a moment. Brother Lu, are you telling the truth? Of course. I didn't expect Yun Qingyao's team to really invite you. It seems that the news of you winning the Hercules Championship has already spread. What do you want to do? Accept it or not? Of course I accept. Wang Chu smiled and said, Yun Qingyao is my idol. Serving her would be my honor. That's good. Then I'll reply to them. The official website will also release this news later. After all, many people want to rub a wave of your heat in traffic. Chapter 200. Bringing Yaya to Yun Qingyao. This matter, Wang Chu did not tell Qingyao, thinking to give him a little surprise. Because he wasn't in a hurry this time, Wang Chu's car speed wasn't that fast. Instead he followed Yaya with a relaxed mood to enjoy the scenery along the way. Yaya was still young, plus Qingyao was always busy again, and rarely had time to take Yaya to enjoy different scenery. So on this journey, Yaya looked excited, and was always lying on the back window looking at the surrounding scenery. Wow, Poopy, this car is huge. Poop, look, a fire truck. Uncle Fireman is going to put out the fire. Poopy, I just saw a kitty on the side of the road. Every single thing that you saw had to be shared with Wang Chu, which was enough to show that Yu's heart was very happy and excited right now. The place where Mama works has a strong sense of mystery and sanctity for her. So, this time, Papa took himself to find Mama. For Yu to say, this is clearly an adventure experience. How could she not be excited? After driving for 2 hours and reaching noon, Wang Chu parked his car at the highway service area. Yeah, let's eat something here now and then continue our journey in the afternoon, okay? Yui nodded as she rubbed her stomach. Okay, Yui's stomach is growling. There is only one quick mart in the service area, and it doesn't have much to eat. Wang Chu held Yeye around and realized that this place was all junk food except for instant noodles or that kind of instant fast food. Wang Chu didn't want Yeye to eat these things. What if she got a bad stomach? Why don't we get off the highway first and go to a nearby city to get some good food for Yeye? Yeah. Then bear with us for a while. We'll get off the highway soon, and then we'll take you to eat something delicious, okay? Yeye also nodded as she wasn't really interested in the stuff at the Quick Mart, but as they walked out of the supermarket, they noticed 3 children gathered around their car, seemingly writing and drawing something. Wang Chu frowned and walked up only to realize that they had actually spent several scratches on his car. What are you doing? A hint of anger appeared on Wang Chu's face. The 3 little boys saw the owner coming and pulled away. Wang Chu stepped forward and grabbed one of the boys at once. Who let you scribble on my car? The boy was about 5 or 6 years old and had a small stone cupped in his hand. After being grabbed by Wang Chu, the little boy threw the stone towards Wang Chu's body and kept struggling. Wang Chu dodged the stone, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Let me go! You let me go! The little boy cried out. Somebody, help! Soon, many resting car owners around them gathered around and pointed towards Wang Chu. What kind of person is this? How do you grab someone's child? This isn't his child, is it? He's not a trafficker, is he? Surround him, don't let him get away. You're a big man bullying someone else's little boy. Do you have any more face? Yeah, was a little scared. She tightly hugged Wang Chu's neck and whispered, "POA, why are so many people surrounding us? I am a little scared." Wang Chu comforted, "Don't be afraid. There's poop." At this time, 2 burly men pushed through the crowd and walked in. Which little punk is it that dares to bully our family's child? That's right, let go, or we'll kill you. Looking at the 2 big men walking in, Wang Chu said indifferently, "Are you 2 the family members of this boy? So what if it is? You let go." Wang Chu let go of his hand, and the little boy hurriedly ran towards the 2 strong men, not forgetting to spit a mouthful of water towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu's frown deepened. "Since you are the little boy's family, this is a good thing. Your child scratched my car with a small stone. You are the ones who are going to do something about it." Saying that, Wang Chu pointed at the car next to his own. After the crowd saw it clearly, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is a million-level Maybach sedan. Looking at the clear scratches on the car, this is going to take at least tens of thousands of dollars to fix the scratches. The 2 big men also frowned. "Joke. You say our kid paddled it, so he paddled it? What a joke." Wang Chu said indifferently. "Trying to cheat? Don't forget, this is a service area. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. If you don't want to pay compensation, I can call the police and let them handle the matter. But at that time, things won't be so easy to solve." "Bruce, did you row this car?" one of the big men asked. The boy shook his head. "I didn't row." He lied. The other big man sneered. "Hear that? Our kid said he didn't scratch your car. Who knows who did? And you want to slander our kid? That's just too much." "That's right. What's wrong with driving a luxury car? Driving a luxury car is enough to slander us ordinary people?" The first big man said coldly. "This child can't lie. You're slandering a child. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" With that, the big man twisted the boy hard when the crowd wasn't looking. With a wow, the boy let out a cry of pain. "Look everyone, our children are crying in aggravation. How could our children have done this?" The surrounding onlookers could not help themselves a little. "You're a big man to embarrass a child? Oh, I've realized today what it means to be shameless. What it means to be unkind to the rich. You're still a scumbag even if you drive a luxury car. That's right, and with a daughter in tow. Don't you know how to set a good example for your daughter? Such a person doesn't deserve to be a father at all either." There was a lot of accusing talk around them, but Wang Chu was not moved. "It seems like you guys are planning to be dead set against it. In that case, let's take the legal route," Wang Chu said indifferently. "The surveillance here has no dead ends. In the end is not your child did. When the time comes naturally clear, I personally catch your child. Cannot still wrongly accuse him?" Those 2 big men looked at each other, a hint of gravity in their eyes. "Humph, we won't bother with you about you slandering us, but you're still planning to call the police? If it weren't for the fact that we're in an emergency right now, we'd have to give you a good education." With that, the 2 big men were about to leave, but Wang Chu said coldly, "Stop, the matter hasn't been resolved and you guys still want to leave? What a joke." Originally Wang Chu did not want to dwell on it. If the parents of the boy's sincere attitude to apologize, Wang Chu will not hold on to it. But now it was different. The other party was dead set against it, and it was also net confusing in pouring sewage on his own body, and this was what Wang Chu could not endure. What's more, his daughter was still by his side. and he was more than ready to tell her with practical actions that in this world, black is black and white is white. You can't easily admit defeat just because the bad guys are backpedaling. What's the matter? Trying to blackmail me, are you? The big man took out $300 from his pocket and threw it at Wang Chu. Take it, even if it's a charity from my old man who does a good deed for a day. Chapter 201 Moral Saints. The red banknotes scattered in front of Wang Chu, causing his face to become even more gloomy. The crowd, on the other hand, had a very refreshing feeling. All they had seen before was rich people humiliating poor, ordinary people. Now it's finally time to see that ordinary people can humiliate the rich with their money. This has given many people a sense of serfdom. Kid, do you know why I only arrest you? It's because your drawings are so bad. Wang Chu suddenly smiled and said. The little boy said with some indignation. No way. I'm the best rower of the three of us. The little boy's voice echoed and the crowd was a little less than comfortable. After all that, this little boy really scratched someone's car? Did you really scratch it? The big man frowned. Our children have always been well behaved. It's impossible for them to casually scratch your car. It must be because you bullied our children before. Isn't that right, Xiaolong? Looking at the big man giving the child a squeeze, Wang Chu said indifferently, alright, don't give hints. I was originally quite angry that a bear child scratched my car, but after seeing you guys I understand. There are no bear children in this world without a reason. Only parents who are more ignorant and protective than bear children. The scratches on my car are very deep, and if you want to repair it, you need at least tens of thousands of dollars. Either you take the money and go private, then I'll call the police. I have plenty of time anyway. Tens of thousands of dollars? You are robbing money, the big man yelled. On your scratch, just go to a garage, a few $100s to fix it, but also tens of thousands of dollars? You're robbing money? Looks like you're not choosing to go private? Wang Chu let out a light laugh. Well then, let's just spend it. With that, Wang Chu was about to call the police. Some of the people around us couldn't look away. I say brother, you're not too far off, so why be so aggressive? You are also a big man. Can you have some manners? People children apologize even if it. That's right, it's not easy for everyone to make money. Is this appropriate for you? At this time, someone shouted out. Is that murderer the one who scratched my car? Wang Chu froze for a moment, then laughed. Looks like these bears didn't just melt my car. You guys better check it too. Being reminded by Wang Chu, there were indeed quite a few car owners yelling. I've got brand new scratches on my car too. I can't let these two go. I have to pay for it. Mine too. When you do something wrong, you have to be punished and pay for it. There are bear parents and then there are bear children, and you're not allowed to leave until you pay up. A cold smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. These holy mothers were really quite tolerant while not offending their own interests, but once they found out that their own interests were damaged, they even changed their faces so quickly. Ridiculous as hell. But these three bears are quite strong in battle. According to this situation, it should have melted more than 10 cars. What are you doing? What are you doing? What proof do you have that your car was scratched by our kids? The two big men were still yelling. Wang Chu let out a light laugh, and with a flick of his fingers, a few grains of magical fertilizer flew into those two men's mouths with precision. The two men hadn't even noticed and were still chattering away with those around them. Wang Chu was very curious. At that time, when he got the magical fertilizer, it said that it should not be consumed, otherwise it would have an embarrassing effect. What effect would it have? There was some tension in the eyes of those two men. After all, going up against one person was not the same as going up against a group of people. At this time, the surrounding people suddenly showed a look of panic in their eyes. Not only did not go forward, but instead, they fell back, and there were even a few people who took out their cell phones to take pictures. What's going on? The two men looked at each other, and they suddenly realized that the other had become like a hairy monkey. All the hair on their bodies was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Your hair, eyebrows. They also noticed a change in themselves when they finished. Hair, eyebrows, nose hair, beard, armpit hair, chest hair, leg hair and some hair in indescribable locations. All these hairs were growing like crazy, and soon the two men were hairy men. Is this still human? This is a demon, isn't it? Call the police and catch these two demons. Run away, run away. What happened to these two was beyond anyone's expectations. They both panicked as well. The hair on this body kept growing, and now both of them were covered in hair, just like a large hairball. The commotion here also caught the attention of the service area managers. They also sucked in a breath of cold air as they rushed over. What the hell are these two? Are they savages from Shenanjia? How did this savage get to the service area? Security, surround them. We can't let them harm the safety of the people around them. Under the command of the service area management, the security guards of the service area quickly surrounded the two men. We're not bad, the two men said in a hurry. A look of surprise appeared in the eyes of the guards. Now the savages had even learned human language? This is too unbelievable. Since you are able to understand human language, let go of the hostages in your hands and we will treat you leniently. Hostages? The two men froze. How could they possibly have a hostage in their hands? Looking down, the little boy, Bruce, was looking at them with horrified eyes. Xiaolong, what kind of look is that? I'm Dad. Yes, Xiaolong, I'm an uncle. At this time, the little boy violently shook off their hands and cried out as he rushed towards the outside. The little boy's father subconsciously tried to catch up, but the hair on his body was just too long. Taking a step forward, he stepped directly on his fur and fell straight to the ground. His brother tried to help him, but took a step and tripped over his own fur as well. Come on! Seeing the two savages tripping, the security chief's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted. The other security guards surged forward. Electric batons in their hands turned up to maximum and stabbed straight in. The eyes of these two men rolled back in their heads and they fainted. Too ferocious. Really too ferocious. Wang Chu had long since returned to the car with Ye Ye in his arms. He saw that the security guards had tied up the two men, and a hint of intolerance appeared in his eyes. Hey, I didn't expect this amazing fertilizer to have such a magical effect. I hope they won't be sliced up for research. Wang Chu secretly prayed for them once, then left with a push on the gas. Chapter 202, Don't you have any dreams? Subsequently, Wang Chu got off at the nearest intersection under the highway and went to the nearby Rongding city. Through the navigation, Wang Chu found a restaurant that had a pretty good reputation in the area and took Ye Ye to eat. Ye Ye was also a little hungry, so she ate happily. When Ye Ye had eaten her fill, she sat down in her chair and started to get a little restless. Poopy, why did so many people surround us just now? Did we do something wrong? Ye Ye asked curiously. Wang Chu put down his chopsticks. What makes you say that? Because, at that time, a lot of people said bad things about poop. Ye Ye was a little aggravated. Although Ye Ye was said to be very small, and many words might not be very understandable, she was able to clearly feel the emotions conveyed by the people around her at that time. Condescending, gloating, blaming, all of this, Ye Ye was keenly aware of. Wang Chu thought for a moment. He didn't know how to explain this matter to Ye Ye, because this matter was too difficult to understand for Yu. There are even a lot of adults who don't live to understand it, let alone a child. Then does Ye Ye think that Papa is a bad person? Wang Chu revealed a hint of a smile and said. Ye Ye shook her head. Of course not. My Papa is a big hero. How could he be a bad guy? So yeah, when a lot of people say bad things about a certain person, that person isn't necessarily really a bad person. We need to judge for ourselves before we can do that. We can't just follow people's words. Ye Ye blinked. Poopy, what's a human being? It's, what others say is what they say. For example, Ye Ye doesn't like carrots, but everyone says carrots are delicious. Then if Ye Ye also thinks carrots are delicious, then it's just a human cloud. Ye Ye covered her little mouth. Carrots don't taste good. Ye Ye's least favorite thing to eat is carrots. Wang Chu laughed. So we mustn't be human. We have to have our own judgment on things before we can do that. Ye Ye nodded a little confused. Baba, Ye Ye won't be human. Good boy. Wang Chu touched Ye Ye's head and smiled. As long as we believe that we are not doing anything wrong, then there is no need for us to make changes because of some outside perceptions. Ye Ye blinked. Poopy, I didn't get it. Say it again? What? The Yang Wei we've been searching for has appeared in Rongding City again? Tell me the location right away. I'll go there now. After the manager of the Flying Dragon team heard that Yang Wei, the super racer they had been looking for, had appeared in Rongding City, the whole team was excited. Su Kuo, the Yang Wei you've always wanted to worship. I heard that the trip is in our Rongding City, so hurry over and let's go see it together. After Su Gua, who was training, heard the news, an excited look appeared on his face, and he hurriedly put down what he was holding in his hands and immediately set off. Soon, the two men converged and ran towards the location of the restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant where Wang Chu had dined, they happened to see Wang Chu, who was holding Ye Ye, walking out of the restaurant. Sure enough, it's him. We've been searching for so long, and we've finally found him. The manager of Team Flying Dragon said excitedly to Su Gua. As long as he becomes our Team Flying Dragon's racer, then we'll have the possibility of striking the national championship. National champion? A hint of yearning appeared in Su Gao's eyes, although he was very talented in racing. But unfortunately, his time in contact with racing was still very short after all, and with his strength, he was simply unable to stand on the stage of the nation's top racing events. Manager, is he really that strong? Of course, my vision is not wrong, the manager of the Flying Dragon said seriously, and I'm certain that if you are able to get his guidance, you will definitely defeat Chen Feng. Su Gao took a deep breath and a determined look appeared in his eyes. Mr. Janeway, Mr. Janeway, Wang Chu saw the two people in front of him walking towards him with excited expressions. A trace of shock appeared on his face. This Yang Wei also came? He glanced behind him and was relieved not to find Yang Wei's shadow. Are you guys calling me? A trace of doubt appeared on Wang Chu's face. Do we know each other? The manager of Flying Dragon Racing Team slapped his head. I'm really sorry, Mr. Yang Wei. Let me introduce myself. I'm the experience of Flying Dragon Racing Team, Sun Jian. And this is the main force of our Flying Dragon Racing Team, Su Gao. Wang Chu reacted. Flying Dragon Fleet? Wasn't that one of the fleets from the race that he had met halfway when he had gone to see Yun Qingyao earlier in the evening? No wonder he called himself Janeway. Ahem, how did you guys know I was here? Wang Chu was a bit curious. Being able to find himself from a city of millions of people in a short period of time. Had they put a locator on his car? Wang Chu was curious and also felt a hint of caution. Coincidentally, one of the members of my fleet came here for dinner and saw your license plate number. That's why I was notified. And I just came over to take my chances. Not thinking of hitting really met you. Sun Jian's face was agitated. Wang Chu made a shushing motion. My daughter is asleep. Please don't talk too loudly, okay? Sun Jian and Su Gao's eyes showed a hint of surprise, not realizing that Yang Wei is so young and already has such a big daughter. Wang Chu first carefully placed Ye on the sleeping mat in the back seat, then said to the two men following him, What do you want? Say it. I would like to ask you to join our Flying Dragon Racing Team and become our team's racing driver. Sun Jian said seriously. Wang Chu decisively refused. Not interested. If it was 5 years ago, he would have been a flamboyant college student, and wouldn't have had a real interest in racing, but now he's a full-time baby daddy. His only thought is to raise Ye properly to adulthood. What kind of racing driver is he? Wouldn't it be nice to drive with your daughter-in-law during the week? Our Flying Dragon Fleet can give you very favorable treatment. You must consider it, Sun Jian said with an earnest face. Wang Chu shook his head. I'm really not interested at all. It's a matter of people having their own aspirations, and I also have my job, okay? Are you really not going to think about it at all? Sun Jian insisted. Don't you want to step onto the stage of the international arena and have countless people cheering and shouting wildly for you? Aren't you looking forward to that moment when everyone is watching? Not at all. Wang Chu spread his hands and said, I think I've made myself clear. You guys can leave now. Humph. I originally thought that you were a very passionate and hot-blooded writer, but I didn't realize that you were a person with no ambition. A person like you doesn't deserve to be called a writer, Su Gao said with an angry face. Wang Chu looked at Su Kuo with some curiosity. When did that? Me say I was a driver? And, you don't really think that by saying these so-called middle-aged hot-blooded words, I'll get a hot head and join your team, right? No way. No way? You can't really feel that way, right? Read Les Nguyen. Hot-blooded teenager. Life is not only the immediate middle-aged. There is also the distant metropolis. Wang Chu patted Su Guo's shoulder and said with a smile. Su Kuo was dumbfounded. He wanted to use the agitation method to persuade Wang Chu, but he did not expect to be seen through by Wang Chu at a glance. Don't you have any dreams? Su Guo couldn't help but ask. Wang Chu glanced at Su Guo. Of course I have. My dream is to have a few more daughters with my daughter-in-law. Otherwise, this is a great waste of my daughter-in-law's genes. Chapter 203, Another Competition. Wang Chu has such superb car skills, but he's not a driver? How is this possible? For a moment, neither Sun Jian nor Su Guo knew what to say. His myriad grasses, my precious treasures. What could be more devastating to a person than to have a dream and a career that they hold dear that turns out to be worthless in the eyes of the other person? Sun Jian still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Mr. Yang Wei, even if you don't want to be a driver, can you become an honorary driver of our team? I guarantee the same treatment, unless necessary, absolutely will not disturb your normal life. Wang Chu smiled. Forget it, there's really no need. I'm really not interested in racing at all, and I have my own things to do. At this time, Su Guo said in a deep voice, Mr. Yang, if that's the case, we won't be forced to do so, but I have one thing to ask for. I want to worship you as my teacher. Wang Chu looked like he was looking at an idiot. You want to worship me as a teacher? What a joke. I'm not interested in taking on a disciple. You have such good skills. Why don't you want to take on an apprentice? Su Guo was a bit anxious. I sincerely want to be your disciple. Forget it, Su Guo. Your family is engaged in vegetable greenhouses. Just go home and inherit the family craft. Why do you have to mix with the racing circle? At this time, Chen Feng and the manager of the mighty Tiger Fleet appeared. Why are you guys here? Su Guo's brows furrowed. This Rongding city is just so big. Do you think your movements can be hidden from others? Chen Feng snorted, then saw Wang Chu, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Hey, you're the one who overtook my car that night. Right, if you're capable, let's compete again? Wang Chu glanced at Chen Feng. Boring. He was about to get into his car and leave, but he was stopped by Chen Feng. I say, This brother, do you not know the rules? You're an outsider who messes up our racing competition and walks away afterward. That's not in line with the rules, is it? Chen Feng said indifferently. You're gone, but we've become a laughingstock in the racing circle. Do you think it's appropriate? Wang Chu glanced at Chen Feng. I think it's quite appropriate. The fact that you've lost means that you're not as skilled as the others. So why are you here looking for me if you don't hurry up and go improve your skills? I'm not as skilled as others? That's simply a joke. Chen Feng nudged Wang Zhi's chest. Fight me one more time. I'm going to beat you squarely in front of everyone. I'm going to let everyone know that I, Chen Feng, am the strongest rider in East China. Wang Chu nodded. You won. You're already the strongest rider. You can advertise like that now. Are you mocking me? I need your charity and mercy? Chen Feng grabbed Wang Chu's collar. Have a match with me, right here on the disc on the highway. Let go. Wang Chu said lightly. I hate it when people grab my collar. My daughter-in-law bought this for me. Chen Feng said arrogantly. Let go? If you don't agree, not only will I not let go, I will also rip your clothes off, believe it or not. Snap. Before he could finish, Wang Chu made a tackle and directly flipped Chen Feng's arm, pressing his entire body against the car door. I told you to let go. Why don't you listen so well? Wang Chu's hand exerted so much force that it hurt so much that a layer of cold sweat seeped out of Chen Feng's head. You let go. Do you know who Chen Feng is? He's a member of the Rongding Chen family. If you hurt Chen Feng, you won't be able to eat. The manager of the tigers next to him had an anxious look on his face. Wang Chu sneered. Joke, who have I, Yang Wei, been afraid of? Not to mention a small Chen family, even the several great families in imperial capital, I don't put them in my eyes. Hiss. A few people around sucked in a breath of cool air. Who is this Yang Wei? Why is his tone so arrogant? Those big families in imperial capital. Are you a tiny mole to mock? Chen Feng gritted his teeth and said, unless you have a match with me, otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. Lu Chengguang, call for someone. A strong dragon does not suppress a snake. I want to see which overpowering dragon you are. Wang Chu was a bit speechless. This guy really wasn't afraid of anything. In that case, I won't be able to leave if I don't have a match with you? Wang Chu asked. That's for sure. Wang Chu had a bit of a headache. This wasn't Hai Chang. Those people he knew wouldn't be able to do much here. And Chen Feng is the local snake here. Your name is Su Guak, right? Wang Chu turned his head to look at Su Gua. You want to worship me? Su Gak hastily nodded his head. Then you dare to fight him again? Su Guak lowered his head in some shame. I'm no match for him. I know you're not his opponent, but if you want to be my disciple, this is the first opponent you'll have to defeat. Wang Chu said indifferently. I will teach you some techniques, but if you can't even defeat him, don't be my disciple. Su Guo froze for a moment, then his face was overjoyed. Yes, master, I will definitely defeat him. Wang Chu let go of Chen Feng. Do you hear me? You fight for my disciple first. If you win, only then will you be qualified to challenge me. If you lose, get as far away as you can. Chen Feng rubbed his arm that was twisted painfully, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Good, Yang Wei, remember your words today. Su Kuo, a week from now, Pan Mountain Highway. We'll continue. Lu Chengguang, let's go. Chen Feng left with Lu Chengguang, and Wang Chu was relieved. Master, Su Guai had just said it when he was interrupted by Wang Chu. Don't you call me master yet, but you just said that. Su Gak was a little aggravated. Ahem, that, only when you defeat Chen Feng will you be qualified to be my disciple. Wang Chu blinked and said, I can first tell you some techniques to defeat Chen Feng. Saying that, Wang Chu told Su Guo about some racing techniques. The more Su Gak listened, the brighter his eyes became. That's a lot of experience from the car gods, and it's hard to beat that for a driver. After speaking for 10 minutes, Wang Chu stopped. Let's start with these. You've memorized them all? Su Gak hastily nodded his head. Digested well. Learn to exercise these and defeating Chen Feng shouldn't be difficult. Wang Chu casually said. By the way, does this Chen Feng have a grudge against me? Why does he have to make me compete with him? Su Gao and Sun Jian glanced at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. It seems that Yang Wei really isn't a member of the writer's circle, or else he wouldn't have known nothing about it. Here's the thing. Last time you defeated Chen Feng at the Plate Mountain Road. This matter has gone crazy within the racing circle, and Chen Feng has become the object of many people's taunts. That's why he's... Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. No wonder he was as irritated as if he had been robbed of his daughter-in-law. He's trying to redeem his image by having another match with Shifu. Su Gak said. Wang Chu glanced at Su Gua. I see. Now the task of defeating Chen Feng is yours. If you lose, don't contact me. Chapter 204, System Bug. After dismissing Sun Jian and Su Gua, a hint of helplessness appeared on Wang Chu's face. These caravans are really godly. He'd almost forgotten about what happened on the panhandle, not realizing that they'd been tirelessly searching for him. This spirit moved Wang Chu slightly. How about, changing the name next time. It's not good to keep catching Yang Wei alone in the pit. Next time, let's just use the name Zhu Long. They are all good brothers anyway. I don't think he will mind, Wang Chu's heart secretly said. As for the match a week later, Wang Chu didn't take it seriously at all. What does what Yang Wei promised have to do with me? Wang Chu? After such a long delay, it's better to hurry up and find a daughter-in-law. On the set, there will be one of the most important scenes of the entire movie in the afternoon. Qin Hongyu was besieged by tens of thousands of enemy troops and was eventually exhausted and captured. This scene is the scene of the final showdown. Are all departments ready? Lighting, camera, dramaturgy, recording, are all ready for me? This time it better be a success. Do you hear me? Director Chen yelled as he pulled his neck. The staff around them nodded. The Armageddon is the biggest high tide point of the whole play. A scene that needs to show sadness, magnificence and grandeur. In order to show it more realistically, Director Chen decided to use a combination of both live shooting and post-production. Thousands of groupies were ready to go, and the scene rendered a sense of sandy bleakness. Yun Qingyao and a group of other main actors were putting on their makeup. This makeup needs to be spent a little more roughly to match the characterization, Yun Qingyao said in a deep voice. The hair should also be made a bit more dry. After applying her makeup, Yun Qingyao couldn't even tell that the person in the mirror was herself. Waxy skin, dry lips, dry yellow hair. Even the most professional paparazzi wouldn't be able to recognize that this person was Yun Qingyao, who had unlimited style in front of the camera. The main cast is in place and all departments are beginning to prepare for action. Poopy, is this where Mama works? After running for another 3 hours or so in the afternoon, Wang Chu was able to follow the direction of the pointing needle to find where the crew was located. Ye also woke up from her nap and looked at Wang Chu excitedly and asked, "Can we see where Mama works?" Wang Chu nodded and said, "But we can only take a look in the dark. We can't get too close, lest we disturb Mama's work, okay?" Ye nodded in a hurry. "Poop, I know." But before they could get close, they were stopped by the playwright. "We're shooting up ahead. No advance." Wang Chu smiled and said, "Two big brothers, we are just here to travel and take a casual look. We haven't seen a movie shoot yet. Why don't you let us take a look from afar?" "No, the front has been blocked off. You can't get in. And, what if you leak the inside story? Go away, go away." Wang Chu was somewhat speechless, but Ye looked at herself with an expectant gaze. Wang Chu could only retreat first. "Pupa, there's no way for us to see Mama?" Ye's face held a hint of loss. Wang Chu frowned. "It's okay, watch me." The pointing needle showed that Yun Changyao was not far ahead, and Wang Chu could even hear a hint of shouting during the shooting. Since the other party 1T let it come close, then we can only think of other ways. "System, I want a drone for filming. Please use the special draw for the host. I remember I have a free draw today. I'll use the free draw first." Ding, the free lottery is in progress. Congratulations, you've won an Ultra HD shooting drone. Ultra HD shooting drone, with solar charging system, ultra long use time, Ultra HD image quality, ultra long remote control distance, priced at 20 points of pleasure value per frame. Sure enough, a hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. After so many days, he had figured out a little bit of the system. This thing is completely for Ye. As long as what Ye lacks, there is a high probability of opening something. But if Ye has no need for it, the probability of this opening something good is much smaller. So every time a draw is stuck with the needs of Hyatt, it boosts the chances of opening something open a great deal. Wang Chu also didn't know if this was considered a system bug. Remotely controlling the drone, Wang Chu and Ye quickly saw the scene inside the set through the drone. Despite the distance, the drone footage is crystal clear and even zooms in non-destructively. "This is Mama." Ye happily pointed at the woman in the picture and clapped her hands. "But Mama is so ugly now." Wang Chu was a little surprised. Now that Yun Qingyao was dressed up in dusty clothes, completely unable to see her previous radiant appearance, he didn't think that you would still be able to see it at a glance. Is this what mother-daughter bonding is all about? Poopy, why are these people trying to beat up Mama? Go and help Mama beat away these bad guys, will you? On the screen, Yun Qingyao was facing several people's attacks, and although her movements were crisp and clear, she still appeared to be a bit of a lone wolf. Seeing this scene, Ye was a bit anxious. Wang Chu patiently explained, Ye, don't be anxious. Mom is making a movie. This is all fake. This is Mama's job. Ye nodded plausibly, but she still watched the picture with a nervous gaze. This scene, it took a full afternoon of filming to get through, and Yun Qingyao felt as if her body was about to fall apart. After wrapping up, Yun Qingyao received a phone call. "Qingyao, I'm here in Dahong City today for an event. I heard that you're shooting a movie here. Do you have time to come out and get together tonight?" The one who called Yun Qingyao was Su Yunhua, a very famous music talent in the entertainment industry. Su Yunhua is an artist who is obsessed with music, and does not develop in 3 ways: film and song, like Yun Qingyao, but concentrates on music. 7 years into his career, he has released 4 original albums, each of which has received critical acclaim from the industry. He had first met Yun Qingyao in person at the music festival last year and was instantly attracted to Yun Qingyao. After exchanging words, he realized that Yun Qingyao was not a simple vase as the outside world had said, so he would take the opportunity of exchanging music to often seek out Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao actually vaguely noticed Su Yunhua's mind, but Su Yunhua had been communicating as a friend, so Yun Qingyao had no way to say anything. Moreover, Yun Qingyao was very appreciative of Su Yunhua's musical talent. I'm really sorry, I'm too tired today. A hint of fatigue appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. I just want to have a good rest. That's really too bad. I even invited Mr. Wu Shijun this time. I wanted to introduce you guys to each other. Yun Qingyao's heart fluttered. Wu Shijun was a top music producer in the entertainment industry. She has always wanted to get to know Mr. Wu Shijun, but she never had the chance before. If Wu Shijun could produce an album for herself, then he or she would definitely break new ground musically, and could even reverse the outside world's impression of him or her. Okay, where is it? I'll pack up and be right there. Chapter 205, Self-Recommendation. Being able to get to know Wu Shijun was an opportunity for Yun Qingyao. Although Stars on the Clouds was created for Yun Qingyao, it was created for a very short period of time after all, and the resources within the circle were limited. If Yun Qingyao couldn't take the initiative to gain connections for herself, she definitely wouldn't go far within this circle either. Su Yunhua sent a location message to Yun Qingyao, in an upscale restaurant in Dahong City. Yun Qingyao first went back and removed her makeup, then added some light makeup before driving to the restaurant. Entering the restaurant, under the guidance of the welcoming lady, Yun Qingyao arrived at the seat set by Su Yunhua. Hello, Mr. Wu, I'm Yun Qingyao. Seeing Wu Shijun, Yun Qingyao extended her hand first with a warm smile on her face. Wu Shijun was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a pair of gold-rimmed eyes, and his whole person appeared to be very elegant and easygoing. After shaking hands, Wu Shijun smiled. Xiao Su said that he wanted to invite an important friend, and I had half a day's thought in my mind, but I didn't think that I would be able to invite Qingyao. Yun Qingyao hurriedly said, Teacher Wu, this sentence of yours, this is discounting me. You are the senior in the industry. We are all running towards you. Su Yunhua also smiled on the side and said, Yes, when I first said I wanted to invite Qingyao, she didn't even want to take care of me, but then she heard that you were here, so she came over this time. The three of them sat down, and after Su Yunhua finished ordering, he said with a smile, Qingyao, I heard that you've been filming a blockbuster recently, and it's rumored that you've invested several $100 million in it. Yun Qingyao smiled. I don't know about the specific investment, I just know to play my role well. In my eyes, every role is important. Every drama is a blockbuster in my heart. Well said. I now somewhat understand why you've been able to make a sudden and fruitful progress here today. It seems that no one is able to succeed casually. Wu Shijun gave an emotional sigh. Mr. Wu is too kind. Yun Qingyao smiled. The three of them talked and laughed for a while, during which Yun Qingyao keenly noticed that Wu Shijun's face seemed to carry a hint of sadness. This Su Yunhua must have some reason for introducing Wu Shijun to me, right? Only, what exactly is the reason? Yun Qingyao's heart gave a cry. At this time, Wu Shijun put down the chopsticks in his hands and said to Yun Qingyao, I heard from Xiao Su that Qingyao, you've been wanting to release a new album recently? Yun Qingyao nodded. I promised my fans that I would produce an album every year, and this year, because of various things, I never got around to producing it, so I've delayed it until this time. Wu Shijun took a deep breath. Then the producer of your music album, have you found a suitable candidate? A hint of shock appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Mr. Wu, what do you mean? Su Yunhua said from the side. Actually, truth be told, this time, Mr. Wu wanted to make a gross recommendation, and I happened to know that you were going to produce a new album, so I told Mr. Wu. A smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. It would be really great if Mr. Wu could produce my album. Who doesn't know that Mr. Wu is known in the industry as a gold medal producer, and being able to have Mr. Wu as the producer of my new album would be a sure thing for my album. But Yun Qingyao paused for a moment and said, but what I don't understand is that, with Mr. Wu's status, the singer who wants to find Mr. Wu to produce an album should be able to line up until next year. But now why? Yun Qingyao didn't finish her words, but everyone understood what Yun Qingyao meant now. With Wu Shijun's status, it would be more or less a loss of status if he were to introduce himself. After all, with Yun Qingyao's status, it wasn't even worth it for Wu Shijun to take the initiative to ask for help. Although it was a bit impolite, Yun Qingyao still wanted to figure out the situation inside. Sure enough, Qingyao was still the same straightforward girl, still as sharp as ever. Su Yunhua let out a bitter smile. Mr. Wu, Is it you who should speak? Or is it me? Wu Shijun sighed. It's better for me to say it. Xing Yao. It all started with my unprofitable son. He learned what not to do, and learned to gamble outside of the country. My son, Wu Juanhao, was studying in Europe, but during his study period he got mixed up with some local bad associations and got into the evils of drug abuse and gambling, and when I found out, it was already too late, and he'd already signed up for $50 million in gambling debts. 50 million Kyushu coins? Yun Qingyao frowned. This was too much. A trace of bitterness appeared on Wu Shijun's face. If it's 50 million Kyushu dollars, I wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. It's 50 million euros, which is more than 400 million Kyushu dollars. Hiss. Yun Qingyao sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Over 400 million Kyushu coins? That was too much. People are being held by the other side, and if I don't manage to raise the money within a week, they are going to cut off my son's arms. No matter how disobedient he is still my blood and flesh. These days, I've been raising money everywhere and selling off some of the collections I bought before to come up with 40 million euros, and I'm still 10 million euros short. I originally thought that I had done so many years in Guangwei Entertainment. I wanted to borrow some money in advance, but I did not expect that Guangwei Entertainment not only did not borrow money, but instead, they want to renew their contract with me in advance, and the renewal fee is simply a humiliation for me. Speaking of this, Wu Shijun couldn't contain the anger on his face. Yun Qingyao's heart sighed. Guangwei Entertainment's reputation in the industry had never been very good. A typical Joe Pippi type of company. It was not unexpected that they could fall on their sword and do something like this. So instead of saying yes to their renewal, I wanted to see who wanted to do the album and I wanted to advance some money. So, Su Yunhua then said, because Mr. Wu's cash gap is relatively large. 10 million euros is not just anyone can take out. I know that you are rich and powerful. So with Mr. Wu said your situation, which is, Yun Qingyao understood. So that's how it was. If she accepts Mr. Wu's gross offer, she will have to pay 10 million euros up front. That's not a small amount, and it's an amount that far exceeds what Mr. Wu would be paid to produce an album. With that kind of money, it would be enough to make 5 or 6 boutique albums. A trace of apprehension appeared on Wu Shijun's face. He was truly out of options. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled down his face to make a furtive offer to a junior. Yun Qingyao was silent, and after a moment said, Mr. Wu, let's be honest, 10 million euros, not a small amount. If it is used as the album's production fee, then the cost of the album is too high. But, I have a suggestion. You consider it. How about joining us at Stars on Clouds? Chapter 206, Missed You. Daughter-in-law. Join the Stars on the Clouds? Wu Shijun froze. He hadn't really thought about joining Stars on the Clouds. After all, Yunshang Xingchen was a small company that was not founded, and although it had brought out a Yun Qingyao's, there was no second Yun Qingyao besides Yun Qingyao. Is there really a future in joining such a small company? Moreover, if Star on the Clouds was on the same level as Radiance Entertainment, wouldn't he have just gotten out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth again? Mr. Wu, if you join us at Star on the Clouds, I guarantee that I won't give you too many demands and conditions, and 10 million euros is just small money for Star on the Clouds. Yun Qingyao let out a light laugh and said, I think I'm afraid there's nothing more suitable for you right now than Stars on the Clouds. Wu Shijun looked deeply at Yun Qingyao. Qingyao, you were single-handedly brought up by Star on the Clouds. You and the boss behind Star on the Clouds are. He's my brother. A real brother. Yun Qingyao smiled. This shouldn't be a secret in the industry. So, Mr. Wu, are you relieved? Wu Shijun sighed in relief. If that's the case, I would be willing to talk to your brother. Yun Qingyao didn't hide it and directly called her third brother, Yun Qingfeng. On the phone, Yun Qingyao spoke about Wu Shijun's matter, but Yun Qingfeng does not care at all. Okay, you look at it on the line, but little sister I heard that you and a called Wang Chu married? What's the matter? This thing even the third brother do not tell? A hint of helplessness appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Didn't I think you've been busy outside these days? That's why I didn't tell you. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Things are busy outside. Is it as important as your business? If I didn't know that Dad was in Haichang, I would have gone to find Wang Chu long ago. Yun Qingfeng snorted coldly. I'd like to see what kind of man was able to pry my sister away silently. Come on, are you guys done? First second brother, then Dad. I guess big brother will have to pick a fight too. Can you just give me a break? Yun Qingyao's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Hearing the displeasure in Yun Qingyao's voice, Yun Qingfeng immediately wimped out. Okay, I won't trouble him, okay? You're clearly not a good person. Forget it. Who let me love you the most? Alright, give the phone to that Wu Shijun. I'll talk to him. Yun Qingyao handed the phone to Wu Shijun. The two chatted over the phone, and Wu Shijun's face brightened up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Well, Mr. Yoon, I'll go to Star on the Cloud to sign the contract. I hope we have a good cooperation. After returning the cell phone to Yun Qingyao, Wu Shijun bowed deeply towards Yun Qingyao. Miss Yoon, this great favor, Wu Shijun, will definitely repay it in the future. I have to rush to Star on Cloud to find General Manager Yun now. I hope Miss Yoon can understand, Wu Shijun said with a hint of apology on his face. Yun Qingyao nodded. From now on, we'll be in the same company, so why be so polite? Mr. Wu, please make yourself at home. With Wu Shijun gone, only Su Yunhua and Yun Qingyao were left. Qingyao, I didn't expect you to actually be the sister of the boss of Star on the Clouds, Su Yunhua said with a smile. Yun Qingyao smiled. I'm treating you as a friend, that's why I didn't hide it from you, but I also have to thank you for helping Star on Cloud find a great general. I'm happy to be able to help you, Su Yunhua said with a smile. Yun Qingyao laughed and picked up the cup of water, hiding the small embarrassment on her face. Once this Wu Shijun left, the atmosphere seemed a little ambiguous. On the other side of the restaurant, Wang Chu and Yu were also eating. Poopy, who is that uncle sitting with Mama? Is he a bad uncle too? Yaya looked at Wang Chu and asked in a small voice. Wang Chu shook his head. It should be Mama's friend. You don't move first. Let's eat first. After we eat then give Mama a surprise. Okay? Yaya nodded, but she was still a bit unable to sit still. It was obvious that she wanted to run into Yun Qingyao's arms and pamper herself right now, her little eyes looking towards Yun Qingyao's side one after another. However, Yun Qingyao didn't even notice that Wang Chu and Yaya were surprisingly not far away from her. Qingyao, I've recently written a song. I'd like to ask you to appreciate it. Su Yunhua smiled and said, you can give me more advice later. With that, he beckoned. Waiter, I'd like to use the piano on the stage. I wonder if that's okay? In the center of this restaurant is a grand piano, and the pianist is soothingly playing piano music. Of course, sir. Surprisingly, this restaurant also has a lot of guests who will improvise a song, and whenever a guest requests it, it's usually honored. The pianist stopped playing the piano while Su Yunhua walked up and took a seat. Many of the surrounding customers who were dining looked at Su Yunhua. Isn't this the talented musician Su Yunhua? I didn't expect him to come here to eat as well. It looks like Su Yunhua is going to play a song. This is a blessing. I don't know who Su Yunhua came with. That was Yun Qingyao, right? It said that Su Yunhua and Yun Qingyao are friends. Looking at this situation, is it hard to believe that they are dating? A man and a woman, a match made in heaven. Wang Chu listened to the praises of the people around him. You know what? This Yun Qingyao is my daughter-in-law, the licensed kind, the kind that even has a child. Who is this greasy-headed youngster? Wang Chu pulled out his cell phone and looked it up. Su Yunhua, a musical talent, a new generation of musical ghosts? Any musical ghostwriter is scum before my system. Soon, the sound of beautiful music came, accompanied by Su Yunhua's magnetic voice. I remember that day when the sunlight poured over you. That beautiful image, a memento I can't forget. Su Yunhua played and sang while looking at Yun Qingyao with an imploring gaze. This made Wang Chu's teeth itch a little. He took out his cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Yun Qingyao. What for? Missed you, daughter-in-law. Yun Qingyao felt a tremor in her cell phone, and after she pulled it out, a bright smile instantly appeared on her originally bland face. Yo, what's up today? Why do you suddenly miss me? Say, did you do something wrong to me? When Wang Chu saw Yun Qingyao's reply, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Which is not true. My true heart for my daughter-in-law. That's something that heaven and earth can see. Every beat of my heart is a reminder of my love and true feelings for you. Yun Qingyao's entire body felt a wave of numbness when she saw these words. This Wang Chu, where did he get the cheek to say such shameless words? By the way, you should be done with work by now. What are you doing? Soon. A message from Wang Chu appeared on Yun Qingyao's cell phone once again. Chapter 207. Yun Qingyao's eyebrows raised. What was this? Checking in? He hasn't checked his post yet, and he's checking his own post instead? I'm having dinner with a hot guy right now. Jealous or not? Wang Chu smiled and replied. Handsome? There are still more handsome than me in this world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This narcissistic guy. Yun Qingyao covered her mouth and laughed lightly, then quickly replied. I'm having dinner with a male friend. But, the atmosphere of the scene is a bit not so good. What's wrong? Then confessed? Wang Chu quickly replied. Yeah, he's playing the piano and singing, and I'm embarrassingly close to gouging out a 3-room apartment with my feet here. Worthy of being my daughter-in-law. The charm is just great. Yun Qingyao quickly replied. You still say sarcasm. I hear are speechless to death. I originally thought he was a like-minded friend, but did not think. Hey, is not you men are a kind of goods ah? Wang Chu's face also revealed a hint of a smile. What do you mean we men are all the same? Mustn't you reflect on yourself? Who made you look so pretty? But that's right, my daughter-in-law. How could I let other men covet her? You wait, I'll go over to rescue you from the fire now. Che, all mouth. Yeah, come here now if you can. So is there any reward if I go over there now? What reward do you want? How about a deeper conversation? Su Yunhua looked at Yun Qingyao, his face slightly lost in thought. Originally, when he saw the smile on Yun Qingyao's face, he had thought that Yun Qingyao was touched by this confessional love song of his, but soon he realized that Yun Qingyao's smile wasn't for herself, but rather staring at her phone, and she was pressing her hands on something, as if she was talking to someone. This made Su Yunhua a little hurt. Himself sang deeply and expressively for her on stage, but her mind was even on her cell phone? The discovery made him a little disoriented and lost, but soon enough, the chorus is right around the corner. I wrote this song for the prettiest girl in the room, and I hope she likes it, Su Yunhua said in a deep voice. This sudden confession instantly caused quite a few people's ideas, including Yun Qingyao who had been tweeting to Wang Chu. A hint of helplessness appeared on her face. She only had admiration for Su Yunhua in terms of his musical talent, and didn't have any thoughts about him as a person, and what he is doing now is really making her a little embarrassed. After all, with so many people here, there's bound to be some paparazzi in the papers afterward saying something about their low-key date or something. If this was known to Wang Chu, he wouldn't know how to explain it again, but if she walks away now, it seems like she is not giving Su Yunhua face, and those paparazzi don't know what they will say again. Forget it, Yun Qingyao. Walk straight, sit straight, my body is not afraid of the slant of the shadow. Whatever, and it was at this time that Wang Chu exchanged a skill stealing card from the system. Use skill stealing card on Su Yunhua. Ding, use the skill stealing card on the target Su Yunhua. The skills that can be stolen are piano, guitar, violin, songwriting, lyrics, time management. This Su Yunhua was worthy of being a musical ghost talent. Regarding the skills of music, there were dozens of them in total. Wang Chu let out a sigh of emotion, then decisively chose the piano. Instantly, Wang Chu felt as if he was as familiar with the piano as he was with his own body, and at the same time, Su Yunhua on the stage was directly dumbfounded, for he felt himself in a trance, and he suddenly realized that he seemed quite unfamiliar with the piano. These black and white piano keys seemed to be as black and white as nothing else, and it made him feel a little bit scared too. This was the piano he had grown up with for almost 20 years. Soon the piano was in disarray, and it was the disorganized kind of disarray. This change also made Su Yunhua feel very alarmed. He tried to want to recall how to play the piano, but unfortunately, this is not helpful. The cluttered sound of the piano made the surrounding patrons a little less comfortable. This is, after all, a consumer venue for a high-end crowd, and everyone is musically literate. Coupled with Su Yunhua's fame, this caused many people to have a hint of skepticism towards Su Yunhua. Such a piano level. Is it the Su Yunhua who claimed to be good at all 18 skills in that program? Could it be that this Su Yunhua was also a silvery pewterhead? Many people were already whispering, even with a hint of disdain and mockery in their eyes. Su Yunhua's face was so embarrassed that he stopped, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't even know how to face Yun Qingyao anymore. He wanted to confess with a love song, but now, this is not lifting a stone to hit his own feet. If there was a thin crack in the ground, he would have hated to go right into it. Sorry, really sorry. Su Yunhua came down from the stage in a bit of a mess and sat down in front of Yun Qingyao, but he didn't have the courage to look up at Yun Qingyao. At this time, a hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. Yeah, do you want to hear Daddy sing? Want to hear it? Yeah said expectantly. Is Papa going to sing? Yeah loves to hear Papa sing. Wang Chu smiled, then walked up to the piano. The surrounding customers were a bit surprised. Did this strange and handsome boy want to play a song too? Hello everyone. I've just listened to the words of the musical ghost genius Su Yunhua, and I'd like to take this opportunity to confess my love for my beloved wife. She is the most beautiful girl in this world in my heart. She is gentle, strong, self-reliant and brave. She is the one who brings me sunshine and warmth. Now I want to express my love for her in a song. Wang Chu's voice was low and magnetic, instantly capturing everyone's mind. As for Yun Qingyao, who was sitting in front of the dining table, she was originally still a bit bored, and after hearing Wang Chu's voice, she violently turned around and looked up. Wang Chu? It's really Wang Chu. Yun Qingyao's mind was confused. Shouldn't this Wang Chu be in Haichang, which was 500 kilometers away from Dehong City? How did he suddenly appear here and in the same restaurant as himself? Is this the destiny of God? Wang Chu didn't look in Yun Qingyao's direction but sat in front of the piano. He took a deep breath and his hands danced lightly on the piano like an elf. A beautiful melody resounded throughout the restaurant. How come I haven't heard the melody of this song before? I didn't hear it either, but it's so good. I wonder what's behind it. Does that mean it's a new song? Suddenly there's some anticipation. The prelude spent. Wang Chu spoke. With this opening, everyone at the scene was shocked. A misty and ethereal voice came from Wang Chu's mouth, and it was actually a woman's voice in general. It's a simple little love song about the twists and turns of people's hearts. Chapter 208. Wang Chu's voice was ethereal and clear, just like a trickling stream, accompanied by a beautiful and light melody that seemed to be telling a refreshing little love story. It's a feeling that brings all the customers in the scene into it. The corners of many people's mouths couldn't help but outline a faint smile already. You know, even if the rain turns the city upside down, I'll give you an embrace. Can't stand to see your back come? Write down my seconds like years of hard time away from. The chorus rang out. Wang Chu's voice became extremely gentle. Even the lights in the restaurant turned pink, and the spotlight on the stage shone on Wang Chu's body, giving him an additional distinctive charm. Yun Qingyao's eyes had been on Wang Chu's body, looking at him in fascination. There was a sudden impulse in her heart. She wanted to rush forward and give Wang Chu a big hug and a deep kiss, and then proudly tell the world that this man is her husband. He sings this little love song for himself. She wants to tell the world about this happiness of hers, but in the end, Yun Qingyao squeezed her thighs vigorously, suppressing this urge of hers. The surrounding customers also marveled at Wang Chu's almost perfect voice. This boy's voice is in such great condition. It's like he was born for the stage. This song is definitely an original, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a hit. Is this boy an artist from any company? How come I don't remember anything about him? He's married, so he's definitely not an entertainer. But there's one thing to be said for him. He's much better than that musical ghost just now. A musical ghost talent who can't even talk about the piano. I'm just LOL. Nowadays in the entertainment industry, it's all about packaging over strength. Su Yunhua, who was sitting opposite Yun Qingyao, felt as if he was sitting on a needle. This time was originally a confession scene that he had carefully prepared, and he did not expect to be screwed up by himself. He hadn't even figured out why he suddenly couldn't play the piano. Does it mean that he has some incurable disease? How else can this be explained? I must be coming down with something serious. The more Su Yunhua's heart thinks, the more panicked he is. He is now no longer thinking about how to obtain Yun Qingyao's heart. He is now most concerned about himself suddenly forgot to play the piano. Is there something wrong with his brain? He glanced at Yun Qingyao and realized that Yun Qingyao was staring daggers at the handsome man on the stage. Su Yunhua's heart was a little lost. The contrast between this before and after was just too obvious. He was known to be a musical genius and had a huge fan base in the entertainment industry, but he had lost to a strange man. Qingyao. Su Yunhua hesitated for a moment and spoke. I didn't know how just now, as if I suddenly forgot how to play the piano. Oh, Yun Qingyao only said this subconsciously, her gaze not taken down from Wang Chu's body. Su Yunhua felt a little hurt, but he also had to admit that this song by this strange man was indeed a rare gem. It was understandable that Yun Qingyao was happy to see the hunt. Qingyao, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. I want to leave first, Su Yunhua said with a sigh. Yun Qingyao turned her head. What? What did you just say? Su Yunhua repeated what he had just said. A hint of relief appeared under Yun Qingyao's eyes. Alright then, if you have something to do, go ahead and leave me alone. Su Yunhua nodded and took advantage of the fact that all the gazes of the crowd were on Wang Chu and left quickly. After leaving, he drove towards the hospital first thing. He had to get a full body checkup in a hurry. And on the stage, Wang Chu had finished singing, but the patrons around them were still engrossed in the song. There's none of that childishness in the sweet tunes, and the lyrics convey a very beautiful and simple love. It's a far cry from the bitter songs that are so popular these days. Every listener can feel that sweetness and happiness that the creator implies in the song. That's what love should be. Snap! Soon the applause broke out. Wang Chu exhaled as he swept a glance in Yun Qingyao's direction with the rest of his eyes and realized that Su Yunhua had already disappeared. He is claimed to be a musical ghostwriter who is skilled in all 18 disciplines, but he's now being musically hung over by an unknown commoner. There was no way he could have stayed on in peace if he had been even slightly ashamed. Humph, count on you having some face. Wang Chu's heart said coolly. One more song. Again. It really is so good. Let's do it again. The customers around them shouted one by one in excitement, but Wang Chu smiled. This song is the opportunity one want to take to confess to my wife. I hope she can feel my love for her. I also hope that the world's sentimental people finally become married. Before the words were finished, Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao with some surprise as she walked up. He was a little panicked about what was going on. Could it be that Yun Qingyao wanted to announce their relationship now? That's a little fast, isn't it? I'm not ready to become a big star's husband here. Wang Chu gulped, his mind a little flustered. What should I do if she announces our relationship later? How about a hug or a kiss? Wang Chu was suddenly a little excited. He hadn't done anything intimate with Yun Qingyao in front of so many people yet. Hello sir, I'm Yun Qingyao. I'm glad to be able to meet you here. Just as Wang Chu was getting excited, a slyness flashed in Yun Qingyao's eyes. Then she reached out her hand in a serious manner and said, can I take the liberty of asking a question? Did you write this song for your favorite wife? Wang Chu froze for a moment. What did this little ninny want? Pretend you don't know who you're talking to? Theater girl? But soon, Wang Chu reacted and reached out to hold Yun Qingyao's hand. Miss Yun, what you said is not wrong. This is what I wrote for my favorite wife. So can I take the liberty of asking again? I would like to buy the rights to your song. I wonder if you cut me some slack. Originally, the people around were all feeling very shocked. Why did Yun Qingyao go forward? Could it be that they knew each other? But upon hearing this, it dawned on the crowd. Yun Qingyao was a singer, and when she came across such a good song, it would be abnormal if she wasn't moved. Of course, my wife and I are your biggest fans, Wang Chu said with a smile. So let's talk alone, go to my side. My kids are still there. Yun Qingyao's eyes lit up. Yu is here? Chapter 209, Kidnapping. The two of them, Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao, then walked to Wang Chu's table in full view of everyone and then sat down quite frankly. Yaya's eyes went round as she looked at Yun Qingyao who was sitting in front of her, and then at Wang Chu. But she clearly remembered that Pupa had said that she couldn't just identify Mama outside. But now that Mama just appeared in front of him, should he call Mama? Cough. Wang Chu coughed dryly and said in a low voice, Yeah, don't call Mama right now. Let's talk about it after we return to the hotel. Okay? Yaya nodded obediently, but there was an uncontrollable smile in her eyes. Yun Qingyao couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt rise in her heart as she watched Yu being so obedient and well-behaved. If she wasn't working as an entertainer, then she would be able to embrace Wang Chu and kiss Yaya with impunity right now. In order to support their dreams, Wang Chu and Yaya both sacrificed too much. Thinking of this, a trace of self-blame appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. She gave Yaya a piece of potato. Eat first, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it later back at the hotel. Yaya picked at her bowl of rice and kept stealing glances at Mama. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu for a day and whispered, Good, you even brought Yaya over without a word. What's going on? Checking my post? Wang Chu hurriedly said, Look at what you said. What is called checking in? I clearly can't restrain my thoughts of you, so I want to see you right away. Yun Qingyao's face reddened and she gave Wang Chu a blank look. Virtuous. Not a word of truth from your mouth. I don't believe you. What POA said is true. Yaya quickly said helpfully when she saw that Mama didn't believe Pupa's words. Yun Qingyao felt amused. You little girl, you know what your father said. Just say that what your father said is true. Yaya proudly held her head high. My Pupa doesn't lie. Yun Qingyao said without a trace of anger. Alright you're your father's sweet little jacket alone. Yaya heatedly smiled, then hugged Wang Chu's arm with a mushy look. Yun Qingyao sighed. Let's go. Let's hurry up and eat. After we finish eating, we'll split up and go back to the hotel. Right. I have something to say to you. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. Okay, I know. That's it then. I can't stay too long or I'll draw attention to myself. So I'll leave first. Yun Qingyao stood up after saying that and turned around to leave. Wang Chu, on the other hand, prettily gave Yaya dishes. Although they have not been announced together, this is the first time they have been publicly together in the outside world. Wang Chu believed that there would be more and more images like this in the future. It's like, I seem to have forgotten something. Wang Chu frowned. At this moment, Sea City, Yang Wei Zhang went out beautifully. Today, he was going to set up a hongmen banquet for Wang Chu. As long as he entered the door of the Jade Seal Hotel, then he would be able to make Wang Chu lose his reputation. Before, I was concerned about your status as the Yun family's son-in-law. But now, I have the backing of Lin Xiao, and even if I count you dead, you're asking for it. How can a soft eater be compared to Lin Xiao? On the way, Yang Wei's mind had already conjured up a million possibilities for torturing Wang Chu. He even hemmed and hawed at the thought of the wonderful thing. Just in the moment of his distraction, bang, his car rear-ended and crashed heavily behind the other car's ass. Bang, bang, bang. Two big men got out of the car across the street banging on his door. How the do you drive? You got eyes in your ass? Get out of the car. Get out of the car. The fire in Yang Wei's heart rubbed off. Driving a piece of dash asterisk 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 van and you still think you're a big shot? Who am I? I'm the famous young master Yang of Haicheng. Rolling down the window, Yang Wei's face showed a hint of displeasure. What's going on? Do you know who I am? Isn't it just a broken bread? How much is it? I can afford it. Broken bread? You're rich and marvelous, one of the big men said. Coincidentally, I, Yang Wei, have nothing else but a lot of money. What's wrong? Yang Wei sneered and said, $5,000. Take the money and get out. Saying that, Yang Wei took out a bunch of money and remained on the man's face. The bill spilled in midair and floated down as the big man raged. Who cares about your crap money? You come out. Saying that, the big man pulled open the car door and pulled Yang Wei out with one hand. Before Yang Wei could say anything, his opponent slammed his fist on Yang Wei's face. Yang Wei felt a burst of golden light in front of his eyes, and then the whole person fainted. At some point, a pot of cold water was thrown in Yang Wei's face. Yang Wei winced as he snapped his eyes open and realized that he was tied to a chair while surrounded by dim lights, as if he was in a cellar. "You're awake?" A low voice came from across the room. "Who are you guys and why are you arresting me?" A look of panic appeared in Yang Wei's eyes. "This stance. The other party this has kidnapped himself? Do they seek wealth or harm?" Janeway was getting a little scared, and there was more of some other liquid in her pants. "Boss, this guy pissed his pants." One of the minions next to him smelled it and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. "This guy is too much of a waste." Yang Wei swallowed and didn't dare to say anything. "Yang Wei, right?" That low voice said slowly. "You're the one who, with the police, arrested our people?" Janeway had a head full of question marks. "What does this mean? When did you cooperate with the police, and arrested their men? Big brother, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Yang Wei swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously. "Misunderstanding? Our people heard it with their own ears, and you're saying it's a misunderstanding?" "I've investigated. In the entire high city, there are 10 called Yang Wei, and the only one who matches the H profile is you." Yang Wei was still dumbfounded. He really didn't know anything. "You boys don't say, do you?" Suddenly, the little brother next to him threw a whip and ruthlessly smacked Yang Wei's face. Yang Wei wailed, his whole body almost jumping up in pain, but he was tied to a chair and couldn't move even if he wanted to. "Let me tell you something. Don't think that we can't do anything to you if you don't admit it. Don't forget, we're not the police. We're just here to take revenge on you, to avenge our brothers," the little brother said coldly. Yang Wei was on the verge of tears, but he really didn't know when he had bullied their brother. "Yang Wei, at that time, there should be another person who acted together with you, called Wang Chu, right? And he was also honored by the Haicheng government. So, are you able to help us find Wang Chu?" Chapter 210 Yang Wei who took the blame. "Find Wang Chu?" Yang Wei's eyes lit up. "This I can help you guys find Wang Chu. Do you guys have a grudge against Wang Chu? I also have an undying hatred with him. The so-called enemy of an enemy is a friend. We should be friends." The little brother next to him glanced at Yang Wei with some suspicion. "Kid, you're not counting on us, are you?" "How could that be? How could I possibly be counting on you guys? I have a real grudge against Wang Chu. There's him but not me. There's me but not him." Yang Wei gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you deal with Wang Chu, then we are good friends." The few people who kidnapped Yang Wei looked at each other. Looking at Yang Wei's gritted teeth, it didn't seem like a fake At first, their man was captured by a young man who called himself Yang Wei with the police, but it was a man called Wang Chu who was honored. Does it say here that Wang Chu has hijacked the results of Yang Wei? How else could they have such deep hatred? By the way, can I ask, who are you guys? Janeway asked cautiously. "Shouldn't you know? You'd better know less. Besides, what kind of people we are? You should be clear about it. In the first place, without your words, my third brother would have long ago run out with people. The result." Speaking of this, that low voice carried a hint of anger. "Now you're telling me that you don't know what we are? It's simply a joke." Yang Wei's brain buzzed. He suddenly said, I really don't have any involvement with the police. There must be a misunderstanding in the middle. It must be Wang Chu. It must be Wang Chu. It's him who has assumed my identity. It must be so." The people around him frowned. They got in touch with the people they had captured through a hidden line, and learned from their mouths that the one who had captured them was a young man called Yang Wei, who was very good at what he did. But this Yang Wei in front of him, his body has long been emptied by alcohol, sex and wealth. How can he be the Yang Wei who, according to his third brother, has a great body? Could it be true that they had caught the wrong person, and that the person who claimed to be Yang Wei was actually Wang Chu? If that was the case, wouldn't they be fooled by Wang Chu? Thinking about this, many people's faces showed a look of anger. "You guys pry his mouth open. I want to know, between him and Wang Chu, what exactly is his relationship?" That low voice said, "We only have this one chance. We absolutely cannot fail." Soon, the sound of Yang Wei's ghostly wailing came, and in Dahong City, Wang Chu brought Ye and smoothly checked into the hotel where Yun Qingyao was staying, and stayed right across from Yun Qingyao. This place was worthy of being a 5-star hotel, and as soon as he entered inside, the super luxurious suite rooms made Wang Chu's eyes light up. Just after cleaning up, Wang Chu's cell phone rang. "Open the door." Yun Qingyao's message was concise, and Wang Chu hurriedly opened the door after reading it. A body with a mesmerizing aroma squeezed in. After Wang Chu closed the door, he couldn't wait to hug Yun Qingyao tightly, greedily inhaling the fragrance of her body and feeling her soft body. "What are you doing? Yeah is still in the room. Don't you pay attention to the influence? And, you hurry to put your stick away. Be careful I break it." Wang Chu loosely let go of Yun Qingyao with a dry smile on his face, and at the moment Ye had her hands over her eyes, her big eyes peeking over her fingers at the embracing poopers. I can't see, you muttered in a small voice. A hint of blush appeared on Yun Qingyao's face as she blankly glanced at Wang Chu. Why are you so monkeyish? I don't blame me for being too anxious. It's really because my daughter-in-law is so charming. Wang Chu shamelessly came up. Why did you come over so quickly? Aren't you afraid that others will find out? What's the big deal if I admit it when I get caught? Yun Qingyao squinted at Wang Chu. Anyway, you're a good fighter, so you won't be hammered to death by those crazy fans of mine. Wang Chu shivered. Your fans won't be this crazy, right? It's a society with the rule of law now. Or you can try? Yun Qingyao suddenly stepped forward, hooked her hands around Wang Chu's neck, pointed up on her toes, and placed a gentle kiss on Wang Chu's lips. Just as she was about to withdraw, she was hugged by Wang Chu. The excitement stunned Yu this time. Her hands had forgotten to cover her eyes, her small mouth slightly open as she stared straight at the kissing Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao. This rude and overbearing behavior of Wang Chu made Yun Qingyao a little mesmerized, but she still remembered Yu, and her hand twisted violently around Wang Chu's waist. Wang Chu was in pain and hurriedly let go of Yun Qingyao. Daughter-in-law, you want to murder your own husband, Wang Chu said bitterly. Yun Qingyao snorted coldly. Who told you to be dishonest? Besides, Yaya is still here. Can't you be decent in front of your daughter? Wang Chu glanced at Yaya and hemmed and hawed. Little kid, what do you know? Yaya asked with some curiosity. Pupa, what are you doing? Why are you biting each other's mouths? Yun Qingyao's face flushed. Pupi-poo isn't biting her mouth. It's a way of expressing our love for each other. Wang Chu also said in a serious manner. Yes, this is kissing, and Mama's mouth is very sweet. You want to try? Yun Qingyao was furious and slapped Wang Chu on the back. What are you talking about? Yaya was however impressed by Wang Chu's words. Mama, I also want to kiss Mama. I also want to taste the flavor of Mama's mouth. Looking at Yaya who had a leaping face, Yun Qingyao's face straightened. Oh yeah, I remember someone gave my cosmetics to Hua. I'm trying to find her to settle the score. Before the words were finished, Yaya had already run away screaming. Little girl, don't run. My lipstick, perfume. Yun Qingyao pretended to chase after Yu, and Yu ran even faster, her voice even sharper. Mother and daughter fought and soon they were both lying on the bed madly together. Wang Chu smiled gently. The way Yun Qingyao looked now was very different from the generous and radiant image on the screen. Suddenly, Yaya stepped forward and kissed Yun Qingyao's lips before licking them with her little tongue. Yeah, what are you doing? This sudden rise in kissing caught Yun Qingyao a little off guard. Yaya barred her mouth and said with some aggravation. Puppy lied. Mommy's mouth isn't sweet. Yun Qingyao was a little bit in tears. Then her eyes turned. Yu, it's actually not Mom's sweet mouth, but Dad's. Do you want to find Dad to try? The originally smiling Wang Chu's smile froze. As for Yaya, she pounced in front of Wang Chu. Baba, Yaya wants a kiss too. How could Wang Chu not have thought that this fire would be burned by Yun Qingyao to his side? My dear husband, just fulfill Yaya's little wish, Yun Qingyao said with a beaming smile. Wang Chu had no choice but to pick up Yaya and kissed her. Yeah, is Poa's mouth sweet? Yun Qingyao teasingly asked. Yaya turned her head with a smile on her face. Puppy's got a sweet mouth. Instantly, Yun Qingyao's smile froze. Chapter 211. No, you say, what are you getting mad at a little kid for? After coaxing Yaya to sleep, looking at the exasperated daughter-in-law, Wang Chu said with a smile on his face to comfort. Children's childish words. Yun Qingyao beamed and said, what do you mean by childish talk? This little guy must be doing it on purpose. What do you mean my mouth isn't sweet? Puppy's mouth is sweet. Sweet? She's now your little coat alone, giving me a leaky mouth. Wang Chu was a little amused. His daughter-in-law's appearance of flying jealousy was just too cute. Don't get mad. Or how about this? Wang Chu's eyes rolled. Then he whispered a few words in Yun Qingyao's ear. Yun Qingyao's eyes lit up. Are you telling the truth? Wang Chu nodded. When have I ever told you a lie? A hint of intent surfaced in Yun Qingyao's eyes. At this time, Yun Qingyao's cell phone rang. She opened her cell phone, and to her surprise, it was Sister Chen's call. Hey, Sister Chen, what's going on? Yun Qingyao lazily lay on the bed with a relaxed expression. Sister Chen's voice came. Qingyao, are you outside right now? No, I'm resting in my room. But I saw news about you eating out at a restaurant and with a strange man. Didn't you go to dinner with Su Yunhua? Oh, this matter I have returned to the hotel. You do not worry. Humph, I'm not worried? What hotel did you go back to? I'm in your room right now. Where have you been? Yun Qingyao froze for a moment before she remembered that she wasn't in her own room. Crap. You honestly tell me, where did you go? Sister Chen was still on the phone and said bitterly, my little ancestor don't forget, you are now a person with a husband There was no rumor before. In case there is a rumor at this time, this will be difficult. Yun Qingyao snorted coldly. What's so difficult about it? Wang Chu, he still dares to blow up at me? Saying that, Yun Xinyao even deliberately cast a provocative gaze towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu let out a cold laugh before sitting on the edge of the bed, then grabbed Yun Xinyao's jade foot with one hand, while the other hand kept lightly scratching the center of Yun Xinyao's foot. Yun Xinyao's little feet instantly curled up, and her thighs wanted to pull back from Wang Chu's hands, but with how strong Wang Chu was, how could Yun Xinyao possibly break free? A burst of itching came from the center of her feet, causing Yun Xinyao to have the urge to laugh. But I'm on the phone with Sister Chen right now. If I laugh out loud, won't I be exposed? That's why Yun Xinyao was holding it in with one effort. Her face was flushed red, and her breathing was also slightly shortened. Sister Chen keenly heard something wrong from the phone call. Xinyao, where the hell are you now? Yun Xinyao viciously kicked Wang Chu and said helplessly, that's enough from you. Don't go too far. Wang Chu smiled and let go of his hand before Yun Xinyao said, Sister Chen, come to the opposite side. Soon the doorbell rang. Wang Chu opened the door, and Sister Chen walked in. I was wondering why you weren't in your room. So you came across the street to see your husband. Sister Chen was a bit helpless as she reached out her hand towards Wang Chu. Hello, Chen Qianlan, Yun Xingyao's manager. Wang Chu also extended his hand. Hello, Sister Chen. I'm Qinyao's husband, Wang Chu. For so many years, it's been hard for you to take care of Qinyao all this time. Sister Chen looked Wang Chu up and down. Although there had been a previous meeting, the meeting at that time was just too awkward, and Sister Chen did not look at Wang Chu carefully. But today, at a glance, this Wang Chu is elegant, a talented person. In terms of face value is already not inferior to the popular boy. No wonder he was able to gain Yun Xinyao's favor. These two stood together. They were simply a perfect match, a match made in heaven. What more? This kid's mouth is very sweet, and Sister Chen said that she likes it very much. Wang Chu, you're very handsome. Do you have any thoughts of developing towards the entertainment industry? Sister Chen said with a smile. Yun Xinyao glanced at Wang Chu and did not say anything. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. Sister Chen, do you think this image of mine is palatable in the entertainment industry? In terms of appearance, I really haven't seen many better than you, Sister Chen said seriously. Wang Chu glanced at Yun Xinyao provocatively, then smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Chen, for your kind praise, but I don't have any thoughts of entering the entertainment industry right now. The only thing I have in mind right now is to take care of my and Xingyao's child so that she grows up healthy and well. In that case, Xingyao will be able to devote herself to her favorite career without any distractions. Letting her have nothing to worry about afterward is my greatest dream and pursuit. A hint of happiness appeared on Yun Xingyao's face as she looked at Wang Chu with a hint of pout. As Sister Chen looked at the sincere Wang Chu, she also finally understood why Xingyao loved Wang Chu so much. Because Wang Chu's love for Xingyao was not less than Xingyao's love for Wang Chu at all. A man who can leave everything behind and become a full-time baby daddy. That's not a choice or decision that the average person can make. Xingyao, what the outside world says about you having dinner with a strange man is with Wang Chu, right? You're really too bold too. Aren't you afraid of scandal? Sister Chen said in a bad mood. I am not letting you meet. Before you meet, can you tell me? Let me arrange. Wang Chu gave a dry laugh. Today, I had a sudden thought. I especially wanted to see my daughter-in-law, so I came over. Yun Xinyao smiled. Sister Chen, just don't worry, nothing will happen. Saying that, Yun Xinyao told Sister Chen about what happened during the night. Sister Chen was a bit surprised. Wang Chu can write songs? Yun Xinyao proudly said. That's natural. Sister Chen, do you still remember Jing Zhong Weigua? That song was written by Wang Chu. A hint of shock appeared in Sister Chen's eyes. She was a gold medal manager, so she naturally knew the gold content of the song Jing Zhong Baogua. Unfortunately, the song Jing Zhong Baogua was not suitable for Yun Xinyao to sing. Otherwise, by relying on this song, Yun Xinyao would be qualified to compete for the top 10 golden songs. But since that song was written by Wang Chu, that means Wang Chu can still write songs of equal quality. In which case, a thought surfaced in Sister Chen's mind. Before Sister Chen could say anything, Yun Xinyao spoke first. Sister Chen, you've come just in time. Yeah, I was tired of playing with us just now and fell asleep. Will you watch the child for me? I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone in the room. Sister Chen blinked. What do you mean by that? I've heard that Dahong City has a great nightlife and a lot of food courts. No. Sister Chen winced and said righteously. Chapter 212, Time for Two. These two guys, they want to leave their little girl to herself and they're going out on their own? Are you kidding me? I've never even gone out to play. Okay, and I'm letting you two go out to play? This is going to blow up if anyone finds out. Sister Chen said that she would never allow them to go out. This is a matter of principle. Humph. If you don't help me with the baby, I'll go out and hire a hotel attendant to watch the baby. I'm definitely going out with Wang Chu today anyway, Yun Xinyao said as she played her little game. Sister Chen was somewhat speechless as she said bitterly, My little auntie, it's not that I won't let you guys go out, you're still in the rising phase of your career. Do you know that if the paparazzi catch you in the same frame, it's too late to say anything? Sister Chen. Don't worry, we have our own methods, Wang Chu said with a smile. I guarantee that those paparazzi won't be able to catch us. Sister Chen sneered. This kind of assurance, in her eyes, was not convincing at all. Really, if the paparazzi caught it, it would all be too late. Yun Qingyao snorted coldly. So what if it's captured? If we're filmed, the big deal is that we'll just admit it. Can my brother still block me? Seeing that Sister Chen wouldn't let herself go, Yun Qingyao played up her childish temper. That look was adorable. Sister Chen was a bit speechless. This Yun Qingyao's usual attitude towards her work was nothing to write home about, but as soon as she encountered Wang Chu's problem, she instantly turned into a relationship white brain with a negative IQ. Stars on the Clouds originally served Yun Qingyao, so how could it be possible to block her? But if it is revealed that they are married and have children, it will be an absolute nuclear bomb-level bombardment for the fans. Yun Qingyao's original somewhat inflated popularity would instantly collapse, and she would be unable to move an inch within the entertainment industry. Yun Qingyao could not consider these things, but as her manager, Sister Chen had to consider them thoroughly. Wang Chu pulled Yun Qingyao. Don't be angry with Sister Chen. Sister Chen isn't doing this for your own good? If you take out that thing, Sister Chen will definitely agree. Yun Qingyao turned around, then pulled out a human skin mask and applied it to her face, though afterward she turned her head. Sister Chen, can I go out now? Looking at this completely unfamiliar but equally stunningly beautiful face, Sister Chen was stunned. Sister Chen, this is a human skin mask made by my friend abroad. It can perfectly conceal Qingyao's original appearance, so if we go out together, won't that be fine? Sister Chen looked dumbfounded at Yun Qingyao's current appearance. She also had nothing more to say. She could only nod her head. Okay, but you, pay attention to safety. Finally, I was able to get out. Walking out of the hotel, Yun Qingyao looked excited. Since they had gotten reacquainted, this was the first time Yun Qingyao and Wang Chu had come out alone for a solo date between the two of them. Without Ye as the little light bulb, Yun Qingyao felt that it was still a novelty. The two of them were holding hands, strolling under a night full of stars and neon lights, breathing in the air that was slightly cool and sober from the air, and everything felt so sweet. You can make a deal. We'll go to the snack street first, and then we'll go watch a movie with me. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. A hint of tenderness appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. Because of the special nature of Yun Qingyao's work, their time together was very different from that of an ordinary couple. In addition to the fact that Yun Qingyao can hide in the hotel at night and have a video chat with him, the things that unusual couples can do, shopping, watching movies, eating, they have no way to do it in a dignified manner. With this opportunity today, Wang Chu would naturally fulfill all of Yun Qingyao's demands. Yeah, I just checked. The two most famous snack streets in Dahong City. One is in the ancient street in the north of the city, and the other is on Peak Hill Road in the south of the city. Where do you want to go? Wang Chu asked. Yun Qingyao's eyes lit up. We can go to Peak Hill Road in the south of the city before going to the ancient street in the north of the city. I've heard that there's a restaurant on Peak Hill Road in the south of the city that makes delicious rice cakes, and the stinky tofu in the ancient street is very authentic. Looking at Yun Qingyao's expectant face, Wang Chu smiled. Alright, we'll go to Peak Hill Road first, then go to the ancient street. Instead of driving, they took a cab toward Peak Hill Road. By the time we reached Peak Hill Road, it was already crowded, and both sides of the originally wide road were already filled with all kinds of snacks. Crispy fried rings, fragrant grilled squid, tender and juicy grilled oysters, aromatic boiled vegetables, crystal clear intestinal noodles. The entire street was filled with a variety of aromas, which instantly aroused the cravings in the stomachs of the surrounding tourists. Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao walked hand in hand on the Peak Mountain Road, surrounded by couples just like them. Everyone's face was filled with happiness and joyful smiles. Yun Qingyao was a little apprehensive at first, but then she realized that everyone really didn't notice her, and only then did she gradually let herself go. Wang Chu, come over here. I want to eat a crab bun. Looking at the freshly cooked crab buns next to her, Yun Qingyao's eyes went straight. The thin, cicada-like skin wraps around the yellow crab meat filling, and a fresh flavor instantly fills the surrounding air. Wang Chu smiled. Okay, I'll go buy it. A few moments later, Wang Chu served a crab bun and handed it to Yun Qingyao. Be careful of the soup inside. It's very hot. Bite open the skin first, slowly suck in the soup, and then finally eat the filling inside. Yun Qingyao gladly accepted the crab bun, then opened her red lips and gently bit through the thin skin. The delicious soup instantly entered Yun Qingyao's mouth. Originally, she hadn't eaten enough at the restaurant, and now that this soup had entered her mouth and traveled down her esophagus into her stomach, this warm feeling made Yun Qingyao feel very satisfied. Is it delicious? Wang Chu asked with a smile. Yun Qingyao hurriedly nodded her head, then her eyes lit up. Wang Chu, Quick, buy me rice cake balls. That family's rice cake is delicious. Wang Chu smiled and shook his head before squeezing forward. It's a squeeze to buy anything here, so if you send it in style, you really can't even grab the flavor. Wang Chu's strength and stature was strong, and he soon quietly and lifelessly squeezed his way to the front. Who's squeezing me? I'm squeezing my fake boobs off. Which shameless one touched my butt? Even an old man. This is too much. Quality. Tamar's squeezed me out. I managed to squeeze in. A few moments later, Wang Chu came out with 4 crystal clear rice cakes. Red, yellow, blue and green. The 4 colors of rice cakes look so lovely in the box. Wang Chu, this is for you to eat. I want to eat rice cakes. Yun Xingyao handed the half-eaten crab paste bun to Wang Chu. Chapter 213, Hubby is so fierce. Wang Chu was a little speechless. This crab bun only ate a bite, but the most essential soup inside is all sucked off. What's wrong? What kind of expression do you have? Yun Xingyao snorted coldly. Dislike what I've eaten? No way. Wang Chu immediately said. Having been bitten by my daughter-in-law's fragrant mouth, this crab bun definitely tastes better. Saying that, Wang Chu took the crab paste bun that Yun Xingyao's handed over and stuffed it into his mouth in 3 tries, and Yun Xingyao nodded in satisfaction. She stuck a small fork in the rice cake and took a gentle bite. It's so delicious, flavorful but not greasy. The texture is very soft and delicate, super elastic. This bite is so satisfying. Yun Xingyao savored it, her eyebrows fluttering happily. However, after a few bites, Yun Xingyao's eyes were drawn back to the spicy crawfish next to her. Wang Chu, look there, Yun Xingyao said as she pointed at the spicy crawfish stall. Wang Chu looked at it. I saw it. What's wrong? Don't you have any ideas? Yun Xingyao blinked. Wang Chu shook his head. I don't like eating this. The heavy metals are overloaded, and the red oil flavor masks the flavor of the ingredients themselves. Listening to Wang Chu's explanation, Yun Xingyao's face grew worse and worse. This crawfish is delicious. It's not as bad as you make it out to be. Wang Chu spread his hands and said, I'm just looking at it with my professional eyes, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem to eat less. Yeah, right? Why don't you buy some? Yun Xingyao had an expectant look on her face. But I don't love it. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed. If I don't love it, why would I buy it? Yun Xingyao stomped on Wang Chu's foot surface. Do I need to explicitly say this? I, for one, want to eat crayfish. Wang Chu deliberately pretended to grimace in pain. You want to eat you want to eat, you say you do not say how do I know you want to eat it? Yun Xingyao felt her brain buzzing. I'm not eating, okay? Not eating? Do you want to eat or don't you want to eat? If you don't want to eat, why did you say you wanted to eat again just now? Yun Xingyao glared at Wang Chu before walking forward with a toss of her head. Originally, Yun Xingyao thought that Wang Chu would quickly follow her, but she realized that Wang Chu did not follow her. I'm going to count to 3 more, and if he doesn't catch up, I'm going to ignore him. 3, 2, 1. Am I counting too fast? How about I count by tens? 1987 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. After the 10 count, Yun Xingyao turned around, only to find that Wang Chu had disappeared. Where did this guy go? Yun Xingyao was a bit flustered as she looked around and did not find Wang Chu's figure. Could it be that just now his own attitude was so bad that Wang Chu was angry and walked away? Suddenly, Yun Xingyao's heart panicked a little, and the rice cakes in her mouth didn't smell good anymore. At this time, a familiar voice came out. Little beauty, get to know each other? Yun Xingyao turned her head in surprise and saw Wang Chu appear in front of her with 2 boxes of crayfish. Little beauty, do you want the spicy and fresh spicy crawfish? Or do you want the garlic-scented garlic crawfish? Yun Xingyao gritted her teeth. I want to eat you. Wang Chu's face was shocked. This cannot be. Now outside. Or, wait for the evening you eat? Bah! Yun Xingyao's face reddened. Then she justifiably stuffed the half-eaten rice cake into Wang Chu's arms. Only children make choices. I want them all. Wang Chu smiled and handed one of the boxes into Yun Xingyao's hands. Ha! Crawfish meat? Nowadays, when you make crayfish, you even peel the skin? A hint of surprise appeared on Yun Xingyao's face. Wang Chu said without a good mood. What? This is what I just peeled. How is this possible? How long has this been? 20 seconds at most. Yun Xingyao had a face of disbelief. Wang Chu shrugged and said, it took 8 seconds to buy the crayfish. Then at a rate of 2 and 3 seconds. I peeled 8 crayfish in the remaining 20 seconds. Is there anything wrong? How could you be so fast? Yun Xingyao was shocked. Wang Chu lightly laughed, then put on his gloves and first yanked off the head of the shrimp. Then his left hand pinched the tail of the shrimp, and his right hand gently tugged, and the shrimp meat of the crayfish was yanked out. The whole process flowed smoothly and took less than 2 seconds. So fast. Wang Chu, you are so fast. Yun Xingyao said with emotion. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. So fast? I'm actually not fast at all. You should say hubby is so great. Hubby is so fierce. Yun Xingyao froze for a moment. Hubby is so great? So fierce? Suddenly, Yun Xingyao seemed to understand something. Her face brushed red before she snatched the crayfish and pretended to know nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's get going. I want to eat the entire snack street. Wang Chu hemmed and hawed behind him as he realized that his daughter-in-law was just too cute. It's really a pleasure to tease your daughter-in-law. Subsequently, along the way, Yun Xingyao almost ate whatever she saw, but every single thing was thrown to Wang Chu after 1 or 2 bites. By the time she finished strolling around Peak Mountain Road, Yun Xingyao was already patting her small stomach in satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've had such a good time playing and eating, but I'm really quite the eater. I've eaten so many things and my stomach isn't even bigger. Natural beauty, Wang Chu said without any good humor. Eat so much? Which one did you eat more than 2 bites of? Yun Xingyao hemmed and hawed. Let's continue. Go into the ancient streets? Wang Chu had a face of rawness. If you go, I won't be able to eat. It's holding me up. You can't do it so soon? It's far worse than me, Yun Xingyao said proudly. Wang Chu rolled his eyes. He had accompanied Ye for dinner at night and ate so much that his stomach didn't have a bit of room left. Forget it, I won't go in the ancient street. Let's wait for you to take me there next time. Yun Xingyao glanced at the time. It just so happens that there's a movie later on, called Beautiful Life. It's said to be very good. Let's go over and see it together. Wang Chu nodded. He didn't care at all about what to see, as long as he went with Qingyao. After buying the ticket, the two sat in a corner, with Yun Xingyao still holding a bucket of popcorn in her arms. Wang Chu took one look at the popcorn and had the feeling that he wanted to vomit, but Yun Xingyao still ate with gusto. It's definitely a romance movie. Beautiful Life. I wonder what kind of story it will tell. Yun Xingyao had some expectations. Wang Chu was a bit speechless. This is a foreign movie. Didn't you read the synopsis? It's still a movie about war. Yeah, I only read the title and rating of the movie. I didn't read the exact synopsis, because I thought reading the synopsis would affect my perception and rating of the movie. As the two were talking, quite a few spectators walked in one after another, mostly couples, with only a few singles. Soon the movie started. Chapter 214, Discovered. The bright light and light music at the beginning of the movie made many people feel the warmth and sunshine that came over them. The hero's cynicism coupled with his super funny and amusing character elicited a lot of giggles in the movie theater. In particular, the series of ludicrous behaviors he undertakes in pursuit of the female lead is both hilarious and touching. Look at people who have done so much to pursue love. Yun Xingyao whispered in Wang Chu's ear. Now I feel like I wasn't too proactive before? People say that a girl who takes too much initiative will not be cherished by the other party. Wang Chu's face revealed a look of exasperation. Who is it? Who said that? Let her come forward. I will not fail to beat her. But I think it makes sense. There's a *king reason. Just as Wang Chu finished speaking, Yun Xingyao twisted at Wang Chu's waist. Don't explode in front of me. Wang Chu smiled sarcastically. I'll remember. But, this sentence is something that really doesn't make any sense at all. Do you know what attracts me to you more than other girls? Is it not face value? Yun Xingyao said confidently. In terms of face value, I'm not inferior to anyone. Wang Chu was a little speechless. His daughter-in-law's sentence really can't pick any problems. Ahem. This face value is only one aspect. Isn't there such a saying? Begin with the face value. Loyal to the talent. Trapped in the character. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world. Why are you the most special one in my heart? That's because you're strong, brave, confident, self-reliant, and daring to love and hate. And those are the things that make you radiate differently from other girls. Yun Xingyao's face smiled into a flower. Continue. I just love hearing you praise me. Don't stop. Wang Chu rolled his eyes. What do you mean by complimenting you? I'm telling the truth. Absolutely not half false. Yun Xingyao reached out and took hold of Wang Chu, a satisfied smile on her face. What I appreciate the most is your honest and unassuming character. The movie continues as the hero and heroine finally get together after some series of misunderstandings and hilarious encounters. Originally, the crowd thought this was the grand finale, but they didn't expect the picture to change and the war to begin. The hero and his children, who are of Jewish ancestry, are taken by the enemy into a concentration camp, and the heroine takes the initiative to enter the camp for the sake of her husband and children. In a concentration camp that reeks of death every day, the hero and all his compatriots in the same room weave a big lie for a 5-year-old with optimism and lies. It's just a game. We just have to get enough points to get a big tank. In this way, in order to protect the child, in order to not let the child be filled with despair and fear of the world, the hero uses one lie after another to carefully maintain the beauty of the child's heart. Even at the end, when he was shot by the enemy, he smiled and marched with a straight face as if he were playing his last game. As he passed the mailbox where he hid his children, the movie ends with the death of the hero, the liberation of the incarcerated people, and the child has no idea, since the beginning, how much of a menace that experience was for him, and it was his father who blocked it all out for him with his life and optimism. After reading it, Wang Chu's heart was very emotional. That's a great father. Wang Chu asked himself, if he encountered the same thing, would he do the same thing as that father? Will he be able to protect the beauty and yearning of Ye's heart for this world? Can he? Wang Chu didn't know if he could do it, because he really knew how cruel war really was. This is really a good movie. Wang Chu turned his head and realized that Yun Qingyao was already in tears. She kept wiping the tears that spilled out of her eyes, but they were like a flood that broke the bank. Daughter-in-law, don't cry. It's all fake. This is a movie. Wang Chu hurriedly persuaded. Yun Qingyao didn't say anything. She just bit her lips and buried her head into Wang Chu's arms. Wang Chu kept patting Yun Qingyao's back and said softly in a comforting voice, "It's all right. These are all fake." But Yun Qingyao shook her head. "No, I know that the real war is far more terrifying than what is presented. Grandpa is a Red Army. I know everything. I just feel that the war has caused us so much hurt. If there was no war, how wonderful it would all be, and the family of Kido, Dora, and Joshua would be able to live happily." Wang Chu sighed softly. This world is like this, even now. In other corners of the world, there are still the same wars happening. We are just a member of the multitude of beings. All we can do is to deal with the cruelty of reality with the beauty of human nature. In this way, we will have a beautiful life. Right. Yun Qingyao gently nodded her head, and it was only after half a minute that she wiped her face clean and raised her head with red eyes. War is cruel and peace is hard to come by. If only we had such thought-provoking anti-war movies. Hearing Yun Qingyao lament like this, Wang Chu's heart stirred. Grandpa Yun put himself in charge of the construction of the Martyrs Park, and Haichang handed over the main planning of the Revisit the Red event to himself. At that time, he did put forward the idea of filming a class documentary, and now after hearing Yun Qingyao say so, such an idea in Wang Chu's heart became even more firm. Why don't I take this opportunity to make a beautiful life that belongs to China? Wang Chu's heart murmured. However, this idea, Wang Chu didn't say anything to Yun Qingyao. After all, these things, it would make more sense to wait until it was done. Let's go. It's all broken up. Yun Qingyao took Wang Chu's arm and walked out of the movie theater. Just as they walked out, two little girls came up to meet them, and when they saw Yun Qingyao, a hint of shock appeared on their faces. Yun Qingyao? Are you Yun Qingyao? No, you're Yun Qingyao. We love you. Can you give us an autograph and take a picture? A shocked look appeared on Yun Qingyao and Wang Chu's faces. How did they recognize Yun Qingyao? Yun Qingyao is wearing a human skin mask. Nope, just now in the movie theater. It was darker. Wang Chu did not notice, and now he realized that the mask on Yun Qingyao's face fell off. This human skin mask is good for everything, except that it tends to fall off when it meets water. And Yun Qingyao had just shed so many tears in the movie theater that the human skin mask had long since absorbed water and swelled up, and it had fallen off on the way out. It was only that Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao both had their own thoughts and didn't notice this. It's bad that someone has found out now. Chapter 215, Drunkenness. Yun Qingyao's face was a bit flustered as her head buzzed and instantly went blank. What to do? What to do? What if I'm recognized? Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu somewhat helplessly, but Wang Chu's expression was calm. He stopped the two girls without moving, and said with a smile, "Little sister, you've recognized the wrong person. This isn't Yun Qingyao. This is my daughter-in-law." The two little girls froze. They realized at this time that the boy was also very handsome. But she looks exactly like Yun Qingyao. How could she not be Yun Qingyao? The girl insisted. Wang Chu laughed. Do you guys think Yun Qingyao would be so blatant as to come out to a movie with a boy and not have a single bodyguard around? My daughter-in-law just looks a bit like Yun Qingyao. Saying that, Wang Chu turned his head bar a kiss on Yun Qingyao's face. Yun Qingyao's face turned red with shame. AI. Having a daughter-in-law who looks like a big star is really a happy and painful thing. Wang Chu took Yun Qingyao's arm and sighed with emotion. Sometimes I really think my girlfriend is Yun Qingyao. The two little girls were disgusted. Uncle, save your breath. How could our Yao Yao have a boyfriend like you? It's really funny. That's it. I thought I had met my idol. I didn't think. This sister really wanted Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Wang Chu was on the verge of a crisis. If she had just fled, then she would have really sat down as Yun Qingyao. Watching the two little girls go away with some regret, Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. "Oh, not bad. You're still kind of responsive," Wang Chu said proudly. "That's right." However, Wang Chu was able to fool the two little girls with this rhetoric, but if he encountered more people, then it would be a matter of time before he was exposed. Why don't you go to the restroom and put your human skin mask on first, in case you run into the paparazzi, then I won't be able to fool them. Soon after, Yun Qingyao put on her human skin mask again, and it was only then that they finally stepped out of the movie theater with confidence and boldness. After the movie, it was after 11 o'clock at night, and there was much less traffic outside, and most people had already begun to fall asleep. How about going back to bed? or continuing to play outside? Wang Chu looked at the sleepless Yun Qingyao and said with a bitter smile, "Come on, I know. Where to next?" Yun Qingyao heatedly smiled. "Every 12 o'clock in Dahong City, there will be underground bands in the line along the river. There are a lot of bars and a lot of bands there. I want to go and see." Yun Qingyao had always known about the existence of underground bands, but she had never actually gone over to see one, because underground music and underground bands are not recognized by the mainstream music circle. These belong to some niche music, have a fixed audience, fixed occasions. It is difficult to cause a popular trend, and a lot of people who make underground music come with a kind of arrogance that the so-called pop music is a kind of dross and that only their niche music is real music. In this world, pop music is nothing more than down and dirty, while underground music is the masculine. But what they do not realize is that the so-called popularity is inevitably the result of the choices made by the times and the masses. You really want to check it out? But I reckon you might not be too adapted to the environment there. Wang Chu laughed. "What's wrong? Are you looking down on me?" Yun Qingyao said indignantly. "I'm still partial to going to see it. Will you accompany me?" Wang Chu spread his hands. "Of course, I'm all yours tonight. Wherever you go, I'll accompany you. That's more like it." Soon, they beckoned a car and then headed toward the bars along the riverfront. 11 o'clock. Just as the bar is just starting its nightlife, the rest of the place was already silent, but here it was all lights and crowds. Just walking to the door of the bar, before she even entered, Yun Qingyao heard deafening music and shouts coming from inside. Suddenly, Yun Qingyao was somewhat abashed. To be honest, although she was born in a wealthy family, she grew up with a rather strict family education, and Master Yun didn't have a good feeling about places like bars, so Yun Qingyao had never come to such places. And then she became famous, and her every move attracted quite a bit of attention from the outside world, making it even more unlikely that she would just come to a place like this. This was actually the first time she had to come to the bar, so she wimped out a bit. Wang Chu was a little amused. She was the one who said she would come before, and now that she had arrived at the door, she was still the one who was a little abashed. "Think about it, if you don't dare to go in, we'll go back to bed. Maybe we can even go deeper." Hearing Wang Chu's voice with a hint of derision, Yun Qingyao's heart crossed. Who said not to go in? What have I ever been afraid of? With that, she held her head high and majestically pushed the door in. Wang Chu smiled, then followed behind her as well. "Welcome to the Night Color Bar. Please two of you this way." The bar attendant guided Wang Chu and the two of them to this side of the bar. "The two handsome ladies look a bit strange. Is this your first time here?" The bartender on the bar looked at Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao and said with a smile. Wang Chu nodded. "We're here on a trip. It's our first time here. What's a good drink to recommend? I don't know how good the two of you are at drinking. We have our bar's specialties here. The Flaming Lips and the Pink Ballet. The Flaming Lips is a bit stronger and has a stronger aftertaste. The Fan Ballet is soft and gentle." Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao, and the little calculations in his heart began to play out. According to the current situation, the chances of pushing Yun Qingyao at night by himself is not big. If it is to get Yun Qingyao drunk, then it is still not what he wants to do. 2 cups of flaming red lips. When you come to a bar, it's all about excitement, isn't it? Wang Chu looked at Yun Qingyao with an impish gaze under his eyes. Yun Qingyao glanced at Wang Chu. "Ha, men. All men in the world are the same." But Yun Qingyao's eyes also revealed a hint of complacency. She has been stealing her grandfather's wine since she was a little girl, and in terms of drinking, her 3 big brothers combined are not even her own rivals. Drinking Flaming Lips? What if the alcohol is too strong? If I get drunk? Yun Qingyao's face revealed a trace of worry. Wang Chu hurriedly patted his chest. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll make sure I can send you back to the hotel safely when you're drunk." Seeing Yun Qingyao still hesitating, Wang Chu quickly said, "What's wrong? Don't even trust your husband anymore?" "How could I not trust my husband?" "Well, in that case, let's drink." Yun Qingyao pulled Wang Chu. "You can't throw me away when the time comes." Wang Chu's heart was almost crispy. How could I give it up? Chapter 216, The Sky Dome Band. The atmosphere of the bar is very warm. On the stage, a band is selling hissing, but the level of in Wang Chu seems to be nothing more than sloppy. It's a little better than the school band, but to their credit, everyone in the band fell into it, with a hint of madness on their faces. Full proof of the fact that as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who is. Originally, Wang Chu was still quite interested in this underground band, but after listening to this song his brows furrowed slightly. It does seem like there's a reason it's not hot. The lyrics are rather crass and really hard to follow. The singing skills were also poor, and soon Wang Chu lost interest. He glanced at Yun Qingyao and realized that a trace of discomfort was also revealed on Yun Qingyao's face. She also had a hard time with the rude lyrics in the song. "What's wrong? Very uncomfortable?" Wang Chu smiled and asked. Yun Qingyao nodded and said with some confusion, I really don't understand why people here are still listening to this song when it's so bad, Wang Chu said with a bashful smile. That's because, most of the people who come to the bar are here to release the stress of the day, to get relief and release their hearts. And what could be more exciting than rude lyrics? Looking at Wang Chu's meaningful eyes, Yun Qingyao snorted coldly. I thought there was something great about underground bands, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. Wang Chu nodded. Underground bands are niche music. Naturally they have the disadvantage of not being recognized by mainstream music, and it's understandable that the good and the bad are mixed in the middle. Forget it, let's not talk about it. This wine tastes pretty good. Let's go one? Wang Chu held up his wine glass. Yun Qingyao gently touched hands with Wang Chu before drinking the wine in one go. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his daughter-in-law to cooperate with him so much. In that case, he wouldn't be polite. Wang Chu also drank his wine in one gulp. Flaming lips is spicy in the mouth and enters the stomach as if it has lit a fire in the body. Wang Chu instantly felt a little uptight. But on the contrary, Yun Qingyao's face was as normal. Surprisingly, it was as if she was drinking plain water. This isn't scientific. Why didn't Qingyao react at all? Wang Chu was a bit disbelieving. 2 more cups. Soon, 2 cups of flaming red lips were once again served to them. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu with a smile, then raised her wine glass. Come on, cheers, I had a great time today. Saying that, Yun Qingyao once again drank it all in one go. Wang Chu stared at Yun Qingyao dead on, but on Yun Qingyao's face, there was still no particular reaction. Weird, Wang Chu's heart secretly said. Since his daughter-in-law had drunk it all, then he naturally couldn't show any weakness. Wang Chu also drained all of his wine in one gulp. Ahem. This time Wang Chu felt that the wine strength came up, and also couldn't help coughing up. Wang Chu, are you alright? Yun Qingyao blinked and said, could it be that you can't make it? Who said that? I merely drank a little too fast. Wang Chu wiped his mouth and said, it's fine, I'll just slow down. That's good. Yun Qingyao patted her chest and said, I thought you couldn't do it. If that's the case, let's go. Wang Chu refused. What's the point of leaving? Drinking in this atmosphere is simply too good, okay? At this time, there was a sudden burst of cheering from all around. Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome. Wang Chu was a bit strange. What were these people shouting about? This is the most popular band in this bar of ours, called the Sky Dome Band. At that time there was an agent who scouted them, but they refused to be signed by the agent because they hadn't negotiated the terms with the agent. The bartender next to him laughed and said, those bands before were just warm-ups. What everyone here is waiting for is the Sky Dome. Obviously, the bartender had also heard the conversation between Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao, and there was a hint of indignation in his words. Wang Chu smiled and didn't say anything. However, a trace of expectation rose in his eyes. Hopefully, this Sky Dome band is not like the level of the previous one. Soon, 4 young boys walked onto the stage. There was a quick roar of applause from below. It seems their popularity is still strong. Hello everyone, today our Heavenly Vault brings you an original song about dreams, about the future, and about each and every one of you who are extraordinary in the ordinary. The lead singer was a man in his mid-30s with a hint of huskiness and a low voice. Soon, the accompaniment sounded, and Wang Chu's eyebrows raised as he glanced at Yun Qingyao, and a hint of surprise was seen in both of their eyes. Although Yun Qingyao was not considered an outstanding original musician, the basic qualities of a musician were still there, so she was able to tell that the basics of this band were so much better than the one just now, and the songs had great melodies. Soon a raspy voice rang out. Dear friend, do you also feel lost and wonder where the future lies? The vocals were also very good, with a hint of vicissitude in their voices, as if they were full of stories. Not bad for a band that was once on the agency's radar. Not bad at all. The people around them were also immersed in the song, and there was a hint of melancholy and contemplation on their faces. Wang Chu, this band is not bad. If packaged well, it's likely to become a good band in the music scene. The key is that this lead singer's voice is very distinctive. It's a pity that it's hidden in such a place. Yun Qingyao said with a sigh of emotion. Wang Chu smiled. What's wrong? Do you still want to sign this band? What's wrong? What do you mean by that? Could it not work? Yun Qingyao's eyebrows raised as she said, my third brother's dream is to dominate the entertainment industry, so it's only reasonable for me to help my third brother recruit. Wang Chu was a bit skeptical. My third uncle actually has such ambitions? Yun Qingyao dryly coughed. That, he just likes to mingle in the entertainment circle, and enjoys the feeling of being surrounded by people in front and behind him. But he did say before that he'd love to make star on Cloud a giant in the entertainment industry, so that way, he'd have a lot of resources to support me. Wang Chu was a bit speechless. These 3 great uncles, they were really the ultimate favorites to Qingyao. But, after so many days, third uncle should have known of his existence, but why has he not appeared? At this time, the stage's spotlight hit Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao. Chapter 217. What a situation. Wang Chu was a bit confused. Handsome. It's a tradition in our bar that the stage lights will randomly pick out some audience members, and the patrons who are picked will be able to go up on stage and sing with the lead singer of our band, the bartender explained with a smile. Wang Chu smiled. This bar had quite a few tricks. No wonder it was the most popular bar around here, both the strongest bands supporting singers, but also able to give customers the opportunity to sing with the band's lead singer and live the band's lead singer's life. But Wang Chu was not much interested in this. He glanced at Yun Qingyao. Do you want to go up and sing? Unexpectedly, Yun Qingyao was a bit eager to try. I want to sing, can I? As a singer, Yun Qingyao, who had been nestled in the theater group for filming these days, had long wanted to sing to her heart's content, and before Wang Chu sang a little love song for her in public, her heart has been itching. If she can take this opportunity to sing a song for Wang Chu didn't know what Yun Qingyao was mentally thinking right now, but since his daughter-in-law wanted to sing, then he wouldn't be polite. Grabbing Yun Qingyao's hand, he quickly arrived on the stage amidst a crowd of envious gazes. When they got on stage, the crowd was shocked to realize that the couple's face value was simply heaven-defying. The male was as graceful as a jade, the female has a peachy, shapely face. The two stood together, clearly a pair of golden children. Two handsome ladies, what song would you like to sing? We can harmonize and accompany you, the lead singer of the band said with a smile. Wang Chu thought about it for a while, and was shocked to realize that he had no idea what was in popular music nowadays. After going abroad for 4 years, he had only heard Yun Qingyao's songs after he came back, and the lyrics of the songs he had heard in college before were now forgotten. Wouldn't that be a little embarrassing if you opened your mouth and didn't know the lyrics? Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao. It's better if you sing. I won't compete for your limelight. Yun Qingyao lightly glanced at Wang Chu before saying, I want to sing a song called I Want to Hear Your Voice. I want to hear your voice? A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Chu's mouth. This was a song written by Yun Qingyao herself and was included in her second album. At that time, when Wang Chu heard this song, he instantly heard that this was the song that Yun Qingyao had written for herself, because the song was written by her to her future husband. Speaking of her hopes for love and her fondness for him, as Yun Qingyao's husband, Wang Chu fell in love with the song the first time he heard it. Now that Yun Qingyao was singing this song on this occasion, the meaning to be expressed was self-evident. Wang Chu was naturally looking forward to it, but the Skydome guys were staring at each other in disbelief. The lead singer asked with some curiosity, I wonder whose song you're talking about. I want to hear your voice? None of us seem to have heard it before. Yun Qingyao froze for a moment, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. How to say that Yun Qingyao is also the hottest star right now, and her album has sold an astronomical number. I didn't think that this Sky Vault band hadn't heard their songs. Is it true that he is a man on fire and his songs are not on fire? This discovery made Yun Qingyao feel hurt. Wang Chu frowned. Does your band never listen to Yun Qingyao's songs? I Hear Your Voice is a song written by Yun Qingyao herself. The bassist of the Sky Vault band smiled. So it's Yun Qingyao's song. Sorry, we usually don't listen to that kind of nutrient-less song. The arrogance on their faces was unmistakable, which made Wang Chu feel very upset. What do you guys mean? Yun Qingyao is my idol, Wang Chu said in a deep voice. You guys look down on her? Brother, you're overreacting. We didn't mean to say that we look down on her. Turnip cabbage, each to their own. It's just that we don't know how to appreciate Yun Qingyao's song. Maybe there's a mistake in the expression. Brother, don't blame me ha. The lead singer smiled, but Wang Chu was able to clearly see that they couldn't see Yun Qingyao's song from the bottom of their hearts. Although it was said that Yun Qingyao's songs had sold many albums, it was true that none of her songs had caught fire out of the ring. This was the reason why many outsiders despised Yun Qingyao. But no matter how Yun Qingyao's songs are not hot, they are still recognized by the mainstream music industry. Where does a small bar band like you get the courage and confidence to mock a singer who is much hotter than yourselves? Wang Chu, stop it, let's go. Yun Qingyao pulled Wang Chu's sleeve, but her face showed a hint of resignation and humiliation. Is there anything more humiliating to a singer than calling your song trash to your face? What's more, I Want to Hear Your Voice was the first song Yun Qingyao had ever written, and it was also one of her most heartfelt songs, but it turned out to be rated as a song with no nutrition. She had only one thought now, and that was to get the hell out of here. But Wang Chu's liquor was up and so was his stubbornness. On what grounds? I'm just going to say it. Wang Chu snorted coldly. Saying Yun Qingyao's songs aren't nutritious? Is your underground band so-called nutritious? Is it true that all of you men who wear strange clothes and have big, long braids are true to your character? In my eyes, your songs are not even half as good as Yun Qingyao's. Wang Chu's words caused a stone to stir up 1,000 waves. Quite a few of the audience below applauded. What the hell? To be Yun Qingyao's brainwashed fan? What bad luck. That's right, Yun Qingyao doesn't even deserve to lift our heavenly vault band's shoes. Get off! Get off! The following group of people were furious, and each one of them cursed at Wang Chu. being taunted by Wang Chu like this. The people of the Sky Vault Band were also a bit upset. Although they didn't have a place in the entertainment industry, their popularity in this area was incomparable to that of any star. The lead singer laughed. He'd seen a lot of brainwashed fans like that, not to mention a brainwashed fan who's had a few drinks. There's no way to reason with someone like that. Fine. Our songs are indeed no match for Yun Qingyao's songs, so are you satisfied? The lead singer said without a care in the world. Wang Chu snorted coldly and extended his hand. Give me the guitar. What are you going to do? I'm going to let you bunch of frogs in the bottom of the well see how high the sky is and how wide the earth is, lest you sit in a well and watch the sky and be arrogant at night. Wang Chu said coldly. Singing? The lead singer of the Sky Vault Band raised an eyebrow before handing his guitar to Wang Chu. Wang Chu took a deep breath. Wasn't what you guys just sang a song about dreams? Well then, I'll write an original using that theme as well. The crowd was dumbfounded. Writing an original on the spot? This is a joke. Even Su Yunhua, who was claimed to be a musical genius, didn't have the certainty to write a song on the spot. Yun Qingyao's face was a bit tense, but her eyes were colorful. She knew that the reason why Wang Chu had stepped forward was purely because he wanted to stand up for himself. He absolutely would not allow anyone to denigrate and belittle Yun Qingyao in front of him, even if the other person is unaware of the situation. Chapter 218, that's enough. System, a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Wang Chu's heart secretly said. Although it was said that Wang Chu had gone through a systematic enhancement and his composing skills had reached perfection, it was still a bit difficult for him to write a song on the spot and to write a more classic song, so Wang Chu could only rely on the system as well. The system is in the process of drawing. 10 consecutive draws have been completed. Congratulations, you've won a set of magical paintbrushes. Congratulations, you have gained the skill ventriloquism. Congratulations, you've won a copy of Recipe Beauty Porridge. Congratulations, you've won a classic inspirational song. Congratulations, you've earned a systematic thank you. Thanks for patronizing me. Not a bad haul for this 10 in a row. Magical paintbrushes contains 12 different colors of colored pencils, and the colors will never fade unless you use the magic eraser. Each set sells for 10 points of pleasure value. Ventriloquism allows you to mimic more than 10 different voices, an unrivaled tool for pretending to be a pussy. Beauty porridge recipes, often consumed. You can let the consumer to delay aging, detoxification and skin care, all easy. Other than the 5 thanks for the patronage, everything else was pretty good. The paintbrush can have been given to you to use. The beauty porridge will be made for the daughter-in-law to eat later. And the ventriloquism will be said when there is a chance to pretend. And to top it off, Wang Chu drew the classic inspirational song too. He took a deep breath and swept his fingers over the guitar. A beautiful intro instantly sounded, directly overpowering the originally noisy voices around him. I have suspected me, walking in the desert, never bearing fruit, no matter what dreams are planted. Wang Chu's low voice rang out, and that emotion of helplessness and unwillingness instantly grabbed everyone. It seems that everyone feels the despair, pain and struggle that spreads out from these few short lines of lyrics. What strong vocals, what a steady breath, what an infectious voice and lyrics. The lead singer of the Sky Vault Band's eyes narrowed as he instantly sensed the extraordinary nature of this song. A trace of gravity also appeared in the eyes that were originally somewhat teasing. The main part of the song was layered with emotions, especially with the addition of Wang Chu's heavenly voice, and everyone was almost immersed in it. Finally, coming to the chorus, the sea is wide open, after forever, to take persistence, to break the locks of destiny, indifferent people, thank you for ever belittling me, so that I do not bow down and live more wonderfully. The chorus was full of power, and all the previous suppression exploded at this moment, and Wang Chu's voice went from low and resigned to high and impassioned. It's like the sea oats that have been fighting against fate in the sea, soaring to a wider sky. The lead singer of the Sky Dome, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. It was amazing that the other man was still so steady in such a high register, and it was as if he had added a studio to his voice. This is a noisy scene. This strength, even those who have been famous for a long time singers, not necessarily have it. More importantly, his song is much more powerful, layered and infectious than his own previous one. If you can call your own songs decent, this one is a classic. Only, was this song really written by this man just now? That would be too unbelievable. As Wang Chu's voice advanced step by step, the song's mood reached its peak. Finally, Wang Chu's last lyrics fell and the guitar in his hand stopped, but there was silence all around. Everyone was still immersed in the song they had just sung, and many of them saw themselves in the song. Soon the applause broke out, from invective to contempt, from contempt to silence, from silence to immersion, from immersion to recognition. The moment the applause sounded, Wang Chu knew that he had still won the recognition of the surrounding audience with his music. The applause went from sparse to intense, and the applause continued for a full minute. Wang Chu just got to the point where his throat was a bit hot and spicy. He threw his guitar to the lead singer of the Sky Vault band with a sneer on his face. What do you guys think? How does your song compare to mine? The people from the Sky Vault band looked at each other in dismay. Honestly, their song was not even comparable to Wang Chu's just now. Your song is better, the lead singer of Skydome said with a deep breath. Looks like you still have the courage to admit defeat. Wang Chu said indifferently. Does that mean I can say in public that your songs are garbage, and that your Sky Dome band is garbage? In the Sky Dome band, someone couldn't help it. What are you talking about? But the lead singer stopped that person and looked deeply at Wang Chu. Are you holding out for Yun Qingyao? So you purposely came up with a song of our higher level to humiliate us? Yes and no. Wang Chu said indifferently. If you only see humiliation, then it's humiliation. But I won't be like you guys and go on a rampage to denigrate other people's heartfelt endeavors and works, because whether it's you guys or Yun Qingyao, you're actually all a member of the masses on the road to chasing your dreams. If you only see the childishness and imperfections in Yun Qingyao's work, then you can only hear mockery and humiliation in my song just now. But if you guys can feel the same efforts and changes Yun Qingyao keeps making in pursuit of her dreams, then you'll know that in this song, I'm singing about Yun Qingyao, and I'm singing about you guys. And I'm still singing about the millions of dream chasers who are constantly being hit by reality. Music is a reflection of lyrical inner emotions, and if your heart isn't big enough, then your music will always be just a niche. Respect the music, respect the musicians, and respect every piece of work that is full of heart and soul. That's what a musician should have. Not self-righteous finger-pointing that only makes a fool of himself in the end. Wang Chu's words were like yellow bells and drums, knocking on the heart of the lead singer of the Sky Vault band. Wang Chu, alright, let's go. Yun Qingyao's face no longer had that aggression and unwillingness on it. There's just a sweet smile. So what if people don't understand you anymore? As long as Wang Chu was always able to support himself, stand by his side, understand how hard it was for him, and feel sorry for his efforts, that was enough. Does it really matter what other people look at or think? Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao and realized that Yun Qingyao's eyes had really let go of her previous grievances. I'm sorry, I drank too much wine and said something irrelevant to you guys. Wang Chu turned his head to look at the lead singer of the Sky Vault band. By the way, to share a word with you, a true master always carries the heart of an apprentice. With that, Wang Chu took Yun Qingyao's arm and was about to leave. But behind them came the voice of the lead singer of the Sky Vault band. This gentleman, wait a moment, I apologize for our attitude just now. Can we talk? Chapter 219, be honest. Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao. She nodded slightly. Wang Chu turned his head and smiled. Good. Backstage at the bar, Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu with a soft gaze. Let's just forget it if people say that. They don't know my true identity anyway. Besides, if you can change the minds of some, can you still change the minds of all? Speaking here, Yun Qingyao sighed slightly. In fact, I also know that a lot of people actually don't think highly of my popularity. And even if I sell more albums, those people won't recognize my music. Wang Chu took a deep breath. I don't know how many people I can change, and I don't care what they say about you behind your back. All I know is that no one can discredit you in front of me. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu's determined expression, and a hint of a happy smile appeared on her face. Right, what do you think they'll talk to you about? Yun Qingyao asked with some curiosity. Wang Chu spread his hands. How do I know? I don't know how to read minds, but I'm vaguely able to guess some of it. Yun Qingyao was about to ask when the door to the backstage opened and the lead singer of the Sky Dome band walked in. I'm sorry for the delay. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Xiao. I'm the creator and lead singer of the Sky Vault band. Lin Xiao extended his hand towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu held Lin Xiao's hand and said indifferently, Wang Chu, Mr. Wang Chu, first of all, we would like to apologize to you first. We did have some problems with our attitude on stage just now. A sincere expression appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Wang Chu smiled. No harm done. I'm just someone who fights for my idol. You guys don't really have to apologize. Lin Xiao laughed. He wasn't a cutie. Mr. Wang, to leave you behind in a sudden manner, I want to ask, if I can cut this song out? Lin Xiao asked carefully. Wang Chu's eyebrows raised. You want this song? Lin Xiao nodded. That's right. Truth be told, our Sky Vault band has been formed for 10 years. Between these 10 years, I've been pursuing my musical dreams. The band members have changed from one batch to another, and at the toughest time, the band was left with only me, but I've never given up. I felt a lot from your song and fought back a lot, and I really like this song of yours. So, I would like to ask if you can cut me some slack? Of course, I will do my best to pay you enough. Wang Chu glanced at Lin Xiao. I remember someone saying that an agency had scouted you guys. Why didn't you agree? Lin Xiao said with a bitter smile. At first there was indeed an agency to dig us, but the terms of that cooperation were too harsh, simply overbearing. They just treat us as a money-making machine, not at all in my musical dreams. So, Wang Chu understood. but it was just a person who was tortured by reality, but was somewhat unwilling to accept it. I understand, but, what do you want? To be famous or to make money? Or to be admired by millions of people? Wang Chu asked with a smile. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment and said, "It may be that I want to simply sing and let more people know my voice and realize my self-worth." A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. "It's that simple?" Lin Xiao took a deep breath and nodded. "So if, say, I can get you to sing on a higher and bigger stage, so that more people will know your songs and many people will recognize you, would you like to do that?" Lin Xiao's fists clenched as an excited light flashed under his eyes. He knew that Wang Chu would definitely not be a simple fellow. Just now on the stage, the abilities that Wang Chu had shown, whether it was his singing skills or this classic song, were not something that an ordinary person could possess. Therefore, at that time, a doubt surfaced in Lin Xiao's mind. Who was this person who was simply fighting for Yun Qingyao? How is that possible? The biggest possibility is that he wants to reach out to the Skydome Band. Then his ultimate goal is probably to sign the Skydome Band. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao's heart came alive. The band was first spotted by an agency, but the young and impetuous band did not agree to the agency's terms and conditions, and in the end they did not continue to work together. But some of the people who joined the agency at the same time now have a place in the mainstream music scene. How could this not make Lin Xiao feel suffocated? And he's getting older, so if he doesn't seize the opportunity before he does, then he really won't have a chance to turn it around ever again. He felt he had to take the initiative. That is why he chose to retain Wang Chu, and now it seems that his conjecture is true. Hearing these words from Wang Chu, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. "I'm willing." The tone is sincere and the expression is genuine. But Wang Chu laughed. "Don't be in a hurry to agree down. I want to avoid letting money corrupt you, so I decided that I won't give you any payment. Each month will only provide the most basic living allowance. The future performance fee, sponsorship fee are not related to you." Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. This is not right. In that case, the ghosts would be willing to go. Isn't this working for capital for free? Seeing the shock on Lin Xiao's face, Wang Chu smiled. "What's wrong? Can't accept it? Didn't you say that you just want to simply sing and let more people know your voice? All of this, I can satisfy you, but in return, I'll take away all of your payment. So, can you still accept it?" "Accept my ass." Lin Xiao's face became a bit ugly. "See, that's too much for you to take in. So what you said before was just richly superficial, and what you're interested in isn't any simple singing at all, is it?" Being punctured through Wang Chu's mind, Lin Xiao's face was a bit unsettled. "If you just want to tell me that, then there's no need for us to talk anymore." Wang Chu shrugged and said, "Let's go." Yun Qingyao smiled, then took Wang Chu's arm. Lin Xiao stood up at this time. "Mr. Wang, I want to be on fire. I want to be red. I don't want to sing in a bar for the rest of my life. I want to go to a bigger stage." Lin Xiao's expression was hideous, and these words came out almost word for word through clenched teeth. Wang Chu laughed. "That's right, we can be more honest. Is it not good? Judging by their previous attitude on stage, they are definitely not a pure band. What mere singing? It's not a lie to a cutie, is it? If you just want to simply sing, what's the difference between singing in a bar and singing on a bigger stage?" Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao, who nodded slightly before saying, "I can give you the phone number of the manager of the signing department of Star on Cloud. You can say that Wang Chu introduced you, and the rest is up to you." Stars on Clouds? Lin Xiao froze for a moment. Wasn't this the same agency that Yun Qingyao had signed up with? Suddenly, it was as if he realized why the man had reacted so strongly to his earlier attitude. So that's what this is about. Chapter 220, Reporting to the Police. "I didn't think you'd give him your phone number." Walking out of the bar, Wang Chu said with a smile, "And, this Lin Xiao's skin is quite thick." Yun Qingyao smiled. Wang Chu, in fact, unless like me, have a strong background, otherwise, ordinary people in the entertainment industry, if not cheeky, there is no possibility of mixing out. Lin Xiao and the others look down on me. I'm well aware of that. On the one hand, it's because my music does have limitations. On the other hand, it's because a lot of people think that I'm not worthy of my talent. In fact, it's not just Lin Xiao. Many people in the circle think that with this kind of resource-tilting effort from Stars on the Clouds, even a dog can catch fire. So, Lin Xiao's matter is actually really nothing in my eyes. It's just that it was in front of you before and I was a little embarrassed. Yun Qingyao held Wang Chu's hand tightly and said with a light smile, "For Lin Xiao, this is a chance for him. Even if he fails, it's nothing more than being rejected once for him. But if he succeeds, it's one step closer to his dream. And for me, Lin Xiao is indeed a very powerful singer. And it's also a good thing for Stars on the Clouds if they can sign a band without any trouble. What company would mind having too many powerful singers under them? As for whether or not he can meet the signing standards of Stars on the Clouds, that's not for me to decide. Just like Lin Xiao, I'm just providing an opportunity. Even if he fails, there's no loss to me. If he succeeds, he's also adding to the bricks and mortar of Star on the Clouds. Not to mention, a hint of a smile appeared on Yun Qingyao's face. Aren't you looking forward to the scene where I meet him at the Star on the Clouds with my true colors? I'm curious if he'll treat me with the same disdain as before. Wang Chu lost a smile. This entertainment industry was really a place to exercise people now. In just a few short years, Yun Qingyao had actually seen the pros and cons, human nature and right and wrong so thoroughly. However, in the end, Yun Qingyao had an imp-like smile on her face, but it made Wang Chu couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Xiao. In a way, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him if he was rejected. It was now past 12 o'clock. Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao strolled through the midnight streets of Dahong City. The night breeze was pleasant, blowing Yun Qingyao's hair, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on her face as if it was a genie under the moon. What are you looking at me like that for? Yun Qingyao detected Wang Chu's blazing eyes, and there was some tension in her tone. Qingyao, you're so beautiful, Wang Chu murmured. Yun Qingyao gently bit her lip and squinted at Wang Chu. What's wrong? You just realized it now? Yes, I only found your outer beauty before. Now I'm slowly discovering your inner beauty. Wang Chu smiled and said, Daughter-in-law, it's so late now. Shouldn't we go back to bed? Come on, it's time to go back to bed. I have to keep filming tomorrow. In the hotel, Sister Chen had all anxiously walked back and forth in the room dozens of times, and the room's carpet was about to go bald. This is midnight. This Qingyao how not come back? They still will not be going. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Chen's mind. No way. Qingyao shouldn't have done something like that, right? But, it's impossible to say. People are now legally married. It's reasonable to really want to go do something. At this time, Sister Chen remembered the image of when she first met Wang Chu. Yun Qingyao pressed Wang Chu onto the bed and her entire body rode on top of Wang Chu's. That was the first time that Sister Chen knew that the dignified and beautiful Yun family's eldest miss had such a bold side. That's right, Qingyao is also a woman. Naturally she has needs too. Sister Chen sighed. But what's excessive is that, even through Yaya to me, the couple went out to make waves. It's really too much. Suddenly, Yaya opened her eyes and somewhat sleepily got up from the bed. Poopy, Mama. Yaya rubbed her eyes, then looked around a bit blankly, only to realize that Poopy had disappeared. Where did they go? And in the center of the room, surprisingly, a strange ant appeared. Does it mean that Poopy doesn't want Yaya anymore? Is this man a human trafficker? Yaya originally still had a hint of sleepiness, but now it had completely disappeared. Her little brain was starting to catch fire. At this point, instead of acting scared, you should stabilize the trafficker, surround yourself with her, and then look for an opportunity to call the police. Earlier Yaya had seen videos and methods on how to deal with human traffickers, and at this time, it clearly appeared in her mind. Yaya, you're awake? Sister Chen saw that Yaya had woken up and had a hint of a smile on her face. Yaya, do you still recognize me? Yaya's eyes held a hint of caution. Auntie, who are you? I'm your mom's colleague. We met half a year ago, Sister Chen said with a smile. For the things that happened half a year ago, Yu has long forgotten. Her mind also only has an impression of her own relatives. As for half a year ago had a side of the aunt. Not to mention that Yaya is a 3-year-old child. Even adults may not be able to remember it. Auntie, I want to go to the toilet. Yaya secretly pinched her children's watch in her hand and asked cautiously. Sister Chen nodded. Okay, I'll take you there. No need, Auntie, I can do it alone. Yaya said obediently, then ran into the restroom with small steps. Sister Chen's face was relieved. Yaya, this child is only 3 years old, but she is very self-reliant. Qingyao's cultivation of Yu is still very successful. Sister Chen was relieved. She had thought that Yu had to cry for a while, and she didn't expect her to be so understanding and obedient. Not bad, real good. Running to the restroom, Yaya patted her chest with her small hand, a look of fear on her face. She hurriedly pressed the button for the emergency alarm next to her child's watch. At this moment, in the duty room of the alarm center in Dahong City, the alarm bells snapped loudly. The police officer on duty immediately got on the phone. Hello, the Red City Alarm Center. Auntie, hello, I'm Yaya. I might be abducted by human traffickers now. Can you guys come and save me? Yaya lowered her voice and whispered, Traffickers? The police officer on duty was immediately alert. Little friend, don't be in a hurry. Can you say where you are now? How many people are on the other side? Yaya immediately said, I am in the Tianyue Hotel. There is only one ant outside. I am now in the restroom to call you.